6 months ago, a sudden spacetime rift appeared. Turned Blue Star into a living hell, with those fire-breathing, water-spewing beasts running rampant as human armies retreat in defeat. But when I crossed over to this apocalyptic world, the so-called nation-destroying beast, it turned out to be the adorable Jigglypuff and Snorlax, who only know how to snore and love eating berries. While everyone was on edge, I swaggered into the monster beast forest, took out my phone to livestream, ready to pet a behemoth capable of destroying cities like a cat, right in front of the whole world. My name is Xu Xing, a transmigrator, lying on the worn-out floor of a rental apartment. Looking at the headline news on my phone, this world is filled with terrifying creatures known as magical beasts. They invaded Blue Star 6 months ago through a spacetime rift. Countries are resisting, but 95% of the world's wilderness areas have been occupied by them, and even villages have been invaded. I thought I had traveled to a dangerous world, but when I clicked on the high-definition photos of these magical beasts, I was stunned. These so-called magical beasts are clearly Pokémon. On my phone, the adorable Jigglypuff is called the Hell Singer, Pink Demon, the lazy Snorlax is labeled the Gluttonous Maw, devouring everything in sight, and the Cyndaquil has become the fire-infested rat, burning everything in its path. It turned out that 3 months ago, Pokémon arrived in this world through a spacetime rift but were mistaken as invaders by humans, leading to a war between the two sides. Human technology was no match for the supernatural abilities of Pokémon, and the military suffered continuous defeats. Fortunately, Pokémon seemed uninterested in cities, mostly inhabiting the wilderness, giving humanity a brief respite. However, this tense relationship could escalate into a more terrifying war at any moment. I realized that if humans were to wage war against Pokémon creatures capable of destroying nations, there would be no chance of victory, and I myself would not escape death. For the sake of both humanity and Pokémon, I decided to use my knowledge of Pokémon to educate the public through livestreams, dispel misunderstandings, and usher in an era of peaceful coexistence. Just as I was about to start the live stream, a mechanical voice rang out in my mind, "Ding, system activated." I was thrilled. This was the standard perk of a dimension traveler. Soon, a blue panel flashed before my eyes, Pokémon Science Livestream System. It turned out I could earn science points by live streaming educational content about Pokémon. The more the audience trusts me, the more science points I earn. These science points can be exchanged in the system store for items from the Pokémon world like Pokeballs and potions, and even incredible items like evolution-inducing berries and language translators. At that moment, the system prompted me to claim the beginner's gift pack. Without hesitation, I selected yes and immediately received 1000 science points, inside eyes, a self-operated live-streaming drone, and a talent enhancer. The self-service live-streaming drone can operate autonomously for broadcasts, waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to superpowers. It's practically a godsend. I applied the talent-enhancing serum to my stamina, since in the wild, survival depends entirely on your legs. As dusk fell, I slung my backpack over my shoulder, pushed open the door, and recalled that starry forest in Hangzhou City was strictly patrolled during the day. Some streamers had risked sneaking in for views, only to end up injured. But nighttime security was lax, making it the perfect opportunity to slip in. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for Starry Forest. Under the night sky, the Star Do Forest exudes an air of mystery. Without human disturbance for half a year, it has become peaceful and fresh. I was very satisfied with my livestream title, Analyzing Magical Beasts in Star Do Forest. I Play for Real, which soon attracted the first viewer. I greeted everyone enthusiastically, but the audience urged me to leave, saying it was full of magical beasts inside. I saw someone in the chat send virtual sunglasses, mistaking them for a supportive big brother, and got overly excited. Taming magical beasts. When I stated my purpose in the livestream, it immediately caused a small stir. Some didn't believe it, some mocked it, but I remained unfazed. Don't worry, as long as you find the right approach, these magical beasts are actually quite docile, I said while walking forward. At that moment, I heard a loud snoring sound. Shining my flashlight, I saw a massive creature sound asleep not far away, and the livestream audience instantly erupted. They marveled at the creature's enormous size, even mistaking it for a moving hill. I seized the opportunity to rally everyone to like the post, claiming that once the likes reached 1,000, I'd wake up this beast. My words sent the like count soaring. However, in my excitement, the flashlight beam kept shaking, and the blinding flashes disturbed the slumber of this behemoth, causing the earth to tremble. I looked up to see Snorlax glaring at me, its deafening roar sending my drone flying and cutting off the live feed. The live stream instantly descended into chaos, with viewers speculating wildly about whether something terrible had happened to me, and some even called for the police to be alerted. The roar of Snorlax gradually subsided, and the live stream camera returned to normal. Holding the berry, I cautiously approached Snorlax. Snorlax, I mean no harm, I'm just passing by. This is a gift for you. I handed the berry over, and it gently took it and stuffed it into its mouth. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream went wild again. They hadn't expected such a massive creature to be so gentle. I seized the opportunity to educate everyone. This magical beast is called Snorlax. It has a gentle nature and loves to eat and sleep. The chat was filled with praises like 666 and so skilled. I opened the system panel and saw that my science points had indeed increased by 330. I felt relieved that I had picked the tree fruit, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to deal with it. Just as I was about to continue with more science communication, a purple monkey suddenly descended from the sky, snatched my backpack, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. The audience mocked me again, thinking I was in trouble this time. I immediately took the opportunity to say, next, I'll be retrieving my backpack from this very forest. As I searched through the woods, I continued my science outreach to the audience. The purple monkey that just appeared is called Aipom, and its tail is just like a hand. The audience still didn't believe me, thinking I was making things up. I ignored them and continued forward. In the grass, I found a bounsweet, which looked strikingly similar to a mangosteen. It tried to run away as I approached but was quickly caught by me. I placed it in front of the camera, and it secreted a sticky sweat due to nervousness. Why is this fruit constantly leaking water? Someone curiously asked in the chat. To prove my science lesson, I brought the bounsweet to my mouth and licked the sweat it secreted. This action instantly caused an uproar in the live stream. The audience urged me to go to the hospital for a checkup, but I smiled and explained, don't worry, everyone. This creature is called bounsweet, and its sweat is incredibly delicious. I didn't catch it to bully it, but to demonstrate the food chain among magical creatures, adding another educational point. I returned to the clearing where Snorlax was and pointed the camera at the trees above. Then, I gently squeezed the bounsweet in my hand, causing it to secrete its sweet sweat once again. The scent attracted nearby Pokémon, including that Aipom, which quietly stood on a branch, wagging its tail smugly. This scene was captured by the live broadcast equipment, and the audience chattered excitedly about Aipom, finding it quite spirited and even somewhat adorable. At that very moment, Aipom leaped down from the tree and charged straight towards me. In the nick of time, I turned around and precisely grabbed its tail. Chapter 4, One Step Ahead. Becoming the first to barehand a monster. Just as the long-tailed monster lunged toward Xu Xing in that critical moment, he spun around and grabbed its tail with pinpoint accuracy. Xu Xing chuckled. You're still too green. It turned out that every move of the long-tail claw monster had been clearly visible to Xu Xing through the live stream camera. So the instant the long-tail claw moved, Xu Xing reacted instantly, grabbing it in one swift motion. Xu Xing stared at the long-tailed monster and mimicked its earlier gesture, sticking out his tongue. Hey, little guy, you think you can take me on? This scene stunned the live stream audience. What can I say? I'm not the most educated guy around, but I'll just say this, bare-handed monster grabbing? Is there anything more badass than that? No way, dude. Holy crap. Streamer. You're for real? I believe you now. I really do. Streamer. You're too strong. Gifts are flying. South North, sending sunglasses x3. Years have passed, sent 5 roses. Xu Xing chuckled as he thanked the comments. But far away, Yi Tianzhou stared at the scene on the screen in bewilderment. Whoa. That doesn't make sense. This is just not right. Yi Tianzhou couldn't fathom why those dangerous beasts, once in this person's hands, became as docile as little chicks, completely at his mercy. Was it just blind luck? This livestream had already shattered his worldview at least 3 times. But it wasn't over yet. The long-tailed monster, held by its tail, first tried to play the victim with Xu Xing. Its large eyes instantly filled with tears, and it let out a pitiful whimper. Xu Xing wasn't falling for it. Cut the act. Oh. Seeing its act fall flat, the creature instantly changed its tune. Xu Xing spoke slowly, give me back my backpack and I'll let you go. Oh ah. Oh. Oh ah. The long-tailed monster practically had the word disdain written all over its face. The live stream audience watched this scene with amazement. What's going on? I actually feel a tinge of attraction. Honestly, this monster doesn't seem like the villain type. This little guy's actually kinda fun, huh? Streamer, drop the link already. Clearly, this little guy's got a chip on its shoulder. This is gonna be tough. Difficult? Then don't deal with it. Without hesitation, Xu Xing performed a Mars power spin on the long-tail monster. After 3 full 360-degree spins, the Pokémon finally gave in. It immediately led Xu Xing to the location where the secretary bag was hidden. Throughout the journey, Xu Xing kept a firm grip on the Pokémon's tail, leaving it absolutely no chance to escape. As they walked, Xu Xing explained to his livestream audience. The sweat emitted by sweet bamboo when threatened is Pincer's favorite snack. That's exactly what I exploited. Xu Xing reopened the system panel. Trivia point, 2124. Clearly, Xu Xing's demonstration had ignited the viewers' passion for Pokémon, with the livestream audience swelling to over 100 participants. But as the sky grew darker, Xu Xing couldn't help but sigh softly. Completing today's task seemed increasingly unlikely. First, as night fell, most Pokémon had already gone to sleep, making it difficult to maintain the livestream's appeal. Second, Xu Xing was, after all, just a mortal. If he encountered something like a Jengar, he'd be in serious trouble. Third, according to his memories, he was still a student. He had to go to school tomorrow. Finally, guided by the Slowbro, Xu Xing retrieved his backpack. After a quick inspection, Xu Xing released the Slowbro. With his bag recovered, the livestream was nearing its end. Xu Xing picked up the streaming equipment and turned the camera toward himself. Dear viewers, after tonight's livestream, you've probably gained a lot of insights. More details will be revealed in tomorrow's livestream. Plus, I'll be sharing some major news with you all. Stay tuned. 886. See you tomorrow, host. Hey. Host, what's glowing behind you? Host, are there fireflies behind you? They're all sparkly. What's going on behind you, streamer? It's flickering. The stream chat shifted from farewells to confusion. Xu Xing turned around to see flickering lights fluttering in the dense grassy area in the distance. An unexpected find? Xu Xing cautiously approached. A small, white and green figure was locked in combat with a green frog amidst the grass. A Pokémon battle? Xu Xing quickly aimed the camera at the two creatures and announced. Viewers, due to unforeseen circumstances, the livestream continues. What follows is one of the most captivating displays in the Pokémon ecosystem. Pokémon battles. What are Pokémon? Pokémon? What kind of weird name is that? That frog looks so ugly. Is it carrying a garlic clove on its back? Might as well call it garlic turtle. Battles? How is this any different from real cats and dogs fighting? It's just two monsters fighting. What's the big deal? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Yi Tianjiu raged at Xu Xing on the screen. He couldn't believe anyone would risk their life to watch two magical beasts fight. Many citizens might be unaware, but as a police officer, he had witnessed the terrifying power of magical beasts firsthand. He'd witnessed firsthand how beasts could trigger earthquakes. His face darkened, and he rose immediately without delay. Dad? What are you doing? Yi Chumu was engrossed in the spectacle, while Yi Tianjiu, donning his police uniform with a grim expression, declared, "Going out to save people." At that moment, Xu Xing was enthusiastically introducing the battle. First off, I'd like to formally introduce to all viewers in the livestream rooms. These magical creatures aren't called monsters. You can call them Pokémon, pocket monsters, or spirit monsters. And that green frog called garlic turtle is actually named Bulbasaur. And that adorable little one is named Lillipup. A flood of information poured into the livestream, which now had around 150 viewers. Clearly, these two little ones were fighting over a sleeping spot. Lurla let out a soft chirp and then vanished into thin air? This scene left the live stream viewers utterly stunned. What just happened? How did Larulus suddenly vanish? What the heck? Vanished into thin air? Newton would be rolling in his grave. Did I just see that? What the heck is going on? Does this Larras have superpowers or something? Suddenly, a flash appeared in the distance. Larvitar materialized behind Bulbasaur out of thin air. Lurrus suddenly materialized behind Bulbasaur, channeling a strange beam of light from its hands toward the Bulbasaur. This position landed squarely in Bulbasaur's blind spot. Just as everyone thought Bulbasaur would be knocked down, two long vines suddenly shot out from the seeds on its body. The vines wrapped around Larvitar, who was still gathering power, and slammed it hard onto the ground. The audience was stunned by this unexpected reversal. Controlling vines? This Pokémon's abilities are insane. Larvitar appeared in the blind spot, meaning Garlic Turtle couldn't see her. Yet the vines pinpointed her precisely, proving Garlic Turtle relies solely on the convergence of strange light and sound to locate targets. Its combat intelligence is off the charts. Holy crap, I don't get it, but it looks so freaking awesome. Host, why don't you go save that Lala sis? I feel like she's kinda stuck. Xanadu was one of his favorite Pokémon to begin with, and as a Pokémon expert, how could he not have his own? With that thought, he emerged from the grass. At that moment, Bulbasaur was mercilessly whipping Larvitar. Xu Xing chuckled and pulled a berry from his bag. Bro, do me a favor. Xu Xing crouched down and rolled the berry toward the distant Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur approached the berry and took a gentle nibble. Pleased, it tossed the Lillipup dangling from its vine towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing caught Larvitar securely. The little creature whimpered in his arms, seemingly on the brink of death. Watching this tiny creature, the 20-odd viewers in the livestream instantly split into two camps. Streamer, you should respect its fate. These are magical beasts. Global alerts have been issued. These creatures can kill people. I advise you not to bring this magical beast to Hangzhou City. If you dare bring it back, I'll be the first to call the police. Bro, catching a magical beast barehanded is already impressive, but now you want to keep one? Is that wise? Wait, is this really a magical beast? It looks completely harmless. What's going on, guys? I kinda feel sorry for this Lala Cici. She doesn't seem nearly as scary as they make her out on TV. This Lala Cici is about to die. If the streamer hadn't intervened, she'd have been beaten to death by Garlic Turtle. I think the streamer did the right thing. The comments split into two camps. One side advocated rescuing the beast, even finding it adorable. The other camp urged Xu Xing to stay away from the monster, even threatening to call the police immediately if he dared bring it back to Hangzhou City. Reading these comments, Xu Xing knew the road ahead was long and arduous. Accepting Pokémon into this world would require a great deal of time and effort. He addressed the comments. In the Pokémon world, battles are commonplace for food, for shelter, for mating. It's just like any normal natural world. Xu Xing packed up his belongings, bid a final farewell to his livestream audience, and ended the broadcast. His very first livestream had officially come to an end. Chapter 5, Withdrawal. Aiming to become a Pokémon Science Master. Deep in the forest, Xu Xing summoned the system panel. Science points, 2,600. Through relentless effort, his science points were about to break through the 3,000 mark. Holding his Larvitar close, Xu Xing retraced his steps. Suddenly, a faint murmur reached his ears. Pokémon? No. Probably not. Xu Xing turned his head to see Yi Tianjiao, his face twisted with rage, charging toward him with a flashlight in hand. Hey! Stop right there! Put down that monster! Xu Xing jolted in shock. Why was a cop suddenly appearing in the middle of the night? He broke into a mad dash. Yi Tianjiao wasted no time, immediately giving chase. If a monster really entered the city, it would inevitably cause panic. As a police officer, Yi Tianjiao was in excellent physical condition, having even won medals for long distance running in his unit. Yet this youth's speed surpassed his own. Within just 5 minutes, Yi Tianjiao could no longer see even his shadow. Panting heavily, Yi Tianjiao stared at the spot where Xu Xing had vanished, his heart pounding with anxiety. Through the combined efforts of all officers, every large magical beast in Hangzhou City had been driven out. Now, with another magical beast returning to the city, panic was inevitable. Kwa Xiaotong Apartment, Unit 302. Thank goodness I maxed out my stamina points back then. Otherwise, I really would have fallen into that cop's hands. Xu Xing returned to his room, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. He hadn't expected any interference during his evening livestream, only to have a police officer show up at his doorstep. After pondering, Xu Xing made a decision. Suddenly, the small Larusa nestled in the pillow opened its eyes and let out a trembling growl. Larvitar. Xu Xing gently stroked Larvitar's back to soothe her. Earlier, Larura's injuries had been too severe. With no other choice, Xu Xing had used emotion points to purchase items from the shop, finally restoring the little creature's vitality. Little Larvitar suddenly turned and clung tightly to Xu Xing's forearm. This poor little creature had finally found a shred of comfort in this cruel world. Indeed, for a relatively weak Pokémon like Larura, surviving in the wild without human assistance was an incredibly difficult feat. Suddenly, Xu Xing felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. A restless night's sleep. At dawn, Xu Xing slipped on his black-rimmed glasses and prepared to head to school. After pondering all night, a grand plan had already taken shape in his mind. To execute this plan, he naturally had to start with the first step. What? You want to drop out? Class advisor Feng Xiaomei stared intently at Xu Xing. She had just arrived at the office early that morning when this bombshell dropped. Due to the demonic beast invasion of Earth, many students were now hospitalized with injuries, and this year's admission rate for her class was likely to drop significantly. Feng Xiaomei was seething with frustration. There are only 30 days left until the college entrance exams. Are you trying to save the world or something? How could you possibly be too late? Xu Xing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, teacher. I hope you'll approve. No way. Don't even think about it. I won't say more, just tell me, if you're not studying, what do you plan to do? Xu Xing muttered under his breath. Go live streaming. Live streaming? Feng Xiaomei nearly devoured him with her eyes. As a typical old school teacher, she would never approve of a student abandoning their studies to pursue some live streaming nonsense. Especially in a world overrun by monsters he might not even survive. Feng Xiaomei pointed at Xu Xing. Look around this world. Who in their right mind would talk about doing live streaming right before exams? This is sheer insolence. Feng Xiaomei's outburst drew the attention of nearby teachers, who immediately sided with her upon seeing her fury. Exactly. You're at an age for studying. What will you do when you enter society without a degree? Look at the other students, none of them are thinking about quitting. Why are you the only one causing trouble? As a student, you should focus on your studies. What could you possibly accomplish by going out? Live streaming? I think you're just looking for an excuse to play around. Facing the teacher's accusations, Xu Xing took a deep breath and said, Teacher, let me be clear, even if you forbid me from withdrawing, I won't be coming back tomorrow anyway. How about this? We each compromise. I'll change my withdrawal to a leave of absence. Then, when the college entrance exams come around, I'll show up on time. Is that acceptable? Seeing Xu Xing's persistence, Feng Xiaomei was at a loss for words. She could only nod in agreement. Go back to the classroom and pack your things. You don't need to come tomorrow. Xu Xing exhaled softly, then glanced at the crowd gathered around them. Thank you, teacher. Xu Xing's class was Class 2, with only about 20 students. His original self had been a low-key presence in this class, practically invisible. He silently returned to his seat to pack up his things when suddenly, a voice called out beside him. Actually, those things aren't called monsters, they're called Pokémon. Hearing this, even the usually composed Xu Xing couldn't help but be taken aback. Pokémon. Could it be that someone else in this world knew the true name of the beasts? Xu Xing whipped his head around to look at the source of the voice, a beautiful girl. She radiated youthful energy from head to toe. Seriously? Who told you that, Shumu? A streamer. His wilderness expedition yesterday was so thrilling. Hearing this, Xu Xing's heart, which had just begun to race, instantly calmed down. So it was a fan. He hadn't expected to have fans in this very class. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. After all, his live streams currently had low viewership, prioritizing nearby viewers. So it made sense that a classmate from the same city would see it. Yi Chumu couldn't hide the excitement in his expression. And you know what? I think those monsters Pokemon, are actually pretty cute. They don't seem nearly as scary as they're made out to be online. Really? Yi Chumu nodded. My dad even went out yesterday to catch that streamer broadcasting from the wild. No idea how it went, he hasn't come back all night. Hearing this, Xu Xing couldn't help but startle again. What a small world. Just then, the classroom door burst open. What's this nonsense about Monster Hunter? You should be focusing on your studies right now. Stop daydreaming about all that nonsense all day long. Fang Xiaomei emerged from the doorway, her expression grim. As soon as she reached the podium, she continued her tirade. Yi Chumu, you have good grades. Stop wasting your time on all that nonsense. Yi Chumu dared not argue back, muttering softly, got it, teacher. Fang Xiaomei snorted coldly and immediately turned her attention to Xu Xing, who was packing up his things. Don't be like certain students who waste their school years chasing streaming careers instead of studying. The student's eyes fell on Xu Xing. Who the homeroom teacher was singling out was obvious. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the classroom. Some voices were outright mocking, others dripping with sarcasm. Yet Fang Xiaomei, as their teacher, made no move to stop it, letting the tension simmer. Xu Xing sighed helplessly, hastening to pack his things until his desk drawer was completely empty. Carrying his bag, Xu Xing left the classroom. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned around. He pointed at Fang Xiaomei. Countless lines flashed through his mind. Fortunes change over time. Never underestimate a young man's potential. Never scorn a youth born in poverty. Shallow waters can never hold a dragon. A golden-scaled dragon is no mere pond creature. When winds and clouds gather, it soars into the heavens. But in the end, Xu Xing looked up at Fang Xiaomei on the podium and said, I will return. It felt both humiliating and absurd, yet Xu Xing was utterly serious. He would return. After leaving the classroom, Xu Xing returned to his rented room. This time, he planned to pull off a major heist. Only after packing his things did Xu Xing realize Larulus was gone. Chapter 6, For you, starting over would be worth it. Hiss. Larvitar had vanished. A rare bitter expression flickered across Xu Xing's face. An ominous premonition settled in his heart. Due to his low emotion points and prolonged life in the wild, Xu Xing hadn't exchanged for a Pokeball to capture Larvitar. After all, he only had a little over 2,000 copper points to his name, and a basic Pokeball alone cost a full 1,000 copper points, far too extravagant in exchange for his current assets. Unexpectedly, the little creature used teleportation to leave the house the moment it woke up. Just as Xu Xing sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless, a sudden shout erupted from downstairs. Help! Help! Xu Xing flung open the door and looked down from the upper floor. There was Larvitar, perched on the head of landlady's sister Zhao. 3 or 4 passersby stood helplessly beside her. One passerby frantically pulled out his phone. Calm down, calm down. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. Another passerby urgently interjected, forget waiting for the police. Let's kill this monster now. Someone help me grab it. This was a magical beast. Who knew what horrors might unfold in the next few minutes? With that thought, the 2 passersby lunged at Laruras. Sensing danger, Laruras activated its teleportation ability. The 2 passersby lunged into thin air, crashing heavily to the ground. Laruras materialized directly atop the fallen pair. A monster that teleports, we'll never catch it. Xu Xing had already rushed downstairs. By now, 7 or 8 eager citizens had gathered around Laruras, determined to seize it. All together, we have to catch this beast. Exactly. This beast might even eat people. We absolutely can't let it escape. The concerned citizens were discussing when Xu Xing shouted from afar. Leave it to me. I'll handle this. Just as Xu Xing was about to charge into the crowd, 2 passersby stopped him. No, young man. You're the future of our nation. Leave battling monsters to us adults. Exactly. What could a kid like you possibly know? Get out of here now. Xu Xing frowned, about to speak, when suddenly he heard sirens in the distance. Wail! Wail! The blinding red and blue lights flashed alternately. Xu Xing knew that if he had been a few steps slower, he would never have been able to explain himself. The cops are here. The cops are here. Kid, you better get out of here. A fierce battle is about to break out. Yeah, go on, go on. Kid, get out of the way and cool off somewhere. Don't interfere with grown-ups doing their business. In the distance, police cars approached head-on, poised to arrest Larulus. Up ahead, Larulus weaved relentlessly through the crowd, toyed with those trying to grab her as if they were mere playthings. Across the street, two persistent passers-by stood their ground, refusing to let Xu Xing pass. Xu Xing could simply turn and walk away now, heading into the forest to continue his livestream. He had no connection to Laura's, and having saved her life already, Xu Xing felt he'd done more than his share. A Pokeball required a full 1,000 emotion points. With the current livestream's popularity, it would take a full day of hustling just to scrape together that much. Besides, Larvitar could easily slip through the police's grasp with her teleportation ability. But what if she were caught? In a world that viewed Pokemon as beasts of the wild, the answer was self-evident. Xu Xing gritted his teeth. Exchange successful. The red and white Pokeball materialized in Xu Xing's hand, its first appearance in this world. He flung the Pokeball, which flew straight through two bystanders' Pokeballs and struck Larvitar squarely. Then, Xu Xing declared without hesitation. Actually, I'm a demon master. Everyone present stared at Xu Xing speechless. He walked forward, picked up the Pokeball, and raised it high. This is my demon subduing artifact. This demon beast has been sealed by me. You are now safe. The crowd erupted at his words. A passerby gripped Xu Xing's hand tightly. Everything truly has its natural counterbalance. Where there are demon beasts, there must be demon taming masters. Young man, the future happiness of humanity rests in your hands. Aunt Zhao was overcome with gratitude. Xu, I owe you so much. I truly wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. The crowd pressed tightly around Xu Xing, their admiration and reverence for this demon tamer evident in every gesture. But this was not the outcome he desired. Xu Xing hurriedly explained, everyone, I must now go protect other residents. Hearing this, the residents finally dispersed. Xu Xing dared not delay and vanished from sight immediately. He sighed as he ran. The terror these beasts brought to humanity was truly overwhelming. Even harmless creatures like Larulus were met with such suspicion. Xu Xing opened the system panel, science points, 1600. Sigh. After all that effort, he was still just a teenager. Promoting human-Pokemon relations through mere words wouldn't suffice. He had to exchange for Pokeball blueprints from the shop. Only then could he significantly advance human Pokemon development. Speaking of which, Xu Xing had already returned to the Starlight Forest. He found a poorly guarded corner and slipped into the forest steps. This time, he wouldn't linger at the forest's edge. He intended to venture deep into the heart of the starry forest. He adjusted his camera and restarted the livestream. 7 days in the heart of the Starlight Forest. No turning back until I make it out alive. Xu Xing kept walking deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Before him appeared a phenomenon impossible on Blue Star. Streamer, where are you now? Is this still the starry forest? So many rocks. Is this some kind of cave? Never seen a cave like this before, so weird. Yeah, I grew up in Hangzhou. I don't think I've ever seen this place in the starry forest. Streamer, you're lying. You're not exploring the starry forest at all. Did you get scared and just pick some random place to call an outdoor expedition? Yeah, this feels way too safe. 7 days of star forest exploration? If you're not on fire, go bite a lighter. Over a dozen people had trickled into the live stream room. Though Xu Xing's follower count remained modest, just over 80. But Xu Xing's streams were authentic, so his fans were highly loyal. They'd jump in the moment they saw he was live. At that moment, Xu Xing was walking through a cave. The cavern was dark and silent, radiating an eerie atmosphere. This cave clearly wasn't a product of Blue Star. He ventured a bold guess. 2 months ago, it wasn't just the Pokemon that had crossed over, but also these wondrous locations. Xu Xing responded to the chat. Friends, this cave arrived in this world 2 months ago alongside the Pokemon. Today's stream will be dedicated to thoroughly exploring it. Hearing Xu Xing's words, the chat seemed to catch on to something off. Streamer, are you saying this is the lair of the demon beast? Holy crap. This is insane. Value your life. Venturing alone into a monster lair? That's way more badass than biting a lighter. But I bet the streamer just made up an excuse and randomly ducked into some cave. Seriously, if it were a real monster lair, no one would dare go in. Yeah, the streamer must have gotten too scared to keep playing and hid in a cave, but then couldn't bear to lose all that traffic, so they came up with this excuse. Reading these comments in the livestream chat, Xu Xing felt utterly speechless. The fact that he hadn't even spotted a single Pokemon since entering the cave only fueled the viewer's frustration. Hangjiang Police Station. Wei Cheng chuckled, pointing at the screen. I told you so. How could this kid dare venture into the beast's lair? He's still just a kid at heart. Yi Tianjiao nodded. Good riddance. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for us, he can do whatever he wants. On a leisurely morning, Yi Tianjiao opened the Douyin app out of boredom. The very first video that popped up was Xu Xing's livestream. He expected the guy to be up to some mischief again, but judging by the current situation, it seemed pretty safe. Wei Qing chuckled. That kid must be playing an escape room game. I don't recall any caves like that in our vast Hengzhong region. Yi Tianjiao agreed with him. Kids are like that. After seeing how terrifying the beasts are yesterday, he's been much more well-behaved lately. Chapter 7, The Rock Cavern. Guardian of the secret treasure, the Great Rock Serpent. Xu Xing walked through the gloomy cavern, the sound of drip, drip, echoing endlessly within the caves. The deeper Xu Xing ventured, the more uneasy he felt. The cave's silence was eerily unsettling. He took a deep breath and casually brought up a topic to chat with his viewers. Just then, his eyes lit up. Friends, there's a Pokémon up ahead. Xu Xing had begun referring to the beasts as Pokémon, hoping to subtly influence his audience's habits. Xu Xing pointed ahead, and the camera followed his gesture. Where his finger pointed, patches of small stones were scattered across the ground. The livestream viewers were utterly baffled, wondering if the streamer had lost his mind, pointing at a pile of rocks and calling them monsters. Xu Xing slowly approached the pile of pebbles. Some stones seemed to sense his approach and began shifting slowly. Others remained stationary. Xu Xing crouched before them and whispered softly. These Pokémon are called pebble balls. There are 18 types in the Pokémon ecosystem. This Igglybuff is of the rock type. As he spoke, Xu Xing placed his hand on the Geodude, feeling its warmth transfer into his palm. When encountering Pokémon like this, there's no need to panic. Most rock-type Pokémon are rather dull-witted. Just don't provoke them. The Geodude wriggled free from Xu Xing's grasp and shuffled away step by step. The livestream audience didn't seem impressed by this scene. Streamer, this monster is way too gentle. It feels like it didn't even hurt at all. 18 types? That's way too many. The Pokémon ecosystem is incredibly rich. Prince Stone? Doesn't look like a prince to me. This weakling can be a monster? I could take on 100 of these. The viewers in the livestream seemed uninterested in this little thing. Xu Xing stood up, deep in thought. All these stone marbles were crammed into this small area, even though there was clearly much more space inside. A vague sense of unease began to stir within him. He cautiously moved forward, and after just a few steps, the scene opened up dramatically. The space ahead was no longer cramped but incredibly vast. At the center of this expanse sat a pile of massive boulders. A rare look of panic flashed across Xu Xing's face, though the livestream viewers couldn't interpret it, seeing only a pile of rocks stacked together. But as a transmigrator, Xu Xing instantly recognized it as a fully grown giant rock serpent. The giant rock serpent seemed to sense something. It slowly opened its eyes, its pupils glowing eerily in the darkness. It shifted its body slightly, causing the entire small space to tremble. The giant rock snake fully extended its coiled form, its height of nearly 9 meters nearly touching the ceiling. Without a doubt, it was the absolute ruler of this cavern. Beneath its body lay a massive rock, from which a gemstone emitted a deep, mysterious glow. Clearly, the great rock serpent had claimed this vast space solely to guard the gem, though the distance was too great for Xu Xing to see clearly. The great rock snake's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance. Xu Xing, crouched in the corner, dared not even breathe. If he appeared now, the great rock snake would surely mistake him for an intruder threatening the cave. With his current combat strength, forget fighting the serpent could crush both him and Larura's flat with a single thud. But the live streaming drone intelligently extended half its body to record this colossal creature, allowing viewers in the livestream to see the great rock snake's appearance clearly. This colossal beast formed from rock was etched deeply into the memory of every viewer in the livestream. The livestream's viewer count skyrocketed, reaching over 500. Everyone was captivated by this rock serpent. After all, to the viewers, this Pokémon was a true monster. Previous Pokémon encountered still bore traces of earthly creatures in their features, but this Onyx simply didn't resemble any living being. At this moment, the live stream viewers were completely overwhelmed. Bullet comments flooded the entire screen. Hiding in a blind spot, Xu Xing stared at the screen filled with comments. Holy! What the hell is this thing? A rock giant snake. Streamer, run! That monster could swallow you whole. Has it spotted you? This has to be fake. CGI? No creature could possibly look like that. How is it even moving? This defies reality. This thing is a true demon beast. No wonder the military couldn't handle it. So this is what these powerful beasts look like. It looks so ferocious. Streamer, run now. You can't beat it. Garlic bird, garlic bird. Streamer, you really shouldn't explore places like this. One wrong move and you could get wiped out, then we'd have no livestream to watch. Xu Xing quietly introduced to the chaotic livestream. This Pokémon is called Onyx. It's a rock ground type that often dwells in caves, feeding on rocks. Then, Xu Xing changed the subject. Right now, the streamer has over 700 brothers. No need to say more. Hit 10,000 likes, and I'll stream taking him down. Beat him up on stream? Damn it, has this little brat had enough of living? Yi Tianjiao nearly leapt from his chair, while Wei Qing's previously relaxed expression turned stern. Wei Qing let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowed. What the hell is that kid thinking? That's a rock python. He really doesn't value his life. Both men looked grim, for they were well acquainted with this very giant rock snake. Just 2 weeks prior, the Hanjiang City Construction Center had encountered this creature while expanding underground facilities for emergency preparedness. The creature was brutally aggressive. Even mobilizing the entire police force couldn't budge the monster an inch. In desperation, they had to abandon development in that area. And now it was still lying there, refusing to budge. This was a creature that had defied the entire police force. And this kid was actually saying he wanted to take it on? Yi Tianjiu exclaimed in urgency. Where is this kid hiding to livestream? Is this really Hangzhou? Why have I never seen a place like this before? Wei Qing had already begun calling the construction center's supervisor, inquiring if any oversight had allowed students to enter. Both men were frantic with worry, dreading any harm coming to Xu Xing. In these critical times, injuries caused by the beasts would have unimaginable consequences. Not to mention the livestream's viewership was nearing 1,000. Holy crap! You guys are killing it, we just hit 50,000 likes. Xu Xing chuckled. The chat exploded. Go get him, streamer. Go! If you pull this off, you'll be the first to take down a beast with your bare hands. Streamer, don't be scared. Don't worry, if that big rock comes our way, we'll be the first to run. Streamer, you gotta think about this, it might be your only chance to fight a beast right now. Win this and you'll go down in history. Holy crap! Are you guys just here for the show? If something goes wrong, you're the ones responsible. Yeah. Making money as a streamer isn't easy. Don't risk your life over it. Exactly. If something happens, we'll never get to see such awesome Warcraft educational videos again. The live chat split into two camps, one cheering Xu Xing on to battle the Warcraft boss and defend his title. The other urged him to value his life. Though their perspectives were diametrically opposed, one thing remained consistent: no one believed Xu Xing could defeat this colossal rock beast. Just then, Xu Xing smiled faintly, stood up, and prepared to fulfill his promise. Chapter 8, The Stream Alarms the Authorities. The Imprisoned Peacemaker. Streamer. You're running the wrong way. The exit is over here. Trying to get likes? I thought he was actually going to take him on. You're not a streamer, so why are you going back on your word? Streamer. You promised to take on the giant rock snake. Why did you run away? Unfollow. All talk, no action. Heartless streamer. Xu Xing explained while running. Once we hit 10,000 likes, the streamer will definitely deliver what you all want. As for when that'll happen, just wait and see. Taking on the great rock snake with just a larvatar? Give me a break. Xu Xing had already made up his mind. Judging by the state of this giant rock, it was definitely guarding some treasure. He resolved to defeat the golem and claim its treasure, using the battle as an opportunity to demonstrate elemental advantages. It was a win-win situation. So, the immediate priority was to catch a water-type Pokémon. Inside the Huaxia military base, 2 long rows of soldiers sat solemnly at the long table, each with a stern expression, ready for battle. Between them stood a large iron cage, holding a dog with black and blue fur. Strangely, this dog was humanoid in form. Covered in dust, it looked utterly bedraggled. A large screen nearby broadcast a live stream, with Xu Xing as its central figure. Lin Guobiao narrowed his eyes. Xiao He. Is this live stream reliable? He Chengjun replied, Commander Lin, so far the live stream shows no discrepancies. Everything this youth says matches reality point by point. Lin Guobiao nodded, a wave of frustration washing over him. He, a high-ranking general of the nation, was utterly helpless against these demonic beasts. Now he was relying on a teenager's livestream. It was laughable to even think about it, but there was no better solution at the moment. He had to try this desperate measure. Lin Guobiao's gaze kept drifting to the dog beside him. This beast had been captured at great effort. Yet the captured dog showed no sign of submission, its spirit defiant and untamed. The group dared not force the issue, fearing what might happen if they provoked this beast further. After a short sprint, Xu Xing successfully escaped the cavern. Breathing in the long mist sunlight and fresh air deeply, he began walking while explaining to his live stream viewers. Most Pokemon are gentle, like little animals. But some creatures have fiery tempers and can be dangerous. Pokemon are no different. At that moment, the live stream chat erupted in chaos, completely ignoring Xu Xing's words. Fight the Onyx, streamer. We came for the battle. Battle. Action. Streamer. If you keep this up, I'm unfollowing you. How could you do this? When are we finally going to have that showdown with the rock snake? The viewers were completely fixated on Xu Xing's battle with the Onyx, paying no attention to his words. Until Xu Xing slowly spoke. But, unlike animals, Pokemon can sense our emotions and even understand our language. After this statement, the chat froze for a moment before a tidal wave of comments flooded in. What the hell? You mean these beasts can understand human speech? Are you sure these creatures aren't possessed by spirits? Holy crap! Does that mean we can actually communicate with them? Real communication? But then, if they possess such formidable abilities, doesn't that put humanity's position in jeopardy? No wonder. I thought that Purple Monkey was unusually smart yesterday, turns out it really could understand us. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Streamer, I yelled at a yellow duck by the river yesterday, it won't hold a grudge, right? Streamer, save me. Xu Xing chuckled. Relax, everyone. Most Pokemon are pure-hearted creatures, far purer than us humans. Plus, they can sense whether humans mean well or ill. If you approach with good intentions, Pokemon will never attack you. Of course, even if they sense ill will, they usually won't attack either. They'll just turn and run away. Unless cornered, Pokemon generally won't fight humans. After the science lesson, the chat exploded with 666, so that's how it is, and learn something new. The viewer count surged past the 1,000-mark threshold. Meanwhile, soldiers watching the stream from afar were stunned into silence upon hearing these words. Lin Guobiao's mind raced and he spoke up. Xiaohe, send some gifts to this streamer and ask if he recognizes this dog. Got it. He Chung Jun grabbed his phone, topped up his account, and immediately sent 3 sports cars, instantly becoming the top spender. Years have passed, send sports cars X3. Xu Xing, seeing this unexpected surprise, beamed with delight. Oh my. Thank you, big brother Jingyan, for the gifts. The next moment, He Cheng Jun sent a bullet comment. Streamer, I once saw a Pokemon with blue and black fur all over its body, brownish yellow fur on its belly, and a dog-like head, but its behavior was just like a human. As soon as this comment appeared, the chat exploded. What the heck? How can you possibly tell what it is from that description? Way too vague. Sounds terrifying. A dog person? Wait, a dog head? Are you sure this isn't some mythical creature? The only thing that comes to mind is Anubis. Netizens agreed that with so little information, guessing the correct answer was impossible. Unexpectedly, he immediately replied. This Pokemon is called Lucario. Look closely and you'll see white spikes growing from its hands. How could Xu Xing not know this Pokemon? It's a bona fide superstar in the Pokemon world. The top-ranked player excitedly exclaimed, right before falling silent. Xu Xing didn't ask any more questions. He immediately got up to search for water. Inside the Huaxia military base. Hearing Xu Xing's words, the soldiers were all startled. Lin Guobiao immediately stood up, preparing to walk toward the iron cage. This scene startled the other soldiers. He Cheng Jun immediately stepped in front of him and urgently said, Commander Lin, I know what you're thinking. Leave this to me. If you get hurt. Lin Guobiao, as the foremost general of Huaxia with distinguished military achievements, was a figure of immense importance. Should anything happen to him, no one present would escape responsibility. Lin Guobiao spoke up. Lucario was captured by me. Leave this matter to me. Lin Guobiao knew he had to set an example at this moment. He slowly walked to the iron cage. Inside the cage, the dust-covered Lucario turned its head away the moment it recognized Lin Guobiao. Lin Guobiao remained undeterred and said, I know your name now, Lucario. Hearing this, Lucario reluctantly turned to face the imposing soldier. Lin Guobiao knew the first step had succeeded. He moved closer to Lucario, within striking distance for a powerful punch. Yet he was determined to take the risk for peace, for the end of war. Gazing at Lucario within the iron cage, he extended his hand and said, Lucario, I'm sorry. Chapter 9, Setting Up Camp. An unexpected encounter with a flock of drowsy. Swish, swish, swish. In the cramped room, 2 rows of soldiers stood up in perfect unison. How could a general of a nation apologize to a mere monster? What a disgrace. If word got out, where would the face of China be? The second in command, Officer Yu Hu, immediately spoke up. Xiaohe. Check all the footage. Seal it immediately. No one touches it without my orders. Yes, sir. At that moment, Lucario slowly turned its head. Xu Xing was right. Pokemon could sense human emotions and understand human language. Seeing Lin Guobiao's hand reach into the cage, Lucario didn't hesitate, he grasped it directly. Lucario could sense a person's heart, and he would only choose to connect with those of pure intent. Lin Guobiao clearly met that standard. From the day the demon beasts descended, Lin Guobiao had led troops into battle, fighting from the frontiers to the seas. Yet, even he felt powerless against the terrifying might of Pokemon. One day, while pondering countermeasures in the forest, he unexpectedly encountered this Lucario. Thinking of his fallen comrades, he seized the Pokemon without hesitation. Lucario offered no resistance whatsoever. Instead, it gestured wildly with its hands and feet as if trying to communicate something. But Lin Guobiao, consumed by rage, paid it no mind. Looking back now, this Lucario likely didn't want to see any more wars between humans and Pokemon. Sensing the righteousness within Lin Guobiao, it sought him out. Man and dog were now officially reconciled. Lin Guobiao withdrew his hand to open the iron gate for Lucario. Just as his hand touched the handle, Lucario suddenly blocked him. Lucario shook its head. Lin Guobiao turned to see several officers, hands already at their waists, ready to draw their weapons. ready to draw their weapons at any moment. It was hardly surprising, given the brutal history of conflict between humans and Pokémon. Lin Guobiao withdrew his hand. Lucario sat cross-legged. They both knew that the day Pokémon and humans lived in harmony was not far off. Because they all shared the same goal and worked tirelessly toward it, world peace. It's decided. We'll camp here tonight. Xu Xing stood by the small river, pulling a tent from his backpack as he explained. I chose this spot for two main reasons. First, this area has a high concentration of Pokémon since they need water too. Second, I need to capture a water-type Pokémon. Hearing this, the livestream chat erupted in a flurry of reactions. Capture? What does that mean? Catch it as a pet? Dude, stop joking around. Catching small Pokémon is one thing, but look at that golem in the cave up ahead. Do you really think you can catch that? Streamer, please explain what capture means. Watching the stream's comments, Xu Xing slowly spoke up. Actually, the correct answer is already in the comments. It means keeping Pokémon as pets. As he spoke, Xu Xing adjusted the drone's view and pulled a Pokeball from his pocket. Suddenly, a Lillipup appeared at his feet. Pokémon are our friends, not enemies. Every single one of them can become our companions. Xu Xing cradled the Larvitar in his palm, presenting it to the drone camera as he introduced it to the viewers on screen. This is my very first partner, Larvitar. The little Larvitar, seemingly aware of being displayed before a crowd, turned around unabashedly, chirping Larvitar Larvitar as it did so. Watching this, Xu Xing chuckled softly, you little rascal. He ruffled Larvitar's head, and the little creature happily leaned in for more. Little Larvitar had no guard up around Xu Xing after all. Strictly speaking, he had saved her life. Thousands of viewers in the livestream watched Xu Xing pet Lararasu, and this adorable little creature won the hearts of countless netizens. Ozzle. Ozzle. Seriously, this cuteness is illegal. So cute. Mommy. I want this. 3, 2, 1 host, drop the link. What kind of pose does the streamer need to pull off to encounter a Pokémon like this? I can't handle it. Xu Xing glanced at the comments, all praising Larvitar, and said. Lilligant, everyone's praising you right now. Hearing this, Larvitar spun around. This little one seemed to know it was utterly charming. So proud. But me, sending out hot air balloons x3. Little bug, sending a sports car x1. Simply because you're too beautiful, sending 3 paper cranes of love. Colorful gifts flooded the chat screen as the livestream's popularity skyrocketed. Xu Xing opened the system panel. Science points, 8,532. After so many science-focused livestreams, viewers grew increasingly convinced by Xu Xing's explanations, steadily increasing his science points. To fight the golem, he needed a water-type Pokémon. Xu Xing pondered whether to trade for a fishing rod and start angling when suddenly, his eyes lit up. He set Larvitar down to stretch its legs while he stealthily advanced forward with his drone. Viewers in the livestream chat were still clamoring to see Larvitar, but Xu Xing paid them no mind. As the drone drew closer, the viewers could clearly see the peculiar Pokémon lying by the small river. 3 pink Pokémon lay in a row along the bank. Their tails dipped into the water, occasionally twitching. The livestream audience watched the scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Ha! Sorry, I just burst out laughing. What's with the expression on that pink thing? Its eyes are even more vacant than my cousin's after pulling all-nighters gaming. Wait, what are they doing? Dipping their tails in the water, taking a hot spring bath? Streamer, look at the middle one. Did its tail tip twitch? Whoa! It pulled up a fish. Caught it with its tail? What kind of god-tier move is that? Look closely. Their eyes may be glazed over, but their tail fishing moves are lightning fast and deadly accurate. That contrast. They're just playing dumb. These are hidden masters. Oh no, I'm hooked. These adorable, dazed little things that can fish with their tails, I need to pet them. Xu Xing explains slowly. This Pokémon is called Slowpoke. It's the epitome of harmless. Don't be fooled by its silly appearance, it really is that silly. When its tail is submerged in water, it emits a sweet scent that attracts other Pokémon. As he spoke, a Dratini suddenly emerged from the water, glaring menacingly at Drowsy before clamping down hard on its tail. This scene broke the hearts of many viewers in the livestream. After all, how could such an adorable Pokémon be bullied by another creature? They all urged Xu Xing to step in and help. Just as Xu Xing stood up, the Krabby vanished in a flash. The victim, Slowpoke, nearly shook its head, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. Dumb Len. Though the Krabby vanished, Xu Xing didn't pause. He slowly approached the Drowsy, and what happened next left the livestream audience scratching their heads. Chapter 10, First Fishing Trip. Magikarp appears. Aha! Stop it, streamer. What are you doing? Abusing Pokémon? Holy crap! This is actually happening. It's not biting you. Not fighting back? Its stupidity must be off the charts. You're a genius, streamer. That move was so bold. The showmanship is off the charts. Wait, this Drowsy seems completely unresponsive, almost like it's enjoying it? Is that even possible? By the small river, Xu Xing was seen cradling Slowpoke in his arms, using its tail to fish without any effort. Drowsy's reactions were sluggish. Originally, it would swing its tail at fixed intervals to fling away attracted fish, a painfully inefficient method. But now, Xu Xing had successfully taken over Drowsy's duties. The once sluggish Drowsy instantly transformed into a high-yielding hero, flinging a small fish out of the water every few seconds. The scene left onlookers utterly stunned. Wait. Pokemon can be used like this? It's completely turned into a tool. Xu Xing spoke slowly. You're right, this is indeed a sensitive topic. Pokemon can understand our language. How should we interact with them? As partners? Research subjects? Or exploitable resources? Xu Xing laid bare the most sensitive issue concerning Pokemon. How should humans and Pokemon coexist? And the answer was already evident. Xu Xing continued. The current situation is clearly the best answer. Mutual respect is the foundation for all relationships. If people approach Pokemon with arrogance, it won't end well. Xu Xing spoke earnestly, for the relationship between humans and Pokemon hung in the balance. He had once heard a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, he must contribute to the relationship between Pokemon and humans. Though he spoke earnestly, the chat stream teased him. Streamer, you're absolutely right, but could you put down that Snorlax in your hands first? This line sounds totally unconvincing coming from you. Snorlax, blink if you're being threatened. Snorlax, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why am I flying? Whatever, can't be bothered. Xu Xing's words were righteous and earnest, yet his motion of fishing with Drowsy in hand never faltered. Slightly disappointing, though, that all the fish caught so far were native to Blue Star. Seeing the playful comments, Xu Xing quickly made amends. Dajuo, thanks for your help. This fish is yours. Saying this, Xu Xing casually plucked a fish and placed it before Dedeo. Drowsy stared at it for a while before lifting its head to look at Xu Xing. Its eyes shone with a glimmer of intelligence. Dumb? Xu Xing chuckled and called out, Lararus, could you grab a tree fruit from my backpack for me? Larvitar was preening by the stream when she heard Xu Xing's request. Without delay, she scampered over to the tent, burrowed into the backpack, and lifted out a berry. This Larvitar wasn't very big, and the berry was almost as large as she was. The little Larvitar wobbled towards Xu Xing, looking utterly adorable. The drone skillfully captured this moment, and countless viewers in the livestream were utterly charmed by Larvitar. After a short sprint, she finally delivered the fruit to Xu Xing's hands. Xu Xing immediately placed the berry before the Drowsy. The Drowsy's vacant gaze finally flickered with a hint of excitement. Dumblet. Xu Xing chuckled and turned his head, only to find Larvitar glaring at him with a look of resentment. Her little mouth was puffed out in a pout. Xu Xing suddenly realized something and spoke up. Thanks, Larvitar. You're amazing. We really owe it all to you. With that, he reached out and ruffled Larvitar's fur. This combination of actions completely melted Larvitar's temper. She wriggled her body and let out a happy squeak. Laruru laruru. The live stream audience was utterly charmed. Wait, is this really World of Warcraft? I refuse to believe it. This is basically a massive away graveyard. I've made up my mind. I'm going out to catch Larus. No one can stop me. My heart just melted watching this. How adorable is this? Official. Are you sure this thing will destroy Earth? That running animation earlier totally melted my heart. Starscent, Sunglasses X99. At that moment, in the Huaxia Nation military base. With ample funds in the official account, He Chung-jun casually splurged on 99 pairs of sunglasses, indulging his urge to splurge. Besides, for a streamer, the best support comes from chart-topping gift donations. With that thought, he raised his hand again and purchased 5 sports cars, successfully securing the top spot on the leaderboard. The soldiers watching the scene before them were all a bit stunned. It wasn't because He Chung-jun had sent so many gifts, but because Warcraft was this adorable? Lin Guobiao sighed deeply. Our understanding of monsters, no, Pokemon is still far too limited. Deputy Captain Yu Hu countered. No. Humans have good and evil, beasts have kindness and malice. Even if some magical beasts are indeed docile, it's undeniable that most are still quite savage. Just think of the devastating attacks they've unleashed. Take that rock giant serpent we encountered earlier. A creature like that could never be docile. Captain Lin, have you forgotten what our master taught us? Better to kill by mistake than to let one slip through. Lin Guobiao sighed deeply. The relationship between Pokemon and humans was far too tense, and most people harbored profound misunderstandings about magical beasts. Lin Guobiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He'd fought his entire life to finally reach this position, yet now his influence paled in comparison to that of a mere youth. It must be said that in these extraordinary times, this youth's influence was worth 1,000 armies. If he could truly ease the tensions between humans and Pokemon, countless lives would be spared from that brutal battlefield. As dusk fell, a chill began to creep through the air. Though Xu Xing's stream featured nothing but monotonous fishing, his viewer count kept soaring. After all, his fishing gear looked like something out of Warcraft to outsiders. Xu Xing yawned. After fishing for half a day, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a Pokémon. His luck was truly terrible. To battle a golem, a water-type Pokémon was essential, which was precisely why Xu Xing was so obsessed with fishing. Just then, he felt a sudden, powerful tug on Snorlax's tail, a force unlike anything he'd encountered before. Realizing this was different, Xu Xing jerked Snorlax's tail out of the water with all his might. Emerging from the water alongside it was a bright red fish. TSK, I thought it was something else. Just a Magikarp. Magikarp thrashed helplessly on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Xu Xing slowly explained. This Pokémon is called Magikarp. It's the most common Pokémon in the Pokémon world. As for its combat power, it's practically zero. But if it evolves, it'll blow your minds. The livestream audience burst into laughter as they listened to Xu Xing's explanation and watched the floundering Magikarp on the ground. King? Don't joke around, streamer. This thing is called King Oda? Guys, I could take on 100 of these beasts. No joke. Feels like a total weakling with a combat power of 5. This? What could it possibly evolve into? Flop around even faster? Ha ha ha. Xu Xing sighed, tossed the Magikarp back into the water, and resumed fishing. Not long after, a fierce tug came from the Slowpoke's tail again. Xu Xing reeled in again, his breathing gradually growing heavy. P.S. Fellow readers. Please consider using your free gold tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation to update. I truly appreciate every gold ticket you cast. I'll remember each and every one. This means so much to me. Urgent Updates Group 105-356-1973. Chapter 11, A Rare Sight. The Golden Magikarp makes its appearance. This time, appearing before him was the Golden Magikarp. The shiny Magikarp. Xu Xing's breathing grew heavy as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A golden, shimmering Magikarp stood out vividly among the school of fish below. It splashed about relentlessly, its vitality bursting forth. His luck was unbelievably good. This was a shiny Pokémon. In his previous life, he had only seen them a handful of times in the game, and now he was encountering one in real life. The viewers in the livestream were utterly dumbfounded, completely unaware of the shock this Magikarp brought to Xu Xing. Whoa! Is this Magikarp gold-plated? New species? Mutated? Or just faded from sun exposure? Honestly, this golden one looks way better than the original. The ultimate slacker fish. That color screams ambition compared to other deadbeat fish. This color reminds me of the koi in my hometown pond. Bringing wealth and treasure, streamer. Catch that good luck. Snap. The livestream, buzzing with lively chat, abruptly shut down. The remaining viewers were left dumbfounded, their question marks flooding the chat. Huaxia Military Base. What's going on? Did this guy get hacked or something? Lin Guobiao's expression turned grave. This was a crucial figure. Without his live-stream science outreach, mending the relationship between humans and Pokémon would be next to impossible. Lin Guobiao addressed He Changjun. 10 minutes. I need everything on this man. The Yi family. Yi Tianjiu was completely hooked on Xu Xing's livestream. He watched it during work, after work, and even dragged his daughter to watch it during meals. Gradually, he realized these magical beasts weren't as terrifying as he'd imagined. Moreover, the streamer seemed clever. She specifically targeted harmless creatures. After watching for so long, Yi Tianjiu even started to find these beasts somewhat cute. When the stream suddenly vanished, his face was plastered with confusion. The stream was going great, why did it suddenly go offline? Yi Chuma chewed his food and shook his head in confusion. Xu Xing shut down the stream. It could be said that this shiny Magikarp had completely thrown off his rhythm. If he continued streaming, he'd have to introduce Pokemon-related knowledge like Pokeballs and battles prematurely into the livestream. That was something he wanted to avoid. After all, humans have limited capacity for accepting new things. It was best to proceed step by step. But he certainly didn't want to miss out on such a rare shiny Pokemon. After weighing his options, he decided to simply shut down the livestream. Xu Xing pulled up the interface, Science Corner, 13,222. Without hesitation, Xu Xing redeemed 3 Pokeballs and randomly shouted at the Larvitar on the shore. Lapras, take it down. But go easy on it. Laliola. Upon hearing the command, Larvitar leapt beside Xu Xing. Though Magikarp's combat prowess was low, it wouldn't take a beating lying down. Sensing the killing intent, it leapt violently toward Larvitar. Larvitar used teleport to dodge. Just as it was about to collide with Larvitar, at the last possible moment, Larvitar used teleport and appeared behind the shiny Magikarp. Don't hesitate. Use sleep powder. Larvitar began chanting, but the Magikarp in the distance wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip away. It gathered its strength, preparing to charge Larvitar once more, while Larvitar remained immobilized by its spell. Xu Xing, watching from afar, couldn't help but hold his breath. Just as Magikarp was about to collide with Larvitar, it suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, fast asleep. Xu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. Well done, Larvitar. He gently tossed the Pokeball, successfully capturing the shiny Magikarp. This was his first collaboration with Larvitar, and it had gone remarkably smoothly. Using the insight ability granted by the system, Xu Xing could see Larvitar's detailed moveset. Perhaps due to its limited experience, this Larvitar knew only 3 moves. Psychic, Teleport, Hypnosis. While not particularly powerful, they were still sufficient for now. Xu Xing picked up the Pokeball lying on the ground. The Pokeball, sensing his presence, instantly shrank and was tucked into his pocket. He patted the Larvitar's head on the ground. You did great. Lalula. Lalula. As night fell almost completely, Xu Xing spoke. That's enough for today, little Larvitar. Time to eat. Laru. Xu Xing restarted the livestream. After several minutes, the number of viewers in the livestream room hadn't decreased at all. Seeing the stream resume, the viewers grew anxious. Here it comes. Here it comes. Streamer, you just vanished like that. We thought something happened to you. Yeah, exactly. You can't just vanish like that. You scared the hell out of us. If you'd taken any longer to come back, we were about to call the police. 5-pointed star, sending hot air balloons X13. 5-pointed star, sending out cappuccino X14. Seeing the concern on the screen, Xu Xing felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Thanks for the cappuccino, big bro. Thank you. Thank you all for your concern and comfort. I just accidentally closed the stream by mistake. No need to worry. Xu Xing was deeply touched when suddenly a comment flashed by. Who cares about you? We're worried we won't get to see cute Lararus. Poof. Xu Xing was at a loss for words. It's getting dark outside. I'll start preparing dinner now. Saying this, he picked up the fish he'd caught with Dajuo's tail from the ground. Most of the fish on the ground still had a faint pulse. Xu Xing left only the large, plump ones behind, releasing all the smaller ones back into the river. He retrieved tools from his backpack to clean the fish, then gathered some dry branches and leaves nearby to build a small campfire in front of the tent. He then threaded the carefully selected, plump fish onto skewers and began roasting them beside the fire. At this moment, some viewers suddenly thought of Magikarp and asked, Streamer, why not grill a Carp King? It looks huge, the meat must be incredibly tender. Yeah. King Ocarin must taste amazing. I wanna try it, hee hee. Streamer, you're sure the King of Carp is the weakest Pokemon, right? I'm going to catch one right now and give it a try. Xu Xing explained while grilling the fish. Ha, I wouldn't recommend trying it. Magikarp might look tasty, but it's practically all bones, no meat at all. The stream's viewers sighed in unison upon hearing this. Little Larvitar sat obediently nearby as the fish in Xu Xing's hands began to sizzle, filling the air with its aroma. The sky had turned completely dark, signaling the onset of night. The starry forest had significant temperature fluctuations, and the air grew steadily colder after nightfall. Yet the bonfire before them effectively banished the chill. Xu Xing knew when to splurge. He exchanged for a seasoning from the system store. He pretended to rummage through his backpack, but was actually retrieving the seasoning from his system storage. After some time, the fish was perfectly roasted, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Xu Xing sprinkled the seasoning over the fish and offered a piece to Larulus first. As he did so, he explained. Most Pokemon are omnivorous, but please note they dislike raw food and heavily seasoned stir-fries. So you'll need to be mindful when feeding them. The little Larvitar took the grilled fish, its curiosity piqued by this novel food. She brought the fish to her mouth and took a small bite, but was immediately deterred by its scorching heat. Her clumsy attempt drew affection from many, and Xu Xing patiently instructed Larvitar. Here, Larvitar, remember to blow on the grilled fish before eating. And so, the human and Pokemon spent a peaceful night together. After the livestream ended, countless viewers were left wanting more and began spontaneously promoting Xu Xing's channel. And so, after a night of brewing. Chapter 12, Traffic Explosion. But pros and cons coexist. Dragon's Realm Forum. This was China's largest forum network, filled with all kinds of posts and casual discussions. Where there are posts and people, friction inevitably arises, and the quality of its users varies greatly. After the Pokemon invasion of Blue Star, the forum's main discussions centered entirely on them. Currently, the top 3 trending topics. These damned monsters. We must drive them out. Human versus monster battles. Live updates. How ordinary people can protect themselves against the monster invasion. The forum users' hatred for the beasts runs deep. One thing is certain, if Xu Xing dared to say a single good word about the beasts on the forum, his account would be flooded with hate until it got banned in no time. Late at night, a passionate netizen left idle after Xu Xing ended his stream, edited clips from his broadcast into a video with the caption, "This reckless streamer dares to promote monsters on livestream." The video was successfully posted to the forum. Before long, the post ignited a heated debate. Damn it, what kind of clickbait title is this? Introducing Warcraft? I don't even need to watch to know it's bull. No way. This is way off. Is this guy faking it? Or, is he actually doing this? Good heavens. Does this guy have a death wish? That's a rock WIRM. I saw a post about a construction site completely wrecked by one and he's streaming up close? OP, drop the streamer's ID. We'll see if it's real by watching his stream tomorrow. Gradually, the post drew attention from countless netizens, followed by a rapid surge in popularity. Of course, on this site where countless threads had hardened users into viewing Pokemon as enemies, disdain outweighed surprise. Seriously? This guy's trying to educate people about monsters? He's just never encountered a terrifying one yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Ha, another attention seeker. Last time I saw a stream like this, the streamer ended up as a VIP member in the hospital. Damn, trying to explain something even the developers don't understand? Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. I love watching these reckless people chase online attention. Come on, OP, share the live stream link. Tomorrow's dinner will have another clown to watch. Overnight, a previously obscure post exploded to the top of the trending charts, shocking the entire forum. Ultimately, every single comment converged on one goal: get that livestream link out so everyone could see it. Every single user on the forum had seen this legendary post. The streamer's popularity skyrocketed, and his videos were shared across countless platforms, quietly beginning to stir up a massive wave across the internet. The next day, early morning. Morning light filtered through the tent, spilling inside. Xu Xing opened his eyes, feeling a chill. He instinctively touched his cheek and discovered Larulus was sound asleep, her face pressed against his. Little Larulus didn't sleep well, her posture was downright bizarre. After tossing and turning all night, she finally settled onto Xu Xing's face and drifted into peaceful slumber. Xu Xing yawned as he stepped out of the tent. He walked to the riverbank and splashed some clear water on his face, managing a minimal cleanse. His goal was clear: catch a water or grass-type Pokemon to take down the Gyarados. But after fishing for hours at yesterday's pace, he hadn't caught a single suitable water-type Pokemon. Xu Xing had actually considered using Slowpoke, but that creature's appearance alone made it doubtful it could even accurately follow his commands, let alone battle a golem. Magikarp was out of the question, it couldn't even survive on land. If he kept fishing, viewers would lose interest. After some thought, Xu Xing decided to try his luck in the forest. He might just encounter a suitable grass-type Pokemon. Finding a Bulbasaur or a Chikorita would be even better, he could even train it as his main Pokemon. Venturing into the forest could bring unexpected dangers. Xu Xing opened the system panel. Knowledge point, 12,200. Xu Xing browsed the system shop briefly and found a suitable talent. Total enhancement. Upon activation, this talent enhances all physical functions, pushing beyond bodily limits for 30 seconds. Requires knowledge points, 10,000. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Without much hesitation. Exchange. His science points plummeted to 2,200, leaving Xu Xing with a sudden feeling of being drained. But with this safeguard, entering the forest would be much safer. Finally, after preparing, Xu Xing went live again. This time, the title read, Day 2 in the Forest, continuing the Warcraft science stream. Thanks to his existing fan base, the viewer count skyrocketed to 3,000 the moment he went live. The numbers kept climbing relentlessly, reaching 5,000, 7,000, 9,000, and within moments, the chat hit a full 10,000 viewers. Xu Xing was genuinely flattered. He chuckled. Wow, so many people today. I must be getting better. The viewers in the chat responded enthusiastically. Here it comes. Front row, first comment. By the time you see this, you're already not the first. Finally live. I've been camping this channel all night. You're such a workhorse, starting at 9 AM sharp. With this attitude, gifts are a must. 5-pointed star, Carnival X5. Yuzu, sending a sports car X1. Yunchi, sent hot air balloon X3. Holy crap. Big Brother 5-pointed star is consistent as ever. Sending Carnival right at the start, that's a true fan. Hey, what does Big Brother 5-pointed star see in the streamer? Besides being smart and good looking, what other strengths does he have? Xu Xing watched this 5-pointed star with mild astonishment. This big shot was incredibly generous. After briefly thanking for the gifts, Xu Xing said, Thanks for your support, everyone. Today's stream officially begins. I'll be exploring the Starry Forest again. With that, Xu Xing began walking deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, those who had come from the forum started flooding the chat with discordant comments. Ha, this is supposed to be educational? If the developers don't know, how could you? You're the know-it-all king, right? Forest? More like some backwater zoo. Do you even know how terrifying the beasts are? I report every streamer like this. If you don't care about your own life, that's one thing, but spreading misinformation to others is downright dangerous. Yeah. Report. Xu Xing scrolled through the comments as he walked. It finally clicked why his stream's viewership had skyrocketed. Someone had clearly shared his video on other platforms, causing his popularity to explode. Seeing these hostile comments, Xu Xing wasn't angry, he actually understood. After all, streamers who spread misinformation were essentially harming people. Besides, their criticism of Xu Xing was simple. They saw him as one of those clowns who'd risk their reputation for views. If Xu Xing could demonstrate his Pokemon knowledge in his next stream, these negative comments would naturally vanish. They might even start to appreciate him. This thought only strengthened Xu Xing's resolve to give his all in today's stream, no room for mistakes. Just then, he suddenly felt like he'd stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a dark purple tail. Chapter 13, A Rough Start. Frequent encounters with dangerous Pokemon. Xu Xing jolted awake, snatching his leg back to flee, but it was too late. The startled Abomasnow leapt into the air and sank its fangs deep into Xu Xing's forearm. It vanished instantly into the forest. A sharp pain shot through his forearm and radiated throughout his body. Gah! What a rough start, never expected to run into a Dratini right off the bat. The abyssal snake had already vanished into the distance. Xu Xing calmly began treating his wound, but the viewers in the livestream were anything but calm. To them, this was the wilderness. And a purple-hued snake capable of leaping over a meter. A bite from that thing meant certain death or crippling injury. At that moment, the livestream viewers flooded in like a tidal wave, some concerned, others gloating. Streamer! That snake looks deadly. Get off stream and go to the hospital. That purple color means the venom's already spreading. Get to the hospital. But what kind of snake is this? It leaps as high as a person. Serves you right for lecturing us about Warcraft while getting bitten by a venomous snake. Just go home and rest. Don't waste society's resources. Xu Xing, however, remained completely calm. After bandaging his wound, he began to explain slowly. Actually, that wasn't a venomous snake at all. It was a Pokemon called a Dratini. This Pokemon resembles a purple snake with a yellow belly. Its eyes are perfectly round and yellow, with slit-shaped pupils. Rest assured, this snake is non-venomous. The viewers in the livestream chat weren't buying it. Many mocked Xu Xing for being reckless, predicting he'd soon collapse in the wilderness from poisoning. Xu Xing simply replied, "We'll see soon enough." After packing his backpack, Xu Xing resumed his journey. Soon, he came upon a large tree. Thinking it might bear berries, he approached cautiously. Gently parting the leaves, he discovered a pale yellow insect pupa hidden behind the foliage. Peering deeper, he saw nearly every leaf concealed a similar pale yellow pupa. Xu Xing's heart tightened, and he hurriedly made his escape. Naturally, this scene was witnessed by the viewers in the livestream chat. At that moment, viewers who already harbored grievances towards Xu Xing immediately began mocking him. Just a few insect pupae, and the streamer freaked out like that? Seriously? Is the toxin messing with her head? Scared out of her wits by some pupae? And she calls herself a science streamer? LOL. If it were me, I'd touch those pupae with my bare hands. Exactly. What's the point of pretending if you don't have the skills? Hilarious. Just a clown trying to grab attention. Seriously, this is pathetic. If you don't have the skills, just admit it, okay? Xu Xing had no mind to reply to the comments now. He sprinted away, even considering using his full enhancement to help him escape. Only after sprinting a considerable distance did Xu Xing dare to stop. Panting heavily, he muttered. That was close. Another second and I'd have lost my life. Once he caught his breath, he began explaining why he'd acted that way. Those Pokemon were called Iron Shell pupae. They weren't particularly strong themselves. From his hiding spot, Xu Xing could see the large tree ahead. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from within it. The entire canopy of leaves began to flutter violently. Instantly, a swarm of beedrill emerged from the foliage. But, once those pupae evolve, they become these ferocious beedrill. One by one, beedrill nearly a meter tall, eyes glowing crimson, wielding white twin stingers flap their wings, surveying their surroundings. The crowd watching the swarm was collectively stunned. Those are killer bees? A whole swarm of them. I've read reports saying just one can kill a person, and this is a whole swarm. A swarm. A swarm of killer bees. Streamer, run. If they come over here, we're done for. Where are all those people who called the streamer cowardly? Come on out and show us what you've got. Who the hell dares to go in? Holy crap, their numbers are obscuring the sky. Those stingers on their arms are almost as thick as my forearm. One sting would be absolutely fatal. Yesterday's drowsy was paradise, today's thing is pure hell mode. The streamer's worldview is hardcore. Xu Xing slowly explained from behind a tree. Beedrill are typically group-living Pokemon. They have extremely hot tempers and strong territorial instincts. Don't worry, everyone. From where I am, they shouldn't spot us. If you ever encounter a swinub like this, run fast. As long as you leave their territory, you'll usually be fine. After finishing his explanation, Xu Xing stood up. By now, many viewers in the chat had been thoroughly impressed. Xu Xing continued his explanation. The evolution I mentioned earlier is a remarkable phenomenon in the Pokemon ecosystem. It refers to Pokemon transforming into different species during their growth or under specific conditions. After evolving, a Pokemon's appearance and other traits undergo a series of changes. As he spoke, he gently shook his backpack. Feeling the response, Larvitar instantly appeared in his hand. Spotting the drone nearby, she immediately struck a cute pose for it. Laliola. The live stream exploded. Countless viewers who'd been waiting for Larvitar flooded the chat with Away's Dead, a testament to its immense popularity. Xu Xing continued his explanation. There are many types of evolution in the Pokémon world. The most common is like the Larvitar in my hand, it can evolve twice. Some Pokémon can only evolve once or not at all, while others have branching evolution paths. In short, Pokémon evolution is a remarkable breakthrough. I'll definitely show you all more examples when I get the chance. Xu Xing glanced at the live chat, where comments were still flooding in, but they weren't about evolution. Instead, they were all about Larvitar? The streamer said Larvitar evolves? Won't its appearance change? Won't it lose its cuteness? Don't evolve. Don't evolve, Larvitar. Just stay cute forever. Please don't let that happen. Larvitar should stay just the way it is. Is there any way to stop Larvitar from evolving? Isn't it perfect just the way it is? Xu Xing chuckled. People really do struggle to accept new things. But Larvitar's final evolution is Snorlax, the most beautiful Pokémon in the entire Pokémon world. Just imagine having such a gorgeous Pokémon by your side every day, adventuring, battling, and snuggling up together after a long day. A smile spread across Xu Xing's lips. The thought was rather thrilling. Leaving the Beedrill territory behind, he continued through the forest, with little Larvitar perched on his shoulder. Not long after, he was drawn by the sound of a battle in the distance. Xu Xing slowed his pace and cautiously approached. Parting the dense foliage, he saw two Pokémon locked in combat. A Drowsy was battling a Meowth. Chapter 14, The Injured Litten, the Deceptive Litten. Watching the battle unfold before him, Xu Xing silently rejoiced. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Capturing either one would give him a significant advantage in his upcoming battle against the Geodude. Xu Xing hid in the grass, waiting for his chance, while the viewers watching the scene via the drone were buzzing with excitement. After all, when Xu Xing first streamed a Pokémon battle, his channel had barely any viewers. Now, the numbers had skyrocketed to nearly 20,000. Thus, most viewers were stunned by this extraordinary spectacle. After all, to them, this was a battle between legendary beasts. The chat exploded with a wave of excitement. Holy crap! Is that Venusaur's Vine Whip spring loaded? It stretches so far. And it can bend? Is this even a plant? Check out that little grass cat. It dodged. So fast. Wait, is it throwing knives? Leaf throwing knives? Thrilling. Better than any action movie. The cat's agile dodging, the flower monster controlling the whole field. I'm betting a sports car on the kitten winning. Holy crap. I always thought monsters only attacked humans, but these beasts are actually fighting each other? Streamer, translate what they're saying. Streamer. Those two Pokémon must be grass type. Watching the comments, Xu Xing felt a flicker of satisfaction. People's understanding of Pokémon in this world had improved exponentially compared to the past. Xu Xing spoke up. Yes, two grass-type Pokémon are battling. As for why, I have no idea. Though Dumbflower appeared simple-minded, its thinking was actually sharp. It had already begun setting traps on the ground, waiting for Leafy Cat to approach so it could instantly paralyze it. The outcome of this battle seemed inevitable. Newleaf Cat was visibly exhausted, yet driven by some unspoken goal, it charged toward Drowsy once more. Unsurprisingly, it was instantly paralyzed by the pre-laid paralysis powder. The intense paralysis left Leafy Cat unable to support itself, gradually collapsing to the ground. Pocket Flower extended its vines, binding Newleaf Mew high in the air. At that very moment, Xu Xing moved. Catching the dull flower completely off guard, Xu Xing suddenly appeared beside it and delivered a flying kick in an utterly bizarre manner. This scene left the livestream audience utterly bewildered, flooding the chat with a deluge of question marks. What is this? A flying kick? Action, 10-10. Fluidity, 10-10. Effect, 10-10. Ha? Just kicked it like that? Dude. Your opponent is a monster. I take back everything I said, this streamer is the real deal. 5-pointed star, fires off piercing cloud arrows x33. Stunned by the sudden flying kick, Kodahua was left dumbfounded. Tang Man's grip loosened uncontrollably. Xu Xing caught the falling Xinya Cat mid-air and immediately began sprinting. By the time Kodahua snapped back to reality, Xu Xing had already vanished with the new leaf cat. Xu Xing finally reached a safe spot after sprinting. He set the fragile little creature down and was considering using a healing item when New Leaf Mew suddenly opened its eyes. Xu Xing pulled a berry from his backpack and offered it to the little creature. Battles drained energy, and the new leaf kitten eagerly began munching away. Xu Xing slowly introduced. This little one is called a New Leaf Mew. It's a grass-type Pokémon. It's quite rare. Its front paws can rub together to produce a sweet fragrance. Too weak to care about appearances, the New Leaf Mew devoured the berries with gusto. Yet, likely exhausted from the battle, it seemed clumsy even while eating. New Leaf Mew resembled a cat in appearance, yet possessed an added elegance beyond ordinary felines. But right now, it was straining every muscle to wrestle with the berry. This striking contrast instantly won it the affection of many fans in the livestream chat. This little guy. So cute. I can't handle it. This little guy is exhausted. Eating a berry is like a life or death battle for him. Ha ha ha. Who designed this little thing? How did they make it so adorable? Watching this makes my own orange cat seem less appealing. So adorable. No more words needed. Shinya Meow's #1 fan, sending 3 sports cars. 5-pointed star, sending out treasure maps x10. Wow. Thanks for the gifts, big bro. True to form, Xinya Meow's looks instantly won over a huge fanbase. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that this new leaf Meow was definitely his for the taking. After eating and drinking its fill, the new leaf Mew didn't hesitate and immediately started snoring away. To give the little one a sense of security, Xu Xing stayed right there to watch over it. During this time, Xu Xing began slowly introducing Pokémon. Though he'd covered this knowledge before, when there were fewer people, now with the crowd growing, repeating it allowed him to harvest another wave of science points. Inside the Huaxian Nation military base, Lin Guobiao and a group of soldiers were still watching Xu Xing's livestream, and he had even instructed his subordinates to start taking notes. Though some soldiers grumbled inwardly, they obediently complied. Lin Guobiao knew what was missing: a battle. A battle significant enough to establish this youth's authority, a battle that would win everyone's conviction. He gazed intently at the Lucario in its cage, silently vowing, "Not long now. Soon you'll be free." Xinya Meo finally rose after a long nap. Shaking off the loose fur from its body, it stared at Xu Xing with a look of suspicion in its eyes. Xu Xing held out his hand. "Xine Meow, I'm a good person. I'm the one who saved you, you know." At these words, Xinya Meo's eyes lit up slightly. Its little mouth latched onto Xu Xing's pant leg. Was it about to lead him somewhere? Following Xinya Meo's lead, Xu Xing arrived at an open clearing. Standing before the empty space, he pondered the kitten's intentions. "Xine Meow, what are we doing here?" The clearing was clean and tidy, seemingly unremarkable. Could it be that Xinya Mimeo wanted him to play with it? Xu Xing pondered silently. "Xinya Mimeo, do you want to play with me?" No response. Xu Xing looked down and saw Xinya Mimeo had vanished. Tisk. Xu Xing glanced at the live chat and finally realized he'd been tricked. Streamer. That new leaf Mew just vanished in a flash. What was that about? The streamer saved it, and it didn't even say thanks before bolting? That ungrateful cat. The viewers in the chat completely ignored Xinyue Meow's behavior, and Xu Xing just shook his head. Who would have thought he'd end up getting tricked out of food and drink? Xu Xing retraced his steps. Without that dumbstruck flower, he still needed to try and get the new leaf cat after all. He'd need at least one Pokemon to fight against the grass-type rock Pokemon. Though he had kicked it, now he could only hope the cat would forgive and forget. Before long, Xu Xing returned to the very spot where they had battled. The Drowsy was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, traces of the battle remained on the ground. Following these clues, Xu Xing managed to find a small river. Along the small river bank stood several Hornel. And bound among these horned buds was a Pokemon, and that Pokemon was an EV? Chapter 15, Bound EV. A sudden attack by the Great Needle. Bondage play? Xu Xing stared at the scene before him, his mind racing with wild thoughts. The live stream chat exploded with collective confusion. What? What the heck is going on here? Kidnapping? Pokemon can kidnap? That brown ball looks so pitiful. Holy crap. It's those potted plants. Those flower pot-like plants are moving? And using vines to tie things up? Has the entire plant world gone mad? Streamer. Where are they dragging that little furball? To a nest? To be fertilizer? Or to feed some bigger monster? I can't even think about it. Streamer, please save it. Use fire. Use a knife. Anything. I can't watch that little cutie get dragged away. EV. Bound to the ground, let out a pained whimper. Several trumpets seemed poised to hoist EV and carry it somewhere. Xu Xing's heart tightened. Without a second thought, he charged forward and tore the vines binding EV apart. Without a second thought, he sprinted away. The Hornel, seeing an intruder trying to snatch EV, didn't hold back. The Hornel, the leaf blade slash was incredibly fast, slicing through the air and hurtling straight toward the two of them. Just as Xu Xing was about to be struck, two more leaf blades suddenly burst forth from the forest. The collision of the two forces created a powerful shockwave that sent layers of sand and mist flying. Xu Xing was puzzled when suddenly, new leaf Meow leaped out from the bushes. Meow ha. Meow ha. Instantly, Xu Xing understood everything. This EV was undoubtedly new leaf Meow's friend. Xinya Meo must have fought Pocket Flower to save this little EV. Stay safe. With that, Xu Xing scooped up EV and dashed into the forest. Xu Xing ran all the way, the drone following closely behind. The live stream chat was still baffled. What's going on? Why did that leafy cat suddenly show up again? New Leaf Mew came to the rescue. Perfect timing, otherwise the streamer would have been in real trouble after getting hit by that move. Wait. Could it be that New Leaf Mew came back specifically to save the streamer? No. Could it be to save that brown ball of fluff? Hope the cat's okay. After running for what felt like an eternity deep into the forest, Xu Xing dared not stop. Eevee jumped out of his arms and rubbed against Xu Xing's calf. Xu Xing petted her head. This Pokemon is called Eevee. It's an extremely unique existence in the Pokemon world that evolves into different forms based on environmental factors and other conditions. Panting heavily, Xu Xing plopped down onto the ground. He quietly shook his backpack, and a small larvitar instantly appeared before him, holding a berry in its hands. Eevee eyed it briefly before diving in without hesitation. Xu Xing patted Newtwo's head. You can eat it too if you're hungry. The fluffy Eevee had short, slender legs, each ending in 3 toes and pink paw pads. Her ears resembled long rabbit ears, and the entire Eevee was petite and adorable. After taking a gentle bite of the berry, her eyes lit up. Eevee! Eevee! After letting out a joyful cry, she spun around happily twice before devouring the berries in big bites. This scene melted the hearts of many viewers in the livestream chat. It's rubbing against the streamer's leg. It's rubbing. So sweet and friendly. Is this really a wild one? Its personality is just too angelic. It feels like the perfect blend of a puppy, kitten, and little fox. Who designed this creature? Come claim the Nobel Prize for cuteness. OMG. What is this unbelievably adorable creature? A fluffy coffee-colored ball. Its eyes shine like gems. The ears. Look at those ears. They twitched. Ah, it's looking at the camera. It saw me. 5-pointed star, sending out Sports Cars X52. Where was the fear of the demon beast in the eyes of countless viewers? Only the longing for the cuteness king. Eevee truly deserves the title of cuteness king. Xu Xing couldn't resist petting its head. Little one, you're so adorable. Lalala, standing nearby, seemed a bit jealous at the sight. She immediately leaped in front of Xu Xing, her little mouth puffing out in a pout. Xu Xing chuckled, little Larvitar is adorable too. My Larvitar is the cutest. Finally praised, Larvitar left contentedly. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly reached Xu Xing's ears. That sound, it felt familiar. It seemed like the Great Needle Peak? Big Needle Sting? Xu Xing looked up to see a swarm of Dazenfang insects flying toward him in a dark cloud. Watching this scene, Xu Xing felt cold sweat break out all over his body. Clearly, this swarm of great needlebeaks mistook him for a thief. The great needlebeaks charged at Xu Xing with fierce anger. If caught, he would face at best unconsciousness and poisoning, and at worst, certain death. La la la. Come back. Larvitar instantly teleported into Xu Xing's backpack, while he and Eevee sprinted away at full speed. Xu Xing cursed as he ran, my exercise quota is way over today. But the group of spikes clearly had no intention of letting them go. They relentlessly pursued Xu Xing and Eevee, showing no signs of stopping until one of them was dead. Given Xu Xing and Eevee's stamina, outrunning the entire swarm was practically impossible, yet there was no other option. This pack of spikes seemed determined to make them their meal today. These pests. I just can't shake them off. Resentment welled up in Xu Xing's heart. Suddenly, he remembered he still had one talent he could use. He swallowed hard, preparing to gamble everything on his talent, when suddenly a river appeared before his eyes. Eevee seemed to be running out of steam. She mustered every ounce of strength and charged toward the small river. Splash! With a muffled splash, Eevee vanished beneath the surface. Xu Xing's heart clenched. He tossed his backpack aside and plunged headfirst into the water. The drone hesitated for a moment before diving in without hesitation. Only the group of Beedrill on the shore were left staring helplessly. But the situation underwater wasn't looking good either. Eevee was a poor swimmer to begin with, and the long journey had drained her energy. She was already sinking. As for Xu Xing, he wasn't faring much better. He coughed up several mouthfuls of water before finally stabilizing himself. Seeing Eevee steadily sinking deeper, his heart lurched in alarm. His own situation was dire too at this rate, he'd drown within a minute. Xu Xing's mind raced as he activated his innate ability Full Enhancement. A surge of power flooded through Xu Xing. He felt all restraints vanish, as if the entire world had suddenly brightened. But Eevee was still sinking. At this rate, Eevee was certain to die. Xu Xing's mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He opened the system panel. Science point, 27,900. His heart sank as he spoke. The Pokemon binding Eevee up ahead is a Bellsprout. It's a grass-type Pokemon. It thrives in hot, humid environments. Science point, 29,000. The dandelion that battled Leafy Cat is Bellsprout's evolved form. Evolution is the greatest miracle in the Pokemon world. At that moment, the live stream audience collectively froze in confusion. Streamer. We know you love sharing facts. But could you please focus on staying alive first? Dude, what the heck are you explaining underwater? Survival is the priority here. I give up, bro. Fine, I give up. Just get out of there first. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Little Eevee's consciousness is fading. Is this how it's all going to end? Exchange. Knowledge points, 0. Xu Xing's full enhancement had only 10 seconds left. He roared. Eevee. Answer my call. With that, he hurled the water stone in his hand toward the sinking Eevee. Chapter 16, Answer My Faith. Water Spirit. An intense, almost blinding light illuminated the riverbed, sending schools of Magikarp scattering in all directions. The dark undersea world suddenly burst into brilliant light, so intense that even Xu Xing instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand. Moments later, Eevee vanished from where it stood. The next second, Xu Xing felt a force beneath him supporting his weight. In no time, Water Eevee carried Xu Xing back to the shore. Xu Xing lay on the ground, soaked through, his chest heaving with labored breaths. Meanwhile, Eevee had fully evolved into Vaporeon. The group of Beedrill had already departed. Xu Xing, having narrowly escaped death, opened his eyes. In the sunlight, Water Eevee's form was elegant. Her streamlined shape, paired with her pale blue body, looked incredibly pleasing. Her tail had transformed into a large, flowing fin. As soon as she saw Xu Xing open his eyes, her eyes seemed to sparkle with light. She immediately burrowed into his arms. Plu. Sweetie. I'm fine. Cough cough. Cough cough. Xu Xing coughed violently, but after the coughing fit subsided, he regained his composure and said calmly, "It's not over yet." Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. As the number of viewers surpassed 20,000, the bullet comments reached a fever pitch. Holy crap! It transformed? What happened to Eevee? It looks completely different. Holy crap, it's out. A water-made Pokémon? That fish tail. Those fin ears. Elegant to the point of suffocation. Is this still my brown furball? Evolution? The evolution the streamer mentioned? This kind of instant transformation? From a mammal to an elemental life form? My worldview just shattered. It feels like a completely different style from the original Eevee. Eevee was so cute, but after evolving it's become more sophisticated? Even though its appearance changed completely, the way it looks at the streamer is still so gentle. I can't handle this Eevee, I love it too. The Pokemon world is just too amazing. An Eevee that evolved in water, and its first instinct was to save the streamer. 5-pointed star, sending out Mega Rockets X10. Most viewers couldn't believe what unfolded before them. A creature they considered monstrous had saved a human in an emergency. This wasn't something you'd expect from those man-eating beasts. Xu Xing looked at the livestream audience and said, "Did you all see that? That's evolution. The greatest miracle in the Pokemon world. From this moment on, it is no longer an Eevee, but a water Eevee, one that commands the power of flowing water." Upon hearing this, Vaporeon leaped onto the shore. With a mere thought, the river water seemed to come alive, gathering around Vaporeon as if possessed by a spirit. This phenomenon completely surpassed the comprehension of the livestream viewers. Huaxia Military Base. An elderly man with Chinese features and an overweight build stared in utter disbelief, his breathing growing heavy. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Shaolin. This is a genius. A first-rate genius. Wang Tianyang pointed at the screen in disbelief. This phenomenon completely surpassed human understanding. Manipulating the forces of nature. Lin Guobiao pressed down Wang Tianyang's excited hand. "See? I told you so. This young man is the real deal." Wang Tianyang was China's most authoritative scientist, a true polymath with expertise spanning countless fields. Yet even such a polymath had stumbled in his Pokemon research. Despite having the nation's best resources at his disposal, his Pokemon research remained stagnant. So when Lin Guobiao, the apprentice of his close friend, came asking him to watch a streamer, he was utterly dismissive. After all, if he, a scientist with access to the the world's most advanced equipment, couldn't delve deeper into this field, what could some kid doing live streams possibly achieve? Yet now, all his doubts had vanished. His eyes were filled with two words: admiration. Shaolin. I need every bit of information on this young man. 5 minutes, no, 1 minute. Lin Guobiao handed a piece of paper to Dr. Wang. Here. All the data. Dr. Wang Tianyang paused for a second, then whistled in astonishment. All the material fits on a single sheet? Truly, the essence is condensed. He began reading Xu Xing's profile aloud. Name, Xu Xing, age 19, attending Hengjian High School. Hengjian, huh? Kobayashi, see if you can arrange a meeting for us. Xu Xing picked up his backpack. Its protective design had kept the Larvitar inside completely unharmed. Soaked to the bone, he had no choice but to return to camp early. Even so, his haul couldn't have been richer. He hadn't obtained a new leaf cat or a dumbflower, but he had a water Eevee. A complete and utter surprise, Xu Xing even believed that with this water Eevee, he might stand a chance against the giant rock solo. But he wouldn't be so reckless. Facing the giant rock, he still needed to prepare thoroughly. After all, as the saying goes, overconfidence leads to defeat. Returning to the campsite, Xu Xing spotted Leafy Mew from afar. Spotting Xu Xing, Leafy's eyes lit up as she fluttered toward him. Although Eevee's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation after evolving into Vaporeon, Meowth recognized her instantly. Its tiny eyes widened in astonishment, especially upon realizing Eevee had evolved into Vaporeon. Meow ha? Meow ha. Vaporeon walked over and circled around it twice. New Leaf Mew watched its companion with such rapt attention it seemed almost mesmerized. After returning to camp, Xu Xing stripped off his shirt and approached the group of sleeping drowsy. Without a second thought, he scooped one up and began fishing. The new viewers watching this scene collectively froze in confusion, while the regulars were already used to it. Ha? That Magikarp? You just picked it up like that? Streamer. Did you even ask the drowsy's opinion? It's still sleeping. Relax, I bet the drowsy won't even wake up after the streamer's done fishing. These ferocious monsters are like little chicks in the streamer's hands. Seriously, the streamer should become a monster master. Xu Xing watched the comment stream and couldn't help but smile wryly. He wanted to be a Pokemon master too, but this world wouldn't let him. He had to work twice as hard so others could become Pokemon masters. While fishing, Xu Xing shared some knowledge. When a fan asked his name, he replied, "Just call me Xiao Su." So in the live stream chat, "Got it, Brother Su." "No problem, Brother Su." "Little Su?" "More like Big Brother Su." "You're my Su grandpa." "Bro Su. Please teach us Warcraft." Xu Xing chuckled and started explaining again. After talking for a while, seeing that he'd caught enough fish, he began packing up. He carried several plump fish back to the campsite, where a small bonfire had been built with fallen leaves and branches. This was the task Xu Xing had given his 3 Pokemon. Having completed it, the trio were now playing in roughhousing nearby. Watching their harmonious backs, Xu Xing felt increasingly certain the misunderstandings between humans and Pokemon must be resolved. For humanity, and for the Pokemon. As he lit the campfire, the blazing flames reflected his resolute determination. He silently made his decision. It was only afternoon now, but tonight he would challenge the Great Rock. As for the remaining time, he would let the rumors ferment freely. Chapter 17, Traffic Explodes. Livestream heats up. The 3 little cuties gathered around the campfire. To ensure there was enough to go around, Xu Xing had deliberately caught several extra fish this time. The 3 Pokemon had differing preferences for fish. Larvitar preferred it fully cooked with seasoning. Leafeon preferred it medium rare, grilled just enough to infuse flavor, while Eevee was the most particular, it liked it rare, grilled only until the moisture evaporated. As the 3 Pokemon ate in their own ways, viewers in the livestream were gushing over how adorable they were when Xu Xing suddenly spoke up. "It's almost afternoon, everyone. You should still remember my promise, right? Reach 10,000 likes and I'll stream a battle against Golem. Right now, we've got over 30,000 viewers and more than 100,000 likes. So tonight at 8 p.m. sharp, I'll take him on. I hope everyone in the stream will grace me with their presence. Also, anyone is free to edit any screen recordings of my streams. If you receive any ad revenue, no share is required, just at me in the comments." Alright, that wraps up today's stream. Everyone in the chat, I'll see you at 8 p.m. sharp. After saying this, Xu Xing bid farewell to the viewers and ended the stream. Xu Xing first changed his Douyin ID from the original Warcraft Science Popularization Xiao Su to Pokemon Science Popularization Xiao Su Live at 8 p.m. His reasoning was straightforward. His content was now explosive enough that countless viewers would want to edit and repurpose it. His final statement effectively handed over the rights to remix his content to the viewers in the chat. Now, countless people were undoubtedly editing clips from his livestream. This will undoubtedly generate a massive surge of buzz, and with luck, this wave of excitement during the battle against Giant Rock could propel the entire traffic to its peak. He exhaled softly, pulling the remaining 2 Pokeballs from his pocket. The Eevee had finished off the fish and was now staring intently at Xu Xing. As a trainer, Xu Xing could sense his Pokemon's emotions. He could clearly feel that this Eevee liked him. He looked at the Water Eevee and spoke. "Water Eevee, will you become my Pokemon?" "Plu. Plu." Xu Xing tossed out a Pokeball. The Water Eevee eagerly darted toward it and entered the ball. The red and white Pokeball flashed. Xu Xing chuckled softly and tossed it again, releasing the Water Eevee. Only Pokemon captured into Pokeballs could be considered truly caught. He then turned to the new Leaf Cat. "What about you, Leafy? Would you like to be my partner? I'm facing a battle with Gyarados today and could really use your help." Leafy Cat pondered for a moment, pacing back and forth before Xu Xing. Her tiny paws began to release a sweet fragrance. Finally, she shook her head at the Pokeball. "Alright, it's fine." Though disappointed, there was nothing to be done. Meow ha, meow ha. Xu Xing stared at her in confusion. Xinya Meow suddenly propped herself up with her hind legs, waving her tiny paws twice. Xu Xing inquired. "So you mean, even though you don't want to be my Pokemon, you're willing to challenge the Giant Rock with me?" New Leaf Meow nodded. Xu Xing ruffled her fur. "Thanks, Leafy. Meow ha. Dragon's Nest Forum." Xu Xing's livestream sent shockwaves through the trending charts, completely reshuffling the top 3 spots. Shocking. Warcraft science. This streamer is literally risking his life. And he treats Warcraft like a pet. Shocking. Douyin streamer risking life to educate on Warcraft. Warcraft's real name is actually Pokémon. Pokémon evolution ecology. The Pokémon world is truly this amazing. While some users remain skeptical, the majority of viewers are convinced and beginning to accept it. Moreover, faced with negative comments, Xu Xing's accumulated fanbase began spontaneously speaking up for him. On Douyin, China's largest video platform, countless videos about Xu Xing's livestreams exploded in popularity. Thanks to countless users spontaneously sharing clips from his livestreams, several videos have gone viral, with one even racking up 500,000 likes. Xu Xing's follower count is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Xu Xing's follower count has now surpassed the 50,000 mark, with countless potential fans waiting in the wings. Calling him a minor internet celebrity is no exaggeration. What's even more astonishing is that he hasn't even posted a single video. Hengjiang Middle School. Despite the approaching college entrance exams, many students still sneak out their phones during lunch break. Yi Chumu, despite her excellent grades, also enjoyed checking her phone during lunch break. Suddenly, her best friend leaned in. Chumu, isn't this streamer the one you were talking about? Her friend held up Xu Xing's video explaining Pokémon in the water right in front of Yi Chumu. Yep, it's him. Wow, this video has so many likes. Of course. He's the streamer who's gone viral recently. Xu Xing always styled his hair before going live, but after falling into the water, his hair was completely disheveled. Her friend stared intently, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Pokémon expert Xiao Su. He looks so familiar. Yi Chumu pondered for a moment, then looked at the face and suddenly gasped. Could it be he's Xu Xing from our class? Time slowly passed until the last sliver of sunset vanished behind the western mountains. The moon crept silently into the sky. Xu Xing glanced at his phone 7:50 p.m. Earlier that afternoon, Xu Xing had conducted a brief training session with his 3 Pokémon. Thanks to his innate insightful eyes, Xu Xing could clearly see the movesets of the 3 Pokémon. Lapra's moveset was Psychic, Teleport, Hypnosis, Shadow Clone. Compared to last time, Shadow Clone had been added. Eevee's moveset was Thunderbolt, Water Pulse, Fog, Sacred Sword. Though not ideal, it was still passable. The remaining Ninetales moveset was Leaf Blade, Discharge, Seed Bomb, Leaf Storm. Xu Xing stood up and addressed the 3 little ones. Everyone, it's time to set off. Xu Xing didn't recall any of the 3 Pokémon into Pokeballs. Instead, he set off directly with them. Xu Xing was in reality not a game. He wasn't foolish enough to take on a golem one-on-one. Why fight alone when you can gang up? At 8 o'clock sharp, Xu Xing went live. Instantly, countless viewers flooded the stream. Within mere seconds, the viewer count hit 10,000. This was the benefit of having done proper pre-promotion. Xu Xing's gimmick of live streaming Pokémon education naturally drew more attention than other streams. Friends, I'm heading to the Gyarados territory now. As the viewer count continued to climb, Xu Xing remained mostly silent, waiting until the numbers stabilized before launching into his science talk. After a moment, the viewer count stabilized around 50,000, though it would still take some time to reach the Gyarados cave. Seeing the numbers stabilize, Xu Xing began his educational journey while making his way to the Groudon's lair. Chapter 18, Challenging the Rock Cave. The Fierce Battle with Onyx. Huaxia Nation Military Base. What? He's actually going to challenge the Great Rock Snake? That's a magical beast capable of causing earthquakes. Captain, are we really not going to intervene? Deputy Captain Yu, who stared at the screen in panic. Lin Guobiao replied. Intervene? How exactly would we intervene? Our bullets can't even penetrate these great rock snakes. Besides, do you really think it's too late now? Yu, who had assumed the kid was just seeking attention, but never imagined he'd actually dare challenge the great rock serpent. As soldiers who frequently dealt with magical beasts, they understood the terror of such creatures best. He sighed deeply. This is madness. Wang Tianyang beamed. Ah, little Yu. Fight fire with fire, you know. Is it happening? Is it finally happening? What do I do? I'm more hyped than the streamer. Challenging the great rock snake. This is an unprecedented feat in human history. Screen recording activated. Go for it, streamer. Go. If you actually win, you'll be famous. And I'll be part of history. What's the streamer gonna use to fight the great rock snake? I'm so curious. He didn't bring any tools. Xu Xing had already reached the cave entrance. Just a few more steps would take him into the great rock snake's territory. He explained. Pokémon, I'll battle Pokémon with Pokémon. This is the most common form of combat in the Pokémon ecosystem. With that, Xu Xing led his 3 Pokémon into the cave. The Onyx still lurked among the central boulders. Through his insight ability, Xu Xing clearly saw the Onyx's moveset. Screech, Earthquake, Dig, Iron Tail. Without moves like Rock Slide, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle, especially since the Onyx was currently asleep. He wasn't one to show mercy. Xu Xing smiled faintly, showing no mercy. Lapras, use Psychic. Vaporeon, use Aqua Tail. Leafeon, use Magic Leaf. The three Pokémon charged toward the Onix. Larvitar gathered a dark purple beam in its hands, Eevee concentrated a torrent of water in its mouth, and Leafeon conjured a purple leaf before its body. All three Pokémon aimed directly at Golem, holding nothing back as they launched their attacks. The live stream audience was stunned. Holy crap! The streamers commanding them? He shouts Water Pulse and Frostless gathers water power? He yells Psychic and that little Larvitar conjures dark purple light? Wait, a human controlling a magical beast to battle another magical beast? Guys, is this even allowed? Do they really understand? Not only do they comprehend commands, but they can instantly execute complex coordination? Hold up. Do these Pokémon have moves? Each different move corresponds to a different effect. No wonder the streamer was able to take down Gyarados like that. It was all thanks to Pokémon. I get it now. I fucking get it. At that moment, countless viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned. These monstrous creatures invading Earth could actually be harnessed for one's own purposes and even used to combat other monsters. Moreover, the Pokémon world system seemed far more complex than they ever imagined. Countless viewers flooding the livestream had their worldviews constantly rewritten. After being ambushed, the Golem awoke. Spotting the intruders before it, it straightened its massive frame. Nearly 9 meters in length, it unfurled most of its body and let out a deafening roar as it looked down upon the three Pokémon. Wah! The boulder's screech roared across the sky, causing fragments of rock to fall from the cave walls. Even the stone princes outside trembled violently. Xu Xing covered his ears and shouted, Water Eevee! Use White Mist! Hearing the command, Eevee opened its mouth. White mist poured forth, enveloping the entire battlefield within moments. The three Pokémon, small in stature, vanished instantly into the mist. The ambushed Onix, its rage meter maxed out, slammed its tail against the ground, triggering a powerful earthquake. The entire cave began to shake violently. The livestream audience gasped in astonishment. Earthquake! Earthquake! This monster actually triggered an earthquake. How terrifying! It really is a monster. A true monster. It can actually trigger earthquakes. We're done for. How do we dodge this massive area attack? Terrifying, Gyarados. Do we even stand a chance against such a powerful Pokémon? Xu Xing steadied himself. Though the earthquake's power was fierce, the three Pokémon were small and extremely agile, making it difficult for the tremor to inflict significant damage. Lapras, use Shadow Clone. Upon hearing the command, Larvitar split into three. Suddenly, a Larvitar appeared right before Golem. With such a prime opportunity before it, Golem wouldn't let it slip away. It halted the earthquake, transforming its tail into steel and smashing it down fiercely toward Larvitar. Boom! A thick cloud of dust billowed from the ground, obscuring everything in an instant. This scene sent every viewer's heart racing. They had clearly seen the Onix's tail strike Larvitar with brutal force. No way! No way! No way! I think I just saw Larvitar get hit. Oh no, I can't even watch this. Larvitar can't really be. Gigantamax Onix is too strong. Three Pokémon are no match for it. Tactics are useless against sheer power. The livestream erupted in chaos. Moments later, the white mist and sandstorm vanished simultaneously. Onix slowly raised its tail only to reveal nothing beneath it. It turned out that the Larvitar from earlier was merely a clone, not the real thing. Water-type Eevee uses Water Pulse. Leafy Cat uses Seed Bomb. The two Pokémon in the distance unleashed their attacks simultaneously, targeting the Onix. Just then, another Larvitar appeared beside the Gyarados. Assuming it was another clone, the Gyarados paid it no mind. But suddenly, a purple beam gathered in Larvitar's hands as it charged toward the Gyarados. Boom! 3 more moves slammed into Onix, kicking up another cloud of dust. By now, Onix had endured 2 waves of attacks from 3 Pokémon, its stamina surely nearing its limit. As the dust settled, the Onix vanished from its spot. Xu Xing inwardly cursed, but his voice commanded swiftly, Water Eevee, use White Mist. Larvitar, use Shadow Clone. Vaporeon opened its mouth, expelling a white mist, while Larvitar conjured 3 phantom copies of itself once more. After using Dig, the Golem burrowed deep underground. Even standing on the surface, one could feel the rumbling vibrations. The 3 Pokémon moved constantly across the ground. Xu Xing commanded again. The moment you spot Frostless or Meowth, use Flash Cannon immediately. The unknown was always the most terrifying. The Onix lurked underground, constantly shifting but never striking. Xu Xing recognized this as the Golem's psychological pressure tactic. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Relax. Its stamina is low. Just listen to me. Xu Xing steadied himself, watching the situation unfold. Suddenly, at that very moment, a blast erupted beneath Leafy Cat's feet. The powerful shockwave sent Leafy skyward. But worse still, Onix charged straight downward. Chapter 19, First Conquest. The Rock Cave. Oh no! Golem erupted from under New Leaf Meow's feet. Its speed was too blindingly fast. Larvitar, Nio, and even Eevee froze in shock. If Leafy Mew had been hit by this strike, it would have been either dead or crippled. But at that critical moment, a voice cut through the air. It's not over yet. Eevee. Use sacrifice charge. Eevee trusted Xu Xing unconditionally. Her gaze instantly shifted from dazed to sharp as her entire body transformed into a fierce torrent of water, charging toward the Onyx. Just as the Gyarados was about to swallow Leafy Cat whole, a towering figure slammed straight into it. Even standing nearly 9 meters tall, Gyarados was knocked flat by the impact. Boom! The massive collision kicked up layers of sand and mist. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing only the great rock snake lying unconscious on the ground. Xu Xing emerged victorious from this battle. Everyone from the highest echelons of the Chinese military to the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream was stunned by the battle. The livestream chat exploded with unprecedented fervor, with viewership, engagement, and gifts surging to unparalleled heights. 1. The Great Rock Snake is down. Xu is awesome. 3 heroes against Lubu. Brutal. Brother Xu's tactics are ruthless. Gigantamax Gyarados, what the hell did I ever do to deserve this? Doused with water, bombarded by grass, smashed in the head with psychic power. Are people this brutal nowadays? Unbelievable. They actually defeated Golem, a true rock colossus. Is that the point? The real point is humans can actually train Pokémon to battle other Pokémon. No need for words, brothers. Let the gifts roll. 5-pointed star, sending Carnival X3. North-South, send Sports Car X3. Donchin Tsuani, Rocket X1. Little Devil, sent Roses X99. The chat screen was flooded with gifts, obscuring the view. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed. After this battle, the relationship between Pokémon and humans was forever changed. Pokémon were no longer mere beasts of destruction and chaos, they were beings capable of becoming partners to humanity. They were called Pokémon. Huaxia Nation Military Base. The usually solemn military base was unusually relaxed. Lin Guobiao looked thrilled. So Pokémon can truly be companions and even used to battle other Pokémon. This battle proves beyond doubt that Pokémon cannot be defined simply as good or evil. Dr. Wang's face radiated admiration. Xiao Lin. Next week, no, tomorrow I must meet this boy. By any means necessary. Lin Guobiao nodded. Xiaoyi, pack up and head to Hengjiang with Dr. Wang immediately. He Cheng-jun nodded cheerfully. After all, this livestream was his idea. Lin Guobiao turned to the Lucario in its cage. They're Pokemon, not some kind of demon beast. Guys, I'm about to open Lucario's cage. Any objections? Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Yu Hu, who had initially opposed the idea, gave his approval. They now had reason to believe Pokemon, too, had their own sense of right and wrong. Just as Lin Guobiao approached the cage to unlock it, the meeting room door burst open violently. No! A sharp male voice rang out from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a bespectacled man with long hair leading a large group into the conference room. His name was Wang Hai. Wang Hai belonged to the political leadership. In simple terms, he was a pen pusher. They had long been at odds with Lin Guobiao's faction of gun-toting operatives, with conflicts and friction being commonplace. Wang Hai spoke up. Lowering your guard against these beasts just because of some kid's livestream? Lin Guobiao, I think you've lost your mind. Lin Guobiao didn't back down from his attack. Wang Hai. The livestream footage is right here. Humans have their good and evil, creatures have their kindness and cruelty. What gives you the right to condemn all Pokemon with one sweeping condemnation? Wang Hai's brow furrowed, veins visibly bulging across his forehead. Why? Because my brother is still just a stone. He sacrificed himself to save you. You. And what do you do now? You actually call the beasts who killed my brother good people? After these words, the entire scene fell silent. Wang Yang was a pain they could never erase. Wang Yang had been a warrior in the armed squad, passionate and sincere, a stark contrast to his brother's temperament. During a raid against a demon beast, they encountered a mysterious Pokemon. While covering the retreat of his teammates, Wang Yang dodged too late and was turned into a stone statue. He still lay in the medical center, but since humans knew nothing about this condition, they remained helpless. If Wang Hairo intervened, advancing relations between Pokemon and humans would become exceedingly difficult. After the battle, Xu Xing rushed to check on Water Eevee's injuries. After all, at the final moment, Water Eevee had used Sacrifice Charge, a powerful attack that inevitably inflicted backlash upon the user. Fortunately, it had sustained almost no damage during the previous battle, so even after using Sacrifice Charge, it remained in relatively good condition. Seeing Xu Xing approach, Water Eevee moved closer on its own. Xu Xing stroked its head and said, "Thank you, Vaporeon, for trusting me so much." Plu plu. Seeing that Vaporeon was unharmed, Xu Xing led the other Pokemon toward the central boulder, the very one Onix had fiercely guarded. The boulder towered menacingly, standing slightly taller than Xu Xing. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled by the boulder. What the heck is this thing? If Onix is guarding it so fiercely, it must be some kind of treasure. It just looks like an ordinary rock from the outside? Can't tell what kind of treasure it is at all. Got it. The treasure must be inside. But how do we get it out? Yeah, right? We can't just smash it open. If we damage the treasure even a little, we'd be losing big time. Xu Xing stood before the boulder, his mind flickering as he activated Insight's eye. Detailed information about the treasure within the boulder appeared before his eyes. Moonstone. A mystical stone that enables certain Pokémon to evolve. As dark as the night sky. Xu Xing sighed softly. It was a decent treasure, but useless to him at this moment. EV, shatter it. Upon hearing the command, the water EV transformed into a bolt of lightning and slammed into the boulder. With a thunderous crash, the rock shattered into dust. The moonstone appeared before everyone, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Its interior seemed to contain a starry sky. Viewers in the livestream watched the stone with curiosity. Wow! That stone is glowing. Like moonlight frozen inside. Xu Xing, pick it up, it's definitely a treasure. That texture, like crystal yet like gemstone. Are those silver streams of light inside alive? Get closer, Sue. This gem could fetch a fortune, never seen quality like this before. Wait, is there something behind the gem emitting a red glow? Red light? Xu Xing froze for a moment reading the comments, then gasped in shock upon approaching the moonstone. Chapter 20, Boss Level Cavern. Tidal Cavern. Xu Xing's breathing grew heavy. Beside the moonstone lay a sunstone, resting quietly. Earlier, when using Insight, the sunstone had been obscured by the moonstone, preventing him from seeing its information. Xu Xing felt a brief surge of excitement, but it quickly subsided. After all, while the sunstone and moonstone were precious, they offered no enhancement to the Pokémon in his possession. Still, they weren't entirely useless. Xu Xing picked up both stones and began explaining their properties to his livestream audience. He spent a full half-hour thoroughly explaining every detail of their functions, squeezing every last bit of value out of the moonstone and sunstone. The viewers listened with genuine interest, as such minerals were unheard of before. Several viewers in the livestream even offered to purchase the gems at a premium price. Buzz, his phone suddenly vibrated. Xu Xing frowned slightly. Someone actually sending him a message? He pulled out his phone to find a message displayed. Hanjiang City Public Security Bureau, Dear Mr. Xu Xing, please return to your residence immediately. A representative will contact you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Your cooperation is requested. Hanjiang City Public Security Bureau? Xu Xing frowned. It seemed he had caught the attention of the authorities. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that with his current influence, these people wouldn't dare do anything to him. He decided to meet them. Who knows? It might even benefit the promotion of Pokémon. Leaving the cave, Xu Xing retraced his steps. Along the way, he informed his livestream viewers that he would be offline tomorrow to handle external affairs. Though disappointed, the viewers urged him to wrap things up quickly and return to streaming soon. After wrapping up these matters and briefly bidding farewell to his viewers, he ended the stream. This stream had surpassed 60,000 viewers, placing it in the mid to upper range. What was astonishing, however, was that Xu Xing had achieved 60,000 concurrent viewers without even posting a single video. Even more jaw-dropping was the fact that his fan count had only just crossed the 100,000 mark. With 100,000 followers but 60,000 viewers in his stream, it was undeniable that his potential fanbase was incredibly vast. Xu Xing mentally summoned the system panel. Science points, 228,000. In just one short livestream, his science points skyrocketed by nearly 200,000, utterly absurd. 200,000 science points, a figure that could be seen as either substantial or modest. The immediate priority was elevating public awareness of Pokémon. Xu Xing walked back to the campsite as the sky had completely darkened. The only sounds in the entire forest were the crackling of branches and leaves beneath Xu Xing and his two Pokémon. Meow ha! Meow ha! Newleaf Meow suddenly let out two startled cries. Xu Xing paused in surprise. What's wrong, Newleaf Meow? Mlua! Nyaniko barked persistently at the grass ahead, the path leading back to the campsite. He crouched low and gently parted the foliage. A horrifying sight met his eyes. 3 horrifying human faces stared straight at him. The faces were grotesquely distorted, barely recognizable as human. Xu Xing felt his heart skip a beat. Without even time to activate his Insight Eye, he scooped up Zinyameyo from the ground and shouted, "EV! Run!" Without looking back, he sprinted for his life with both Pokémon in tow, only daring to stop after covering a considerable distance. Panting heavily, he wondered what kind of monster that had been. Could it have been a Jengar? Xu Xing instantly dismissed the thought. After all, Evolution was a legendary Pokémon. How could it possibly appear in this small star forest? Besides, he remembered clearly that the creature had 3 faces. Unfortunately, the darkness made it impossible to see clearly. He sighed. The forest at night was indeed far too dangerous. He set Newleaf Mew down and stroked her head. "Thanks for your help, Leafy." Newleaf licked her lips. Meow ha. Then he patted Water Eevee. "You okay, Eevee?" "Boo-roo." With all his Pokémon unharmed, he felt relieved. Since that path was blocked, he'd have to find another way back to the campsite. Xu Xing sighed in resignation. If only his flashlight hadn't run out of power, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. He set off again with his 2 Pokémon. Since the original path was blocked, Xu Xing chose a different route. This was a path Xu Xing had never traveled before. The night was dark and windy, and unnoticed, the hour had crept to 10 o'clock. Caw caw. Eerie cries echoed through the forest. This starry forest seemed far more sinister than he had imagined. Xu Xing silently resolved to always fully charge his flashlight before venturing out again. The path grew increasingly narrow, leaving him uncertain if he had lost his way. Suddenly, a chill crept over his skin. He looked up to find himself facing yet another cavern. This cavern, however, was larger than the previous one, emanating a faint chill. Clearly, this cavern could not be a creation of the human world. A thought flashed through Xu Xing's mind. Since it wasn't of human origin, he activated his inside eye. Tidal cavern. A cavern formed from solidified rock, but during its formation, it absorbed excessive water energy, transforming it into a tidal cavern. Its interior is cold and damp without a source of warmth. One is easily overcome by the chill. Element, water. Level, boss. Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. It actually worked. A boss-level enemy? What did that mean? Xu Xing cast Insight's eye on the level again, and another row of information appeared before her. Caves are classified into 5 tiers. Elite, Boss, Overlord, Dominator, Divine Guardian. Countless waves of shock washed over Xu Xing. What he least expected was that Insight's eye could actually be nested like Russian dolls. Xu composed himself. He wasn't ready to explore this cave just yet. First, his Pokémon had just endured a brutal battle, forcing them into another fight so soon would be too much. Second, he hadn't started a livestream. Without a broadcast for others to witness, it wouldn't serve any purpose for Pokémon promotion. Moreover, it was doubtful whether his current strength could even defeat a boss-level cave. Xu Xing made a rough assessment. Based on reward tiers, the previous cave was at most elite level. 2 broken stones? Who would even bother fighting them? This cave had absorbed considerable water energy to form. Xu Xing's thoughts flickered. If all went according to plan, that small river should be nearby. Finding the river would mean finding a place to set up camp. Xu Xing exhaled deeply, circled around the cave, and pressed forward. Sure enough, the sound of flowing water soon reached his ears. Following the stream downstream, he soon spotted the campsite. Xu Xing's tense nerves finally relaxed, though thoughts of tomorrow inevitably surfaced. The Municipal Public Security Bureau. Xu Xing silently resolved within himself, if they dared obstruct his Pokémon promotion efforts, he would storm right through their doors. After that, he would retreat to the starry forest for a prolonged period of seclusion. After all, with the system shop at his disposal, he could easily sustain himself independently. Of course, if they were good people, Xu Xing would also present them with a generous gift. Chapter 21, Meeting with Officials. Good or evil? Dawn broke as Xu Xing opened his eyes. He brushed away the larvitar clinging to his face before gently pushing off the EV wrapped around his arm. These 2 Pokémon were incredibly clingy. After a night of their constant attention, Xu Xing felt like he'd been in a lively party. The 2 Pokémon fidgeted and squirmed all night long. Only the new leafy cat curled up quietly in the corner, perfectly still. Without Xu Xing as their pillow, both Lapras and Larvitar opened their eyes one after another. Floatzel's tail swayed gently as it murmured, boo-roo boo-roo. Lapras, however, teleported instantly into Xu Xing's backpack and continued sleeping soundly. EV, it's time to head home. At the sound of this, Evie's eyes lit up with excitement, as if the word home held a special place in its heart. Xu Xing packed up the tent and looked at little new Leaf Mew, saying, Little Zinumimio. Would you like to become my Pokémon and come home with me? Meow. Xinyiao shook its head and walked into the forest. Xu Xing sighed. As the saying goes, you can't force someone to like you. With that thought, he said no more and led Water EV toward the exit of the starry forest. After walking for some time, the bustling city gradually came into view. Water EV's eyes brimmed with curiosity and timidity. Xu Xing bent down and gently stroked her head. Evie, I promise I won't let anyone bully you. Evie closed her eyes, basking in her master's affection. MMMPH. Before we go any further, I need you to stay inside for now. Xu Xing produced a Pokeball, and the Water EV entered it without resistance. Xu Xing walked toward the city, yet a pang of sadness rose in his heart. In this society, even a cute little Water EV couldn't walk freely on the streets. Was there any justice left? The relationship between humans and Pokemon had become utterly toxic. As a traveler from another time, he was the only one who could resolve this situation. At that moment, Xu Xing finally understood the purpose of his journey. It was to liberate Pokemon from the misunderstandings between them and humans. He drew a quiet breath as a phrase surfaced unbidden in his mind. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people. Hangjiang Police Station. Yi Tianjiao clasped the young man's hand before him, his expression brimming with admiration. Yi Chengjun gave an awkward smile. Brother Yi, thank you. Yi Tianjiao released his grip, his face radiating anticipation. No, just call me Xiao Yi. You're a soldier defending our homeland on the front lines. I'm just a lowly cop, how could we possibly be compared? Yi Tianjiao never dreamed that a soldier from a national-level military unit would actually visit their small city. National-level military units, those were the real iron-blooded warriors, the brave ones charging into the thick of battle. Heroes who charged without hesitation when the beasts invaded Blue Star. And the youth before him was so young, barely in his early 20s. Yet at that moment, Yi Chengjuan's expression turned serious. He replied earnestly. Brother Yi, that's not quite right. It's precisely because you police officers safeguard the city's stability that we can fight on the front lines with peace of mind. We're all the same heroes contributing to our motherland. Yi Tianjiao nodded fiercely but suddenly felt ashamed, recalling how he'd been watching that kid's live streams at the police station all this time. Yi Tianjiao silently vowed to himself, from now on, I will patrol diligently. Dr. Wang, standing nearby, grew slightly impatient. He nudged He Changjun and urged. He Changjun, get to the point. Get to the point. Hearing this, Yi Tianjiao was startled. Who was He Changjun? He was a soldier of the National Military Department. His status was second only to the leader himself. And this old man was actually calling him Little He. Yi Tianjiao took a deep breath. This man was unfathomable. He Changjun nodded. Brother Yi, you should know why we're here. If it's convenient, let's not delay, take us there immediately. Yi Tianjiao hurriedly nodded and grabbed the police car keys. By the time Xu Xing neared her home, it was nearly noon. The sun hung high in the sky, its heat making people restless and irritable. Even before reaching his street, Xu Xing found it packed with people. What's going on here? Xu Xing was baffled. Taking a few more steps forward, he saw a police officer maintaining order. Beyond the red police tape stood an imposing, long, black sedan. Such vehicles usually only appeared in novels, so seeing one right before her eyes was quite surprising. Suddenly, the officer directing traffic seemed to notice something. He pushed through the crowd, pulling Xu Xing toward the center. Mr. Su, they're waiting for you inside. Xu Xing paused. They? Observing the scene before him, Xu Xing chuckled. What a grand display. He walked toward the apartment building, where Yi Tianjiao, He Changjun, and Wang Tianyang stood side by side at the entrance. Having watched his live streams daily, the three recognized him instantly. Wang Tianyang rushed forward like a devoted fan, grasping Xu Xing's hand. Hello, streamer Su. My name is Wang Tianyang. Hello. Xu Xing's tone was flat, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Yi Tianjiao frowned and shot Xu Xing a meaningful glance. This old gentleman standing before them was a figure so prominent that even the National Military Department treated him with utmost respect. What kind of attitude is that, you little brat? Xu Xing ignored him completely. Xu Xing asked directly. What can I do for you? Dr. Wang rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I'd like to discuss some matters concerning Pokémon. Just as he'd expected, Xu Xing replied. Sure, come to my room. Just as the three were about to follow Xu Xing upstairs, he suddenly added, one person. Yi Tianjiao couldn't hold back any longer. Hey! Kid, you're just a small-time streamer. Do you even know who you're dealing with here? Xu Xing replied calmly, follow my instructions, or leave. Dr. Wang immediately waved his hands. I'll handle it. I'll take care of this. Xiao He, you wait downstairs. With that, Dr. Wang rushed forward, as if afraid someone else might snatch this opportunity away. He Changjun stood there with a smile on his face. It seemed being the top donor wasn't all it was cracked up to be. He couldn't even get past the streamer's door. Admittedly, Xu Xing wasn't an unreasonable or cold-hearted person, but he couldn't muster much goodwill towards someone who made such a grand show just to see him. The two entered the room, which was incredibly shabby. A single table stood forlornly in the center of the floor. The place is rather simple. If you're not comfortable, you can leave. Wang Tianyang's eyes lit up, his admiration for Xu Xing nearly impossible to hide. How noble could a person be? Living in such a humble place, yet willing to freely share clips with others for editing during his live streams. What should I call you? You can call me Dr. Wang. No, you're the expert on Pokémon, but I'm older than you. So, all things considered, just call me Fat Wang. Chapter 22, I am the answer. The confidence of absolute power. Xu Xing pulled the Pokeball from his pocket. A flash of light appeared, and Water EV materialized inside the room. The moment it appeared, Water EV threw itself into Xu Xing's arms, burying its head beside his hand. Xu Xing understood her meaning and instinctively stroked her little head. Boo-roo boo-roo. Wang Tianyang's breathing quickened uncontrollably. Though he'd seen the scene in live streams before, witnessing it in person still stirred his excitement. Having served on the front lines, Wang Tianyang had witnessed countless battles between beasts and humans. He'd witnessed devastation, seen creatures and humans slaughter each other, and observed men clutching grenades to die alongside Pokémon. It was precisely because he had witnessed so much cruelty that he now felt an even greater curiosity. Could humans and beasts truly coexist peacefully? Dr. Wang took a deep breath. The boy before him had already provided the answer. I'd like to talk with you about Pokémon. Xu Xing stroked the head of the EV, his gaze fixed on the creature. It seemed to radiate a powerful aura. He spoke softly. Go ahead. Can humans and Pokémon truly coexist peacefully? Though I believe it, this world has witnessed far too many tragic events. Not just me, but countless others ask this question. Can we truly live in harmony with Pokémon? Xu Xing glanced up at Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang's face was filled with excitement. Xu Xing replied calmly. I am the answer. Those 5 simple words left Dr. Wang speechless. Wang Tianyang's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Excellent. For the peaceful coexistence of humans and Pokémon, for peace itself I will support you with everything I have. Even my life. Xu Xing was somewhat surprised. Seeing Wang Tianyang's fervent expression, he sensed this man was utterly serious. Wang Tianyang had often walked the front lines of war. His life stream had been dedicated to peace, so witnessing the conflict between Pokémon and humans filled him with unbearable anguish. The scorched earth, the shattered lives of people, he had poured his heart into research solely to help humanity defeat Pokémon. But after watching Xu Xing's live stream, his perspective shifted. Pokémon and humans needn't be enemies, they could be friends. Wang Tianyang continued. If there's anything you need, just ask. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Xu Xing nodded, her resolve strengthened. Exchange successful. Xu Xing said. Dr. Wang, this is a gift. Xu Xing handed over the red device from his chest. This device is called the Pokédex. It will record every Pokémon I encountered during my journey. Dr. Wang's hands trembled slightly, yet he accepted the gift without hesitation. His breathing grew heavy, his heart surging with excitement as if he were holding the very truth of this world in his hands. I'd prefer we keep this low-key for now. After all, the overall situation remains favorable. Wang Tianyang nodded frantically, yes, yes. Xu Xing continued. I'll continue my live streams to educate people about Pokémon. Once everyone here knows about the Pokémon in this forest, I hope you can support me financially so I can go elsewhere. Dr. Wang assured him, rest easy, money is the last thing I lack. Xu Xing suddenly remembered something and pulled the Moonstone and Sunstone from his pocket, handing them both to Dr. Wang. I won't need these anymore. See if they're of any use to you. Wang Tianyang's imposing frame trembled once more. He had privately messaged Xu Xing on Douyin's backend, offering a hefty sum for these 2 special stones, but had received no reply. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to obtain them here for free. Thank you, thank you. The look in his eyes shifted from admiration to outright awe. Xu Xing nodded. If possible, could you leave me your contact information? I may need your help with something later. After exchanging contact details, his assessment of the man before him had undergone a complete transformation. This Dr. Wang was no profit-driven merchant, he was a scientist genuinely dedicated to advancing peace. Xu Xing resolved to exchange the Pokeball blueprints with Dr. Wang at the right moment, entrusting him with mass production. Dr. Wang tucked the Pokédex into his coat. Brother Xu, the peace between humans and Pokémon rests in your hands. I will support you fully from behind the scenes. Thank you. But, if you're pledging full support, then the peace between Pokémon and humans will also carry your strength. Hearing this, a white tear welled up in the corner of Dr. Wang's eye. He nodded firmly, yes, yes. With that, Dr. Wang began to rise and depart. Xu Xing saw him to the door but offered no further escort. With a slight shift of his thoughts, Xu Xing summoned the system panel, science points, 28,000. A single Pokédex entry had cost a whopping 200,000 science points. Xu Xing felt a twinge of pain, but thinking of the contributions made for the peace between humans and Pokémon, he felt at ease. He pulled out his phone and edited his name tag, adding the words livestream starts promptly at 10 a.m. in bold letters after his name. With this matter resolved, Xu Xing saw no reason to linger and prepared to return to the Stardust Forest to resume his livestream. Just then, the system's cold voice suddenly chimed in. Detected host exchanging critical item, Pokémon Encyclopedia. Hidden quest, Pokédex Master activated. Mission objective, complete the Pokédex to 100%. Current progress, 0.79. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath, not even 1% complete. With a staggering 1,280 Pokémon species currently existing, scattered across all sorts of locations, unlocking them all seemed like a pipe dream. Xu Xing continued reading the rules. A Pokémon is considered unlocked when over 50% of livestream viewers recognize it. Xu Xing nodded, grasping the basic concept. Achieving 1%, 10%, 25%, 50%, 80%, and 100% Pokédex unlock progress grants different rewards. Unlocking tasks grants a special reward, Spirit Rings. The revolution is not yet complete. Host, work hard. Xu Xing exhaled heavily in his heart. Yes, he was undertaking a great revolution. He glanced at his finger, where a translucent white ring suddenly appeared on his ring finger. Xu Xing was no fool now. With a flicker of his thoughts, he activated Inside Eye. Spirit Ring can store items with a volume of approximately 20 cubic meters. Xu Xing murmured in quiet awe. 20 cubic meters of space. It didn't sound like much, but for Xu Xing's purposes simply storing items it was more than ample. Converted to real-world terms, 20 cubic meters was roughly half a classroom. Xu Xing was pleasantly surprised. Unlocking a quest reward had granted him such a fine ring. He began to look forward to the next rewards. Composing himself, Xu Xing stepped out to prepare supplies for tomorrow. With this ring in hand, he resolved to spend more time in the Starry Forest on his next outing. Opening the Douyin backend, he saw his livestream had received quite a few gifts. While the total value wasn't insignificant, it was nowhere near enough to fill this small space. Xu Xing pulled out his phone and tapped open the chat window with Wang. Bro Wang, lend me some cash to get by. Chapter 23, Life's worth more than heaven, yet hearts are thinner than that? Transfer, 1 million. Take it, no need to be polite with your big brother. Wang Tianyan waved his hand generously and transferred $1 million to Xu Xing. He really is loaded, what a generous guy, Xu Xing thought to himself, inwardly impressed. He didn't hesitate, accepting the transfer immediately. Since he'd decided to live in the wilderness for an extended period next time, stockpiling supplies was essential. Though the top-ranked patron had showered him with money, Xu Xing was more interested in gauging Wang Tianyan's true intentions. With Wang Tianyan's group arriving early, the entire process accelerated significantly. What they'd expected to take until evening was wrapped up before afternoon. This left him more time to prepare for his next outing. Xu Xing headed to the supermarket. Fortunately, there was a decent one nearby, stocked with enough variety to fill his spatial ring to capacity. Xu Xing bought several cases of mineral water, along with plenty of instant meals, bread, and other staples. But since these weren't real meat, he specifically bought some seasonings to avoid the wild game he'd catch in the Starry Forest tasting bland. He ended up with a motley collection of items, filling over a dozen bags. The bags he clutched in both hands were almost as big as he was. In public, he dared not activate his spirit ring, so he carried all the bags back home first. But as luck would have it, the moment Xu Xing pushed open the supermarket door, he spotted a familiar face. His homeroom teacher, Fang Xiaomei. Xu Xing silently cursed his bad luck and prepared to take a detour, but Fang Xiaomei had already spotted him from afar. She hurried over, her brow furrowed at the sight of the bags in his hands. What are you up to? Xu Xing gave an awkward smile. Heading out for a live stream in the field. Fang Xiaomei's eyes brimmed with bewilderment. You're a student. What business do you have doing outdoor live streaming? You should be focusing on your studies. Xu Xing forced a smile. Most students his age should indeed be studying hard, but he wasn't just any student. If the conflict between humans and Pokémon was left unchecked, by the time he finished his college entrance exams, Earth would likely be destroyed. Fang Xiaomei shook her head and continued. Students should study diligently and get into college, that's how it's always been. Ideas are like saplings, once they take root, they cling tightly to one's way of thinking until the very moment of ruin, when only then do those roots realize their error. But once the entire tree is destroyed, it's already too late. Hearing this, Xu Xing lifted his head for once. Always been that way, so it must be right? Fang Xiaomei looked at Xu Xing, thinking he was beyond help, and shook her head. Xu Xing ignored her, carrying his bags past her. Your generation is finished. It's your generation that's finished. Back home, Xu Xing stored all the groceries from the supermarket into the spirit ring. After storing everything, the ring still had about 3 or 4 square meters of space left for emergencies. Now he had ample time to prepare for his future plans. His next primary target would be the tidal caverns. With his current strength, attempting to conquer the tidal cavern would be like trying to crack a nut with an egg. Moreover, the descriptions indicated the tidal cavern was primarily water type, meaning he would need grass and electric type Pokemon. For grass type, a Ninetales might be willing to help, but one Ninetales wouldn't be enough. Therefore, an electric type Pokemon was also needed. An electric type Pokemon, one that also inhabits forests. Xu Xing immediately thought of Clefairy. Although Clefairy starts out weak, it has tremendous potential for growth. If trained properly, it could evolve into a powerful electric type Pokemon. Next came Pikachu. A true star-level Pokemon. Though still relatively unknown in this world, if it made a few appearances, its fame would surely soar to the forefront in no time. While these Pokemon were all promising, discovering and capturing them would prove challenging. Most importantly, the Pokemon inhabiting the tidal cavern remain unknown. Xu Xing lay in the empty room, lost in thought, when his water EV suddenly curled up on him. This water EV was incredibly clingy, lying on Xu Xing with its eyes closed, its coolness seeping into his body. The physical cooling effect from the EV finally eased some of the restless thoughts and the heat brought on by his agitation. Xu Xing stroked its head. Thanks, little EV. Plu. How wonderful, the world of Pokemon. If only he could escape the sweltering summer heat with his favorite Pokemon, starting a quiet life in the countryside and enjoying leisurely afternoons. But he couldn't. He bore a heavy responsibility no one else could take his place. Rather than stepping forward, Xu Xing chose to ensure more people could enjoy those leisurely afternoons. Xu Xing stood up, took out his phone, and began recording a video. In this first video, Xu Xing would first introduce Pokemon to everyone. After all, many people still referred to Pokemon as monsters, a term as ingrained as roots once deeply rooted, it becomes hard to change. Xu Xing placed his phone on the table, then cradled EV as he began his introduction. Within moments, the first video was uploaded just over 30 seconds long. Xu Xing didn't say much, merely correcting the Pokemon's name before heavily promoting tomorrow's livestream. After all, the livestream was his main event. The science education delivered there would translate into actual educational value. As for whether anyone would believe him, if Xu Xing were just sitting in front of the camera talking without proof, he might lack credibility. But Xu Xing was holding an actual Pokemon. Just by holding one, he carried far more authority than any self-proclaimed Pokemon master on the internet. Within moments, Xu Xing's comment section flooded with responses. After all, previous short videos featuring him were merely clips from his livestreams. This was the first time the man himself had ever posted a video. Xu Xing casually scrolled through the comments. The real deal? At first glance I thought it was another clip. Bro! You finally decided to post a video. Brother Xu never disappoints, even his videos are teaching us about Pokemon. Bro! Go live. Go live now. That water EV is so cute. I wanna pet it. Bro, your background is way too sparse. Looks just like my junk room. The comment section was mostly fans, and the traffic hadn't spread yet, so everyone seemed pretty chill about Xu Xing getting up close and personal with Pokemon. More comments were requests for them to pet it too. It was still early, so Xu Xing tidied up his modest little room. Though there wasn't much to clean, he figured he might not be back anytime soon after his next trip out. He pulled out his phone to message the landlady. Sis, I won't be staying here for a while. I'll pay the rent for the next month up front. Sue, those people this morning already paid your rent for the next 10 years. You can stay here with peace of mind. Xu Xing silently admired their clout. Having such backing was a blessing. At least he could focus entirely on his Pokemon science content without any worries. With nothing else to do, Xu Xing lay back down on the floor for one last rest before tomorrow's livestream. Chapter 24, Third Expedition to Starry Forest. The Unexpected Awakening of Onyx. Xu Xing finished his final adjustments and launched the drone. Just as he was about to start the livestream, Xu Xing's thoughts flickered, and his insight eye activated. Self-operating live streaming drone. Ultra-intelligent tracking drone, automatically captures optimal footage. Waterproof, fireproof, and heat-resistant. However, it consumes 100 psi points per hour as fuel. If not in live mode, it will not consume psi points and will silently follow you. So that's how it works. Xu Xing had always wondered why the drone never needed battery replacement. It was because it automatically deducted points. With that realization, Xu Xing stopped overthinking and launched the stream. After a full night's rest, he felt energized. Coupled with the buzz from his short videos, many viewers, some genuinely interested, others just curious, were tuning in to watch his livestream. Xu Xing now had everything going for him: timing, location, and audience support. He'd left home early that morning, and it was barely past 9 o'clock. The livestream had barely started when countless viewers flooded in. Viewers enthusiastically greeted Xu Xing. Good morning, Xu Gu. We're live on schedule. All set. Which beast is Brother Xu going to take down today? Oh wait, Pokemon. Heard about you and came to see what kind of skills the streamer has. Bro, I was so scared of oversleeping and missing your stream that I stayed up all night. Go ahead and praise me. I've never seen a female streamer dance with this much enthusiasm. This is way more thrilling than watching them dance. 5-star, sends 10 rockets. Holy crap, 5-pointed star is a true fan, dropping big rockets right off the bat. I watch streams daily, but this is my first time hearing about Big Brother 5-pointed star's legendary status. The chat was buzzing with excitement, and Xu Xing enthusiastically responded to the audience. Lalala had slept soundly all night and now sat on Xu Xing's shoulder, her tiny feet dangling freely. Water EV stayed close by Xu Xing's side. This time, he entered the Starlight Forest through the main gate. When confronted by the police, he only needed to show his credentials, no more hiding. Walking through the forest, he decided to head first to the tidal cave he'd seen last time, just to get a quick look at the interior. But before that, he needed to make a detour to the rock cave. Last night, Professor Wang had suddenly sent Xu Xing a message. Brother Xu, I'd like to see the rock formations protecting the Moonstone and Sunstone. Of course, you needn't trouble yourself nor worry. I've already arranged for someone to retrieve them for me. Despite Xu Xing's explanation that they were just ordinary rocks, Dr. Wang insisted on seeing them for himself. Xu Xing couldn't argue with that. Dr. Wang claimed he'd dispatched people to retrieve them early in the morning before the Pokemon awoke. This was precisely why Xu Xing had risen so early, to personally oversee the situation and prevent any mishaps. At this critical juncture, another incident of a monster injuring someone would have consequences too dire to imagine. Xu Xing hurried toward the rock cave with his 2 Pokemon, soon arriving at the cave entrance. Viewers in the livestream chattered excitedly about Xu Xing's purpose. Why's Brother Xu back here? What's up? Did the giant rock challenge you to a battle? Not satisfied? Ha ha ha, then let's fight until the big rock snake surrenders. Coming here so early again, did you forget some treasure? Ha! Where's our cute little new leaf Mew? Xu Xing dared not linger to respond to the comments, instead hurrying toward the cave entrance. After walking for a while longer, he arrived at the cave's mouth. Xu Xing activated his insightful eye with a slight shift of his thoughts. Rocky Cavern. A Pokémon cave born from rock and desert, absorbing the power of stone during its growth. Type, rock. Level, elite. Xu Xing nodded slightly. Elite, boss, overlord, dominator, guardian of the gods. The rock cave is rated elite, indeed the weakest here. Xu Xing stepped inside. Footprints on the ground clearly indicated others had already entered. He followed closely into the cavern. In the clearing where Xu Xing had previously battled the great rock snake, several combatants stood fully armed. With both the moonstone and sunstone already taken, the great rock serpent no longer guarded the central rock. Instead, it lay quietly asleep in a corner. For fully equipped geological personnel were carefully collecting samples, moving stealthily to avoid making any noise. Xu Xing dared not step in to help if the great rock snake recognized him. A fierce battle would be unavoidable. At that moment, viewers in the livestream chat noticed the scene and teased. What are they doing in there? Is this pile just a bunch of broken rocks? Yeah, exactly. Brother Su barely even glances at these guys, yet treats them like precious treasures. Ha 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 ha. That's the difference. Brother Su went solo into the cave and beat up the owner inside, while these four fully armed guys tiptoe in and only dare collect some junk rocks. Hey! You know what? It really does seem that way. And did anyone else notice those guys have guns strapped to their waists? Only then did everyone realize Xu Xing's true worth. He dared to venture alone into the demon beast cavern, a place the other four only approached fully armed. Not to mention Xu Xing came specifically to challenge the beast guarding it. Xu Xing stood silently at the entrance, not daring to make a sound. After all, if he disturbed the giant rock snake and woke it up, who knew what might happen? The four fully equipped geologists packed the final rock sample into their bags. All was well. Clatter. A geologist's notebook suddenly fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Instantly, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. All eyes converged on the great rock snake in the corner. And the giant rock snake? It breathed evenly, still fast asleep. The group breathed a sigh of relief. This colossal creature wouldn't be roused by such a minor disturbance. Xu Xing, watching from outside the cave, felt just as tense as the four inside. Just as the four prepared to leave the cave, the giant rock snake dramatically opened its eyes. A 9-meter-tall rock serpent slowly rose to its feet, its gaze sweeping over the group. Humans possess a primal fear of creatures towering above them. This wasn't something that could be overcome with self-encouragement. It stemmed from an innate, primal suppression. Ah! The great rock serpent let out a deafening roar, its overwhelming pressure crashing down from above. The earth-shattering roar shook the very foundations, causing stones to fall from the cave ceiling. Countless boulders plummeted from above, crashing directly toward the geologists below. Viewers in the livestream were collectively stunned. Oh no! There are still people in the cave. Such a massive rockfall. What should we do? Su! Hurry and save them. Those huge boulders are about to hit people. How did this cave become so fragile? It survived all that intense fighting earlier, but now it's collapsing just from a sudden tremor? Su! If you don't act now, it'll be too late. This time, someone will die. Monsters! Monsters are truly terrifying. Xu Xing inwardly cursed. He wasn't Superman. Facing a boulder hurtling straight toward the geologists, his only option was to use total enhancement. But there were 4 people right in front of him. How could he possibly choose? He pondered, but the situation demanded immediate action. The boulder was mere meters from the geologists. Xu Xing inwardly cursed his luck. Chapter 25, The Beast Saves Lives. The world line shifts. Huaxia Military Base. Dr. Wang smacked his head hard. It's all my fault. All my fault. Everyone was watching Xu Xing's livestream at that moment. Witnessing the boulder plummeting from the sky, cold sweat broke out on their brows. Especially Wang Tianyang. After all, he had proposed this experiment. Judging by the situation, not only would 4 lives be lost, but countless viewers across livestreams would develop a negative impression of Pokémon. He knew the repercussions would be immense. Given Xu Xing's current streaming popularity, this could set Pokémon's promotional efforts back to square one. Xu Xing might also face backlash from his own fanbase, with those who'd always disliked him seizing the opportunity to attack. Dr. Wang grew increasingly regretful with each passing thought. At this moment, he felt like a villain for the ages. The relationship between humans and Pokémon would plunge into an abyss of no return because of him. Just then, Changjuan's shrill voice cut through the air. What is going on? Dr. Wang looked up at the screen. The scene left everyone, including all the viewers in the livestream, speechless. Just as the boulder was about to crush the geologists, Golem suddenly thrust its head forward, bearing the full brunt of the impact. Every boulder poised to crush innocent personnel was blocked by Onyx's steel-like body. Instead of falling boulders, the sky now displayed the mountain-like form of the great rock snake. The geologists were so terrified they could barely stand. The giant rock snake let out a deafening roar. Wah! The men were utterly paralyzed by terror. Xu Xing, watching from a distance, finally shouted, "Run!" Hearing this, the geologists, frozen in place, finally began to run, supporting each other as they fled the cave. After they exited, the cavern collapsed completely. Satisfied they were safe, the giant rock serpent burrowed back into the earth. All of them gasped for breath, their hearts filled with nothing but endless dread, while before them, rocks continued to collapse and crumble. One geologist gasped for breath, his voice trembling with fear. "Just now, which beast saved us?" Xu Xing looked at the scene before him and replied. "Is there any doubt?" The four geologists could scarcely believe their ears. Xu Xing spoke calmly. "Got what you came for? Let's get out of here." The four stood up, unwilling to linger any longer in this eerie place. And right at this moment, the live stream exploded. Holy crap! A giant rock snake? What the hell is it doing? Using its body to block the boulders? Saving people? Am I seeing things? A demon beast saved someone. We've always called them demon beasts. But it's risking its life to save someone. My face hurts. My heart hurts. Suga said they have intelligence and can communicate, but this isn't just intelligence. This is kindness. This is sacrifice. What gives us the right to define them as monsters? That boulder. It could crush a person to pulp. It took the full brunt on its back? Doesn't it feel pain? Why? The giant rock serpent clearly had zero communication with these geologists. Yet it still shielded them from the boulder. That's pure instinctive kindness. So why did it fight Brother Su earlier? Could the giant rock snake be hurt? Getting smashed by a boulder like that can't feel good. 5-pointed star, Rocket X 55 cent. 5-pointed star, sending carnival tickets X 66. Xu Xing felt a surge of secret delight. He said first, "Everyone, relax. These boulders won't harm the golem. He's probably gone elsewhere now. As I said, Pokemon are gentle creatures. While you should remain vigilant around these little creatures, please don't harbor ill will toward them. Gyarados itself is generally docile. The reason it attacked me earlier was likely because it mistook me for an intruder." Xu Xing then explained to the group. This type of cave is called a Pokemon cave. Inside dwell Pokemon of varying levels and types. Defeating the Pokemon within grants rewards. This cave was entirely Xu Xing's fabrication, based on what he'd gleaned from his inside eye. While not 100% accurate, it was close enough. Nearly 90,000 viewers in the livestream finally understood everything after Xu Xing's explanation. Xu Xing continued. "Alright, now that this matter has been safely concluded, it's time to attend to my own business." Walking along, Xu Xing said. "On my way home, I stumbled upon a cave. Now, I'll take all you viewers along for a look." Xu Xing was genuinely curious about the cave. After all, it had been pitch black that night, and he'd only caught a quick glimpse without seeing the whole thing. That was a boss-level cave, after all. Xu Xing suddenly remembered the human face he'd seen that night. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. If possible, he intended to uncover the truth behind that face during this expedition. The more unknown, the more intriguing. Following his memory, Xu Xing headed toward the cave when suddenly, the sound of Pokemon reached his ears. His primary goal remained educating viewers about Pokemon, so encountering one along the way naturally called for a live stream segment. Following the sound to its source in the forest, Xu Xing gently parted the leaves to find a group of small Pokemon seemingly having a picnic. Layers of towering trees blocked the sunlight. In the shade, about 5 or 6 different Pokemon sat in a circle, surrounded by various berries in the center. Though he couldn't understand their language, he could sense their joy. Joy is contagious. After the earlier incident, the viewers' affection for Pokemon had skyrocketed. Witnessing this scene, they were instantly charmed. Wow! This scene! That fan club member is rolling berries, right? Looks like a little glutinous rice ball come to life. Baby bear. That tiny bear cub is eating honey. Honey dripping from its mouth. This level of cuteness is just unfair. I want to come steal it. Look at those two. Part rabbit, part lightbulb. Are they brothers? They look so alike. Their tails are touching, sparks flying? Are they using it as a camping light? What kind of hardcore energy-saving tech is this? Is that giant bear in human clothes taking care of the baby bear? Tough exterior, but such a soft heart. Maximum security vibes. Such a harmonious scene. Is this really the Warcraft we know? Xu Xing gazed at the heartwarming scene before him, where 5 Pokemon gathered together. Pikachu, Cubone, the bear-clad Pokemon, Plusle, and Minun. The 5 Pokemon peacefully munched on berries. Xu Xing didn't interrupt them but instead slowly explained each Pokemon's features in his livestream, squeezing every possible educational point out of them. The livestream audience had already reached 90,000. Just one step away from the 100,000 milestone. Xu Xing calmly finished explaining all 5 Pokemon. With a slight thought, the system panel appeared before him. Science points, 334,890. After covering all 5 Pokémon, his knowledge points had soared to over 300,000. The pace of growth was truly remarkable. This was largely due to Xu Xing's increasingly authoritative explanations and the growing trust of his viewers, which had earned him such a massive haul of knowledge points. Though 300,000 points seemed like a substantial amount, it still fell far short of what was needed to redeem top-tier items from the system shop. Just as Xu Xing was about to leave the forest, a figure suddenly burst out of the trees and charged toward the Pokémon campsite. Chapter 26, The Bear Brigade vs. The Long-Haired Troll Legion. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Before the adorable Pokémon enjoying their picnic could react, 3 slender-limbed, dark purple-skinned creatures with long tongues suddenly appeared. They began wreaking havoc on the campsite. One little demon picked up a berry, took a vicious bite, and tossed it aside. Another rolled twice in the mud, kicking up dust and dirt. The third snatched the honey from Cubone's bowl and stuffed it into its own mouth. After their mischief, the 3 little monsters flashed a wicked grin at the Pokémon before vanishing back into the shadows, leaving no trace of their deeds. The live stream viewers were left speechless. Holy crap! What the hell just happened? Why did they suddenly show up to cause trouble and then just take off? What the heck are those? Purple-skinned goblins? Holy crap, they're so mean. That little brat stole all the honey from the bear cub. These Pokémon have some serious manners issues. Did that little thing even make a face at the end? Holy crap. So shameless after pulling a stunt. Time to get revenge? Count me in. Before them, several Pokémon were pacing anxiously, but the one wearing the bear costume remained calm. The bear-suited Pokémon waved her hand, and the others immediately followed behind her. Their posture seemed to signal they were off to seek revenge on those little pests. Xu Xing explained as they walked. The Pokémon that suddenly came to cause trouble up ahead is called a mischief sprite. It belongs to the trickster Pokémon category, with a dark and fairy type. These Pokémon like to gain negative energy by causing mischief. Xu Xing quietly quickened his pace to catch up. The Pokémon marched in force toward the Impedra's location, hardly the demeanor of those coming to negotiate. Xu Xing had a sinking feeling he was about to witness a Pokémon battle. After all, the Mischief Sprite was notoriously a group-living Pokémon. If these Pokémon went to demand an explanation, conflict with the Mischief Sprite group would be inevitable. While the Mischief Gremlins themselves weren't particularly formidable fighters, the shaggy beasts were a different story altogether. Xu Xing cautiously followed the Pokémon for over 10 minutes before they reached a quiet path. May's weather was growing increasingly hot, the air thick with an irritating heat, yet this path remained refreshingly cool. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight completely, and the forest was filled with the sweet scent of Pokémon World berries. After the 5 Pokémon traversed a considerable distance, they finally reached a dense forest. At this moment, the local viewers from Hengjiang City in the livestream began to marvel. Brother Su, is this really the Starlight Forest? How come I've never seen it in all my years living here? This place is so beautiful, like a fairyland. Yeah, even my grandpa, who's a Hengjiang forest researcher, has never seen this place. So mysterious. Su-ge, did you sneak off to some other place? Xu Xing explained. When Pokémon descend upon Blue Star, the landscape undergoes certain changes. Like those caves we saw earlier, those were alterations caused by Pokémon descent. This phenomenon can be called the descent phenomenon. It refers to phenomena occurring on Blue Star that are not native to it, triggered by Pokémon's arrival. Though Xu Xing had completely made this up, it seemed to fit the phenomena they were currently experiencing. Guh! The bear-like creature let out a mighty roar, its sheer power sending birds scattering in all directions. Suddenly, a thumping sound echoed through the woods. A hairy monster emerged from the forest. Then a second, then a third. 3 such creatures, covered entirely in black fur, emerged from the woods. Behind these monsters followed another type of little demon, quite similar to the mischievous ones but with longer hair. And trailing behind all these little creatures were the 3 mischievous little imps who had caused trouble earlier. Thus, a total of 9 Pokémon appeared before the man dressed as a bear. The livestream audience collectively froze in shock at the sight. Holy crap! What the heck is this? Are these really Pokémon? They look like monsters. No matter how you look at it, they're just like monsters. This is way too scary. Honestly, these Pokémon look like they stink. And in such a creepy group, are they some kind of gang? Are they about to fight? Su-ge, hurry and help the little bears. They're so small, and the leader wearing the bear costume is huge. If they fight, won't they get knocked flying? What's going on here? Did we accidentally walk into a brawl? Which side is the streamer going to help? These 3 Pokémon look so similar to me, they're all equally disgusting. Compared to the excitement of the livestream audience, Xu Xing remained relatively calm. Still hiding in the small grove, he slowly explained. The leader is a long-haired troll, the evolved form of a bluff demon. As for the bluff demon, it's the Pokémon behind him that resembles a mischief sprite. What you're witnessing right now is the entire evolutionary chain, from Gligar to Gengar, and then from Gengar to Snorlax. At this point, many viewers in the livestream finally understood, but the majority of comments still asked. Sugu, are they about to fight? Pick a side. Sugu, Sugu. If they start fighting, what about Xiong Bao's side? Xu Xing merely replied calmly. Just keep watching, everyone, and you'll find out. Xu Xing chuckled. Facing this gang of long-haired trolls with his bear suit combat prowess, he might not lose after all. After all, this was the famed bear god. Few Pokemon are honored with divine titles, and bear god is one of them. But 3 long-haired trolls plus a few bluffers were no pushovers either. If it came down to a fight, it might be anyone's game. Xu Xing gazed at the Pokemon before him and couldn't help but think, if possible, he'd love to see them battle. After all, large-scale Pokemon group fights were a rare sight. But the reality was that a fight was highly unlikely. Wearing the bear had led them here without any guidance, clearly indicating they were very familiar with this location. Besides, if a fight were truly intended, the bear-clad Pokemon wouldn't have brought so many companions it would have charged in alone. Of course, these were merely Xu Xing's speculations. Whether a fight would actually happen depended entirely on the Pokemon's own intentions. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was already erupting. This is definitely going to turn into a fight. Guys, place your bets. I'm backing the long-haired troll. Not only are they outnumbered, but they're also outmatched in size. How can they win? I'm betting on the long-haired troll too. Funny guy up there? You can tell which side's winning the vote just by looking. Exactly. With such a huge gap, it's blatant bullying of the honest ones. Xu Xing watched the comments stream, smiling silently. These folks were seriously underestimating the bear god's reputation. At that moment, Xu Xing spoke up, since that's the case, I'll cast my vote too. I'm betting on the one wearing the bear costume. Chapter 27, the competition event is arm wrestling? Who will prevail? Host, have you lost your mind? The long-haired troll has 3 arms. Sugu. Your Pokemon knowledge isn't fast enough or sharp enough. You're getting old. Whoa. Brother Su has started voting. Long-haired troll army versus bear-suited army. I'm following Brother Su's lead. Brother Su is serious. Guys, start counting the votes. 9 versus 5? Give me a reason why they'd lose. Xu Xing launched the live vote while announcing. If I lose, I'll drop 100 $100 lucky bags in one go. The moment he said this, the chat exploded with 666 and Brother Su is so generous. Then Xu Xing added. Of course, if you lose, you have to share my video in your family group chat. This time, the entire chat froze. Bro, that's way too harsh. I'm already watching this stream behind my mom's back and now you want me to share it in the family group? Damn, if I share a Warcraft tutorial in the family group, I'll get kicked out in the next second. Xu Xing knew full well how stubborn the older generation's mindset was, making the push to truly mainstream Pokemon incredibly difficult. But the stream's viewers didn't back down. They simply couldn't imagine the long-haired troll losing to the bear-suited guy. The size and numbers gap was just too obvious. Current voting numbers. Long-haired troll Legion versus bear-suited Legion. 88% vs 12%. Clearly, most people didn't hold much hope for the costumed bears. Had Xu Xing not chosen this side, the numbers would have been even lower. Xu Xing chuckled. It was time to show the viewers the beauty of raw power. Everyone, including Xu Xing, stared intently ahead, anticipating the start of the battle. The long-haired troll raised its hand high. Did this posture truly signal the start of the fight? Everyone held their breath. Just then, the long-haired troll brought his palm crashing down from above. Smack! The long-haired troll's fierce slap landed squarely on the mischievous little demon. The mischievous little demon? Indeed, the long-haired beast's target wasn't the bear-costumed figure, but the mischievous little demon. This outcome caught all the viewers in the livestream off guard. Xu Xing let out a slight sigh. Though he'd expected it, he still felt a bit disappointed that the fight hadn't happened. The scolded mischievous little demon became much more obedient. The 3 of them bounced over to the bear-costumed Pokemon and bowed apologetically. The bear-clad Pokemon pointed at the 3 Pokemon and chattered away. Goo-ah! Goo-ah goo-ah goo-ah! G-U-H-ah! 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 Though incomprehensible, the tone clearly conveyed the bear's lecturing tone. Viewers in the livestream felt an odd sense of familiarity watching this scene. Guys, this bear's tone is exactly like my mom's. This bear-wearing guy is basically the nanny of the Pokemon world. Gotta say, these Pokemon are way smarter than regular animals. It's like that dad who shows up demanding justice when his kid gets bullied. The viewers were amazed by how Pokemon communicate. It's nothing like animals. They're practically indistinguishable from humans. Huaxia Military Base. Watching this scene, Lin Guobiao marveled, Pokemon's intelligence might far exceed our human imagination. Their society is so extraordinary. Dr. Wang nodded in agreement. I suspect Pokemon are a gift bestowed upon us by God. Hearing this, Wang Hai snorted coldly, but held his tongue out of deference to Wang Tianyang's status. His attitude toward Pokemon had always been one of loathing and resistance, especially after losing his younger brother. His presence here watching the livestream was merely an order from higher-ups, ostensibly to break down stereotypes. Despite 1,000 reluctances, he had obediently complied. He Changjun, standing beside Dr. Wang, suddenly spoke up. Dr. Wang, do you truly believe the long-haired troll legion will prevail in this Pokemon battle? Dr. Wang nodded with a mischievous grin. With overwhelming numbers and size advantage, it's only natural they'd lose. Logically speaking, the Bear Legion's chances are slim. He Changjun had a contrary opinion. But Brother Su thinks the furry trolls will win. Dr. Wang waved his hand dismissively. Young He, you must dare to question authority. Though Brother Su was a master of science popularization, his combat analysis still falls slightly short of mine. He Changjun nodded, unconvinced. Just then, Lin Guobiao asked in confusion. What does this mean? On the large screen, another long-haired troll emerged from the shadows. This troll was carrying a massive tree stump. Xu Xing watched the scene, utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? The troll walked into the center of the group and slammed the massive stump onto the ground. Thud! The massive stump now stood between the bear-clad figures and the troll. Then, another bluffing troll emerged from the shadows, clutching a small sack of tree berries. Bouncing along, it hopped over to the stump and dumped the pile of berries beside it. The livestream viewers watched this scene and were once again baffled. What the heck is this? I don't get it. What's going on? Are they competing to see who can eat faster? Do they need to cook it? Aha, I get it. These Pokemon are definitely going to cook again. After all, the mischievous little demon ruined their picnic. Seriously? I'm not so sure. This vibe feels more like they're about to fight. Sugu, please explain what kind of Pokemon phenomenon is this? Unlike the confused audience, Xu Xing had already figured it out. This wasn't a picnic at all, it was the long-haired troll challenging the bear-suited guy to an arm wrestling match. Netizens not getting it is understandable, they're stuck in rigid thinking, assuming Pokemon are just slightly smarter than ordinary pets. But the truth was Pokemon possessed extraordinary intelligence. They were preparing to settle the ownership of this pile of berries through an arm wrestling contest. Xu Xing explained slowly. Back to the action, they're about to have an arm wrestling contest. The moment he explained, the chat exploded again. Ha? Pokemon? Arm wrestling? Sounds straight out of Warcraft. I get it now, this little guy's got way more brains than I ever imagined. Interesting. Let's get this game started. I'm sticking with the long-hair troll clan. If that's the case, it's even less fun to play. The long-hair trolls already have more players, and now they're adding one who's clearly bullying the honest folks. Xu Xing chuckled, who wins and who loses isn't decided yet. Once the stump was in place, the long-hair trolls began forming a long line. Pippi hopped to the center, taking on the role of referee. Xu Xing glanced down at the voting results. Long-haired troll legion versus bear-suited legion. 92% vs 8%. Heh, after adding another furry troll, the vote was almost one-sided. Meanwhile, the live chat continued urging the streamer. Bro Su. It's not too late to surrender now. Yeah. It's not that we look down on the bear-suited legion, the gap is just too huge. Ah, I get it, the streamer just wants everyone to send gifts and is looking for an excuse. Got it, a streamer with a conscience, huh? Wearing Bear saw the hairy troll had taken his seat and slowly sat down before the stump. Chapter 28, 1 vs 10. The bear-clad one's overwhelming pressure. Alright, both contestants are seated. Xu Xing stepped up as the commentator, providing live commentary for the viewers. The mischievous little demon perched atop the stump, facing off against the bear-clad troll. The first match pits bear-clad against mischievous little demon. A battle with absolutely no suspense whatsoever. Pai let out a loud cry as the match began. Smack! The match ended, just as Xu Xing had said, utterly predictable. The bear-clad fighter won by a landslide. This outcome was expected. Next, two mischievous little demons stepped forward to challenge, meeting the same fate. Expectable. Reasonable. After the mischievous little demon's defeat came the bluffers. 3 bluffers stood there, brimming with confidence, rubbing their hands together with gleaming eyes. Smack! 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 Triple kill, 3 bluff demons eliminated. Still expected. The real show was yet to come. Next up is the battle between the long-haired troll and the bear-suited one. The livestream room erupted in rare excitement. Wasn't this what everyone had been waiting for? The bear-suit versus the long-haired troll. The bluffers stepped aside regretfully as the first long-haired troll approached the stump. Xu Xing announced, the match is about to begin. Long-haired troll versus bear-suit, who will emerge victorious? This was a clash of kings. The live chat erupted. Go! Long-haired troll. You absolutely cannot lose. No worries, there are 4 long-haired trolls. Even if this one loses, 3 more remain. Give me one reason why they'd lose? The streamer can start handing out lucky bags now, or else you'll be giving out 100 bags a day and still not finish. Brother Su, never thought you'd misjudge a match. Just look at their overwhelming aura, they've already outclassed them. Just as the comment said, the 4 long-haired trolls radiated overwhelming power, while the bear suit sat calmly across from them. The first long-haired troll extended its hand. The bear-clad figure met it without flinching, placing its own hand on top. The troll growled lowly. Guh roar. White mist flared from the corners of its mouth as fur from its entire body surged toward its arm. Xu Xing calmly explained, the long-haired troll is concentrating its power into its arm. As the battle was about to erupt, the referee, Pippi, shouted, "Go!" The match officially began. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Pippi's shout, an explosive crack echoed from the stump. Unlike any previous explosion, this one was louder and more dramatic than ever before. Yet what unfolded before everyone's eyes was a scene none of the livestream viewers could have imagined. Before the stump, the bear-clad player held the long-haired troll firmly in a pin. The long-haired troll trembled violently, struggling to break free, while the bear-clad figure remained seated calmly, as if nothing had happened. Half a moment later, the furry troll's strength gave out. He was defeated. This outcome surprised not only the viewers in the livestream chat but even Xu Xing himself. He knew the bear-clad giant would win, but this was far too effortless. The viewers in the livestream chat exploded. Wait, what? That's the matchup? He got one shot? Huh? What? Slow-mo replay? I didn't catch that. Holy crap. This situation just flipped completely? No worries, no worries. There are still 3 long-haired trolls left. Totally not panicking, okay? Yeah, luck. This time it's definitely the bear outfit bringing the luck. The live stream viewers couldn't believe what they were seeing. Most shared Xu Xing's thoughts. They would win, but it wouldn't be easy. But this match was completely one-sided. Xu Xing glanced at the remaining long-haired trolls, only to see the 3 left ones striking various fitness poses. The chat was filled with stunned reactions, but Xu Xing knew this Pokemon was using a skill. They were using bodybuilding to boost their physical strength. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. The upcoming battles wouldn't be easy. But soon, everything before their eyes completely overturned everyone's expectations. One by one, the 3 long-haired trolls were knocked down by the bear slash. They offered no resistance whatsoever. The entire process took barely a minute. Before the bear slayer, mischievous little demons and long-haired trolls seemed indistinguishable. Both were dispatched with effortless ease. As the clad bear picked up the tree fruit from the ground, this farce finally drew to a close. Xu Xing clicked his tongue in admiration, convinced the bear in boots truly lived up to its bear god title. The live stream had surpassed 100,000 viewers, and every single one of them who witnessed the entire scene was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, that's it? Seriously? What's the difference between the furry troll and the mischievous little demon in front of the clad bear? So strong. What's this clothed bear? It's clearly the bear god, damn it. No more words, guys, I'm sharing this video. Sugu, hook me up with the bear god's workout plan. This is insane. How can he win so effortlessly? Holy crap. The bear suit actually won. I knew following Brother Su was the right call. Hey. Losing netizens, not a single one of you run away. Just go repost the video. Xu Xing chuckled and said. The muscle strength of the bear-suited guy is way beyond what you'd imagine. In fact, he's got a nickname, the bear god. Alright, you lose, you pay up. Now go repost my video. Heh, Xu Xing never imagined his first introduction of Pokemon to middle-aged and elderly folks would come through his fans. Before this, Xu Xing had feared that stubborn-minded people would start reporting him, leading to his content being taken down. But having netizens share it was perfect, the backlash wouldn't land on him. For Xu Xing, criticism was manageable as long as his videos weren't reported and taken down. Xu Xing's thoughts flickered, and the system panel appeared, science points, 424,850. Whoa! His knowledge points just skyrocketed to 424,850. Crouching behind some bushes, Xu Xing browsed the system store. Some items in the system store required massive amounts of side pop points, but their effects were equally mind-blowing. Attribute Conqueror, for 10 minutes after use, Pokemon deal receive 50% more damage from the types that resist or are resisted by their own type. Type Immunity, for 10 minutes after use, the Pokemon cannot gain type advantages or inflict or receive type-specific damage. Dual Type EV Berry, when used by a non-native type EV, it can evolve once more, freely switching between 2 types. Holy crap! This effect is insane. Xu Xing checked the price of this Dual Type EV Berry. Requires science points, 1 million. Xu Xing counted the zeros carefully, 6 of them. That meant a whopping 1 million science points. That price was simply outrageous. Xu Xing suddenly remembered something and was about to open the quest system when he felt a chill in front of him. He looked up to find Piku staring at him with excitement. And in the distance, over a dozen Pokemon were staring at him. The bear-like Pokemon set down the berry it was holding and waved cheerfully at Xu Xing from within the grass. Chapter 29, Tidal Cavern, New Challenges and Enemies. Seeing the drowsy waving at him from afar, Xu Xing hesitated not a moment. Full boost activated. Xu Xing spun around and began sprinting at an absurdly exaggerated speed, looking as disheveled as could be. But survival was paramount, he couldn't afford to think about much else right now. After nearly 10 minutes of running, Xu Xing dared to stop. Turning to see no pursuers behind him, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. The viewers in the livestream were utterly baffled. Streamer. That bear was so enthusiastic greeting you, what were you thinking? Wow. What a cold-hearted streamer. That bear was so enthusiastic, but you just ignored him. Poor bear, he must be so upset. Exactly. If you won't hug me, just tell me where you are, I'll be right there. Sugu, that's just not fair. The bear finally got enthusiastic, and you made him lose so badly. Exactly. Such a cute and gentle bear cub, and brother Su's being way too harsh. Sugu. This will make the bear think all humans are aloof. We're actually super warm-hearted. 5-pointed star, sent gift sports car X10. Xu Xing watched the flood of comments and couldn't help but smile wryly. Thanks to his influence, most of these viewers were gradually letting go of their prejudices toward Pokemon. That was certainly a good thing, but this dressed-up bear was no good bear. Xu Xing explained. Viewers in the livestream, promise me this: if you ever see a panda bear waving in the wild, run. Run for your life. Don't ask why. Just trust me. Xu Xing exhaled softly, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. After all, this was a monster that had effortlessly defeated 4 long-haired trolls in an arm wrestling match without even breaking a sweat. A hug from Xu Xing would likely shatter you to pieces. The viewers in the livestream chat were still complaining about Xu Xing's coldness. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Xu Xing said no more, deciding he'd have Dr. Wang pass along a message later. After this minor commotion, Xu Xing continued toward the tide cavern. Walking along the path, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Suddenly, a comment popped up. Xu, I shared your video in our clan group. Now I got kicked out. Wah! Put. Xu Xing couldn't hold back his laughter. This outcome was pretty much what he'd expected. Middle-aged and elderly players would prove to be an exceptionally complex hurdle in Pokemon's mainstream adoption. Their outdated mindset still equates Pokemon with Warcraft. But achieving true, comprehensive Pokemon adoption meant this hurdle had to be overcome. Immediately, the livestream chat exploded with a deluge of desperate pleas. Sugu, you gotta help me out. My mom says I'm mentally ill. She thinks Warcraft is a pet you can raise, and now she's brought in 3 shamans to cure me. Brother Xu. Read this. My parents are confiscating my phone. Streamer. My family group is mocking me. You must promote Pokemon to clear my name. It's over. Brother Xu. My parents are sending me to a mental hospital. Gotta run now. The screen quickly filled with viewers' complaints and jokes. Xu Xing gave an awkward chuckle. It seemed getting middle-aged folks to accept Pokemon would be tougher than he'd imagined. Xu Xing composed himself. The primary purpose of this journey remained unchanged: to explore the tidal caverns. As a boss-level cave, tidal caves rewards couldn't be bad, at least not worse than rock caves. Frankly, Xu Xing wasn't satisfied with the rewards from the rock cave. If the tidal caves rewards were also disappointing, he'd have to weigh the pros and cons before tackling similar caves in the future. After all, one must weigh the pros and cons. The dangers of cave exploration were no joke. One misstep could easily cost him his life. On the way to the tidal cave, Xu Xing deliberately kept an eye out for surrounding Pokemon. Right now, he needed a lightning-type Pokemon to be prepared for any unexpected threats. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any Pokemon worth capturing along the way. Xu Xing couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something important. Polo! Polo! The crisp call of his water EV snapped him back to reality. Before him, the tidal cave now came into full view. The night had been too dark for him to fully appreciate the cave's grandeur, but now, in daylight, its exterior was truly magnificent. Amidst the dense forest stood a colossal cavern formed from emerald blue boulders. Its volume was easily double that of the rock cave. Even before stepping inside, Xu Xing felt a damp, cool chill wash over his face. This sensation was entirely absent in the rock cave. As Xu Xing stepped inside, the air was thick with a damp, musty stench. Viewers in the livestream were instantly intrigued. Sugu. Where is this? Is the streamer about to explore another cave? What kind of place is this? Never seen it before. Xu Xing spoke calmly. This is a Pokemon appearance. The descent phenomenon refers to the wondrous occurrences when Pokemon descend upon Blue Star. Xu Xing had explained this before, so the viewers in the livestream understood immediately upon hearing it. Xu Xing continued. This Pokemon cave is rated boss level higher than the previous rock cave. Buru. The water EV walking beside Xu Xing hummed excitedly. The cave's elemental affinity matched its own, lifting its spirits along with the surroundings. Xu Xing's footsteps echoed on the damp, muddy ground. The passage was dark and damp, making the experience rather unpleasant. After walking a few meters, just like in the rock cave, they came upon a small clearing. This space looked completely different from the outside. While the path was muddy and damp, the interior felt eerily quiet. Shallow puddles glistened on the floor. Unlike the rock cave, this chamber held no Pokemon at its center. Could it have been explored by someone else? Xu Xing's mind flashed with the thought before he dismissed it immediately. How could that be? As far as he knew, he was the only one in this world capable of communicating with Pokémon. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing concluded the cave didn't look like it had been explored. He picked up his flashlight and shone it deeper inside. This was an extremely risky move. After all, he had no idea what Pokémon might lurk inside. If he angered them, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Yet Xu Xing had no better alternative. Blindly stepping into the cave would surely be worse than shining the flashlight. Click! The flashlight's intense beam pierced the darkness, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. Xu Xing could now clearly see the scene within the cave. In the far corner of this small space stood a chair made of stacked stones, upon which sat a Pokémon. Its entire body was blue, its limbs incredibly powerful, with sawtooth-like red bone plates covering its head, back, and tail. Xu Xing swallowed hard. This was a Gyarados. The viewers in the livestream naturally witnessed this scene too. Just as they marveled at the Garchomp's regal presence, another flash erupted from within. Suddenly, another Pokémon rose from the ground. Xu Xing couldn't help but gasp at the sight of this Pokémon. Chapter 30, Garchomp and Scarf Horn. The Twin Guardians. Holy crap! What the hell is that thing? Streamer, run. At least that crocodile made sense. What is this thing? Looks like something from modern times. This is definitely an apex predator. Feels like it could take on a pride of lions single-handedly. This thing is scarier than the aliens in horror movies. Who can handle this? Call the cops. Is this thing even from Earth? It looks like some alien creature. Xu Xing smacked his lips. Looks like the tidal cavern's strength is way beyond what he expected. Inside, there was not only a giant crocodile but also a scythe-helmeted creature. The scythe-helmeted warrior stood guard beside the mighty crocodile, its piercing gaze fixed on the flickering white light emanating from the doorway. Clearly, it had no intention of tolerating such an intruding foe. With a flicker of intent, the scythe helmet caused fragments of rock to rise from the ground. In the next instant, these shards shot toward Xu Xing like deadly blades. This scene startled Xu Xing considerably. He immediately crouched behind the wall and turned off his flashlight. Clang! The sharp stones collided with the rock wall, producing a dull thud. Xu Xing was relieved he hadn't risked entering the cave, saving his own life. Given the current situation, the Pokémon within these caves wouldn't venture out freely. Without lingering, Xu Xing made his way toward the cave's exit. Only after completely leaving this haunted place did Xu Xing slowly begin to explain. Within Tidal Cave dwell two Pokémon, one called Gligger and another called Scarfy. He then proceeded to ramble on about both Pokémon, determined to maximize the educational value of the moment. Both Pokémon were no ordinary creatures. The Gyarados was the fully evolved form of the Croconaw. Generally, Pokémon reaching their third evolutionary stage possess formidable strength, and Croconaw is one of the starter Pokémon, no less. Just dealing with this one Garchomp would be extremely troublesome, let alone having a Scyther to contend with as well. The Scyther's gleaming white blades looked terrifying enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Had Xu Xing dared to risk his life and walk in just now, he would likely have been sliced in half. The livestream's viewership had already surpassed the 100,000 mark. Hearing Xu Xing's description, the audience began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They began pleading with him. Bro Xing, if it really doesn't work out, let's just call it quits. No shame in that, just stick to the science content. Yeah, I bet even a giant rock snake would get sliced in half. Did anyone notice that Gyarados just now? Standing up, it must be over 2 meters tall. You can imagine what happens when you cross a creature like that. And that Scyther, that blade looks longer than my arm. I don't want to see Vaporeon and Larvitar get hurt. Exactly. Plus, Xiao Xin Yi Miao isn't here either. With only Larvitar and EV as Pokemon, there's no way they can win. Well said. Bottom line, one word, streamer, run. You can't take this on. Xu Xing chuckled, run? That's definitely out of the question. Xu Xing was the only human daring enough to interact with Pokemon. If even he shied away from the challenge, the rest of the audience would only grow more terrified of these caves. Besides, there might be some decent rewards inside. Xu Xing was still in his early stages and desperately needed to boost his strength. His sights weren't set merely on common Pokemon, he'd inevitably face legendary Pokemon in the future, making strength gains crucial. But attempting to challenge this boss-level cave with his current strength was nothing short of a pipe dream. He only had 2 Pokemon at his disposal, a Larvitar and a Vaporeon. The cave also housed 2 Pokemon. In other words, to conquer this cave, Larvitar and EV would each have to take on 1 Pokemon alone. This was clearly impossible. Xu Xing conservatively estimated that at least 6 Pokemon would be needed to stand a chance against these two. Deploying 3 Pokemon each against the Gyarados and the Scyther would significantly improve the odds of victory. Xu Xing made up his mind. This was the plan. Xu Xing looked into the camera and declared firmly, "Next, I'll prepare to conquer the tidal cave." After uttering these words, the livestream erupted in another small wave of excitement. Viewers couldn't believe how stubborn Xu Xing was being. Garlic bird, you can't handle this, streamer. Calm down, bro. Not that we doubt you, but you don't need to prove yourself over something like this. Bro Xing, your life comes first. No need to ride this wave. Yeah, those two Pokemon don't look like they're easy to mess with. Streamer, stick to your Pokemon science content. Leave this to the experts. Leave it to the professionals? Xu Xing chuckled wryly, I am the professional. The viewers in the livestream were clearly terrified of these two Pokemon. After all, the aura they emitted was unlike anything before. Just looking at them made one feel their terrifying strength. Huaxia Military Base. You're out of your mind. Yu Hu looked at Lin Guobiao and said. No way. We absolutely can't let him keep messing around like this. Lin Guobiao nodded. The Pokemon they'd encountered earlier might have been relatively minor threats, but this Gyarados was beyond anyone's expectations. During a military operation, Yu Hu's unit had once been ambushed by Gyarados. The Gyarados were incredibly powerful, showing no fear of artillery fire. With just a single snarl, those sophisticated weapons were reduced to shards. The outcome of that battle was devastating. Yu Hu's entire squad lost their weapons, and most of the soldiers were injured. The blow to morale was devastating, plunging our forces into a prolonged period of fear toward Pokemon. Thus, upon seeing this Pokemon, Yu Hu became intensely sensitive. The terror of the Scarchomp was something only he truly understood. Once its gaping maw clamped down on a victim, it locked on relentlessly until the prey was brought down. Facing this monster, Yu Hu was determined not to risk Xu Xing. Xu Xing's importance was clear to everyone watching the livestream. He possessed an absolute and irreplaceable role. If anything happened to him, the relationship between humans and Pokemon would inevitably head down an irreversible path. Yu Hu continued. Captain. We absolutely cannot let this kid take that risk. It's no shame if we can't defeat the Garchomp, but if he loses his life. Lin Guobiao nodded. He understood this point all too well. He understood Xu Xing's importance better than anyone. Lin Guobiao pulled out his phone, preparing to contact someone to escort Xu Xing out of the Stardust Forest. Though it felt wrong, he had no choice for the sake of peace between humans and Pokemon. He dialed the Hangjiang military command's number, preparing to dispatch a helicopter to retrieve Xu Xing from the forest. Just then, a deep, earnest voice spoke up. No way. I refuse. Chapter 31, Chance Encounter. The little guy stunned by his own shock. The atmosphere on the field grew tense as all eyes turned to Wang Tianyang. Yu Hu hesitated slightly but spoke resolutely. Dr. Wang, you've seen the research report on that giant crocodile battle. It completely exceeded controllable limits. Yu Hu pulled out the research report on the giant crocodile from the documents on the table. It clearly documented the damage and hazards caused by the giant crocodile during combat. Every magical beast encountered and engaged by the military was meticulously documented. Before Xu Xing, the military had designated this crocodile as the Tyrant Crocodile. It was notorious throughout the military for its ferocious strength and terrifying destructive power. The military assigned a hazard rating to every magical beast encountered. A book titled Experimental Report on Magical Beasts was compiled. It documented all Pokemon deemed threatening by the military. The rating spanned 5 tiers from S-Class to D-Class. The Golem was rated a class. Very few monsters could reach this rating. Even a formidable creature like Onyx only held a B rating within the military's danger classification. Yet this deployment report only documented the monster's appearance and damage reports. Its characteristics remained unrecorded. Clearly, human understanding of these creatures was profoundly limited. Wang Tianyang remarked indifferently. Isn't that the Tyrant Crocodile? What does it have to do with this giant crocodile? Yu Hu was at a loss for words. Dr. Wang, this is no time for jokes. Dr. Wang chuckled. If Brother Xu gets injured, it could severely impact the peace between humans and Pokemon. And given the Mike Crocodile's danger level, Brother Xu's current strength definitely can't match it. Dr. Wang paced back and forth as everyone's gaze fixed on him. Only if Brother Xu survives can we maintain the leverage to confront the beasts. Given this, it seems Brother Xu should indeed return to the safe zone for now and plan carefully. Hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. But just then, Dr. Wang abruptly looked at them all and declared. But I refuse. Yu Hu's plea was almost desperate. He had witnessed the might of the giant crocodile firsthand. Even the most sophisticated weapons proved as flimsy as paper against it. Moreover, its speed was terrifyingly fast. Even the most skilled sniper would struggle to pinpoint its location. Confronting a beast of this caliber was tantamount to courting death. Dr. Wang, I'm begging you, Xiao Su absolutely cannot keep taking these risks. Wang Tianyang replied calmly. This is Brother Xu's decision. Do as I say. Without my orders, no one is to go rescue him. The others fell silent. Dr. Wang, standing in the military, was second only to the commander-in-chief. With that, Xu Xing's battle with the mighty crocodile was set in stone. Deep down, Wang Tianyang felt a nagging unease about the ferocious crocodile before them. But he knew that if given the choice between fighting or leaving, Brother Xu would undoubtedly choose to fight on. Thus, Wang Tianyang's actions were merely to accommodate Xu Xing's wishes. Xu Xing traversed the starry forest, yet not a single electric-type Pokémon was in sight within this vast expanse. During his trek, he encountered a Rattata once more, but Xu Xing had no interest in the little creature. After a brief encounter, he returned it to the woods. After walking for quite some time, Xu Xing finally couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing the sun had already shifted to the east, he realized he hadn't eaten anything for most of the day. He found a clearing, sat down, and stroked the head of his EV. EV, you must be starving after going so long without food. Boo-roo! Boo-roo! Xu Xing opened his backpack and pulled out Larvitar. He pretended to rummage through his treasures for berries, but actually used the magic ring to retrieve them from his spatial pocket. This way, he wouldn't arouse suspicion from others. Xu Xing placed a small pile of berries on the ground and grabbed a loaf of bread to munch on. Lying on the floor, he pondered the matter of electric-type Pokémon. Water EV and Larvitar didn't hesitate either. After being starved for half a day, they couldn't care less and just dug in. Xu Xing's livestream was remarkable. He barely needed to stage any dramatic effects, simply streaming normally caused his viewership to soar. After all, he was streaming about monsters. The most mysterious, dangerous, and powerful creatures in this world. The chat was buzzing with chatter about the two little cuties eating when suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from a patch of grass. The sound was so faint that neither Xu Xing nor the two Pokémon noticed it. Only a handful of viewers in the livestream caught it. Yet these few comments were drowned out by the torrent of messages flooding the screen. Suddenly, a small head poked out from the grass. It was round and fluffy, a pale yellow color. Two black ears shaped like rhombuses stood out, their inner surfaces a pale yellow. Its round little face featured a puffy pink power pack and its big eyes sparkled with adorable charm. By now, more viewers in the livestream were starting to notice this adorable little creature. Wait! There's something in the grass behind the streamer. It's yellowish. Right side of the camera. Look at the grass on the right. Peeking around, so tiny is it watching the streamer eat? Stop eating, streamer. Turn around and look at your little viewer. Doesn't seem aggressive at all, like a shy little animal. So adorable. Its tail shape is so unique, like a lightning bolt. That cuteness. It'd be considered the cute type even in Pokemon. But at that moment, Xu Xing was lying on the ground munching on bread. He was completely unaware of this little creature or anything being said in the livestream. Suddenly, the little Pico stirred. It quietly slipped past the two Pokémon beside the crowd. A tree berry had rolled into a small corner. The little Pico quietly approached and scooped up the berry. Its tiny frame was half a head shorter than Larvitar's. Once the Pico held the berry, it was just big enough to cover its eyes, making it hard for the little guy to see where it was going. Watching the scene unfold, the viewers in the livestream chat didn't report it. Instead, they kept exclaiming how adorable the little thing was. The little Pikachu, clutching the berry, was taking careful steps when it was suddenly spotted by a nearby Vaporeon lurking nearby. The EV moved with astonishing speed, snatching the little Pikachu up in its paws. Plu! The little Pikachu, mid-transport of the berries, felt itself suddenly lifted by a powerful force, only to be brought before Xu Xing in the next instant. Xu Xing chuckled dryly, "Whoa, a little thief?" Seeing Xu Xing's wicked grin, the little Piku felt a chill run through its body. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged from its body, spreading out visibly before everyone's eyes. Holy crap! Xu Xing took a startled half-step back. The fierce electrical current lasted only a few seconds before ceasing. Little Pikachu lay motionless on the ground, its body twitching intermittently. The live stream audience collectively froze in confusion. What the hell just happened, streamer? What the hell? This little cutie just passed out. Xu! What did you do to it? Wah! This is outrageous. How could you bully such an adorable little creature? You're not human, streamer. Xu! You can't bully Mouse like this. He's too cute to be bullied. Humph. Xu Xing felt utterly speechless. Back when he saw Pokemon, they weren't talking like this. Besides, he hadn't bullied it at all. Watching the little Pikachu twitching on the ground, Xu Xing said calmly. Everyone, relax. It just electrocuted itself into unconsciousness. Chapter 32, Pikachu Grand Gathering. Pikachu Carnival. By itself? Stunned? How do these words even go together? Wait. Ha 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 ha. What a silly little mouse. So you're saying this little guy got so scared of releasing electricity that he electrocuted himself? That's kinda interesting. How is this both adorable and cute? Love it, love it. So this little non-electric one just got zapped and passed out in the wilderness. Is that dangerous? The electrocuted little Pikachu lay sprawled on the clearing while Xu Xing quietly slipped into the grass with his two Pokemon. If there's one Pikachu, there must be more. Maybe we can even catch a Pikachu. Having a Pikachu would make tackling Tidal Cave twice as easy. With this thought, Xu Xing hid in the grass. Moments later, the Piku awoke from its stupor. After waking, it peered left and right, confirming no danger before picking up the berries from the ground. It then headed deeper into the forest. Seeing the Pika start to carry the berries away, Xu Xing immediately followed with his two Pokemon. Pikachu wasn't moving fast, already small and frail, carrying a tree fruit made it struggle even more. Watching this unfold, viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious, shouting for Xu Xing to step in and help. But why would Xu Xing help him now? Xu Xing continued following the little creature deeper into the stardust forest. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed across the sky. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning struck right beside Piku. The tree it hit split clean in two, now billowing black smoke. Yet the little Piku remained utterly unfazed, continuing its trek through the woods. This scene, however, left Xu Xing utterly terrified. Boom! Another bolt of lightning erupted. This time, it struck about 100 meters to Xu Xing's side. Though distant, he could distinctly feel a tingling sensation. Xu Xing swallowed hard, thinking 3 times the charm as he prepared to advance further. Boom! The thunder roared again. It left a deep imprint on the flat ground ahead. Xu Xing chuckled nervously, still shaken but determined to press on. But the viewers in the livestream chat weren't so sure. 3 thunderbolts erupting out of nowhere? Even a fool could tell that was impossible on Earth. The viewers in the livestream chat pleaded. Xu brother. Think twice. We don't want to lose you. Bro, maybe just call it quits? If you keep going in there, you'd have to be crazy not to get split in two. Bro, don't go. I'm scared. Lightning like this doesn't look human-made. He's still going? The streamer's got guts, I'm impressed. Guys, if the streamer keeps going he might actually get struck dead. Let's call the police. Streamer, where'd you get the guts? With lightning striking this often right beside you, you still keep going? You're not afraid of getting zapped to death? Xu Xing was determined to leave. The viewers' pleas couldn't stop him. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia military base, He Changjun gaped at the screen, his face frozen in disbelief. Tiger! Tiger! It's him! Yu Hu's face darkened as well. He knew exactly what He Changjun was referring to. During a previous operation to eliminate magical beasts in the forest, the troops had barely penetrated the woods when they were suddenly forced back by this thunderous assault. The thunder's power was ferocious, and its frequency was incredibly high. Until the operation was halted, none of them could figure out what was going on. That campaign had deployed nearly half a division's worth of troops, yet they were driven back by this mysterious phenomenon without even catching a glimpse of a single magical beast. Many soldiers were utterly frustrated, but the thunder's power could even pierce through giant trees, leaving them helpless. Just when He Changjun thought this mystery would remain unsolved for the rest of his life, he unexpectedly witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon again during today's live broadcast. He Changjun exclaimed, "Brother Hu, we can't let Brother Su continue his mission. At this lightning strike frequency, it's only a matter of time before it hits him." Everyone present wore solemn expressions. This thunder's power could snap giant trees clean in two. And the frequency was alarmingly high, a strike every 2 to 3 minutes on average. To keep moving forward under these conditions? Unless he's lost his mind, he must be high. Lin Guobiao said. It's too late. Even if we wanted to stop him, there's no time. Let's just pray he makes it out alive. Xu Xing walked through the forest. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. After searching the woods for half a day without encountering a single electric-type Pokémon, how could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity now? Besides, this lightning wasn't some divine phenomenon, he knew exactly why it was here. After walking deeper for a few more minutes, the thunderclaps grew more frequent. Finally, Xu Xing spotted the source of this electrical storm. It was the Pikachu clan. A dozen or so Pikachu, large and small, were gathered together ahead, seemingly preparing for some kind of performance. Just as Xu Xing had suspected, it was indeed the Pikachu causing the commotion. When large numbers of Pikachu gather, they generate a powerful electromagnetic field. And with such a powerful electromagnetic field, lightning strikes inevitably followed. Gazing at the group of Pikachu before him, Xu Xing silently vowed to catch one. In contrast to Xu Xing's composure, the tens of thousands of viewers in his livestream were anything but calm. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What the heck is this? Yellow mice? Yellow rats? A nest of yellow rats. Holy crap! Could those lightning strikes be caused by this bunch of little guys? What a contrast! So cute little mice. Can I adopt one? What are they doing? Having a competition? They even built a stage. What are these Pokemon called, streamer? They look so adorable. Got it. These Pokemon must be Pika's evolved form. They're definitely called Big Piku. So those terrifying thunderbolts were actually caused by these little cuties? Ha! Xu Xing chuckled to himself and began explaining the lightning situation to the viewers in the livestream chat. It was all caused by these adorable little creatures right in front of him. The viewers finally learned the names of these adorable creatures. Pikachu the Thunder God. However, one thing Xu Xing couldn't figure out was what this group of Pikachu were up to. The Pikachus had built a small stage. Though somewhat abstract, it wasn't hard to make out an abstract award podium beside it. The podium clearly showed first, second, and third place. Before the first place seat sat a thunderstone, shimmering with golden light. Hiding in the grass, Xu Xing dared not make a sound, but the bullet comments were already urging the streamer to go say hello. Xu Xing was speechless. These commenters were incredibly bold logically. This group of Pikachu had likely never encountered humans before. And Pikachu had a habit, whenever they encountered something novel, they liked to give it a little zap. Xu Xing dared not venture out recklessly. He flipped through the system store. Soon, a special ability appeared before him. Pallet Town Constitution. Chapter 33, The Mysterious 1% Gift. Super Newcomer. Pallet Town Constitution. Upon acquiring this talent, your body's resistance to lightning, fire, cold, and all other resistances will be comprehensively enhanced. You will no longer fear attacks from at least 50% of Pokémon. Required science points, 500,000. The talent itself is decent, but the required science points are simply too high. Xu Xing had only 720,000 science points total, enough to purchase this talent. But was spending 500,000 points on it truly worth it? Xu Xing exited the shop system, silently preparing to seek other solutions. Just then, he suddenly remembered the quest system. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the quest interface opened before him. Quest objective: complete the Pokédex to 100%. Current progress, 2.19%. Host's Pokédex unlock rate exceeds 1%. Would you like to claim rewards? Rewards are granted at 1%, 10%, 25%, 50%, 80%, and 100% completion. This quest system had gifted an exceptionally useful item upon unlocking. What would it offer this time? Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. Child of the Sea. Upon acquiring this talent, you gain complete freedom of movement underwater for 72 hours. Super New Town Superhuman Constitution. Upon acquiring this talent, you gain immunity to Pokémon attacks. Any damage from Pokémon without malicious intent is reduced by 99%. Please select one ability needed by the host. Son of the Sea and Super New Bark City Superhuman Constitution. Xu Xing chuckled, what a timely blessing. Without hesitation, Xu Xing selected Super New Town Superhuman Constitution. After all, he hadn't ventured into oceanic regions yet. The Child of the Sea talent wasn't useful yet, but Super New Town Superhuman Constitution was different. Not only was it valuable now, but its strategic worth would remain extremely high even in the future. Who would have thought? Thank goodness he hadn't exchanged for Newtown's new physique earlier, otherwise, he'd have lost big time. With this talent in hand, Xu Xing felt a newfound boldness. The live chat continued bombarding him with messages urging him to go greet these little cuties, but Xu Xing still didn't act rashly. Xu Xing suddenly noticed the little Piku, still clutching that berry as if searching for someone. Soon, the little Pikachu made its way to a corner. Compared to the bustling center, this small corner felt much quieter. There, a Pikachu lay sprawled out. This Pikachu looked far less spirited than the others. The little Pikachu placed the berry in front of it, muttering softly. The Pikachu forced a smile, took the berry, and swallowed it. Meanwhile, the central stage buzzed with activity. A diverse group of Pikachu gathered in a tight circle, playfully swatting each other with their tails. They seemed to be celebrating a grand festival with cheers and excitement. Suddenly, a Pikachu wearing a straw wreath leaped onto the center stage. Standing tall above all the others, it called out loudly. Pika! Pika! At this Pikachu's command, the remaining Pikachu instantly formed a neat, orderly line. Exactly 7 Pikachu stood in line from front to back. Suddenly, another Pikachu emerged from the corner. Fortunately, they recognized it as the one that had collapsed in exhaustion in the corner just moments before. Seeing the 8 yellow rodents before them, the live stream viewers were puzzled. Streamer, what are they doing? Sue, go say hi to these cuties. They look so adorable and must be super gentle. Yellow-furred big rats, ha ha ha. If it were me, I'd totally go rub them all over. How do you resist, XU? Are they holding some kind of competition? Why are so many gathered together? Seeing the 8 Pikachu standing in perfect order, Xu Xing had a hunch, but wasn't entirely sure. Just then, the Pikachu wearing a grass flower crown chirped twice, and Pikachu number 1 stepped onto the center of the stage. Are they putting on a show? Streamer, go join them. These little cuties. Go on. How could you resist petting such adorable Pokemon? Viewers in the livestream chat kept urging Xu Xing to go up and get up close and personal with these yellow mice. Xu Xing felt utterly speechless. So being a streamer meant your life wasn't worth living, huh? Just then, Pikachu number 1 began gathering electricity around its body. These terrifying currents converged upon Pikachu number 1 in a manner visible to the naked eye. Pikachu number 1 kept its eyes tightly shut, feeling the currents surge through its entire body. Moments later, it snapped its eyes open, golden lightning now dancing within its pupils. It roared to the heavens. Pika! Pika! Shoo! Thunder split the sky, raising a 3-foot-long bolt of electricity. Pikachu radiated terrifying electricity, now a living lightning ball. Intense flashes of lightning flickered around it. Even the forest was partially illuminated by its powerful current. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After half a quarter of an hour, the electrical discharge finally subsided. The area around Pikachu number 1 was charred black and a faint burnt smell lingered in the air. It looked at the other Pikachu and said, "Pika Pika." The other Pikachus clapped enthusiastically. Only then did Pikachu number 1 return to the group. So that's how it is. Xu Xing, hidden in the grass, rubbed his chin. He understood now, completely understood. The Pikachus were holding a contest, competing to see whose electric shock was the most powerful. Pikachu number 1's lightning bolt reached a staggering 3 feet in length, a truly formidable display. Xu Xing scanned the remaining Pikachu on the field, mentally weighing which one held the upper hand. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were watching the recent events in disbelief. Guys, am I seeing things? How did such an adorable little creature unleash that lightning? Run, Sue. My mouth slipped. Don't go over there. For God's sake, don't go over there. You'll get fried to a crisp. Holy crap, that power, did that really come from this yellow mouse? This is insane. Streamer, this place is seriously dangerous. You better get the hell out of here fast. Or you'll really get fried alive. Pokemon really are terrifying creatures. Such a tiny body unleashing such powerful electricity. If that hit a person, wouldn't they be fried to a crisp? The viewers in the livestream chat could hardly believe it. Who would have thought such a cute little thing could unleash such a ferocious attack? After seeing all the Pokemon earlier, the chat unanimously urged Xu Xing to leave immediately. After all, creatures like the Gyarados they'd encountered before only looked strong and scary. But just how terrifying they truly were remained unknown. The power of this little yellow-furred rodent, however, they had witnessed firsthand. That power, it could knock out not just a person, but even an elephant would likely be electrocuted in an instant. The livestream chat unanimously urged Xu Xing to run, but he completely ignored them, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. In stark contrast to the viewers' excitement, Xu Xing remained remarkably calm. He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. These Pikachu are holding a contest to see who can unleash the strongest electric current. Hearing this, tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream were collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 34, The Strongest Pikachu Competition. First prize goes to... What the heck? Pokemon? Holding a competition? To see who can release the strongest electric current? I recognize all these words, but put together they sound so unfamiliar. Are you saying these yellow rodents spontaneously organized a competition without any human interference? These little creatures are actually this smart? I'm freaking out. Next thing you know, they'll be teaming up to see who can destroy more cities. This is kinda interesting. Sue, you better stay out of this Pokemon tournament. Otherwise, some powerhouse might just electrocute you into submission. These Pokemon's intelligence is seriously off the charts. I can barely believe it. Observing the viewer's astonishment, Xu Xing remarked calmly. Many might think Pokemon are just like cats and dogs, but they're not. Pokemon have their own thoughts and their own culture. We should show these adorable little creatures the respect they deserve. After all, they can't be equated with cats and dogs. After Xu Xing's explanation, many viewers in the livestream realized their previous assumptions were completely wrong. These little creatures are far more than just pets. Xu Xing continued, I'm definitely not leaving. I'll be watching the entire Pikachu Volt battle from start to finish. 7 more Pikachu are ready to enter the arena. If you think you know which one will win, feel free to type it in the chat. The remaining 7 Pikachu were raring to go. Except for number 8, this Pikachu seemed noticeably less energetic compared to the others. Sure enough, as expected, not a single viewer in the livestream chat thought Pikachu number 8 would win. The screen was filled with votes for Pikachu number 1. After all, everyone present had witnessed that electric shock firsthand. Eevee was curled up at Xu Xing's feet, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. If that electric shock had accidentally hit her, the consequences were unimaginable. Seeing this, Xu Xing retrieved a Pokeball and safely stored the water Eevee away. To avoid unnecessary risks, he then sent out Pikachu number 2 onto the stage. Amidst a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning surged 5 feet high, and countless viewers in the livestream chat erupted with unbelievable as Pikachu number 2 set a new record. But the second Pokemon's outstanding performance didn't intimidate the others, instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. Though Pikachu number 3's electrical output fell short of number 2's, it matched the power of Pikachu number 1. Watching these yellow mice unleash thunderbolts one after another, the livestream audience was stunned again and again. The power contained within these seemingly magical little creatures far exceeded everyone's imagination. At that moment, Xu Xing suddenly noticed that Pikachu number 8 seemed different from the others. While the other Pikachu were either highly excited or visibly agitated. This one, however, appeared listless. One by one, the Pikachu competed in turn, vying for the top spot. The winner would earn the chance to become Raichu. Pikachu! A thunderbolt 10 feet tall shot straight into the sky. It seemed poised to shatter the heavens. Even Xu Xing couldn't help but feel impressed. This Pikachu's innate talent was undeniably superior to the others by more than just a notch. This was Pikachu number 5, and its thunderbolt persisted for over a minute before gradually fading. Only after the thunder had completely dissipated did the crowd notice a charred, deep crater had suddenly appeared beneath Pikachu number 5's feet. Black smoke still billowed from the crater. The scene left countless viewers in the livestream chat, including Xu Xing, feeling a lingering sense of dread. What would happen if a human were struck by lightning of such power? The answer was obvious. Everyone understood that if humans were to engage in battle with Pokémon, they would truly stand no chance. Pikachu! 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 Countless Pikachu cheered, clearly recognizing this number 5 Pikachu as the championship favorite. Inside the Huaxia military base, He Changjun swallowed hard. He had often thought that if it weren't for those lightning bolts hindering their troops' advance, his firepower alone could have easily driven the beasts out of the forest. But now, that notion was utterly shattered. The power unleashed by these Pikachu far exceeded anything he had imagined. He suddenly felt fortunate that the troops had been forced back by the thunderstorms. Otherwise, facing these Pikachu's strength, who knew how much suffering they would have endured? At the same time, He Changjun said, "Dr. Wang, Brother Su should just observe. We absolutely cannot let him venture deeper. If he clashes with these little creatures, who knows how he'd meet his end?" Wang Tianyang nodded. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying energy contained within these Pokémon. Human civilization, developed over a century, had been crushed to dust by these Pokémon that had only appeared a few months ago. At the same time, excitement began to stir within him. Just how many more surprises could these Pokémon possibly bring him? In the forest, the lightning duels among the first 7 Pikachu had concluded. The top performance remained Pikachu number 5's 10-foot lightning bolt. The last one was the listless Pikachu number 8, trailing behind. Seeing its state, the chat couldn't resist teasing. "What's up with this Pikachu? It's just like me at 8 a.m, haha. If this contestant hasn't woken up yet, they can go back to sleep. What's going on here? Ha, feels like it was dragged out of bed to compete. Might as well just announce the results now, no need to keep going. This state. Fighting to the death even when you know you can't win? You stubborn little thing, Pikachu." Pikachu number 8 stepped onto center stage. Seeing Pikachu's condition, Xu Xing sensed something was off. Xu Xing's mind flickered, activating Insight's Eye. Pikachu. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Moveset, Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, Discharge, Shadow Clone. Status conditions, Exhausted, Hungry, Thirsty, Injured, Insomnia. This debuff stack is maxed out. What a pitiful Pikachu. Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This little guy really is pitiful. Even under these circumstances, the stage appearance outcome would still be less than ideal. Yet despite this, Pikachu number 8 resolutely stepped onto the stage. As Pikachu number 8 stepped onto the center of the stage, the surrounding Pikachu crowd erupted in a small cheer. Clearly, this Pikachu was no slouch in popularity either. Judging by the crowd's cheers, it was obvious that Pikachu number 5 and Pikachu number 8 were the two headliners of this competition. What a pity, Xu Xing thought, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Centered on the stage, Pikachu number 8 stood silently, its tiny fist clenched as electric currents gathered around its body. Pikachu! Pikachu! The little Pikachu who had risked his life to steal food for Pikachu shouted desperately among the crowd. Its cries pierced the quiet crowd of Pikachu like a sharp knife. Pikachu! Pikachu! The little Pico kept calling out, as if doing so would somehow make Pikachu's electrical discharge stronger. Moments later, Pikachu had gathered enough electricity. Its jet-black electric sac crackled with power. Pikachu. Chapter 35, Pikachu evolves. Raichu appears. A fierce current erupted from Pikachu's body 1 foot, 3 feet. The current showed no sign of stopping, surging towards 7 feet. The live chat finally erupted. All the doubters who downvoted Pikachu were utterly proven wrong. Thought it was bronze, but it turned out to be gold. The current surged toward 9 feet, yet it always fell just short of reaching 10. Pika. Chu. Number 8 Pikachu roared again, and the terrifying lightning finally broke through 9 feet, charging straight toward 10 feet and aiming for the championship. Pikachu number 8's debuff began to manifest, beads of sweat the size of beans slowly forming on its forehead. Number 8 Pikachu began to falter, its thunderous power steadily weakening. Just then, a shrill, clear cry rang out. Pikachu! Pikachu! Little Pikachu shouted hoarsely, giving everything it had. Witnessing this, the other Pikachu in the group couldn't help but be moved. Pikachu! 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 More and more Pikachu began cheering for Pikachu number 8. Pikachu clenched its fists, it couldn't lose. So many were cheering for it. So many were counting on it to take first place. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Pikachu number 8 let out another piercing cry to the heavens. Pikachu! The lightning, once weakened to a mere 5 feet, suddenly surged with terrifying power, shooting straight up to 9 feet. Just one step away from 10 feet. Just as everyone believed Pikachu would claim victory, the lightning abruptly ceased. That single centimeter seemed an insurmountable chasm for Pikachu. Just 1 centimeter short, just 1 centimeter. In the end, Pikachu collapsed at that final centimeter. The lightning faded away silently, leaving only the hollow silhouette of Pikachu number 8. Most people thought it had done remarkably well to get this far, especially considering this Pikachu was clearly stacked with every possible negative buff. Anyone could see that. But life rarely offers such satisfaction. Regret is the norm. Finally, standing before the Thunderstone was Pikachu number 5. The audience in Pikachu's defeat livestream wasn't particularly surprised by its loss. Compared to Pikachu number 8's defeat, they cared more about Pikachu number 5. No one remembers the runner-up. Xu Xing didn't forget his duty and explained. Pikachu is a third-stage evolved Pokémon. It evolves from Piku, and Pikachu can then evolve using the Thunderstone. As he spoke, the drone's camera zoomed in on Pikachu number 5 before the Thunderstone. The adorable creature placed its paw on the Thunderstone. In the next instant, a steady surge of electric energy flooded into its body. Its pale yellow skin turned a burnt yellow, the red electric sacs on its face faded to a pale yellow, and then its tail grew longer and its ears grew larger. Thunderin', Thunderin'. As Pikachu evolved into Raichu, Xu Xing continued his explanation. From now on, this little cutie isn't called Pikachu anymore, it's Raichu. Compared to Pikachu, Raichu possesses stronger electrical control and more ferocious volt tackle, though its agility might be slightly reduced. Watching the yellow-furred rodent evolve, the live stream viewers reacted with various exclamations. What's going on? Why did it get uglier? Is this reverse evolution? What nonsense! It's not ugly, it's way cooler now. I'm totally in love with this mouse. First time seeing a Pokemon evolve up close, utterly breathtaking. Like witnessing centuries of evolution in an instant. Is this Raichu now the undisputed king of its clan? So cool. Imagine being the only Raichu among a whole tribe of Pikachu. Guys, I still think little Pikachu looks better. This Raichu just feels off somehow. Who cares about that? As long as it evolved and got stronger, right? It's all about power. The livestream chatter about Raichu ran wild, yet no one noticed the second place Pikachu, number 8. They didn't even realize when he'd quietly faded into the corner. As the saying goes, people are most vulnerable to temptation when they're feeling down. Watching this unfold, Xu Xing had already begun formulating a plan in his mind. Back in the corner, little Pikachu kept comforting Pikachu, looking even more heartbroken than Pikachu itself. After this thrilling match, the next day gradually faded into sunset. The Pikachu groups had already scattered back to their respective nests. Xu Xing quietly followed little Pikachu to Pikachu and Pico's nest. Xu Xing said softly, "This little cutie is so pitiful. The streamer absolutely has to help it today." Viewers in the livestream chat erupted. "Xu, the Pokemon battle livestream is over, get out of there. You saw their power with your own eyes. This streamer is crazy. Guys, I'm getting a bit nervous watching this. If he didn't know how terrifying Pikachu is and when to interact with it, that'd be one thing, but now he knows exactly how scary this little guy is. I've seen plenty of wilderness streamers, but this hardcore level is a first. Xu Ge, value your life. We want to keep watching your streams." After watching Brother Su's streams for so long, it seems like nothing scares him. That Pikachu's power could blast a huge crater in the ground, yet Brother Su isn't the least bit afraid. Everyone, better record the whole next segment. I have a feeling this might be the last time we see Brother Su's livestream. Xu Xing glanced at the chat. The more terrified the viewers got, the more determined he became to go through with it. If even he didn't go, who else would? These two little Pokemon lived in a grassy patch beside a small grove, huddled together in a makeshift nest built from tangled weeds. Xu Xing suddenly parted the grass, startling both Pokemon. Xu Xing immediately held out the prepared berries. "I mean you no harm." Pikachu and Pika dared not make a move. Xu Xing held the berries closer. "I saw little Piku come to my place for berries today. I thought you might be short on food." Little Pika's expression tightened at these words, while Pikachu beside him wore an expression of utter exasperation. Pikachu stared at Piku, as if questioning the truth of the matter. "Pikachu?" Piku extended a finger. "Piku." Pikachu gave Piku a light pat on the head, then stood up formally and bowed to Xu Xing. "Pika Pika." Seeing this, Xu Xing quickly reassured him, it's fine. I've got plenty more here." But the tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream couldn't sit still. Anyone who had watched Xu Xing's streams before could tell exactly what Pikachu meant. This Pikachu, whose Thunderbolt could reach 9 feet and unleash devastating power, was actually apologizing to Xu Xing. Countless viewers in the livestream were instantly stunned. This Pikachu possessed undeniable power, yet it was bowing to Xu Xing, a completely unarmed individual. A flood of comments poured out. Chapter 36, The Injured Pikachu. A rescue driven by conviction. "Bro Su, no Master Su. You're my Master Su. So much face, bro. This Pikachu's Thunderbolt can pierce the clouds when unleashed. And now you're making it apologize to you? Is that even right? I'm blown away. Our Lord Su is so damn impressive. After befriending Brother Su, won't he be unstoppable in the Pokemon world? Why is this Pikachu apologizing? I'm totally confused? You upstairs idiot, did you forget Pikachu stole Grandpa Sue's berries? Now you're apologizing for little Pikachu. Gap teeth, sending out sports cars X5. North southeast west, sending out hot air balloons X3. Xu Xing said, I have plenty more. It's just a small berry, nothing important. Saying this, Xu took several berries from his backpack and placed them before the two Pokemon. Go ahead and eat. It's fine. I've got plenty more. Pikachu was already starving, having severely depleted its stamina after the battle. As for little Pikachu, it had only found one berry all day. It had even stolen one from Xu Xing's side, only to give it to Pikachu in the end. Both Pokemon were starving, and little Pikachu's foraging skills were poor. At this rate, who knew how many more days they'd go hungry? Xu Xing nudged the berries. Go ahead and eat. I've got plenty more. Hearing Xu Xing's offer, the two Pokemon finally stopped refusing and reached forward to take the berries. At first, the two little Pokemon still seemed rather timid, eating only cautiously. But later, seeing Xu Xing's wholehearted generosity, they completely let loose and ate freely. It could be said this Pikachu had never eaten so much in its life. As soon as a few berries vanished, Xu Xing would immediately produce more. To Pikachu, Xu Xing's backpack seemed almost magical. The berries flowed endlessly from within, as if Xu Xing could pull out an infinite supply whenever he wished. After about 10 minutes, both Pokemon were completely full. Visibly, Pikachu's belly had rounded out noticeably. Viewers in the livestream chat watched this heartwarming scene and realized Pikachu didn't seem so terrifying after all. This wasn't some yellow-furred rodent capable of piercing the clouds with a single bolt of lightning, it was clearly just a starving ghost. Xu Xing activated Insight Eye once more to examine Pikachu. Checking its special conditions. Pikachu. Special conditions: exhaustion, injured, insomnia, full stomach. Seeing the added full status, Xu Xing was speechless. The little guy had actually eaten itself to the point of bloating. But at least it no longer showed hunger or thirst. At least being stuffed was better than starving to death. After eating and drinking its fill, Pikachu began to feel drowsy. It staggered back to its little grass nest, dove headfirst inside, and soon fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Xu Xing pulled out some healing potions from his backpack and said to Pikachu, Pikachu, you're injured, aren't you? I have healing medicine here. If you need it, I can help. Little Pikachu stared warily at the man before him. Xu Xing held the medicine out to Pikachu. You can apply it yourself if you'd like. Pikachu pondered for a moment. A favor owed is a debt owed. Besides, Xu Xing showed no signs of hostility so far. The little Pikachu decided not to resist and let Xu Xing apply the medicine. The viewers in the livestream chat marveled. Bro Xu is truly a Pokemon master, he can even spot Pikachu's injuries at a glance. He's an authority on taming little creatures. That fierce little Pikachu has been tamed by Brother Xu to be as docile as a little chick. Brother Xu really has the skills. Watching Brother Xu's livestream always gives me this feeling, I'd never be able to do that. Xu Xing approached the sleeping Pikachu. The little cutie lay fast asleep, its snores steady and rhythmic. Xu Xing placed his hand on the fluffy little creature, a tingling sensation spreading through his fingers. After a quick examination, Xu found the injured spot, a dark red wound on Pikachu's tail. It was hard to tell what caused it, maybe a branch had snagged it? Without further thought, Xu Xing carefully applied ointment evenly to the little one's tail. A slight sting reached the sleeping creature, eliciting a soft whimper. Fortunately, Xu Xing's gentle touch kept Pikachu from waking. After finishing, Xu Xing exhaled deeply, pushed open the small nest, and addressed Pikachu, who had been waiting nearby. All done. I've applied the ointment to Pikachu. You should get some rest too. Pikachu! Pikachu! The little Pikachu bounced back into the grass pile. Xu Xing said. You two get some rest. I'll stay here with you. Xu Xing leaned against a tree as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk settled in. Even the dying twilight would soon be swallowed by the forest, and night would descend upon this woodland once more. Leaning against the tree, Xu Xing watched as viewers in his livestream chat continued to ask curious questions. Streamer, are you trying to catch Pikachu? I feel like you're about to get this one. Xu, why Pikachu? Is there a reason? Just because it's cute? Xu Xing slowly answered these two questions. Remember when I explained Pokemon types to everyone before? In Pokemon battles, there's the concept of type advantages. Gyarados and Scyther are both water-type Pokemon. The types that counter water are electric and grass. Hearing this explanation, the viewers in the livestream finally understood. Then, another comment popped up, teasing. Xu, does that mean you'll just ditch Pikachu after using it? Yeah, the streamer's motives are way too obvious. Just to battle and befriend Pokemon? Xu Xing chuckled. I cherish every Pokemon. Whether it's useful or not isn't the point, I'll respect this Pikachu's wishes. As dusk deepened, the livestream's viewership surged to a staggering 150,000. What's more, Xu Xing had achieved this level of success in just a few days since creating the account. He was now the envy of many other streamers. Xu Xing chatted casually with the viewers, stubbornly sitting under that big tree for hours. The viewers were equally persistent, stubbornly sticking around to keep Xu Xing company. 3 a.m. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Strange cries echoed through the forest as the sky grew completely dark. The entire forest was shrouded in darkness. To avoid attracting the attention of other Pokémon, Xu Xing didn't turn on his flashlight and simply sat there until dawn. Xu Xing suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should have gotten some proper sleep earlier. Back when it was still evening, Xu Xing had thought Pikachu might just take a quick nap, never expecting it to sleep straight through until this hour. Xu Xing gave up trying to stay awake and announced, "Hey everyone in the livestream, thanks for sticking with me this long. I'm gonna catch some Z's now, but the stream's staying open, feel free to hang out together." Leaning against a tree, Xu Xing drifted into a deep sleep, leaving his stream running as he dozed. A cold wind blew past, jolting Xu Xing awake. He instinctively checked his phone. It was already 5 a.m. Over 100,000 viewers still filled the chat. Xu Xing yawned, about to drift back to sleep, when he suddenly noticed Pikachu had woken up. In the quiet night, electricity crackled and zapped from Pikachu's cheeks, sparks occasionally shooting out. Xu Xing was about to speak, surprised yet delighted, when suddenly the electricity on Pikachu's body coalesced into a bolt of lightning, striking straight toward Xu Xing. Chapter 37, Pikachu. Unleash your full power. Seeing the incoming current, Xu Xing instinctively tried to step back, but his limbs were still numb from just waking up. He could only watch helplessly as the electricity surged through his entire body. The viewers still awake in the livestream were stunned by the scene. They stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Holy crap! Am I still half asleep? What the hell is going on? Is it always this intense right off the bat? No way! Why is Pikachu attacking Brother Xu? Didn't he just feed it and heal it? How ungrateful! Pikachu is so ungrateful. What a despicable Pokemon! Holy crap, this Pikachu really went off the rails. How could Brother Xu betray it like this? Eating from the bowl, cursing the bowl when done. The electric current struck Xu Xing directly. Even Xu Xing himself thought this hit would leave him crippled if not dead, when suddenly the system's voice rang in his ears. Detected Pikachu's attack emotion, curiosity. Super New Bark City newbie physique activated. Instead of the expected devastating blow, a tingling sensation spread through Xu Xing's body. The tingling lingered briefly before fading away. Pikachu bounded over to stand before Xu Xing. Xu Xing pushed himself up, patted its head, and spoke in a slightly solemn tone. "Pikachu, you can't just electrocute everything. Pika Pika." The live chat was suddenly filled with curiosity. Streamer? WTF? How did he pull that off? Lightning control? All I can do is make a big show. No way, dude. That's some sorcery. That fierce thunder hit the streamer and he's totally fine? Holy crap, what kind of constitution does this streamer have? What did he eat to train like that? Respect, respect. If he made a tutorial, it'd sell like crazy. Did anyone save this clip? This is insane, I'm totally blown away. Seeing these comments, Xu Xing managed a forced smile. Viewers, please don't try this at home. The consequences could be serious. This time Pikachu didn't unleash its full lightning power, it was just saying hi. The excuse was lame but plausible. After all, if any viewer tried to copy him and got zapped by Pikachu, it wouldn't be a story, it'd be an accident. Just then, Pikachu emerged from the haystack, rubbing its big eyes with one tiny paw, clearly roused by the commotion. Xu Xing asked, "How are you feeling now?" Pikachu stood with its hands on its hips, looking nothing like yesterday. Pika Pika. Pikachu. Xu Xing pressed on. "So, wanna go break the record?" Pika. Pikachu exclaimed excitedly. Many viewers in the livestream were puzzled. Wasn't the competition over already? What's the point of breaking the record now? Yeah, that thunderstone has already been absorbed by Raichu. Might as well get some sleep. Exactly, streamer. How long have you even slept? Instead of chasing this meaningless title, you should rest up. Xu Xing and Pikachu walked along as he explained. Then what is meaningful? Pushing your body to its limits to reach the pinnacle of power. We might not understand it, just like people can't fathom why a leopard's corpse would be found on a snowy mountain. With that, Xu Xing headed toward the competition grounds with Pikachu and little Pikachu. A chill lingered in the early morning air, but Pikachu showed no sign of slackening. On the contrary, he was rubbing his hands together, brimming with energy. Xu Xing and little Pikachu retreated to the spectator seats, leaving the stage to Pikachu. Standing on the stage, Pikachu once again gathered the power of thunder. Countless golden currents surged into its body. Sparks began crackling from its little tail as it roared. Pika! Shoo! This surge of electricity was unlike any before. It shot straight into the sky, bathing the once dark forest in golden light. In an instant, the current surged past 10 feet, charging toward the higher clouds. To be clear, 10 feet is only about 3 meters impressive, but nowhere near reaching the clouds. But this time was different. The power Pikachu unleashed was unlike anything any other Pikachu had ever displayed. Its body crackling with lightning, Pikachu stomped its foot down. Xu Xing watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes sparkling. Pikachu! It's not over yet! Pikachu! Even fiercer, more ferocious thunder erupted from this tiny form. 20 feet, 30 feet. This time, the lightning truly pierced the clouds and reached the heavens. Viewers in the livestream chat could scarcely believe their eyes. Though it was 5 a.m., the livestream's buzz rivaled any peak hour. Holy crap! This isn't just breaking records. It's a whole new level of power. That height. It must surpass all previous records combined. Utterly insane. Holy crap! Guys! Those in Hangjiang City, look at the starry forest. It's glowing brightly over there. Holy crap! It's true. Hangjiang folks, look at the starry forest. You can actually see it. A bright, glowing expanse. Unbelievable. The power Pikachu unleashed was overwhelming. The intense glow was visible from miles away. After a while, Pikachu's lightning gradually dimmed. Where Pikachu had stood, an unprecedentedly deep crater now gaped. From afar, Xu Xing could even smell the acrid scent of burning. Pikachu turned around. In the spectator area, only Xu Xing and Pikachu remained. Clap clap. Xu Xing clapped as he approached the adorable little creature. Pikachu, you did great. Xu Xing patted Pikachu's little head, while the young Pikachu hopped over to join them. Pikachu reached out and patted Piku's head. The scene of one person with two Pokemon created a rather peculiar picture. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed regretfully, murmuring things like, if only Pikachu hadn't been injured. Or, if only Pikachu hadn't competed while starving. Their words implied regret that Pikachu hadn't won first place back then, securing the Thunderstone to evolve into Raichu. Seeing the viewers' regretful comments, Xu Xing spoke up. Friends, that's all for today's stream. I'm going to get some rest now. The viewers accepted this explanation readily. After all, Xu Xing had been streaming for hours and deserved a break. After bidding farewell to the viewers one last time, Xu Xing ended the stream. After the stream ended, Xu Xing activated the system with a slight thought. Science point, 1408090. His knowledge base had already reached a solid 1.4 million entries. During the time waiting for Pikachu to wake up, Xu Xing had shared a lot of Pokemon-related knowledge. He quietly exhaled and opened the shop system. Moments later, a notification chimed, exchange successful. A Thunderstone materialized in Xu Xing's hand. The crystal-clear Thunderstone seemed to brim with boundless electrical energy, making Xu Xing's fingers tingle as he held it. Indeed, Pikachu couldn't obtain the Thunderstone reserved for the tournament champion. But this Pikachu could receive the Thunderstone that held first place in Xu Xing's heart. Xu Xing crouched down, holding the Thunderstone before Pikachu and said, Pikachu, this one's yours. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Baby Boy in the Forest. Pikachu stared at the Thunderstone before him, lost in thought for a moment. Moments later, Pikachu placed its paw on the Thunderstone. The lightning energy resonated with its body, slowly beginning to flow into Pikachu. Just as Pikachu was about to evolve, it suddenly pushed the Thunderstone back toward Xu Xing. Facing him, Pikachu shook its head gently. Pika Pika. Xu Xing stared at the Thunderstone, the tingling sensation still coursing through his body. This Thunderstone seems perfectly fine. Xu Xing muttered, puzzled by Pikachu's actions. Pika, Pika. Pikachu. Xu Xing looked up to see the little Pikachu waving its fist, then pointing at the Thunderstone and shaking its head again. This time, Xu Xing understood. Indeed, among Pikachu's species, some Pikachu truly didn't want to evolve into Raichu. Seeing this, Xu Xing decided not to force the issue. It was a shame about the stone, which had cost him 20,000 science points to exchange. Xu Xing casually tossed the Thunderstone to Pikachu. Hope you find it useful someday. Pikachu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the Thunderstone before him. Pick. Pikachu! Such a treasure had fallen into its hands. Pikachu couldn't believe it, but immediately looked toward Pikachu. Pikachu nodded. Seeing Pikachu's nod, Piku wasted no time. Clutching the treasure in its arms, it dashed back to its little nest, as if terrified some unexpected rival might appear and snatch the Thunderstone away. After Pikachu left, Xu Xing looked at the little creature and asked, Pikachu, would you be willing to spar with me? The opponent should be quite strong. Pikachu pondered for a moment. Xu Xing added, everything I do carries deeper meaning. The choice is yours. Pikachu pondered for another moment before extending a single finger. Pika. Seeing this, Xu Xing chuckled. Then it's settled. With that, he extended his finger to make a pinky promise with the little Pikachu. After all this, Xu Xing stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. The sun was about to rise, the horizon tinged with soft pink. Xu Xing's journey was about to begin anew. He raised his hand high, leaving Pikachu with his departing silhouette. I'll come back for you, little Pikachu. Pika, Pika. Xu Xing returned to the forest, just as he had set out from the previous morning. He gently tossed his pocket Pokeball, and Water EV appeared at his feet once more. Xu Xing ruffled EV's little head. Did you wait long? Boo-roo. Feeling its master's affection, EV let out a contented purr. With nowhere particularly worth visiting at this hour, Xu Xing decided to set up camp with his adorable companion. Xu Xing led EV back to the familiar riverside. Retrieving a tent from his spirit ring, he swiftly set it up with ease, having learned from his previous experience. But after all that hassle, Xu Xing couldn't sleep either. The sky was transitioning between black and white. So, Xu Xing decided to go live. Xu Xing's account had surpassed 500,000 followers. While this follower count wasn't particularly high, it was merely average, even a bit low. Yet, his live viewership numbers firmly placed him among the top tier of streamers. Within moments, tens of thousands of viewers flooded the stream as Xu Xing chatted casually with his audience. Soon after, the live viewership climbed back to over 100,000, a testament to Xu Xing's influence. Though his follower count wasn't large, his live viewership was undeniably substantial. The live stream room quickly returned to its usual lively chaos. Su Gu. You just went offline not long ago and now you're back on stream? Did I miss anything? Model worker streamer. Brother Su, you should rest a bit. Stop haunting my phone. I was just about to sleep when I saw Brother Su go live again. Looks like I won't be getting any sleep tonight. Top streamer? What? So many people in an instant. There were only a dozen or so when I clicked in. Only Brother Su has this kind of pull. The chat exploded instantly. Xu Xing walked through the forest, chatting casually with his fans as he went. Since I can't sleep anyway, might as well go on a little forest adventure. Of course, if it were 2 or 3 in the morning, Xu Xing wouldn't dare come. The sky was already turning pale. Even without a flashlight, he couldn't see a thing, but it wouldn't be long before dawn broke. That was the confidence that allowed Xu Xing to venture into the forest. The deeper he ventured, the colder the air grew. Viewers in the livestream chat teased. Bro Su, aren't you scared walking through the forest in the middle of the night? Joking aside, when it comes to guts, my brother Su is number 1. Who dares say otherwise? This is the man who catches beasts barehanded. Xu Xing chuckled. Actually, the forest isn't as scary as everyone imagines. Most of the time. Ah. Xu Xing's words abruptly halted as an utterly out-of-place sound suddenly echoed through the quiet woods. Ah. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. Xu Xing knew for certain this sound couldn't possibly be from a Pokémon. It was the cry of a human infant. 6 in the morning, a quiet forest, a human infant. No matter how you combine those 3 words, it felt utterly bizarre. Ah. The child's voice continued to drift through the air, jarringly out of place in the stillness of the woods. Xu Xing swallowed hard, and the viewers in the livestream also sensed something was off. Wait, what the hell is that sound coming from Tom? How does it sound exactly like a child's voice? Holy crap, you're right, it really does sound like a kid? What's going on? This is a forest. And it's the middle of the night. Don't tell me, it's haunted. Streamer. Run. The starry forest is haunted. Hey, calm down, okay? Maybe it really is just a kid? They might be lost in the forest and scared. Deep well. How could a kid possibly get lost in the forest at this hour? You've seen how many beasts roam here. Streamer, run. This is happening so fast and feels so off. If it gets too weird, let's call the cops. Let them handle it. Ah. Eerie sounds echoed through the quiet woods. Even someone as bold as Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream urged Xu Xing to leave this dangerous place immediately. Xu Xing's resolve remained unshaken. If even he, Xu Xing, was scared and hesitant to proceed, what would happen to those who knew nothing about Pokemon? Xu Xing felt helpless. If not for the livestream, he would have bolted already. But he was live streaming. If he ran away, it would only deepen everyone's fear of the Pokemon in the forest. Xu Xing sighed deeply. This didn't feel like Pokemon at all. What Pokemon would emit a child's voice in the forest? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xu Xing. It seemed there really was a Pokemon that emitted the cries of a child in the forest. Clearing his throat, Xu Xing addressed the live stream audience. This is incredibly thrilling, hearing a baby boy's voice in the Stardust Forest in the dead of night. Today, I'll personally unravel this mystery for you all. Chapter 39, Haunted? Backfiring big time. Hearing this, the chat exploded. Streamer. Run. This doesn't sound like anything from Earth. Just the words Midnight Forest and Baby Boy together are creepy enough. Su Gu. Su Yi. I can't even watch this. Is this really something humans would do? Facing such a mysterious event, you're not scared you're charging right in? Bro. You're like my own brother. Tens of thousands of viewers are watching, don't embarrass yourself. Su Gu, maybe you should run. That voice sounds almost exactly like a human baby. Even a bud could tell there's no way a human baby could be here right now. Bro, if you don't run, we'll have to call the cops. This is for your own safety. As for Xu Xing, his stride through the forest showed not a hint of retreat. On the contrary, after sorting through his thoughts, his steps grew even more resolute. Though everything that had happened so far was utterly bizarre, Xu Xing remained a staunch materialist. Ghosts? Ha, they don't exist. Ignoring the pleas from his livestream viewers, Xu Xing resolutely plunged deeper into the dense forest. National Military Base Headquarters. They took Xu Xing's livestream extremely seriously. To avoid missing any footage, the troops were now taking turns keeping watch over the broadcast. Insane. Absolutely insane. Rotating shifts to monitor a livestream, such an unprecedented endeavor, unlikely to be repeated in the future. Currently on duty were He Changjun and Wang Tianyang. He Changjun, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly sobered up upon seeing Xu Xing prepare to enter the forest alone. What felt even more bizarre was that there were children's voices coming from the forest. The whole situation felt eerie no matter how you looked at it, but what was even stranger was that the streamer showed absolutely no fear. He Changjun pondered how to stop this. After a moment's thought, He Changjun said, "Dr. Wang, the appearance of a male infant in the forest is truly bizarre. I believe we need to request approval to mobilize Hangzhou City police forces for further investigation. After all, if a child really was abandoned here, the consequences would be unimaginable." Despite staying up all night, Wang Tianyang remained energetic. No need. What good would police reinforcements do? They'd only get in Brother Su's way. Leave it entirely to him. He Changjun nodded. He harbored no thoughts of defying this superior. Since Dr. Wang had spoken, everything should be left to Brother Su. Deep within the dense forest, Xu Xing walked steadily toward the source of the child's cries, his expression calm. The online viewers were frantic, begging Xu Xing to run, but he showed not a shred of fear. After traveling further into the depths of the forest, the eerie figure was now within sight. Xu Xing crouched low as he spoke. There's really nothing to be afraid of. In the Pokémon world, there's a Pokémon that likes to make eerie sounds in the forest. Xu Xing parted the grass, revealing a group of peculiar creatures before him. Their heads resembled tree stumps, while their lower bodies were shadowy and ghostly, blending the real and the illusory. These little creatures seemed somewhat surprised by Xu Xing's arrival, their pairs of red, piercing eyes fixed intently on the intruder. Xu Xing continued. These Pokémon are called little tree spirits. They love to emit childlike voices in the forest. Their types are grass and ghost. The misunderstanding was cleared up, but an even bigger one emerged. These creatures simply didn't resemble carbon-based lifeforms. The live stream erupted once more. Holy crap! Its lower half is a ghost? How is it floating in midair? Ghost type. I thought it only had the nature type. Who knew there was such a thing? This is mind-blowing. Is this creature even from Earth? It defies all logic. My CPU's about to overheat. Who can explain how they're floating in midair? This defies all logic. 2 types? Is this some hidden tier Pokemon or what? Ghost type is terrifying. What's with these little trees? Do they have some kind of fetish? Popping out in the middle of the night to scare people. Seeing the shock in the live chat, Xu Xing was somewhat surprised. He'd encountered Pokemon countless times before, yet this little tree spirit still managed to elicit a rare sense of awe. But upon reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, the Pokemon he'd encountered before either ran on land or swam in water. This ghost-type Pokemon floating in mid-air was truly the first of its kind he'd ever seen. Xu Xing remarked calmly. Viewers, the world of Pokemon is far more fascinating than you could ever imagine. In the future, I'll be taking you all along to witness it. A ghost-type Pokemon was enough to astonish these online viewers, but in the future, there would be even more wondrous fairy-type or dragon-type Pokemon. Most people still know far too little about Pokemon. Xu Xing sighed softly. The road ahead was long and arduous. Then, he reached out and stroked the little Trico. Seeing that Xu Xing wasn't afraid at all, they stopped making those eerie cries. Tree spirit, tree spirit. The little tree spirit seemed slightly embarrassed by the touch, drifting restlessly through the air. Xu Xing suddenly realized that since these were grass-type Pokemon, they would undoubtedly be invaluable for battling in the tidal cavern. Xu Xing pulled a small tree berry from his backpack and waved it before the group of tree spirits. Any little tree spirits want to come with me? These little creatures couldn't resist the temptation of a tasty treat, and instantly, a swarm of tree spirits swarmed around him. Trico, Trico. Trico. This tree berry proved to be a veritable Trico magnet, attracting a full 5 of them. If he could bring all 5 of these little tree spirits to the tidal cavern, their sheer numbers might just give him a fighting chance. Xu Xing observed the group of tree spirits and sensed something was off, but he had no better options at the moment. Xu Xing slowly backed away while walking, intending to lead the little tree spirits away from this place first. Watching the little tree spirits get dazed and confused by a single tree fruit, the viewers in the livestream chat room felt their earlier fear dissipate by half. They instantly fell in love with these adorable little creatures. Xu Xing kept a watchful eye as he moved. He was now deep within the starry forest, yet he found it puzzling that not a single cave was visible in this deepest part. Unable to figure it out, Xu Xing decided to stop thinking about it and simply led the little tree spirits out. As Xu Xing backed away, a giant tree ahead suddenly seemed to shift. A giant tree moving? Xu Xing rubbed his eyes, dismissing it as a trick of the light. But after taking just a few steps, the tree shifted again. Slowly, the giant tree moved right in front of Xu Xing, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Viewers in the livestream, witnessing this scene, immediately assumed it was haunted. But Xu Xing knew he'd provoked a Pokemon he shouldn't have. In the next instant, the tree slowly opened its single, blood-red eye and revealed a gaping maw as deep as an abyss. Chapter 40, The Forest Guardian, Rotwood. Wah-ah! What the hell is that? They promised no spirits would appear after the Republic era. I'm losing it. I must be going mad from waking up too early. Damn it. Ghosts and tree spirits. What's wrong with this world? No way. What the hell is this? A tree spirit? Does this thing eat people? Streamer, run. Run. I'm numb. This is way too intense day after day. My poor heart can't take it. Feels like the streamer's day is more eventful than my entire life. What kind of demons and monsters hasn't he encountered? Streamer. Run. I bet this thing could just eat you whole. Xu Xing swallowed hard, staring at the Pokemon before him. It resembled a tree uprooted from its roots, with those underground stems now forming its legs. Its segmented body resembled a monstrous maw, and its lone eye glowed with a dangerous crimson light. Hi. Xu Xing gave an awkward smile and quickly hid the fruit in his hand. The Rotom glared at him viciously. A chill crept into Xu Xing's heart. He'd been caught red-handed trying to lure away one of its own kind. Xu Xing braced himself, ready to activate his talent and flee at any moment. I mean no harm. The Rottenwood demon growled lowly, seemingly unconvinced by Xu Xing's words. Facing this outsider, it radiated pure hostility. Xu Xing's heart sank. Judging by its aura alone, this Rotwood demon was absurdly powerful. Xu Xing dared not entertain any other thoughts now, wanting only to escape this hellish place as quickly as possible. The Rottenwood demon's blood-red eyes locked onto Xu Xing, its hands poised defensively as if ready to strike at any moment. Xu Xing quickly assessed his combat odds. With his current EV's strength, defeating the Rotom was nearly impossible. After all, the Rotwood demon was revered as the guardian deity of the forest. What Xu Xing had just done had directly crossed this Pokemon's red line. Xu Xing sighed inwardly. It seemed his only option was to flee by powering up everything. But just then, the water EV suddenly bounded forward. Bubble. Bubble. Rottenwood? Rottenwood. Bop. Bop. A Rottenwood. Xu Xing and tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream were all utterly baffled. What were these two Pokemon doing? Negotiating? No one could understand what the Pokemon were saying, but judging by the tone, Rotom seemed not angry. After this ethereal exchange, the Rotom actually stepped aside to make way. Pointing down the narrow path, the Rotom said, Rottenwood. Xu Xing understood its meaning and wasted no time. Abandoning any thoughts of exploring other groves, he hurried toward the exit. Thank you, Rotom. With that, Xu Xing and his EV left the forest. Glancing down at the adorable creature by his side, Xu Xing asked, EV, did you put in a good word for me? The water EV trotted lightly, murmuring softly, Buru. Thank you, EV. Xu Xing felt fortunate he hadn't treated EV poorly in the past, otherwise, the situation just now would have been truly dire. The sky was gradually brightening. Having narrowly escaped death, Xu Xing suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet, the location of the Rotwood demon was still quite close. Xu Xing decided to leave this area first before considering anything else. The live chat viewers finally grasped the situation, their affection for the adorable water EV skyrocketing. As the two walked along the path leading out of the dense forest, one thing kept puzzling Xu Xing: why hadn't they found a single cave deep within the thicket? Rustle, rustle. Rustle. Xu Xing abruptly halted. Sparse rustling sounds emanated from the grass ahead, clearly indicating a Pokemon lurking within. Xu Xing chuckled. Having even faced a Rotom head-on, what Pokemon could possibly intimidate him now? With that thought, Xu Xing parted the grass before him. There they were, three more twisted human faces staring back at him. Exactly the same as the ones he'd seen that night. Xu Xing felt his heart skip a beat. He took half a step back, ready to flee, but then remembered he was live streaming and steeled himself. Just as his retreating foot stepped forward again, ready to get a clear look, the Pokemon in the grass suddenly lunged at him. Its speed was so blindingly fast that Xu Xing couldn't react in time. A gaping maw lunged straight toward Xu Xing. At that critical moment, EV's speed was like lightning as it intercepted. It collided head-on with the purple-skinned Pokemon, and finally, Xu Xing got a clear look at the creature before him. It was a Slowbro. Though he'd solved that puzzling question, Xu Xing now felt even more tense. The abomination before them didn't attack recklessly. Its dark purple body kept pacing back and forth, occasionally spitting out snake-like tentacles from its mouth, seemingly ready to swallow Xu Xing whole at any moment. Viewers in the livestream watched this terrifying Pokemon and gasped in unison. Xu! Run! How long is that snake? It must be 3 meters long. And its glowing purple definitely poisonous. Oh no, oh no. Just escaped one disaster only to face another. Feeling for the streamer for a second. Have EV battled this Pokemon? There might just be a chance. Xu Xing exhaled deeply. True, the rotom dust was untouchable, but this abomination was still within his fighting capabilities. Standing tall before the menacing abomasnow, Xu Xing spoke calmly. EV? The water EV responded with a spirited poo. The live stream audience cheered. This was exactly what everyone wanted to see. A thrilling battle. Xu Xing wiped his nose and raised his hand, ready to command his water EV. But at that crucial moment, sparse sounds echoed from the dense forest. Then, two enormous slaking emerged from the thick grass. Ha! EV! Run! Water EV let out a shrill cry, poo. Countless viewers in the livestream chat sighed in disbelief. The other side can't take the heat. They actually called for backup. Su go, run. I have this feeling we might not see Brother Su's livestream tomorrow. Bro, you're gonna get screwed here. The Abu monster blocked the only exit, now you have to run to the tree demon. Seeing this comment, the other viewers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This situation was truly a catch-22. Xu Xing was well aware of this, of course. Xu Xing analyzed as he ran, these three abomination creatures had shown nothing but malice. Stopping now would likely mean being torn to shreds. While the Rodwood demon also disliked Xu Xing, at least it showed no desire for conflict. There might still be room to negotiate. This seemingly multiple-choice dilemma was actually a single-answer question, though the specifics demanded careful consideration. But if the Rodwood demon didn't spare him this time, he'd likely meet his end. Xu Xing wasn't about to wait for death. As he ran, he checked the system shop, desperately seeking a sliver of hope in this dire situation. Just then, Xu Xing reached the forest. Without hesitation, he bellowed. Rottenwood demon! These three abo monsters are destroying the forest. Chapter 41, New Hunting Partner. The Rotwood Demon. At Xu Xing's furious shout, a giant tree suddenly stirred. In the next instant, among the countless ordinary giant trees surrounding them, one suddenly opened its eyes. Xu Xing and the Aberman behind him halted. The Rotwood demon slowly emerged from the shadows, standing between them. The Rottenwood demon radiated an overwhelming aura, its presence palpable even to Xu Xing. Xu Xing gritted his teeth and pointed at Abo monster, declaring, Rottenwood demon! These three are the ones destroying the forest. The three Abu brothers froze, their Pokémon eyes wide with shock. Abao? Abu. 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 After a long discussion, the lead Abomasnow shook its head at the Rotom, clearly unwilling to admit to such a baseless accusation. The Rotom turned its gaze to Xu Xing, and an inexplicable pressure settled upon him. But there was no turning back now. At worst, he'd spend some science points to make a quick exit. Steeling himself, Xu Xing continued. I need to clean up a cave. That cave is damaging the environment. These three Abooms are stopping me from cleaning it, which means they're the ones damaging the environment. After hearing this explanation, the live stream chat exploded with 666 comments. It was illogical and unreasonable, yet he'd managed to pin the blame squarely on the Abomasnow. The Rotom turned its head back toward the Abu. Truthfully, it hadn't fully grasped Xu Xing's words, but since he'd gone to such lengths, there must be some logic to it. Even the water EV froze in shock. She turned to her owner, her eyes filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts astonishment, and 4 parts disbelief. Xu Xing was panicking inside, but he whispered to Water EV, stay calm, stay calm. The 3 Arbok understood Xu Xing was making baseless accusations and began frantically explaining to the Rotom. Arbor. 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 Arbok. Arbok? Arbok. But the 3 Abomasnow's frantic explanations only confused the Rotom more instead of clearing its thoughts. Xu Xing seized the moment to amp up the pressure. See? The 3 Abu monsters are panicking. Rottenwood demon, you absolutely mustn't let them off. After hearing Xu Xing's words, the Rotwood demon finally stopped agonizing. It let out a roar, Rotwood. Rotwood. Seeing the Rot demon enraged, the 3 Abo monsters dared not say another word and reluctantly retreated. The live stream audience collectively froze in confusion. Wait, what? That worked? Xu Ge is a legend. Guys, flood the chat with 666 for Xu. Holy crap. Only Brother Xu could pull this off, what a miracle. Xu Xing silently rejoiced that his gamble had paid off. This Rottenwood demon truly possessed a strong sense of justice. With that thought, Xu Xing looked at the Rottenwood demon without hesitation and invited. Rottenwood demon, I'm heading to defeat the beasts in the cave. Will you join me? The Rotwood demon stared at Xu Xing hesitantly, while the livestream viewers erupted once more. To them, the streamer had completely lost his mind. The Rottenwood demon had already saved his life twice, and now he wanted it to go work for him? This wasn't just pushing his luck, it was outright challenging the Rotwood demon's authority. As for the Rottenwood demon, he stood silently, seemingly deep in thought. The live chat exploded completely. Xu! You're courting death. Run now. The Rottenwood demon is about to eat you. Brother Xu is really pushing his luck. Only he would dare make such a demand. If I were the Rotwood demon, I'd tear Brother Xu in half. Who does he think he is, talking like that? Rottenwood demon, don't I have any pride? Do I have any pride? Only my Lord Xu would dare. I can't even imagine what the Rottenwood demon will do next. Viewers in the livestream chat were all predicting doom for Xu Xing, but Xu Xing himself? He stood straight before the Rottenwood demon. His gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of fleeing. Xu Xing dared to stand his ground because he had confidence. After traversing the forest for so long, he hadn't encountered a single cave which defied the expected pattern. After all, with such abundant grass element in the forest, a grass cavern should have formed. But if the cave was useless, it could only mean two things. First, the grass element might not be as abundant as imagined, preventing the formation of a grass cave. This seemed highly improbable. Based on the patterns observed so far, the formation of a grass cave was inevitable. That left only the second possibility: the cave had been destroyed by someone. Humans? This forest holds no humans besides Xu Xing. That leaves only Pokémon. But which Pokémon possesses such formidable power? The answer is obvious. As the guardian of the forest, Rotom would never tolerate such a phenomenon and would have destroyed the cave. Thus, Xu Xing's invitation to the Rotom was entirely reasonable. As for why the Rotom hesitated, Xu Xing pondered briefly. That cave is far from the forest, by the riverbank. Finally, after Xu Xing finished speaking, the Rotom stopped pondering and lifted its head to look at him. Sure enough, the Rotwood spirit had been considering whether Xu Xing was deceiving it. After all, its roots spread throughout the forest, allowing it to easily detect most of what occurred within. Naturally, it was fully aware of the cave's existence. Yet when someone suddenly mentioned another cave, the Rottenwood demon naturally doubted the claim's validity at first. However, after Xu Xing's explanation, the Rottenwood demon understood the unique nature of that cave. The Rottenwood spirit nodded. Rottenwood, Rottenwood. Xu Xing understood its meaning and nodded. I'll need a few more Pokémon to assist me. The enemies in the tidal cavern this time are formidable. I'll come find you once I've gathered them. The Rotom shook its head, then patted its chest. Rotom. Rotom. Xu Xing chuckled silently. Seems this Rotom is awfully confident in itself. Xu Xingdao said, just in case. Hearing this, the Rottenwood demon reluctantly nodded. Alright then, this Rottenwood demon shall take its leave. The Rottenwood demon waved goodbye. Rottenwood. Xu Xing turned and walked away, letting out a long sigh of relief. Xu Xing picked up his phone and glanced at the flood of comments in the livestream chat, chuckling softly. Everyone, the Rotom is the guardian spirit of the forest. Though it looks fierce, as long as you don't do anything to harm the environment, it's actually a very kind Pokémon. The viewers in the livestream couldn't believe it, and Xu Xing once again found himself in a life or death situation. Bro Xu, you know what? Watching you interact with Rotom made me realize this Pokémon isn't as scary as I thought. Gotta admit, Brother Xu's got skills. He snagged another enforcer without spending a dime. Where are all those people who said Brother Xu was doomed? Come out. Speak up. Brother Xu's skills speak for themselves, okay? Only Brother Xu could pull this off. Now he's got those two Pokémon wrapped around his finger. The livestream audience was buzzing with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing a Pokémon battle unfold soon. This Pokémon battle promised to be more spectacular than any before. Xu Xing assessed his available forces. Water Eevee, Larvitar, Pikachu, and Drowsy. After a quick assessment, Xu Xing decided it still wasn't enough, not secure enough. To be absolutely certain, he needed to catch at least one more Pokémon. As for what to catch, Xu Xing found himself inexplicably drawn to the idea of targeting the bear-clad Pokémon. Chapter 42, a new powerhouse joins the ranks. Pikachu. The sky gradually brightened as the morning light began to shine low. Walking through the forest, Xu Xing pondered ways to make the bear-clad Pokémon serve him. Directly asking the bear-clad Pokémon for help was clearly impossible given its temperament. Avoiding a beating would be a miracle. Therefore, he would have to start with the Pokémon around it. Relying on his memory, Xu Xing navigated the woods. He vaguely recalled the Clothos Pokémon group lurking in these bushes. The livestream viewers were puzzled by Xu Xing's actions and began asking questions. Seeing their confusion, Xu Xing explained. I want to get the bear-clad Pokémon to help me fight. Hearing this, the viewers were even more baffled. Streamer. If you want the bear-wearing Pokémon to help, just go find it. It's such a gentle Pokémon. Yeah, Xu. Just go ask the gentle bear god for help, it'll definitely agree. Exactly. That bear-wearing Pokémon looks so gentle and reassuring. Exactly. Why are you acting like this, Xu? At that moment, Xu Xing was cautiously navigating through the grass. The audience had never seen him so cautious before. But Xu Xing had no time for idle chatter with the audience. He was completely focused on moving without making a sound. He remembered that the group of Drowsy was nearby, so he dared not let his guard down. He feared that one careless moment could lead to being spotted and taken down by a Drowsy. Xu Xing moved cautiously when suddenly, the sound of rhythmic breathing reached his ears. Xu Xing quietly parted the nearby grass and saw a group of little creatures sprawled haphazardly across the lawn. These little ones were still lazily napping, unaware that danger had already descended. Of course, the danger was Xu Xing himself. Viewers in the livestream watched this heartwarming scene unfold, their maternal instincts melting instantly. They chimed in. So heartwarming. Those little ones who get called monsters normally are sleeping so peacefully now. Could anyone still bring themselves to yell at them? Absolutely. Such adorable babies. Could there be any more well-behaved little pets in the world? Snapping a pic. This scene is too heartwarming. Hey! Wait! Xu Xing! What are you doing? No! Brother Su! What are you doing? The livestream viewers' tone shifted abruptly as they collectively froze in shock. There, hidden in the grass pile, Xu Xing was relentlessly hurling stones at the bear cub. Viewers couldn't believe their eyes and pleaded for Su to stop, but Su wasn't about to give in to their wishes. Soon, with Xu Xing's efforts, the cub's breathing gradually stopped, replaced by low whimpering sounds. Just as it seemed about to open its eyes, Xu Xing tossed one final stone before diving back into the grass pile. Me? The cub rubbed its eyes, looking around in bewilderment. Forced awake, it hadn't yet grasped its situation, its tiny eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Just then, a sweet honey scent wafted from the bushes. The cub's bewildered eyes gradually cleared. Crawling slowly toward the bushes, it spotted a jar of honey sitting there. Me! The bear cub gazed excitedly at the honey jar, but remembering the bear's words, it didn't make any rash moves. After carefully surveying the area and confirming no danger, the cub dared to approach the honey. Finally, the cub successfully climbed into Xu Xing's backpack. Xu Xing zipped it shut. Xu Xing lifted the backpack and whispered softly. Little bear, thanks for coming along. The honey inside should keep you fed for a while. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat began questioning Xu Xing's actions. Longtime viewers of his stream had grown attached to the Pokémon, making such behavior unacceptable to them. The chat exploded with worried messages, fearing Xu Xing would send the adorable little creature to some strange place. Su! What are you doing? Put that Pokémon down. Let me handle it. Suga, you're not sending the bear cub to the cave, are you? No way. Absolutely not, that's way too dangerous. Bro X, you'll get struck by lightning for this. How could you bear to harm such an adorable cub? I'm calling the police. Someone's trafficking underage Pokémon. Who's gonna do something about this? The streamer's move is too harsh, trafficking an underage cub one? That's not right. Reading the chat comments, Xu Xing felt both amused and exasperated. This wasn't how they treated Pokémon before. Xu Xing called softly, Lalurus. La la la. Larvitar instantly appeared on Xu Xing's shoulder. Xu Xing stowed the entire device into his backpack. With his plan now complete, Xu Xing set off toward Tidal Cavern, carrying the bear cub. The livestream comments streamed with pleas for Xu Xing to turn back while there was still time, but he paid them no mind. He arrived at the entrance of the Tidal Cavern. A chilling breeze brushed against his cheeks. Xu Xing set his backpack on the ground and murmured a few words to Water EV. Water EV nodded gently, standing by on standby, with little Larvitar keeping her company nearby. Everything was now in place, all that remained was the final push. Xu Xing began a quick assessment of their respective battle strengths. He would have the bear-clad fighter take on the scythe helmet alone, then have Pikachu and the Rotom battle the Power Croc. Floatzel and Larvitar would provide support and roam the battlefield, a flawless plan. Xu Xing couldn't even imagine a reason to lose. Xu Xing arrived at Pikachu's residence. Pikachu, who was teaching Pico how to train, was thrilled by Xu Xing's sudden arrival. It darted up to him. Pika Pika. Xu Xing ruffled Pikachu's head. Sweetie, I need your help right now. Hearing this, Pikachu patted its chest resolutely. Pika. Pikachu. Thanks, Pikachu. Come with me. Pikachu hopped onto Pikachu's head, and the two set off together. Xu Xing led the way, saying, there's another friend who needs to come with us. Let's find it first. Pika Pika. Xu Xing led Pikachu to the domain of the Rotten Tree Spirit. Xu Xing called softly, Rotten Tree Spirit, I need your help now. Please join me in defeating those Pokémon destroying the forest. Rotten Wood. Hearing this, the Rotom appeared before Xu Xing, leading the two. Xu Xing said, let's go. To the cave. Xu Xing led the two Pokémon to the cave entrance. The Rotom's previously relaxed expression grew noticeably serious. Its eyes revealed that even it had never encountered a cave of this magnitude before. This was hardly surprising. In the Rodwood Tree Spirit's domain, caves like this would likely be uprooted the moment they formed, never given the chance to mature. Pikachu's expression was tense as golden lightning bolts flashed across his cheeks, ready to strike at any moment. While the human's presence might not be immediately apparent, the two Pokémon distinctly sensed the aura of a powerful being within. The little Piku was so frightened it buried its head against Pikachu's body. Xu Xing said, wait for me a moment longer. There's still one friend who hasn't arrived. Both Pokémon nodded solemnly. Xu Xing left the cave once more to seek out that friend. Chapter 43, Team Assembled. The bear-clad one arrives. Huaxia Nation Military Base. All soldiers had now assembled, preparing to witness the great battle. But He Chang-jun remained puzzled. Boss, why didn't Brother Su just confront the bear-clad one directly? Why resort to such cunning tactics? If the bear-clad one discovers this, the consequences won't be good. Lin Guobiao shook his head, unsure himself, but replied. Brother Su must have his reasons for doing this. Alright. It wasn't just He Chang-jun. Countless viewers in the livestream chat were baffled by Xu Xing's actions. Xu Xing offered no explanation because soon enough, the viewers would witness it firsthand. After trekking for some time, Xu Xing had reached the water's edge near the bear's lair. He picked up several rotten leaves from the ground and placed them on his head. He then disheveled his entire appearance. Xu Xing peeked out. Sure enough, the clothed bear had woken up and was now searching for its cub. It still believed the little one had just wandered off to play somewhere. Xu Xing suddenly appeared, his voice rising sharply, tinged with a sob. No. Clothed bear. Something's wrong. Bear. The clothed bear stared at the strange man before it. Xu Xing continued, I came here last night to rest, but I didn't zip up my backpack. The honey inside smelled too good, and the bear cub crawled into my bag. Bear? Xu Xing continued. My backpack was snatched by several Pokémon. Now the little bear cub is in grave danger in the cave. Bear. Chang Xiong instantly grasped Xu Xing's meaning and fully understood the dire situation the cub was in. Xu Xing pointed ahead, me and a few Pokémon decided to challenge the cave and get back my lost backpack. You absolutely have to come with us. Bear. Follow me. Xu Xing led the clothed bear toward the cave. As a human, Xu Xing could now distinctly sense the raging fury emanating from the clothed bear. A terrifying aura radiated from its body. The live chat erupted with comments. This bear suit feels kinda creepy. If Brother Su suddenly told it to fight, would it just get swatted to death? Come on, a gentle Pokemon like the bear-clad bear wouldn't do that. Seriously, there aren't many Pokemon as loving as this one. Agreed. There aren't many Pokemon as gentle as Drowsy. Xu Xing sprinted through the forest with his Drowsy when a faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. That sound, so familiar. Arbok. 3 Abomasnow burst out of the grass. Their gaping maws clearly signaled they intended to settle both old and new scores. Xu Xing's earlier teasing had left these 3 Arbok practically itching to tear him apart. Seeing the 3 enraged Pokemon before him, Xu Xing's heart nearly stopped. Why won't these things leave me alone? Viewers in the livestream chat were screaming, oh no! Oh no! The streamer's in for it now. Many even gloated, calling it karma for the streamer's bear trafficking antics. Xu Xing steeled himself, refusing to back down an inch as he charged straight at the 3 Abomasnow. Suddenly, he bellowed. Bear-clad. They're trying to block us. Bear. The bear suit appeared before the 3 Abo monsters in an instant. One palm strike. Just one palm strike. And all 3 Abo monsters were sent flying high into the air. The sheer force of that strike was overwhelming. Not only did it take down the Abugis, but it also snapped 3 nearby trees clean in half. Snap. 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 The thick tree trunks snapped clean at the roots, revealing milky white stumps. Xu Xing swallowed hard. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but ultimately crystallized into 3 words, I bet right. An unprecedented scene unfolded in the livestream chat. For the first time, the usually bustling stream's bullet comments fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The viewers' new Pokemon were powerful and formidable. But they'd never witnessed such palpable, terrifying power. The bear-like creature seemed to deliver a mere flick of its wrist, as if it hadn't even exerted itself. Yet 3 massive trees snapped cleanly in 2, as if made of paper. In that instant, countless viewers finally grasped the terrifying nature of the beasts. They possessed extraordinary power. The livestream's viewership count had now completely surpassed 150,000. High command of the Huaxia military base. He Chang-jun stared at the screen in disbelief. Could that power truly emanate from this seemingly gentle bear? Suddenly, He Chang-jun realized how disastrous it would be if Brother Su accidentally angered the bear during their conversation. He also deeply understood why he had sprinted away so frantically when the bear-suited creature had waved at him last time. Had Brother Su been even a few steps slower, he might have been torn to shreds by this beast. Its demeanor was truly ferocious. Yu Hu stood before the screen, his heart pounding at the sight of the bear's strike. He spoke slowly. If we were to rate this armored bear's danger level, it would easily reach a plus, no. It might even be S. This magical beast is truly terrifying. The live audience gasped in unison. The bear's tactics had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Dr. Wang remarked. That's my brother Su for you daring to provoke such a Pokemon into serving him. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized yes. Xu Xing, an ordinary person, dared to provoke such a terrifying creature. Just how big was his nerve? Lin Guobiao's hand holding the water cup began to tremble slightly. He asked himself if he were in plain clothes, would he dare provoke such a Pokemon? The answer was obvious. Deep down, Lin Guobiao found himself admiring this young man. Longchang, Douyin headquarters. What? A live-streamed Warcraft match. Zhang Nohao, Douyin's chief operations officer, listened to Qiu Han's report with confusion. Recently, Douyin had suddenly gained a new streamer. While their follower growth rate was average, their fan loyalty and livestream audience size were truly top tier. While outsiders might not grasp it, Qiu Han, as the operations team leader, understood perfectly. What was even more astonishing was that this high-retention, large-scale fanbase wasn't a fluke. It remained consistently strong in nearly every stream. Even during late-night broadcasts, the viewer count stayed above 100,000. Most astonishingly, the live audience numbers kept climbing. Zhang Nohao rubbed his fingertips together, contemplating a countermeasure. Beside him, the burly man in black, Wang Shuyi, suggested, "Brother Zhang, I think we should just keep using our standard clause." The clause Wang Shuyi referred to was Douyin's standard unfair contract clause. Whenever they discovered a highly popular, high-traffic streamer, Wang Shuyi would use this clause to lock them in. If those streamers were dissatisfied with the terms and wanted to move to other platforms, they would find that the traffic on other platforms was nowhere near as good as here. Moreover, their accounts on other platforms would be immediately banned. It could be said that countless streamers were suffocated by these terms. After a moment's thought, Zhang Nohao replied, "Those unfair terms are too lenient for that kid. Hit him with something harsher, then arrange a meeting for tomorrow." Hearing this, Qiu Han grew anxious. "Meet tomorrow? But the streamer is out on a wilderness expedition. He probably won't be back anytime soon?" Zhang Nohao chuckled. "Can't get back? Then I'll shut down his livestream channel and see if he can return. If he wants to stream on this platform, he'll have to recognize me as the Emperor." Chapter 44, Assemble. Assault the Water Cave. After a long trek, Xu Xing's figure gradually appeared before the cave entrance. Seeing this, Water EV wasted no time, kicking the backpack onto the inner platform of Tidal Cave. At the cave entrance, Xu Xing and Water EV exchanged a glance. Seeing Water EV had handled the matter, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Before the cave entrance, Rotom and Pikachu couldn't help but cringe at the attire Xu Xing had brought along. The scent emanating from this outfit was no less intense than that of the Pokémon within the cave itself. 5 Pokémon had now gathered before the cave entrance. They were Eevee, Larvitar, Pikachu, Dugtrio, and Pelipper. The enemy had only 2 Pokémon, a Swampert and a Scarfed Scissor. 5 against 2. The advantage is ours. Xu Xing took a deep breath and addressed the Pokémon. "All Pokémon are present. Let's go. We're taking on Tide Cave. Polo. Pikachu. La la la. Drayami. Bear." As they approached the tidal cavern, a sudden, crisp meow echoed in their ears. "Meow ha. Meow ha." Xu Xing turned around to see a bright green kitten running straight toward him. Even more excited than Xu Xing were the viewers in the livestream chat. Watching the kitten, the viewers exclaimed, "Wow! My youth is back. New Leaf Meow has returned. Wah-ah! I feel like I just instantly grasped the meaning of the word bond. How did Zinumimio find its way here? Appearing just when we needed it most. Zinumimio, I really gotta give you props. Xinyi Meow had already entered the cave." Xu Xing crouched down and stroked the little cutie's head. "Zinumimio, did you come to help me? Meow ha. Meow ha. Thank you, Zinumimio." Xu Xing stood up again. With Zinumimio back on his team, his odds of winning had significantly improved. After all, the type advantage was undeniable. Accompanied by his Pokémon, Xu Xing ventured deeper into the cave. The sound of dripping water echoed around him, and beneath his feet lay damp, muddy soil. The moment Xu Xing stepped fully into the cave, the once gloomy space instantly brightened. The entire clearing brightened, revealing every Pokémon before him. Boom! The retreating path was suddenly blocked by rising reefs. Yet Xu Xing, observing this scene, remained tense, his breathing growing heavy. The live stream chat erupted. "Wait, what? What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 Pokémon? Why are there 3 in front of him? Holy crap! This Pokémon looks incredibly powerful, like a swordsman. This is bad. Completely different from what we expected. How did another Pokémon suddenly appear? This Pokémon doesn't seem any weaker than Scyther or Machamp. Su. The way back is blocked too. We're done for." Xu Xing watched the 3 Pokémon ahead with heavy breathing. Gigantamax Crobat sat upon a stone throne, idly playing with Xu Xing's backpack. To its left, Scyther stared intently at the intruders before it. To his right sat a 4-legged blue Pokémon, its head covered in sharp, shell-like spines and a long white beard extending from its snout. It occasionally emitted low growls, seemingly furious at the intruders' arrival. This Pokémon, glaring angrily at Xu Xing and his companions, was none other than the Swordsnail. At that moment, the golem finally rose from its stone throne. It pointed at Xu Xing, then held up a single finger. "One-on-one?" Xu Xing guessed the Garchomp's intent. The Garchomp nodded and gave a soft snort. In the next instant, Scyther flashed to the center of the arena. Bear, brimming with rage, lunged forward, but Xu Xing suddenly halted it. "Let Zinumeo go first. I'll test this scythe helmet's metal with the armored bear. Hearing this, the armored bear reluctantly stepped back. Xu Xing turned his gaze to New Leaf Meow. Little New Leaf Meow nodded, meow ha. Then it leapt lightly to the center of the arena. A Pokemon battle officially commenced. Unlike before, this time it could truly be called a Pokemon battle in every sense. Insight activated. Scythe helmet. Type Rock Water. Ability Relaxed. Moveset Sand Attack, Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, Dig. Xu Xing calmly analyzed the moveset. Just then, the golem roared, signaling the battle's commencement. Scythe helmet plunged both blades into the ground, then yanked them up violently, sending mud and sand flying across the entire battlefield. New Leaf Mew, unable to see the battle unfolding before him, helplessly craned his neck left and right. It seemed this Scythebeard could strike him from any direction. New Leaf Mew, retreat. Get out of this area. Hearing Xu Xing's command, Zinyameyo retreated rapidly. Just as the little cat reached the edge of the muddy sand, a crackling sound of crumbling earth erupted beneath its feet. Xu Xing inwardly cursed, bellowing, Xanyi meow. Run! Zinyameyo heard Xu Xing's warning and tried to leap away, but it was too slow. The scythe helmet burst from the ground and delivered a brutal blow. The devastating blow instantly eliminated New Leaf Meow. Too fast. This scythe helmet was far too fast. Xu Xing hadn't anticipated its burrowing ability could be this swift. If this sickle helmet truly possessed such blinding speed, it meant its overall strength was undoubtedly formidable, having elevated attributes like speed to such an extreme level. This cave would be far more challenging to conquer than he'd imagined. Given the current situation, if the scythe helmet truly possessed such blinding speed, defeat in this battle was inevitable. The disparity in strength between the two sides far exceeded Xu Xing's initial assessment. The scythe helmet was utterly overwhelming against Zinyameyo. A single strike had disposed of New Leaf Mew. Now, Scyther stood imposing, coldly surveying Xu Xing and his companions. Xu Xing felt as though no other Pokemon needed to enter the fray. Scyther alone could handle them all. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't believe it either. While New Leaf Mew hadn't been particularly impressive up to this point, it certainly wasn't weak enough to be one-shot by a Pokemon. This scissor helmet's power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Sue, how about we just apologize and call it quits? This power gap is just too huge. Bro, it one-shot our New Leaf Cat. We can't fight this, we really can't. Is that Scyther really that strong? From their setup, I thought the Gyarados was supposed to be the strongest one? Guess we've learned our lesson, messed with the wrong Pokemon. Xu Xing stepped onto the field and picked up New Leaf Mew. New Leaf Mew, you did your best. Suddenly, it dawned on him why the Scyther could dig so quickly. The soil in this area was soft and sandy, meaning it could dig holes much more easily. Realizing this, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he'd feared. Though the situation wasn't much better now, at least they still had the strength to fight. Placing Zinyameyo behind him, Xu Xing was about to decide which Pokemon to send out when the bear-clad Pokemon volunteered. The dressed bear muttered twice, "Bear. Bear." Xu Xing let out a long sigh of relief. Alright then, I'll leave it to you, Bear. Radiating a fierce aura, the bear clad in armor strode to the center of the stage. Staring at the Scyther before it, it extended a paw. The gesture seemed to say, come on, bring it on. Chapter 45, Crushing the Scythe Helmet. Terrifying power. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the battle unfolding before them. Is the bear-clad one strong? Yes. But facing this monster with scythes for hands, countless viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. When Xiong Chang extended his hand, the gesture might have been interpreted as a provocation by both viewers and opponents. Only Xu Xing knew this wasn't provocation at all. Xiong Chang simply wanted the opponent to return the teddy bear from his backpack. Xu Xing felt like crying. He just prayed the Pokemon across from him wouldn't get the wrong idea and hand the backpack back to Xiong Chang. After a moment of locked gazes, seeing no response, the bear-clad figure slowly lowered its raised palm. Xu Xing's mind raced. He was about to activate Insight, but the opponent was faster. Scyther suddenly charged forward and slashed at the bear-wearing Pokemon. The strike was blindingly fast. Many viewers in the livestream chat hadn't even registered it. Just as everyone thought the bear suit would be gravely wounded, they suddenly realized the strike had missed. Xu Xing chuckled inwardly, preparing to activate Insight Eye to command the bear-suited man. But in the next instant, the bear-suited man appeared behind Scythe Helmet. Without waiting for Xu Xing's command, the bear claw gauntlet suddenly gathered lightning. The fist, now imbued with thunder, slammed into the Scythe Helmet. Boom! Dust and debris scattered everywhere. The scene unfolded too swiftly. Those who had expected the severely wounded bear-clad figure to be struck down were instead stunned by its counterattack. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying power of the bear-clad figure. Even the mighty crocodile, who had been seated on the stone throne, rose to his feet to study the bear-clad figure. On the battlefield, the sandstorm churned up by the impact made visibility impossible. The duration of this dust cloud far exceeded what a normal fall could produce. Xu Xing immediately realized the danger and bellowed. Watch out! The Scythe Helmet is using Drill Hole. The bear-clad one stood amidst the dust, while the sound of cracking earth echoed from beneath the ground. Its movement was so swift that the human ear could scarcely detect it. The cracking sounds of earth and sand echoed from all directions. Xu Xing inwardly cursed. The scythe helm was thriving on this battlefield, moving far faster than usual. This terrifying strike was truly impossible to evade. Xu Xing and the 170,000 viewers in the livestream channel all held their breath. It was this very strike that had defeated Xinyumeo earlier, and everyone feared that same scene would repeat itself. Moreover, the sounds from beneath the ground were accelerating, growing faster and faster. Every heart was now pounding in their throats. This was precisely the effect Scythe Helmet sought, psychologically crushing his opponent. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Scythe Helmet sensed the moment was ripe. Next, he would exact revenge for that earlier punch. The next instant, Scythe Helmet burst violently upward from beneath, sweeping layers of mud and sand along with him as he charged toward the bear-clad figure. Just as Scythe Helmet thought he had the upper hand, an immense force slammed down like a giant palm, pinning him to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. At the center of the battlefield, as the mud and sand dispersed, the clad bear stood with one hand firmly pinned down the Scythe Helmet. The once ferocious and swift hunter now lay pinned to the ground like a helpless chick. The bear-enclothed's right hand continuously gathered thunder, countless golden currents flowing into its palm, until the entire hand crackled with electricity. There was no doubt this single blow would be lethal. At that critical moment, the voice of the mighty crocodile suddenly echoed from afar. Dolly! ZZZZT! ZZZZT! The lightning currents on the bear-clad hand gradually dissipated. Having narrowly escaped death, the Scythe Helmet made no attempt to resist, obediently returning to its original position. This round, it had lost. Xu Xing watched the scene unfold with excitement. This bear-clad warrior was simply too formidable. The battle against the Scythe Helmet was nothing short of a one-sided rout. If the Great Crocodile and Great Sword Ghost were on par with this Scythe Helmet, victory in this cave exploration would be a piece of cake. At that moment, Xu Xing's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. He knew full well how powerful the bear suit was. But in his original plan, the bear suit's level was only meant to be enough to replace one Pokémon at most. He never imagined its strength would far exceed his expectations. Judging by the outcome of this battle, calling it a walkover would be an understatement. The viewers in the livestream were absolutely ecstatic. No one had anticipated the story would unfold this way. The bear suit had single-handedly taken down the Scyther without a scratch. This Scyther had beaten the new Leaf Cat so badly it couldn't even fight back. Viewers flooded the chat with comments. Holy crap, Bear God is insane. Bear God is awesome. Bear God took down 3 in a row. This skill is insane. Brother Xu found a reliable backup. Looking back, Brother Xu is seriously bold. Wearing the bear suit is one thing, but finding an ally like this? That's real skill. Exactly. If Brother Xu actually tried negotiating with this guy, he'd probably get knocked flying with one swipe. Let's not say too much, guys. If the bear wearing one finds out Brother Xu sent the bear cub into the cave, he might get torn to shreds. Exactly. Brother Xu's move was ruthless, but what's even more ruthless is that he had the guts to pull it off. Xu Xing didn't glance at a single comment in the live chat. His full attention was fixed on the center of the arena. Just then, the clothed bear reached out again. He beckoned again toward the 2 Pokémon across the arena. The livestream erupted in a new wave of excitement. 666. Bear God used taunt again. Bear God has the confidence. This is what true confidence looks like. Only Bear God would dare to taunt like this. What other Pokémon would even try? Exactly. Bear God takes on 3 at once. Xu Xing, who happened to catch the comments, couldn't help but smile wryly. This wasn't a provocation at all. This is Bear God demanding his backpack back. Folks, stop cheering him on. If the opponent actually returns the backpack, Xu Xing will be the one backing down. But the opposing Pokémon clearly wasn't the brightest, mistaking this for a provocation. Sableye stomped its foot, instantly generating a palpable aura of pressure that surged from all directions. Not only the bear-clad Pokémon at center stage, but even Xu Xing and the other Pokémon present felt the weight of this pressure. This Jengar's strength definitely surpasses that of the Scissor Helmet. At the very least, its power was no less than that of the Scissor Helmet. Xu Xing suddenly realized he hadn't provided any background info on the Jengar yet, so he took the opportunity to give the livestream viewers a quick lesson. With the livestream audience now at 190,000 viewers, Xu Xing could earn 400,000 to 500,000 knowledge points from this single educational segment. Xu Xing knew this was far from the ceiling. The future would only bring more. As the Greatsword Ghost stepped onto the battlefield, the third battle was about to commence. Rage blazed in the Greatsword Ghost's eyes, as if flames burned within them. He let out a low growl, and his aura surged visibly. In mere moments, the aura radiating from the Greatsword Ghost had intensified several-fold. Xu Xing sucked in a cold breath. He knew the Greatsword Ghost was activating his skill, Revenge. Chapter 46, The Bear-Suited One Who Quit Midway? Go, Pikachu! This was the gap between the current situation and the Pokémon games. In the Pokémon game, revenge was a substantive attack method, but in reality, it transformed the grief and fury of losing a companion into raw power. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. This Pokémon, the Great Sword Ghost, was inherently loyal and righteous. With its comrade bullied like that, it was absolutely determined to seek revenge and avenge the wrongs done to its comrade. The upcoming battle was going to be tough. But an even more terrifying sight appeared before Xu Xing. A ring of lightswords suddenly materialized around the Great Sword Ghost. The blades hovered and swirled before soaring into the air and shattering. Immediately, the Jengar's power surged to an almost terrifying level. Viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled. What? What just flew over there? A bunch of lightsabers? What the heck is that? Streamer, wasn't there something spinning around the Great Sword Ghost just now? I saw it. A ring of lightsabers just circled around him. Did those lightsabers fly up to launch a sneak attack? But there's barely enough space here for that. Man, this Great Sword Ghost Pokémon looks insanely powerful. Just its stance alone screams unmatched strength. Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. The viewers might not know, but he sure did. This wasn't a lightsaber at all. Sword Dance had boosted its attack power. Sordo's buffs were stacked to the max. The next second, it might just take out the bear-clad streamer. The viewers in the livestream chat began worrying about the bear-clad player, while Xu Xing forced a cheerful tone, telling the chat, "We'll win." Center of the battlefield. The Great Sword Ghost, buffed to the max, finally prepares its first strike. The razor-sharp horn on its head began gathering power, greedily absorbing every available resource around it. Then, after a frenzied surge of energy, the horn transformed into a vivid emerald green. It waved the sharp blade like a warrior flaunting his weapon. In the next instant, this swordsman charged at the bear-clad warrior with his weapon. Facing this ferocious foe, the bearsuit showed no fear. It focused energy in its fists and charged straight at the Great Sword Ghost. The bear-enclosed fists met the Great Sword Ghost's super-powered clash. Both sides engaged in a direct collision of raw force. The collision of million-ton strength and the double-buffed grappling force was utterly staggering. The two Pokémon locked in a standoff for only an instant before the terrifying pressure shattered the ground into a deep crater. This was no ordinary battle. These two Pokémon were locked in a fight to the death. Xu Xing watched the scene with a start. He knew that whichever Pokémon fell under this blow would be declared the loser of the match. Everyone stared intently at the two Pokémon's head-on collision. The little Piku on Pikachu's back was utterly terrified by the terrifying force and had already burrowed into Xu Xing's embrace. Even the powerful Crobat stood up to watch. Though he'd expected the stalemate to drag on, the next moment saw the mountain-like form of the Sableye slowly pushed back. Bear! Xiong roared as he exerted himself once more, and to everyone's astonishment, he actually managed to push the ferocious swordsman completely back. Everyone was stunned by the scene. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from the bear-clad man's fist, striking the Great Sword Ghost squarely in the forehead. The Great Sword Ghost was sent reeling several meters back, leaving two deep gashes in the ground. Bear! The bear-clad figure reached out toward the Pokémon before him once more. Another provocation? Provoking at this moment was clearly impossible. The great crocodile understood the meaning in the bear's gaze the moment it met his eyes. Giant! It roared, drawing everyone's attention with its gaze. Sableye gave two sharp snarls, signaling it was still ready to fight. This warrior wasn't about to go down without a fight. The Garchomp shook its head, clearly not concerned with that. It hooked its claw around the backpack lying on the ground. Xu Xing inwardly cursed. His worst fear had come true. The great crocodile held the backpack and looked at the bear-clad figure, speaking softly. "Big guy?" The bear-clad figure said nothing, merely beckoning again. The mighty crocodile tossed the backpack lightly into its hand. The bear-clad figure caught it firmly and immediately unzipped it. All eyes focused on the bear-clad figure. The next instant, a head poked out from the backpack. Bah! A baby bear, its mouth dripping with honey, poked its little head out, curiously surveying its surroundings. Bah! Seeing the cub was safe and sound, the bear-clad figure finally relaxed. It scooped the cub onto its shoulder, then tossed the backpack aside. Turning away, it strode confidently out of the tidal cavern, as if everything on the path had nothing to do with it. As for the blocked entrance, the bear-wearing creature simply punched it once, and the entrance instantly crumbled to dust. The bear-clad figure left the tidal cavern, looking as fresh as a daisy. Left behind were the bewildered giant crocodile and the utterly defeated Xu Xing. Viewers in the livestream chat began chanting in mock dismay. Xu's physical cheat code is gone now. He's back to normal. It's okay, brother Xu. You still have the numerical advantage. The upper hand is still yours. Yeah. Keep pushing, brother Xu. You might still have a chance. Su Gu. Hurry and bring Xiongxin back. What are you gonna do without him? Dude, give it a rest. Bear God would slap brother Xu so hard he'd fly into outer space. On the battlefield, a heavy silence hung in the air. Wearing the bear costume, Shilling Liang left the battlefield. The mighty crocodile glared at Xu Xing and snorted. Big guy? Xu Xing understood the giant crocodile's meaning and replied. Fight? Of course we fight. Why wouldn't we? Big guy. By now, after 2 waves of combat, the great sword ghost was severely drained. The opposing side had only the strong crocodile left, still in decent condition. Xu Xing, however, had only lost 2 Pokémon. He still had Pikachu, Eevee, and Drowsy 3 Pokémon left. No matter how you looked at it, the odds were still heavily in his favor. As for Larvitar and Pikachu, they weren't needed in a battle of this caliber. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing asked, Pikachu, can I count on you? Hearing this, Pikachu perked up with excitement. It was no slouch, standing out as a rising star among its peers. Though naturally competitive and eager to prove itself, Pikachu rarely got the chance to battle outsiders within its clan. Today, facing such an opponent, Pikachu felt not a shred of fear or timidity. Instead, it was brimming with fighting spirit. Pika! Pika! The faint, flickering lightning currents around Pikachu hinted at its resolve. Xu Xing said, Go! Pikachu! Pika! Pikachu charged toward the center of the battlefield. After this brief interlude, the 4th battle of Tidal Cavern begins. Viewers in the livestream instantly lit up at the sight of Pikachu. After all, they'd watched this little guy grow stronger before their eyes. From a disheartened warrior to a record breaker, everyone had witnessed its relentless effort. So now, seeing Pikachu take the stage, the crowd couldn't help but cheer. This Pikachu's true power was finally about to be revealed. Xu Xing wasted no time taking control of the battlefield. Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt! Chapter 47, Pikachu's overwhelming power. Victory in sight. Pikachu! Pikachu! Countless currents gathered within the little creature, its slender frame now brimming with energy like a charged battery. Anyone with eyes could see Pikachu's terrifying stance meant it was nearly impossible for the Great Sword Ghost to withstand this attack in its current state. Great Sword Ghost gathered energy once more, attempting to unleash Super Horn attack. But Pikachu's state was clearly faster. In mere seconds, this thunderbolt would completely pierce through Great Sword Ghost. Great Sword Ghost abruptly changed tactics, digging its claws into the ground as if preparing to meet the blow head-on. Xu Xing inwardly cursed. Possessing the insightful eye, he instantly grasped the Great Sword Ghost's intent and shouted. Pikachu! There's no time! Now! Hearing Xu Xing's command, Pikachu unleashed the thunderbolt. The ferocious lightning struck like a golden serpent, slithering toward the Great Sword Ghost. But just as the lightning was about to strike the Great Sword Ghost, it instantly transformed into a small stone. Though it appeared to be a stone, upon closer inspection, it was actually a dinosaur-shaped toy. The lightning struck the stand with pinpoint accuracy, its fierce currents surging entirely into the substitute. The tiny decoy seemed to possess immense energy, absorbing the overwhelming thunderbolt in its entirety. Only after devouring every last bit of the 100,000-volt surge did the stand transform back into the Great Sword Ghost with a soft pop. Viewers in the livestream were stunned by this spectacle. To them, everything in the Pokémon world was utterly astonishing. Viewers flooded the chat with comments. What the heck was that little doll just now? How did it block Pikachu's attack? This swordsman ghost actually blocked a Pikachu attack? That's just too sneaky. With Xiongxin dominating solo, we almost forgot these Pokémon are actually incredibly powerful. Exactly. Their god's value keeps rising. Come on, Pikachu, you can't lose. Truthfully, most netizens never expected Garchomp to withstand that hit. Only now did the majority suddenly realize they were facing Garchomp. This Pokémon wasn't just strong, it was exceptionally powerful. Without a doubt, few Pokémon besides Bear God could have withstood Garito's opening strike. Thus, everyone had underestimated this formidable opponent. Now, returning from its substitute, Gengar was panting heavily. Though it hadn't taken the direct hit from Thunderbolt, using substitute had cost it significant stamina. Moveset, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Discharge, Shadow Clone. Xu Xing showed no mercy. Pikachu! Use Discharge! Pikachu, still at peak stamina, transformed its body into a bolt of lightning and charged straight at Gengar. Gengar didn't back down, counterattacking immediately. But lacking a suitable counter, it was completely overwhelmed by Pikachu after this clash. Through insight, Xu Xing saw that Great Sword Ghost's moveset was Revenge, Swords Dance, Superpower, Substitute. This moveset wasn't exactly disastrous, but it was utterly lacking in merit. Its coverage was far too narrow. This was the difference between wild Pokémon and those raised by trainers. Pokémon bred in training facilities are equipped with the most suitable movesets, fully complementing their attack range, while wild Pokémon rarely receive such attention. On the battlefield, the overwhelmed Gengar let out a roar. After being repeatedly suppressed, its stamina was nearing its limit. Overwhelmed by a thunder shock, the Gengar gathered its strength once more, knowing its basic attacks were no match for Pikachu now. Its shellhorn charged with energy once more. Seeing this, Pikachu showed no sign of backing down. Pikachu, don't be afraid, use Iron Tail. Pikachu leapt into the air, its tail transforming into dark gray steel. After spinning 180 degrees mid-flight, it charged straight toward the Great Sword Ghost. Xu Xing knew full well that the Great Sword Ghost's stamina was already on the brink of collapse. This was merely its death throes. But the Jengar wouldn't concede defeat easily. Its sharp horns gathered power, meeting Pikachu's aerial attack head-on without flinching. The two Pokémon clashed for the third time. Buzz! The deafening roar, mingled with the violent clang of metal, instantly filled the battlefield. Jengar braced against the fierce assault, letting out two fierce roars as if the tide might turn. Just as everyone thought Garchomp was about to turn the tide, Pikachu suddenly surged forward. The Pikachu, who had been on the verge of being knocked away, actually suppressed Garchomp's attack. The Great Sword Ghost's prideful sharp horns were completely knocked off by Pikachu's iron tail. Its head was struck hard by this blow. With that, the match was declared over. Pikachu narrowly secured the victory by a modest margin. Great Sword Ghost struggled to rise from the ground, knowing it had no strength left to fight. It silently retreated to stand beside the gutsy Croc. Now, only one Gyarados remained in Tide Cave. Meanwhile, our team still had 3 Pokémon left: Rotom, Pikachu, and Eevee. The odds were heavily in our favor. The live stream viewers cheered excitedly. This is a sure thing now. 3 against 1, there's no way they can turn the tables. Yeah. This rhythm screams guaranteed win. Feels like we're taking it down right now. Pikachu is so fierce. Feels like it could take down that Gyarados right now, haha. Hey, guys, don't pop the champagne just yet. If we screw up, we're screwed. Yeah. That last Garchomp looks like a boss-level threat. Beating it might be a real challenge. Today's battle really gave the stream viewers a thrill. To most, it's like a clash of titans. What could be more thrilling? But for Xu Xing, this was a battle between Pokémon. Pokémon battles are an art form in themselves. If he ever gets the chance in the future, he'll elevate Pokémon battles to the pinnacle of honor in this world. He would make it the ultimate goal for every trainer on this planet. Of course, the viewers in the livestream didn't grasp Xu Xing's grand vision, but they were thoroughly entertained. Gifts kept pouring in non-stop. Honestly, if you didn't turn off the gift filter, the stream would be unwatchable. The entire screen was flooded with gifts from the viewers. Longcheng, Douyin headquarters. Zhang Oha was watching Xu Xing stream alongside 3 assistants. They weren't there for the content, however, but to observe how Xu Xing operated his livestream. The results far exceeded Zhang Oha's expectations. Aside from the slightly high-end drone used, the rest of the techniques and effects were utterly chaotic. Yet the sheer efficiency of gift spamming was jaw-dropping. Even he had rarely witnessed such extravagant gift flooding. Zhang Oha was utterly perplexed. Other streamers either had top-tier teams handling their broadcast effects or invested heavily in high-tech production. But this kid in front of him? Aside from his good looks, he had nothing to offer. Zhang Oha wondered aloud, just because this kid is reckless, that's why so many people are watching? Xiao Han nodded. So far, yes. This kid's WoW expertise is incredibly hardcore, far surpassing any previous streamer. Zhang Oha watched the screen filled with gifts and felt a pang of regret. After all, without a signed contract, the company could only get 30% of the revenue. Zhang Oha asked, "What's the status on the contract?" Xiao Han replied, "It's been sent, but the streamer hasn't read or responded." Zhang Oha continued, "Alright, if there's still no response by this afternoon, just shut down his livestream channel." Xiao Han replied, "That doesn't seem right. It goes against company policy." Zhang Oha chuckled, "My rules are the rules." Chapter 48, The Mighty Crocodile's Overwhelming Power Crush. Inside the tidal cavern. The mighty crocodile slowly strode toward the center of the battlefield, radiating overwhelming presence. Only when the giant crocodile emerged from the shadows did everyone suddenly realize it stood over 2 meters tall. What kind of monster was this? The mighty crocodile radiated an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens, showing not a shred of fear toward the impending battle. Its eyes blazed like a bloodthirsty warrior, powerful, fierce, relentless. The Gyarados ignited the audience's primal fear. This Godzilla-like terror Pokémon kindled the blood-curdling dread within the livestream viewers. A primal dread of these colossal predators. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in discussion. Under the weight of their primal instincts, everyone felt this Gyarados could single-handedly take on 10 opponents, effortlessly wiping out Xu Xing's entire team. But Xu Xing didn't see it that way. In his view, once the HP bar was revealed, no Pokémon stood a chance. Besides, Gyarados was weak to grass and electric types. Winning wouldn't be that simple. Xu Xing declared, "Pikachu, prepare for battle." Despite the recent battle, Pikachu's stamina was depleted but far from the point of needing to be withdrawn. Pika Pika. The electric sacs on Pikachu's cheeks crackled with energy, its eyes burning with the desire to fight. Seeing Pikachu like this, Dratini knew it was ready. It slowly backed up 2 steps. This move instantly baffled the viewers in the livestream chat, but only Xu Xing's expression changed abruptly. Xu Xing immediately commanded, "Pikachu, use Shadow Clone." The moment 3 Pikachu appeared on the field, the Gyarados moved. Propelled by the momentum gained from its 2-legged leap backward, the Gyarados surged forward with blinding speed. Like a missile, it charged straight at the Pikachu. No one expected this 2-meter-tall monster to unleash such blinding speed, utterly unbelievable. This creature was a natural-born hunter. If this weren't a competition, a trainer would likely be knocked down before even releasing their Pokémon, given the Gyarados speed. On the battlefield, this bullet struck Pikachu's true form with pinpoint accuracy, slamming it hard to the ground. Instantly, the Gyarados' paws began gathering shadows. Xu Xing urgently commanded, "Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt!" Unable to assess the situation, Pikachu could only trust Xu Xing completely. Pika! Chu! A violent surge of lightning erupted from Pikachu's body as it lay pinned down. Seeing this, the Gyarados didn't dare linger, leaping lightly backward to take cover. Though Pikachu's strike didn't land a decisive blow, it at least avoided a direct clash with the Gyarados' Shadow Claw. Xu Xing knew that speed was far beyond what a normal Gyarados could achieve. He activated Insight and Gyarados' stats appeared before his eyes. Giant Croc. Type Water. Ability Torrent. Moveset Quick Attack, Shadow Claw, Dig, Water Tail. Compared to the Greatsword Ghost, the Gyarados' moveset was far superior, its diverse coverage complemented by excellent type advantages. Moreover, Garchomp's inherent speed is already exceptional, and pairing it with Quick Feet makes it even stronger. At this moment, viewers in the livestream were marveling at this Gyarados. Judging by its current performance, its power was exceptionally formidable, exerting far more pressure than the previous two Pokémon. Viewers in the livestream chat began firing off sharp comments. "Sue, this Gyarados feels overpowered. How come our odds are still so slim even with all these Pokémon left? Yeah. I couldn't even see how fast it moved just now. It pounced on Pikachu in the time it took to type this. Imagine if it were fighting a human. Friendly reminder, Brother Sue, the wall behind you is open. If things get too bad, let's just run. Losing to this kind of creature isn't shameful. Guys, I feel like this is going to end badly. At this rate, Brother Sue might actually get taken down here. This Gyarados is just too brutal. I think only Bear God could stand a chance. Heck, even Bear God might not beat this monster. Beasts are beasts. Streamers only dare to tame docile Pokémon. If you've got the guts, go try taming a Gyarados." The chat exploded with shouts, but Xu Xing didn't utter a single word. He was completely focused on the battlefield. Pikachu and the Gyarados were locked in a standoff once more. Both Pokémon stared intently at each other, neither making a move. Just then, the giant crocodile stirred. It slammed its foot down on the floor, then its entire massive body plunged straight into the underground burrow. Xu Xing knew full well that the loose soil here would drastically increase the Gyarados' speed underground. Realizing this, he wasted no time and immediately shouted, "Pikachu! The Gyarados is about to emerge. Prepare to use Iron Tail the moment it appears. Pika!" Pikachu's tail instantly hardened as it focused intently on the surrounding area. But the surrounding soil showed no signs of disturbance whatsoever. It didn't look like a Pokémon was digging at all. Could it be deeper underground? Digging deeper would certainly ensure the path remained undetected, but it would inevitably delay the emergence time. Xu Xing felt a sudden twinge of envy. Was this guy really that confident in his own speed? Pikachu kept its eyes fixed on the surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing a surprise attack from the Gligger. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, leaving even Xu Xing feeling a touch of unease. The tension on the field reached its peak. Every Pokémon held their breath in silence, while little Pikachu cowered on Xu Xing's shoulder, trembling violently. At that very moment, the ground shattered. The location where the golem appeared was right where it had been. Right where it was? The Gyarados entered the cave and emerged, a scene that left everyone utterly bewildered. Pikachu's iron tail instinctively released its grip. Even Xu Xing couldn't help but freeze in disbelief at the sight. But as luck would have it, that split-second hesitation gave the Garchomp an opening. The Garchomp suddenly burst into terrifying speed, charging straight at Pikachu. Just as it was about to reach Pikachu, it abruptly twisted its body sideways. At that moment, a thick tail covered in watery elements appeared before everyone's eyes. Only then did everyone realize that this Gyarados' tail was coated in a massive water element. The side swipe tail slammed into Pikachu. The heavy watery mass thudded with a dull thump. A massive splash erupted across Pikachu's body. Pikachu was caught off guard, and even Xu Xing hadn't reacted in time. Pikachu was sent flying by the force of the water. Snapping back to reality, Xu Xing watched the scene unfold. Seeing Pikachu about to crash into the stone wall, he lifted his nearly numb legs and leaped forward, catching Pikachu mid-air. He prevented a secondary impact, but the cost was rolling several somersaults himself. Fortunately, the Pikachu in his arms was safe. From the Gyarados digging the hole to this moment unfolding, the entire sequence took less than a minute. Powerful. Too powerful. Did he really stand a chance against this monster? Xu Xing, sprawled on the ground, slowly rose to his feet. It's not over yet. Chapter 49, Forest Sorcery Success. The grass attributed giant crocodile. After this battle, the mighty crocodile showed no signs of weakening, radiating overwhelming dominance. In fact, the recent battle had only fueled its fury, making it even more ferocious. But expecting Xu Xing to concede defeat based solely on this was still too naive. Xu Xing said calmly. Come on, rotten wood demon. Rotten wood. The rotwood demon slowly stepped onto the battlefield. The guardian spirit of the forest versus the absolute overlord. Xu Xing's intent flickered, activating insightful eye. Rotten wood demon. Type, ghost grass. Moveset, branch rush, phosphorus flame, forest curse, shadow ball. Forest curse? Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the rotwood demon to know this move. Forest curse alters an opponent's Pokemon's type, changing it to grass. On its own, it might not seem particularly useful, but when paired with phosphorus, it could deal effective damage to the enemy. Xu Xing's mind raced as he mentally mapped out the battle strategy and tactics. Inside the Huaxia military base, all the soldiers were intently focused on the screens, holding small notebooks to record the key points of the Pokemon battle. He Cheng Jun suddenly remarked. This Machamp's strength far exceeds expectations. Wang Tianyang replied calmly. After all, it's an A-level danger Pokemon. If our human troops encountered one of these golems, they'd likely be torn to shreds. He Cheng Jun seemed to think of something and asked. Professor, have you ever encountered any Pokemon with an S-level danger rating? Wang Tianyang nodded. There are only 5 recorded S-level threats. One of them. Wang Tianyang's gaze slowly shifted to Wan Hai. Wan Hai's younger brother had been petrified by that S-level threat. That Pokemon was truly unprecedented. While most monsters encountered so far possessed unique traits, their abilities at least followed a semblance of logic. S-level Pokemon, however, were an entirely different story. They could erupt magma from the ground, petrify humans, and even dragons. Each of these S-class threats defied common sense, far surpassing human comprehension. This was the highest level state secret. For the sake of global harmony, these secrets are only shared and circulated among all nations. Wang Tianyang explained. A monster once appeared in the Ice Block Kingdom. It dwelled within the kingdom's volcano, which had been dormant for a full century. Yet, the moment the monster descended, the volcano suddenly began to stir. The volcano's power was terrifying. If it erupted, not only would the Ice Block nation be destroyed, but surrounding smaller nations would be buried alongside it. Countries dispatched specialized teams to investigate, and it was then that they discovered a Pokemon slumbering within the volcano. He Cheng Jun listened, his voice tinged with unease. This kind of matter, perhaps it should be handled by Brother Su. Wang Tianyang nodded. Perhaps only he can handle it, but that's a monster capable of sleeping in molten lava. Humans remain profoundly ignorant about Pokemon. The supernatural powers these creatures wield are like a dimensional strike to human comprehension. Inside the tidal cavern, a new battle begins. Rottenwood. Use phosphorus flame. Though slightly hesitant, Rotom trusted Xu Xing's decision. It gathered power in its hands, then 3 bursts of purple flame instantly shot toward the Gyarados. The Gyarados nearly burst out laughing at the sight, and the viewers in the livestream chat did the same. Though they weren't well versed in the elemental weaknesses of the Pokemon world, the basic principle that fire fears water was common knowledge. So how could anyone possibly use a fire-type move against a water-type Gyarados? The live chat erupted in confusion. Seriously, Sue, are you out of your mind? Using fire against water? What kind of problem is that? Oh man, guys, Brother Su's lost his mind. Even I know fire can't beat water. Did Brother Su hit his head when he fell earlier? What's he playing at? Master of counter-type moves? Sigh, guys, let's just hope Brother Su is having fun. Winning doesn't matter anymore, he can't win anyway. Brother Su, you're being foolish. Fight back. I still think we have a chance. Don't give up so easily, bro. On the battlefield, just as most had predicted, the mighty crocodile didn't even bother to dodge. With a mere flick of his wrist, the 3 strange flames vanished without a trace. Paying them no mind whatsoever, Xu Xing murmured softly, Rottenwood Demon, trust me, we will win this battle. The Rottenwood Demon offered no reply. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. Defeating such a creature would require more than mere skill. After the first wave of attacks concluded, the giant crocodile launched its counterattack, slowly closing in on the Rottenwood Demon. Xu Xing understood the giant crocodile's tactics and immediately commanded. Rottenwood Demon, use the branch assault. Wooden branches continuously sprouted from the Rotwood Demon, shooting straight toward the golem. This Pokemon, the Grey Croc, had a habit. During hunts, it would slowly approach its prey, waiting until the distance was just right before unleashing its full power in a single, explosive assault. Though the Gligar appeared to be cautiously probing its opponent, it was actually preparing to pounce on the Rotom. Xu Xing immediately deployed branch attack as a defensive measure. Mighty, ferocious branches covered most of the battlefield, forcing the mighty crocodile to activate high-speed movement to evade these attacks. After all, branch attacks were no match for flames. Being impaled by these branches would be no pleasant experience. At that moment, Xu Xing suddenly commanded, Rottenwood Demon. Use the phosphorus fire now. The branches halted, and in the next instant, 3 strange flames shot toward the mighty crocodile. With another casual swipe of its paw, the peculiar phosphorus fire vanished without a trace. Viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious at the sight. Sue, why do you always pull these random stunts? Can you please stop using that niche fire skill against the giant crocodile? Ah, forget it, guys. He's just an educational content creator, not a fighting streamer. We should probably tell him to get out of there fast. Yeah, it's not worth it for the streamer. You gotta keep educating us. Ending it like this would be such a waste. Yeah, Sue, go. If you can't beat us, just run. Don't embarrass yourself here. Who knew Brother Sue had such low combat IQ? Using fire against water? Elemental reactions don't work like that. Hey guys, if I did a battle stream, would anyone watch? I think my fighting skills are way better than this guy's. Xu Xing couldn't see the viewers' comments. Realizing the moment was ripe, he spoke. Rottenwood Demon, unleash forest sorcery. Boom! Four massive trees suddenly sprouted beside the mighty crocodile. His heart raced as he prepared to use high-speed movement to create distance. But having just used high-speed movement, it was unable to activate another skill. It could only let the four giant trees materialize beside it. The giant crocodile had never seen this technique before. He shielded his head with both hands. Suddenly, a strange dark purple aura rose from beneath his feet. In the next instant, the trees vanished with a thunderous crash. The giant crocodile examined his body. He seemed to have suffered no tangible injuries and felt no discomfort whatsoever. The mighty crocodile shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Xu Xing silently activated his inside eye. Dolly Crocodile. Type, grass. Seeing the stats, Xu Xing smiled to himself. Time to close the net. Chapter 50, Ace vs Ace. EV vs Garchomp. Rottenwood Demon. Use Phosphorus Flame. By now, the viewers in the livestream chat were growing numb. This was Xu Xing's third time using this move. The previous two instances had dealt damage approaching 0. This time would likely be no different. Just as everyone thought this, phosphorus fire drifted before the mighty crocodile. Seeing the flame again, the crocodile instinctively waved its hand to disperse it. But this time, the fire didn't vanish. Instead, the phosphorus fire clung to the giant crocodile's arm and began to burn fiercely. Instantly, nearly 200,000 viewers in the livestream chat were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The flames raced up the giant crocodile's arm, engulfing its entire right limb. No matter how the giant crocodile flailed its arm, the flames clung to it relentlessly, burning until the entire limb was completely charred before finally fading away. It worked! After being deceived twice, the giant crocodile had completely let down its guard against the scaled fire. But that momentary lapse led to its entire right arm being utterly destroyed, severely crippling its strength. Losing an entire arm. In a competition, such an outcome was practically a death sentence. Looking back now, every move Xu Xing made was calculated. The live stream viewers went absolutely wild. Holy crap! Sue brother, no Sue god. I admit I got a little loud just now. Everyone, stand up. So all that was just to make the big croc let its guard down? Meaning brother Sue had been plotting against this big croc from the very first move? He's down a whole arm now. This match is in the bag. Brother Sue's tactics are insane. I'm bowing down in awe. Damn. Where are those who said Brother Sue's tactics were flawed earlier? Come on out and explain yourselves. Did anyone save the live stream? This was too epic. I need to watch the replay. Brothers, after this move by Brother Sue, who still dares to doubt him? Your Brother Sue will always be your Brother Sue. On the battlefield, the mighty crocodile, now missing an arm, roared with fury, mighty. Then it dived into the burrow it had dug earlier. Xu Xing inwardly cursed and immediately shouted, Rottenwood Demon. Use scaled fire. But this time, the Rotwood Demon didn't act immediately. The Pokémon and its trainer were at odds. Xu Xing yelled again, hurry. Use Scald. The Rotom remained unmoved until the very last moment, when it suddenly began gathering power. Xu Xing inwardly cursed. He knew it was already too late to use the move now. Sure enough, the moment Scald appeared in the Rotom's hands, the Giga Whaler burst from the ground and slammed into the Rotom with a vicious blow. Without a moment's hesitation, its claws transformed into shadows, delivering a fatal strike that ended the Rotom. Silence fell over the entire arena. Xu Xing sighed in frustration, but this Rottenwood Demon had never been his Pokémon to begin with. So trusting Xu Xing was a favor. Not trusting him was only natural. As a battle-hardened guardian of the forest, it had already calculated the timing of the Croconaut's dig move during the previous skirmish. But it hadn't anticipated one crucial detail. During the previous battle, the Scyther had already dug the ground whole to shreds. Thus, the timing of the two Pokémon's use of dig was fundamentally incomparable. Compounded by Xu Xing's repeated misguided commands, this only deepened Rotom's resentment toward him, ultimately leading to this tragedy. Had the Rotwood Demon followed Xu Xing's advice and unleashed the scaled fire immediately, it would have struck the great crocodile squarely in the chest. The damage would have been devastating. Alas, the world is not built on what-ifs. The Rotwood Demon was defeated. The livestream viewers instantly unleashed a torrent of criticism toward this Pokémon. Holy crap! Rotom's entirely to blame. Why didn't it listen to Brother Sue's commands? Unbelievable. Yeah, if it had listened to Brother Su, we'd have won this match for sure. I just don't get it. So frustrating. Who has this Rotom's Doeen? I've got business with them. Brother Su's victory was snatched away. We're screwed now, it's 1v1. We blew a guaranteed win 3-1 and we still got counter-killed. I feel so bad for Su Gu. His strategy was flawless, but losing because his Pokemon wouldn't cooperate? I'm speechless. This is infuriating. Water Eevee is under immense pressure now, all because of that rotten wood demon. Xu Xing glanced at the comments for once just as he'd expected. It wasn't surprising that Rotom disobeyed Xu Xing's commands after all, there was no bond between them whatsoever. Take Pachirisu, for instance. Xu Xing never gave it a single command. But Pikachu was a completely different story. Pikachu trusted Xu Xing almost unconditionally after all, they shared a strong bond. So it was only natural that this rotwood demon had its own agenda instead of following orders. Xu Xing spoke slowly. Everyone, don't blame the rotwood demon. This has nothing to do with it. The problem truly lies with my initial command. Besides, if not for Scythe Helmet disrupting the underlying structure earlier, the Rotwood Demon would have executed this move flawlessly. After all, we're all in this together. The Rotwood Demon did exceptionally well by crippling the strong-arm Croc's arm. Only after Xu Xing's explanation did the tension in the livestream chat finally ease somewhat. Xu Xing slowly walked to where the Rotwood Demon lay fallen, gently patted it, and whispered softly. Rottenwood Demon, you've done your best. Leave the rest to me. Rotten wood. Xu Xing ruffled the creature's head one last time, forcing a smile. Yet as he stepped back onto the battlefield, the smile vanished completely. It could be said that the entire match had been completely turned upside down. What had seemed a guaranteed victory was now completely shattered. Because the Gyarados' type was no longer water, it was grass. And grass was the type that countered Water Eevee. Xu Xing sighed deeply, his mood turning somber. What should he do? Water Eevee's moveset was Thundershock, Water Pulse, Fog, Sacred Sword. Flash Cannon could land, but its damage was negligible, barely scratching Blastoise. Sacred Sword requires charging up, making it nearly impossible to land against the speedy Gyarados. Hydro Pump is ineffective against Croconaw to begin with, and with its grass-type status, dealing any meaningful damage is nearly impossible. Given this, it's a dead end. But having come this far, is there any turning back? Xu Xing slowly walked toward the center of the battlefield, all Pokemon and tens of thousands of online spectators watching him. What the hell is he doing? Getting in the ring himself? Has he lost his mind? Even the Gyarados was confused, muttering, Gyarados? Gyarados? Xu Xing slowly walked over to the backpack, picked it up from the ground, and brushed the dust off it. Then he reached into the backpack and focused his mind. Exchange successful. Science points, 1,878,000 1 million. Current science points, 878,000. Exchange successful. Science points, 878,000 20,000. Current science points, 858,000. Xu Xing sighed softly, and in the next moment, a peculiar fruit appeared in her hand. Its shape resembled a chibi version of Eevee. Xu Xing took a light breath. Everything should end now. P.S. Please support with gold tickets, everyone. If you've read this far, join our update request group 105-356-1937. Chapter 51, Second Evolution. The Ice Spirit. In the center of the arena, Xu Xing tossed the fruit toward the Water Eevee. This was the dual spirit Eevee berry he'd purchased at great expense. Consuming it would grant Eevee mastery over 2 transformation forms simultaneously. To win this match, this was the most cost-effective method. Water Eevee caught the fruit in its little mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Pop. Xu Xing chuckled softly. Eevee, thank you for trusting me so much. Pragalge watched the pair with confusion. After failing to achieve the same effect with 2 consecutive water tail attacks, it finally understood the changes in its body. It knew the opponent's Pokemon had only the Water Eevee left with any fighting strength. Victory was clearly inevitable, merely a matter of time. But Xu Xing's next move surprised everyone. Pointing at the Gyarados, he declared loudly. It's not over yet. Hearing this, the online audience began to stir with excitement. This was Xu Xing's signature line. The unspoken meaning was clear time to turn the tide. In the next instant, Xu Xing pulled a crystal-clear ice stone from his backpack. His hands were already frozen crimson. With a mighty toss, he hurled the ice stone toward Water Eevee. Eevee! Answer my call. Water Eevee leapt high into the air, its head colliding with the ice stone. The moment after, the Pokemon's evolution began. Floatzel's form began to change. Her fins and beautiful tail vanished, transforming into 2 icy blue braids that, from a distance, resembled twin ponytails. Her ears became pointed, and her tail transformed into a clean, upright diamond shape. Her entire body shifted to a snowy blue hue, while her little feet were accented with dark blue, as if she were wearing snow boots. At that moment, Water Eevee completed its evolution into Glacian. Icicle. A layer of whiteness dispersed from around Glacian, drawing everyone's gaze to this stunning creature. The live stream viewers erupted with excitement. Holy crap! It evolved! It evolved again. So awesome! What kind of EV is this after Water EV evolved? It's kinda cute, what's going on? Feels like Water EV is the little girl next door, while this EV is like a gentle big sister. Cute enough to kill me. I want an EV too. This is insane. Look at the white mist around the Water EV. Is all the moisture in the air condensing? That power is insane. Holy crap. Guys, I can totally handle this. What's this called, streamer? So EV can switch forms using different stones? That's insane. Sugu. Turn the tide with your Water EV. Ice EV. Xu Xing whispered softly. The Ice EV, which had been standing aloof and cold, instantly transformed into a little girl and dashed into Xu Xing's arms. Xu Xing subtly activated Insight's Eye. Ice EV. Type, Ice. Ability, Frozen Body. Moveset, Ice Beam, Thunder Shock, Ice Shard, Snow Warning. Xu Xing let out a sharp exhale. This ability and move set perfect. Absolutely ing perfect. Xu Xing stroked Ice EV's head. Alright then, go finish this. Hearing her master's words, Ice EV leapt lightly to the ground, transforming everything beneath her feet into ice. A crushing pressure engulfed the area, and the Gyarados couldn't hide its fear, letting out a deafening roar. The Gyarados, possessing the Torrent ability, should have grown stronger at this moment. Yet, due to the effects of the Forest Curse, it could barely use any Water-type moves. Xu Xing slowly walked toward the edge of the battlefield. Without even glancing back, he raised his hand and murmured softly. EV, use Blizzard. The Ice EV let out a soft hum twice. In the next instant, the temperature across the entire battlefield began to drop exponentially, and snowflakes slowly began to drift down from the sky. In the Pokémon world, creating small-scale natural ecosystems wasn't uncommon, but for humans, it was an entirely different matter. Human understanding dictated that ecosystems and environments operated according to natural laws. The emergence of anything capable of altering these laws would inevitably send shockwaves across the globe. Viewers in the livestream chat watched the swirling snowfall in disbelief. Holy crap? Creating snowflakes? Are you kidding me? It's the middle of summer. I'm hot even with the fan on. This defies the laws of nature. A Pokémon that can actually make it snow? Wow! That's so convenient. Just have Ice EV make snow whenever it gets hot in summer. This research has massive implications. If Pokémon can really create snowflakes, the potential for human development is immeasurable. If they can make snow, does that mean some Pokémon can make rain? Or extinguish fire? Holy crap, Pokémon really are amazing creatures. I'm more and more impressed with the streamer. To actually tame these marvelous creatures, the streamer is the most profoundly mysterious one of all. Huaxia Nation Military Base. Wang Tianyang marveled. Our previous Pokémon research did indicate some species could induce rainfall, but I never imagined snowfall was possible too. These creatures are truly extraordinary. He Chung Jun added, exactly. Brother Su's mastery over Pokémon is simply incredible. Lin Guobiao nodded, his eyes filled with admiration for the youth. Those creatures that torment us relentlessly are treated like little pets by this youth. Judging by his approach, he might just succeed in defeating the greatest threat, the giant crocodile. If he does, he'll be the first human on record to have ever defeated one. Brother Su is now our nation's most precious asset. His influence may not be vast yet, but we must keep him firmly within our grasp. If other nations set their sights on him and offer him a hefty recruitment package, it would be a tremendous loss for China. Wang Tianyang chuckled softly and replied, rest assured, Brother Su won't abandon us for any external temptations. Wang Tianyang knew Xu Xing's character intimately. This young man possessed an unadulterated purity and a genuine, heartfelt passion for Pokémon. Back on the battlefield. Under the influence of the snow scene, flurries swirled across the entire battlefield. Ice EV glided through the fray like a snow spirit, mysterious and beautiful. The ferocious Crobat was finally nearing its end, its only recourse now being to let out constant growls to bolster its own courage. EV, use Ice Shard. Amidst the swirling snow, Xu Xing's voice echoed from the blizzard. The golem watched its surroundings warily, but in the next instant, an incredibly hard and enormous ice spike appeared before it, hurtling straight for its face. Whoosh! The ice spike whistled through the air, its piercing sound cutting through the silence. The blinding snowstorm severely limited the Garchomp's vision, and it only reacted when the spike was already upon it. The giant crocodile lashed out, deflecting the spike. The sharp ice gouged its arm, leaving a deep crimson wound. Just as it thought it had dodged the first strike, the sound of swish 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 echoed beside its ears. Looking up, it saw 3 more ice spikes hurtling straight toward its face. Chapter 52, Tidal Cavern Conquered. Account facing ban? Is it over? Xu Xing surveyed the battlefield. The center was eerily quiet now. Without its right arm and hampered by the snowy conditions, the giant crocodile couldn't possibly block every ice spike. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath as another thought surfaced in his mind. Since blocking was impossible, the giant crocodile would likely choose to evade instead. As for how it would evade. From previous encounters, it was clear this giant crocodile possessed exceptional combat intelligence and extensive battle experience. Even Xu Xing's own combat skills couldn't match its expertise. How would such a creature respond to the current situation? A slow, drawn-out battle? Or perhaps a war of attrition? No. Having lost an arm and facing elemental disadvantage, the mighty crocodile clearly lacked the capital for such options. It could only gamble everything on a single move to decide the outcome. Realizing this, Xu Xing immediately commanded, "Eevee, use Ice Beam. Aim for its feet." Eevee showed no doubt in Xu Xing's decision. With a soft howl, she spat a blast of frigid wind toward the floor. Boom! The floor before Ice Eevee violently shattered. A Garchomp, eyes wild and fangs bared, lunged toward Ice Eevee. But what met it was a frigid wind below -10 degrees Celsius. Shock flashed in the Garchomp's eyes. Its paws were already covered in dark energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Ice Eevee. But fate was not on its side. The sub-zero wind froze the Gligger's path, along with the tidal cave it had sworn to defend. The snowy scene gradually faded, revealing the situation on the field. There stood Eevee, her gaze fixed intently on the Garchomp breaking through the earth. An icicle had formed on her forehead, poised to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. The Garchomp, frozen in place, still had dark energy lingering on its left arm. The next moment, the Garchomp moved. The dark energy in its hand gradually faded, and the killing intent vanished from its eyes. The match ended. The victor was Ice Eevee. Xu Xing exhaled slowly. This Garchomp proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Its ability to pinpoint Eevee's location in such harsh conditions alone demonstrated its formidable strength. Had it not been slowed by the frigid temperatures of the snowy landscape and severely injured on its right arm, it wouldn't have given Xu Xing so much time to strategize. The outcome of this battle could have remained uncertain. Fortunately, through the efforts of all the Pokémon, the outcome was decided. Xu Xing looked at the 3 Pokémon before him and said, "Thank you for the lesson." Dragalge spoke slowly, Dragalge. Its voice had never sounded so low. In that moment, the viewers in the livestream chat finally realized the match had been won. This Pokémon battle, after countless hardships, had finally drawn to a satisfying conclusion. Then came a deluge of comments, and the livestream's viewership surged past 200,000. We won? We won! Holy crap! Subro is amazing! Ice Eevee is amazing! Finally won! This was no easy feat, brother Su. You've worked so hard, and so have the Pokémon. That Machamp was a formidable opponent. It almost pulled off a triple KO, but seeing the outcome, everyone gave it their all. Yeah, thank goodness for Bear God. Knocked one out, crippled another single-handedly gave Brother Su a massive advantage. Exactly. Without Bear God, no, if any one of those Pokémon had been missing, this match could have gone completely differently. Bro Su was truly legendary using beasts to battle beasts. Dad was right, fight magic with magic. 5-pointed star, sending Carnival X99. 5-pointed star, sends Doin number 1X99. Eevee fan leader, sending Skypiercer X520. Xu Xing glanced at the bullet comments. The gifts being sent were downright outrageous. But he wasn't short on cash. He simply said, "Thanks, everyone. No need to send gifts. If you can learn something from my livestream, that's all I ask." Longcheng, Douyin headquarters. Damn. This is insane. How come this guy gets so many people showering him with gifts just for killing a few monsters? Zhang Ohao roared in fury. He had signed countless artists, beautiful female streamers with flawless skin, stunning looks, and long legs. The male streamers were all chiseled hunks with 8-pack abs. Yet whenever Xu Xing went live, the audience in other streams would plummet like crazy, all flooding into his channel. Zhang Ohao genuinely couldn't fathom how an outdoor adventure streamer could siphon users from other categories. But that wasn't the worst part. The real pain was that Zhang Ohao hadn't signed Xu Xing. That meant they only got half the commission from all those gifts. Was it little? Not by a long shot. But Zhang Ohao wanted more. Staring at the screen filled with gift effects, Zhang Ohao couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Shut down his stream." Shut down his stream. Xiao Han hesitated slightly. That might not be wise. We have over 200,000 viewers online right now. I said shut it down. Zhang Ohao slammed the table and stood up abruptly, turning to his black-clad bodyguard Wang Shui. Book a flight. We're heading to Hengzheng. Yes. Xu Xing had just redeemed the dual spirit EV fruit, leaving his remaining science points severely depleted. He immediately launched into a fierce science lecture for his live stream viewers, seemingly to replenish his energy. But just then, a message suddenly popped up on his phone screen. Your live stream has violated platform rules and has been forcibly suspended. The live stream feed vanished instantly, leaving only the bewildered viewers staring at the blank screen. Xu Xing frowned. Wang Tianyang's message suddenly popped up. What's going on, Su? Are you in danger? Why did the live stream vanish all of a sudden? Meanwhile, the bewildered viewers who had been watching the vanished livestream began flooding the comments section beneath Xu Xing's video, curious about what had happened. What's going on, Su? Your livestream just vanished? I was already taking notes, how could you just vanish like that? Huh? Did Brother Su step on someone's toes? Got his account wiped out. Su! Go live! Go live! Xu Xing had no time to reply to his viewers. After briefly reassuring Wang Tianyang, he opened the platform to check system notifications. The platform message displayed in large text, account has not completed platform contract, live streaming functionality disabled. Xu Xing followed the prompt step by step, and the customer service line connected. Xu Xing was in a foul mood. The battle had just ended, and he had a mountain of knowledge to share. With a full 200,000 viewers in the livestream room, this platform glitch had cost him at least 800,000 knowledge points. Soon, a crisp female voice came through the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Yes. I'm calling from the platform's official team. Our system detected that your account hasn't signed a contract. To ensure fairness and mutual benefit, we need to establish a fair platform agreement with you. Oh. Given your exceptionally high live streaming popularity, to demonstrate our sincerity, our Chief Live Streaming Operations Officer, Mr. Zhang, will personally come to sign this contract with you. Xu Xing chuckled wryly. What if I don't want to sign this contract? The voice on the other end of the phone grew noticeably colder. Then we will permanently ban your account. Chapter 53, Treasures of the Tidal Cavern. Bring some backup over here. I don't think these guys are good people. Leave it to me. Xu Xing closed his phone. He had already sent the entire recording of that call to Wang Tianyang. After being threatened, Xu Xing felt nothing but irritation, especially since the other party demanded a meeting that very night. Xu Xing was utterly frustrated. For now, he could only loot the tidal cavern thoroughly and then hurry out. Xu Xing walked up to the three Pokémon Dragalge, Golem and reached out without hesitation. Garchomp shot Xu Xing a bitter glare before kicking the stone throne aside. Beneath the throne lay three treasures. Garridos first retrieved the first item, which resembled a disc. Xu Xing picked it up and activated Insight. Skill disc, Scalding Water. Attacks opponents by spraying boiling hot water. May inflict the burn status condition. Boiling water was a high-damage water-type move perfectly suited for Water EV to learn. As the first reward, it was indeed decent, but if that was all it offered, the reward would be rather lackluster. Xu Xing stored the item in his spirit ring. Next, the Power Croc produced its second treasure. A pale blue fruit. Xu Xing took it, and a sudden chill spread through his hand. Xu Xing activated Insight. Water Spirit Berry. Consuming this fruit enhances a Pokemon's affinity for water-type moves. Xu Xing stared at the fruit, utterly speechless. While the description sounded incredibly impressive, the actual effect was rather underwhelming. After all, caves of this level weren't particularly high tier, so the permanent stat boosts they granted were generally weak. Xu Xing felt a slight pang of regret. Judging by the situation, the effort put into exploring the caverns simply didn't justify the reward. Next, the mighty crocodile produced the final treasure. A playing card? Xu Xing took the card. At first glance, it appeared no different from a standard playing card. What was noteworthy was that both sides featured a red and white Pokeball pattern. What a peculiar thing. Thankfully, Xu Xing possessed the inside eye. He focused his thoughts. Pokemon Petition Card. Single-use item. After using this card on your Pokemon, you and your Pokemon may each make one reasonable request of the other. Once made, both parties must do their utmost to fulfill it. Xu Xing's eyes lit up. Compared to the previous two minor trinkets, this treasure was significantly more powerful. Since both parties must fulfill their requests, Xu Xing realized that with this card, he could have directly fulfilled his vow with the bear-clad Pokemon from the start. He could have asked the bear Su to help storm the tidal cavern, while Xu Xing assisted in retrieving the bear cub. Then this battle wouldn't have been so grueling. What's more, this treasure's potential was terrifyingly high. Used well, it could be incredibly versatile. This was exactly what Xu Xing had been seeking. What a steal, a damn good deal. After claiming the treasure, Xu Xing bid farewell to the Tide Cavern trio and departed the cavern. Without the treasure, the cave would gradually fade away over time. After leaving the cavern, Xu Xing bid farewell to the Rotwood Demon. The Rotwood Demon felt deeply remorseful for disobeying orders during that critical moment, but Xu Xing dismissed it as insignificant. After all, the Rotwood Demon had performed exceptionally well throughout the entire battle. He couldn't judge it based on that one mistake. As for Pikachu, Xu Xing was quite fond of the little fellow. After everything concluded, he extended an invitation to the little one once more. Unfortunately, Pikachu's heart lay with nature. It did not depart with Xu Xing. As for New Leaf Mew. New Leaf Mew, would you like to become my Pokemon and explore, travel the world with me? Meow. New Leaf Mew still refused Xu Xing. This was the second time the little one had turned him down. Xu Xing felt a bit helpless. He had thought Zinyameyo had changed its mind and come to the cave to fight alongside him, but it turned out the little one had simply come to help. No, it hadn't really helped much either. More like it had just handed the enemy a chance to boost their KPI. But you couldn't blame Zinyameyo for that. After all, expecting it to participate in battles of this caliber was simply too much to ask of a kitten. Thinking this, Xu Xing patted Laruras on the shoulder. The little Laruras seemed slightly downcast, likely feeling guilty for not being able to contribute much. Xu Xing reflected La did need some training. After all, this little one possessed considerable potential once developed. And she was a shaman. As for that shiny Magikarp, Xu Xing wanted to train it but simply couldn't manage it. He wasn't a Pokemon trainer, he was a Pokemon educator. The Pokemon he encountered daily were all exceptionally powerful. Devoting his full attention and resources to training just one Pokemon was simply too extravagant for him. After bidding farewell to all his Pokemon, Xu Xing rose to leave the forest. Xu Xing had explored the Starlight Forest back and forth for several days now. Based on what he'd seen so far, it seemed unlikely that any stronger caves lay within its depths. Therefore, Xu Xing decided that his next educational expedition would take him to a completely different location. He already had a firm idea of where his next expedition would take him. However, the immediate priority was handling the platform's demands. The platform claimed to have dispatched their chief live stream operations manager for this collaboration, but it was obvious this was just another attempt to co-opt a high-profile streamer like Xu Xing. Though Xu Xing wasn't well versed in live streaming rules, even a fool could tell that the screen-filling special effects and the flood of comments meant the heat was definitely high. In the woods, Eevee had transformed into its water form. Having just gained this new ability, it clearly wasn't quite used to it yet and preferred sticking close to its little master. Xu Xing, now wearing a mask, braved the cold and prepared to leave the forest. After several explorations, Xu Xing had mapped out the forest's paths. He navigated them with ease, soon reaching the crossroads. The starry forest was still too small, just a few trips were enough to grasp its general layout. Xu Xing arrived at the entrance, where two patrolling officers stood guard. Further away, several young people were gathered. Xu Xing strode confidently out of the forest, nodding to the officers. "Thanks for your hard work." The officers, having received instructions from their superiors, recognized Xu Xing and understood the importance of his mission. "It's our duty," they replied. Seeing Xu Xing emerge from the woods, the group of young people lost their composure. They stormed up to the officers, one of them pointing at Xu Xing and shouting, "Why does that guy get to strut in and out of the forest freely? Why can't we? There are 3 of us here." Another accomplice chimed in instantly. "Yeah. Why? I heard people online are getting rich from live streaming. You blocking me is like cutting off my income." The young men continued their loud confrontation with the officer, while Xu Xing quickly walked away, pulling his cap brim low. The popularity of a streamer naturally attracts countless followers, it's the norm in the internet world. But blindly following isn't wise. Xu Xing's job is high risk. Never mind the other dangers, even Xu Xing, with his system, has stumbled in the forest multiple times. And these ordinary people? They barely know the basics of Pokemon. Xu Xing knew he needed to project a more positive image in his future livestreams. Lost in these thoughts, he soon approached his rented apartment. But before he reached it, he spotted a sleek black sedan, one that surpassed even Wang Tianyang's previous vehicle in extravagance. Its exaggerated styling and size made Xu Xing immediately sense something was terribly wrong. "Hello, are you Mr. Xu?" Chapter 54, A Blatant Threat. A cool, detached female voice emerged from the shadows. The next moment, a young woman holding a black parasol stepped out of the darkness. Beside her stood a man. The man was unremarkable in appearance, yet possessed an extremely distinctive pair of eyebrows, short and simple. At first glance, they resembled 2 wisps of cloud, but upon closer inspection, intricate patterns were visible, clearly meticulously carved. Beside them stood a tall, dark-clad bodyguard, his black sunglasses set firmly in place, his expression utterly unyielding. These visitors meant trouble. Xu Xing clicked his tongue. The man in the middle spoke first. "Hello, I'm Zhang Nohao, the head of the Douyin platform. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Xu Xing." "Hello." Zhang Nohao continued, "Mr. Xu Xing, we're here to discuss a contract agreement. To better develop your account, we hope you'll sign a contract with our company." Xu Xing nodded. "Alright, let's go upstairs and talk." Xu Xing led the 3 guests to his rental apartment. On the way to the room, Xu Xing carefully appraised the black sedan. Without exaggeration, a single tire from that car could buy the entire apartment building. Xu Xing pushed open the door, and the old wooden door creaked with its characteristic sound of decay. Zhang Nohao and the others fixed their gaze on Xu Xing's face, their expressions seeming to say, "Is this it? You're a top-tier streamer, surely you wouldn't live in such a shabby place?" Xu Xing remained expressionless as he said calmly, "Come in." Zhang Nohao's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat awkwardly. The black-clad bodyguard immediately stepped inside first, their attitude unspoken. They clearly didn't regard Xu Xing as the master of his own home, deeming it necessary to send a bodyguard in first to inspect the place. Regardless, no matter how shabby the place might be, this was Xu Xing's home. These 3 were truly going too far. Moments later, the bodyguard returned, "No danger." Xiao Han also looked awkward. "Just understand it's about status." Xiao Han's words nearly made Xu Xing laugh out loud. How could she expect him to be understanding when they showed him not even the most basic respect? Understand my ass. Xu Xing sighed in resignation. But what could he do? His lifeline was in their hands. Zhang Hao surveyed the frosty rental apartment, hesitated, then finally stepped inside. Though he fought to keep his expression neutral, the disgust in his eyes was impossible to hide. Xu Xing silently took it all in, yet remained silent. His ambition was to educate humanity about Pokémon. This minor inconvenience was something he could endure. Xu Xing led the three into the room. The rental was already small, and with all three crammed inside, it felt even more cramped. The four gathered around the small round table. Zhang Hao's face betrayed an almost uncontrollable look of disgust. He thought to himself, "Let's get this over with." Xiao Han nodded, pulled a contract from her bag, and spoke slowly. "Mr. Su, allow me to outline the terms of our contract." Xu Xing nodded, and Xiao Han continued. "Here's how it works. Once the contract is signed, you'll become an official streamer on our Douyin platform. During your live streams, you'll receive more promotional support." Xiao Han picked up the contract and continued. "However, you must also comply with certain rules on our official platform." Xu Xing was puzzled. "What kind of rules do you have?" Xiao Han nodded. "First, after we promote your stream, your traffic will increase. Consequently, the percentage of gifts you receive will decrease." This was easy enough to grasp, and after all, Xu Xing valued popularity more than money. He nodded. "So that's how the split works. An 80-20 split. Me 80, you 20? Xu Xing pondered. This platform seems surprisingly fair. Xiao Han replied calmly. 8 for us, 2 for you. For a moment, Xu Xing even suspected she'd made a mistake. Was she joking? Wasn't this blatantly unfair? Could a 20-80 split really be a human invention? Xu Xing couldn't believe it, but any other streamer would have flatly refused. But Xu Xing was different. He streamed not for money, but to help more people understand and get to know Pokémon. So this demand wasn't entirely unacceptable. At worst, it might mean his viewers would send fewer gifts. Xu Xing replied, "Alright, I accept this condition." Zhang Hao was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Xu Xing to agree so readily, especially since this kind of split was a blatant unfair clause for most streamers. Compared to Xu Xing earning $1 million from streaming but only ending up with 20,000 in his pocket. He must genuinely fear platform suppression to accept even this. Zhang Hao chuckled. He believed he had already figured out Xu Xing's character. Xiao Han continued. "Alright, the second requirement is that you cannot publicize any negative information about the platform, including matters like our revenue sharing agreements. These are confidential items. Besides, once you sign the entire contract, it's considered voluntary on your part. We're not forcing you in any way." Xu Xing instantly sensed the platform's hypocrisy, doing wrong yet refusing to admit it. Still, he nodded, "No problem." Xiao Han continued, "Alright, and the third point, to ensure your streaming schedule doesn't overlap with other hosts, you can only stream for 3 hours per day." Xu Xing laughed bitterly. "So after signing the contract, I can only stream 3 hours a day?" Xiao Han nodded and added, "This is for your own benefit. After all, it ensures optimal streaming quality. I refuse to accept this requirement." Xu Xing's tone was resolute. Xiao Han remained silent as Zhang Hao took over. "In this streaming business, we do start by valuing individual talent. Building your account was your skill. But whether you can keep doing it? I have my ways. Mr. Su, to be honest, I don't understand what makes you think you can become popular? You just want to make money on my platform by spouting off at a few monsters? Let me tell you, it's impossible. You have 2 choices, work for me obediently, or never set foot in the live streaming industry again. Or to put it plainly, we came here to deliver a notice, not to negotiate a partnership." Zhang Hao stared coldly at Xu Xing, his eyes brimming with contempt. In his view, he had this man completely under his thumb. From his previous behavior, Zhang Hao was certain this individual feared authority. All it would take was a little pressure, and he'd comply without a fight. Xu Xing lifted his head and stared straight at the group. "Aren't you just bullying an honest person?" Zhang Hao retorted. "Yeah, so what? Let me tell you, on this platform, I'm the boss." Xu Xing chuckled. "The boss? A local tyrant? What an amusing fellow." Thankfully, Xu Xing had powerful backing, otherwise, he might have had to swallow this humiliation today. Xu Xing looked at this local tyrant and said calmly, "Fine. Let's see how big your authority really is. Can it intimidate a small-time streamer like me?" The next moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 55, Unwelcome Visitors. Without a knock, the wooden door was forcefully pushed open. Leading the way was a stern-faced middle-aged man. His expression hardened like iron as he surveyed the scene inside, his brow furrowing. Sensing ill intent, bodyguard Wang Shuyi immediately stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir, we..." Thud. Before he could finish, the crowd barely registered the sight of the towering man well over 6 feet tall being knocked flat to the floor. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present completely off guard. The leader's expression darkened as he turned to Xu Xing. Brother Su, are you hurt? Xu Xing shook his head. It seemed Wang Tianyang had indeed provided him with capable personnel. Zhang Mohao, however, scrambled to his feet in panic. Wang Shuyi was a professional bodyguard. He had personally selected absolutely top tier in both professional competence and mastery of various combat techniques. Even if ambushed, he shouldn't have been knocked out instantly. Just who was this man before him? A bead of sweat trickled down Zhang Mohao's temple. He drew a deep breath. He was the chief operating officer of Douyin. The other party surely wouldn't dare do anything to him. After this internal debate, Zhang Mohao regained his composure. Pointing at the man before him, he demanded, "Who the hell are you? You dare hit my people? Do you even know who I am?" At Zhang Mohao's words, the man's gaze finally returned to him. He shook his head and pulled out an ID photo from his pocket. "I don't know who you are, but this is my identification." The man's ID photo was thrust directly in front of Zhang Mohao. For the first time since their encounter, the arrogant smugness that had dominated Zhang Mohao's face gave way to genuine shock. Xiao Han was taken aback. Having worked alongside Zhang Mohao for so many years, she had never seen this arrogant boss display such an expression before. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Han leaned forward. The moment she saw the photo, she froze. Name, Lin Guobiao. Position, National Military Commander. Just 9 simple words represented a height unattainable by businesspeople like them in their entire lifetimes. More importantly, that officer had just addressed Xu Xing as Brother Su. What kind of background did this streamer have to be on such familiar terms with a man of this caliber? Zhang Mohao felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he'd just walked into a dangerous situation. Just then, a stout, elderly man entered through the doorway. The old man squinted his eyes, seemingly smiling, but his grin filled Zhang Mohao with an endless sense of malevolence. The newcomer was none other than Dr. Wang Tianyang. Wang patted Lin Guobiao on the shoulder. "Little Lin, these people haven't done anything to Brother Su, have they?" Lin Guobiao shook his head. "Rest assured, Brother Su is perfectly safe." Wang Tianyang glared at the 2 men on the floor, his tone sharp. "There are bad apples among the people." At that moment, Zhang Mohao felt utterly doomed. Who was Lin Guobiao? A national-level military figure. To put it bluntly, at any table where Lin Guobiao dined, Zhang Mohao would have to grovel to even be allowed to serve a dish. Yet this old man had the audacity to call Lin Guobiao Little Lin without hesitation. What kind of credentials did one need to address such a figure directly by his first name? And what's more, the soldier showed not a hint of displeasure. Beside them, Wang Tianyang picked up his phone and dialed a number. After a few brief beeps, the call connected. Wang Tianyang handed the phone to Zhang Mohao with a smile. Zhang Mohao took it with trembling hands. After the call ended, Zhang Mohao was thoroughly subdued. Xu Xing, watching from afar, couldn't help but stare blankly. Was this the taste of power? It was too tempting. Wang Tianyang turned and asked, "Brother Su, is there anything you need done about them?" To be honest, Xu Xing didn't harbor such deep hatred toward them. After all, a businessman's profession dictated certain behavioral patterns. Xu Xing simply replied, "No need for action. I won't sign that contract either. Let's maintain the status quo." Zhang Mohao and the other man nodded hastily. Still thinking of milking this guy for profit? Don't be ridiculous. With Xu Xing's background, Zhang Mohao should be scrambling to curry favor with him, let alone trying to squeeze him for profit. This entire incident owed its resolution to Xu Xing showing mercy, choosing not to pursue the earlier threats. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so easily. Zhang Mohao and Xiao Han dragged Wang Shuyi, who was lying on the floor, out of the room. Only Xu Xing and his 2 companions remained inside. Xu Xing rose and grasped Lin Guobiao's hand. "Thank you for your assistance, General." Lin Guobiao raised his hand and smiled. "It was no trouble at all. No need to thank me. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, humans are gaining a deeper understanding of Pokémon. Our most advanced teams are even beginning to interact with them." Hearing this, Xu Xing felt a surge of excitement. "Really? That's fantastic." Lin Guobiao didn't finish his thought. Only a very small number of soldiers in the military dared to interact with Pokémon. It wasn't out of fear, but because Wang Hai's presence prohibited soldiers from direct contact with Pokémon. Thus, only a select few of Lin Guobiao's trusted confidants interacted with Pokémon. Lin Guobiao hadn't mentioned Wang Hai's younger brother, but he had a vague feeling that Xu Xing might be able to resolve this matter. After all, there was nothing Pokémon-related that this youth couldn't handle. But Lin Guobiao held his tongue. After all, a magical beast capable of petrification carried an S-rank threat level. Though it was only 1 rank below the A-class Garchomp. The gap in power between the two was vast. Monsters from A to D rank were all meticulously categorized. S rank, however, was different. These creatures were the ones that could genuinely threaten human civilization. The giant crocodile reached a rank because its strength was capped at a rank, while that magical beast was S rank because S rank was its highest possible classification. The concepts were entirely different. Lin Guobiao had no intention of losing such an expert in Pokémon. Besides, everything requires patience and persistence. With Xu Xing's current strength, rushing into a battle against that monster would be overly hasty. At that moment, Wang Tianyang approached Xu Xing, rubbing his hands with concern. Brother Xu, you've taken the tidal cavern, right? Xu Xing nodded. Shortly after the tidal cavern was conquered, the livestream abruptly cut off. Thus, the rest of the story how Xu Xing obtained the treasure remained unknown to others. Xu Xing guessed the old man's intentions. He walked to a corner and pulled out an old television. This television was clearly not a product of this era, still equipped with the ancient DVD technology. Xu Xing plugged it in, then pulled out his skill learning device from his bag. Since Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang were his own people, Xu Xing spoke plainly. In the Pokémon world, every Pokémon possesses the concept of moves. I'm sure you've heard me mention those move names during my regular live streams. Generally, a Pokémon can master up to 4 moves. Using more than 4 can cause instability. So when a new move appears, Pokémon can memorize it by recalling their past moves. Moves are usually learned through evolution, battle experience, or methods like the one I hold in my hand. As he spoke, Xu Xing inserted a DVD into the drive. However, due to the disk's prolonged disuse, the machine malfunctioned immediately. Xu Xing didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to smash the DVD player, but just as his palm was inches away, the machine miraculously started working again, slowly beginning to play the contents of the move tutor. Xu Xing pulled a Pokeball from his pocket. Wang Tianyang and Lin Guobiao, watching from ahead, couldn't help but exchange startled glances. This was yet another object they had never seen before. With a slight shift in Xu Xing's thoughts, a water Eevee emerged from the Pokeball. Chapter 56, Pokeball. First appearance before the crowd. What is this thing? Xu Xing chuckled. This is called a Pokeball. It's used to capture Pokémon. Capture? Wang Tianyang's voice rose 2 octaves, clearly surprised to hear those words from Xu Xing. After all, everyone knew how much Xu Xing loved Pokémon. Xu Xing waved his hand and explained. Yes, capture. Xu Xing now sounded like a teacher. In the Pokémon world, you can throw a Pokeball at another Pokémon to capture it. The Pokémon inside the Pokeball doesn't feel any pain, it's like a bedroom, their home. After this explanation, the two understood. Xu Xing continued. As for Pokeballs, I don't have many on hand right now. I'll give you the blueprints for them at an appropriate time later. Wang Tianyang nodded solemnly, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new information. Xu Xing stroked the little Eevee's head and whispered, Little Eevee, get ready to learn this move. Zhang Mohao sat in the luxury car looking displeased. He hadn't expected his scheme to backfire so badly that Guy actually had such formidable connections. Xiao Han interjected, Mr. Zhang, regarding Xu Xing. Zhang Mohao's face was twisted with resentment, clearly still bitter about the incident involving Xu Xing. His voice was low and heavy. Fine. Keep a close eye on that kid's account. Making money off me won't be that easy. Get someone to create an outdoor-themed account immediately. Next time that kid goes live, we'll go head-to-head with him. It'll be nothing but nonsense. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. This was Zhang Mohao's next move. Since he couldn't directly co-op Xu Xing, he created duplicate account. Xiao Han hesitated at the suggestion. Mr. Zhang, Xu Xing built his stream on solid professional expertise. If it were just anyone. Zhang Mohao was thoroughly annoyed. He bellowed. Expertise? What expertise? He's just spouting nonsense about those Warcraft characters. That kid's just riding the wave. The driver in the front seat, Wang Shui, immediately chimed in. Exactly. That kid's just lucky. If you ask me, I could do it too. Zhang Mohao pointed at Wang Shui. Fine, you're on. Me? Wang Shui gaped in shock. He made a complete fool of himself at Xu Xing's rental today. After all, he'd been outwitted without even getting a clear look at his opponent. In the end, the boss had practically dragged him back to the car. He didn't need to guess what the boss thought of him. But surely the boss wouldn't dump this kind of task on him? Even though he said that, these were creatures the government had explicitly warned people to stay away from. Wang Shui pondered, but the boss had already handed over the assignment. This was a golden opportunity to redeem himself. With that in mind, Wang Shui readily agreed. Alright, boss. I won't let you down. Zhang Mohao nodded. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Wang Shui was genuinely the right man for the job. As a professional bodyguard, his physical fitness and wilderness survival skills far surpassed the average person, making him an ideal candidate for this role. The only thing lacking was the live streaming appeal. But even Xu Xing, who lacked any particular live streaming appeal, could still go viral. So Wang Shui could certainly do it too. Moreover, having worked in this field for so long, he had picked up some relevant knowledge through osmosis better than nothing. In short, Wang Shui's overall capabilities surpassed Xu Xing's. So this piece of the pie is definitely his to claim. Ibu, have you learned it? Boo-roo. Xu Xing's thoughts flickered as he activated Insight's Eye. The moment later, the Water EV's stats panel appeared before him. Water EV. Type, Water. Ability, Wet Body. Moveset: Water Pulse, White Mist, Discharge, Sacrifice. Xu Xing replaced Sacrifice with Scald. Since EV wasn't a physical attacker anyway, Sacrifice offered minimal benefit. Scald was the far more suitable choice. Currently, Newtwo's moveset is quite suitable, but there's still room for improvement. Flash Fire can be replaced when the opportunity arises. If possible, Xu Xing would also like to change its ability to Water Absorb. Had it possessed the Water Absorb ability back then, that cave battle would have been far easier. Xu Xing looked at the two before him. What do you think? Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang hadn't fully processed all this information yet. Lin Guobiao pressed his temples lightly with 2 fingers. Brother Xu, could you tell me about this Pokemon, Lucario? Xu Xing was somewhat surprised that this military officer would show interest in Pokemon, but since the question was asked, he didn't hesitate to begin explaining the creature. Lin Guobiao's eyes sparkled throughout the explanation. Only through Xu Xing's words did he grasp just how extraordinary this Pokemon truly was. His resolve strengthened. He was determined to become partners with a Pokemon like Xu Xing in the future. Xu Xing continued. Oh, right, Dr. Wang. My livestream's popularity keeps growing. More and more people are starting to feel comfortable interacting with Pokemon. Dr. Wang nodded. Isn't that a good thing? Xu Xing replied. It certainly is. But you know, the current situation in the wild, people still have that stereotype of Pokemon as magical beasts. Moreover, most Pokemon remain too unfamiliar to humans. That's why I need you to ensure safety measures are in place for the wilderness areas. With my live streams, the relationship between humans and Pokemon is gradually improving. At this critical juncture, the last thing we need is a setback. Wang Tianyang pondered carefully before nodding. Brother Xu is right. Don't worry about that, Shaolin will handle it. Lin Guobiao also assured him. Rest assured, Brother Xu. As he spoke, Lin Guobiao stood up, his voice filled with emotion. Back on the battlefield, I always led the charge at the front lines, leaving the logistics brothers to handle the rear support. Never imagined that when our nation faced such a crisis, I'd end up in rear logistics. Brother Xu, you're still so young yet you bear such a heavy burden. You've worked so hard. With that, Lin Guobiao gave Xu Xing a light pat on the shoulder. Xu Xing felt deeply moved. From the barrage of ridicule he faced when he first started streaming to the reversal of public opinion today, only he knew the hardships he had endured along the way. Lin Guobiao added. Brother Xu, the nation and humanity will remember you. Xu Xing drew a quiet breath. I don't crave such things. I only hope that humans and Pokemon can coexist peacefully from now on. Wang Tianyang chimed in. Exactly. Brother Xu, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them first. Xu Xing nodded. Actually, I do have a request. What is it? I want to skydive from a helicopter? Wang Tianyang and Lin Guobiao exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled. Xu Xing continued. The destination is the grasslands. Chapter 57, Showdown on the Green Grasslands. We've got it. Boss Xiang. Xu Xing's next destination is confirmed. The door burst open as Qiu Han rushed in, phone in hand, her face aglow with excitement. The screen displayed Xu Xing's latest location. Qiu Han handed the phone to Zhang Ouhao. On the screen, Xu Xing remained in that dilapidated rental house. Hello everyone. Last time's livestream had a little hiccup, but it's all sorted now and won't happen again. Thanks to everyone's support over this period, I, Xu Xing, have set my next destination. My next destination is China's renowned grassland, known as the Green Grassland. This grassland was once incredibly beautiful, but after the Pokemon invasion, all the herders and residents living there were forced to leave. My purpose in traveling to the grasslands this time is to show everyone that the Pokemon living there aren't as frightening as people imagine. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. I look forward to seeing you there. On screen, Xu Xing appeared confident and spirited, which greatly displeased Zhang Ouhao. He tapped to open the comments section. Wow. Host, we're so relieved you're okay. We were worried something happened. Green Grasslands? That's my hometown. Please don't go there, streamer. Yeah, host. Haven't you heard about the Grassland XX attacks? Hey, guys, relax. Don't you all know what kind of skills Brother Xu has? No joke, Xu Gu. Seriously, don't go to the grasslands. There's this super vicious Pokemon there. It sliced my yurt in half with one swing. Yeah, all my cattle got eaten by those beasts. My livelihood took a nosedive. Zhang Ouhao glanced at the comments and snorted coldly. How exaggerated. They're just beasts. He ordered, Wang Shui, release the edited video. Officially declare war on that kid. Zhang Ouhao snorted coldly. Wang Shui was a man with maxed out professional skills. Facing monsters, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. A student's abilities could easily surpass those of a professional bodyguard. A live-streamed showdown in the Pokemon Science community, orchestrated by those with ulterior motives, slowly drew its curtain. The next day. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The whirring of rotor blades cut through the wind as the helicopter glided over the verdant grasslands. Seated inside the helicopter, Xu Xing's gaze swept over endless swaths of emerald green. The blazing sunlight made the grass appear even sweeter, and from a distance, Xu Xing could just make out several Pokémon on the ground. The Pokémon population of the grassland differed entirely from that of the Starlight Forest. The grassland had now become a wild ecosystem, completely beyond human control and overrun by Pokémon. The Starlight Forest, however, was a dense woodland within the city, inextricably linked to the lives of Hunjiang's citizens. The two places were fundamentally different, and naturally, the grassland was home to far more Pokémon than the Star Forest. This was the primary reason Xu Xing decided to take a helicopter directly into the rear of the green grass plains. He could reach the deepest parts of the grasslands directly, encountering far more Pokémon. Starting from the border would yield far fewer Pokémon encounters. On the helicopter, Xu Xing took a light sniff, and the fresh scent of grass flooded his nostrils along with the air. Watching Xu Xing's relaxed expression, Lin Guobiao's eyes filled with concern. "Are you really sure you know how to parachute?" Lin Guobiao certainly didn't want anything to happen to someone of Xu Xing's caliber. Xu Xing nodded. "Don't worry." The system store offered a vast array of options, and Xu Xing had acquired this skill for less than 10,000 science points. Wang Tianyang chimed in from the side. "That Spirit Science Wang account, aren't you going to do anything about it?" Spirit Science Xiao Wang and Spirit Science Xiao Su differed by only a single character. Xiao Wang's account had suddenly exploded in popularity yesterday. Even Xu Xing, the original creator, had come across his videos. In the video, a tall, average-looking man announced he'd challenged Xu Xing to a livestream duel right here on this verdant grassland. Even the livestream time was identical. Clearly, this was a competitor. But Xu Xing could only think this guy was completely out of his mind. What did he possibly have to challenge him? Xu Xing nearly lost his life just venturing into the starry forest with his system, and this guy dares to come straight to the green grassland? Xu Xing couldn't care less about such a guy, dismissing him as nothing more than a clown. Still, this guy's video views were absurdly high. His production team clearly had serious clout. The account's follower count and likes were already threatening to surpass Xu Xing's. Time slowly ticked by, nearing 10 o'clock. Seeing the favorable terrain, Xu Xing addressed the driver up front. "Bro, just pull over on that patch of ground up ahead." After that, Xu Xing started the livestream. Countless viewers had already gathered in the livestream room, waiting for Xu Xing. The moment Xu Xing went live, the chat erupted with fervor. "It's live! It's live! Brother Xu is finally streaming! We've been waiting so long! Here it is! Here it is! Front row, first comment. Am I the first one here? Wow! Where'd you get that outfit, Brother Xu? Looking pretty dapper. Bro Xu in a helicopter? Holy crap! That's way too cool! Is he gonna do a human skydiving stunt on stream? Love it, love it! Xu Gu! Respond to that science guy Wang. He created a fan group ants threatening to take you down. That science guy Wang seems to be streaming too. He looks super professional. All geared up for wilderness exploration. Gotta check it out. Bro, maybe you shouldn't go to that grassland after all. The beasts there are no joke. Bro, you have no idea how vicious those beasts are out there. My friend's a herder. The whole grasslands become uninhabitable because of them." Xu Xing didn't look at his phone, but he could see the comments. This ability cost him tens of thousands of science points to unlock. The ability was straightforward. It allowed him to see the live chat comments directly. After all, Xu Xing constantly kept his phone in sight during outdoor Pokémon adventures. To respond to the viewers' enthusiasm, he exchanged for this skill. Putting on his windshield sunglasses, Xu Xing declared, "Next, I'm going to conquer this grassland." With that, he turned and waved to Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang. The next moment, he leaped backward and jumped out of the helicopter. The drone immediately followed Xu Xing's perspective as he flew out, while the livestream's viewer count had already surpassed 100,000. Viewers who entered the livestream just in time witnessed this scene, leaving them utterly stunned. Holy crap! What kind of entrance is this? The streamer is way too cool. Bro Xu can actually skydive? So freaking awesome. Now that's a true all-rounder. Seriously, what a thunderous opening. This is the first thing I see when I join the stream. Wow! Is that lush green expanse below the green grass prairie? It's breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 58, The Secret to Going Viral. Green grassland border. Alright, everyone. This is the green grass prairie. Isn't it absolutely stunning? Wang Shuyi arrived fully geared up on the grasslands. Thanks to Zhang Ohao's connections, he'd gone through a lot of trouble to get here. Right now, his livestream only had a measly few hundred viewers. These viewers seemed to be waiting to see him fail. Fully geared up, Wang Shuyi resolved to make a name for himself and prove his detractors wrong. After all, as a professional bodyguard, he possessed extensive wilderness knowledge. Regardless of other factors, he was utterly confident he could surpass Xu Xing's popularity during this grassland adventure. After all, Xu Xing was just a student, while he was a battle-hardened professional bodyguard. He had barely taken a few steps across the grasslands when he encountered his first Pokémon. From a distance, it appeared to be a group of 3. Wang Shuyi's mind stirred. He knew his moment to shine had arrived. Wang Shuyi drew the small knife from his waist and began to slowly approach the three Pokémon. As he drew nearer, he finally got a clear look at their true forms. These three Pokémon resembled cows, but their bodies were entirely pink, with a black orb on their tails. Clearly, they were magical beasts. Wang Shuyi declared, "Guys, I've spotted a terrifying Magikarp. Now I'm going to conquer it." He glanced at his phone, but the comments from his online friends took him by surprise. This doesn't seem like a terrifying dark beast. This Pokémon looks pretty docile. Yeah, put that knife down. Don't hurt this little cutie. Yeah, you'll get karma for this. Approach it slowly, it won't hurt anyone. Seriously, do you even know Pokémon, streamer? Just pretending? Exactly. This Pokémon is called a Big Milk and it's incredibly gentle. Don't mess around. A good monster? Wang Shuyi couldn't believe it. He stubbornly retorted. No way. This beast is extremely vicious. How could it possibly be good? Wang Shuyi thought, if you know so much, why not become science educators? You're just blabbering here, clearly pretending to know what you don't. How could there even be a good monster? The government issued warnings to stay away from these creatures. With that thought, Wang Shuyi began slowly approaching the three big milk cans. Wang Shuyi possessed professional skills and expertise, otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as Zhang Ohao's designated bodyguard. Besides, he had a trump card, a surefire way to defeat any beast. Just then, Wang Shuyi had closed in on the giant milk canister. He locked onto its target, drew his blade, and prepared to drive it down with a fierce thrust. At that critical moment, the giant milk can suddenly whipped its head around. Facing the gleaming blade and the sheer malice radiating from Wang Shuyi, it hesitated not a second. The big milk jug raised his fist and slammed it down on Wang Shuyi with tremendous force. The giant milk jug's muscles were massive, and the pain from that punch instantly spread from Wang Shuyi's lower abdomen throughout his entire body. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected turn, Wang Shuyi realized that despite its bulky, fat appearance, this beast packed a serious punch. His mind froze for a moment before he spun around and, without a second thought, took off running. Green grass plains. Xu Xing sat on the grass, sunlight beating down on him. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and the sweet aroma of milk. Coincidentally, not long after landing, Xu Xing encountered a herd of milk cows. Though viewers in his livestream found these pink, fluffy creatures unsettling, Xu Xing knew these giant milk cans were actually incredibly gentle Pokémon. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xu Xing even publicly picked up a milk bottle and began milking the large milk canister. Wiping sweat from his brow, Xu Xing handed the freshly milked milk to the water EV. The water EV let out a soft whimper before beginning to lap it up. Xu Xing continued his explanation as he worked. The fresher and greener the grass where Milkma lives, the richer and creamier its milk becomes. And the milk from the big milk tank tastes different throughout the year. If you ever encounter a wild big milk can, don't be afraid. You can milk it, otherwise, it might get upset. Though Xu Xing shared knowledge about milk tank, the live stream viewers had ulterior motives. Host. That guy impersonating you went looking for a big milk can too. He tried to sneak up on it but got punched hard. Yeah. Hilarious. We warned him, but he wouldn't listen. Now he's suffering. Ran off clutching his stomach. With skills like that, he dares to copy Brother Xu? Can anyone match Brother Xu's Pokemon taming skills? Exactly. The most ridiculous part is that guy actually called himself a professional bodyguard. Ended up getting knocked out by Big Milk Can with one punch. Guess he'll be shutting down his channel soon. What an embarrassment. Exactly. No skills, yet he keeps pretending. Brother Xu isn't someone just anyone can imitate. Xu Xing chuckled at the comments. What surprised him was that the man actually showed up at the grasslands. Brave, but his skills are trash. And judging by the comments, it's not hard to guess that Big Milk Jug punched him. Yet the viewers in Xu Xing's livestream didn't demand he leave Big Milk Can. It was clear that at least among Xu Xing's viewers, the tolerance and understanding toward Pokemon had changed. Pokemon, like humans, are creatures with tempers. As long as you don't provoke them, they usually won't cause trouble. Yet some people just love courting disaster. Xu Xing just hopes that kid gets out of the forest fast and stays away. Longcheng, Douyin headquarters. Damn it! Useless piece of trash. Zhang Oha roared at the live feed before him, his two devices split, one tracking Xu Xing, the other watching Wang Shuyi. No comparison, no hurt. Never mind the completely incomparable viewership numbers. Take the comments. Wang Shuyi's stream was flooded with nothing but mockery. Xu Xing's comments were also mocking, but directed at Wang Shuyi. Zhang Oha never anticipated this outcome. Regardless, this happened far too quickly. No fan base built up, just a flood of haters from the start. You could say Wang Shuyi had already blown it within half an hour of going live. But with things already this far gone, there was no other option but to let Wang Shuyi continue streaming. Xiaohan watched the scene unfold with a helpless expression. Boss, the gap in professional knowledge between Brother Wang and Xu Xing is just too vast. To succeed in this field, you really need a solid foundation in Pokemon lore. Zhang Oha looked up. Where would he get that knowledge? These creatures have only appeared in this world for a few months. If even the experts don't know, how could Xu Xing possibly know? Xiao Han was silenced by his retort. Zhang Ohao chuckled. I've already figured out the secret behind Xu Xing's sudden popularity. What? Zhang Ohao pointed at the screen. This kid treats every monster with such gentleness. The truth is, these monsters aren't scary at all, they just need to be handled gently. With that, Zhang Ohao picked up his phone and sent Wang Shuti a text message. Be gentle with the monsters from now on. Chapter 59, No Comparison, No Pain. After milking the entire large milk can, Xu Xing stood up and continued exploring the grassland. The grassland scenery is absolutely stunning, leaving the Pokémon livestream viewers in awe. After all, since Pokémon arrived, most of these breathtakingly beautiful spots have been taken over by Pokémon. The government strictly prohibits people from approaching these areas, leaving many travel-loving viewers frustrated. As Xu Xing walked through the grasslands, a herd of brown and yellow cattle suddenly appeared before him. Xu Xing clicked his tongue and turned to leave, but the viewers in the livestream weren't having it. Streamer! Why are you running? There are so many big yellow cows up ahead, why not say hello? Yeah. Since Pokémon arrived, I've never even seen a cow before. Today's my first chance, Xu, go say hi. Cows are usually very gentle creatures, Xu Xing. Just relax and go say hi. Go on, go on. Yeah, these look like old oxen. Old oxen are the gentlest. Bro Xu, you're not scared of monsters but you're scared of wildlife? Who would have thought? Ha ha ha. Xu Xing gave a wry chuckle. Wild animals? This isn't just wildlife, it's a whole herd of Kentaurus. Xu Xing poked his head out, and the drone intelligently flew overhead. Only then did everyone get a clear look at the ox's appearance. Though strikingly similar to a regular old ox, this one sported a tail with 3 distinct braids, clearly no ordinary creature. Trees were rare on the grasslands, but as luck would have it, a cluster of trees stood right before them. The lead Centaurian bellowed twice, then charged headlong into the massive tree without hesitation. Crash! After the thick smoke cleared, the leading giant tree crashed to the ground. Immediately, 5 or 6 more Kentaurus surged forward, charging the fallen tree in unison. Crash! Boom! The small grove was utterly destroyed, yet the Kentaurus rampage continued. Finding no more objects to ram, they began colliding with each other. These battle-crazed beasts made no attempt to hide their madness, showcasing their frenzy in all its raw intensity. Xu Xing watched the scene, cold sweat pouring down his back, while the viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned. This was nothing like they'd imagined. They'd thought these were gentle old oxen, but judging by the current situation, even tigers would have to make way for them. This was insane. The chat exploded. Holy, what the hell is this? Aren't they supposed to be old oxen? This damn thing just smashed a tree to pieces? Am I seeing things? Did those old oxen just smash a tree to pieces? Holy crap! My worldview just got shattered again. Wait, what? What are they doing? Charging at each other? Are they competing to see who's stronger? This is insane. Wait, I'm starting to think I'm watching Animal Planet, not Brother Sue's livestream. Come on, guys, let's place our bets on who'll win, haha. I'm just curious, can we really capture these Pokemon as partners? Feels like it'd knock me flying. Xu Xingnan smiled. Every single Pokemon you see can become your partner. Standing up and moving away from the crazed herd of Kentaurus, Xu Xing added. I'll make friends with the Kentaurus someday, but clearly not today. With that, Xu Xing quietly quickened his pace and left the area. The vast grasslands stretched endlessly. If Xu Xing were to describe them in detail, it would take at least half a month to cover everything. At the same time, Xu Xing had secretly resolved that to truly roam freely across these vast plains, a mount was absolutely essential. Thus, during his journey, Xu Xing would also seek out a Pokemon suitable for riding. A flying Pokemon would work, but a land-based one would be preferable. After all, Xu Xing's goal wasn't merely to cover distance. He also wanted to showcase the grassland's unique scenery to his livestream viewers. Ideally, a Rapidash or a Magcargo would be perfect. Unfortunately, this was reality, not a game, nor a novel where one couldn't simply have whatever they desired. As Xu Xing walked, scanning for potential Pokemon, one suddenly darted out from beneath his feet. Xu Xing nearly stepped on the little creature. The little creature looked up with a smile. Molu? The viewers in the livestream instantly snapped out of their earlier panic over the Kentaurus. Whoa whoa whoa! What kind of Pokemon is this? Is it Pikachu's friend? So cute! Xu! This one! I love this one! Quick, tell us more! Is it still eating something? Munch munch munch, it's killing me with cuteness! Xu, I really love this one! Give us the lowdown already! I feel like this little guy looks a lot like Pikachu? Could they be the same species? The audience was utterly fascinated by this little creature, and Xu carefully examined it. Its body is composed of distinct color blocks, black on the left, brown on the right, with yellow covering the middle and lower sections. Its face had a pink, puffy electric sac for storing electricity. Its eyes were round and bright, while its small mouth and prominent rabbit-like fangs stood out. Right now, it was staring curiously at Xu Xing in front of it. Image. Xu Xing smiled faintly, knowing exactly how to lure the creature. He pulled a tree fruit from his backpack, and the little creature's eyes lit up. It claps its paws excitedly towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing crouches down and asks, Morabiko, would you like to eat this? Morabiko nodded eagerly. Xu Xing held the fruit out before it. Morabiko, having never been taught not to eat things from strangers, reached out to grab it. But just as its paw was about to touch the fruit, Xu Xing abruptly pulled his hand back. Morabiko, seeing the food vanish just as it was about to be his, grew frantic and began pawing at the air, desperate to grab it. Xu Xing chuckled softly, raising his hand higher. Morabiko, like that helpless husband. It could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Viewers in the livestream chat immediately began criticizing Xu Xing. Report. I'm reporting Pokemon abuse here. Seriously, Xu, you're so mean. This little guy is freaking out, give him the food already. Yeah. Who knew Brother Xu was this kind of person? Xu Xing looked at the little molters and said, I'll feed you, but only if you agree to travel with me across this grassland. Molters nodded vigorously, as if it would agree to any conditions Xu Xing proposed. Hearing this, Xu Xing offered the tree fruit. Little Morabiko grabbed it without hesitation and began munching away. Xu Xing lifted the little creature onto his shoulder. His first companion on the grasslands had arrived. Xu Xing continued his journey while detailing Morabiko's characteristics to his over 200,000 livestream viewers. Wang Shuyi was currently hiding in a small grove. That punch from Big Milk Jug had packed quite a punch, even he needed a moment to recover. After resting sufficiently, Wang Shuyi emerged, ready to resume streaming. This time, he remembered Zhang Ouhao's words and treated the beasts gently. After taking just 2 steps, a soft cry came from beneath his feet. Moru! What kind of beast is this? Wang Shuyi swallowed hard as he stared at the tiny creature before him, simultaneously pointing his camera at this peculiar being. This magical beast sported a full 3 colors on its body, no need to guess, it was definitely poisonous. He stared at the beast before him and announced, Guys, I stumbled upon a magical beast out in the wild. It might look tiny, but it's actually terrifying. The few hundred viewers in the livestream room burst into laughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang, this Pokemon is called a Munchlax, it's a little glutton. Scary? Come on, tell us what's scary about it. This is the cutest Pokemon I've ever seen, okay? If you keep spreading lies like this, I'll report you on Munchlax's behalf. Yeah, streamer. You can mess around with your food, but not with your words. Wang Shuyi was stunned. Why did these viewers know more than he did? But since the viewers had spoken up, Wang Shuyi mustered his courage and said, Hey, I was just joking with everyone earlier. This Molters is actually a very gentle magical beast. Wang Shuyi pondered Zhang Ouhao's words, treat gently, treat gently. With this thought, he reached out to interact with the little creature. Morabiko was quite accommodating, showing no fear toward Wang Shuyi's hand. On the contrary, the little Morabiko hopped right up. Wang Shuyi's thoughts stirred slightly. He thought, it seems this magical beast isn't so scary after all. At that moment, viewers in the livestream chat flooded the screen with comments. Yes. The streamer finally learned how to get along with Pokemon. Exactly. Pokemon just need gentle treatment, they're not scary at all. Exactly. Such an adorable little creature could never hurt anyone. The streamer's got skills, he's already petting the Pokemon like it's nothing. Watching the stream's flattering comments, Wang Shuyi chuckled to himself. Ha, it's nothing but a piece of cake for me. Wang Shuyi gazed at the dazed little creature in his hands, realizing it wasn't nearly as terrifying as the online descriptions made it out to be. This little thing is supposed to destroy the world? Give me a break. Wang Shuyi ruffled the creature's fur. Since these magical beasts weren't nearly as terrifying as imagined, becoming a major internet sensation was surely just a matter of time. If Xu Xing could do it, then Wang Shuyi definitely could too. After all, this was only the second magical beast he'd encountered, and he already felt like he'd figured out the ropes. While petting Morabiko, Wang Shuyi declared, These beasts aren't scary at all. Besides, I'm a wilderness survival expert, I've got a knack for taming them. Wang Shuyi's smugness was starting to grate on the livestream viewers. Just then, an eerie glow began to gather around the Morabiko in Wang Shuyi's hands. Wang Shuyi froze, and even the viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. Their knowledge of the little Morabiko came entirely from Xu Xing's livestreams, yet this scene had never occurred with the Morabiko in Xu Xing's hands. The strange light continued to gather around Morabiko. Wang Shuyi was bewildered, this phenomenon was entirely unprecedented to him. Meanwhile, the regulars who had been glued to Xu Xing's stream all chimed in. I know. This is evolution. I've seen it in Xu Xing's stream. Morabiko is about to evolve. Wow. The streamer's so lucky. Morabiko is evolving. Holy crap. What kind of god-tier luck is this? It just got acquired and it's already evolving. Awesome. Quick, guys, start recording. The little cutie's about to evolve. Though Wang Shuyi didn't quite grasp what evolution meant, the flood of comments made him realize something incredibly rare must have triggered. He immediately shouted, "It's evolving! It's evolving! Don't miss this if you're passing by." The live stream's viewership skyrocketed visibly, quickly surpassing the 10,000 mark. Wang Shuyi couldn't believe that this Pokemon's evolution had such incredible drawing power. The next moment, the light vanished and Morabek's appearance remained unchanged. But Morabek's color shifted from yellow to black. Its eyes lost their clarity, glowing red with a murderous intent. Is this what evolution looks like? Wang Shuyi murmured softly, and the viewers in the livestream chat were equally curious. Previously observed evolutions typically involved physical transformations, yet this Morabeko showed no outward change. But since they hadn't seen many Pokemon before, they only had a vague understanding of this phenomenon. Wang Shuyi didn't dwell on it, addressing Morabek as if it were still the same as before. "Guys, Maril has evolved too." He reached out to pat its head. This time, however, Moltres did not comply. Moltres grabbed Wang Shuyi's outstretched hand and bit down hard. Holy! Wang Shuyi and the entire live stream audience were stunned by the scene. Wang Shuyi felt an intense tingling sensation shoot through his entire arm. He raised his hand and began wildly waving it, trying to shake off the little creature. But Morabeko seemed oblivious, clamping down fiercely on his arm, the red glow in its eyes still strikingly vivid. After a long moment, Wang Shuyi's arm had nearly gone completely numb before Morabeko finally released its grip. Yet its entire body remained pitch black, radiating an undeniable aura of lethal intent. It stared at Wang Shuyi, then spat forcefully onto the ground before striding away without a backward glance. The viewers in the livestream chat sighed in disbelief, realizing this little creature possessed such a ferocious side. Wang Shuyi bandaged his wound as he surveyed the mess on the floor, feeling utterly helpless. Still, the livestream audience numbers remained steady. He clearly remembered over 10,000 viewers tuning in during Molubeko's evolution. Regardless, all his efforts were worthwhile for these viewers. Wang Shuyi picked up his phone to check. Livestream viewers 302. Silence reigned over Conchao that evening. After little Morabeko vanished, the viewers lost interest and dispersed back to Xu Xing's livestream. Only about 300 remained, waiting to see him fail. Little Morabeko was perched on Xu Xing's shoulder, gnawing on the last remnants of a tree fruit. Viewers who had just returned from Wang Shuyi's stream immediately began relaying the situation to Xu Xing. Su, you absolutely cannot let this Morabeko evolve. The consequences would be disastrous. Yeah. We just got back from that guy's stream. That Moltres turned super aggressive after evolving. Yeah, it actually bit that little Wang guy. Couldn't shake it off no matter what. Bro, you absolutely can't let this Maril evolve. Whoa. Seriously? What does a Moltres look like after evolving? Is it cute? Not cute. Not cute at all. It turns into a little coal-like thing and gets super aggressive. Just like a little rat. Exactly. Brother Su, please don't let this Pokemon evolve. Trust us. We wouldn't lie to you. Moltres? Evolve? How could these two familiar words be combined? The viewers in the livestream might not know, but Xu Xing does. This Moltres belongs to the category of Pokemon that cannot evolve. Meaning it would remain in this form forever. But soon, through the descriptions in the bullet comments, Xu Xing understood what was happening. As luck would have it, just then, the Morlul perched on Xu Xing's shoulder suddenly began to emit an eerie glow. Chapter 60, Adorable Morabek. Oh no! Oh no! Xu Xing! Morabek is about to evolve. Run! The consequences will be dire. It happened before too. It just suddenly started evolving. Then it started attacking people. Brother Su, run! Yeah. If you don't run now while you still can, when will you? Bro, don't just stand there. It really will bite. The viewers in the livestream were clearly agitated. After all, they'd witnessed Morabeko injuring people with their own eyes. This wasn't something they'd seen online or heard through rumors, they were witnessing it firsthand. So now, they were utterly panicked. But Xu Xing remained as calm as a breeze. Just then, Morabeko's appearance changed. Its skin lost its glossy sheen and turned pitch black. Viewers in the livestream chat frantically typed, "It's over, it's over, it's over. It's too late now," and similar cries. Xu Xing, however, remained unhurried. He pulled a berry from his backpack. Morabeko had now fully darkened. Mole! Roaring, it lunged toward Xu Xing. Just as its jaws were about to snap shut, Xu Xing shoved the berry into the little creature's mouth. The next moment, Morabeko bit down on the fruit, chewed it, and then, with a flash of light, Morabeko returned to its original state. This scene left the live stream viewers utterly stunned. The ferociously violent little beast had been successfully subdued by Xu Xing. The chat exploded with comments. What just happened? Can Pokemon actually devolve? Su, did you cast some kind of magic? How did Morabeko suddenly revert? Wow! So magical. It's back to being this cute little thing. Keep it up. 5-pointed star, gifts and sports car X10. Scarlet leaves, gift balloon X52. Xu Xing gave a faint smile and began explaining slowly. This Pokemon, Morabiko, is a bit different from other Pokemon. This Pokemon cannot evolve, meaning the form you see now is Morabiko's only state. Hearing Xu Xing's explanation, the viewers in the livestream chat weren't disappointed at all. Instead, they cheered. That's awesome. It can stay in this cute little form forever. Seriously? How awesome is that? Ha ha ha. Wait, hold up, what's with Morlul turning all dark and shadowy earlier? Clearly, the viewers adored this little cutie. Xu Xing added. This is Morlul's ability, hungry and full. When little Morlul gets hungry, it transforms into a different appearance. As for abilities, every Pokemon possesses one. Different abilities significantly impact how Pokemon perform in battle. Without a doubt, Xu Xing had once again dropped a bombshell on the people of Blue Star. Following Xu Xing's explanation, the viewers in the livestream chat finally grasped the concept of abilities. Simply put, it's a passive skill. Every Pokemon possesses passive skills, and the viewers in the livestream once again marveled at the wonders of these creatures. Xu Xing placed the recovered Marill on his shoulder and said, Little Larvitar, if little Moltres gets hungry, you can give it a berry. La la la. Xu Xing had 4 Pokemon before him. Aside from Magikarp, the other 3 weren't stored in Pokeballs. Larvitar was in his backpack, while Eevee walked beside him on the ground. Murkrow, meanwhile, sat on his shoulder like a grandpa. Not long after entering the grasslands, Xu Xing noticed another intriguing phenomenon. As he crested a small hill, a wave of scorching heat washed over him, revealing herds of Ponyta stretching into the distance. Batches of sturdy foals galloped freely before him. Unlike ordinary foals, these stood only about a meter tall. Even a casual glance revealed they were still in their juvenile stage. Flames blazed across their backs and thighs, giving them an appearance of formidable power. Yet their eyes held an innocence beyond compare. This scene astonished many viewers in the livestream chat. Those were blazing flames. Yet they burned harmlessly atop the horses' backs. This sight was truly extraordinary, even compared to all the Pokemon they had seen before. After all, the viewers might not recognize the Pokemon, but they certainly wouldn't mistake the intense heat washing over them. Seeing it was a Ponyta, Xu Xingjian didn't rush to retreat. Instead, he hid behind a small hillock and quietly observed. The viewers in the livestream chat grew intrigued and began chattering excitedly about this Pokemon. Holy crap! What's going on with its back? It's actually burning. This is insane. Yeah. Doesn't it feel pain? This Pokemon is just so illogical. Holy crap. Sue, catch one of these fire ponies. Then you can cosplay as Ghost Rider. Yeah, this horse looks like something straight out of a game. Too bad it's a bit small, wonder if it can evolve. Can the comments stop freaking out? Pokemon aren't afraid of fire, but Sue is human. Exactly. This Pokemon clearly looks dangerous to humans. Brother Sue should get out of there. Xu Xing stood up. After observing for a moment, he confirmed the little fire horses were just grazing. With that, Xu Xing stopped lingering behind and began walking toward the Ponyta herd, explaining as he approached. This Pokemon is called Ponyta. They're typically herd Pokemon. These Charmanders are still in their juvenile stage, so their running skills aren't particularly strong. The flames on Ponyta's body could directly harm humans, but Xu Xing wasn't afraid. After all, he possessed the innate talent of the Pallet Town super new body constitution. Therefore, as long as he didn't harbor ill will toward the Charmander, their flames posed no threat to Xu Xing. This was precisely why Xu Xing dared to stride forward and approach the group of Ponyta. As Xu Xing drew nearer, the Ponyta noticed him. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all in their juvenile forms, likely a few strays from their herd out for play. Xu Xing spoke softly. Hello? I mean you no harm, little fire horses. Xu Xing moved closer slowly. The little fire horses didn't retreat. Seeing the moment was right, he gently stroked the head of one of them. His touch was gentle, though unlikely to win the little fire horse's affection, it certainly didn't repel them. Viewers in the livestream chat gasped in astonishment. Xu Xing's hand was now resting on flames. It was actual flame. A roaring, blazing flame. The viewers immediately began asking, Sugu? Is your hand made of steel? Why does it seem like this flame doesn't affect you at all? Ha? Am I seeing things? What's going on? Bro, there's a raging fire right under your hand. Proof. Brother Sue isn't human at all. No wonder he's not afraid of Pokemon. It's because he's not human. No one in this world can touch flames without flinching. Reading the chat, Xu Xing chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to explain, an oppressive pressure suddenly descended from above. Xu Xing snapped his head up to find a powerful stallion staring straight at him. The flames on its body were fiercer and more overwhelming than Ponyta's. Its piercing gaze fixed on the man before it. Worth noting was the prominent single horn protruding from its forehead. This was a flame horse. P.S. Deepest gratitude to every reader who's made it this far. The novel is currently being updated 5 chapters a day. Your gold ticket support is greatly appreciated. Also, the reader group is linked in the comments. Feel free to join and demand more updates. Chapter 61, The Injured Little Fire Horse? The Steps Conspiracy. Blaze. The flame horse growled, flames flickering at the corners of its mouth. Its piercing gaze studied the peculiar man. A bead of sweat trickled down Xu Xing's temple. He hadn't spotted this Pokemon during his earlier reconnaissance. Why had it appeared so suddenly now? Had Xu Xing known a flame horse was here, he never would have come so carelessly. Viewers in the livestream chat were thrilled by the sight of this Flareon. Its beautifully sculpted muscles, coupled with the flames still burning on its back, made it look incredibly cool from a human perspective. Moreover, the viewers in Xu Xing's livestream, having studied Pokemon for years, instantly recognized this Flareon as the evolved form of Charmander. Because Charmander is notoriously docile, viewers assumed this Flareon must also be a gentle Pokemon. Wow! Host. Is this Charmander's evolved form? That's so cool. I really want to ride it. Ha ha ha, the guy above isn't afraid of getting his butt burned? Go ahead and ride it. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, like your Sugu or something. Those flames look like trouble waiting to happen. Exactly. How could ordinary folks like us compare to Sugu? You'd probably get roasted before even getting close to this horse. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to the relaxed banter in the livestream chat, Xu Xing's expression was tense. Every Pokemon undergoes internal brain changes during evolution. Take Magikarp, for instance, dumb and clumsy before evolution, but ferociously vicious afterward. So, while Ponyta might be gentle and cute, that doesn't mean Flareon would be the same. Especially since this Flareon seemed in a particularly foul mood, its flames burning ever brighter. Xu Xing said. I mean no harm. As he spoke, Xu Xing took a half step back. Yet this very retreat was interpreted by the flame horse as a sign of guilt. It growled softly, blaze. The next moment, a ring of searing flames instantly enveloped its entire body. Xu Xing felt the temperature before him rise visibly. Then, the flame horse, now completely engulfed in flames, charged straight at Xu Xing. Ha 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 ha. This Pokemon is called Ponyta. It's not dangerous at all. Wang Shuyi explained to his livestream viewers as he watched the Charmander before him. His stream had barely any viewers, yet they listened with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. A Charmander stood right in front of Wang Shuyi. The Ponyta looked around, its expression bewildered. Wang Shuyi had posted it earlier, but faced with this peculiar creature, he didn't know what to do either. He decided to take a look at Xu Xing's livestream instead. Just then, Xu Xing was interacting with the little fire horse. Seeing Xu Xing touch the flames without a scratch, Wang Shuyi's courage grew. He stepped out from behind cover, bragging as he went. The flames on these little fire horses aren't dangerous at all. As Wang Shuyi approached the little fire horse, he suddenly noticed a deep gash on its thigh. The wound was deep, visible even from a distance. Wang Shuyi knew his moment to prove himself had arrived. He raised his hand and ran toward the little fire horse. Are you hurt? Little fire horse. I'm here to save you. Only a handful of loyal fans remained in the livestream room. The other 20 or 30 onlookers watched the broadcast in disbelief. They were still trying to talk Wang Shuyi out of doing something foolish. But Wang Shuyi watched the chat stream with quiet satisfaction. He knew his moment, his first chance to show off and prove them wrong, was about to arrive. As for the little fire horse, it stared at the strange creature before it, wanting to unleash its skills to defend itself. But its exhausted body couldn't muster the energy for any moves. All it could do was try to make the flames grow bigger to fend off the enemy. Yet, as the flames grew ever larger, Wang Shuyi felt no fear. Instead, he grew excited. After all, these flames couldn't inflict any real damage. Instead, they showcased his bravery. With that thought, Wang Shuyi quickened his pace. As he neared the little fire horse on horseback, he couldn't resist leaping straight onto it. His agonized scream echoed across the entire green grass prairie. An intense burning sensation instantly spread through every inch of his skin. What the hell? Why isn't this going according to the script? Wang Shuyi stumbled backward, staring at the demon beast before him, panic rising in his heart. Why was Xu Xing unharmed when she touched the little fire horse, yet he was being scorched by its flames? He stared in utter shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Xu Xing's fans in the livestream chat began mocking him. Bro, did you think picking the same ID as Shuyo would give you his skills? LOL, imitating Brother Su is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. A few days ago, someone imitated Brother Su by streaming in the forest. Now he's a VIP at the hospital. Perhaps due to little fire horse's exhaustion and Wang Shuyi's quick reflexes, he didn't sustain too much damage. Wang Shuyi picked up his phone and opened Xu Xing's livestream. The scene inside left him speechless once again. Blazing horse, I'm not a bad guy, and I don't want to fight you. Xu Xing pleaded softly, gazing at the fiery steed before him, its aura overwhelming. But the flame horse had already deemed Xu Xing an enemy. It lightly stamped its hoof, and flames flared up. Then, it charged toward Xu Xing once more. Xu Xing raised his hand. Vaporeon, continue using water pulse. The water EV before Xu Xing unleashed a wave of water from its mouth, striking the Flareon. This very move had just saved Xu Xing. But this time, Blaziken moved with greater agility, easily dodging the water pulse and charging towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing remained completely unflustered. Vaporeon. Thunder Shock. The water-type Pokemon transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck the Flareon. Though the move's power was average, it successfully disrupted the Flareon's rhythm. The Flareon realized that to defeat Xu Xing, it must first overcome this water EV before it. Xu Xing sighed softly. Since that was the case, then let the battle begin. Insight activated. Flareon. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Moveset, Fire Wheel, Slender Horn, Blast Burn, Swift. Seeing this moveset, Xu Xing took a rare breath. If her Pokemon weren't a water EV, this battle wouldn't be so straightforward. Too bad, though Xu Xing already had his tactics planned out. Water EV. Use White Mist. The water EV exhaled a thick white mist, instantly shrouding the entire battlefield in fog. Flareon chuckled, seemingly mocking Xu Xing's foolishness. The fog would reduce the Pokemon's vision, making their attacks miss. But its own attack, the Flareon's Slender Horn, was an absolute hit. With that thought, Flareon's horn instantly grew several times longer. Moreover, the once fragile-looking sharp horn now appeared as if coated in steel. Water EV. Use Hot Water. The Flareon let out a low growl, showing no sign of retreat in the face of the scalding water. Through the white mist, Blaziken charged straight at Vaporeon. The scalding water was mere inches away. Just as it was about to strike the Flareon, just as the Flareon prepared to slice through the water, the hot water shot straight into the air. In other words, the hot water attack completely missed. It didn't strike the Flareon at all, instead flying straight into the air. And Flareon's Slender Horn struck Water EV with brutal force. Chapter 62, Narrow Victory over the Flame Horse. Blaze. The Slender Horn struck EV, dealing significant damage. The battle had barely begun, and EV had already taken such a hit. Things were looking grim for the rest of the battle. Viewers in the livestream chat were gripped with tension. After all, the battle had only just begun. Despite the damage taken, Xu Xing offered a faint smile. It's not over yet. EV. Use Hot Water Stage 2. In the next instant, the scalding water that had spread across the sky seemed to gain a will of its own. Swiftly changing direction, it surged toward the positions of Blaziken and Water EV. The attack came too suddenly for Blaziken to react. The scalding water surged like a water dragon, striking the Blaziken with devastating force. Despite its exceptional heat resistance, the Blaziken was utterly knocked down by this scalding assault. Though this hot water attack didn't trigger Torrent, its immense concentrated force still left the Blaziken unable to rise after absorbing the blow. The abrupt shift in the battle's outcome caught the livestream audience completely off guard. What just happened? How did EV's water attack change direction? This is insane. I'm speechless. So did Xu intentionally aim it off target? Wow. That water attack's damage is insane. Look at those red welts on the horse. Sugu is too strong. I thought he was done for this time, but he one-shot the opponent. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Ordinary hot water couldn't achieve this effect. But Water EV could. Last night, Xu Xing had fed Water EV the sacred water spirit fruit from Tidal Cave. After consuming it, EV's mastery over its abilities became incredibly profound. Now, when using White Mist, it could adjust the visibility of the mist. When using Water Pulse, it could extend the range significantly. And when using Hot Water, it could directly alter the entire stream's attack direction. It's safe to say Newtwo's precision has improved by more than just a notch. Though the damage output remains unchanged, this enhancement is beyond imagination. As the white mist dispersed, the Flareon collapsed to the ground, its fiery aura significantly diminished compared to before. The nearby Ponyta watched this scene with growing anxiety, but they were simply too weak. Faced with this situation, the little fire horses were utterly helpless. One of them even trembled violently at the sight of what followed. Xu Xing smiled faintly as he approached the little fire horses, who stood like lambs awaiting slaughter. As Xu Xing approached the little fire horses, the severely wounded flame horse lying in the distance let out a piercing neigh. In the next moment, flames began to gather slowly in its mouth. Hearing the fire horse's roar, Xu Xing did not turn back. He knew the flame horse had no strength left to carry out its next move. Besides, even if it could, Water EV would use Water Pulse to block the attack. Sure enough, within moments, the flames in the flame horse's mouth vanished abruptly. Only despair remained in its eyes. Watching Xu Xing draw ever closer to Ponyta, the proud Flareon finally abandoned all dignity. Fiery flames, fiery flames. Its voice was almost a wail, almost a plea for Xu Xing not to harm these little ones. The viewers in the livestream could hear the blazing horse's wail too, but they were utterly baffled. Is that blazing horse begging? What is it begging for? Old horse, is it worried Brother Xu will hurt the little fire horses? Guys, I get it, the flame horse must think Brother Xu is the enemy. Yeah, that's it. But it's got the wrong idea, my Brother Xu is a total saint. Yeah, I think the guy above is right. This flame horse probably thinks Brother Su is the bad guy. Xu Xing approached the little fire horse, trembling with fear. He gently stroked its head. I'm sorry, little fire horse. I scared you. I didn't mean to hurt you. There must be some misunderstanding between us. The flame horse watched the scene unfold before it, surprise written across its eyes. It seemed unable to believe the plot had unfolded this way. After calming the little fire horse, Xu Xing walked toward the fallen flame horse. Xu Xing retrieved healing potions from his backpack, crouched down, and gently began cleaning the flame horse's wounds. Seeing no hostility from Xu Xing, the flame horse offered no resistance, allowing Xu Xing to tend to its wounds. Xu Xing moved with great care, as if afraid of hurting the flame horse. He murmured softly. Blaze horse, there might have been some misunderstanding between us. Can you tell me what happened? The flame horse nodded and began to recount the events. Xu Xing couldn't understand, but Morabiko could. Little Morabiko hopped in front of Xu Xing and started gesturing wildly. This scene utterly charmed many viewers in the livestream chat. Just imagine how adorable it is to see a little Mogu Mogu frantically jumping and gesturing right in front of you. Morabeko was sweating buckets from the effort, but after a flurry of gestures, Xu Xing finally grasped its meaning. Oh, so that's what it was. Xu Xing pulled a berry from his backpack and offered it to the little creature. Here you go, little one. You've earned it. Mole. Little Morabiko leaped up and grabbed the berries in its beak. Viewers in the livestream chat excitedly asked. Sugu. What did Morabiko say? Yeah. Sugu, don't keep us in suspense, tell us already. Xu Xing promptly replied. A little ponytail has gone missing from the ponytail tribe, and now the little ponies are searching for it. This statement sparked another small stir. Ha! Do these Pokemon have such strong racial consciousness? They actually go out searching when one gets lost? Yeah, who would have thought Pokemon have such strong species consciousness? Isn't that obvious? That Flareon fought to protect Charmander and Xu Xing. Exactly. Seems some Pokemon species consciousness is way beyond what we imagined. A lost Ponyta? Hey Sugu. I just saw a Ponyta in that Xiao Wang livestream. Right. That Ponyta seems to have an injured leg and is all alone out there on the grassland. Xu Xing keenly caught the last two sentences and immediately verified them with the viewers in the livestream chat. After confirming the details, he pondered for a moment. Xiao Wang had set out from the border. Without a mount, his travel speed would be extremely slow, meaning he must have encountered the Ponyta shortly after departing. In that case, all he needed to do was search around the border area. With that thought, Xu Xing addressed the flame horse. Blazing horse, I know the location of that little fire horse. I can take you to find him. The flame horse looked at him in disbelief. Xu Xing nodded at it. Trust me. At his words, the flame horse rose to its feet and let out a low growl. Blaze. Viewers in the livestream chat rushed to dissuade Xu Xing from searching for the little fire horse. It wasn't that they didn't want Xu Xing to help. It was because Xu Xing's current location was a world away from the border. If he went searching, it would take days and nights to find it. By then, the little fire horse would likely have perished from its injuries. So the viewers didn't want Xu Xing to waste his effort. But Xu Xing just laughed heartily, then leaped onto the back of the flame horse. Chapter 63, Riding Pokemon? Shockwaves across China. Riding a Pokemon. You can actually ride Pokemon? Mind-blowing. Ah. Pokemon can actually be ridden. I was just joking earlier. If Pokemon can travel, then wouldn't having a Flareon mean you don't need to buy a car? That's way cooler than a motorcycle. Holy crap. Sugu. Doesn't your butt burn? Hold up, guys, this doesn't add up. Why does the fire seem to do 0 damage to Su? Yeah. Look at that one guy, he got burned by Ponyta's flames like he was a little kid. At that moment, Xu Xing was riding the Flareon. Water Eevee, disliking the sensation, squeezed into his backpack. Morabiko sat obediently in front. Xu Xing spoke slowly. The flames on both the Blaziken and Charmander are real. But if you earn the Blaziken's trust, then its flames won't harm you anymore. After Xu Xing's explanation, the viewers in the livestream chat finally understood. No wonder Xu Xing seemed completely unfazed, sitting casually without feeling the intense heat. Once Xu Xing settled into the saddle, he gave the horse's back a light pat. The flame horse immediately began to gallop. The horse's wounds, treated with Xu Xing's healing potion, were already 7 or 8 parts healed, making its full-speed gallop astonishing. Though lacking a frame of reference, the viewers realized the horse's speed was nothing to scoff at as the scenery whizzed past. The flame horse grew more and more excited as it raced, its flames stretching out behind it like a fiery tail. Viewers watching the drone's third-person perspective were utterly stunned. The spectacle was dazzling, long, undulating flames swaying in the sunlight. The surrounding scenery blurred in and out as this flaming unicorn galloped freely across the grasslands. Holy crap! This is insane. I want a flame horse so bad. Yeah, totally. Suddenly my 9-tailed fox feels so uncool. 5-pointed star, gifts and sports car X99. Give me a little fire horse, gifts and cloud-piercing arrow X520. Big star is consistently generous. Does anyone know who this big brother 5-pointed star is? First time seeing such a god-tier spender. Generally, regular viewers of live streams will recognize some of these big spenders. These big spenders pour money like water into their favorite streamers, even splashing out millions to help their idols win. But this big spender with the ID 5-pointed star is someone no one has ever seen before. He's incredibly generous, with each donation starting at a minimum of 10,000. He's also incredibly low-key, no videos exist of him, and he rarely speaks during streams. Such a wealthy yet unassuming big spender has sparked intense speculation among the chat room's viewers. But they probably never imagined that behind this seemingly ordinary account lies the nation's highest level combat power. Xu Xing's live stream had already surpassed 250,000 viewers. Having been live for less than half a month, achieving this level of success is unprecedented and will likely remain unmatched. His current popularity would rank among the top 5 across all platforms. This is the sheer influence Xu Xing commands. Huaxia Military Base. Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang had already returned to the base. Their first order of business upon arrival wasn't rest, but to watch Xu Xing's livestream. Yu Hu stood before the large screen and declared, "The speed of this flame horse is utterly absurd. No known land-based machine or creature can match it." Yu Hu seemed almost incredulous, yet he pressed on. Without exaggeration, this flame horse's speed crushes all carbon-based lifeforms and shatters the technology humanity prides itself on. Only then did everyone realize just how absurdly incredible it was to see Xu Xing riding this flame horse. Simultaneously, they couldn't help but wonder about Xu Xing's background. After all, he was riding the fastest creature currently known on Blue Star. After observing the group's contemplation, Yu Hu spoke up. According to Brother Xu, the flame horses are herd animals. That implies their numbers are quite substantial. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Yu Hu. Yu Hu slowly delivered the second half of his statement. If these Pokemon could be used in battle, they would be a tremendous asset in our war. What? Wang Hai roared. He slammed his palm down on the table with a thunderous crash. Wang Hai stared at Yu Hu, his eyes filled with shock. Are you out of your mind? You want to use beasts in battle? Do you really think everyone is like Xu Xing? That anyone can become partners with a demon beast? To be honest, Yu Hu had never considered monsters as companions until Xu Xing came along. The events surrounding Xu Xing seemed to prove that humans and Pokemon forming bonds, even fighting alongside them, wasn't impossible. Wang Hai glared coldly at the crowd and declared, "Let me make this clear, as long as I, Wang Hai, am here, monsters will always be monsters. Live streaming is nothing but entertainment." This cramped conference room was packed with warriors. Every individual who had made it here to watch the livestream was a standout among their peers. The mere mobilization of any one of them was enough to make local authorities tremble. Yet when Wang Hai spoke, the room fell into a deathly silence. Ha ha! Lin Guobiao chuckled. In this setting, only he or Wang Tianyang, who couldn't be bothered with Wang Hai, would dare laugh. Lin Guobiao chuckled and remarked, "Impossible? Why is it impossible?" Lin Guobiao pointed at the screen. "Doesn't Brother Xu seem to be getting along quite well with his Pokemon here? That's just a live stream, not reality." Wang Hai roared. Lin Guobiao said no more, merely offering a faint smile. While a single livestream might indeed suffer from survivor bias, the troops Lin Guobiao had dispatched to the front lines had already made significant progress. Many soldiers on the front lines had gained the trust of these adorable little creatures. Those beasts that looked so ferocious had become partners with the frontline warriors. Lin Guobiao said no more. After all, Wang Hai's doubts couldn't be dispelled by this alone. As for Wang Tianyang, he didn't even acknowledge Wang Hai. In his view, as long as he remained, and as long as Xu Xing remained, Pokemon and humans would one day become friends. Green grass plains. Xu Xing spurred his horse onward. The speed of the Flareon astonished countless viewers in the livestream. Just minutes earlier, Xu Xing had already reached the border and was now systematically searching for the missing Ponyta. Viewers in the livestream chat exclaimed, "Xu, I thought you were in the center of the grasslands? How did you get to the border so fast? Yeah. That speed is just insane. Yeah, who knew the flame horse could move this fast?" Xu Xing chuckled softly. As he searched the border, he slowed down to be more thorough. Just as the rider and horse had finished searching most of the area, a figure suddenly appeared in Xu Xing's line of sight. Though distant and indistinct, one thing was certain: it was a human. Chapter 64, The Genuine and the Pirated Meet an Epic Encounter. Xu Xing murmured softly. "Fiery horse? Let's go check that out." The flame horse slowly paced toward the distant man, but after just a few steps, its legs couldn't help but quicken. Because the flame horse had spotted the little fire horse. And that man was currently leaning against the little fire horse. Xu Xing, watching from afar, couldn't make out the man's movements. Flaming Horse, desperate to save the foal, was now consumed by urgency. Forgetting all else, it quickened its pace. Xu Xing tried to soothe it, but his efforts only fueled the horse's urgency. Instead, the flame horse surged forward with increasing speed. Far away, Wang Shuyi was drawn by the urgent hoofbeats. He whipped his head around to see a man charging toward him atop a Flareon. Even someone as unfamiliar with Pokemon as Wang Shuyi could clearly sense the Flareon's fury. Holy! Wang Shuyi muttered under his breath. He scrambled to his feet and began fleeing. Seeing this, Xu Xing shouted, "Don't run! Or you'll face the consequences." Wang Shuyi, who had been fleeing, halted upon hearing this. If it had been anyone else, Wang Shuyi would have cursed them as a complete idiot while running. But Xu Xing was different. He was a human who controlled beasts just as easily as he controlled animals. For someone like him, killing Wang Shuyi would be as easy as crushing an ant. The thought made Wang Shuyi halt abruptly. He turned around, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stared at Xu Xing. Anxiety gripped him, terrified that Xu Xing might recognize his true identity. After all, when he first met Xu Xing, he hadn't exactly given him a warm welcome. Xu Xing, mounted on his fiery steed, appraised Wang Shuyi. "You're that elf science popularizer Wang?" Wang Shuyi nodded. "That's me." Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but burst into laughter at this scene. It was just too entertaining. Imagine if you were a top streamer and happened to run into someone plagiarizing your content during a live broadcast, what would you think? The chat exploded with comments. 233,333. What happens when a copycat meets the real deal? Ha ha ha, awkward moment. Trying to ride Su Ji's coattails just got you caught red-handed. Admit it, Xiao Wang, my brother Su caught you red-handed. My brother Su plays it real. Gotta admit, this is pure entertainment. A streamer riding someone else's fame gets caught red-handed by the real deal. Holy crap. Guys. This is a masterpiece. A meeting for the ages. This spirit science Xiao Wang guy, after riding the high train for ages, he barely gained traction. Instead, he ended up covered in injuries. What was the point? Xu Xing had already formed a hunch when he first saw this man. Thanks to the playful banter in the live chat, Xu Xing finally got a clear picture of the man before him. Xu Xing stared at him and asked, "What did you do to Little Fire Horse?" Hearing this, Wang Shuyi sighed in relief. "I saw Little Fire Horse was injured, so I applied some medicine." Xu Xing eyed Wang Shuyi suspiciously. "Medicine? Was that a good thing or a bad thing?" "Ha?" Caught off guard by the question, Wang Shuyi froze for a moment before stammering uncertainly. "Applying medicine should be a good thing, right?" "Exactly. If you did something good, why did you run away?" Hearing Xu Xing's words, Wang Shuyi felt like crying. If you saw a horse face covered in flames charging at you with a vicious glare, would you run or not? A wave of melancholy washed over Wang Shuyi. Alright, maybe this guy really wouldn't run. Seeing he couldn't get any answers, Xu Xing simply said, "Follow me." With that, he patted the fiery steed and began turning around to check on the little fire horse's injuries. Xu Xing thus left his back completely exposed. Wang Shuyi glanced left and right. This was clearly the perfect chance to escape. But he dared not entertain such thoughts for a moment. After all, even if he ran for a day and night, Xu Xing could probably catch up in mere minutes. Given that, it was best to stick close to this Mr. Su. Under the shade of the trees, the little fire horse saw the fiery steed and was overcome with emotion. The fear, helplessness, and dread that had built up over time now welled up as tears began to slip from the corners of its eyes. Xu Xing leapt down from the flame horse and walked alongside it, saying, "Little fire horse, I mean you no harm. I only wish to examine your injuries." As he spoke, Xu Xing approached the little fire horse and began gently stroking its body. After calming the little cutie, Xu Xing examined the firefoal's injuries. Insights I activated. Little fire horse. Attribute, fire. Traits. Special conditions, exhausted, scratched, cramped, thirsty, hungry. Xu Xing sighed softly. Looks like it's been through a lot. As he thought this and turned to explain the situation to the flame horse, a surprising sight unfolded. Clearly displayed before Xu Xing was the flame horse's status. Fiery steed. Element, fire. Traits. Special conditions, exhausted, cramped, overworked. Earlier, Xu Xing had only checked the moveset for battle and hadn't paid attention to the special status. He hadn't expected this Blaziken to be so utterly exhausted. Xu Xing was somewhat startled, certain that something must have happened to this group of Flareon. Xu Xing could do nothing about the exhaustion and fatigue, leaving his Pokemon to recover on their own. He could only do what was within his power. Charmander's thigh is cramping, and it's also been cut. Su looked up at Wang Shuyi, who was hiding in the distance. "Did you do this?" Wang Shuyi shook his head vigorously. No way was he taking the blame for this. "Horse, horse." The little fire horse let out two weak whinnies, as if defending the creature. Xu Xing commanded, "Come here." Wang Shuyi obediently approached Xu Xing. The flames of the two foals flickered across his face. Within moments, beads of sweat as large as soybeans formed on his temples. Xu Xing stared at him intently. Overcome by fear, Wang Shuyi blurted out, "Brother Su." "No, Master Su." I really didn't do anything. It's true that the little fire horse hurt me at first, but then I realized it was injured. I let bygones be bygones and applied medicine from my backpack to treat it. That's truly all there is to it. Wang Shuyi desperately defended himself, but Xu Xing seemed to be tuning him out. At that moment, several viewers who had watched the livestream at the time spoke up. Brother Su, this kid isn't lying. I was watching his stream earlier, and he definitely didn't harm the little fire horse. Yeah, Brother Su, this is true. We can't falsely accuse a good person. He really didn't do anything wrong. Exactly. I can vouch for it too. Other than that giant milk jug at the start, he never intended to harm any other Pokemon. Wang Shuyi now stood trembling slightly beside Xu Xing. He'd never felt such overwhelming pressure emanating from a single person. Wang Shuyi's eyes darted nervously as panic gripped his heart. The next moment, Xu Xing suddenly grabbed his forearm and flung it toward the raging flames engulfing Ponyta. Chapter 65, Complete Surrender, Voluntary Withdrawal. It's over. Wang Shuyi watched as Xu Xing seized his hand and thrust it toward Ponyta's flames. Fear instantly surged through him. He strained to break free, but Xu Xing's grip was stronger, holding his forearm firmly in place. Wang Shuyi closed his eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the brutal scene. In that moment, Wang Shuyi's heart turned to deathly silence. He knew the temperature of those flames all too well. If he let his arm touch the flames directly, it would be instantly charred to a crisp. Wang Shuyi was filled with regret. Why had he risked his life for this livestream? Not only had he earned nothing, but he'd ended up covered in injuries and now his forearm was on the line. Yet after a moment passed, the expected searing pain failed to materialize. Wang Shuyi slowly opened his eyes. His hand was still within the flames, yet he felt not a single twinge of pain. Staring at this bizarre scene before him, Wang Shuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this, Xu Xing loosened his grip and said calmly, "Alright, you truly haven't harmed the little fire horse." Wang Shuyi pointed at the little fire horse, then at himself, stammering. What's going on? Why doesn't this flame hurt me? The entire scene had nearly thrown Wang Shuyi's language system into chaos. As an ordinary human, this scene defied all logic. That was fire blazing, raging fire. Moreover, he had already been burned by it once before. Yet this time, facing the same intense flames, he remained completely unharmed. This was simply too incredible. Xu Xing, however, remained calm as he knelt down to apply medicine to the little fire horse. The fire won't harm those it recognizes. Wang Shuyi froze upon hearing this, but quickly grasped the implication. So that means, this little fire horse recognizes me. Xu Xing nodded, nonchalant. Wang Shuyi was swept away by this sudden surge of joy. After so long on this grassland, whenever he encountered magical beasts, he was either beaten or beaten. Now, finally, a magical beast was willing to acknowledge him. Wang Shuyi excitedly opened his livestream. Viewers, 6. It turned out that the few viewers who had originally stayed in the streamer's room specifically to watch Wang Shuyi had all returned to Xu Xing's stream upon seeing him arrive. Wang Shuyi stared at the man before him. Xu Xing's eyes were filled with concern for the little fire horse. In that moment, Wang Shuyi finally realized just how vast the gap between him and this man truly was. The gap between them wasn't something that could be bridged by simply streaming more hours. Wang Shuyi had come to these grasslands seeking fame and glory, to conquer the beasts. When he realized he had been recognized by a Pokemon, his first thought was whether his livestream viewership had increased. But Xu Xing? With over 200,000 viewers in his stream, gifts flowed like a never-ending stream. Yet he merely added a few subtitles in a matter-of-fact tone, "Please refrain from gifting." This man sought neither fame nor fortune, he truly cherished these wondrous creatures. Wang Shuyi's joy gradually faded. He looked at Xu Xing and said, "Sorry, Brother Su, for causing you trouble." Xu Xing nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Wang Shuyi ended the livestream and said, "Brother Su, I'll deactivate this account immediately. I'm leaving the green grassland now." Xu Xing nodded, finding nothing amiss after all. Pokemon were simply too dangerous for ordinary people. Xu Xing replied, "Alright, wait for me a moment." The viewers in the livestream chat were actually a bit disappointed to see Wang Shuyi about to sign off. Ha? Is little Wang's science journey ending this quickly? Yeah. Wang. If Su Ji can be the leader in science popularization, why can't you, Wang? Exactly. Even though your stream doesn't have huge numbers, plenty of people know who you are. Well said. Having reached the pinnacle of a subject's glory, one should taste the power of a ruler. The Pokemon world might just bear the Wang surname. The chat encouraged Wang Shuyi to rebel, and he just chuckled at the comments. Even if you don't want to use it, you know these netizens would run faster than rabbits if they really rebelled. Xu Xing finished treating Little Fire Horse's wounds, then took some berries from his backpack. "Little Fire Horse, rest here for now. Moryub will stay with you. Flareon and I will escort this friend out first." Charmander nodded. Xu Xing patted Morabiko on the shoulder. "Would you like to stay here with Charmander?" Moke. Seeing the ground covered in tree fruits, Morabike was more than willing. Xu Xing leaned close to Morabiko's ear and whispered something before leaping into the pile of fruits. Xu Xing looked at the flame horse. I'll be counting on you again. Blaze. The flame horse let out a deep snort. Xu Xing had done him a great favor, and this small favor was nothing to him. Xu Xing mounted the flame horse and then called out to Wang Shuyi, "Get on." Wang Shuyi pointed at himself. "Me? Hurry up." Wang Shuyi's expression instantly shifted from surprise to delight. His eyes held no trace of fear toward the Pokémon, only excitement at the chance to ride the Blaziken. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in disbelief. No way. How come? How come this guy gets to ride a Flareon too? I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse. Not only is this guy imitating you, but he gets to ride a Flareon too. Yeah. Brother Su, why not do a fan giveaway? Pick one fan to experience riding a Flareon. Exactly. Let the fan who sends the most gifts get to ride the Flareon. 5-star sends gift, Carnival X99. 5-pointed star send gift, Sports Car X99. Forget it, let's not even look at who sent the most gifts. Who could possibly top Big Brother 5-pointed star? After helping Wang Shuyi settle in, Xu Xing began to explain slowly. The green grasslands are far more dangerous than anyone imagines. The streamer is prioritizing safety here. With that, Xu Xing gave the flame horse a light pat and it began trotting toward the border exit. Had Xu Xing not noticed the negative aura surrounding the flame horse, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to escort Wang Shuyi. But the negative buffs on the flame horse, coupled with the rampaging centaurs in the grasslands, constantly gave Xu Xing an uneasy feeling. This verdant grassland seemed far less serene and safe than it appeared. More detailed investigation was needed, and Xu Xing spurred his horse onward. Soon, they would reach the entrance. A small hill lay ahead beyond it, a short distance more would lead to the exit. But unexpected events unfolded. The blazing horse, galloping at full speed, suddenly slowed. Wang Shuyi, riding behind, felt a chill run down his spine. Su. What's happening? Why does the ground feel like it's shaking? Rumble. The earth trembled visibly with subtle vibrations, causing Xu Xing's heart to tighten. The next moment, a sandstorm erupted out of nowhere across the once open grassland. Sand and stones flew through the air, filling the sky with dust. Within moments, Xu Xing and his companions were completely obscured by the sandstorm, unable to discern even a trace of the path ahead. The earth trembled with increasing intensity, and a terrifying figure materialized before Xu Xing. Xu Xing stared at the figure and sucked in a sharp breath. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Chapter 66, Bankilas. The Grassland Overlord makes its appearance. I never expected this. Xu Xing cursed inwardly. Before them, a Pokémon with a massive, armored-like green shell stood amidst the sandstorm, its gaze fixed on the group. The savage aura emanating from this Pokémon was terrifying, even more intense than that of a Swampert. Xu Xing never would have dreamed he'd encounter this Pokémon on the grasslands. Bonnet. The viewers in the livestream didn't show fear at the sight of this Pokémon. Instead, their eyes were filled with awe. Holy crap! Is this Godzilla? It's way too cool. I want one so bad. Is this Pokémon called Godzilla? How awesome is that? Sugu. You absolutely have to befriend this Pokémon, it looks incredibly powerful. Yeah, totally. Plus, this Pokémon comes with its own special effects when it appears. That's some VIP treatment. Su, why not catch it? It'd make the perfect mount. Xu Xing sucked in a cold breath. A mount? The viewers in the livestream were clearly joking. If Bennett ever saw these comments, Xu Xing would likely have nowhere to bury his remains. Staring at the massive creature before him, Xu Xing contemplated using the Pokémon petition card. But this treasure was incredibly precious, using it just to save his life wouldn't be worth it. Bennett's aggression was practically overflowing. Xu Xing shouted, EV. A water EV leaped out of his backpack, accompanied by a Larvitar. Bennett clearly had some thoughts upon seeing the two Pokémon emerge. It slowly approached the small hill, then slammed its fist hard into the earthen slope. Boom! The earth shook violently. That was the only fitting description for the scene unfolding before the stream viewers. The entire mountain crumbled before Ban like mud. A single punch sent the hillside exploding. The shockwave below the slope blasted open a deep crater. The destruction was simply too outrageous. The chat finally fell silent at the sight. Su! What the hell is this? It just punched a mountain to pieces? This Pokémon is way too brutal. Sugu! Run for your life. Oh no. This Godzilla is terrifying. Xu Xing knew running was pointless. Blastoise's earthquake would shake the earth in this atmosphere. Escaping under these circumstances was nothing short of wishful thinking. Ban beckoned Xu Xing with a claw and let out a roar. Ban! Then it leaped into the pit. Xu Xing steeled himself and stepped forward. Wang Shuyi, beside him, wailed. Master Su! Brother Su! Spare me! I'm just an ordinary person. Xu Xing knew escape was impossible now. He said. Flareon, when I start fighting Ban, you take him and make a run for it. Blaziken didn't argue. This Pokemon was arguably one of the last creatures the Blaziken clan wanted to encounter on the grasslands. Where Banette went, disaster followed. This Pokemon's path of progress was marked by mountains crumbling and buildings collapsing. Its favorite pastime? Challenging other Pokemon to battle. Inside the Huaxia military base, Yoo-Hoo stared at the figure that had just appeared, unable to believe his eyes. That's a Jengar. The atmosphere grew tense. No one could have imagined encountering a Golbat here. What surprised them most was that their last encounter with this creature had been at the border. Yet Xu Xing was on the green grass plains, a world away from the border. That meant there was more than one of these monsters. Even the usually composed Lin Guobiao couldn't help but panic. Mobilize the armed forces. Immediately mobilize the armed forces near the green grass plains. Rescue Xu Xing. Lin Guobiao refused to let this talent be killed by the Gauss monster. But Lin Guobiao didn't believe Xu Xing stood a chance against such a creature. Their Demon Beast Experiment report documented this very creature. Name, Gossi. Appearance, covered in green armor. Threat level, A+. Battle record, single-handedly repelled 5 Legion divisions. Bullets inflict no damage on armor, which can withstand artillery fire. Yoo-Hoo still felt the chill of fear. Last time, it was he who led a group of warriors to drive away this demon beast. Little did he expect to suffer such a crushing defeat. After that battle, Yoo-Hoo uploaded the combat footage, and the beast was immediately classified as A+ tier. A terrifying beast just below S rank. Lin Guobiao dared not waste a single second. At Xu Xing's current level, winning was out of the question. Whether he could even survive the encounter remained a mystery. Wang Tianyang, unusually serious, sent Xu Xing a message. Brother Xu, hang in there. Reinforcements are on their way. Xu Xing glanced at the message on his phone and smiled wryly. Impossible. The military helicopters couldn't penetrate the sandstorm atmosphere of Banjiras. In this battle, Xu Xing could only rely on himself. Xu Xing didn't rush to use the Pokemon petition card. He was gambling. Gambling for a chance. Yellow sand swirled and rolled. The howling sand and wind roared in his ears. With every breath, his nostrils no longer drew in fresh air. Instead, it carried the scent of sand and mud. Within this sand pit, violently torn open, Banette stared intently at Xu Xing. Xu Xing's thoughts flickered, and the system panel opened. Science points, 2,700,000. With 2,700,000 knowledge points, Xu Xing summoned Larvitar and asked. La, I need your help now. Will you help me? Larvitar was the very first Pokemon Xu Xing had ever captured. Xu Xing never skimped on food or drink for it, even buying a small mirror specifically because Larvitar loved to look at itself. Wang Shuyi, standing nearby, looked surprised and pointed at Larvitar on the ground. Xu, you want Larvitar to fight this thing called Giratina? It? Fight it? What? Did I hear that right? The viewers in the livestream chat were also baffled. Was Xu Xing seriously planning to have Larvitar battle Banette? To put it bluntly, Larvitar couldn't even reach Banette's head if it jumped. How was that supposed to work? Viewers in the livestream chat erupted. Xu, don't put our Larvitar through this. Her job is just to be cute, right? Yeah, Xu, are you still half asleep or what? Even my little brother knows this is impossible. Seriously, Larvitar, stop nodding. Brother Xu is setting you up. I give up, Xu Gu. That's just mean. You wouldn't actually be planning to use Larvitar as bait and sneak away, would you? Faced with the wild speculations of the livestream viewers, Xu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Xu Xing had few usable Pokemon at his disposal, only a water EV. Against Ban, forget about winning. He couldn't even stall for long. Therefore, Xu Xing desperately needed another Pokemon to bolster his combat strength. Science point 270-0000240-0000. Current science points, 300,000. Exchange successful. Xu Xing pulled 2 berries from his backpack. One berry was worth a staggering 800,000, and its function was straightforward and brutal. Evolution berry, used to instantly evolve your Pokemon. Xu Xing held the fruit before Larvitar. It's up to you now, Larvitar. Without hesitation, Larvitar bit into the fruit Xu Xing offered. Chapter 67, Double Evolution. Shaman makes its debut. It evolved. Larvitar actually evolved. New, my little cutie. What kind of fruit is the streamer holding? How did eating it make little Larvitar evolve? We'll never see the cute little Larvitar again. Amidst the sandstorm, Larvitar's form gradually shifted. Soon, it transformed from Larvitar into Chandelure. Viewers in the livestream watched this evolved Larvitar and found it surprisingly easy to accept. Just as everyone was about to praise the Pokemon that looked like an innocent young girl, Chillarmy took another bite of the evolution berry, completing its final evolution. Chillarmy's girl-like body underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if a teenage girl had transformed into a young woman. A pristine skirt flared from her waist, while crimson button-like structures appeared across her chest. An aura of noble mystery radiated from her entire being. The Pokémon that Xu Xing had previously had to crouch down to converse with was now only half a head shorter than him. Xu Xing stroked Shaman's head. "Xanadu, I'm counting on you from here on out." "Shanai." Xanadu brimmed with fighting spirit, feeling utterly energized. Finally, in battle, she was no longer just the Pokémon holding everyone back. In battle, Xanadu could finally fight alongside her master. Shandora slowly advanced toward the central area. Yellow sand swirled around her, yet she showed no sign of retreat. The live stream viewers immediately performed a wave of facial expressions. "The match, guys, what's going on? I can't believe I'm actually finding this Pokémon kinda pretty. Ha? From cute little girl to innocent young lady to mature older sister? Larvitar is way too versatile. Upper floor, change your tune now, it's Shaman we're talking about. That look? Pure queen level. Yeah. Little Larvitar really pulled off quite the transformation. But guys, even after evolving, I still feel like our chances are pretty slim. Look. That Pokémon over there isn't scared at all, it's actually smiling." Xu Xing sighed and explained. "Blastoise craves battle. Its favorite thing is seeking out opponents to fight." Xu Xing stopped mid-sentence, utterly baffled. Even if it loved fighting this much, it couldn't possibly go this far. Creating a battle arena in broad daylight just to fight? That was simply too absurd. This didn't seem like a love of battle at all, rather, it bordered on obsession. Xu Xing's thoughts flickered as insights I activated. Shan Ade. Type, Psychic Fairy. Ability, Psychic. Moveset, Magic Shine, Shadow Clone, Teleport, Life Orb. Status, Excited. Xu Xing was thoroughly satisfied with this moveset. The reason was simple. From the moment he prepared to fight, he never intended to win. What he wanted was to stall. He was betting on a possibility with explosive rewards. Xu Xing's mind raced again. Bonnet. Types, Rock, Dark. Nature, Sandstream. Moveset, Earthquake, Ice Fang, Iron Defense, Thunder Fang. Special ability, Hasty. This Bonnet's moveset is exceptionally well-rounded. Fortunately, there were no Dark-type moves. But what surprised Xu Xing even more was that this Pokémon did indeed have a negative buff. This grassland might be far more mysterious than he imagined, but at this moment, Xu Xing had no time to dwell on it. The battle between Sandile and Bonnet was about to begin. Xu Xing struck first. Shadow Tag. Shadow Clone. After evolving, Shaman had become even more adept at using Shadow Clone. In an instant, Shaman split into 3. Within another second, those 3 Shaman multiplied into 9. Bankaras didn't hesitate either. It slammed its fist into the ground, unleashing Earthquake. The illusory Shaman were no match for the attack, instantly reduced to dust. Seeing this, Bonnet pressed its advantage, generating terrifying thunder pressure from its mouth. It then charged straight toward Shaman. Xanadu. Teleport. Bonnet was extremely fast, but Teleport wasn't about speed. It was a direct spatial leap. And just like that, Shaman narrowly avoided the attack. Xu Xing watched without hesitation. Shadow Clone. Amidst the sand explosion, 9 more Sandile appeared. Bonnet hesitated for a moment, unsure of Xu Xing's intent, but he didn't dwell on it. The earth trembled violently once more, and the Sandile clones vanished instantly. Bonnet unleashed a blast of frigid air from its mouth, charging toward Bonnet. This time, Banchilas moved faster. Just as it was about to strike Shaman. Sandile. Use Teleport. Shanaito vanished instantly, reappearing far away. This position was perfect, placing her squarely in Bankaira's blind spot. An attack now would surely deal effective damage. The live stream viewers were thrilled. Everyone felt the moment had arrived. But Xu Xing's next words caught everyone off guard. Shadow Tag. Shanaito didn't attack on its own initiative, instead releasing another Shadow Clone. Many viewers in the livestream were puzzled as to why Xu Xing still refused to attack at this critical moment. But in the next instant, Bonnet's body within the sandstorm became incredibly hard. Like an impenetrable wall, it stood firm amidst the sandstorm. It turned out that after Shander vanished, Banchilas sensed something was amiss and immediately used Iron Wall. Had Xu Xing ordered Shanaito to attack just then, not only would it have failed to deal effective damage, but the attack would have exposed them to follow-up attacks. As the Iron Wall effect gradually faded, Xu Xing shouted. Shanade. Magic Shine. 9 Shaman simultaneously gathered strange beams of light in their hands. 9 Shaman Blastoise couldn't handle them all, even though only one was real. But now, it could only resort to Iron Wall again for a desperate defense. Seeing Bonnet use Iron Wall again, Xu Xing shouted. The beams in all 9 Shaman's hands vanished instantly, leaving them silently staring at Bonnet. This was Xu Xing's tactic. Delay. Pure and simple delay. The longer it dragged on, the greater the chance of victory. Banajiras roared fiercely at Xu Xing before him. Banji. Banjira. It felt utterly humiliated. Was this even a battle? This was nothing but blatant mockery. Xu Xing sucked in a cold breath. This Banette seemed to be getting angry. Wang Shuyi pressed himself tightly against Xu Xing. Master Su, I'm scared. Can we stop fighting? Xu Xing snapped irritably. You coward. Watch how I deal with it. The next moment, under Bankira's control, the sandstorm intensified. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the 9 clones on the field couldn't withstand the blast, vanishing instantly. The battle officially entered its second phase. Then, an earthquake struck. This quake was unlike any before. Its ferocity made even Xu Xing's heart skip a beat. Amidst the sandstorm, Bankira's moved like lightning, reaching Sandile in an instant. Before Xu Xing could issue a command, a wound appeared on Sandile's shoulder. The wound still sizzled with crackling lightning. Chapter 68 on Prolonged Warfare. Shana Do. Use teleport to create distance, then activate life droplet. The gravely wounded shaman teleported away, then droplets formed above her head. The droplets flowed over Shanado's entire body, slowly healing her wounds. Xu Xing realized Shanado had lost the will to fight. In its enraged state, Banette's combat power had surged significantly. Moreover, the most effective confusion tactic, Shadow Clone, was now useless. If the fight continued, the outcome was all too predictable. Xu Xing shouted, Shanado, come back. You've done more than enough. Xu Xing's call echoed as Shaman, too, recognized the gap between them. She had no desire to continue fighting. The gap in combat experience was simply too vast. But just as Shanadio was about to return, Banajiras emerged from the sandstorm like a demon, appearing behind her. Then Banajiras lunged forward once more, sinking its fangs into Shanado with brutal force. Shanado! Seeing this, Xu Xing's heart jolted in alarm. Without a second thought, he charged forward. Wang Shuyi was stunned, but seeing Xu Xing growing distant before his eyes, he couldn't hesitate any longer and followed after him. Xu Xing's heart was filled with unbearable sorrow and bitter regret. This was a fight to the death, a brutal, no-holds-barred battle. Xu Xing charged forward. Seeing Xu Xing dare to enter Sandstorm's territory, Bankira's showed no mercy. A powerful punch was about to smash into Xu Xing, but Water EV was faster. Facing the punch, Water EV responded with a tail swipe. The two Pokemon fought to a stalemate. Shanade lay utterly battered and unconscious, collapsed within the sandstorm. Xu Xing's voice trembled. I'm sorry, Shaman. I'm so sorry. Xu Xing retrieved a Pokeball and returned Shandora to it. The livestream erupted in a tidal wave of shock. Throughout Xu Xing's entire streaming career, he had rarely suffered any major setbacks. But this time, Shanado's severe injuries caught everyone completely off guard. Shanado had been beaten to the brink of death. Viewers reacted with shock. Xu, is Shanduo okay? That's a serious injury. Get her to the hospital fast. Where's the hospital? Shanai Duo is a Pokemon. Take her to the vet. They'll definitely save her. This Ban is a total coward. How dare it ambush her? That's just too dirty. Damn it, Shanado can't just die like this. Brother Su, I won't accept it. Hurry and save her. That Godzilla over there is terrifying. Xu Xing, run for your life. Su, call the police. Quickly. This Pokemon is completely out of control. It's terrifying. Xu Xing retreated to the rear of the battlefield. Xu Xing let out a soft sigh. Ibu, come back first. Water EV cautiously backed away, and Banette remained still. Both sides were wary of each other. The livestream viewers were unaware that Xu Xing had no more Pokemon left to use. If EV retreated, who could he possibly send out to battle? Xu Xing pulled out an evolution berry. Earlier, Xu Xing had exchanged 3 at once. This one was meant for precisely this moment. The live stream viewers recognized the fruit. I know this one is Brother Su about to evolve another Pokemon? Who else can evolve in Su's team? I thought EV was already its final form? Viewers in the live stream speculated about the purpose of this evolution berry. Xu Xing called out softly, hey. Wang Shuyi turned his head towards Xu Xing. The next moment, Xu Xing shoved the entire evolution berry into Wang Shuyi's mouth. The entire live stream exploded. Ha? Humans can evolve too? Wait, is Brother Su planning to send this little one to battle Banette? What the heck are you doing, Su? Chew. Wang Shuyi took a bite, about to swallow and start cursing, when Xu Xing calmly said, humans will die if they swallow it whole. Chew it if you don't want to die. Wang Shuyi didn't think Xu Xing was joking at all and obediently started chewing. Just as Wang Shuyi finished chewing and was about to spit it out, Xu Xing shoved the remaining half of the evolution fruit into his mouth. With one bite, Wang Shuyi chewed through another half of the evolution fruit. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he dared not resist. He could only obediently chew it down. At that moment, another Pokeball appeared in Xu Xing's hand. In the next instant, a golden Magikarp burst forth from the Pokeball. Before Wang Shuyi could get a clear look, Xu Xing forcefully pressed the golden Magikarp's mouth against Wang Shuyi's. Spit! 2 clear tears slid down Wang Shuyi's cheeks. But unable to resist, he obediently spat the pulverized evolution fruit into Magikarp's mouth. The live stream exploded. What the hell? Not a buddy? Magikarp? Where'd Brother Xu get a Magikarp? It's happening. The first human Pokemon kiss ever. Xu Xing ignored the astonished reactions in the livestream chat. He only let go after Wang Shuyi had spat all the evolution berries from his mouth into Magikarps. Wang Shuyi pointed at Xu Xing, ready to yell, but Xu Xing simply tossed Magikarp gently into the air. The next moment, Magikarp evolved. Its slender form began to transform rapidly. Within a few breaths, Magikarp's body swelled to 6 meters. A small fish transformed into a dragon-like creature. The 6-meter-long Gyarados glared with savage eyes, its gaping maw framed by 2 white whiskers. Surveying its surroundings, the Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. Arg! Its aura was overwhelming, radiating a terrifying pressure from its massive form. Wang Shuyi stared blankly at the crimson monster before him. What is this thing? Xu Xing felt uneasy. He and the Magikarp hadn't exactly been on good terms. Now, suddenly asking it to evolve for battle, Xu Xing feared the Gyarados might refuse. Xu Xing took a deep breath and steeled himself. Gyarados! Your enemy is right there. Gyarados glared at Xu Xing and growled, "Grr." Then it turned its head and walked toward Banette's position. Xu Xing felt a lingering unease. After all, he was its master. He feared this Gyarados might not be as obedient in battle as he'd imagined. Meanwhile, the live chat streamers' bullet comments never ceased. No one could have imagined that the frail, scrawny Magikarp would evolve into this. As they watched the receding crimson Gyarados, murmurs filled the air. Xu, am I seeing things? How did Magikarp evolve into this? Yeah, Xu, we totally underestimated Magikarp. Who knew it'd evolve into something this terrifying? The Pokemon world is just too amazing. Who knew Magikarp could evolve into this? Suddenly, I'm back in the fight. Xu Xing, take Gyarados and take down Banette. Xu Xing frowned deeply. He and his Gyarados didn't get along well. So in battle, this Gyarados might not obey commands so readily. Xu Xing suddenly remembered something and slowly addressed the viewers in the livestream. Do you know the saying carp leaping over the dragon gate? Chapter 69, The Terrifying Banajiras. High-level military base in China. Who would have thought the evolved form of Magikarp would be a blue dragon? Yu Hu was taken aback. This Pokemon named Blue Dragon was none other than Gyarados. In the monster report, Blue Dragon's danger level reached A. However, unlike other Pokemon, there were no recorded instances of blue dragons at this level posing a threat to military forces. Its classification stemmed entirely from the profound fear instilled in soldiers who encountered it. Its appearance combined with the aura it emitted directly earned this mysterious Pokemon an A-level danger rating. He Chang-jun was puzzled. Dr. Wang, even though they look identical, why is the color of the Gyarados in Su Ji's hands completely different from the one in the report? Wang Tianyang shook his head. Perhaps one is male and the other female? Or maybe they aren't even the same species of Pokemon? Xu Xing finished telling the story of the carp leaping through the dragon gate to the livestream audience. Only then did the viewers grasp the rarity of Gyarados. Xu Xing felt a sense of calm settle over him. After all, the entire process for Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados was incredibly difficult and complex. Xu Xing had spared the King Ocarina the entire ordeal. Thus, this Gyarados harbored a certain degree of gratitude toward Xu Xing. With that thought, Xu Xing felt reassured and activated his inside eye. Gyarados. Attributes: Water, Flying. Ability: Intimidate. Moveset: Whirlwind, Jump Kick, Frustrate, Tidal Wave. This moveset wasn't exactly bad, it was downright terrible. Xu Xing felt uneasy. To be honest, he never expected Gyarados to win. After all, it had just evolved into this form, still unaccustomed to its new body and lacking a suitable moveset. Defeating this tyrant was simply too difficult. All Xu Xing wanted was to stall. As long as he could stall, there was hope. Meanwhile, Banette appeared utterly composed, even slightly excited. It seemed as though no matter who the enemy was, it could tear them apart with ease. Don't be afraid, Gyarados. Use Tidal Wave. Xu Xing commanded, but Magikarp remained unmoved, still sunk in place. Xu Xing's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. This Gyarados actually refuses to obey commands. Seeing the Gyarados standing motionless, the self-proclaimed expert Banette wasn't about to tolerate it. Banette let out a fierce roar, lightning crackling from its mouth. Then it charged straight at the monster, towering several times its height. Above the verdant grasslands. Inside the helicopter. Jonan rested his hand on the steering wheel, muttering discontentedly. Rescuing that person. They actually deployed every single helicopter. Jonan, commander of the helicopter squadron, had just received orders to deploy every helicopter in the region to rescue a figure on the green grassplains. A vast fleet of helicopters trailed behind Jonan. They flew in formation, 1, 2, 3. Zhao Ho, sitting beside Jonan, grumbled discontentedly. Sigh, Joe, cut it out. From the boss's tone, this must be some big shot. I've never heard him speak like that before. Jonan chuckled. Yeah. Li Tiangang, the overall supervisor of this area, was nicknamed Immovable Vanguard. He was strict and uncompromising, leaving no room for leniency. In his eyes, no one stood above the rules. Yet after that phone call, he actually looked flustered. That Li Tiangang actually showing such an expression, none of the warriors had expected it. So while they were annoyed, they were also incredibly curious about what kind of person could cause such a big fuss. Suddenly, Zhou Nan, who had been slouching, sat up straight. Zhao Ho froze, about to speak, when a sandstorm erupted ahead. On a grassland. A grassland stretching for miles, bathed in sunshine and gentle winds, and now a sandstorm. Monkey! Report this immediately. Suddenly, at that very moment, Zhou Nan gasped in shock once more. Around this sandstorm, almost no magical beasts dared to approach. Yet, he spotted one beast showing no fear of the storm. Instead, it was striding step by step into the heart of the sandstorm. Last Leviathan. Hang in there. Don't give up. After several rounds of combat, the frenzied dragon was now completely on the defensive. Since Gyarados wouldn't listen to Xu Xing's commands, this was the only way to encourage it. Throughout the entire battle, the Gyarados ignored every single one of Xu Xing's commands. Had it heeded even one command, it could have fought Banette for several more rounds. At the same time, he noticed this Magikarp possessed exceptional physical stamina. Despite the massive disparity in strength, it managed to hold its own for several rounds before finally succumbing. Banette roared, preparing to end the battle with Thunder Fong. Facing a type disadvantage, Gyarados showed no fear whatsoever. With a furious roar, it decided to forego any moves and rely purely on its physical prowess to endure the blow. Xu Xing nearly laughed in exasperation. As Thunder Fong sliced through Gyarados, the colossal creature finally collapsed. Ban was panting heavily, yet its expression suggested the monster still craved more. Xu Xing took a deep breath, retrieved the Gyarados with a Pokeball, and said, "Gyarados, you did well. Leave it to me now." The live stream viewers finally couldn't hold back their questions. Streamer. What the heck is that thing? How can such a tiny thing hold a Gyarados inside? Holy crap, streamer, this is cutting-edge tech. You should hand it over to the government. It's probably a quantum space inside. Yeah, this is just too amazing. How did you manage to put a Pokemon into such a tiny sphere? I remember Sugu used this to capture Sandile in that sphere earlier too? This thing is just too amazing. Sugu, does this mean you can catch any Pokemon you want now? Xu Xing had fully revealed the Pokeball's secret, but he hadn't yet addressed the excited viewers in the livestream chat. He planned to explain the Pokeball to his viewers later. Xu Xing looked at the excited Banette before him and shouted, "Eevee, it's all up to you now." Paw. Water Eevee glided forward with light, graceful steps toward the Bagon before it. Her steps were so light, it seemed as though the raging Banette before her was merely an ordinary Pokemon. This was the wild, not a training ground. A battle here had only two possible outcomes. You die, or I perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Banette unleashed an earthquake. Water Eevee's nimble steps danced and flipped through the tremors. In mere breaths, it arrived before Banette. Water swirled around her, coalescing into a bolt of lightning that shot toward Bankairas. Ban, seeing the fierce attack, showed no mercy, raising its fist to collide fiercely with Water Eevee. The two Pokemon clashed head-on, their raw power colliding. Had it been a Water Eevee at peak physical condition, it would likely have been knocked flying by Banette's blow. But despite having lost most of its stamina, Bankairas still held its own against Water Eevee. With a sudden burst of power, Banette sent Eevee flying. Everyone gasped in shock. As Xing's ace Pokemon, its mightiest combatant couldn't even match this Banette. It was strong, incredibly strong. The crowd felt a wave of despair wash over them. Wang Shuyi even considered pulling out his phone to write his last will and testament. But Xu Xing smiled. He exhaled and said calmly, "It's not over yet." The next moment, a heavenly descent. Chapter 70, Fierce Rage. Just as Banjira was about to launch another attack, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. That figure was like a mountain. Its target was precisely aimed at Bankairas. Crashing down from the heavens, it crushed Banjira's beneath its weight. Boom! The immense pressure kicked up swirling dust. Even the sandstorm seemed torn apart by the impact, momentarily halting its advance. As the dust gradually cleared, everyone finally saw the figure. Resembling a bipedal beast, its entire body was composed of aluminum metal. Resembling a colossal steel beast, this Pokemon was none other than Metagross. This suddenly appearing Steelix was firmly pinning Banette beneath its foot. That incredible, ferocious Pokemon was actually being dominated. The live stream viewers were instantly dumbfounded. What the heck is this? How did another Pokemon suddenly appear? This Pokemon looks so fierce. Is its body made of steel? It's way too cool. Yeah, Sugu, is this Pokemon yours? Whose side is it on? It actually overpowered Blastoise? Unbelievable. Su, you might want to stay out of this battle between these two Pokemon. Holy crap, what's this Pokemon's name? Steel Beast? That Bagon, who had been so imposing in the livestream, was now being easily dominated. Neither the casual viewers nor the high-ranking military officials could believe their eyes. Xu Xing was overjoyed he'd bet right. Ban and Aluminum Steel Dragon were natural enemies. Wherever Banette appeared, Alacron was almost always nearby. The two frequently clashed over various reasons, and each battle unleashed devastating destruction. Spotting this old acquaintance, Banette instantly flew into a rage, preparing to fight back. Xu Xing chuckled softly and pulled out the Pokemon petition card from his backpack. Xu Xing shouted at the Aluminum Steel Dragon in the distance. Aluminium Steel Dragon. Come on. Tell me your dream. The Pokemon wish card. Both parties exchange wishes and work together to make them come true. Aluminium Steel Dragon roared at Xu Xing. Aluminium Steel. Aluminium Steel. The next moment, a line of text slowly appeared on the Pokemon's willing card. Defeat Banette. Xu Xing smiled knowingly and declared, "My wish is to catch Banette." The moment these words were spoken, the live chat exploded with reactions. "Xu, are you kidding? That's the Banette that just took down 2 of your Pokemon in a row? You're insane, absolutely insane. Either I'm losing my mind, or Brother Xu is. Bro actually wants to catch that monster. It's a Pokemon that can create sandstorms. Bro, is it even possible for a Pokemon like this to coexist peacefully with humans? Yeah, Brother Xu has only ever befriended cute Pokemon like Pikachu before. Are you really not afraid it'll eat you if you partner up with this thing?" The next moment, Xu Xing's true intent slowly appeared on the petition card. Capture Banette. After the earlier struggle, Banette's stamina was no longer at its peak. Meanwhile, Alakazam showed no signs of slowing down. If the battle continued like this, Banette was almost certain to lose. Xu Xing then added fuel to the fire. Water EV. Go assist Steelix. Already at a disadvantage against Steelix, Banagira's now faced a two-pronged attack from both Pokemon. Even it couldn't help but feel the pressure in this moment. Banette roared fiercely, forcing Steelix to retreat. The sandstorm finally dissipated. The situation became clear. 2 against 1, the advantage is ours. Water EV. Use White Mist. Xu Xing's strategy was straightforward. Water EV primarily served to harass and support in battle. When these two Pokemon clashed head-on, EV wouldn't rush in to join the fray. As the sandstorm dissipated, the White Mist rose once more. Yet, the only thing in the eyes of Aluminum Steel Dragon and Banette was each other. Banette didn't use any moves. Within the White Mist, he chose to face this formidable opponent head-on with sheer physical strength. Alamalum showed no fear either. The two colossal beasts locked horns in the most primal of struggles. But Xu Xing showed no mercy. Water EV. Use hot water. Amidst the White Mist, a torrent of scalding water descended from above. Its accuracy was terrifyingly precise. Not a single drop splashed onto the nearby Aluminum Steel Dragon. Ban was severely wounded by this sudden blast of scalding water, its immense strength draining away almost instantly. Seeing this, Aluminum Steel Dragon showed no mercy. His hands swelled as he lunged forward, clawing viciously at Banagira's. A deep crimson wound instantly appeared on Banette's body. The immense impact sent Banagira's teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Xu Xing shouted, "Water EV. Thunder Shock." Water EV suddenly materialized behind Banette. With a torrent of water, it delivered a powerful strike, propelling the nearly fallen Banette back up. Metagross immediately took over. Its tail transformed into a dragon's tail, then with a graceful spin, it sent the newly lifted Ban crashing back down. Crash! Ban crashed heavily to the ground. The entire ground shook violently. Like an earthquake. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. Countless viewers in the livestream did the same. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the battle unfolding before them. Their hearts filled with unbearable anxiety. Did they win? Few Pokemon can withstand that barrage. It should be over now. Could Sugu really have defeated this Banette? Who would have thought such a formidable Pokemon would ultimately fall to Brother Xu? Everyone felt incredibly conflicted. The terrifying power this Banette displayed was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Even the viewers in Xu's livestream, dressed as bears, wouldn't have guaranteed a win. So when they saw this incredibly powerful, ferocious Pokemon truly on the verge of defeat, it felt almost impossible to accept. Xu Xing patted Wang Shuyi, who was frozen in shock beside him. Retreat! Wang Shuyi snapped out of his daze. Banette was critically injured. What better time to flee than now? What about you? Don't worry about me. Xu Xing took 2 steps back. His instincts told him this battle wouldn't end so easily. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. Bankeras lay motionless in the dirt pit. Did I really win? Xu Xing hesitated, then pulled out a Pokeball. But in the next instant, Banette slowly opened its eyes. The battle wasn't over yet. Bankeras roared. Banky! He rose to his feet, facing the 2 enemies before him. Light began to gather slowly in his mouth. This was a move he had never used before. Xu Xing hurriedly activated Insight. Bankeras. Moveset, Earthquake, Iron Defense, Thunder Fong, Hyper Beam. This Banette had actually mastered Hyper Beam in battle. The most terrifying general-purpose move, and it just learned it like that. With Banette positioned extremely close to the two Pokémon, unleashing Hyper Beam from this angle would have catastrophic consequences. The next instant, a surging laser burst forth from Banette's mouth, directly targeting the two Pokémon before it. Chapter 71, The First Appearance of the Pokeball. It's clearing up. Boss. The sandstorm is finally lifting. Zhao Ho's face lit up with excitement, finally believing the time had come to execute the plan. Zhou Nan chuckled, relay the order. Proceed with the plan. As the 6 helicopters prepared to steadily approach once more, suddenly, an anomaly occurred. From the very center of the former sandstorm, a surging, violent beam of light erupted from the storm. The effect was utterly dramatic. The beam shot straight up from the heart of the storm toward the heavens. Zhou Nan whipped his head around. The beam had already pierced through the clouds, and its momentum showed no sign of weakening. What the hell is that thing? That was the only thought racing through Zhou Nan's mind. Their helicopter was flying at nearly 1,000 meters altitude. Yet this beam of light was reaching even higher than their helicopter. Zhou Nan's heart pounded wildly. If that beam had veered just a little more, their entire helicopter squadron would have been obliterated. Gradually, the light dissipated, leaving only the lingering scent of scorched air. Though still shaken, Zhou Nan ordered, "Keep moving forward." Just then, his phone rang again. Mission aborted. Full retreat. Hearing the voice on the phone, Zhou Nan felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. At the same time, he grew increasingly curious about just what kind of important figure was involved in this. Xu Xing picked up the Pokeball from the ground. "Heh, nice to meet you, Banette." Xu Xing slowly surveyed the surroundings. The battlefield was a complete mess. The entire pit looked as if a war had just erupted here. Pitted and scarred, only 2 Pokémon remained at the scene. Water Eevee and Steelix. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath. The final moments of the battle had completely surpassed his imagination. Banette's sudden mastery of Hyper Beam had caught Xu Xing completely off guard. But precisely because it was newly acquired, Banette hadn't mastered the move yet. Driven by impatience and physical exhaustion, Hyper Beam failed to hit its target. Instead, it shot skyward. Xu Xing silently marveled at his sheer luck. Otherwise, this battle would have had only one outcome. Aluminier and Water Eevee would have been instantly obliterated by the Hyper Beam. Banette collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Xu Xing pulled out the Pokémon petition card. The card suddenly turned to powder and vanished completely in the wind. Our wish has been fulfilled. Alumal. Alumal. Then farewell, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Alum Steel nodded and began to slowly depart. Xu Xing watched Alakazam and thought, don't worry, Alakazam. We'll meet again soon. After all, with such a splendid token of loyalty, how could Xu Xing possibly refuse? Water Eevee bounded into Xu Xing's arms. Xu Xing ruffled the little creature's head. Good job, Eevee. You did really well. Plu plu. Now it was time to properly assess the current situation. Banette and Steelix were Pokémon native to mountainous regions. But they'd wandered into the grasslands. Even if they craved battle, this was taking things too far. And just now, as they parted ways, I managed to sneak a peek with insight. Sure enough, Alakazam was carrying a negative status, hasty. There was definitely a larger conspiracy at play in these grasslands. Meanwhile, Xu Xing's team had undergone a massive power-up. From just one Eevee, it had evolved into Eevee, Sandile, Gyarados, and Banette. It's safe to say they're now in a completely different league compared to before. Moving forward, no matter what Pokémon they encounter except for legendaries, Xu Xing now possesses the strength to take them on. But the biggest issue at hand is his relationship with his Pokémon. Though he commands a diverse roster, Shaman's moveset is mediocre. Gyarados is completely uncooperative. And Blissey? Forget about it. Bonding is something that can be cultivated. Anyway, now that he has the Pokémon, nurturing that connection will surely come with time. It was only then that Xu Xing noticed the livestream's viewership had surpassed 300,000. Xu Xing's popularity had officially climbed to second place across the entire platform. It was time to capitalize on this wave of popularity. The viewers were absolutely thrilled. The fact that this streamer had actually defeated and captured Banette was the last thing anyone expected. What piqued their curiosity even more was that bright red orb. What exactly was it that could capture all kinds of Pokémon? Alongside the skyrocketing popularity came a flood of questions from viewers. Sugu, what the heck is that red ball? How can it catch any Pokémon? Yeah. That's crazy. Such a tiny thing can catch such huge Pokémon. Sugu. You gotta challenge the forum's top 10 paranormal events. Yeah. Those 10 cases are all over the place. I think only Brother Su can crack them. Brother Su, can that ball be sold? I want to catch Pokémon too. Suggest Su mass produce it. Xu Xing had already left the deep pit. The figure of the Flareon slowly appeared, clearly there to greet him. Xu Xing explained. This red ball is called a Pokeball. It can store Pokemon in a separate dimension, a space akin to their home. So, using this Pokeball, you can capture Pokemon. But Pokemon aren't that easy to catch. They can choose to break free from the Pokeball as a sign of resistance. But if a Pokemon is successfully captured by your Pokeball, it means it has completely become your Pokemon. After Xu Xing's explanation, the online viewers finally understood. Sugoi, name your price, I'll pay whatever it takes. Yeah, how can you keep something this awesome all to yourself? Brother Xu, you're being too stingy. Bro Xu, I'm a student, hurry up and send me one. Xu Xing replied slowly. It's not that I won't share it with everyone, the time just hasn't come yet. He then proceeded to thoroughly explain the characteristics of Alolan Steelix, Banette, Gyarados, and Shaman. By now, the trust his viewers placed in him had grown exponentially. After all, his popularity and skill were undeniable. After this educational segment, Xu Xing reopened the system panel. Knowledge points, 3,500,000. His knowledge points skyrocketed to 3,500,000 after this wave of explanations. Xu Xing stretched lazily just as the flame horse arrived. Xu Xing mounted the flame horse and began returning to the previous location. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream chat began to cheer. Xu, go check out the top 10 paranormal phenomena on the Dragon's Path forum. Yeah. Brother Xu, I noticed some of those events are happening right here on the green grass plains. Just crack the mystery yourself. Yeah, it's all over the place now. Only Brother Xu can handle this. Exactly. For Brother Xu, this is no big deal, right? The livestream viewers were clamoring for Xu Xing to investigate these so-called top 10 paranormal events. Xu Xing had heard of the forum before but hadn't paid much attention to it. But with the viewers in his livestream being so enthusiastic, Xu Xing couldn't very well refuse. He opened the forum website to check out these 10 mysterious incidents. He hadn't expected it, but once he looked, he found it genuinely intriguing. Chapter 72, 10 Eerie Pokemon Posts. Dragon Forum. This was China's largest forum site, filled with all manner of posts and casual discussions. Now, one thread is skyrocketing in popularity, dominating the competition with its extraordinary heat. 10 true Pokemon paranormal incidents revealed. Xu Xing swiped through his phone screen. Each paranormal incident was tagged with its location. Xu Xing tapped on the third entry. Its location was marked as the Green Grass Plains. Top 3, the Divine Procession on the Grasslands. Xu Xing took a light breath and tapped the sensational headline. On crescent moon nights, numerous wild Pokemon across the grasslands defy their instincts and the food chain. They would form orderly, silent processions, marching toward a specific direction. Undertaking a pilgrimage like migration, the scene is both sacred and eerie. The accompanying image was extremely blurry. Yet one could barely make out a disciplined procession traversing the grasslands. Xu Xing took a light breath. Even he had never witnessed such a situation. If all goes as expected, this is also a manifestation phenomenon. The descent phenomenon refers to situations arising after Pokemon appear on Earth that are not part of either the Pokemon world or Blue Star. For instance, Pokemon caves. Such caves exist neither in the Pokemon world nor on Blue Star. This is what's called an anomaly. Xu Xing swiped lightly across the screen to the comments section. This is bizarre. Are these Pokemon some kind of cult or something? Yeah, if it weren't for the pictures, I think it was fake. This is just too bizarre. Exactly. The government really needs to step in. Otherwise, these beasts will take over our country sooner or later. Isn't there a popular streamer lately? Get him to handle this. Give me a break. What the hell would a streamer know? Besides the government, I can't think of anyone else who could handle this. Xu Xing pondered for a moment. This bizarre incident would trigger again in New Moon. Judging by his current progress, Xu Xing would be staying on this grassland for a while. If he got the chance, he'd see what was really going on. He was genuinely curious about this situation. Xu Xing scrolled down, quickly spotting the next entry, a paranormal event on the green grass plains. Top 9, the ghostly flames of the grasslands and the haunted herd. This paranormal account was submitted by a fan. The contributor is a herder from the green grasslands. One night while relieving himself, he witnessed eerie flames appearing above his herd. As the eerie flames swept through the herd, the cattle and sheep instantly collapsed. It was later discovered that while the animals' physical features appeared normal, their eyes were hollow, as if their souls had been sucked out. Xu Xing furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and formed a hypothesis. Xu Xing commented. The contributor here. None of my cattle or sheep escaped back then. Later, we were forced to relocate them to the barn, where they've remained untouched ever since. This has cost my family a fortune. This is utterly bizarre. These beasts truly are monsters. So the ghostly fire consumes animal souls? What if it targets humans? These beasts are truly wreaking havoc, attacking common folks' cattle. We peasants rely on these animals for our livelihood. We need the government to exterminate these beasts. Otherwise, our country will be ruined sooner or later. Xu Xing found the comments somewhat amusing. You think the government won't handle this? Xu Xing addressed the post and the live stream viewers. I've read the post you all recommended. The 9th paranormal incident in particular caught my interest. Next, I'll lead everyone in resolving this supernatural case. If possible, I'd like the viewers to help me reach out to the poster and ask where the barn is located. The viewers perked up at his words. Xu Xing is the person who knows Pokemon best in this world. If even Xu Xing shakes his head in refusal, then perhaps no one on the entire planet can solve these paranormal incidents. Views among the live stream audience were completely divided. Holy crap! Of course it's gotta be Brother Xu stepping up. When my man Xu gets involved, you know it's gonna be real. Honestly, only Brother Xu can handle these paranormal incidents. I guarantee Brother Xu will breeze through this. Nah, I'm not so sure. The Pokemon the streamer has encountered so far are all physical types, he hasn't faced any psychic ones yet. Yeah, if the streamer's so awesome, why not take on the top 3? I think they're also in the grassland. Exactly. You're seriously underestimating the Dragon-type Pokemon's top 10 paranormal incidents. Xu Xing watched the comments stream, his thoughts growing increasingly complex. Everything that had happened since arriving on this grassland was telling him it wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Xu Xing suspected it all connected to the top 3's divine procession. But the divine procession required a crescent moon, so Xu Xing wasn't in a rush. Lost in thought, his Flareon had already carried Xu Xing back to the spot where he'd parted ways with Morabiko. Longchang, Douyin headquarters. Zhang Nouhao had completely given up. Xu Xing's influence far exceeded his imagination. The cohesion of this guy's fanbase was downright terrifying. Xiao Han felt awkward. Mr. Zhang, since we can't defeat Xu Xing, why not just shake hands? No, I can't. Zhang Nouhao snapped his head up, I haven't lost yet. He pulled up the back-end panel data. Xu Xing's popularity ranked 2nd across the entire platform. The top spot belonged to a charismatic male streamer. That streamer was known as Teacher Xiaomao. Originally a gaming streamer, he gradually gained massive popularity beyond gaming circles thanks to his ruggedly handsome looks. Through sheer determination, he became the platform's most popular streamer. Zhang Nouhao knew Xu Xing's fanbase was fiercely devoted. The reason? Xu Xing had never lost. Never once. Therefore, to turn the tide against Xu Xing, he must be made to lose once. And how to make that happen? Zhang Nouhao already had a plan in mind. Xiao Han, you arrange it. Set up a PK match between Xu Xing and Teacher Xiaomao. At these words, Xiao Han's expression shifted repeatedly, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. Inside a high-level military base in Huashan Nation, He Changjun looked puzzled as he asked Wang Tianyang. Dr. Wang, I trust Brother Su's abilities, but I just took a look at that forum. The stuff in there is way too out there. Wang Tianyang shook his head and smiled. These paranormal incidents may seem bizarre, but there's actually a lot more to them than meets the eye. People tend to fear the unknown and unfamiliar. Fueled by that fear, they embellish and exaggerate, piecing together these bizarre tales. Hearing this, He Changjun nodded, a hint of delight in his voice. So you're saying Brother Su can easily resolve these paranormal incidents? Unbeknownst to him, Xu Xing had long since become an immense presence in He Changjun's mind. Every time trouble arose, he found himself instinctively praying for this man's victory. Seeing He Changjun's excited eyes, Wang Tianyang shook his head. I don't know. The theory just now only applies to human society. He Changjun was momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, the scene on the screen startled him once more. Chapter 73, Can you ride a bonnet too? Su Ge, this can't be right. You finally caught bonnet, why did you release it again? Holy crap? Brother Su, you're out of your mind. Why did you let Bagon go again? What's going on, guys? I feel like another battle's about to break out. Yeah, how could you dare release that monster? Monsters will always be monsters. Green Grass Plains. Bankaras was released from its Pokeball by Xu Xing. Bankaras kept its eyes tightly shut, its expression complex. Xu Xing then released Shaman. In its defeat form, Shaman slumped to the ground. Its eyes brimmed with hurt as it stared at Xu Xing. Xu Xing repeatedly said, Sorry, Shaman. As he spoke, Xu Xing took out healing medicine and began personally wiping Shanedo's skin. Shander had been beaten to a pulp by Bankaras, and now Xu Xing had captured Bankaras. This meant the two Pokemon would inevitably team up in battle in the future. Xu Xing was now trying to appease both sides. While he hadn't fully resolved things with Banette, Shander was still feeling wronged. Xanadu sighed softly, fully aware of Xu Xing's predicament. After Xu Xing finished applying the ointment, Shana Ito pointed to her head. Xu Xing understood and immediately began stroking her. Shana. With two soft murmurs from Xanadu, the matter was settled. Shandora was appeased, but Bagon certainly wasn't. Xu Xing looked at the sullen Bankaras and said, Bulbasaur, do you crave power? Banji? Banjira opened its eyes and glanced at Xu Xing. Xu Xing continued. Follow me. I'll put you through special training. Next time, I'll take you to challenge that Steelix again. I guarantee you'll defeat him. If you lose, you can leave the team anytime. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream chat were even more shocked than Banette itself. Let Banette leave the team if it doesn't defeat Steelix? This Banette took an enormous effort to catch, and now he's just letting it go? The viewers in the livestream were baffled. Suga, never mind who's stronger between Ban and Aluminum Steel Dragon. What if Ban is throwing the match? Yeah, Su, you're being reckless. If it were me, I'd keep Banette firmly under control and only call it out during battles. Brother Su, you're so bold. Honestly, you shouldn't have called out Bangilas at all. Exactly. And you even set conditions with it? What if Ban deliberately loses then? You'd be screwed. Xu Xing didn't respond to the flood of comments from the livestream viewers. As a trainer, he understood better than anyone that forcing things never ends well. Rather than forcibly tethering an unwilling Pokémon to his side, Xu Xing chose to concede. Besides, if Banette truly wanted to leave, it had 1,000 ways to do so. It wasn't worth risking Aluminum Steel Dragon's mockery by staging a fixed match. Last time, Steelix's victory over Banette had been largely down to luck. After all, Banette fought 2 consecutive battles, was ambushed in the final round, and was outnumbered 2-1. Even under such circumstances, Aluminum Steel Dragon nearly lost. Banagiras, I swear to you, by following me, you will gain even greater power. Banagiras looked straight at Xu Xing. Seeing this, Xu Xing extended his fist. Banagiras reached out its own hand, and the 2-1 human, 1 Pokémon gently touched. The pact was successfully sealed. Next, Xu Xing released his Gyarados. The fiery red giant suddenly appeared on the grassland. How beautiful. Compared to the original blue version, the red Gyarados was infinitely cooler. Xu Xing simply couldn't bear to give up such a majestic creature. Xu Xing addressed Gyarados. Gyarados, I am your master. Gyarados responded with a hint of disdain. Gyarados. Xu Xing continued. You were just an ordinary Magikarp in the sea river. It was me who made you evolve into this. Xu Xing's words carried a threatening tone, but Gyarados wasn't buying it and remained utterly unimpressed. Gyarados. Xu Xing snorted lightly. So, whatever you want, I'll make it happen. Garchomp questioned. Garchomp? Wasn't he trying to morally blackmail it? Why was he suddenly playing the role of a saint? Xu Xing declared. Yes, whether it's power, food, or even a male Gyarados, I can give you anything. Indeed, this Magikarp was a female Magikarp. Facing Xu Xing's words, the Gyarados looked utterly disdainful. She turned her head slightly and caught sight of that Banette. Banette, recognizing its defeated foe, turned its head slightly. Ban? The moment the Gyarados saw Banette, its already rosy body flushed even redder. Xu Xing was somewhat surprised. Banette wasn't ugly to begin with. Powerful and brimming with masculinity, could it be that Gyarados had fallen for this Banette? Xu Xing was shocked and hurriedly spoke up. Gyarados, even if. No, this wasn't the blush of shyness. It was fuming red. Energy began slowly gathering in Gyarados' mouth. The surrounding air currents started coalescing and converging. Even Morabiko, who was just spectating, got swept up by the fierce wind and pulled toward Gyarados. Seeing this, Xu Xing immediately stepped in front of the Gyarados. Hey! Gyarados, don't start a fight. Banette is our partner. Sitting in the distance, Banette sensed the hostility and responded without hesitation, pointing at Gyarados and roaring. Banky! Banky! Seeing his chance, Xu Xing seized the moment. Gyarados, I can train you specially. Next time you battle Banette, you'll definitely beat it. At these words, the raging tempest began to subside. Gyarados? Absolutely. Gyarados. And so, through a series of unexpected twists, Gyarados was successfully persuaded. The 2 Pokémon had now fully become partners with Xu Xing. The viewers in the livestream were loving the drama. Through the livestream, everyone realized both Pokémon had become Xu Xing's partners. So even if they fought, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Too bad they didn't battle. If they fought now, Magikarp would definitely win. Bull. The stronger one is definitely Banette. Exactly. That defeated loser dares to show off in front of the master. If my bro Su hadn't stopped him, Gyarados would have been knocked flying just now. Last time Magikarp just wasn't ready. Give it another shot and Magikarp will win for sure. Anyone care about the poor shaman in the corner? The chat room viewers are quite something. Both Gyarados and Banette are terrifying Pokémon on their own. But the moment these Pokémon get linked to Xu Xing, they somehow become utterly adorable. At that moment, Xu Xing received a private message from a netizen. The location of the barn was successfully confirmed. Ponyta had already returned to the herd with Ponyta, making further travel less convenient. Xu Xing stowed Gyarados and Sandile back into his backpack and placed little Moltres back on his shoulder. Just as he was about to embark on a new journey, a PK invitation suddenly popped up on his phone. Teacher Little Cat has initiated a live PK duel with you. Chapter 74, Live PK with Mr. Little Cat alarms the military. PK? Xu Xing had no interest in participating in such games. He casually declined, but the viewers in the livestream were anything but enthusiastic. Holy crap? Mr. Xiao Mao? Let's get this PK going, Sue. Yeah, Shuka. This is the hottest streamer online. He actually reached out to you for a PK. Exactly. Bro Sue, your chance to climb to number 1 is right now, don't miss it. Exactly. We'll definitely shower you with gifts. Let's do it. The top streamer versus the second top in a battle. Damn, just thinking about it gets me hyped. Xu Xing couldn't argue with the chat and accepted the battle. Connection established. The next moment, the phone screen split into two halves. One half showed Xu Xing, while the other half featured Mr. Little Cat. Mr. Little Cat, sporting sunglasses and neatly trimmed short hair, leaned close to the screen and spoke in a deep voice. A lot of my fans have been asking me to connect with you. Xu Xing chuckled, it's a pleasure to meet you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Xiao Mao proposed. Fancy a game? Xu Xing nodded. Sure. Seeing his opponent agree, Mr. Little Cat changed the subject. So what's the penalty? Xu Xing pondered for a moment. The punishment, huh? To be honest, Xu Xing couldn't think of any punishment. After all, he wasn't a competitive streamer. Plus, he had no grudge against this streamer, so he couldn't think of anything. Mr. Kitten said. I feel like your cat might be kind of interesting. Let's just use it as the punishment. Cat? Xu Xing didn't even have a cat. The only creature in the frame was that EV. Xu Xing frowned deeply. No way. I'm out. Using his water EV as a betting chip? Are you kidding me? No one could have predicted Xu Xing's sudden change of heart. Mr. Kitten's livestream erupted in laughter. What kind of streamer is this guy? So stingy. It's just a little cat, acting like it's some big deal. Yeah, if you can't handle this much of a challenge, then just quit. Get lost. What a joke of a streamer. If you can't handle it, don't play. That's why your popularity will always be lower than Mr. Little Cat's. Get out. Get out. Get out. The other streamer is such a clown. Switch to someone else for the collaboration. If you can't even handle this, what's the point of streaming? Xu Xing was somewhat surprised it wasn't just his own stream's comments. Xu Xing could even see the bullet comments in the opponent's stream. Xu Xing paid no mind to the opponent's insults. Just as he raised his hand to cut the stream, Wang Tianyang suddenly messaged. Fight on. Don't worry, the organization's got your back. From afar, Wang Tianyang had likely witnessed the hostile comments from the other streamers' viewers. He couldn't bear to see Xu Xing, such a prodigious talent, suffer such indignity. He immediately urged Xu Xing to go ahead with the duel. Seeing the message, Xu Xing's hand, poised to end the duel, froze mid-motion. He slowly turned to Mr. Xiao Mao and said, Never mind. I've changed my mind. Let's battle. If I lose, I'll accept any punishment. Mr. Little Cat was a bit surprised but still smiled and said, Alright, if I lose, I'll accept any punishment too. Xu Xing was willing, but the viewers in the livestream chat were anything but. If he lost, his water EV would be handed over to the opposing streamer for free. Having watched the streamer for so long, the viewers had grown attached to this adorable little creature. They began urging Xu Xing to reconsider. Bro Xu, it's not worth it. The other guy's the top streamer on the entire platform. We can't compete with him. Garlic bird. Bro, we can't beat them. Let's just call it quits. Throwing in the water EV2 would be a total loss. Hold up, don't we have Big Brother 5-pointed star? If we chip in, I think we still have a shot. The guy above clearly doesn't understand streaming. Big Brother 5-pointed star is only level 50, while the other side has 3 level 80 big shots. Then we're screwed. Brother Xu, run now. Maybe you can still escape. Xu Xing looked perfectly content. Since the organization was backing him, all he needed to do was focus on the fight. A prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. Mr. Little Cat has initiated a livestream PK duration 2.5 minutes. Accept? Xu Xing tapped the screen. Battle started. The next moment, 2 angle bars appeared above each player on the screen. Before Xu Xing could react, the blue angle bar on the opposite side crushed his own. The 3 big brothers on the other side knew this battle was different from the usual ones. Mr. Little Cat's opponent was the second most popular streamer right now. Gifts flooded the opponent's livestream chat. Sports cars and rockets kept pouring in non-stop. Inside the Huaxia military base. Xiao He. Spam. Spam like crazy. He Changjun held a national level account, its diamond reserves for gifting nearly limitless. Mr. Xiao Mao's popularity had completely overshadowed Xu Xing. On the screen, the blue line had pushed Xu Xing's red line so far down it was barely visible. He Changjun symbolically gifted 100 sports cars, but the red progress bar barely edged up before being crushed again. The sheer momentum from the opposing side left Xu Xing with no room to shine. Viewers in the rival stream had even started popping half bottles of champagne. And this is the second biggest streamer? Seriously? Didn't they have a big spender? Where is he now? Ha 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 ha. He Changjun couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled out the most expensive gift. His finger pressed down firmly. Since the large screen was mirrored, every officer in the military base was watching He Chengjuan's gift-spending spree. Splash! He Chengjun sent 666 dream castles in one go. The previously hopeless situation was instantly leveled out, and the 5-star account's rank skyrocketed. Still unsatisfied, He Chengjun clicked on the most expensive gift, Carnival. He held his finger down until he had accumulated 999 in one go, reaching the maximum limit before finally releasing it. 5-pointed star, send Carnival X 999. What seemed like another impending defeat turned into yet another reversal. The red progress bar completely overwhelmed the blue one. The two sides switched positions. Xu Xing's live stream viewers were stunned. Those who had been sending gifts to Xu Xing paused their actions. They seemed somewhat redundant now. It appeared this PK wouldn't end easily as long as the 5-pointed star big shot was still in the game. 5-pointed star, send Carnival X 999. 5-pointed star, send Carnival X 999. 5-pointed star, send Carnival X 999. He Chengjun sent another 3,000 Carnival gifts in one breath. Some viewers using Oppo A5 devices were forced to exit the livestream due to lag from the special effects. Seeing the overwhelming disparity in firepower, the opposing team's leaders called it quits. Ultimately, this battle concluded in an utterly absurd and completely predictable manner. The opposing stream exploded. Holy, who the hell is that big shot with the 5-pointed star? Never heard of anyone this crazy. Holy, this guy's a god-tier spender. This is way too F-king over the top. I'm totally impressed. Absolutely blown away. Xu Xing's livestream was equally buzzing. Viewers were buzzing with chatter about this mysterious top spender. Finally, seeing all the chatter, the pentagram himself dropped a comment. Whatever. I'll step in. Chapter 75, whatever. I'll handle it. Who says the human race lacks a great emperor? Holy crap. Boss is generous. Boss is awesome. Boss is the best. Only our big brother 5-pointed star could pull this off. When he steps in, you know he means business. Now that's impressive. Big brother 5-pointed star single-handedly took on several of their top guys. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. A situation that seemed certain to end in defeat was single-handedly turned around by one big shot. Viewers in Teacher Xiao Mao's livestream were utterly stunned. Some even went straight to opening accounts, trying to dig up Big Brother 5-pointed star's real info to get a glimpse of this legendary big spender's background. But after searching, only 6 faint characters appeared. Insufficient permission level. As this news spread, more netizens grew curious about the identity of this top-tier big spender. They also wondered how Xu Xing had become friends with such a high roller. After all, if it were merely about appreciating someone or finding their livestream entertaining, one wouldn't go so far as to wildly shower thousands of carnival supports. The relationship between the two was clearly extraordinary. After much heated discussion, the livestream audience couldn't reach any conclusions. They shifted the topic and asked Xu Xing what punishment he would give Teacher Xiao Mao. Teacher Xiao Mao took off his sunglasses, clearly flustered. Since becoming a top streamer, Teacher Xiao Mao had rarely faced setbacks, but today he'd stumbled right here. Teacher Xiao Mao's clear, small eyes fixed on Xu Xing. He scratched his head and said, "This is a bit much." Xu Xing gave a faint smile. "Just repost the first video on my homepage." Typically, when streamers lose a live PK, they like to make the other person do something embarrassing. Like imitating a pig's squeal or performing some mortifying stunt. But Teacher Xiao Mao was different now. As a major streamer, he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Upon hearing Xu Xing's request, Teacher Xiao Mao was visibly excited. After all, this punishment wouldn't damage his reputation. Teacher Xiao Mao opened Xu Xing's video and his eyes went dark. In this world where Warcraft was considered a disaster, this guy actually wanted him to promote Warcraft as kind. But he couldn't back out now that he'd lost the bet. Teacher Xiao Mao, with nearly 80 million followers, had stumbled over someone like Xu Xing, who hadn't even reached 1 million followers. Xu Xing chuckled inwardly, already envisioning how viral that video would become. After all, his opponent was a bona fide top-tier influencer with millions of followers. His reach couldn't be low. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two disconnected. Xu Xing's immediate priority was to locate the barn and find those disoriented cattle and sheep. A quick check revealed the barn was still quite a distance away. If he had to walk, he might not reach it before nightfall. But the flame horse had already departed with the main force, leaving only. Xu Xing placed his hand on Banakoris, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Dragon City, Douyin headquarters. Zhang Nohao stared at the screen, speechless. Xiu Han spoke awkwardly. "Boss. After comparing the data, we found that Xu Xing's account now generates far more revenue than any other account. Excluding product-promoting hosts, this account currently has the highest revenue." Zhang Nohao hadn't really cared about that 5-pointed star account before. But after this incident, he realized the 5-pointed star wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. He decided to leverage his top-level company access to investigate. What he discovered left him stunned. The mastermind behind that account was an utterly terrifying figure. Even such a powerful figure seemed to favor Xu Xing. Zhang Nohao dared not entertain any further thoughts. Handle this wrong, and he might not even keep his position. Besides, Xu Xing's account was generating substantial profits. Both in principle and in practice, he had no right to interfere further. Yet Zhang Nohao felt a persistent discomfort, like a fishbone lodged in his throat, neither swallowed nor expelled. Su Gu, is this okay? Are you sure this Pokemon can actually sit? My worldview just got shattered. Brother Su is just too authoritative, he'll ride anything. Seriously, Brother Su, if you rode that Kentor up front, I wouldn't bat an eye. But this one. Bro Su, oh wait, Bro Su. You're awesome. Seriously awesome. Xu Xing sat atop a net, swaying back and forth. Seeing the viewers' shocked reactions in the livestream chat, he calmly remarked. No need to be so shocked, everyone. The net is my partner. What's wrong with me riding it? Bankeras looked serious, his stride steady, but Xu Xing on his back wasn't having such a smooth ride. It felt like a roller coaster, swaying left and right. It was anything but comfortable. Beside him, Eevee adjusted the elemental energies within its body to maintain balance. Meanwhile, the little Maril perched on her shoulder was utterly miserable, refusing even its favorite berries. Though the experience and speed were both significantly reduced, the convenience made up for it. Whether Morabiko accepted it or not, he didn't know, but Xu Xing could handle it. After gradually adapting to the situation, Xu Xing even found enough energy to chat with the viewers in the livestream. Seeing the perfect moment, Xu Xing began thoroughly explaining Pokemon moves to the viewers. Skills were among the most crucial aspects of Pokemon, and Xu Xing explained them in great detail. Even Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang, who had heard about them before, gained new insights. He Chengjun, still just a kid in his early 20s, was particularly fascinated by the concept of moves. If that's the case, could we organize Pokemon battles? Have Pokemon battle one-on-one fairly to crown the strongest trainer? Just like Brother Su did in the Tidal Cave. After uttering these words, He Chengjun fell silent once more. Not because he thought it absurd, but because he was thrilled. Whether this battle format would be exciting or not, Xu Xing had already provided the answer at Tide Cave. During that battle at Tide Cave, everyone's hearts had been fiercely bound to Xu Xing's. When Bear made his entrance and crushed Scythe Helmet with overwhelming force, everyone rejoiced. When Pikachu was knocked down by Gyarados, everyone held their breath in suspense. And when Eevee evolved into Glaceon at the critical moment, the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. Undoubtedly, this was the kind of battle everyone wanted to see. But what surprised many even more was the realization that humans and Pokemon might not be enemies after all, perhaps they were friends. That ferocious Banette, whose strength could shatter mountains, now obediently led its master along the path. Despite possessing the power to obliterate Xu Xing with a single strike, everyone's emotions were deeply complex. As soldiers, they desired peace more than anyone. War brought suffering, especially when it wasn't against humans but against monstrous beasts. All eyes converged on Xu Xing. He was humanity's last hope. So that's how it is. No wonder Brother Su wields his skills with such ease. How much more is there to the Pokemon world that I don't understand? It's truly amazing. Yeah, are you some kind of genius, Brother Su? How do you know everything? Xu Xing chuckled softly. The skills appearing in the livestream so far were still fairly ordinary. He hadn't truly witnessed any of those extravagant moves yet. As Xu Xing pondered, a barn gradually materialized before him. Chapter 76, The Girl in the Barn. Green Grasslands. The setting sun bathed the vast grasslands in a deep crimson glow. Xu Xing led several Pokemon toward the barn on the small hill. Standing atop the hill, Xu Xing gazed out at the boundless expanse of grassland. The entire expanse was bathed in a deep crimson hue, dotted with countless Pokemon. The setting sun hung directly before Xu Xing, poised to plunge below the horizon. The barn's location was favorable, so Xu Xing decided to make do and spend the night here. But first, he needed to check on the disoriented cattle and sheep. Xu Xing arrived at the barn door. The original owner had locked the barn specifically to prevent unnecessary loss during their evacuation. The heavy chain hung down, seemingly leaving marks on the ground. Xu Xing couldn't possibly break the stick lock on his own. After chatting with the original owners, Xu Xing paid them a sum of money. In other words, this barn now belonged to Xu Xing. Xu Xing pointed at the chain and said, "Banacoras, I'm counting on you." Banacoras nodded. The next moment, a single swipe shattered the heavy chains into pieces. Xu Xing slowly pushed open the barn doors. Before the view came into focus, the overpowering stench of barn dust and the putrid odor of livestock hit him. Cough, cough. Xu Xing coughed twice. Seeing his master uncomfortable, Water Eevee gently wagged its tail. A fine mist of water brushed past Xu Xing, and in the next instant, the air felt clean. The barn was pitch black, making it nearly impossible to see anything in front of him. Xu Xing patted the Morabiko on his shoulder. Mole. The next moment, the little creature emitted a burst of electric light, illuminating the entire room. What met his eyes were old oxen and white roan goats strewn haphazardly about. But strangely, some animals were completely intact, while others were badly decomposed. The scene was deeply unsettling. Staring at the fallen animals before him, Xu Xing found his breathing growing uncontrollably rapid. Since Xu Xing began streaming, he had rarely encountered wildlife. At most, he'd encountered mosquitoes and other insects. Seeing so many animals now was bound to be startling. And several of them were completely decomposed corpses. Xu Xing approached the fallen livestock. Slowly approaching the carcasses, he activated his inside eye with a slight shift of his thoughts. Abnormal status, walking corpse. This abnormal status appeared before each cow and sheep. The inside eye couldn't be used on animals from the human world. Yet these cattle and sheep displayed an abnormal state, clearly the work of Pokémon. Xu Xing aimed the inside eye once more at the words walking dead. Walking dead, the result of a soul being burned. Souls burned. Could there be a Pokémon capable of burning souls? Xu Xing had a hunch, but he dared not be certain. Caw caw caw. Caw caw caw. Outside, crows cawed wildly. Viewers in the livestream chat felt a chill seeing the scattered cattle and sheep. Those creatures, once seen as strong and resilient in human memory, now lay before them like lifeless corpses. The feeling was unbearably unsettling. Sue, let's retreat. These cattle and sheep look way too creepy. Yeah, I'm totally freaked out. What kind of monster could cause this? What would happen if humans faced an attack like this? I can't even imagine. Xu Xing stood up. The souls of these cattle and sheep had been utterly annihilated. Even he was powerless to intervene. Twilight had reached its breaking point. Darkness would soon engulf them completely. Xu Xing was about to announce that he too was powerless to save these cattle and sheep. But just then, a sudden, mysterious voice echoed from the doorway. Big brother, what are you looking for? The girl's voice echoed through the cramped room. Under normal circumstances, Xu Xing might have taken his time, but this appearance was clearly not normal. Xu Xing whipped his head around to find a girl in a pale yellow frilly skirt, her purple hair standing straight up, staring intently at him. The setting sun cast a backlight, obscuring her features. But the corners of her mouth were clearly turned up in a smile. This scene was utterly bizarre. This was the Green Grass Prairie, a place under evacuation and quarantine. By all logic, no human should be here, especially not someone this bizarre. The viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled, though their confusion was relatively straightforward compared to Xu Xing's. Huh? Where'd this little girl come from? Xu Xing, you better take her home. There are too many Pokemon out here, it's dangerous. Yeah, Sue, this little girl must be lost. Evacuated humans of the Green Grass Plains, are you watching this stream? You even forgot to evacuate a child. I'm reporting you under my real name. Exactly. Leaving a little girl in such a dangerous place for so long, the grassland government should take full responsibility. I feel so sorry for this little girl. Abandoned alone in a place like this, what were her parents thinking? The stream viewers' understanding of Pokemon was ultimately superficial. No matter how you look at it, this little girl couldn't possibly be from the human world. He absolutely refuses to believe the government would be so incompetent as to forget to evacuate a child. Even if, hypothetically, there was an oversight and she was left behind on the grasslands. Such a young girl couldn't possibly have survived alone on the grasslands for so long. The drone instantly went into stealth mode upon spotting the girl, switching to covert filming. Xu Xing stared at the eerie girl before him, daring not to show the slightest negligence. Prepare for battle. The moment the words left his mouth, Xu Xing's 3 Pokemon reacted swiftly. Blastoise materialized before Xu Xing, already gathering its power in its hands. Vaporeon materialized at his side, its mouth beginning to emit a faint, ethereal mist. As for Moltres, the lightning aura around its body grew brighter. Viewers in the livestream chat were collectively dumbfounded. Some even grabbed their keyboards and started typing. Are you crazy? He's just a kid. Don't scare him. Yeah, Su Ge, what the heck are you doing? That's a human being. Su. There's no need to make such a big deal over a kid, right? Guys, think rationally. We know Brother Su's character. He'd never do something as heartless as hurting a child. Something's off, really, really off. I feel like those 3 Pokemon seem super tense. The stream's viewers gradually sensed something was off. The Pokemon's eyes didn't seem as relaxed as expected. Instead, all 3 Pokemon stared intently at the girl before them, their vigilance palpable. Xu Xing didn't rush things. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he activated Insightful Eye. Spirit Realm Administrator. Only a faint phrase appeared on the system panel. Xu Xing drew a quiet breath. Spirit Realm, a term both peculiar and familiar. Legend held it was the dwelling place of ghosts and ghost-type Pokemon, believed to be the realm of the afterlife. In his previous life, Xu Xing had not only mastered the Pokemon games but had also watched the anime series countless times. The game barely mentioned this mysterious place. Yet in the anime, Xu Xing distinctly remembered the Spirit Realm being featured as a setting. To Xu Xing's utter surprise, even the Spirit Realm had descended to Blue Star alongside the Pokemon. Xu Xing watched the little girl cautiously. After all, in the lore, the spirit world was no place to be. The little girl opened her mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, big brother. Chapter 77, The Spirit Realm? Xiao Lu? The conspiracy behind it all. Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Though the little girl said not to be afraid, such moments were often the most terrifying. Meanwhile, the reactions in the livestream chat were starkly different. Su Gu. What are you doing? Don't scare this cute little girl. Yeah, Su, you look pretty scary like that. Exactly, she doesn't look like a bad person at all. Xu Xing paid no heed to the viewers' comments, remaining utterly cautious. Seeing Xu Xing like this, the little girl spoke softly. Big brother, no need to panic. Our performance targets have already been exceeded. Xu Xing froze slightly. What do you mean? The little girl shrugged indifferently. There are just way too many souls in the spirit realm now. We're barely keeping up. Xu Xing thought to himself, if this little girl had intended to harm him, he would have fallen victim the moment they met. But for now, he wasn't missing any limbs. Xu Xing inquired. What's your name? The little girl's round, beady eyes darted about. I don't have a name. They all call me Little Lu. Little Six. Little Six, how did you suddenly end up here from the spirit realm? Xiao Lu pointed ahead. The spirit realm is in complete chaos. Forget about work, I was practically being crushed to death. Then I spotted an opening and just bolted out. Her tone was matter of fact. Xu Xing followed her finger's direction. It was a door forcibly torn open by Banikaras. But at this moment, the door appeared perfectly normal. Xiao Lu stared at the door, equally baffled. When I came in earlier, this was clearly the entrance to the spirit realm. What's going on? Xiao Lu stepped out of the barn into the open air. The scene before her made her face pale. Oh no! Oh no! So many spirits! So many spirits have escaped from the spirit realm. Hearing this, Xu Xing hurried over to Xiao Lu's side. Even someone as experienced as Xu Xing couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before them. Countless translucent spirits drifted across the grassland, now half shrouded in darkness. They drifted aimlessly in all directions, their forms still vaguely recognizable as Pokémon. The scene was utterly bizarre, leaving the live stream viewers collectively bewildered. What the heck is going on? What are these things? They're drifting around and look freaking terrifying. Yeah, what the heck are these things? They look just like ghosts. Hey! Check out that soul in the corner, it kinda looks like a Ponina. Dragon's Edge Forum's top 10 paranormal events isn't hyped up after all. This is terrifying. Su, you better get out of here fast. This is way too weird. So what exactly is this spirit realm brother Su was talking about earlier? I don't understand a single thing. Ha ha ha, the guy above doesn't get it, huh? That's called the manifestation phenomenon. Brother Su mentioned it before. Viewers in the livestream were either panicking or scared, but most were still more curious about what exactly was happening. Xu Xing had no time for explanations. He demanded. These souls have escaped. What should we do? Xiao Lu's face paled, his expression more grim than a cry. Run! Run! Run? Xu Xing was momentarily bewildered. Then, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. Amidst the vast grasslands, several ghostly purple portals suddenly materialized out of thin air. Several Pokémon drifted slowly out of the portals. Xiao Lu grew impatient. Run, for heaven's sake! Xu Xing stood motionless, showing no intention of fleeing. With 7 or 8 Pokémon facing him, Banette wasn't particularly fast. Escaping might not be possible. More importantly, Xu Xing believed his current combat strength was more than a match for these Pokémon. The ghost-type Pokémon in the grassland grabbed the souls and stuffed them into the... Within mere breaths, those souls were completely purged. Then, the ghost-type Pokémon abruptly shifted their focus and charged towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing shouted. Blastoise! Hold nothing back! Use Hyper Beam! Water EV, use Scald! Though there were 7 or 8 Pokémon before him, Xu Xing commanded only 2 to attack. The reason was simple, these 2 were powerful enough. Xu Xing was confident that the combined attacks of these 2 alone would be enough to scatter the attackers before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu showed no trace of excitement. Rubbing his head, he wore a look of utter despair. Ban began gathering power in its mouth, drawing the surrounding air currents into its formidable force. Viewers in the livestream recognized this move. This was the devastating move Banette unleashed moments later. That strike that pierced the very clouds. The viewers were thrilled after all, last time they hadn't actually seen it land on a Pokémon. This time, they'd finally witness its true power. Banky! Terrifying energy erupted from Banette's mouth. It charged straight toward the Pokémon in front of it. Water EV's hot water followed close behind. Under its precise control, the water transformed into a water dragon, coiling around the Hyper Beam as it charged toward the opposing Pokémon. But then something happened that shocked everyone, even Xu Xing. Both of these ferocious attacks simply passed straight through the Pokémon group. The Pokémon seemed completely unaffected, passing right through the attacks and charging straight toward Xu Xing. Xu Xing was speechless at the sight. Before he could issue another command, these ghost-type Pokémon passed right through the bodies of the 4 Pokémon, extracting the souls of the 4 Pokémon. Xu Xing stared blankly at the scene before him. In the night sky, several ghost-type Pokémon each held a translucent white soul in their grasp. Snorlax, Gyarados, Eevee, even the mightiest Banette none were spared. Xu Xing stared blankly at the scene before him. He raised his hand and shouted, "Hey!" The ghost-type Pokémon paid him no mind. Another ghostly purple portal appeared in the sky. The ghost-type Pokémon rushed into it and vanished before his eyes. Xu Xing was left hanging in midair, utterly bewildered. The surroundings were eerily quiet. If not for the Pokémon beside Xu Xing now moving like the Walking Dead, he might have doubted anything had happened at all. Yes, Xu Xing's Pokémon had lost their souls. Xu Xing picked up the EV lying on the ground. Its eyes were unfocused and it uttered incoherent sounds. EV. EV. Xiao Lu remarked indifferently from the side. It's useless. The souls of all 4 Pokémon have been dragged into the spirit realm. There, beyond saving. Xu Xing activated his inside eye. Water EV. Status, zombie. Xu Xing surveyed the surroundings. All 4 Pokémon were now in this state. All 4 Pokémon had now become walking corpses. These Pokémon who had journeyed far and wide with Xu Xing had vanished like that. Only their empty shells remained. Xu Xing's voice had grown hoarse without him realizing it. The spirit realm is where Pokémon go after death. Why? Why were my Pokémon, who were perfectly fine, dragged into the spirit realm? Xiao Lu sighed helplessly. I wish I knew. Ever since 3 months ago, these ghost Pokémon have been acting like they've lost their minds, frantically snatching Pokémon and sending them to the spirit world. Countless Pokémon, whose lifespans weren't over yet, have been forcibly dragged into the spirit realm. If this continues, the spirit world's order will completely collapse. Xu Xing asked. What about the souls forced into the spirit realm? Xiao Lu shook his head helplessly. They'll be processed alongside ordinary spirits. Xiao Lu's words made it clear there was no hope left. But Xu Xing was the type who wouldn't give up until the very end. Xu Xing retrieved the Pokémon's bodies into Pokeballs, then said calmly. Let's go. To the spirit realm. Chapter 78 Departure. Bound for the spirit realm. Hey! I'm not going. The spirit realm is swamped right now. I finally got a chance to come out and catch my breath. Xu Xing stared at Xiao Lu. Not going? Xiao Lu turned away, arms crossed over his chest. No way. Xu Xing chuckled. You're Xiao Lu, right? Then you must have an older brother, second sister, third sister, and so on. Xiao Lu turned back, a bead of sweat the size of a pea rolling down his temple. Yeah, so what if I do? Xu Xing pressed on. If you don't come with me, I'll tell on you. Xiao Lu looked stunned. You. You're going to report a kid. Have you no shame? I don't. Either you come with me to the spirit realm or you wait to be reported. Xiao Lu had encountered humans before. Back then, to boost its performance metrics, it had tricked a few humans into going to the spirit realm. But it had never encountered a human as shameless as Xu Xing. Xu Xing pressed on. I'm just a human, lost and alone in the spirit realm. If you come with me, won't that give you the perfect excuse to slack off? Xiao Lu fell silent for a moment. With no better options available, it gritted its teeth and said, Fine, I'll go. Xu Xing exhaled slowly. With this guide to the spirit realm, the journey ahead should be considerably more comfortable. Xu Xing knew this journey was fraught with danger, and it would inevitably involve many bizarre phenomena from the Pokémon world. For a moment, she even considered shutting down the livestream. Xu Xing checked the chat, only to find something unexpected. Instead of fear, the viewers in the livestream were incredibly excited about this journey to the spirit realm. Clearly, they still didn't understand what the spirit realm truly entailed. Nor did they grasp the strange phenomenon that had just occurred with Xu Xing's Pokémon. Go for it, Xing. Let's see what's impossible in this spirit realm. This feels so thrilling. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. With Banette and a few other heavy hitters on our side, what Pokémon could possibly stand a chance? Exactly. Brother Su's gonna rule the spirit realm. Reading these comments, Xu Xing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After much deliberation, Xu Xing revealed the truth about the spirit realm to his viewers. The moment he said it, the chat exploded. They'd assumed the spirit realm was just a new map, but it turned out to be the underworld. What shocked the viewers even more was that those 4 incredibly powerful Pokémon had just died? That twist came way too fast, Shuka. I can't process this right now. Hold up. Xu Xing, are you saying Water Eevee, Sandile, Gyarados, and that invincible Banette are all dead? Huh? They got one shot like that? I thought it was just a simple psychic attack. I knew something was off when those Pokémon looked so listless later. So that's why. Suga, are you saying this little girl is actually a spirit world guide? No wonder Brother Su was so wary of that little girl earlier. So that's why. Brother Su. Go. You absolutely must go. You have to rescue our adorable Eevee. Brother Su, ignore the nonsense above. Your life comes first. Better safe than sorry. That's the underworld. You'll likely lose a limb if you go. Xu Xing stared at the flood of comments, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Those very monsters they once despised were now being worried about by others when danger struck. Many viewers urged Xu Xing not to venture deeper into this den of danger. No matter how you looked at it, this spirit realm didn't seem like a place to mess with. But Xu Xing had already made up his mind. Everyone, there's no need to dissuade me further. My mind is made up, I absolutely must go to the spirit realm. It was worth noting that, perhaps due to oversight or other reasons, during the recent soul-stripping ritual, those Pokémon had successfully forgotten this little Morabek. Moltres now trembled violently, clutching Xu Xing's shoulders. Xu Xing knew this little one was his only combat strength, he couldn't let it go. Xu Xing coaxed. Moltres, if you stay here on this grassland, you'll only end up captured by those Pokémon. If you come with me, I promise you'll survive. Hearing this, Morabeko nodded frantically, no longer caring whether it was true or not. Having passed this hurdle, Xu Xing opened the system panel. His accumulated science points had reached 5 million. Barely qualifying as a middle-class family, Xu Xing was physically and mentally exhausted after a day of running around. Yet the vanished Pokémon kept him from resting even for a moment. Xu Xing searched the shop for useful items. Exchange successful. Exchange successful. Exchange successful. Xu Xing exchanged 3 items consecutively, expecting some negative reaction from entering the spirit realm as an ordinary person. However, having previously acquired the Pallet Town Super New Body Constitution, he could now directly ignore the spirit realm's negative buffs. As for the remaining 3 items, Xu Xing pulled the first one from his backpack. It was a tree fruit called the mind-sharpening fruit. Consuming it would adjust one's state to peak condition. It didn't specify whether standard humans could use it, so Xu Xing didn't bother checking and just ate it. He devoured it in 2 bites, image be damned, and its effects immediately kicked in. His previously chaotic thoughts cleared at a visible pace. It really works. Next, Xu Xing pulled out a lollipop, a perfectly ordinary lollipop. Nothing special about it, it only required 3 science points. But Xu Xing thought Xiao Lu might like it, so he handed the lollipop over. I don't have much food left in my bag. Do you like this? Xiao Lu was staring at the starry sky. Seeing Xu Xing offer food, he grabbed it without hesitation. Just okay. But the speed at which he unwrapped and devoured it spoke volumes. As for the final item, it was the trump card reserved for critical moments. Alright then, let's go, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu nodded, sucking on a lollipop. It raised a hand and lightly pointed at the barn door. Instantly, the entrance transformed into a deep purple hue. Xu Xing swallowed hard. Was this the entrance to the spirit realm? Xu Xing steeled himself. Let's go. High command of the Huaxia military base. Are we really not going to try to dissuade Brother Xu? The spirit realm, it's nothing like the Pokémon underworld. Wang Tianyang shook his head. We can't dissuade him. In other words, we have no control over anything Xu Xing does. Watching the youth on the screen, Wang Tianyang felt immense relief as he spoke slowly. In other words, Xu Xing's current personal combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of the nation. Even deploying hot weapons, we might not be able to defeat this youth. The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of the assembled warriors grew distinctly peculiar. Yet not a single one voiced dissent. After all, the destructive power of that single bonnet was something everyone had witnessed firsthand. Wang Tianyang continued. Everyone, relax. What we should be most grateful for right now is that this youth is on our side. He too is a great revolutionary. And what we need to do is quite simple, support everything he does and foot the bill for everything he does. Everyone applauded this statement when suddenly He Chang-jun gasped. Is this the spirit realm? Chapter 79, The Spirit Realm. The Land of the Afterlife. Is this the spirit realm? Xu Xing asked Xiao Lu, who nodded in affirmation. Xu Xing found himself on a vast riverbank, but unlike ordinary ones, this shore was a deep purple. Blue flowers bloomed upon the dark purple soil, while the riverbank itself was encircled by a ring of faint, ghostly purple. Beyond that, Xu Xing couldn't see clearly, the distance was endless darkness. The viewers in the livestream chat were thrilled. Is this Pokémon's underworld? So magical. This place is so beautiful. Can we make it a tourist spot? I'd be the first to visit. Everyone in the livestream, stop giggling, Brother Xu is doing something very serious here. This underworld is way too beautiful. Working in a place like this would totally lift your spirits. Xu Xing silently admired the view. This area's scenery was exceptional, marketing it as an Instagrammable spot would surely be a hit. But to Xu Xing's surprise, it wasn't nearly as chaotic as Xiao Lu had described. According to Xiao Lu, this area should be teeming with Pokémon spirits. Yet in reality, aside from a handful of spirits scattered about, the place was eerily empty. These spirits retained their original Pokémon forms, like the little Piku standing beside Xu Xing. Observing the baby Piku, Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Logically, Piku and Piku should be inseparable. Why was there a single Piku here? Xu Xing crouched down, preparing to communicate with the baby Piku. Xiao Lu, noticing this, called out softly. Hey, we have rules, we can't engage in unnecessary communication with spirits. Xu Xing waved dismissively, I'm not one of you. Xu Xing looked at the baby pouch monster and asked. Little pouch beast? Where's your mother? The translucent baby pouch beast shook its head, its eyes betraying utter helplessness. Its expression made it clear it didn't even know why it had ended up in this place. Xiao Lu sighed softly. Ah. This place is called the River of New Souls. Every spirit comes here first after passing away. Think of it as a waiting room. My third brother will eventually guide each Pokémon to the Hall of Rest. But these past 2 months, the number of Pokémon souls has surged dramatically. My third brother can't keep up, and the souls have completely lost order, wandering chaotically throughout the spirit realm. Big brother, let's hurry along. Hearing this, Xu Xing nodded, understanding the spirit realm's predicament. Even such a tiny Pokémon had no guidance. It was truly overwhelming. As Xu Xing stood to leave, the baby Piku's spirit suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Xu Xing turned to look. The little Piku was clutching something tightly in its hand. The little Piku opened its palm before Xu Xing, revealing a half-broken horn. What is this? Before Xu Xing could ask more, the little one in front of him couldn't help but urge, hurry up, big brother. The baby pouch beast let out a soft whimper while pushing the broken horn forward a little more. Xu Xing took the broken horn and immediately followed Xiao Lu. The baby marsupial remained rooted to the spot, having given away the horn fragment. It had no purpose, no companions. Only the trickling sound of water and boundless solitude enveloped the little creature. Without a second thought, Xu Xing tucked the fragment into his bag. Viewers in the livestream chat were unexpectedly surprised, chattering excitedly about what item the soul had just offered. Xiao Lu couldn't help but speak up. Generally speaking, we can't communicate with spirits. Xu Xing looked puzzled. Why not? Xiao Lu pointed at Xu Xing. Developing feelings for spirits is a major taboo for spirit realm administrators. Our duty is solely to facilitate their reincarnation. As for why these spirits ended up in the spirit realm, that's the job of the spirit realm guides. Xu Xing nodded slightly. The spirit world guides Xiao Lu referred to were clearly those ghost-type Pokémon that captured souls. Now, as Xu Xing thought back carefully, those ghost-type Pokémon. There had been 2 Dusk Noir, 2 Ghastly, and 2 Spooky. It seemed there were indeed quite a few Pokémon serving in the spirit realm. After walking for a while, they reached the riverbank. Xiao Lu reminded Xu Xing. This stretch of water beneath our feet is called the New Soul Water. It causes people to forget their past. When we enter the river, you must stay strong and keep your mind focused. Xiao Lu's expression was grave. Typically, at least 90% of Pokémon would lose all their memories after passing through this river. The humans Xiao Lu had once deceived would initially struggle on the shore, even remaining conscious. But the moment they stepped into the New Soul Water, their minds would become utterly chaotic, turning them into puppets. Xiao Lu felt some concern for the youth before him, yet he could do nothing but silently pray in his heart that they might pass through this river of new souls. Xu Xing nodded. I understand. Seeing Xu Xing's response, Xiao Lu leaped lightly. In the spirit realm, it held supreme authority. Its feet didn't enter the water but merely touched the surface. To Xiao Lu, the entire expanse of New Soul Water seemed as solid as ordinary ground. Xu Xing took a deep breath. Memories of his time with the Pokémon flashed through his mind, and then he stepped 1 foot into the New Soul Water. Palatown's super new body physique activated. Xu Xing heard the system's voice echo in his ears. Then, a scene that made Xiao Lu gasp unfolded. The entire river within the New Soul River parted to avoid Xu Xing. The water seemed to perceive Xu Xing as some kind of monster, pushing aside to make room for him. Xu Xing took another step forward. The next moment, the waters wisely parted before him, forming a straight passage. Surrounding currents churned relentlessly, yet this passage seemed shielded by an invisible barrier, holding them firmly at bay. Xu Xing drew a quiet breath, while Little Six in the air widened his eyes in astonishment. Xiao Lu asked in disbelief. Who exactly are you? In all the time Xiao Lu had lived in the spirit realm, the only being powerful enough to make the New Soul Waters yield voluntarily was its elder brother, the Lord of the Spirit Realm. Yet the man before him had achieved the same feat. Xiao Lu's tiny face was etched with profound shock. Viewers in the livestream chat burst with pride at this sight. Brother Su is humanity's hope, the world's only Pokémon trainer. A river parting for Brother Su is only right. He's the man who rides Banette with one hand and kicks Gyarados with the other. Holy crap, Brother Su is so badass, it's like a scene straight out of the anime. Brother Su is truly legendary, even rivers part for him. For Brother Su, it's just basic stuff. There's nothing he can't do. Xu Xing chuckled. He knew exactly why this happened, but still played dumb. I have no idea. Xu Xing crossed the River of New Souls, and in the next instant, the river returned to its original state. Xiao Lu studied the man, his face full of confusion. Xu Xing asked, where to next? After a moment's thought, Xiao Lu replied. After the River of New Souls, there are 2 possible destinations, the Plains of Rest or the Realm of Obsession. Few Pokémon venture to the resting plains these days. Judging by the state of your Pokémon, you'll undoubtedly be taken to the realm of obsession. Xiao Lu continued as they walked. Let's go. You should be able to see your companions in the realm of obsession. Chapter 80, The Departed Companions. Xu Xing followed Xiao Lu for another stretch. At a fork in the road, he resolutely led Xu Xing down the path that clearly looked far more perilous. In the silent spirit realm, only the sound of their footsteps echoed back and forth. Gradually, the sound of an argument drifted into Xu Xing's ears. Hey! Listen to me. You can't be so stubborn. Since you've been dragged here, just go reincarnate like a good soul. Xiao Lu's expression shifted slightly. His usually impassive expression showed a rare flicker. That's third brother's voice. Xiao Lu quickened his pace, with Xu Xing close behind. Soon, a magnificent, no, even exaggerated scene unfolded before Xu Xing. A relatively small space was packed to the brim with souls, nearly bursting at the seams. And these spirits were noticeably more active than any Xu Xing had encountered before. At the center of the souls stood a man with medium-length hair, clad in dark purple robes, wrestling with the spirits. His face twisted in frustration as he clutched the foot of a Squirtle spirit. On the other side, a swarm of Squirtle companions formed a tug of war, pulling the little Squirtle back toward them. A large crowd of spirits gathered around to watch the scene, while others simply chatted among themselves. Were it not for the translucent white appearance of these Pokémon, Xu Xing would never have believed this was the spirit realm. The viewers in the livestream chat were even more surprised. Based on Xu Xing's previous descriptions, they had understood the spirit realm to be a sort of Pokémon underworld. But this underworld looked anything but solemn. This is the so-called underworld? Did we wander onto the wrong set? Yeah, this isn't what I imagined at all. Shouldn't there be terrifying-looking demons forcing Pokémon to reincarnate? What was that earlier? A tug-of-war match? That's so unfair. One against many. Ha, this is hilarious. A human can't even beat a spirit. Wait, don't tell me the guy up front is Oxhead and Horseface? Meanwhile, the man was still wrestling with Squirtle. Hey, since you're already dead, just go reincarnate properly. The Squirtle spirits protested. Squirtle. Squirtle. Xiao Lu gasped, third brother. I'm here to help. Seeing this, Xu Xing hurriedly joined the fray, third brother. I'm here to help. Xu Xing sprinted toward third brother's position. But before he could reach him, the force of the Squirtle spirits was too overwhelming. The entire team had already completely disintegrated. Seeing the souls in their grasp, the Squirtle horde didn't flee. They pointed at third brother's position and unleashed a torrent of curses. Though Xu Xing couldn't understand the words, third brother's tightly clenched lips made it clear the insults were vile. Third brother's eyes reddened slightly as he pointed at the Squirtle soul. In that case, Gravehound, unleash Night Shadow. Suddenly, a candle flickered to life on the ground beside third brother. The next moment, a white dog covered in fur, resembling a stray, poked its head out. Then, an enormous, exaggerated phantom image materialized over the dog's body. The leading Squirtle spirit before them instantly scattered into nothingness. Seeing this, Little Six urgently cried out. Third brother. Don't provoke it. Hearing this, third brother waved his hand lightly, and the Hounder's attack ceased. But the vanished Squirtle spirit was gone forever. Xu Xing instinctively took a half step back. Was that Squirtle truly vanquished? Meaning it was utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, in the real world, a group of Squirtle gathered in the dense forest. Motionless in the darkness, they appeared to be sleeping at first glance. They had entered a state of walking corpses. Just then, one Squirtle's corpse began to slowly decay. Viewers in the livestream chat watched as the spirit of that Squirtle dissipated and began speculating. Holy crap, what just happened? That dog can actually attack souls? That turtle's soul vanished? Does that mean it's completely dead? Yeah, after its soul vanished, it never recovered. The viewers in the livestream chat began speculating wildly, and Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a bit strange about it. That move, Shadow Claw, was clearly just a very ordinary move. How could it cause a soul to vanish outright? But he soon reached his own conclusion. Unlike ordinary Pokémon, whose souls possess no abilities. So when facing a Pokémon's attack, there's only one outcome, complete annihilation. But as guardians of the spirit realm, their duty was to ensure Pokémon could properly reincarnate. This approach clearly violated protocol, suggesting that the man named San had genuinely angered them. After Xiao Lu's single remark, third brother's anger subsided considerably. This man was peculiar indeed. His emotions flared up quickly and subsided just as fast. Third brother's eyes held a hint of resignation. Xiao Lu, thank you for the warning. If not for you, I might have faced first brother's scolding again. At the mention of first brother's name, Xiao Lu felt a pang of pain in his teeth. Third brother continued. Where did you run off to? Second sister said she searched the entire spirit realm and couldn't find you. Xiao Lu's teeth ached again. Fortunately, Xu Xing noticed and immediately stepped in to defuse the tension. Hello? Only then did third brother notice Xu Xing. A living person? Your friend, Little Six? Xu Xing nodded with a smile, but Xiao Lu interjected. Not exactly a friend. He's here looking for a friend. Third brother looked puzzled. Looking for a friend? A Pokemon? Yes. I found the Spirit World Guide's attack Pokemon and was brought here. I insisted Xiao Lu bring me in to search. Third brother flicked Xiao Lu's head and then said, "Then I'm afraid you'll have to turn back. The spirit realm allows entry but no return." Xu Xing felt awkward. He hadn't come all this way just to hear that. Xu Xing called softly, "EV." Third brother's expression darkened. "Hey! Didn't you hear what I said?" "Pa!" From afar came the soft cry of a water EV. All the surrounding Pokemon spirits instinctively parted to make way. In the distance, Vaporeon, Sableye, Banette, and Gyarados gathered together. Their expressions were grave as they clearly discussed their escape plan. But plans change unexpectedly. The four Pokemon could never have imagined Xu Xing would dare come to the spirit realm to demand someone. Vaporeon excitedly ran towards Xu Xing and threw itself into his arms. Xu Xing held the EV spirit tightly. "I'm sorry. I'm here to take you home." Peck. Xu Xing scanned the surroundings. "Is everyone okay?" Several Pokemon responded with smiles, fully aware of their current predicament. They understood the dangers of this place all too well, but never imagined Xu Xing would come here for them. Xu Xing smiled softly. "Since everyone's unharmed, let's head home." Third brother's expression shifted repeatedly. "Listen, don't you understand that the spirit realm is a one-way trip?" "I understand perfectly. I'm leaving now." With that, Xu Xing turned to leave, accompanied by the spirits of four Pokemon. "Halt! Take one more step back and I'll make your Pokemon vanish into thin air." As he spoke, the Skarmory appeared at third brother's feet. "Threatening me?" "Poof." Xu Xing said coldly. "I'm taking these four with me today. Let's see who dares to stop me." Third brother had never encountered such a person before. But to be bullied on his own turf? That was unthinkable. Pointing ahead, he commanded without hesitation. "Leave? Gravedog, unleash the Night Shadow." P.S. Writing novels is no easy feat, everyone. The story is currently in its 5th update. Please support with gold tickets. Thanks to every reader. Chapter 81, Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Gravedog snarled, about to unleash Night Shadow once more. Seeing this, Xiao Lu hurriedly tried to stop him. "Bro. Third brother, he's just an ordinary person." Third brother stared at the man before him in shock. His little sister had only been gone a moment, yet now she was speaking to an outsider? Third brother couldn't help but retort, "Xiao Lu, are you actually siding with the outsider?" At this rebuke, Xiao Lu instantly fell silent. But inwardly, he cursed Xu Xing's recklessness. In the spirit realm, Pokemon spirits possessed no means of attack. In other words, even a powerhouse like Banette couldn't defeat a single Magikarp in the spirit realm. The moment the Graveler unleashed its Shadow Claw, Xu Xing's four Pokemon would be instantly obliterated. The bodies of Pokemon inside Pokeballs would also rapidly decay and rot. By the time Xu Xing summoned them again, they'd likely be nothing but piles of rotten flesh. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but wonder why had Xu Xing acted so rashly. As for Xu Xing, he chuckled to himself, his own plans already forming. "Hold on." Third brother frowned slightly. "It's too late to say that now." The dark specter of the Gravedog was about to be unleashed. Xu Xing snorted coldly. "Morabiko. Lightning bolt is ready, right?" The next moment, a tiny creature covered in lightning bolts leaped out of Xu Xing's backpack. Morabiko concentrated intensely, gathering lightning as a continuous surge of electrical energy flowed into the little creature's body. The lightning beam's range was vast. Though its power was minimal, it was more than enough to send every Pokemon within the realm of obsession fleeing in terror. Xu Xing looked utterly unflappable. "Come on. If you dare harm even an inch of their souls, I won't hesitate to go down with these spirits." The live stream exploded at this sight. Xu Xing risked his life to save the Pokemon, even willing to destroy the souls of this entire realm of obsession. Holy crap! 2 words for Brother Xu, loyal and righteous. Awesome. If I were a Pokemon, I'd follow Brother Xu for the rest of my life. Gotta admit, Brother Xu really knows how to handle himself. Outside the arena, third brother saw this and immediately stopped his attack. The Gravedigger's arrogance began to fade. Destroying even 1 or 2 souls would earn third brother a severe reprimand. If all souls vanished from the realm of obsession, the consequences would be unimaginable. The realm of obsession holds the greatest concentration of souls in the entire spirit realm. The spirit realm must constantly regulate the number of souls. Not too many, and certainly not too few. Right now, Xu Xing's actions were essentially pushing the spirit realm to the brink of collapse. More crucially, Xu Xing's eyes showed not a trace of fear. He seemed genuinely determined to let the entire spirit realm's souls vanish completely if necessary. Xu Xing had his own calculations. Big brother, second sister, there was no doubt these individuals would prove far more troublesome and difficult to deal with. If he didn't leave this place quickly, he would inevitably cross paths with them sooner or later. With an opportunity presenting itself now, he couldn't let it slip away. Third brother stared at the man before him, his heart pounding with fear that he might actually command his Pokémon to unleash an electric attack. But outwardly, he showed no sign of it. Oomph. These spirits are merely the dying. Even if they all vanish, what does it matter? Oh. Xu Xing wasn't buying it. Earlier, the Graveler had only managed to destroy one soul before Xiaolu urgently warned him. Now that the entire realm of obsession was being destroyed, he refused to believe their so-called big brother and second sister would let them off. Xu Xing gave a cold chuckle. If that was the case, then let them try. Morabiko. Release. Hold on. This time, the word hold came from third brother, who raised his hand in surrender. Xu Xing halted Morabi just as it was about to unleash its power. The expression on Little Six's face as he watched Xu Xing was incredibly complex. A flicker of guilt passed through Xu Xing's eyes as he met its gaze. But he held no regrets. The moment he chose to enter the spirit realm, he had braced himself for the worst. Given the current situation, avoiding casualties and merely enduring a few years of resentment was already a favorable outcome. Xu Xing slowly retreated with the four spirits in tow, while Morabiko, eyes tightly shut, continued gathering thunder energy. Xu Xing felt a quiet thrill of hope. If things kept going like this, escaping the spirit realm would be a blessing. Xu Xing murmured softly. Thanks, Morabiko. You've done a great service. Once we're out, you can eat all the tree fruits you want. Morabiko offered no reply, but the thunder energy coalescing around it intensified. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel uplifted. Venturing alone into the underworld to rescue a comrade, what a story worthy of praise. Viewers in the livestream chat marveled at Xu Xing's loyalty and bravery, declaring, Xu Xing's a stand-up guy, you can count on him when it matters. But things rarely go as planned. Xu Xing had barely taken a few steps toward leaving the realm of obsession when suddenly, he couldn't move forward. It felt utterly bizarre, as if someone had grabbed his shoes and pulled them off. Xu Xing looked down and saw his shadow stretched long and far behind him. In the distance, an elegantly dressed gothic lady was watching Xu Xing and his companions intently. Xu Xing frowned, when suddenly a figure flashed past him. The Morabiko, constantly emitting lightning flashes, was instantly knocked unconscious and picked up like a little chick by a boy. The boy appeared very young, looking about the same age as Xiaolu. Startled, Xu Xing looked up to see a girl with long, deep purple hair quietly observing him. Standing at the entrance to the realm of obsession, her voice was soft yet piercing. Sorry, but guests from outside aren't allowed out just yet. From afar, third brother witnessed the scene and pumped his fist. It's little fourth. Little fifth. That brat's got some nerve. Xu Xing recognized their identities immediately. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes, studying little fourth before him. Four's eyes were vacant, revealing no emotion. Instead, it was five behind him who spoke first. Second sister said to just kill him outright. People like this aren't worth wasting time on. Xiao's tone was nonchalant, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Xiao Si nodded. Miss Goth, show no mercy. Let him die without suffering. Hold on. This time, the one shouting hold on wasn't Xu Xing, and it certainly wasn't third brother. It was Xiaolu. Third brother looked distinctly displeased. Xiaolu, why are you always siding with outsiders? Xiaolu wasn't sure about his own feelings, but he just felt this wasn't how things should be. A person who would enter the spirit realm for Pokémon shouldn't meet such an end. Xiaolu said. I think. After a long pause, he finally managed to say. I think, this guy is a good person. Third brother nearly laughed in exasperation. Good or bad, man or woman, we all die in the end. Even if you did 10,000 good deeds in life, you might not outlive the most vicious murderer. Besides, this kid dared to cross over into the spirit realm for his Pokémon. I reckon he's a decent soul. By the rules, he might just get a good rebirth next time around. Reincarnation? Ha! Xu Xing was still young, reincarnation wasn't on his mind yet. He spoke slowly, revealing his final trump card. I, Xu Xing, can resolve your soul crisis. Oomph. Cut the nonsense. Xiao Si, move. Xiao Si before him nodded mechanically. Miss Goth, you've been through a lot. But at this critical moment, a cool, clear female voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Chapter 82, Standoff. The entire room fell silent at the sound of that cool, clear voice. Expressions varied among the crowd. Xiao Si's face betrayed confusion. Third brother wore a look of anger, while fifth brother remained indifferent. Little Six, however, couldn't hide his excitement. Xu Xing knew this voice likely belonged to the woman everyone referred to as second sister. Bring him to me. The second sister's voice suddenly echoed. The voice was strangely ethereal, as if it weren't coming from any specific place. Instead, it seemed to enter Xu Xing's ears directly, as if the woman were still right beside him. The viewers in the livestream chat were on an emotional roller coaster, their moods swinging wildly. Everyone was worried about Xu Xing after all, these people didn't look like good guys. And judging by their earlier demeanor, they clearly intended to eliminate Xu Xing outright. Everyone couldn't help but start worrying about Xu Xing's safety. Xu Xing felt a flicker of relief. As long as they were willing to meet, there was still room for negotiation. Xu Xing had already made up his mind, whatever terms they offered, he just needed to get the souls of those Pokémon out of there. Once outside, he had plenty of ways to escape. Xiaoxi's hands suddenly snatched at the air, and a pair of silver bracelets materialized in her grasp. Xu Xing complied obediently, offering both hands. With a sharp click, the silver bracelets fastened around Xu Xing's wrists, a man who had never done anything wrong in 2 lifetimes. Xiaoxi addressed the group. Everyone, continue at your leisure. I'll take him into custody. Xiao Lu pushed his way forward. 4th sister, I'll come with you. 3rd brother grabbed 6th brother, who was about to run off. Hey, you got nothing better to do? Xiao Lu protested urgently. I'll just be a minute. Xiao Lu was the youngest of the 6 sons of the spirit realm. He tended to be a bit shallow-minded and often made mistakes, but everyone doted on this little brother. 3rd brother sighed helplessly and let go. 5th brother then tossed the unconscious Morabiko to Xiao Lu. 4th brother addressed Xu Xing, please follow me. Xu Xing nodded and turned to his companions, saying, wait for me a little longer. Xu Xing was thus escorted by 4th brother into the unknown space. Of course, little 6 tagged along like a shadow. Xiao Lu walked alongside, muttering, you've got some nerve. If big brother had been here just now, you'd be dead. Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. It had truly been an act of desperation. Xu Xing maintained remarkable composure, remaining utterly calm despite the silver handcuffs. He even started chatting casually with Xiao Lu. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but marvel at Xu Xing's composure. Xu Xing had narrowly escaped death just moments ago. He was that close to meeting his end. Now he was being led away in handcuffs to meet some unknown big shot. Under these circumstances, he not only maintained his composure but even found time for small talk. This composure was truly unlike that of an ordinary person. Honestly, isn't my bro Su's mindset a bit too chill? He almost became a live streaming accident just now. Yeah. When it comes to mental fortitude, brother Su is unmatched. I was genuinely worried he might. Hey, everyone, relax. He's brother Su, our unbeatable brother Su. No matter how tough the situation, he's always pulled through. This time won't be any different. Damn it. Don't jinx it, upstairs. If something actually happens, it's all on you. Meanwhile, Xu Xing learned quite a bit from his conversation with Xiao Lu. The spirit realm held 6 individuals. Besides the 3 he'd met earlier, Xiaoxi, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu. There was also the 2nd sister before him and the elusive 1st brother he'd never met. They'd been working here since the dawn of life, maintaining order in the spirit realm. Their duty is to guide the souls of Pokémon brought by spirit realm guides into reincarnation. The spirit world guides were those ghost-type Pokémon capable of directly extracting Pokémon souls. It's worth noting that the spirit realm administrators and the spirit realm guides do not operate under a direct cooperative relationship. On the contrary, there was almost no communication between them. Everything had proceeded smoothly and peacefully until 3 months ago, when everything changed. The spirit world guides began to act with extreme agitation. They indiscriminately extracted the souls of any Pokémon they encountered and sent them to the spirit realm. Combined with the drastically increased mortality rate for Pokémon in this world, the order of the spirit realm teetered on the brink of collapse. Xiao Lu exclaimed dramatically. There's this Pokémon. I've never seen one like it before. It looks like a woolly horned sheep but bleats ba ba ba. Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. This wasn't a Pokémon at all, it was just ordinary livestock. So how did you handle it in the end? Xiao Lu waved his hand dismissively. Not only did I not understand its language, even my 2nd sister couldn't make heads or tails of it. In the end, we had no choice but to make it vanish into thin air. Xu Xing was utterly baffled. You can actually understand Pokémon language? Of course. Little 4th, who hadn't spoken in a while, suddenly chimed in. Rather than finding it strange that we understand Pokémon language, it's more peculiar that we understand human language. Xiaoxi's words seemed to strike a chord with Xiao Lu. She clapped her hands lightly. Right. I remember Big Brother taught me human language later on. Oh. Xu Xing's thoughts raced. It seemed this group of Xiao Lu couldn't possibly become human. If they weren't human, and they weren't Pokémon either, then what exactly were they? Xu Xing didn't understand, nor did she wish to dwell on it further. After walking for a while longer, Xu Xing was finally led into a hall. It resembled a courtroom more than a hall. Xu Xing followed Xiaoxi into the chamber, its interior decorated with understated luxury. Xiao Lu gave Xu Xing a shushing gesture. Xu Xing nodded in compliance. Seated at the very front of the courtroom was a woman with an eerily beautiful face and a stunning figure. Xu Xing swallowed hard. She was a true masterpiece. Directly opposite the woman sat a Pokémon spirit. This Pokémon spirit was no stranger to the livestream viewers. It was none other than a mischievous little demon. The woman spoke. Mischievous imp, you stole Bulbasaur's produce, causing Bulbasaur to starve unconscious in the forest. Do you admit to this crime? Mischief. Mischief. Xu Xing whispered. What did the mischievous little demon say? Xiao Lu leaned close to Xu Xing's ear and whispered. It said it was just joking around back then. That fruit was eventually given to Grassleaf, but Grassleaf ran off searching for the fruit and never saw it. The curvaceous woman pondered for a moment and said, but it was ultimately your fault that Bulbasaur fainted from hunger in the forest. As she spoke, the woman made a note in her notebook. Then she continued. Mischief-making imp, why did you go up there to disrupt Grass Turtle's birthday party? The mischievous little demon pouted. Messing around. Xiao Lu immediately translated. They didn't invite me, I just wanted to surprise them. The woman jotted down another entry in her notebook before declaring. Multiple offenses combined mischief, you're sentenced to reincarnate as a shuttlecock grass in your next life. The mischievous little demon nodded, his mood complex. Just then, the woman noticed the crowd gathered at the door. Xiao Lu grinned and called out. Second sister. Second sister frowned slightly and beckoned with a flick of her finger. Then, as if pulled by a powerful force, Xiao Lu was drawn to stand before second sister. Second sister stroked little Lu's cheek while looking at Xu Xing. Is this the man who's got my Xiao Lu completely smitten? Chapter 83, No joking in the military. No way. Xiao Lu grumbled in protest. Second sister chuckled. Then how come I heard my little Lu was playing favorites? Xiao Lu knew exactly who had ratted him out without even thinking. He made up some flimsy excuse, but his second sister seemed to relish teasing him further. Viewers in the livestream chat gradually relaxed as they watched the scene unfold. It seemed second sister wasn't as fierce as imagined, meaning Xu Xing still had room to maneuver. Even Xu Xing felt a flicker of relief at the woman's gentleness. This meant his odds weren't too bad when negotiating with her later. The viewers in the livestream chat cheered at the sight. Sue, this must be the second sister, right? She seems so easygoing, probably easy to talk to. Yeah, totally. Sue Gee's got this one in the bag, she's gorgeous and easygoing. Yeah, she totally looks like an easygoing girl. Bro Sue, just show us how you charm her with your high EQ, haha. Xu Xing didn't respond to the viewers. This drone was highly intelligent, operating in stealth mode throughout the spirit realm. Thus, the inhabitants of the spirit realm remained unaware of its presence. Xu Xing naturally wouldn't reveal himself either. The second sister giggled. Xiao Lu, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on that pretty boy, would you? Xiao Lu waved his hand. No way. Second sister, don't talk nonsense. Then what's your relationship with this pretty boy? Xiao Lu thought for a moment. We're about to become friends. Second sister smiled sweetly. Almost friends, meaning you're not quite friends yet, then. Yeah. Heh, fine. The next moment, second sister, seated on the judgment bench, casually tossed him up. A powerful force held Xiao Lu firmly in midair. Before anyone could react, second sister flicked her finger. Xu Xing was yanked by a fierce, overwhelming force straight to the center of the back. He now occupied the very spot the mischievous little demon had just vacated. A cold sweat trickled down Xu Xing's forehead. Before he could react, a soul rock appeared before him. Its expression was grim, its claws pointed straight at Xu Xing's throat. A sinister purple glow emanated from the tip of its claw. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Cold sweat trickled down his temple as Xu Xing froze in stunned disbelief. This sudden turn of events sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching the livestream. Even those inside the Huaxia military base were startled by the scene. He Chengjuan's eyes betrayed utter disbelief, while Lin Guobiao's face turned ashen. Wang Tianyang immediately clasped his hands together and began silently praying. The viewers were utterly baffled. What the hell? What's going on? He was smiling just a second ago, right? What kind of Pokemon is that purple fox? What's going on? How can it be so fierce? That attack it just used, isn't that the same one Gyarados used? If Brother Su gets hit by that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Guys, I don't think this woman's a good person. Xu Xing took a shallow breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The shadow claw of that Sableye was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Xu Xing's throat. Had Su's head leaned forward just a fraction more, his death would have been gruesome beyond description. But the Zoroark didn't kill Xu Xing. Clearly, there was still a chance. Xu Xing took a shallow breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The second sister of the judgment seat watched Xu Xing in the center silently. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This youth's composure was almost frightening. Faced with a sudden death threat, he showed no fear, let alone the expected screaming and shouting. Instead, he kept scanning his surroundings. What surprised second sister even more was that Xu Xing wasn't just unafraid. He was even silently thinking. What kind of mental fortitude must one possess to think under these circumstances? Xu Xing looked at the woman before him, a true viper in a beautiful guise. She had deliberately feigned approachability earlier, only to suddenly change her demeanor and attempt to catch Xu Xing off guard. But unfortunately for her, Xu Xing didn't fall for it. At that moment, Xu Xing was like a prisoner, his hands restrained by handcuffs, a deadly attack poised to strike his throat at any second. Meanwhile, little Lu in the air urgently called out. Second sister. Second sister. This big brother. Shut up. Second sister raised her hand lightly. The next moment, a piece of dark purple old cloth suddenly appeared over little Six's mouth. Second sister rose from her inspection seat. Don't you know living humans aren't allowed in the spirit realm? And this brat is utterly audacious. If I hadn't assigned little 4 and little 5 to watch him from the start, he would have slipped away. Xu Xing stared intently at second sister before him. His heart sank. These people before him were indeed not human. Second sister pointed at Xu Xing and demanded, "Speak. How do you propose to resolve this spirit realm matter? How to resolve it? I don't know." Such an answer was clearly unacceptable. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing's expression hardened. "I have my own way." "You have a way? Why should I trust you? Why should you trust me?" "Because you have no choice." Her pupils trembled. This youth before her seemed far more formidable than she had imagined. Facing the threat of death, she felt no fear. Instead, it struck at the very core of her pain. Indeed, she had no choice left. The Pokémon guiding souls in the spirit realm grew increasingly restless, and countless spirits poured into the realm. Her brother had vanished for months to resolve this matter, his fate unknown. In the past, she might have had this audacious creature torn limb from limb. But times had changed. Though inwardly astonished, second sister remained impassive. "That's a bold claim. Why should I believe you? Why should you believe me? You've seen it with your own eyes." Xu Xing's tone was flat, as if stating the most ordinary fact. From their earlier exchange, Xu Xing deduced that the second sister had been watching her ever since she first entered the spirit realm. Therefore, she must have witnessed the moment Xu Xing crossed the river of new souls, causing the river itself to part. The astonishment in Xiaolu's eyes back then spoke volumes about the rarity of the event, and that was precisely Xu Xing's confidence. This move, however, played right into the second sister's hands. If that's truly the case. The second sister's pupils trembled repeatedly, momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Xu Xing immediately declared, "I will help the spirit realm resolve this crisis and restore the Pokémon to their original forms. My reward is simple: return the souls of my 4 companions." "Oh, and that Moltres too." Morabec emerged from Xiaolu's sleeve, its gaze toward Xu Xing now tinged with admiration. "Mole. We'll never forget each other." Second sister continued along Xu Xing's line of thought. "The spirit realm has never seen a case where souls return to reality. But if you truly can make it happen, I might just set a precedent." Xu Xing felt a surge of quiet triumph. This was settled. But second sister shifted her tone. "But what if you fail?" Failure was unthinkable. Though Xu Xing wasn't exactly a saint, he always gave his all to promises made to others. But if he truly couldn't, Xu Xing would never entrust his life to the other party. With that thought, Xu Xing declared, "5 days. No. I only need 3. If I fail, you may send the spirit realm's guides to hunt me down for eternity. Let my soul, my spirit, endure the burning agony of hell forever. Let my soul never find rebirth. Let me be trapped in this spirit realm for all eternity, a lonely spirit." Chapter 84, Approaching the Moon. Damn, Brother Xu sure talks big. He must not have had enough of life. That Xu for you spouts off without a second thought. Dares to say anything. These terms? Is Brother Xu confident about this? Daring to make such a bold claim. Exactly. Brother Xu must already have a solution, otherwise he wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. Brother Xu never disappoints. He's already got a solution this fast. Solve my ass. Those 3 days aren't Xu Xing's solution to the problem, they're his escape route. Heh, very good. Second sister stood up and flicked her wrist. A dark purple light shot into Xu Xing's body. "No need for a spirit realm guide. I've already marked you. If you haven't resolved this matter, I'll track you down no matter where you run to the ends of the earth." Xu Xing laughed boldly. "Fine. Like hell." Xu Xing inwardly cursed his luck. Who'd have thought this demoness still had tricks up her sleeve? Global tracking? That's just pure bad luck. 3 days. Xu Xing clicked his tongue. For now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face it head-on. Xu Xing spoke up. "Then could you at least return the souls of my Pokémon to me first? That's no problem. But if you don't resolve this within 3 days, well, I don't need to spell out the consequences." Outside the approval hall, her spirits slipped inside one after another. Xu Xing tossed out his Pokeballs, and each Pokémon returned to its host body. Xu Xing exhaled deeply. That was no easy feat. Plu. Water EV leapt lightly onto Xu Xing's shoulder. Xu Xing ruffled the little creature's head. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Boo-roo boo-roo." Xu Xing slowly scanned the other Pokémon. "You've all waited a long time too." Several Pokémon looked utterly delighted. Even Gyarados, who usually couldn't care less about Xu Xing, now seemed to adore its master. The reason was simple: how many people would willingly venture into the underworld for their Pokémon? Xu Xing returned the Pokémon to their Pokeballs, then addressed Xiaolu in the air. "Little 6, let's go." His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were stating the most ordinary thing in the world. The second sister at the approval desk froze. What did you say? Xu Xing replied matter-of-factly. Of course we're taking Xiaolu with us. Someone's gotta keep an eye on things, right? Or would you rather come with me? After a moment's thought, second sister realized Xu Xing had a point. With a gentle flick of her wrist, Xiaolu shot towards Xu Xing like a cannonball. Xu Xing caught the little creature and declared, "Let's go. This time, our goal is to save the spirit realm." Inside the Huaxian Nation military base. I really don't know what to say about this kid, he's got some nerve. Lin Guobiao stamped his foot in frustration, pondering his next move. Xu Xingyang had declared he'd resolve the spirit realm issue within 3 days, or else he'd hand over his head. But no matter how he looked at it, this was unsettling. Lin Guobiao couldn't care less about the spirit realm itself, but if Xu Xing were to meet his end, who would be left to educate the public about Pokemon? Who would wear that title of spirit ambassador? Ugh. Lin Guobiao sighed deeply. The warriors watched, their hearts aching. Ever since Xu Xing began his live streaming educational segments, they had never seen Lin Guobiao display such an expression. They all knew how fiercely he cherished talent. At that moment, Wang Tianyang spoke slowly. Notify the border defense soldiers at Greengrass Prairie. If Brother Xu still can't solve this problem in 2 days, send him back to headquarters immediately. The words sent shockwaves through the entire group once more. Wang Hai erupted in anger. Send an ordinary person to headquarters? Have you lost your mind? Wang Tianyang shot Wang Hai a stern look. Realizing his outburst, Wang Hai apologized profusely. But Wang Tianyang's anger wasn't about insubordination. He demanded, "Brother Xu is an ordinary person?" Wang Hai drew a sharp breath. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. No matter how one looked at it, this youth was anything but ordinary. No. Wang Tianyang nodded with satisfaction. Begin constructing the ultimate safe house immediately. Under no circumstances can Brother Xu come to harm. I refuse to believe any carbon-based lifeform could silently abduct someone from a Chinese military base. Finally back. You've been through so much, Brother Xu. Brother Xu has returned from the underworld, clinging to life. I gotta say, the underworld in the Pokemon world is kinda scary. If I were a Pokemon, I'd definitely follow Brother Xu in my next life. He's got that loyalty thing down. The viewers in the livestream were buzzing with excitement. After all, Xu Xing had just retrieved a Pokemon from the underworld. Facing a scene both familiar and strange, Xu Xing took a deep breath. The air on the grasslands still smells the best. Xiaolu brushed dust off her skirt, looking slightly annoyed. Why did you threaten third brother with that molters? The little guy was still stewing over it. Xu Xing replied calmly, I was just joking around. What kind of joke is that? You nearly lost your life just now. Alright. Xu Xing placated the little one while pulling a lollipop from his backpack and slipping it into Xiaolu's mouth. Xiaolu took the lollipop, her cheeks flushing crimson. Don't think you can buy me off with this. I'm not. Xu Xing shoved another lollipop into Xiaolu's mouth. Xiaolu took the lollipops out, holding one in each hand. I'll let you off this time. As evening fell, summer nights should have been unbearably hot. But the green grass prairie was different. Its summer nights were cool and comfortable. The faint chirping of cicadas occasionally broke the silence. Having eaten the story earlier, Xu Xing now felt completely awake. Xu Xing summoned Banette. Bankaras, do you still have any energy left? Bankaras let out a soft cry. After all, how could anyone sleep after such an exciting night? Xu Xing mounted Bangila and then pulled up the little guy from the ground, beginning to roam the grasslands. Without a clear destination, Xu Xing simply felt drawn toward the grassland's center. It wasn't that Xu Xing was completely clueless. Notably, everything impossible in this grassland carried a rage buff. Something within this grassland was undoubtedly pulling at everyone. A summer night dotted with stars. Xu Xing rode his Banette through the grasslands, accompanied by a little ghost Pokemon. After a long while, they still found nothing. Strangely, they hadn't even spotted a single Pokemon along the way. Xiaolu finished both lollipops and looked up, suddenly noticing tonight's sky was unusually round. Xiaolu pointed at the night sky and shared. Big brother, tonight's moon looks like a sickle. Xu Xing, lost in his own thoughts, had no mind to chat with little Lu. He replied half-heartedly, yeah, it's pretty curved. Wait. The moon? Curved? Xu Xing felt his head explode as a post from the Longji forum suddenly echoed in his mind. But he remembered clearly that tonight was definitely not a new moon. Xu Xing looked up and saw the sickle-shaped moon shining straight down from the sky. Xu Xing pulled out his phone. It was already 10:30. Without hesitation, he sped up, hoping to catch a glimpse of that strange, divine procession. No wonder he hadn't encountered any Pokemon along the way. There was a reason for that. Blastoise. Let's go head toward the moon. The closer, the better. Chapter 85, The Divine Procession. What the hell is this? Is this the divine procession? Holy crap! This is freaking bizarre. What the heck are these Pokemon doing? Religion. This has to be some kind of religious thing. These Pokemon must be performing some kind of ritual. This is insane. It's giving me goosebumps. What the hell is going on? Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were collectively baffled. The scene before their eyes was simply too bizarre. Under the moonlight, thousands of Pokemon were marching in an orderly procession across the empty grassland. Not just the viewers, even Xu Xing was stunned by the sight. He'd never witnessed such a phenomenon in his 2 lifetimes. At first, Xu Xing naively thought that sticker was just a bluff. Little did he know it was actually real. Xu Xing turned to Xiao Lu and asked, "Xiao Lu, have you ever seen anything like this before?" Xiao Lu shook his head gently. "How could I have seen this before? Have these Pokemon gone mad?" Banette was a Pokemon native to this grassland. Xu Xing asked the Banette beneath him, "Have you ever participated in this kind of ceremony before?" Ban. Though Xu Xing couldn't understand, he had brought Xiao Lu along. Xu Xing gently nudged Xiao Lu. "What's up?" "Translate." Xiao Lu let out a "new" before remembering Xu Xing couldn't understand Pokemon language and began translating. "I don't recall participating in this kind of ritual, but it's true that sometimes I wake up in places I've never been before." Xu Xing pondered for a moment. From Banette's words, it seemed he hadn't participated in these bizarre ceremonies. Yet Xu Xing had already reached a conclusion in his mind. There was no doubt that Bankairos had also participated in these bizarre ceremonies. The reason was simple enough. Using his inside eye, Xu Xing had already detected the negative buffs affecting every Pokemon present. Indeed, every single Pokemon, without exception, bore a peculiar negative status effect. Even Xu Xing froze for a moment when he activated his inside eye. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Every Pokemon participating in the Divine Queue had been hit with a sleep-inducing debuff. Some Pokemon were also carrying hunger, others were carrying injury. But without exception, every single Pokemon carried the sleep status. At the same time, Xu Xing hadn't yet noticed that the angry buff was missing from these Pokemon. Why was that? Xu Xing couldn't figure it out. Perhaps the onset of sleep had calmed the Pokemon? Xu Xing asked aloud. "Xiao Lu, are there certain days when the spirit realm is relatively calm?" Xiao Lu pondered for a moment. "Maybe. Every so often, there's a half-day lull. During those times, the Pokemon are much calmer." Xu Xing pondered. The answer seemed within reach, yet it always eluded him at the last moment. Xu Xing spoke up. "Blastoise, let's go to the front of the formation." Banette let down the small slope, let out a low growl, and charged toward the front of the divine procession with all its might. Things were getting interesting. Xu Xing never imagined a small forum could lead to so many strange events. Perhaps that forum held more intrigue than he had imagined. Xu Xing found himself intrigued by that sticker and resolved to examine it thoroughly once this matter was settled. Banette now marched shoulder to shoulder with the Pokemon of the divine procession. Yet the Pokemon within the divine procession seemed like soulless shells. They moved silently, but Banette was different. He was charging forward at incredible speed, racing toward the very front of the divine procession. Just then, several sharp stones suddenly erupted from the distance. These sharp stones charged ferociously toward Xu Xing, as if possessed by a life of their own. Xu Xing's brow furrowed slightly as countless doubts surged in his mind. "Blastoise!" Xu Xing called out softly. Facing the sharp stones, Banagyras merely waved lightly, reducing them to dust. But what puzzled Xu Xing wasn't the shards that had already turned to dust. But who was attacking him? All the Pokemon on this vast grassland had clearly been lulled into a deep sleep. They were moving like puppets, so who was attacking Xu Xing now? Before he could think further, the ground beneath Banette's feet began to tremble. "This move, is it earthquake?" Xu Xing scanned his surroundings. Finding no abnormalities elsewhere, he immediately realized, no. Earthquake. It's earth power. Xu Xing shouted. "Bankaras! Speed up! The enemy is attacking us!" Banky! Bankaras abruptly increased its intensity, breaking into a wild sprint, and leaped out of the trembling zone. Moments later, a thunderous boom erupted behind them. Xu Xing turned to see a massive crater torn open behind him. Sparks still flickered across the scorched ground. Viewers in the livestream were stunned, following Xu Xing's perspective. Had he been even half a second slower, Xu Xing would likely have been blown to smithereens by that attack. Who could possibly unleash such a brutal attack? The viewers in the livestream chat erupted in fury. "Assassin alert! Protect the boss! Protect him! Who did this? How dare they assassinate my brother Xu? Aren't all these Pokemon on our side? Who would strike at this moment? And hit my brother Xu dead on target? There's a bad guy in the crowd. Brother Xu, run!" Under these circumstances, the reason for blocking Xu Xing's approach was obvious. Xu Xing slowly scanned his surroundings. The pitch-black darkness offered no sign of Pokemon. Then he slowly lifted his head and his heart clenched. High above, a crescent moon with blood-red eyes stared directly at Xu Xing. But that wasn't what truly terrified Xu Xing. What made his heart race was the light wave coalescing in the moonstone's mouth. It was the destruction ray. Xu Xing shouted. Bei gone. Use hyper beam. Banette hesitated for a moment but began gathering the death ray. With Banette's formidable power, the hyper beam was charged almost instantly. At that very moment, the Moonstone's death ray was also unleashed toward the group. Xu Xing roared, "Air!" Ignoring everything else, Banquilas looked up and unleashed the entire beam from its mouth. Two incredibly powerful beams collided in that instant. The intense clash of light made the sky itself seem brighter. But the tiny lunar stone was no match for Banagira's. Within mere breaths, the lunar stone retreated in defeat, fleeing in panic. This minor skirmish ultimately ended with Xu Xing's victory. Yet not a trace of a smile graced Xu Xing's face. He pondered deeply. Clearly, a mere moonstone couldn't have instigated such an event. There was definitely another hand behind this. Xu Xing said, "Bancaris, thank you for trusting me. Pick up the pace." Bancaris roared and charged forward, leaving Xiaolu nearly toppling over as he clung to Xu Xing's back. In mere moments, Banjira carried Xu Xing to the very front of the procession. The seemingly endless line finally reached its end. And hovering high above the terminus was a Pokémon. That Pokémon was both beautiful and mysterious. Xu Xing's emotions had never been so complex. Slowly, the Pokémon turned its gaze toward Xu Xing and the others. Under the moonlight, it gazed down at them. Xu Xing was utterly certain now he had encountered a legendary Pokémon. The originator of the divine lineage. A legendary Pokémon. Chapter 86, Legendary Pokémon. Cresselia. So that's how it is. At this very moment, Xu Xing understood everything. Cresselia, who only appeared during the new moon, was leading the Pokémon in the divine procession. And the purpose, if Xu Xing's guess was correct, it was most likely Cresselia's way of calming the restless energies within the Pokémon. Under the crescent moon, Cresselia watched Xu Xing and his companions in silence. The moon in the sky was crescent-shaped, stretching Celestia's tail to an extraordinary length. Glittering particles continued to scatter beneath her. She resembled a fairy, and Xiaolu was visibly excited. "Bro! It's Celestia! It's Celestia!" A legendary Pokémon, just seeing one in one's lifetime was a blessing. Especially one like Cresselia, which rarely ever appeared before humans. The viewers in the livestream were still a bit dazed. But from the looks on Xu Xing and Xiaolu's faces, it was clear they'd encountered an extremely rare Pokémon. Yet the viewers couldn't discern what made this Pokémon special. At most, they sensed an air of nobility about it. At that moment, Xu Xing slowly introduced. "The Pokémon before us is called Cresselia, a legendary Pokémon. Legendary Pokémon are often imbued with immense power, and only one exists of each kind. Some are revered as legendary deities or divine messengers, others are believed to be the creators or guardians of certain phenomena in the world, and some have even caused immense disasters in the past." After Xu Xing's explanation, the live chat exploded with excitement. Only one exists in the entire world. This meant the one and only Cresselia in existence was right before their eyes. The chat exploded with excitement. Wait, is this a legendary Pokémon? I've got goosebumps. This aura is off the charts. It's so beautiful, like the moon itself has materialized. Sugu, quick, what's its ability? Controlling dreams? Can we catch this one? Just curious. Xiaolu glanced at Xu Xing, unsure what this big brother was muttering to himself about. Its mind was entirely focused on the Kyurem before it. Xu Xing looked at Cresselia and called out. "Cresselia, we mean you no harm." Cresselia slowly glided toward Xu Xing and his companions, leaving a trail of brilliant light in its wake, like a shimmering river bridge. Watching the Cresselia draw nearer, Xu Xing felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. At that moment, he wished he had a Master Ball, otherwise, he would have caught it right then and there. Cresselia. Celestia let out a low growl as she surveyed the group before her. Surprisingly, despite its aloof and cold exterior, the voice it emitted was surprisingly shy and timid. "You. Hello? Noble Kyurem-sama." Cresselia looked puzzled. "Cresselia? I am the Spirit Realm Administrator, so I understand Pokémon speech." Celestia nodded. Though Xu Xing couldn't understand Cresselia's words, he pieced together the gist through Xiaolu's responses. Xu Xing took a light breath and asked his concern directly. "Celestia, why are these Pokémon so agitated?" Celestia pondered for a moment before slowly replying. Cresselia. Cresselia rambled on, but Xu Xing couldn't make sense of it. Xiaolu immediately stepped in to translate. Lady Cresselia says that 3 months ago, a temporal rift suddenly appeared in the Pokémon world. That rift transported every Pokémon from the Pokémon world to this side. But the rift hasn't fully dissipated yet. It continues to affect the Pokémon's minds at every moment. This is the only way she can keep the Pokémon as calm as possible. Xu Xing lowered his head in thought. "Then may I ask, Cresselia, where is that rift in time and space?" Cresselia didn't speak, but lifted her head. Xu Xing followed Cresselia's gaze. "In the darkness. A pillar of light pierced the grasslands. Utterly abrupt, dazzlingly brilliant, like a colossal celestial sword plunging straight into the earth." Viewers in the livestream witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with awe. "What is this? What is this thing? It's so beautiful. Yeah, it looks just like the Milky Way. This is way too beautiful. Hey, do you think there might be other legendary Pokémon inside? Could be. Legendary Pokémon are just too dazzling. I'm completely mesmerized. Xu Xing took a deep breath. He hadn't seen such a light pillar all night. Why did it suddenly appear at this moment? Xu Xing voiced his concern and Cresselia answered. Celestia. Xiao Lu immediately translated. Lady Cresselia says the temporal rift only appears for a very brief moment between midnight and 1 a.m. Xu Xing nodded softly. So, if I destroy this temporal rift, the Pokémon won't be so agitated, right? Cresselia nodded and then said. Cresselia. Xiao Lu explained. Lady Cresselia says she tried it. The lower end of the rift connects to a very peculiar cave that Pokémon cannot enter directly. Cave. Xu Xing felt as if a keyword had been triggered. Thank you, Cresselia. Saying this, Xu Xing patted Banette. No time to waste, let's go. Banette understood its master's intent and immediately turned, sprinting toward the temporal rift. Inside the Huaxia military base. At dawn, the entire conference hall was packed. No one slept, everyone was glued to the live feed. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Lin Guobiao felt utterly stunned. So this thing was called a spacetime rift. This was the very mystery that had baffled the military for months, even classified as SSS level top secret internationally. And now Xu Xing had just casually explained it away. If news of the spacetime rift were to leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. This rift troubled nations far beyond China. Both the United States and Japan were utterly perplexed by it. Its purpose remains unknown, and its functions remain a mystery. In fact, no nation had dared to approach this mysterious beam of light. After all, the beasts dwelling near this luminous mountain were notoriously ferocious. Now, Xu Xing has completely deciphered the specific details of this beam. Though Xu Xing didn't solve it directly, this medium ultimately resolved the puzzle. Lin Guobiao gazed at Xu Xing with eyes brimming with admiration. And now, this fearless fool was actually sprinting toward the spatial rift. He Cheng Jun suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Good heavens! Is that the spacetime rift? Lin Guobiao looked up to see an immense, eerily dark cavern on the screen, with a beam of light connecting to its ceiling. That beam shot straight into the heavens. It was the rift. The cavern's size far exceeded any they'd seen before. Even the two tidal caverns couldn't compare to this colossal beast. Chapter 87, God Guardian Level Cavern. Streamer. Is this even a cave? This is way too damn huge. Yeah, it feels way bigger than the last one. The Pokémon inside must be incredibly powerful. Strong? Stronger than Banette? Ha ha ha. Suga, come conquer this cave. It looks amazing. Xu Xing stared at the cave before him, utterly stunned. Through his inside eye, Xu Xing understood that caves in this world were categorized into 5 tiers. Elite, Boss, Overlord, Dominator, Divine Guardian. The rock cave Xu Xing first challenged was Elite tier. His second challenge, the Tidal Cavern, was Boss tier. Logically, following the progression of defeating monsters to level up, Xu Xing's next challenge should have been a Lord tier cave. Yet, the cave before him was neither Lord tier nor Overlord tier. Instead, it was God's Guardian. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath as he stared at the panel before him. Cave of Divine Grass Forest. A cavern composed of grass-type elements, containing immense grass-type energy. Grass-type Pokémon would likely thrive here. Type, Grass. Rank, Divine Guardian. Chosen by the gods during its formation, grass-type Pokémon within become exceptionally resilient. Fire, high altitude, poison, bug, and ice attacks cannot harm them. Xu Xing took a deep breath. According to the system's prompt, Pokémon within this cave would possess no weaknesses. This was a Divine Guardian level cave. The cave's exterior appeared unremarkable, even ordinary. Were it not for its immense size constantly reminding him of its extraordinary nature, Xu Xing would likely have mistaken it for an ordinary mountain cave. Xu Xing drew in a sharp breath. The cave seemed to radiate a terrifying aura, as if imbued with magic. Forget fighting, even stepping inside demanded immense courage. Xu Xing leaped down from Banette. Xiao Lu stared at the cave before him, utterly stunned. It seemed to be his first encounter with such a thing. As Xiao Lu approached the cave entrance, preparing to step inside, a sudden surge of pressure emanated from the cave's surface. It held him back, unable to advance even an inch. Xiao Lu paused, scratched his head, then gently poked a finger toward the cave's interior. His finger seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, unable to penetrate. Xiao Lu froze, muttering. This cave seems to have an air wall. Is that so? Xu Xing approached the cave and reached his hand inside. He expected to be blocked like Xiao Lu, but instead, his entire hand slipped completely inside. Xu Xing grumbled. Xiao Lu, you've gotten bold trying to trick me. Xiao Lu looked utterly bewildered and protested repeatedly. I didn't. As he spoke, Xiao Lu forcefully thrust both hands into the cave, only to have them blocked by its walls. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes, studying Xiao Lu's movements. Yet when he tried the same actions, he could enter the cave effortlessly. Xiao Lu grew impatient. Oh, come on, I really didn't. Bang Karis, watching nearby, tried to enter the cave too. But like Xiao Lu, it seemed an invisible barrier kept it out, preventing entry no matter what. Ban took 2 steps back, then charged forward with all its might, slamming into the cave entrance. With a thunderous crash, the net was violently repelled by the air wall. Plunking its bottom down on the ground, the net shook its head at Xu Xing. Bang Keela. Little Six quickly chimed in. Big brother Banagiris says this cave has an air wall. Pokemon can't get in, and neither can Little Six. You blamed Little Six unfairly just now, give it some candy to make it up to him. Listening to Xiao Lu's self-praise, Banji Lao was utterly speechless. Xu Xing chuckled and pulled out some candy from his bag. Sorry, Xiao Lu, I misjudged you earlier. At the same time, Xu Xing couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this cave be so extraordinary? Xu Xing recalled clearly that in the Starlight Forest, all other small caves had been conquered by the Rotom alone. That meant Pokemon should be able to enter the caves. But things had gone awry at this divine grass forest cave. Xu Xing gently closed his eyes, attempting to enter the cave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Unlock Grassland Cave? Note, only 6 Pokemon may be brought into the grass of the God's Forest Cave. Xu Xing, startled, immediately cancelled the action and retreated outside the cave. Staring at the cave before him, Xu Xing finally understood this cave wasn't something you could simply walk into and participate in. Instead, it required a human to unlock it, and that human was Xu Xing himself. Moreover, the cave only permitted a maximum of 6 Pokemon to be brought inside. Xu Xing didn't even have to think about it, he only had 5 Pokemon in total. Not to mention that useless Moltres. Given his current strength, this cave was absolutely impossible to challenge. The viewers in the livestream chat were already buzzing with excitement, starting to cheer. Su! When are you gonna take it on? Yeah, just dive right in. With your skills, you'll totally win. Exactly. I'd say one Banette could clear the whole thing. Especially since Brother Su has 4 Pokemon. He'll totally crush them. The viewers in the livestream chat were unaware of the cave's true horror. They were just buzzing with excitement while Xu Xing sank into deep thought. The root of the problem had been identified, but could Xu Xing actually defeat it? With only 6 Pokemon allowed, Xu Xing currently possessed 5 Eevee, Sandile, Gyarados, Banette, and Murkrow. But setting aside the question of where to find that missing Pokemon, Xu Xing's apparent strength was deceptive. After witnessing the incident in the spirit realm, his relationship with Gyarados had improved somewhat. Yet, with Gyarados' current moveset, facing a cave of this caliber would likely get him kicked to the curb. The same applied to Shaman. Neither Pokemon was weak, in fact, they were quite strong, but they lacked the coordination and synergy needed for battle. It would take considerable time for them to truly be ready for the battlefield of deathmatches. So the only Pokemon Xu Xing could actually use were Eevee and Banette. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. This doesn't look good. 3 days to get these 2 Pokemon working together, then find 2 more powerful commanders. Don't be ridiculous unless there's a legendary Pokemon. Otherwise, Xu Xing would never even consider challenging this cave. As Xu Xing pondered this, a familiar and beautiful figure suddenly drifted toward him from the distance. Xu Xing focused his gaze, it was Celestia. Celestia drifted slowly toward Xu Xing. Gazing at the cave before them, Celestia murmured softly. Cresselia. Xiao Lu translated, Lady Cresselia asks if you have any leads. Xu Xing nodded and truthfully relayed everything he knew to Cresselia. Cresselia nodded, Cresselia. Xiao Lu translated, Lady Cresselia says she's willing to lend a hand if needed. Lost in thought about how to deal with the cave, Xu Xing didn't catch Xiao Lu's words. He merely nodded and replied. Oh, that's great. An extra pair of hands will improve our odds. The next moment, Xu Xing suddenly realized. What? Cresselia wants to join us? Chapter 88, a legendary joins the team. Xu Xing's massive frame trembled. What was this? Divine favor? How did he earn such favor? Cresselia murmured. Cresselia. Xiao Lu nodded beside him. Lord Cresselia says he cannot enter this cavern alone. He needs your help. Together, we must purge this place. Xu Xing nodded. All right. The team's previously low morale surged the moment Cresselia joined. The entire team's strength increased by more than 1 tier. Yet facing a cave guarded by a god-tier guardian, Xu Xing still felt it wasn't enough. After all, this cave symbolized the continent's most formidable combat power. Xu Xing estimated that with Klefki on their side, they could easily crush boss-level caves. Defeating a Lord-tier dungeon should be manageable, but facing a Sovereign-tier dungeon might lead to a protracted battle. Let alone this Guardian-tier dungeon. So with his current combat strength, winning would be tough. The gap between the most basic rock cave and the tidal cave alone required 3 Pokemon. And each Pokemon in those tiers is incredibly powerful. Had Xu Xing not called upon the bear power-up back then, the outcome of that battle would have been all too obvious. Thus, even one legendary Pokemon might not be enough to challenge this cave. Just as Xu Xing was at a loss, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from the distance. This hoofbeat was peculiar, ethereal compared to ordinary horse sounds. Xu Xing turned to see a man riding a dark purple warhorse charging toward him. The stallion appeared fiercely formidable and overwhelmingly powerful. As it drew nearer, Xu Xing finally recognized it, that Pokémon. His pupils contracted sharply as he barked, "Blastoise, Vaporeon. Prepare for battle." He reached into his backpack to retrieve the other two Pokémon, his demeanor as tense as if facing a major threat. The viewers in the livestream chat hadn't processed the situation yet, assuming it was just a Pokémon wandering around in the night. But as the figure drew nearer, the viewers finally noticed the silhouette atop the Pokémon. Another person. The viewers were stunned for only a moment before immediately jumping into the commotion, egging things on. "Suga, this is clearly someone picking a fight with you in the middle of the night." "Yeah, Brother Su, take him down. Take him down." "Exactly, Brother Su. You can't let them push you around. You've got a bonnet now." Having followed Xu Xing through thick and thin for so long, the viewers had seen it all. So encountering someone in the middle of the night was perfectly acceptable. As long as it wasn't half a person. What's up with this grassland? Humans keep spawning out of nowhere. "Bro Su, this guy's probably here to pick a fight. He's charging straight at you. That horse looks so cool. What kind of Pokemon is that, Su? It looks way more stylish than a Flareon." Xu Xing thought to himself, no kidding. How could it not be classy? This is a spirit horse. A legendary Pokemon. What kind of auspicious day is today, encountering two legendary Pokemon in one go? But what intrigued Xu Xing even more was who could possibly tame this ghost horse. After all, it was a legendary Pokemon. It's practically a deity. Who is this man? Big brother? Xiaolu called out sharply, and the ghost horse came to a steady halt before the crowd. Then, the man dismounted from Spirit Horse's back. He sported thick, dark purple hair and wore a thick purple ribbon around his neck. Dressed in light dark-colored robes, his expression appeared utterly cold, yet at this moment, it seemed to hold a hint of warmth. "Xiaolu, it's been a long time," Xiaolu said to Xu Xing. "Big brother, this is my eldest brother." "Big brother." Xu Xing pondered. During his exploration of the spirit realm, he had encountered every member of the Lu Dao heir family. Except for this particular elder brother, the one standing before him now. Xu Xing silently marveled inwardly. One had to admit, the spirit realm truly possessed formidable power. Even divine beasts were used as mounts. Xu Xing spoke up. "My name is Xu Xing." The man nodded. "Bulin." Xu Xing was somewhat surprised. "You actually have a name?" Bulin nodded. "I'm different from them. I often travel in the outside world, so I inevitably meet many people. Having a name is simply more convenient." Xu Xing nodded. Little Six puckered its lips in displeasure. "Big brother, I want a name too." Bulan ruffled Xiaolu's head without responding. More pressing matters demanded his attention. Buran said. "I know you, Xu Xing. You're quite famous. With just a Morabiko in hand, you dared threaten the entire spirit realm. Even the new soul water had to make way for you." Xu Xing chuckled darkly, caught red-handed by the real deal. Bulan continued, "But none of that matters." Bulan approached the cave entrance, resting one hand on the doorway. "You are the key, aren't you?" Xu Xing nodded, offering no resistance. Concealing the truth would likely be futile anyway, and besides, Bulan didn't seem like a villain. Bulan declared, "All right, let's conquer this cave." Sure enough, their goals aligned. Xu Xing nodded. "That's exactly what I had in mind." Buran tossed a Pokeball, and a Flareon appeared on the ground. "I can't do much, but these two Pokemon are yours to borrow for the cave raid." Xu Xing almost doubted his own ears. "What? I can't enter this cave myself, so I'll have to leave it to you." Saying this, Bulin handed two Pokeballs to Xu Xing. A flame blade and a ghost horse. This. Good fortune came too suddenly. What had once seemed like a long shot now felt like a challenge Xu Xing could actually take on. The livestream chat was buzzing with excitement. Everyone could tell an epic battle was about to unfold. This battle was bound to be spectacular. Holy crap, Shuka just snagged two Pokemon. Plus Cresselia. This is in the bag. Yeah, Brother Su's got this in the bag. That purple Pokemon looks so cool. Bro, tell us its name. Yeah, totally. It looks like a cold-blooded swordsman. Su, just dive right into the battle. Let's get this fight on. Xu Xing didn't rush things. After all, he'd just acquired 3 Pokemon and needed time to coordinate them. Besides, as time slipped away, the light pillar of the space-time rift was steadily shrinking. He suggested, "It's getting late. If we don't hurry, the light column will vanish soon. I think we should rest up for another day." Buran nodded in agreement. His thoughts aligned with Xu Xing's. They'd let Xu Xing bond with his Pokemon first, then tackle the cave the next day. Blake looked at Celestia and said, "Celestia, our wish is finally about to come true." Xu Xing narrowed his eyes. "You two are in cahoots?" Bayan chuckled. "No, we are on the same side." Chapter 89, Buran? The Spirit Realm's Boss. Sunlight spilled across the ground, the air carrying the fresh scent of grass. Xu Xing was drenched in sweat, undergoing coordination training with his Pokémon. From last night until the first rays of dawn appeared, Xu Xing had barely paused, pouring his entire being into Pokémon training. But absurdly, the livestream's heat hadn't waned, it had surged dramatically instead. The viewer count had already surpassed 35, solidifying his status as the first major streamer across the entire network. And all this had happened in less than half a month. Xu Xing would undoubtedly go down in streaming history, though he cared little for that. What mattered to him now was facing the cave guarded by a Guardian-level Pokémon. After a night of deliberation, Xu Xing finalized his battle lineup. First was Water EV. Undoubtedly, this veteran who had fought alongside Xu Xing since its EV stage and possessed extensive combat experience was absolutely essential for this battle. Moreover, during a night of training, Xu Xing had fed EV a fruit, granting it the ability to transform into 3 new forms. These were Moon EV, Ice EV, and Water EV. Xu Xing had also prepared distinct movesets for each form, enabling EV to adapt to various situations. The Ice form is used for offensive situations, the Moon form for defense, while Water EV serves as the balanced form. What's even more noteworthy is that through relentless training, Water EV can now freely switch between all 3 forms. No cooldown, just pure freedom to switch whenever it wants. EV can change forms anytime it wants. The second Pokémon is Banette. Without a doubt, Banette possesses absolute destructive power and overwhelming dominance. Its terrifying abilities rival those of many pseudo-legendaries. During training, Xu Xing revamped Bagon's moveset with a major overhaul. Now Bagon excels in both offense and defense, surpassing its previous strength by more than 1 tier. The third and fourth Pokémon are Celestia and Ghost Horse. The reason is simple, not using a legendary Pokémon would be idiotic. The fifth Pokémon was Blaziken. As Blaziken put it, this Pokémon is its ace in the hole, possessing immense power. As for the final slot, the choice lies between Sableye and Gyarados. While both are formidable, their combat experience is severely lacking. Moreover, due to their lack of experience, they've learned very few moves. They were simply unsuitable for battle. If possible, Yukari truly didn't want to choose, but participating in battles required a team of 6 Pokémon. Therefore, the final slot must be filled by selecting one of these 2 Pokémon. Xu Xing looked at the 2 Pokémon before him and said, "Xanadu and Gyarados, which one of you wants to join me in battle?" Both Pokémon volunteered immediately upon hearing this. Xanadu, needless to say, was Xu Xing's very first Pokémon. As for Gyarados, its affection for Xu Xing had soared after the Spirit Realm incident. Moreover, it now understood that the enemy they faced was the one who had indirectly caused its fall into the Spirit Realm. Thus, both emotionally and logically, it desired to participate in this battle. Xu Xing looked at the 2 Pokémon before him. Sending them to battle the other 5 Pokémon would surely end in defeat. After a moment's consideration, Xu Xing declared, "You 2 battle it out. The winner gets to join." Xu Xing pondered, but the scales in his mind were already tipping towards Shaman. It wasn't favoritism, it was simply that Gyarados' awkward type combination was perfectly countered. But Shandora's moveset was truly terrible, it probably wouldn't last 10 seconds in a battle of this caliber. Sigh. Xu Xing was utterly distressed. The 2 Pokémon, however, were completely oblivious to the bitterness in Xu Xing's words. Xanadu and Banky were itching to show off their skills in front of Xu Xing. Suddenly, Buran, who had been observing from the sidelines, spoke up. "Brother Xu, how about you and I each control 1 Pokémon?" Buran and Xiaolu had spent the entire night training Pokémon alongside Xu Xing. Throughout their training sessions, Buran often offered Xu Xing valuable advice. It's clear that Buran's understanding of Pokémon is no less than Xu Xing's. As for Cresselia, it was sent to rest and conserve its energy for the evening's battle. Xu Xing thought this was a good idea. Sounds good. With that, the 2 Pokémon quietly stepped aside. Xu Xing teamed up with Shaman, while Gyarados joined Blaine's group. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a sudden explosion echoed from the distance. Boom! Xu Xing and Buran exchanged glances, instantly sensing something was terribly wrong. They halted their battle, the explosion was far too violent. Clearly, no ordinary Pokémon could produce such a sound. Xu Xing and Bulan led their Pokémon toward the sound, only to find a single Snorlax taking on a group of Kanto region Pokémon. Though the herd of Kentaurus was small, only 3 or 4. But they were definitely not Pokémon to be taken lightly. The Snorlax showed no fear in facing the Kanto-style group. Its fighting style was brutally aggressive, holding its own without faltering. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this? 1 versus several? That's way too brutal. They're facing Kanto-type Pokémon. As Sugu explained before, these creatures are notoriously aggressive. Yeah, I remember Sugi seeing a herd of Kanto-type Pokémon and immediately taking a detour to avoid them. This Pokémon is way too strong. Those Kanto groups are no match for it. Xu Xing swallowed hard. It wasn't just fierce, it was downright brutal. As everyone watched, Xiaolu suddenly voiced a concern. "Where's this Snorlax's baby?" Xiaolu's question instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Only then did they realize the Snorlax had no baby Snorlax. It's well known that mother coughings are extremely protective of their babies. Wherever a mother marsupial beast appeared, its young were always within 3 meters. Yet this mother marsupial creature before them truly had no young. Everyone sensed something was terribly wrong. Yet they didn't dwell on it long, as the battle between the marsupial beasts and the centaurs was drawing to a close. These ferocious centaurs ultimately couldn't withstand the marsupials' relentless, no-holds-barred tactics. They scattered and fled. Seeing the centaurs retreat, the marsupial beasts did not pursue. She silently approached a massive tree and began relentlessly pounding it with her fists. This marsupial seemed like a battle-crazed maniac, endlessly venting its primal beastly urges. Seeing this, Xu Xing declared, "Shinado and Barriolean, you two fight this bag beast. The winner comes with me to challenge the cave." This marshtomp looked incredibly powerful. Facing it would surely bring out the full potential within Shinado and Gyarados. Besides, the marsupial had just endured such a grueling battle it must be exhausted now. And with Xu Xing nearby, nothing untoward should happen. Both Pokemon understood this, rushing headlong toward the Bagon. Each feared the other might seize the chance first. As for the Bagon, it noticed the challengers in the distance showed no fear. Despite the blood oozing from her arms, and her fists were already raw and bleeding, she stared blankly at the approaching challengers. This was what it meant to face death without fear. Chapter 90, the final piece of the puzzle, the bag beast mother who lost her child. Ha! It's over? No suspense at all? This can't be right. I knew it would end like this, but it happened way too fast. Wait, dude, didn't those two Pokemon last a whole minute? And that water type got one shot by this monster? That's insane. Xu Xing recalled the two Pokemon, now lying unconscious on the ground, into their Pokeballs. The scene played back in his mind over and over, utterly unbelievable. Exaggerated. Absolutely exaggerated. Gyarados and Sandile didn't even last a minute against this Snorlax. They were knocked unconscious by the absolute dominance of the Pachirisu. Xu Xing briefly compared the combat prowess of this Snorlax in his mind. Covered in wounds from head to toe, it was clearly no match for Banette in its current state. But what about at its peak? In the past, Xu Xing would have firmly believed it couldn't. But given the current situation, Xu Xing couldn't be so sure. This marsupial was simply too relentless. Boran hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "This bag beast is just too ferocious. It's practically reckless." Xu Xing silently agreed in his heart. It wasn't just reckless. To Xu Xing, this marsupial beast was practically begging for death. Xiao Lu suggested, could it be because the baby marsupial went missing? Bulin shook his head. No. If it were missing, the mother would be searching for her cub. Xu Xing silently nodded in agreement with Bulai's reasoning. Then why was this pouched beast so determined to die? Death? A sudden chill ran through Xu Xing's heart as he recalled the spirit of that baby marsupial beast he'd encountered in the spirit realm. He observed it for a moment longer. Sure enough, the small broken horn on its forehead matched the one given by the baby marsupial perfectly. A bold decision formed in Xu Xing's mind. Without giving the others time to react, he charged straight toward the mother marsupial. The two others were completely bewildered as Xu Xing vanished in a flash. After all, this pouch beast was currently in a berserk state. In other words, it was attacking anyone in sight, completely indiscriminate. Xu Xing was merely a mortal, wouldn't he be reduced to dust with a single swipe? Similarly, even the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't have imagined such a scene unfolding. Everyone assumed it was time to send out Banette to battle this massive creature. But instead, Xu Xing charged forward himself. Xu Xing! You can't do this. You'll get smacked to death. Ha! Shouldn't Brother Xu send Bankairas in? Why is he stepping in himself? Holy crap, who knew Brother Xu could tank a Pokemon like that? That's insane. Damn. Stop tanking it. This is gonna kill him. Has Brother Xu lost his mind? Holy crap? Is Brother Xu gonna get beaten into mincemeat? The scene's too intense. I can't watch. Xu Xing sprinted toward the mother Pachirisu. Seeing Xu Xing run toward the mother Pachirisu, Eevee followed without hesitation. The marsupial also noticed this unusual individual. The mother Pokédex slowly turned to face Xu Xing, her gaze still utterly vacant. She raised her massive fist, poised to crush Xu Xing flat. But just as the fist was about to strike, she suddenly froze. Beneath the mother's massive fist, Xu Xing held something in both hands. That object was the very horn the baby Pachirisu had given Xu Xing. And that very horn was the missing piece from the mother marsupial beast's skull. Xu Xing shook his head. The baby marsupial is dead, but if you wish, you can still avenge her. Xu Xing spoke these words softly. The mother marsupial picked up the small fragment from Xu Xing's hand, and a long-lost gleam finally appeared in her dull, lifeless eyes. Only then did the others slowly gather around Xu Xing. Xu Xing turned to the mother Pokemon and began explaining everything slowly. Everything had a traceable origin. Ever since Xu Xing arrived on the grasslands, the Pokemon here had become unusually violent. 3 months ago, a temporal rift suddenly appeared, bringing countless Pokémon into this world. The rifts in spacetime also affect Pokémon's minds, causing all nearby Pokémon to become exceptionally agitated. This is also why those Pokémon from the spirit realm began taking spirits to the spirit realm regardless of whether the Pokémon were alive or dead. As he spoke, Xu Xing patted the mother Snorlax's shoulder. That's how your child was wrongfully taken. Therefore, once we conquer that cave, the rift will vanish. The Pokémon will cease their agitation, and such tragedies will never occur again. Only then did the bewildered viewers in the livestream chat finally grasp the situation. Finally, they understood what Xu Xing was doing. Holy crap! Brother Xu is so righteous. A true hero. Thumbs up, guys. Xu's contribution, all I can say is awesome. 666. So if Brother Xu solves this problem, does that mean these monsters won't be so aggressive anymore? Probably, but it's still a long shot. Given how things are going, this cave won't be easy to handle. Yeah, this cave affects Pokémon across the entire grassland. Holy crap, looks like we're in for a show tonight. Exactly. Ever since I started watching Brother Xu's livestream, I've been wide awake, stuck glued to the screen from start to finish. Xu Xing watched the chat stream, his lips twitching. He silently prayed that none of these big brothers and sisters would suddenly drop dead in his livestream. Meanwhile, almost without a hint of suspense, Bagmonster's mother joined Xu Xing's team. Placing her hand over his, her tone was almost pleading. Bagmon. Seeing the mother Pouchbeast so humble, Xu Xing immediately struck a pose even more humble than hers. Xu Xing was practically on his knees. Thank you for joining us. With this, the final piece of the team's puzzle was complete. The mother marsupial was now covered in wounds, blood trickling from her body. Her hands still trembled uncontrollably. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel uneasy at the sight. Hey, Xing, no offense, but is this bag beast really in any condition to fight? Yeah, her limbs look like they're about to give out. How's she supposed to fight like this? Yeah, she might be able to take on weaker Pokémon like this, but the ones in that cave must be super strong. Didn't you see, bro? The mother Snorlax is so fierce she took on two at once. Exactly. We can totally win. The mother's strength is undeniable. Ever heard the saying, the lower your HP, the higher your damage output? Seeing these worried comments, Xu Xing smiled faintly. He had plenty of strength and methods to restore the mother Snorlax's abilities to their peak. With that thought, Xu Xing suddenly walked to a deserted corner and whispered. This livestream ends here. Mark your calendars for dawn today. The cave raid begins. Chapter 91, The Raid. The Cave of Divine Guardians. Night fell, and the sky once again fell silent. The green grassplains were eerily quiet, while Xu Xing and his group were fully preparing to raid the cave. A striking and graceful figure soared through the sky toward Xu Xing and his companions. It was the final member of the team, Cresselia. With that, the expedition team was fully assembled. Xu Xing had also changed into a completely different set of clothes. Compared to his previous attire, this outfit appeared more subdued and dignified. Of course, this outfit was certainly not meant for decoration. Instead, it made it harder for Pokémon to sense Xu Xing's presence when compared to his Pokémon. After all, the interior of the Divine Cave was chaotic beyond description, and it was unclear what challenges they might encounter. Xu Xing had used this item before entering the spirit realm. This item, named Fate Anchor, had a simple effect. Xu Xing could teleport to the anchor's location at any time. This had been Xu Xing's trump card, though he never imagined it would become the trump card of the Divine Guardian Cavern. Xu Xing prepared for the worst-case scenario, capturing the Pokémon and using the Fate Anchor to return to the barn. With this confidence and the stealth cloak he wore, he had done everything possible for this battle. As Cresselia arrived, Xu Xing quietly began his livestream. The Ultimate Cave Challenge begins. The livestream instantly flooded with over 100,000 users, countless viewers eagerly awaiting Xu Xing's broadcast. In less than a minute, the viewer count skyrocketed to 200,000 and continued climbing at a visible pace. The viewers were taking this battle extremely seriously. This was Xu Xing's most well-established team composition yet. Viewers chattered excitedly in the chat. Here it comes? Am I the first one here? Hope I didn't miss anything. Heart racing. Hands shaking. Go go go, Brother Xu. Wow, Brother Xu's team is just too awesome. What a grand lineup. Is that dark cloud in front of us the cave? It looks different from yesterday. Brother Xu's outfit is seriously cool. Let's do this. Feels like we're diving into a dungeon now. This is getting interesting. Live update, current time 12:59. Before them lay an immense black fog, beneath which the cavern awaited. 1 minute until the cave opens. This cave will only remain open for 1 hour. Xu Xing must resolve the situation as quickly as possible. In short, time is tight and the task is demanding. Amidst the pitch-black grasslands, Xu Xing stood facing the dark mist, accompanied by countless Pokémon. Xiaolu and Baran stood nearby, silently praying. The next moment, a pillar of light shot skyward and crashed into the black mist. The dense fog was blown apart, and the dark mist began to spread like flowing water. It spread across the grasslands at a terrifying speed. Buran stated, "This dark mist is the very culprit affecting the Pokémon." Xu Xing nodded slightly. His Pokémon had already been captured, and the black mist could not affect Pokémon that had been tamed. As the mist dissipated, the cave was fully revealed before them. A cave of immense grandeur and magnificence. Xu Xing drew a deep breath. "All right. Let's go. Conquer the cave and liberate the grasslands." Xu Xing led his team into the cavern. "Unlock the Divine Grass Forest Cave?" "Yes. Please select your Pokémon. Eevee, Banette, Cresselia, Ghost Horse, Flameblade Ghost, and Pouchmon." "Unlock successful. The mist has cleared." The mist cleared, and Xu Xing stepped into the cave. His Pokémon followed closely behind. Xiao Lu hugged Morabiko and said, "Brother Xu, we'll wait for you outside." Xu Xing nodded. After all, they couldn't enter the cave, so this was their silent way of wishing him well. But that Maro clearly had its own ideas. Seeing its owner run off, it wriggled free from Xiao Lu and dashed after Xu Xing's figure. Xiao Lu raised his hand to call out, but strangely, the Morabiko wasn't blocked from entering. This scene puzzled everyone. Xiao Lu asked, "Xu Xing, are you taking little Morabiko with you to challenge the cave?" Xu Xing clicked his tongue. "Do you really think that's possible?" Buran also entered the cave's interior. Clearly, after Xu Xing unlocked it, free access was now possible. However, outsiders could only participate as spectators. Xiao Lu also bounded into the cave. "Awesome, Xu Xing. We get to watch your fight." Xu Xing chuckled. "I'll be nervous." Everyone was a bit surprised. They hadn't expected to be able to enter the cave directly after Xu Xing unlocked it. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Buran. He'd been incredibly invested in this from the start. Having to wait outside felt like an eternity. But now he could watch up close. That changed everything. Even if he couldn't help much, at the very least, he could witness the battle unfold in real time. The group followed Xu Xing into the cavern. The air inside wasn't as thin as they'd imagined. On the contrary, it felt quite abundant. The sensation was incredibly comfortable, evoking an unmistakable warmth. Xiao Lu's eyes glazed over. "This feels so good. I could just fall asleep right here." But this warmth did not relax Xu Xing in the slightest. Instead, it made him grow increasingly tense. The sensation within the rock cavern had been dry and solid, indistinguishable from a normal cave. The tidal cavern, however, carried the distinct sensation of the tides. While not exactly comfortable, it at least felt familiar. Now, however, Xu Xing was acutely aware of the cave's transformative power. This sensation felt utterly bizarre. Just how powerful must a cave be to tangibly alter the very atmosphere? And this cave was immense, colossal. As Xu Xing and his Pokémon traversed the cavern, it was plain to see that the Pokémon had visibly relaxed. Immersed in the warmth, a chill flashed through Xu Xing's heart. They were here to fight, not vacation. How could they fight with such a relaxed demeanor? Seeing this, Xu Xing shouted, "Everyone, stay alert. Don't let the cave's deceptive warmth fool you." After Xu Xing's words, the Pokémon instantly perked up. Right, this warm temperature was precisely the enemy's first trap. Everyone's expressions tightened as they began to carefully sense their surroundings. The deeper they ventured, the more pleasant the air temperature became. Xu Xing and Buran kept encouraging the Pokémon. As for Xiao Lu and Morobaru, they'd already been lulled into a daze by the cave's warmth. Snoring softly, Xu Xing's heart tightened again upon seeing Xiao Lu's state. "Look! If you don't stay alert, you'll end up just like Xiao Lu." Seeing Xiao Lu's state, the Pokémon quickly snapped back to alertness. Xu Xing quickened his pace. He knew that if he didn't activate the battle-induced bloodline in his Pokémon soon, the sheer strain of dragging them along would be enough to kill them. Finally, they reached the entrance. Before them stood an immense arena. Chapter 92, The First Battle, Blastoise vs Kingler. Xu Xing took a sharp breath. This was entirely different from the two caves they had encountered earlier. Upon entering the cave, they found themselves on a high platform. Beneath the platform lay an immense arena. Its professionalism and precision were worlds apart from the caves they had just left behind. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. "Holy crap! Is this the real Pokémon arena? Compared to the previous ones, they're total trash. This place is mind-blowing. It could probably fit a few soccer teams." "Yeah, Sue, this is where battles belong. Compared to the old one, this is on another level. The difference is huge. I've already started recording. Getting ready to watch the whole thing on my knees." Exactly. Battles like this are what Pokémon combat is all about. This setup rivals the Champions Tournament in the anime. If anything, it's even more impressive. If I had to nitpick, the cave is a bit too dim. No sooner had Xu Xing thought this than the lights in the sky suddenly flashed. The dimly lit cave instantly became incredibly bright, elevating the already top-tier cave arena to an even higher level of prestige. Xu Xing and the others were marveling at the sight. They noticed 6 lamps directly opposite them. Strangely, none of the 6 lamps were lit. Opposite them, on Xu Xing's side, all 6 lamps were lit. Buzz. Suddenly, the first lamp on the opposite side flashed on, and a Pokémon stepped out from the opposing arena. This Pokémon looked supremely noble, its eyes brimming with arrogance. Its haughty gaze seemed to look down on all other Pokémon. Its arrogance stemmed from the confidence of its absolute power. This was the King Serpent. Viewers in the livestream chat began buzzing with comments. TSK, is that it? Just a green snake? Haha, I was expecting some super powerful Pokémon, but they just sent out a snake. Hey, tone it down, man. How could any Pokémon in this cave possibly be weak? Yeah, Xu Xing took this cave so seriously the opponents inside must be formidable. Xu Xing felt a pang of regret. If this cave weren't under divine protection, his team could have easily swept through it. But alas, the Pokémon he faced had no weaknesses whatsoever. Buzz. Suddenly, the second lamp lit up. Then, a second Pokémon emerged from the cave. A sense of foreboding crept into Xu Xing's heart. The second one approaching was a Lizardon. Another incredibly troublesome Pokémon. Fortunately, the battle arena was relatively open, significantly weakening Lizard King's power. Much like Spider-Man, though immensely powerful, he couldn't utilize his web-slinging abilities on open plains. Buzz. 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 3 lights illuminated consecutively. Beedrill, Heracross. All emerged from the cave. The Great Spike's ferocity was legendary not just to Xu Xing, but to every viewer in the livestream. As for the giant claw mantis, its entire body was incredibly hard. Ordinary attacks couldn't pierce it at all. But the final Pokémon to emerge caused Xu Xing's expression to change drastically. Indeed, this cave was far more complex than anyone had imagined. Emerging from the darkness was a Pokémon encased in a purple armor-like shell. The chat exploded, the arena erupted. What the hell is that? Holy crap! Xing, you're sure this is a Pokémon? I'd believe you if you said it was a robot. A Pokémon? Put. What the hell is this thing? It looks terrifying. This thing doesn't look like a Pokémon at all. Even the weirdest Pokémon are made of flesh and blood, but what is this thing? Xu Xing took a deep breath and said. It's Genesect, a mythical Pokémon. Who would have thought we'd encounter a mythical Pokémon? These are even rarer than legendary Pokémon. Everyone was taken aback, but what surprised them most was that only 5 Pokémon had appeared so far. Only 5 lights had lit up, 1 more to go. That meant there was still a master on the other side. But this final ace or trump card seemed reluctant to show its hand just yet. The monarch snake slowly slithered down from the elevated platform onto the arena. Its gaze remained supremely arrogant. Xu Xing murmured. They've sent out the king snake. It's a grass-type Pokémon. Xu Xing carefully described the king serpent, while Xiao Lu muttered beside him. Brother Xu, there's no need to explain it in such detail to us. Xu Xing's true intent lay elsewhere. His explanation wasn't meant for Xiao Lu and the others. His true audience was the viewers in the livestream chat. After a moment's consideration, Xu Xing declared. It's decided. Bonnet. Facing this king superior, Xu Xing felt confident no matter what. After all, the Pokémon in his hands was Bonnet. Among these 11 Pokémon, its strength ranked among the very best. Bonnet had been itching for a fight. He leapt down from the platform. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, followed by a cloud of dust covering the ground. As the dust slowly cleared, a sandstorm began to swirl in the air. Both Pokémon stared coldly as Xu Xing activated Insight. King Serpent. Type, Grass. Ability, Lush. Moveset, Magic Leaf, Ultimate Absorb, Leaf Storm, Grass Field. Xu Xing silently marveled, truly befitting a cave of divine guardian rank, even its moveset was this professional. After Xu Xing's adjustments, Bonnet's moveset underwent a complete overhaul. Crunch, Rock Slide, Hyper Beam, Sandstorm. Within the sandbag, 2 Pokémon nervously eyed each other, neither daring to make the first move. Suddenly, a driftlet drifted down from the sky. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes. Viewers in the livestream chat were baffled, flooding the comments with questions about what this thing was. Only Xu Xing knew this was the referee for the battle. Lotto. The match began. The moment the match started, the King Serpent began emitting a green glow. Without hesitation, Xu Xing shouted. Banakoras. Use Quicksand Abyss. Xu Xing had anticipated this. The sandstorm in the air was highly disadvantageous for the King Snake. And it would surely try to transform the battlefield into lush green grass. Xu Xing had precisely anticipated this. With a roar from Bankaras, quicksand began swirling around the King Serpent. The massive quicksand completely prevented the King Serpent from using grassland. It was forced to seek another solution, but it could never have imagined that Xu Xing had prepared an even greater gift for it. Bankaras. Don't hesitate. Hyper Beam. Blaze opened its massive jaws. This battle had barely begun, and already Ban was unleashing such a move. This move could potentially decide the entire match's outcome. Blake was stunned by Xu Xing's strategy. But Bankaras obeyed its master's command. An immense, ferocious attack slowly gathered within its massive jaws. Blaine almost wanted to curse Xu Xing. Had the King Serpent possessed a light screen or reflect wall, Xu Xing's attack would have instantly turned to dust. It might even leave him vulnerable to a fatal counterattack during the attack's recovery phase, but the destructive beam's power was already fully charged. Cancelling it now was clearly too late. All he could do was pray that the King Snake had no means to counter. And that beam. Its charge was now complete. It surged toward the King Serpent. Chapter 93, Fierce Battle. A blinding light erupted from Ban's body. Its terrifying pressure left even the spectators on the stands momentarily stunned. How many Pokémon could withstand such a direct hit? Under normal circumstances, the King Serpent might have broken free. But it had been greedy, foolishly attempting to summon the grassland to reverse the unfavorable weather conditions on the field. After all, the benefits of summoning the grassland extended beyond just itself. Subsequent Pokémon could also reap the rewards. But alas, this beautiful dream was ultimately shattered by Banet's own hand. A sandstorm mingled with thick fog, momentarily obscuring the battlefield situation. Viewers in the livestream chat began speculating wildly. What? I bet it got one shot. That hit looks terrifying even through the screen. Yeah, if he could even withstand that, he'd be overpowered. Xu Xing remained cautious. His opponent wasn't weak and might actually have survived that hit. The thick smoke stirred up by the destructive beam hadn't yet dissipated when a surprising scene unfolded. The sandstorm stopped. In the arena, the ferocious sandstorm slowly dissipated. Yet the thick smoke remained overwhelming. And grass began to slowly sprout across the arena. This grass was far more lush than anyone could have imagined. It had even reached an absurd level. The grass continued to grow wildly. And even more astonishingly, 4 large trees had sprouted out of thin air. Xu Xing silently cursed, "This is bad," before immediately shouting, "Bankaras! The enemy is in the thick smoke. Use rock slide." Bankaras finally realized the enemy hadn't fallen after taking the destructive beam. Instead, they'd exploited the thick smoke to unleash grass knot. Several sharp rocks materialized beside Bankaras, hurtling straight toward the King Snake. But just as the stones were about to pierce the fog and strike the King Serpent down, the Lizard King on the opposing platform suddenly moved. With blinding speed and ferocity, it charged into the smoke, sweeping its tail to shatter every rock. Along with the stones, the thick smoke dissipated. Beneath the smoke lay the monarch snake, unconscious yet still maintaining its proud posture. This proud sovereign snake had ultimately chosen to sacrifice itself to open the path to the green grassplains for its team. Xu Xing frowned deeply. It opened after all. Perhaps due to the cave's acoustics, the green grassland's power amplified dramatically, uprooting 4 massive trees from the ground. This situation was extremely unfavorable. As the first lamp on the opposing platform flickered out, the battle concluded. The Lizard King carried the monarch snake back to the platform. After completing this, the Lizard King leapt back onto the arena. A branch clenched in its jaw, it beckoned to Banet with a flick of its tail. Clearly, it was the second opponent. This arena was entirely within the Lizard King's element, drastically reducing Banet's chances of victory. But for now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. Blank's expression was equally grim. This Lizard King might be a real handful. Xu Xing nodded slightly. Truthfully, he had a strategic plan in mind. Banet's strength was undoubtedly among the top in the team. Though its rock-dark dual type was awkward, its terrifying destructive power and the defense gained from raising its shield gave it solid capabilities in both offense and defense. Therefore, under ideal circumstances, he believed Banet could defeat at least 2 Pokémon. But given the current situation, defeating 2 Pokémon would be incredibly difficult. The grassfield buff granted by that King Serpent was simply too perfect for Forest Lizard. Blastoise versus the Lizard King? Its chances of victory were practically zero. Aerial Rotom shook its head. Lotto. The second battle begins. Xu Xing immediately activated Insight's Eye. Lizard King. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrowth. Moveset, Cross Scissor, Malicious Pursuit, Insight, Shadow Clone. Xu Xing contemplated his strategy as the Lizard King struck first. Leaves sprouting from its hands instantly transformed into blades, charging straight toward Banet. 1. Xu Xing pondered briefly. No. Sensing danger, he immediately shouted. Bankaras. Use Quicksand Abyss. Buran frowned. Was it really necessary to use Quicksand Abyss against a single Lizard King? He could easily dodge this attack on his own. As Buran pondered this, the Lizard King instantly multiplied 2. 4. 8. A full 8 Lizard Kings appeared on the field. Yet trapped within Quicksand Abyss, they couldn't break free. The duplicates instantly disintegrated into dust, leaving only the original body behind. The Quicksand Abyss could not bind the true form. With 2 leaps, the Lizard King broke free from the Quicksand Abyss. Though it didn't deal direct damage, the Lizard King emerged victorious in this battle. Banet. Use Crunch. After prolonged strategic maneuvering, the 2 Pokémon finally clashed in a direct test of strength. Every time Banet attempted a body slam or bite, the Lizard King fiercely repelled it. Banet's momentum was in no way inferior to the Lizard King's. The collision speed between the two Pokémon accelerated relentlessly. Lizard King unleashed a frenzied barrage of cross scissors with both hands. Blastoise countered swiftly with Crunch, and for a moment, neither Pokémon could gain the upper hand. This spectacle thrilled the viewers in the livestream chat. They weren't just watching a clash of moves. They craved a showdown of combat skills. This is awesome, guys. That Lizardin is insane. It's actually holding its own against Blissey. Both Pokémon are moving so fast. I can barely keep up with the action. This Banette is so cool. If I could raise Pokémon, I'd definitely get one. This battle is so intense. Who's gonna win? I'm on the edge of my seat. Come on, Banette. Don't lose to that stinky lizard. Xu Xing watched the scene unfold before him, squinting slightly. He knew that without this buff, the winner would be obvious. But seeing the stalemate, the Lizard King took the initiative. It lashed out with its tail, preparing to withdraw from the fight. But that very opening was seized by Banjira. Banette lunged forward and bit down hard on the Lizard King's tail. With bone and all, the Lizard King's tail was torn clean off. Banky let out a pft and spat out the Lizard King's tail. Its eyes flashed with defiance. Banky, Banky. The Lizard King's eyes darkened instantly. Disgrace. Utter humiliation. As for Banchilas, he couldn't care less about the Lizard King's feelings. He turned and raised his hand high towards Xu Xing in the stands, excitedly flaunting his trophy. Banky. Banky. The Lizard King's tail swayed back and forth in his grasp. Xiao Lu whispered urgently, quick, praise him. Xu Xing immediately shouted. You did great, Banchilas. Hearing this, Banky became even more excited. He casually tossed his tail aside, then pointed it at the Lizard King's head. Clearly, this supremely proud Banette had already decided what he'd show his master next. The Lizard King, now utterly enraged, retreated uncharacteristically to the edge. Then, Genosect tossed a stone to the Lizard King. The Lizardin clenched the colorful stone, its body slowly beginning to transform. Chapter 94, Mega Evolution. Xu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Blaine was also stunned, while little Lou beside him muttered in a daze. Is this real? Is this real? Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but laugh at the sight of two Spirit Realm administrators who didn't even know this. They immediately launched into a reverse science lesson. Oh, you guys don't get it? This is called evolution. It's a truly magnificent aspect of the Pokémon ecosystem. Yeah. Sugu, you better educate these two. If they don't even know this, they might not recognize their own evolved Pokémon later. Ha, this is hilarious. Brother Su, let me handle this, I'll educate them. Gotta admit, that Lizardin looks pretty cool after evolving. Feels way more imposing now. Strong? Stronger than Banette? Our Banette is invincible, okay. The stream viewers might not get it, but Xu Xing certainly does. This isn't just any evolution, it's a mega evolution. This Lizardin. It mega evolved. Its entire body radiated a more aggressive aura. Its tail had regrown and now resembled a cannon, radiating terrifying destructive power. Xu Xing drew in a sharp breath. He never imagined this Lizardin could mega evolve. This evolution requires the trainer and Pokémon to be in perfect harmony, yet here it was, achieved effortlessly by the Lizardin. Super Lizardin fixed its gaze on Banette. The next moment, it moved. Its tail suddenly blasted out like a rocket. Propelled by this force, the Lizard King accelerated wildly toward Banette. Its speed was blindingly fast, reaching Banette in what felt like an instant. Banette, unable to react in time, frantically raised its arms to block. The vicious power of the X-Scissor shattered Banette's armor, leaving two deep, crimson gashes. But the Super Lizard King's assault was far from over. It leapt backward, unleashing its piercing attack. Just as he raised his arm to strike, Banachorus was instantly enveloped by a wave of terror. Fortunately, he shouted a command. But Banchilas couldn't hear a thing. The feeling of being completely exposed nearly suffocated him. In the next instant, Super Lizard King materialized behind Banagirus and delivered a brutal punch. Banachorus was defeated. The entire arena fell silent as the combo played out. Super Lizard King's synergy with the lush grassland had amplified its power exponentially. It had instantly become the undisputed ruler of this battlefield. The livestream exploded with reactions that once invincible Banette had been taken down by Lizard King. Viewers in the livestream chat struggled to accept it. Blastoise actually lost. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. Wait. Is this Lizard King really this strong after evolving? Oh no, if even Banette lost, who could possibly defeat this lizard now? It's a total blowout. This Lizardin is just too strong, overpowered. Xu Xing retrieved the fallen Banette with a pokeball. You did great, Banette. Xu Xing took a deep breath. How was he supposed to deal with this incredibly troublesome Super Lizard King? He glanced back at his team, wondering who could take on this Lizard King. Just then, Pico suddenly popped out of its pokeball. Pocket. The mother Pokemon volunteered. After a moment of internal struggle, Xu Xing said. Then I'll leave it to you, Piku. Pikachu leaped down from the air. Spotting the new Pokemon in position, the hovering Rotom wasted no time. Lotto. Round 3, commence. The Super Lizardon's tail had regenerated, now as massive as a rocket launcher. Currently, the 5v5 Pokemon count appears even, but this isn't actually an advantage for Xu Xing. Logically, the opponent's trump card Pokemon would be exceptionally powerful, requiring at least 2 to 3 Pokemon to defeat. Therefore, Xu Xing must seize the opportunity to gain a numerical advantage. Xu Xing activates Insight. Moveset, Mega Punch, Endure, Last Resort, Crunch. Bagman's moveset is highly unconventional, unsuitable for most Pokemon. Yet on this Snorlax, it fits perfectly. After all, its purpose is clear, to fight to the death, to the bitter end. Thus, even with its last breath, Pinsir will rise again. Having lost her child, she has nothing left to fear. Snorlax. Use Crunch. The marsupial beast roared as it lunged toward the Super Lizard King. Facing this oncoming attack, the Lizard King used Shadow Clone to split into multiple copies. Unable to counter the clones, the marsupial beast resorted to the most primitive and brutal method. This Pokemon chose relentless, repeated strikes, attacking each clone. Like a mindless beast, it charged toward the Super Lizard King. Though each Lizard King dissolved into foam the moment it touched her. The marsupial continued its relentless assault without pause. Everyone watched this frenzied assault in stunned silence. Such tactics were not only extremely risky but also easily exposed its landing points to the enemy. The Super Lizard King naturally wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, it charged at the marsupial beast, delivering a solid cross-claw strike to its body. An instantly crimson cross-shaped wound appeared on the mother marsupial beast's chest. Yet the mother-pouched beast seemed oblivious to the pain. Facing these two attacks, she swiftly countered with 2 even faster strikes. The mother-pouch beast's fist slammed into the Super Lizard King. The Super Lizard King staggered, reeling back several meters from the impact. Ignoring the pain in her body, the mother marsupial beast charged at the Super Lizard King. This aggressive stance left the Super Lizard King struggling to keep up. Clearly, he had never encountered an opponent like this before. Most of the time, the Lizard King appeared as the hunter, yet now he felt like the prey. The prey that the marsupial had set its sights on. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. Guys, is this even fair? That marsupial mom, she's just too brutal. Yeah, it's like a combat maniac. So terrifying. Like some kind of machine that feels no pain. So terrifying. This marsupial is absolutely terrifying. If a human encountered it, there'd only be one possible outcome. This marsupial is brutally vicious, a bloodthirsty monster. Xu Xing watched the live chat comments with a helpless expression. This isn't some monster, it's just a mother seeking revenge for her child. The pouched beast's repeated lunges failed to land on the Super Lizard King's body. But the Super Lizard King wasn't foolish enough to let the marsupial beast attack. Seizing an opening, the Super Lizard King's tail suddenly blasted out like a rocket. The immense force propelled it back in front of the marsupial. Once again, the marsupial beast faced the Super Lizard King's cross-scissors attack. PSSSH. The sound of flesh tearing echoed across the arena. The Super Lizard King pierced through the Pachirisu, leaving behind a dazzling silhouette. As for the pouch beast, its belly gushed blood with a hissing sound. Chapter 95, The Deadly Battle Ends. The Crimson Flame Blade Ghost emerges. The arena was drenched in blood, the bag beast's chest gouged open. Blood continued to ooze steadily from the wound. The severely injured pouch beast might not survive much longer, likely succumbing to blood loss. But to everyone's surprise, the gravely wounded marsupial beast lunged once more at the Super Lizard King. It seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, charging at the Super Lizard King with every ounce of strength. Even the Super Lizard King hadn't anticipated that this marsupial beast still possessed such strength. Covered in blood, the marsupial beast clung desperately to the Super Lizard King. Xu Xing knew it was over. No matter how fiercely the Super Lizard King attacked, it couldn't shake the creature off. The marsupial clung to the Super Lizard King like a stubborn plaster. Every strike the Super Lizard King landed on the marsupial seemed to hit nothing but flesh. Blood would flow, and the scent of blood would linger, yet the marsupial mother felt nothing. It clung to the Super Lizard King with deadly tenacity. It was truly a case of cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. Xu Xing shouted, "End this farce, marsupial beast. Use the million-ton punch." A million-ton punch landing at point-blank range with 100% accuracy would undoubtedly defeat the Super Lizard King. The mother marsupial beast gripped the Super Lizard King with one hand while the other swelled with power. This punch contained a mother's boundless longing for her child. Boom! After enduring a full round of attacks, the mother Pokemon ended the match with a single punch. Super Lizard King collapsed unconscious, reverting from its evolved form. The live chat fell silent the moment the bag monster seized the Super Lizard King. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Only after that million-ton punch landed did the chat erupt once more. Holy! This is insane! That bag monster! It's a born warrior! Wait, I just tuned in. Can someone explain why this Pachirisus is fighting so fiercely? Wait, why did this Lizard King regress? Yeah, how come the Lizard King reverted to its original form? Is there such a thing as degeneration in the Pokemon world? That Snorlax looks like it can still fight. Yeah, looks like Snorlax. Charge. Beat one more opponent and we're good. On the high platform, Xu Xing stroked Mutwo's head and said, "Go." Water EV nodded gently and leaped off the platform, then quietly approached the Snorlax from behind. It slammed its head down hard. The sudden, powerful impact left the Snorlax unable to react, knocking it out instantly. The live stream viewers were stunned. Ha! Xu, you hit the wrong one. Yeah. This Pachirisu can still fight. It's so strong, let it keep going. Xu Xing replied slowly. If we keep fighting, the bag beast will die. No one is heartless. The Porygon has done enough. It's time to hand things over to other Pokemon. Xu Xing knew full well that if he simply recalled the Marshtomp with a Pokeball, it would refuse. This was his last resort. Boran silently nodded in agreement with Xu Xing's decision. Meanwhile, the opponent had already carried the unconscious Lizardin back to the platform. Xu Xing picked up the Pokeball and recalled the unconscious Snorlax. You've worked hard. Xu Xing then released the unconscious Snorlax and retrieved medicine from his backpack for Xiaolu. Xiaolu, help apply the ointment to the Pokédex. Sure thing. Xiaolu looked at the unconscious, bloodied Snorlax with a mix of surprise and admiration. Just how strong a will did this Pokemon possess to fight through this entire battle? Xu Xing then recalled his water EV. He wasn't planning to use EV in the next battle. The enemy was clearly prepared. The giant claw mantis flapped its wings and descended from the high platform. Seeing his opponent, Xu Xing immediately devised a counter. I'm counting on you, Flareon. Blazeblade Ghost leapt high into the air, then plunged toward the ground. A small cloud of dust swirled up. As the dust settled, the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost stood revealed, its dual blades already activated. Xu Xing activated his inside eye. Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. Attributes: Fire Spectre. Ability: Armor Shatter. Moveset: Regret Blade, Flame Charge, Incinerate, Shadow Claw. VS. Giant Claw Mantis. Type: Bug Steel. Ability: Light Metal. Moveset: Discharge, Double Hit, Swords Dance, Close Combat. This battle was a clash between two knights, both Pokemon radiating unparalleled pride. Neither seemed to regard the other with much respect. Viewers in the livestream chat marveled at the two Pokemon. Holy crap, these Pokemon are seriously handsome. Guys, let's get this show started. Absolutely. These two must be among the most visually stunning in the entire Pokemon world. This Flareon is so cool, it's practically a knight. Just radiates confidence. No way. The giant claw mantis is way cooler. As the two Pokemon prepared, Aerodactyl shouted, "Loto!" The fourth battle commenced. Blaziken's twin blades now crackled with flames. Use Flash Fire Charge. Blaziken, engulfed in flames, charged toward Mantis. But the giant claw mantis, boosted by its light metal, was faster. It flapped its wings and charged toward Flame Blade Ghost. The two Pokemon collided for the first time. But any keen observer could see that Blaziken was clearly at a disadvantage in this clash. Facing the giant claw mantis's incredibly swift and rapid attacks, Blaziken was utterly powerless to defend. Even when it managed to land a slash on the giant claw mantis, it only produced a metallic clang. Clang sound. The current situation was far from promising. Yet as the battle commenced, Xu Xing harbored a different kind of anxiety. If the Lizard King could undergo super evolution, could this giant claw mantis do the same? If even the giant claw mantis could, then the great needlepike that followed would likely be able to as well. If they all gained mega evolution, his chances of winning the entire match would plummet dramatically. A sense of foreboding crept into Xu Xing's mind. To guard against Wei Ran, he had no choice but to alter his strategy. Back off. Flame Blade Ghost. Blazeblade Ghost withdrew from the fray, taking a small step back. The giant claw mantis clearly had no intention of letting Blazeblade Ghost escape. It relentlessly pursued the Flame Blade Ghost, driving it further and further away from the enemy stands. Both Pokemon were now battling almost directly beneath Xu Xing and his companions. Use Shadow Claw. Boran glanced at Xu Xing. Blaziken's speed was clearly inferior to the giant claw mantis. Using Shadow Claw now was practically impossible to land. True to Boran's prediction, the Blaziken's Shadow Claw was easily dodged by the Molters. Seizing the moment, the giant claw mantis flapped its wings at full speed, heating its body as it charged toward the Flame Blade Ghost. Boran silently cursed, "Damn it." This was close quarters combat at this distance. The Crimson Flame Blade Demon had almost no chance to evade. The giant claw mantis abandoned defense, channeling all its power into its attack. Its fists accelerated toward the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost at breakneck speed. Crash! The Crimson Flame Blade Ghost was violently embedded into the wall. Chapter 96, Overwhelming. Damn, that mantis over there is way too brutal. Yeah, that hit was absolutely devastating. Could it be over already? I think it's possible. That brutal hit might even rival Banette's. Viewers in the livestream chat worried about Sanyan Rengue. After all, the power unleashed by that move was no less than what Banjilas could deliver. Xu Xing felt a flicker of panic, but reasoned that a single melee strike was likely survivable. With that thought, the giant claw mantis slowly emerged from the smoke. Its wings still flapped relentlessly, but the giant claw mantis's posture clearly wasn't what it had been before. A hint of exhaustion flickered in its eyes, the side effect of the close combat strike. Absolute offense gained by sacrificing defense. Everyone's hearts clenched in worry for the state of the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. Clack. The sound of stones dislodging from the wall. Clack. The sound of some kind of skin tissue being torn from the body. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost still standing tall in the arena. The ground was littered not only with rubble, but also with the Sanyan Blade Ghost's armor. The live stream exploded. It's over. Totally over. His armor got blown to bits. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Yeah, Sue. The Blue Flame Blade Ghost's armor got shattered. Let's just surrender. That hit dealt way too much damage, there's no way to block it. Xu Xing chuckled. Armor shattered? No, this triggered the broken armor trait. Everything was calculated. The giant claw mantis, seeing the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost still standing, flashed a hint of surprise in its eyes. But it was only a moment. The next instant, it charged toward the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost once more. It expected the attack to land as usual, but the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost was faster. With effortless ease, it dodged every single one of the giant claw mantis's moves. Then, the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost swung his blade fiercely at the giant claw mantis. Crack! The giant claw mantis's armor shattered. That incredibly hard, formidable armor was shattered. Seeing the situation turn against it, the giant claw mantis immediately retreated. But how could Xu Xing let such a golden opportunity slip away? Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. Use Sword of Regret. The already ferocious blade of the Azure Flame Blade Ghost gleamed with renewed intensity as it charged toward the giant claw mantis. The giant mantis scuttled frantically toward their own stands. Xu Xing knew full well the giant mantis was attempting mega evolution. If it evolved now, the match would take another dramatic turn. Blaze Blade Ghost. Don't give it a chance. Accelerate. Blazing Blade Ghost's speed surged dramatically. Having shed its armor, it was no longer at a disadvantage against its speed-dominated opponent. The giant claw mantis frantically flapped its wings, but the initial distance was simply too great. It was utterly powerless to turn the tide. As the Sword of Regret pierced through the giant clawed mantis's body, the match was declared over. The victor was the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. All the energy absorbed by the Sword of Regret was channeled back into its body, leaving Crimson Flame Blade Ghost with enough reserves to continue fighting. The live chat erupted in cheers. From Sanyan Rengue's comeback to that single sword strike shattering the giant claw mantis. That was just too cool. The live chat exploded with comments. Damn, Sue. One clean strike to finish him off. This Sword of Regret move is just too cool. I have a sword that can move heaven, split the sky. Who would have thought? I genuinely believed Giant Claw Mantis was going to win earlier. Thankfully, Crimson Flame Blade Ghost proved to be the superior fighter. But Sanyan Rengue probably can't fight another match in this state. Brother Sue, tell him to go rest. Yeah, winning just one fair 1v1 match is already a win. Meanwhile, Bulan watched Xu Xing with growing astonishment. The combat mindset and strategic depth of this youth far exceeded his expectations. Both the tactics and mental fortitude displayed in this battle far exceeded his expectations. With 3 Pokémon already down on the opposing side, victory was all but assured. The Needle Wing slowly glided toward the arena. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes in thought. This Pokémon could Mega Evolve. To secure an easy victory, he absolutely couldn't let the Great Spikes get its way. Xu Xing's mind flickered with intent in Sight's eye. Spikes. Type, Bug Poison. Ability, Sniper. Moveset, Deadly Sting, Poison Sting, Web Spinner, Wild Punch. The moment Xu Xing saw this combo, he knew. He couldn't lose. No matter what, Crimson Flame Blade Ghost couldn't lose. If Sanyan Rengue fell, then under the buff of Deadly Sting and the Mega Boost, Dajinfeng's attack power would reach an unattainable height. To win, he had to take a risky gamble. Seeing both Pokémon ready, Skyfall Tom shouted. The moment the battle commenced, Xu Xing immediately shouted. Blaziken. Use Flame Charge. The unarmored Flareon moved with blinding speed, leaving the Beedrill utterly unable to keep up. In mere breaths, Flareon charged before spikes. Dajinfeng countered with a flurry of strikes. The 2 Pokémon collided for the first time. In terms of raw firepower alone, the Blaziken clearly outmatched the Beedrill. Blaziken began to unleash sustained firepower against Beedrill. But this was also extremely taxing on its stamina. Xu Xing commanded again. Use Shadow Claw. Blaziken's twin blades, shrouded in shadow, struck Jengar with brutal force. But unfortunately, this attack was dodged perfectly by the Great Needle Spear. The price of evasion was a massive, exposed opening. Seeing this, the great needle spike wasted no time. Its tail's poisonous stinger shot into the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost like a bullet. Under normal circumstances, the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost could have easily dodged this strike. But having just expended too much stamina, its physical condition now couldn't keep pace with its mental resolve. It could only watch helplessly as the poisonous needles pierced its body. Despite holding the upper hand in this clash, the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost ended up at a disadvantage. Now afflicted with the poison debuff, it would soon perish on its own. Xu Xing's mission was clear: eliminate this formidable adversary before the poison took effect. Viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious at the sight. Xu, did that move actually buff the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost? Yeah, why does it look like it's getting weaker all over? Xu Xing shouted. Blazing Blade Ghost, hold on. Don't panic? The viewers in the livestream chat panicked. Su Ge, how can you not panic? The Crimson Flame Blade Ghost is poisoned. Yeah, he'll be poisoned to death soon. Xu Xing was well aware of this, and Big Needlepeak certainly knew it too. It wouldn't be long before the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost succumbed to the poison. So how could Big Needle miss such a golden opportunity? If it could use its deadly needles to take down the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost, the battle would swing heavily in its favor. Thus, this chance was absolutely not something the Great Needle Spike would let slip away. Its needle-like fangs emitted white silk threads, enveloping the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost in a cocoon of white silk. Facing this opportunity, the Great Needle Spike hesitated not a moment longer. As it closed in on the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost, now nearly cocooned into a ball, the needle holes along its tail began gathering energy. Xu Xing held his breath, watching intently. Seeing it was close enough, he shouted. Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. Use Burnout. Instantly, the Sanyan Blade Ghost's white silk threads began to burn away, revealing half of the Cyan Flame Blade Ghost's face, twisted in unbridled fury. Chapter 97, 1-on-2, Battling the Phantom Pokémon. After using Burn Up, the entire white silk instantly turned to ash. And the needle's sharp shot was less than half a meter away from the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. Xu Xing shouted. Regret Sword. Blaze Blade Ghost activated its ultimate ability, propelling its speed to the absolute peak. Meanwhile, Big Needle's attack materialized and charged toward the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost. The two Pokémon's attacks collided at close range. Boom! The two powerful attacks unleashed a massive shockwave. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome of the battle. If the victor was the Great Needle, facing a mega-evolved opponent with its attack power significantly boosted would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. So now, all they could do was silently pray for Blaziken's victory. Xu Xing knew Dejinfeng would undoubtedly attempt to defeat Son Yen Rengue with his deadly stinger. That was precisely why Xu Xing deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost to be poisoned. Only then would the Great Needlepeak feel certain of victory. He held off on Mega Evolution for now, but he hadn't anticipated that Son Yen Rengue still had the move Burnout to break free from the encirclement. He took a direct hit from the Sword of Regret. Xu Xing knew he had done all he could. There was nothing more he could do now. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing two Pokémon lying motionless on the ground before them. The match's outcome was decided. A draw. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yet the evidence was clear: Blaziken had collapsed from poisoning. Meanwhile, the tail of the Needle-Edge Pokémon bore an incredibly gruesome wound. 1 against 2. An absolute victory for Flame Blade Ghost. Xu Xing exhaled deeply, feeling immense relief. Xu Xing recalled the Crimson Flame Blade Ghost and had Xiaolu tend to its wounds. These two battles were absolute victories. Both Mega Pokémon, despite their tactical positioning, never once unleashed their most prized Mega abilities. It's safe to say that had either Pokémon unleashed Mega, the tide would have turned. 4 of the enemy's 6 tower lights had already been extinguished. Our side still had 3 lights burning, and crucially, 2 of those lights represented legendary Pokémon. As things stand, the scales of victory are slowly tipping in Xu Xing's favor. The next opponent is the mythical Pokémon, Genesect. Xu Xing frowned deeply. This Pokémon would undoubtedly prove extremely troublesome. Its types are Bug and Steel. While Bug is widely considered the weakest type and thus not particularly threatening, the Steel type adds a layer of complexity. After careful consideration, Xu Xing decided to send out his beloved Water EV to face this Genesect. At the same time, Xu Xing was confident that his EV wouldn't necessarily lose to this Genesect. After all, this wasn't just any EV, it was the triple evolved version. EV, this next battle is yours. Plus Xu Xing ruffled EV's head. EV leapt excitedly from the stands, while Genesect plunged straight down from the high platform. Genosect assumed a battle stance, looking incredibly swift. The live stream viewers were stunned. This feels like a clash between primitive man and alien technology. Yeah, Sue. You should give our adorable little EV a hint. Ha, alien technology. EV will soon show this Giratina who the real alien tech is. Round 6, get ready. Xu Xing routinely activates his Inside Eye background check skill. Genosect. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Download. Moveset, Hyper Beam, Signal Beam, Iron Head, Switcheroo. Xu Xing drew a light breath, noting this ability. Hold on, EV. Hearing its master's command, the little EV immediately stepped back. Moments later, Xu Xing added. Switch to ice type. At Xu Xing's command, the water EV shuddered and transformed into an ice EV. It then hopped obediently back onto the field. Having just finished treating Tsungyan Rendingui, Xiaolu muttered in confusion. Even if little Evie adores you, you shouldn't treat her like this. Xu Xing chuckled dryly, you don't know what you're talking about. Facing this battle, Xu Xing had to be extremely cautious with every move. Download, this ability boosts the user's stats based on the opponent's weaknesses. If the current Pokémon has low physical defense, it boosts physical attack. If the current Pokémon has low special defense, it boosts special attack. By sending out Ice EV, Genosect would inevitably boost its special attack based on Ice EV's weakness. And Moon EV feared nothing more than special attack. Xu Xing approached this battle with absolute focus. If Xu Xing emerged victorious from this battle, the relationship between humans and Pokémon would begin to shift dramatically. Though this cave only affected the Pokémon on the grassland side, Xu Xing could still make a big deal out of it. He could proclaim that Pokémon are inherently gentle creatures, and that the cave had merely caused some to behave less docilely. After all, with Xu Xing's long-running livestreams, viewers had already witnessed the Pokémon's true nature. At that point, the relationship between humans and Pokémon would undoubtedly take a tangible step forward. That's why he has no room for failure. Go! EV! The Ice EV leapt to the center of the arena, while Genesect positioned itself directly opposite it. The Aerodactyl Rotom, seeing both were ready, called out loudly. Lotto! The battle commenced. Genosect activated its ability, beginning to boost its own stats based on the opponent's weaknesses. Xu Xing maintained his focus, continuing to enhance Genosect's stats. In moments, the turret on Genosect's back, now fully downloaded, seemed to rise slightly. Seeing this, Xu Xing dropped the act. EV. Use White Mist. Instantly, the Ice EV transformed into a Water EV. It exhaled a white mist. Genosect was clearly stunned. How could this EV's type shift so abruptly? This clearly struck a nerve with the legendary Pokémon. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Through rigorous training with Xu Xing, EV now automatically shifts forms upon hearing a move's name. Gradually, the white mist engulfed the entire arena. Even with Giratina's cutting-edge technology, it was powerless against Water EV at this moment. Xu Xing had completely revamped Water EV's moveset. After careful consideration, its current moves were Scald, Meditate, Mist, Hydro Pump. Every move in Water EV's repertoire is highly offensive. This was the result of Xu Xing's careful deliberation, for her EV possessed not just one form. It can effortlessly shift between 3 forms. Seeing that White Mist had already obscured Genosect's vision, Xu Xing had already decided on the technique and shouted. Water EV, use meditation. Water EV sat down and began meditating. Xiaolu hissed inwardly, this move was far too risky. Even if the White Mist obscured its vision, given Genosect's blazing speed, discovering EV was only a matter of time. The risk-reward ratio was a complete losing proposition. Buran understood this well, and he looked at Xu Xing. But Xu Xing's face still bore a confident smile. True to form, Giratina instantly devised a countermeasure, switching into its high-speed flight form. Its entire body transformed into a flying saucer, spinning wildly through the white mist. Its speed was so blindingly fast that even Xu Xing struggled to react. But as the saying goes, every problem has its solution. EV. Use Roar. Within the mist, the Water EV that had been meditating instantly transformed into a Moon EV. Lunala. She roared loudly, emitting a piercing, grating sound. The sheer terror of that sound caused even Xu Xing and the others on the stands to involuntarily take a half step back. Genesect, now in its high-speed flight form, clearly hadn't anticipated a Water EV using this move. It was completely unprepared. It cancelled its high-speed flight form, clutching its ears in pain. Though it caused no physical damage, the attack dealt severe psychological damage to Genesect. Its special defense also dropped. But Xu Xing's strategy wasn't over yet. EV. Use ability swap. Chapter 98, a mere phantom Pokémon. Greninja. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Psychic. Xu Xing chuckled softly. The downloaded ability was now attached to EV. This ability boosts the special attack stat Water EV desperately needed. The earlier commotion had also lowered Giratina's special defense. Moon EV had done a great job this time. Xu Xing's moveset for Moon EV was simple. Roar, Moon Power, Thief, Ability Swap. No offensive moves were needed, as EV could now freely switch between forms. Xu Xing pointed at Genosect and shouted. EV. Use Hydro Pump. Xu Xing roared. EV instantly shifted forms and channeled a Water Dragon. Indeed, Water EV had previously enhanced its control over water. Thus, every water-type move in EV's hands now manifested unique transformations. After a brief charge, an immense, colossal Water Dragon surged toward Giratina. Buran's gaze toward Xu Xing grew increasingly complex. What was the true origin of this EV? And what was the origin of this human? Every step Xu Xing took defied all expectations. Blaine looked toward the arena. There was no doubt about it once that Water Dragon struck, Genesect's defeat was already sealed. Even if it didn't fall immediately, its lowered special defense left it with almost no chance of recovery. Only a slow death awaited it. The viewers in the livestream chat knew nothing of tactics or strategy. All they understood was that the other side was taking the beating now. The chat room spectators sighed. This is the bond between Brother Xu and EV. That's EV for you. Absolutely unmatched power. This, even the opponent's phantom Pokemon can't handle it. By the time all the water dragons were depleted, Genesect was panting heavily. Xu Xing knew this Pokemon still had a trump card up its sleeve. Giratina, enraged by the arena. It switched to its hyper flight form and charged straight at EV. EV didn't dodge either. Instead, under Xu Xing's command, it transformed into its Moon EV form. And just like that, Moon EV was sent soaring skyward by Garchomp. Rising higher and higher. Everyone froze in shock. The reversal had come too quickly. The consequences of a fall from such a height were unimaginable. At the peak of its ascent, EV suddenly clawed at Genesect. But this had no effect on the steel-clad Genesect. At the very last moment, Giratina dislodged Moon EV, letting her fall freely. Greninja switched to combat mode, missiles protruding from every joint. Preparing to unleash its ultimate attack. High-tech laser cannon. No! Its missiles gathered energy. Then fired a devastating beam of light. Straight down. Smashing into the still falling EV. The intense beam persisted for several seconds before slowly dissipating. Clunk. The sound of an object hitting the ground. After the small cloud of dust settled, EV remained standing, silently gazing at Genesect. Genesect was now utterly exhausted. It was somewhat surprised that EV could still stand. That strike had been its full power attack, infused with terrifying grass-type damage. Using grass-type attacks on this battlefield amplified their power tremendously. It was impossible to emerge unscathed. Suddenly, Genesect froze in place. Moon EV slowly spat out a cartridge from its mouth. And this cartridge was none other than the one Giratina had been carrying. Genesect's high-tech laser cannon alters its elemental attacks based on the cartridge it carries. Without the grass-type cartridge, the high-tech laser cannon's standard-type attacks were utterly insignificant. Genesect's eyes widened in shock. When did this happen? Suddenly, it froze. That light strike from high above. That strike it had dismissed as ordinary. It was actually thief used by Moon EV. The stolen item made Genesect snap its head up to stare at Xu Xing. Xu Xing smiled faintly. Everything's under control. Genesect's resolve shattered on the spot. It all turned out to be Xu Xing's scheme from the very beginning to the very end. Even the attack it had fought so hard to secure was deliberately orchestrated by Xu Xing. Realizing this, Genesect lost all will to fight. Its fierce battles, each attack, now seemed like a joke. From the very beginning, Xu Xing had orchestrated the entire scheme. No guy. Xiao Lu exclaimed. It surrendered. Xu Xing sighed with relief. Nice work, EV. You Lu. The Moon EV turned to face its owner, its tail wagging proudly. The victor of this battle was EV. Facing what could be considered the opponent's strongest combatant, EV had suffered minimal losses. But could Genesect be called weak? Absolutely not. On the contrary, this Pokemon was incredibly formidable. Had that game cartridge not fallen into the thief's hands, the outcome might have taken a different turn. Unfortunately, Yukari had already figured out Genesect's psychology completely. From its initial meditation to the final strike, the entire battle was nothing more than a trap Xu Xing had set for Genesect. The viewers in the livestream chat were thoroughly impressed. Xu Xing had been streaming in the Forest channel for quite some time, and the channel's viewership had successfully surpassed the 400,000 mark. The chat was buzzing with excitement, viewers still buzzing from the battle. That moment when Water EV used Hydro Pump was so cool. I gotta draw it. Yeah. After the match, could you invite all the Pokemon for a group photo, Sue? I made a video of the battle between Water EV and Genesect. It's so intense. Anyone want to watch? I made a montage of all the Pokemon Sugu encountered on his journey with descriptions. I'm sharing it for free. I absolutely adore Banette. Can Sue GE let me catch one? Viewers in the livestream began spontaneously creating fan art for Pokemon. The impact of this fan art is absolutely insane. Before long, it will spread like wildfire. And Pokemon will truly become a part of everyone's family. It was all worth it. Xu Xing's mind was made up. After the competition, he would hand over the methods for creating Pokeballs and the Pokédex. Though this would nearly bankrupt his science points, it was all worth it. Xu Xing resolved to venture out after this battle concluded. To see what society was like now, and whether Pokemon had truly entered reality as depicted in the anime. Inside the Huaxia military base. Chengjuan's face flushed as he turned to Dr. Wang beside him. Dr. Wang, look at this barrage. Dr. Wang nodded. The large screen displayed a direct projection. Thus, the military personnel present could clearly see every comment. A constant stream of comments flooded the screen. A novel cultural phenomenon was sprouting like bamboo shoots after spring rain, bursting with vitality. The commenters had already lost their fear of the Pokémon arena. They fully embraced these adorable creatures, who would undoubtedly become a novel cultural phenomenon in the near future. Countless lives would be transformed because of them, and the very word Pokémon would become a significant chapter in human history, or so it seemed? Wang Hai shot them a cold glance and pushed his glasses up. Suddenly, Xu Xing's startled cry echoed across the screen. Even that supremely composed man couldn't help but cry out upon seeing the final Pokémon on the field. And the final Pokémon to appear was a creature strikingly similar in appearance to a llama? Chapter 99, Battle Against Arceus. A Pokémon resembling a Qilin, with high arched horns and a body encircled by a brilliant green halo, slowly emerged from the shadows. And the Pokémon before them was none other than Arceus. Xu Xing's heart sank. Damn it, if I'd known the final Pokémon was Arceus, I wouldn't have come. All that effort wasted. Xu Xing had speculated the final Pokémon would likely be an Ultra Beast. Even a Tier 2 deity would have been acceptable. If it really came down to a Tier 1 deity, he could have given it a shot. No way. What the heck is Arceus? Congratulations on defeating a few ordinary Pokémon. Next, challenge the creator of the Pokémon world? What kind of plot twist is this? Blaze looked at Xu Xing, despair welling up inside him. Facing Arceus, there was no chance. Even with 6 Pokémon at full strength, they stood no chance against Arceus. Meanwhile, Xiaolu stood beside them, her mouth agape. Utterly speechless. Since birth, she'd heard countless legends about Arceus. And today she actually encountered it. And would become its opponent. Xiaolu's worldview was shattered. Are we still fighting? Boran managed to squeeze out 3 words. If even Arceus had appeared here to stop the cave's destruction, it meant the spirit realm held no value worth saving in its eyes. The viewers in the livestream chat weren't having it. Seriously, what is that thing in front of us? Is it even a llama? What are you guys scared of? Yeah. Blaze, don't mess with our morale. Exactly. This Pokémon doesn't even look strong. Come on. Morabiko. Go slap it around. If anything happens, Su will have your back. Xu Xing gritted his teeth. Protect me? One of its basic attacks would probably reduce him to a pile of dust. Xu Xing spoke slowly. This creature before us is the creator god of the Pokémon world. In short, it created Pokémon. For a moment, the chat in the livestream paused, as if processing the information. Then came a deluge of comments. The creator of the Pokémon world? WTF? Is that even right? Mind blown. So does this mean Brother Su is about to fight the creator of the Pokémon world? Moryub, me? Go slap the creator god twice? Damn, Su, you're something else now. Daring to fight the creator god? Just so you know, I'm rooting for the creator god. The viewers in the livestream clearly weren't all that afraid of this Arceus. But Xu Xing couldn't muster a single shred of joy inside. Cresselia. Cresselia, who had been observing the entire time, spoke slowly. Xu Xing couldn't understand, only despair filling his heart. Xiaolu asked, isn't that Arceus over there? Xiaolu's clear voice suddenly rang out. Xu Xing chuckled, you silly kid, you've been scared out of your wits. Boran shook his head. It was Her Majesty Cresselia who said it. Ha? Xu Xing visibly froze for a second, then without hesitation immediately activated Insight's Eye. Arceus, the Phantom Grass. Type, Grass. Ability, Multi-Ability. Moveset, Grass Kicks, Magic Leaf, Seed Machine Gun, Solar Beam. This move set. A peculiar expression flashed across Xu Xing's face. No Song of the End, no Judgment Beam. Instead, it's exclusively Grass-type moves. Does this mean this Arceus is actually a counterfeit? Cresselia stated. Celestia. Xiaolu translated. Lord Cresselia states that the Arceus before us is merely a fragment of its essence, posing no threat. Hearing this, hope returned to Xu Xing's eyes. If that's the case, then let's fight. Xu Xing also understood Arceus's intention. Arceus had set his soul fragment as the final barrier. The victor would claim the cave's hidden treasure. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing quickly came up with a plan. Eevee, get ready to fight. Meowth. The Moon Eevee stood before Arceus, brimming with fighting spirit. The live stream viewers went absolutely wild. They hadn't heard Boran's words, but the absurdity of the scene before them was unforgettable. This was the god of creation. The creator of all things. Even those unfamiliar with Pokémon knew this was utter blasphemy. The chat erupted. Su, you can't or at least shouldn't have designs on the creator. Forget whether you could beat him. He's the creator god. If you dared to fight him, what rules would remain? What law would hold? That's our Su. He even preemptively declared, Creator God, I don't know this streamer personally. The viewers couldn't believe someone would actually dare to take on the creator god. But Xu Xing had no time to pay attention to the chat right now. He planned to explain everything to them later, after wrapping up, and milk it for some major science points. Before him, Arceus slowly descended from the center stage. After the battle, Eevee still looked full of energy. And Eevee would be the key to victory. The moon Eevee stood with its paws planted on the lush grass. It paced back and forth, carefully sizing up the Pokémon before it. On this grassland, Arceus was undoubtedly the king. To survive, one must alter the buff of the verdant meadow. But the grass energy within this cave was far too abundant. Altering the terrain within the grassland was no simple task. Then there was only one other approach. Aerial Rotom bellowed. Lato. The final battle begins. Eevee. Use Ice Shard. Moon Eevee transformed in an instant, shifting from a serene maiden into a cold, aloof goddess. Sharp ice spikes erupted beside the Ice Eevee, transforming into blades that lunged toward Arceus. Yet Arceus did not choose to confront the attack head-on, instead opting for constant evasion. In its home elemental terrain, Arceus moved with ease. Twisting and leaping, not a single spike grazed Arceus. Arceus then launched its own counterattack, moving with lightness yet blinding speed. Lush young leaves sprouted wherever its hooves touched, propelling it across the grass toward Eevee. Then it delivered two vicious stomps onto Eevee. Grass type? Damn it, even as a fragment, Arceus's formidable stats remain intact. After all, this was a monster with a base stat total of 720. After using Grass Knot, Arceus's speed increased slightly. It pulled back, drawing energy from the surrounding grass into a glowing orb that slowly seeped into its body. This was Solar Beam, a move of immense power, yet it required charging. Arceus aims to end the battle with a single strike. Given the current disparity in their HP, Arceus would emerge unscathed no matter what damage it took. But Eevee was different. Forget Solar Beam. Even 2 more hits might be too much for Eevee to withstand. But Suking never intended to attack. Ivysaur. Use Blizzard. If only the environment could be altered. Even if Eevee were eliminated, Xu Xing was confident he could win with the next 2 Pokémon. Arceus seemed genuinely surprised. It instantly reassessed. Halting its Solar Beam. Colorful leaves sprouted around it, transforming into blades that charged toward the icy Eevee. And he charged across the grass toward Ice Eevee. Snow Scene was bound to fail. But it's not over yet. Arceus was now within striking distance, and the menacing roar of Magic Leaf Blast already echoed in Eevee's ears. Eevee. Use Thief. Chapter 100, Successful Extermination, Cave of Divine Protection. Boom. The smoke billowing from the magic leaf, the dust kicked up by the whirlwind. At this moment, they mingled together, turning the entire arena into a chaotic mess. Xu Xing's breathing grew heavy. Without exaggeration, Eevee's move had nearly decided the outcome of this battle. Now, the battlefield's surroundings had fallen completely silent. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear, waiting for the outcome. As time passed, the dust scattered by the explosion gradually settled. The green aura surrounding Arceus faded away, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Within the haze, Moon Eevee clutched the grassblade protectively beneath its body as if it were a priceless treasure. This was Xu Xing's strategy. The field change would indeed significantly weaken Arceus's abilities. But at its core, it remained that grass-type mythical creature. The moment Xu Xing glimpsed Arceus's move list, a new idea surged through him. Steal the grassblade outright, forcing Arceus to switch to a normal type. This would nullify the field's advantage entirely. Alchemy would be left with no magic tricks to perform. Even with a full arsenal of moves, they'd lack the elemental boost to unleash them effectively. Facing this normal-type Arceus, Xu Xing still had 2 Pokémon left. Both were legendary Pokémon. Victory was assured. Arceus, sensing defeat, raised its hand. In the next instant, all 6 lamps on the opponent's high platform extinguished. Cave of Divine Protection. Successfully conquered. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream were still in a daze. Ha! What just happened? We won already? Arceus didn't even take any damage. Why did he surrender? Ha! So that means we won? The viewers in the livestream chat were momentarily speechless. Only Buran understood just how masterfully Xu Xing had played this battle. Like a hunter, every decision he made was a calculated step toward the final kill. He read his opponent's mind, then step by step, led him to his demise. Arceus gave Xu Xing a long, lingering look before dissolving into a wisp of white mist that vanished into the cavern. Xu Xing explained slowly. This Arceus isn't the real Arceus, just a single thread among its myriad strands. And with that, the battle finally drew to a close. Throughout the entire battle, although Xu Xing still had 2 Pokémon unused, it was undeniable that the victory was extremely narrow. Nearly every Pokémon involved carried an element of luck. From the initial King Superior to the later Grass Psychic Arceus. Had King Serpent not been ambushed, and if Giant Claw Mantis or Big Needlespike had triggered their Mega Evolutions? Had Pachirisu not fought with its life on the line, or if Eevee had carried the Thief ability? Who knows how many twists this battle might have taken? But thankfully, the final outcome was decided. After some reflection, the viewers in the livestream chat cleared their thoughts. The chat stream transformed completely. Finally. We finally won. This was no easy feat, Sugu. Yeah. After all that struggle. We finally won. Woohoo! Eevee is so awesome. Taking down 2 mythical beasts in a row. At that moment, Moon Eevee had already returned to Xu Xing's side with the tablet. Xu Xing patted the hero of the hour and said, "You did great, little Eevee." Meow. Moon Eevee wagged its tail at Xu Xing. For this little cutie, nothing made it happier than being praised by its owner. Xu Xing turned to look at the other Pokemon. The ones who had been bandaged and treated were all recovered. Banette muttered a few times, "Banette, Banette." Clearly, the sudden surge in the Lizard King's combat power had exceeded his comprehension. Piglet's wish had been fulfilled, and a rare look of satisfaction now graced its face. The armored shell's armor had fully regenerated, and it still wore its usual proud expression. Little Six chuckled, "Awesome. So that means the cave expedition was a success, right?" Buran nodded. Second sister said the spirit realm guides aren't as volatile as they used to be. All's well that ends well. But Xu Xing knew this opportunity was rare. To bridge the gap between Pokemon and humans, this step had to be taken. He waved toward the creature, and Genosect slowly glided over to join the group. Xu Xing handed over the medicine from his backpack without hesitation. "These are healing items. Please accept them." Giratina nodded at its injured comrades, then flew toward the platform, carrying Xu Xing's goodwill. "We may have been enemies, opponents, just now. But after this is over, we can still become good friends." Xiao Lu scratched his head. "I know that." Xu Xing chuckled inwardly. "I wasn't talking to you." The livestream viewers were absolutely exploding with excitement. "Exactly. We were never enemies, we've always been friends." Bullet comments flooded the chat like a tidal wave. "Exactly. We're friends with Pokemon. Absolutely not enemies. Never. Bro Su is right. I'm heading out tomorrow to catch Pokemon. I'm gonna film these battles. Complete with tactical commentary. It's gonna be epic. Go go go. I'm going to be like Brother Su and befriend all kinds of Pokemon. Then find my own ace. Hey! Anyone up for a team up? We can battle Pokemon. I'm gonna raise a monster even stronger than Eevee. I've drawn several Pokemon posters. Anyone interested in buying? Selling at cost." The livestream room sparkled with excitement. Xu Xing felt a surge of excitement, already itching to head out and see what the world was like now. Perhaps Pokemon had already invaded the short videos on her phone. Fan art of Pokemon was everywhere on the streets. Before he knew it, Xu Xing's livestream surpassed 500,000 viewers. He had become a true internet sensation. The bustling crowd only highlighted the loneliness of the mother Snorlax. But how could Xu Xing, who had arranged everything, possibly forget her? The next moment, a dark fissure suddenly appeared beside the crowd. Third brother emerged from the crack, carrying a baby Bagon, grumbling discontentedly. "You really made me work hard to find you." Third brother scratched his head, his gaze locking with Bulang's. "Hey! Eldest brother. What are you doing here?" Bulan replied indifferently, "You've worked hard." Third brother shook his head. "No trouble at all. No trouble at all. How could anything big brother asks me to do be trouble?" Saying this, he shoved the baby Pouchmon into its mother's arms before bolting away. This had been arranged beforehand between Xu Xing and Bulang. If the battle was won, Xu Xing would entrust Bulang with retrieving the baby Pouch monster. Bulan didn't refuse this request. And so, a happy ending was achieved. The mother Pokemon gazed at her precious baby in her arms, tears streaming down her face. The baby marsupial gently wiped the tears from its mother's eyes. "Everything's fine. And now the opposing Pokemon have mostly recovered." Following the rules, the fundamental principles. Next up was the cave's treasure. Xu Xing felt a flutter of excitement. A divine guardian level cave treasure. Who knows what treasures might lie within? Genosect delved deep into the cavern, then emerged clutching a massive treasure chest that slowly floated toward the group. P.S. Hey, big shots. If you've made it this far, drop a gold coin. Join the update request group 105-356-1937. Chapter 101, Summoning Badge. Xu Xing opened the treasure chest before millions of livestream viewers. All he saw inside was a badge-shaped item. Damn! The massive treasure chest contained only one item. Xu Xing couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Even the tidal caverns had 3 treasures. Xu Xing picked up the badge and examined it closely, only to realize it bore the image of Arceus. Without hesitation, Xu Xing activated his Eye of Insight. Summoning Badge. Allows the summoning of any one mythical Pokemon to appear beside you. Xu Xing furrowed his brow slightly. A simple summoning badge appeared undeniably powerful. Yet it also exposed its most fatal flaw. True, it could summon a divine beast, but why would the summoned beast obey Xu Xing? If it were in a bad mood, it could easily trample Xu Xing to death. The thought made Xu Xing's teeth ache again, but he quickly realized the badge's true purpose. Viewers in the livestream chat began bombarding him with questions. Su Ge, what is this treasure? What does it do? Yeah, bro Su, give us the lowdown. Looks super awesome. This thing looks just like the god of creation. Could it be for summoning the god of creation? Xu Xing carefully stowed the badge away. It would prove invaluable later. Meanwhile, he addressed Genosect. We're about to leave the cave. If everyone's up for it, let's take a group photo together. Genosect nodded and summoned all the Pokémon to the center of the arena. Xu Xing rode Banette to the arena center with the rest of the Pokémon. The Pokémon who had been fiercely battling moments ago were now good friends. Gigantamax Mantine discussed their respective fighting techniques with Blaziken. Banette inquired about the origin of the mysterious power possessed by the Lizardon. Lizard King pointed at Xu Xing with a look of disdain. Clearly, the answer lay with Xu Xing, and Banjira's expectations for him soared even higher. Xu Xing understood that Mega Evolution was now on the table. As for Gigantamax, Z moves, and other unique abilities, Xu Xing wasn't ready to reveal them just yet. Xu Xing summoned Shaman and Gyarados, lining up all his Pokémon. Surrounded by the crowd, Xu Xing stood at the center, holding his ace Pokémon, EV, in his arms. At his side stood the mischievous-looking little Six, but then another problem arose. Who would take the photo? Suddenly, the Pokémon Central Lizard King raised its hand, and a clone appeared. The clone took the phone and stepped before the group. Xiaolu, looking exactly like him, called out, 3, 2, 1. Click. With a crisp sound, this adventure drew to a perfect close within the cave. The end. Celebratory confetti. 555. He Changyuan's eyes welled up with tears, feeling much like the bittersweet end of a beloved TV series. A sense of relief permeated the entire military camp. Yu-Hu remarked, at this pace, the relationship between humans and Pokémon could make significant progress. Lin Guobiao nodded in agreement, but before he could speak, Wang Hai cut in. Don't even think about it. Until my brother's case is resolved, Pokémon won't be walking freely in society. Lin Guobiao responded. Fine. How about I have Brother Su handle my brother's case? Him? Just him? Why should I believe he can handle my brother's case? Just as the two were arguing, a massive exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the screen. This only happened when a nation-shattering event occurred. Everyone's expressions changed instantly as telegrams from other nations began pouring in. A telegram from the United States. Beast creatures within Iceblock Nation are about to awaken. Volcanoes are about to erupt. Orderly evacuation of Iceblock Nation's residents is underway. The 5 great nations will assume responsibility. Residents of Iceblock Nation will be allocated according to victory. Attached was a photograph. The image was taken above the volcano, showing bubbling lava within. Upon closer inspection, a shadowy figure could faintly be discerned within the darkness. All the warriors frowned deeply. Lin Guobiao spoke up. What if I have Brother Su handle this trouble? Could he then resolve the matter concerning your brother? The room fell silent at his words. A nation-shattering catastrophe. Asking an ordinary person to handle it? Absolute madness. Besides, that streamer Xu Xing might not even agree. Then it's settled. The warriors stared at Lin Guobiao in utter bewilderment. He had just finished his call with Xu Xing. Xu Xing had accepted the proposal with surprising ease, almost unnaturally so. This was a nation-destroying disaster. Yet Xu Xing's attitude seemed as casual as agreeing to bring lunch for a roommate. Lin Guobiao knew that no one but Xu Xing could possibly resolve such a catastrophe. Moreover, this was a crisis triggered by Pokémon that had engulfed an entire nation. Given Xu Xing's nature, once he learned of this matter, he would undoubtedly tackle it without mercy. At the same time, Lin Guobiao declared. Spread the word. Release the news that Iceblock Nation is about to be destroyed by Pokémon. The more exaggerated, the more shocking, the better. He Changjun had doubts. At this critical juncture, shouldn't we be suppressing the panic caused by Pokémon? Lin Guobiao shook his head. There's absolutely no way we can keep this hidden. Instead of covering it up, we should openly acknowledge it. Let everyone understand the situation clearly, and then make them realize it's not necessarily unsolvable. The best way to face fear is to conquer it. China also sent telegrams to numerous nations. The message was simple: China would handle this matter. Upon seeing this message, the nations rejoiced, mocking Huaxia for its apparent lack of clarity. At this stage, the beasts were already encroaching on human habitats. Now they actually dared to invite the Iceblock Nation's people to flood into Huaxia's territory. Indeed, other nations even believed China was solving its population problem. Little did they know that what China would confront was the colossal beast lurking within the magma. Outside the cave. The group had already departed the cave of divine protection. The pillar of light above the cave gradually faded away. This signified that the matter had been completely resolved. Since Cresselia didn't play a role in the final battle. Feeling somewhat guilty, she agreed that if Yukari ever needed help, she could call her name at the new moon. At that time, as long as it was within her power, Cresselia would spare no effort. Meanwhile, Buran hurried to the spirit realm with little Six to handle the souls. After all, no more souls would be flooding into the spirit realm now, they only needed to finish processing the current batch. Xu Xing opened the system panel. His knowledge points had skyrocketed by nearly 10 million. Little rich, little rich. Xu Xing also began contemplating the future. He had already accepted that commission. So after finishing the last task tomorrow morning, he would head straight to the city. Thanks to the promotion from the viewers in the livestream, people's fear of Pokemon certainly wouldn't be as intense as before. Xu Xing exhaled deeply. Tonight's mission was finally over. But another task awaited him tomorrow morning. Only after completing that would his journey through the grassland truly be over. As for that matter, Xu Xing slowly looked up at the sky. Another substantial deduction of science points followed. And before he knew it, a megastone appeared in Xu Xing's hand. Chapter 102. Yes, that's right, crashing the party. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the leaves, gently caressing Xu Xing's shoulders. At that moment, Xu Xing sat on Banette, lost in thought. The livestream had long been shut off. This journey had only one purpose: to crash the party. Banky. Banky growled softly, and Xu Xing opened his eyes slightly. The Steelix in front of him was snoring loudly. Xu Xing walked up to the Steelix and kicked it awake with one swift motion. The aluminum steel dragon looked utterly bewildered. But upon recognizing his former partner, its arrogance dissipated by half. Xu Xing showed no mercy. He pulled out a pile of food from his backpack. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'm beating you. To prevent the Steelix from being too weak to fight effectively, Xu Xing thoughtfully prepared food for the Pokemon. Alamali stared blankly at Xu Xing. Xu Xing pulled out several bottles of healing potions. Apply these yourself later. It might sting a bit, but it'll only be this once. As Steelix watched Banette in the distance, it gradually understood everything. Alam Steel. It roared in fury. This wasn't just humiliating, it was outright trampling a Pokemon's dignity. It lashed out, smashing the food on the ground to smithereens, then charged toward Banette with a roar. Xu Xing smiled faintly. Blastoise. Mega Evolve. 10 minutes later. Aluminier knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. Banette remained in its mega form, looking merely a bit dirty at most. Xu Xing walked over to the fallen aluminum steel dragon and tossed several bottles of healing potions in front of it. Your punches weren't fast enough. And they weren't fierce enough. Xu Xing then turned to Banette, who had reverted from mega form, and asked, now that our agreement is fulfilled, do you still wish to follow me? The answer was almost a foregone conclusion. Xu Xing nodded. Good choice. You know what's best. The sheer power of Megaform had captivated Banagirus. Xu Xing's charisma had also won him over completely, there was no reason not to continue following him. But Xu Xing's next move left him utterly stunned. Give it back. Banky? Bankaras asked in confusion. The Mega Stone. Give it back. I never said it was yours. Ban? Xu Xing's move to stab him in the back left Banky utterly bewildered. But upon reflection, Xu Xing seemed to have a point, he never said it was yours. Yet the mysterious power this stone held was simply too tempting to let go. Xu Xing asked again, do you want it? Banjira nodded vigorously. Xu Xing chuckled. Later, when I have time, I'll arrange a battle between you and Gyarados. All you need to do is intentionally lose the match, and this Megastone will be yours. Gyarados might have forgotten about this, but Xu Xing remembered it all too clearly. Bankaras nodded awkwardly. So all he had to do was fake a match? With that, the grassland expedition came to a complete end. Xu Xing climbed onto Ban's back, and Water Eevee jumped out, clinging to its owner. Clearly just waking up, Xu Xing ruffled its head. Good girl. Banagirus, let's head to that flat area northeast. Xu Xing had already contacted the military and was preparing to parachute into Hengjiang City via helicopter. During the wait, Xu Xing idly pulled out her phone to scroll through videos, but she couldn't find a single Pokemon fan-made video. Instead, one news story had completely dominated the headlines. No, not just one, the entire top 10 trending list was now dominated by this news. Iceblock Nation's volcano set to erupt by mythical creatures. Catastrophic disaster looms. Iceblock Nation and neighboring countries begin mass evacuation. The world's first nation destroyed by monsters has emerged. Iceblock Nation to be completely destroyed by monsters within a month. Vanishing from Blue Star forever. Xu Xing frowned slightly. At this critical juncture, they actually brought this matter out into the open. Xu Xing opened the comments section. Damn it. It's those damn beasts. They're destroying families everywhere. Yeah. These beasts should be wiped out completely. I hate them to death. Damn it. Those cursed beasts. I haven't even seen the Aurora yet. And now our country is about to be wiped out. Right. Heard some streamer was even educating people about monsters. Unscrupulous streamer. Let's all go report him. At Xiaosu the spirit science guy, this is the guy, everyone. Let's go report him. Ugh. Xu Xing felt the pressure mounting. He thought to himself that he'd better bundle up tightly whenever he went out. Otherwise, if passers-by spotted him, it could spell trouble out of nowhere. Before long, Xu Xing saw a helicopter hovering over the grassland. The person greeting them was none other than Lin Guobiao. Xu Xing stowed his bayonet into a pokeball and led his EV toward the aircraft. Lin Guobiao greeted him with a smile. "You've been through a lot, Brother Xu." Xu Xing waved his hand lightly. "It was nothing. No need to mention it." Lin Guobiao chuckled and reached out to take Xu Xing's backpack. "Hey, Brother Xu, is that backpack heavy? Let me carry it for you." Xu Xing was a bit speechless. Seeing Lin Guobiao like this, he clearly had something on his mind. Xu Xing stepped onto the cabin. "Just say it, Brother Lin." Lin Guobiao followed closely behind, rubbing his hands together. "You saw that news, right?" Xu Xing nodded. He hadn't just seen it, his Douyin account had been dug up. Lin Guobiao continued. "You know how it is, news this explosive is nearly impossible to hide." Xu Xing understood, but the entire top 10 trending topics were dominated by this one story. Who would believe this is normal? Lin Guobiao continued. There are many factors at play, but the most critical one is that the invasion of these beasts poses the gravest threat to our nation. Our country has far too many grassy villages in mountainous regions where Pokémon are simply beyond control. Other nations are constantly using this to pressure us. Therefore, China must resolve this incident and resolve it brilliantly. We must reclaim our voice on the international stage. Even international jurisdiction over Pokémon. Lin Guobiao suddenly unleashed a barrage of information that was far too international in scope, overwhelming in its sheer volume. Xu Xing inquired. "What is international magical beast jurisdiction?" Lin Guobiao explained slowly. "Certain Pokémon, or should I say legendary beasts? They invariably trigger all sorts of bizarre phenomena. Just from what I know personally, the colossal downpours triggered by the sea-dwelling Kuanpeng. The human petrification incidents caused by the forest red bats. The collective nightmares that struck entire villages. Each of these events is utterly bizarre, far beyond what ordinary Pokémon could possibly cause. That's why I suspect legendary Pokémon are behind them, and this destruction of the Ice Block Kingdom might be their doing too. And these incidents aren't something just anyone can investigate, you must possess international magical beast jurisdiction." Xu Xing nodded slightly, grasping the gist. Lin Guobiao continued. "Currently, that authority rests with the United States. If you can resolve this Ice Block Nation incident, we can reclaim that authority. Only by reclaiming it can we proceed with Pokémon promotion." Xu Xing asked, "Why is that?" Lin Guobiao didn't answer Xu Xing directly, instead dropping a cryptic hint. "Once you've made your trip to Hangzhou City, you'll understand." Chapter 103. The road ahead is long and arduous. Hangzhou City gradually came into view. But another problem stumped everyone: they couldn't find a place to land. Ultimately, after a phone call, the helicopter was forced to land within the grounds of a high school. And as luck would have it, this high school was the very one Xu Xing had attended. So it seemed Xu Xing might have to take the college entrance exam again, but that didn't matter. The emergency landing drew a crowd of curious students. Everyone craned their necks out the windows, eager to see who this powerful figure was. But after Fang Xiaomei's angry shout, the students obediently returned to their seats. Xu Xing stepped out of the helicopter, his hat brim pulled low. Lin Guobiao said, "Brother Xu, go ahead. I'll wait for you right here." Xu Xing gave a slight nod. His mission here wasn't complicated. He simply wanted to see if society had been altered by Pokémon. That was all. Xu Xing had already recalled his EV. He walked toward the rental house, a place that could be considered where his dreams began. Before he even reached the door, the landlady, Aunt Zhao, came out to greet him. She wore a thin nightgown, the sheer fabric barely concealing her still graceful figure. Her cheeks flushed crimson upon recognizing Xu Xing. "Xu? Back from playing outside?" Xu Xing gave an awkward smile. "Yes, I'm back." Auntie Zhao nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on your room for you. Rest assured." "Thanks, Sister Zhao." As he spoke, Xu Xing quietly released his moon EV. Evie understood Xu Xing's thoughts perfectly and hopped over to Sister Zhao's feet. Meow. A sudden fuzzy sensation emanated from beside Sister Zhao's feet. She looked down, her entire body instantly stiffening. Immediately after came a blood-curdling scream. A monster. Sister Zhao reflexively threw herself onto Xu Xing. Seeing the situation escalate, Xu Xing said, "Calm down, Sister Zhao. I've got her." With that, Xu Xing swiftly reclaimed the EV, which had emerged less than 2 minutes prior. Sister Zhao, however, was petrified, clinging tightly to Xu Xing's chest. Neighbors were about to gather around. If anyone saw her like this, it would be impossible to explain. Xu Xing gently guided Sister Zhao back into the room. Still trembling, Sister Zhao said, "Xu, with martial arts like yours, you should go out and contribute to society." Yes, Xu Xing nodded repeatedly. "I'll need you to look after the place for me for a while longer." With that, he hurriedly exited the room. Xu Xing sighed softly. This wasn't what the viewers in the livestream chat had said. Weren't the viewers saying Eevee was adorable? What's going on? Why did Sister Zhao react so strongly? After pondering for a moment, Xu Xing concluded it was probably an age thing. Auntie Zhao was already in her late 30s and rarely watched livestreams. With that in mind, Xu Xing headed to Hangzhou's famous pedestrian street, which was bustling with people both morning and night. With that thought, Xu Xing hurried toward the pedestrian street. The pedestrian street was bustling with people, youngsters, children, middle-aged and elderly folks, all mingling together. Undoubtedly, it was the perfect testing ground. Xu Xing summoned Banette in an unoccupied corner, gave it a few brief instructions, and then nudged it forward. Ban nodded and then made its way toward the pedestrian street. The once bustling pedestrian street fell silent for a few seconds after Banchilas appeared. Then came a deafening chorus of cries and pleas for help. Bankara scratched its head, wondering what it had done. Watching the chaotic crowd, it disregarded the commotion and made its way to a small stall. This was an octopus ball stall. The vendor, unable to dodge in time, now faced Bangilas head-on. Bankaras reached out. The vendor, crying, fumbled into his pocket, pulled out a handful of money, and handed it over. This is all I have. Wah! I've got old folks to support and kids to feed. Please. Don't hurt me. Bankilas took the money, glanced at it, then flung it aside. He grabbed the vendor's takoyaki and shoved it into his mouth. Watching this scene, Xu Xing was utterly speechless. The surrounding crowd had mostly dispersed, though many were still filming from a distance, documenting Bankira's misdeeds. Seeing no one dared to stop this adorable little creature, Xu Xing could only reluctantly recall Bankira's. In a corner, Xu Xing felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. He had been streaming for so long, educating people for so long. Yet the world seemed unchanged when it came to Pokémon. Xu Xing walked over to the small vendor and helped him tidy up the shop, which had been thrown into disarray by the crowd. The vendor murmured, "Thank you, young man. These monsters are truly terrifying." Xu Xing hummed in acknowledgement. As he picked up the payment QR code, he transferred several thousand yuan to the vendor, considerate compensation for emotional distress. Summoning his strength, Xu Xing pressed onward toward the mall interior. The entire mall remained unchanged from before. Not a single trace of Pokemon-related elements could be found. But Xu Xing wasn't about to give up so easily. That day, he spent the entire afternoon conducting various Pokemon experiments. Yet the final outcome proved dismal. The public's perception of Pokemon remained unchanged. They still viewed them as terrifying monsters. Time slowly slipped away as the setting sun crept up. After a full day of effort, his mission could only be described as a complete failure. Xu Xing walked out of the mall in a daze, preparing to return to school. For the first time, he began to question whether any of this was worthwhile. After all that effort, all that heart and soul poured in, the outcome was nothing short of devastating. Nothing had changed at all. Everything remained exactly as before. Xu Xing? A sudden call echoed from the distance, and Xu Xing looked up. Facing her was Fang Xiaomei, standing at the school gate, studying this familiar yet unfamiliar face. The surrounding crowd flowed swiftly. Being Friday, many parents had come to pick up their children. Xu Xing gave a nervous smile. "Teacher Fang, good afternoon." Fang Xiaomei replied in a sarcastic tone, "So? How's the live streaming going?" Xu Xing felt bitter. Financially speaking, the livestream had been a huge success. But judging by the public's current attitude toward Pokemon, the livestream was undoubtedly a complete failure. Xu Xing shook his head. Not so great. Fang Xiaomei had expected as much, otherwise, this kid wouldn't have shown up at the school gate. Fang Xiaomei sneered. "I always say students should act like students. Focus on your studies. Stop messing around with all that nonsense. Look at you. After all that, you still have to come back to school." Fang Xiaomei's sharp words drew the attention of many parents nearby. They pointed at Xu Xing as a cautionary tale to warn their own children. Xu Xing hung his head. Just as he tried to pull his cap brim lower, a sudden gust of wind howled. It blew his cap right off. Xu Xing's entire face was exposed. Already the center of attention, he was instantly recognized by a middle-aged woman. The woman pointed at him. Him. He's the cult leader doing Warcraft science outreach. Her voice seemed to carry a commanding authority. In an instant, the crowd of men and women in their 50s and 60s surged forward. They began wildly shouting insults at Xu Xing. Several extremists even began physically attacking Xu Xing. Chapter 104, The Dog Bites Lu Dongbin. It's all because you're spreading that Warcraft nonsense everywhere. That's right. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. We can't let this kind of person go out and harm others anymore. Cult leader. I'm recording this to post online. Justice will prevail. Xu Xing was brutally pinned down by these women and old ladies, his entire body crashing to the ground. Spittle and kicks rained down on his face. He was utterly defenseless now. No words he spoke could change anything. These stubborn old men and women unleashed their fear of the demon beast upon Xu Xing. As if he had brought it all upon them. Fang Xiaomei was so terrified by the scene that she momentarily lost her composure. Crack! A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by an eerie silence. It was a gunshot. All eyes turned to the other side. A man in police uniform stood there, his face grim as he stared at the crowd. My name is Yi Tianjiao. I'm a police officer. Until I get to the bottom of this, no one is to make a single move. Yi Tianjiao's words struck like a thunderclap, stunning everyone. The elderly women had never witnessed such a scene. The crowd instantly fell silent. It was Friday, and Yi Tianjiao had just finished work, planning to pick up his daughter on the way home. The two had planned to watch Xu Xing's livestream together that evening, but they never expected this to happen. Yi Tianjiao strode over to Xu Xing in 3 quick steps. What was Xu Xing's background? He was the kind of person who dared to confront even national-level military personnel. And now he was being bullied by a bunch of women, children, and elderly women? Yi Tianjia kept asking. Are you okay, Brother Xu? Are you okay? Xu Xing propped himself up halfway and rubbed his head. I'm fine. Yi Chumu jogged over to Xu Xing and handed him his hat. Xu Xing had long been her idol. When she realized Xu Xing was actually her classmate, Yi Chumu was incredibly excited. She'd spent days hoping to run into Xu Xing during the college entrance exams, just to catch a glimpse of her idol. She never imagined she'd see Xu Xing again under such circumstances. Xu Xing's youthful face was smudged with dust, her forehead scraped raw, and her clothes covered in countless shoe prints. Seeing this, Yi Chumu felt a pang of heartache. She took out the handkerchief she always carried and gently wiped away the marks on Xu Xing's body. As she wiped, she said, Xu, your live streams are truly fascinating. I especially love Larulus. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it penetrated deep into Xu Xing's heart. For so long, he had strived endlessly just to hear these very words. Thank you. Thank you. Xu Xing felt as though the girl before him was an angel descended from heaven. When the entire world seemed to be against him, she stood resolutely by his side. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Lin Guobiao watched the scene unfold before him, his hands trembling. The principal, vice principal, and various other officials standing beside him felt as if half their souls had been ripped out. Lin Guobiao was the highest-ranking official to ever set foot in this school since its founding. And now, the rage on Lin Guobiao's face was nearly impossible to conceal. Lin Guobiao, who had been exceptionally polite and talkative all afternoon, was now furious. Yi Tianjiao, quick to read the situation, immediately approached Lin Guobiao and relayed the intelligence. As the details unfolded, Lin Guobiao's face darkened with each revelation. A hero who had fought for the nation through indirect means was now being savagely attacked by a bunch of stubborn old fools. Lin Guobiao could barely contain his emotions. The principal, sensing the tension escalating, roared in anger. Is there no law anymore? Are you rebelling? Do you even know who this young man is? The principal stormed off, shouting. You people! Your ideological awareness is far too low. Not a single offender will walk free today. Everyone will face strict punishment. Especially you. Fang Xiaomei. Fang Xiaomei broke out in a cold sweat. The situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. Enough. Let's just leave it at that. Xu Xing had already risen to his feet, his hat brim pulled low as he clutched Yi Chumu's handkerchief. Lin Guobiao hurriedly asked, Are you hurt? Brother Xu? Are you okay? Xu Xing waved his hand. Let's board the plane. This matter ends here. Lin Guobiao helped Xu Xing onto the plane, then turned back to instruct Yi Tianjiao. This matter ends here. Though he said it, Lin Guobiao's gaze was murderous, hardly the look of someone ready to let it end. Get on the plane? Fang Xiaomei's heart skipped a beat. That plane belonged to Xu Xing? She couldn't believe it, feeling her worldview crumble. She thought Xu Xing had come to his senses and decided to return to campus, but it turned out he was merely heading to the plane parked at the school. Xu Xing returned to the aircraft interior, surrounded by Lin Guobiao's entourage. Lin Guobiao expressed his deep regret. I should have been upfront with you. Xu Xing was baffled. What? Lin Guobiao explained slowly. You shouldn't be able to see any Pokemon-related information on your phone besides that Ice Block Nation extinction incident, right? Xu Xing nodded slightly. He'd already figured that out. Lin Guobiao continued. It's actually because of a man named Wang Hai. He classified Pokemon as severely dangerous creatures, so videos about Pokemon on all platforms can't pass censorship. Xu Xing immediately sensed something was off. Why me? Lin Guobiao nodded. He doesn't hate Pokemon, it's because his brother turned to stone because of Pokemon. So until his brother returns to human form, Pokemon won't become mainstream. He wants to use you to save his brother. Xu Xing suddenly understood everything and nodded in agreement. Alright. Saving someone? Leave it to me. Lin Guobiao continued. His brother was petrified by a Pokemon. Judging by that Pokemon's aura and power, it must be a legendary Pokemon. So to investigate that legendary Pokemon, we need international Pokemon jurisdiction. Xu Xing understood. So to save his brother, we first need international magical beast jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction can only be obtained by completing this mission? Lin Guobiao chuckled. You're sharp as ever. Xu Xing finally understood why Pokemon couldn't be accepted by most people. Is 500,000 viewers for a livestream a lot? Without a doubt, it's a huge number. But compared to the entire nation's population, it's a drop in the bucket. But with fan-created content, the spread would go crazy. That's when Pokemon would truly hit its golden age. China National Military Base. Captain, this is the latest video concerning Xu Xing. A staff member handed the phone to Wang Hai. The video showed Xu Xing being beaten by a crowd of onlookers, with vile terms like cult organization repeatedly shouted throughout. Wang Hai's brow furrowed. Who did this? A nearby staff member explained the entire sequence of events to Wang Hai. Wang Hai erupted in fury. Damn it! Is this how Lin Guobiao takes care of people? Hell no! After watching Xu Xing's livestream, Wang Hai had actually lost his fear of Pokemon. He'd even begun to develop a fondness for them. But he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that his brother had lost his life because of Pokemon, yet the world was about to usher in an era of Pokemon supremacy. Therefore, he must rescue his brother, and to do so, he needed this young man's help. Wang Hai raised his hand. Notify local personnel. Arrest the perpetrators. Handle this with utmost severity. Chapter 105, Departure. Ice Block Kingdom. Xu Xing leaned against the helicopter, his expression vacant. Misinterpreting Xu Xing's state as lingering distress over past events, Lin Guobiao offered. Brother Xu, I've been meaning to. Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in Lin Guobiao's words. His thoughts had already drifted thousands of miles away. The Pokemon that had destroyed the Ice Block Kingdom was almost certainly Groudon, as Xu Xing had surmised. But why would Groudon, who usually slept peacefully, suddenly become restless? Xu Xing could think of only one reason: the Vermilion Orb. When the Pokemon descended, Groudon had arrived in the Ice Kingdom alongside the Vermilion Orb. And that Vermilion Orb had most likely fallen into the hands of someone in the Ice Kingdom. With the nation now conducting an orderly evacuation, Xu Xing must reach the region as quickly as possible. The success of this mission was inextricably linked to the Crimson Orb. Xu Xing possessed a summoning badge, allowing him to freely summon a legendary Pokemon. For now, the most reliable approach is to summon Kyogre. Having the two legendary Pokemon clash to lure out Arceus is the simplest approach. But what if the battle between the two Pokemon fails to lure out Arceus? Then forget about the Ice Kingdom. Every nation along the border will be dragged down with it. Therefore, we must obtain both orbs. The Crimson Orb and the Azure Orb. If the Vermilion Orb can be found, the location of the Indigo Orb can be deduced. Therefore, the immediate priority is to reach the Ice Kingdom. Xu Xing's mind stirred as he suddenly recalled something. Brother Lin, you once mentioned the Sea Dragon Kunpeng causing heavy rain. Do you recall that? Lin Guobiao nodded. I remember. Xu Xing continued. Did that Kunpeng resemble a whale with two massive pectoral fins on either side and a body of deep, intense blue? Lin Guobiao shook his head. You couldn't see its color. It was underwater. All you could see was a deep shadow. But the description of its appearance was similar. Xu Xing nodded. According to Brother Lin, this area was now under international control. Therefore, ordinary people certainly couldn't access it. Fortunately, he, Xu Xing, was no ordinary person. Xu Xing asked, Brother Lin, do you know where that place is? Lin Guobiao's expression changed. Hey! Brother Xu, regulations forbid us from going there. Even if you know it's at the center of the Bermuda Triangle, I won't allow you to go. Lin Guobiao made his position crystal clear. Xu Xing played along. Oh? Alright, I won't go then. By the way, how many guards are stationed there? A full 70 or 80 American soldiers. Got it. The Bermuda Triangle. Who would have thought Gaika would descend upon such a place? Fortunately, the Ice Block Nation wasn't too far from Bermuda. A plan was gradually forming in Xu Xing's mind. Slowly, the helicopter made its way along the road. The two were now within a national-level military base. Wang Tianyang, He Changjun, and even figures like Wang Hai were all on the ground to receive the aircraft. Xu Xing looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces and said, No time for catching up. I must depart for the Ice Block Kingdom immediately. Thus, the many influential figures who had just met Xu Xing were about to part ways with him again. He Changjun expressed a hint of regret. We waited from afternoon until sunset, yet we didn't even get to finish a single sentence. Wang Tianyang, however, held the opposite view, pure. Absolutely pure. That's the attitude a man focused on his career should have. Lin Guobiao led the way while instructing. Brother Xu, will be broadcasting this Iceland livestream. What does that mean? Lin Guobiao explained slowly. A global broadcast. Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. A global broadcast. Instantly, Xu Xing understood Lin Guobiao's plan. He knew full well that Pokemon culture couldn't spread under Wang Hai's oppression. But the events surrounding the destruction of the Warcraft could be freely broadcast, so Lin Guobiao deliberately amplified the hype. He deepened everyone's fear of the beasts until this live broadcast, where Xu Xing shattered every rumor one by one. This move was brilliant. Yet the greater the positive feedback loop this tactic generated, the more severe its side effects became. Had Xu Xing failed to resolve this matter, Huaxia Nation would inevitably become a target for other nations to exploit as a point of attack. This would have resulted in China completely losing its voice on the international stage. Public fear of Pokémon would only intensify. Xu Xing understood that Lin Guobiao had staked his future on him. Xu Xing took a deep breath. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lin Guobiao forced a smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it doesn't work out, we'll withdraw. As long as the mountains remain, we'll never run out of firewood. Escorted by Lin Guobiao, Xu Xing boarded the aircraft. As he looked back, Lin Guobiao and the entire group stood at attention, saluting him in unison. Once aboard, he was the sole occupant of the entire aircraft. The aircraft would depart immediately after delivering Xu Xing to the Iceblock Nation. Though he may appear to be fighting alone, countless people stand behind him in support. Xu Xing was also deeply invested in this particular incident. Xu Xing entered the system store. In one go, he exchanged for the 3 divine powers of the Pokemon world: Aura Power, Overpower, and Evergreen Power. Aura Power, possessing this ability allows one to gather power in their hands and unleash Aura Power. However, since Xu Xing was live streaming, this skill was clearly unsuitable for use. However, Aura Power had another use: it could be employed to sense the surroundings, even achieving a form of X-ray vision. Overpower allowed direct psychic communication with Pokemon. This ability would significantly reduce Xu Xing's workload during battles. After all, when facing Groudon and Kyogre, Xu Xing would inevitably deploy all his Pokemon. At such times, he could simply rely on Overpower to communicate telepathically. The power of Eternal Forest. Legend has it that every 10 years, a person with psychic abilities appears in the Eternal Forest. The power of Evergreen allows one to read Pokemon memories and actively heal Pokemon. These 3 abilities prove immensely valuable in both battle and daily life. Next, Xu Xing exchanged for another ability, one that was unassuming yet incredibly practical. Multilingual automatically translates any language heard into Chinese, while your own speech adapts to the listener's language. With his foundational abilities secured, Xu Xing proceeded to exchange for another ability. Diving, you can breathe freely underwater for up to 30 minutes. This skill might come in handy when searching for Groudon later. Although it would undoubtedly be streamed live, he could simply make up some excuse to gloss over it. He then recorded a video to officially announce this operation. This incident involved both humans and Pokemon, demanding his full commitment with zero room for error. With all preparations complete, Xu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned back in his seat, watching the clouds drift by as his thoughts slowly drifted away. Xu Xing gazed out the window. The sky had grown completely dark. Come to think of it, this was his first time flying on a commercial aircraft. He reached into his pocket and felt the young girl's handkerchief, still carrying her lingering fragrance. Carried by that sweet scent, Xu Xing drifted into a deep sleep. Facing an unknown future, the knight had no idea what lay ahead. All he could do was continue to swing his mighty sword. Chapter 106, The Madman of the Huaxia Empire. 5 in the morning, the sky just beginning to lighten. Beautiful country military base. They're insane. Those Huaxia people truly are madmen. They actually think humans can solve the monster disaster. And they're even planning a global live broadcast. The entire beautiful country military base was now in utter chaos. Upon learning China was preparing to send personnel to resolve the demon beast incident, the entire base immediately began preparations for a synchronized live broadcast viewing. 5-star General Wells took a sip of coffee and said slowly, "Relax, folks. The Chinese are just borrowing the tiger's might." True, humans suppressing beasts was nothing new, but this was the first time anyone had attempted to subdue a beast capable of wiping out an entire nation. Wells ran a hand through his golden yellow hair. The outcome was almost inevitable. He spoke slowly. "Dr. Charek, how about we make a bet?" Charek looked thoroughly annoyed. Forced to watch the livestream, he couldn't fathom the appeal of watching Huaxia send people to their deaths. "What kind of bet? What kind of bet?" Wells said, "How long the Chinese can hold out." Charek waved his hand dismissively. "What's the point of betting on that? This is the most boring bet in the world. But it's slightly more interesting than this livestream." Wells changed the subject. "I reckon the Huaxia people are desperate to prove themselves." Charek nodded. Who knows how many planes they dispatched, daring to confront beasts of this caliber. Indeed, this livestream was shrouded in mystery. Not just the United States, but even Japan, South Korea, Russia, and other nations were watching this livestream. It's no exaggeration to say this livestream has become the world's focal point. Countries everywhere were speculating about the military forces China had deployed. After all, a nationwide broadcast is practically a global one. They wouldn't dare do this without solid backing. US personnel even speculate that China has deployed its latest technological advancements. But speculation remains just that, speculation. Only when the broadcast begins will the truth gradually unfold. On the plane, Xu Xing gazed down at the earth below. As they were about to land, he stood up, tidied himself, and changed into a different outfit. The city at 5 in the morning exuded a somber atmosphere, its vast expanse shrouded beneath volcanic clouds. The plane touched down and came to a smooth stop. At that very moment, Xu Xing launched his livestream. The camera gradually brightened, revealing Xu Xing in the frame. Hello everyone. Welcome back to my livestream. With just that one sentence, the livestream's viewer count hit 1 million. In the next moment, the viewer count continued to climb exponentially. Xu Xing knew that despite the large audience, the vast majority remained skeptical. So the growth of the science popularization segment wasn't as rapid as imagined. But thankfully, there was still a core group of loyal fans. Soon, these viewers flooded the chat. Holy crap! Xu! Did I miss something major? Is he actually starting to save the world now? Mom! I made it! My favorite streamer is saving the world. Bro, are you already on site? Your outfit today is so dapper. Where's brother Xu? On the plane? Let's go! Holy crap! 3 million viewers online? That's insane. This livestream is bound to grab global attention. Xu Xing announced, I've arrived in the Iceblock Nation. I'll minimize the science explanations during the stream. With that, Xu Xing stepped out of the aircraft exit. The view outside gradually came into focus. At 5 a.m., the Iceblock International Airport wasn't as deserted as one might imagine. Instead, countless people, laden with large and small bags of luggage, were streaming toward international flights. Their expressions were filled with uncertainty, their eyes reflecting fear of the unknown. Yet it was worth noting that not everyone was consumed by such dread and uncertainty. Some wore faint, almost imperceptible smiles of satisfaction and triumph. Xu Xing didn't know why, nor did he dwell on it. He simply walked silently off the plane. The moment he stepped off the plane, however, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of Iceblock nationals. The news that Huaxia would dispatch forces to eliminate the Iceblock nation's beasts had already spread across the world. That was why these Iceblock citizens had come to greet him at the airport, so passionate about their homeland, unwilling to see it vanish. They pressed bouquets of flowers and baskets of fruit into Xu Xing's hands. Xu Xing waved them away, asking only, "Who can take me to Little Tima Town?" Xu Xing's words automatically transformed into Iceblock language. Little Maha Town was the closest settlement to the erupting volcano. The distance from the airport wasn't great, but in times like these, time was life. No one knew when the volcano would erupt. Yet the moment Xu Xing uttered those words, countless supporters raised their hands high. They were ardent patriots, believing every citizen must shoulder responsibility when the nation faced peril. Xu Xing finally climbed into the car of a gray-haired old gentleman, slowly heading toward Little Maha Town. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat clearly had no idea this incident had already caught international attention. They continued joking cheerfully. Wait, did you know our Xu Gu is so cultured? He actually knows this language. Bro Xu is a total all-rounder, skydiving, multilingual, you name it. Yeah, with skills like that, brother Xu would have made it big even if he hadn't gone into this line of work. But while the chat room was buzzing with playful banter, the international community was absolutely blown away. Inside the US military base. I can't believe this. Are the Chinese treating us like monkeys? Sending one person to take down a demon beast? Charles roared in fury, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Typically, dispatching 3 or 4 military units was required just to expel ordinary beasts. And these units were usually equipped with the most advanced weaponry. But what was this situation with China? They were clearly treating us like monkeys. Sending a single person to handle a nation-destroying disaster? Wells felt as if he hadn't fully woken up yet, staring at this absurd spectacle. At that moment, the military suddenly received telegrams from other nations. It came from Sakura Nation, followed swiftly by telegrams from various other nations flooding into the Pretty Nation military base. Clearly, other nations were utterly perplexed by China's actions. But everyone knew that China would most likely suffer a crushing defeat in this operation. Following this incident, China would permanently lose its jurisdiction over the beasts. It would henceforth hold no competitive edge on the international stage, leaving the United States to divide the world with Russia. That's why representatives from other nations were now rushing to pledge their allegiance. Deep down, people sensed that this man before them, known as Brother Xu, was no ordinary figure. Yet expecting an ordinary person to resolve such matters was simply too fantastical. It simply lacked any credibility. The world simply dismissed it as a desperate, poorly executed move by China, forced into a corner. It was an old classic car. Though ancient, it was well maintained. As Xu Xing settled into the driver's seat, pulsing DJ beats instantly blasted from the speakers. The white-bearded driver in the front seat was named Hyaming. As he settled into the driver's seat, he reminded Xu Xing, "Sir, please fasten your seatbelt." Hyaming didn't question why the entire Huaxia nation had sent only Xu Xing. All he could do was silently pray that the young man before him truly possessed the ability to save a collapsing empire. Xu Xing suddenly remembered something and asked. Why do some people on this plane seem not to be grieving? Hai Ming replied. Because people have long since lost all hope in the government. Chapter 107, Gianna. I see. Xu Xing nodded slightly, now grasping the intricate web of relationships within the Iceblock Nation. Due to the prolonged inaction of the Iceblock Nation's government, the relationship between the people and the government had deteriorated to the point of no return. Consequently, when the nation faced imminent ruin, the populace felt not sorrow but relief. Those insatiable government officials would finally pay for their misdeeds. As for the others, they shared the same deep-seated loathing for the government. Yet they deeply cherished their homeland, innocent and untouched. This land had given birth to so many wondrous natural wonders that they were utterly unwilling to lose the territory they cherished, unless absolutely forced to do so at the very last moment. Xu Xingyo sighed deeply. It's been no easy journey. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were moved to tears. Wah! Brother Xu, for their sake, you absolutely must save this country. Yeah, Brother Xu, these ordinary people have it so tough. These patriots are truly magnificent. They're willing to stand with their homeland until the very end, even in the face of crisis. Xu Xing silently agreed with the viewer's words in his heart. These were just ordinary people who deeply loved their country. What had they done wrong? As the car moved slowly forward. Up ahead, the town of Shaotima gradually came into view. Before the town itself, half-finished structures appeared, construction hastily abandoned midway. These structures appeared vast and grand, as if preparations had been underway for some major project. Hemming said. Come to think of it, Shaotima town was originally slated for demolition and redevelopment into a tourist attraction. When word spread about the impending volcanic eruption, the owners fled overnight without even notifying their employees. This little town has centuries of history, yet it was nearly wiped clean with a single decree. Xu Xing's expression darkened. Beneath Ice Country's glamorous facade lay wounds too painful to publicize. Xiaotima town exuded the charm of a small Western European village. It wasn't large, you could see from one end to the other as soon as you entered. The town's focal point was a winding road stretching all the way to the volcano. From afar, Xu Xing could faintly hear the rumbling of the volcano. At this moment, the entire town exuded a deathly stillness, a stillness that could never be proclaimed. Hyaming escorted Xu Xing to the village entrance. Watching Xu Xing's figure gradually recede into the distance, Hyaming silently made a gesture. May Jirachi protect you. The air was thick with the scent of the volcano, tinged with a hint of scorched earth, while the sky was blanketed by an impenetrable volcanic cloud. This was the environmental devastation wrought by the colossal volcano. Perhaps because the town was sparsely populated. At that moment, numerous Pokémon roamed freely around them. Viewers in the livestream seemed to spot a familiar face. Hey, streamer. Look, isn't that an EV? Seriously. It looks just like a baby EV. It's sneaking a peek at Su Gu. Su, look over there. Right over there. Xu Xing turned his head slightly. That wasn't an EV at all. Xu Xing slowly approached the Pokémon, which showed no fear and brushed right up against him. This Pokémon bore a striking resemblance to a fox, with reddish-brown fur covering its body, large amber eyes, and a tail sporting a full 6 orange curls. Xu Xing casually offered a brief explanation. This Pokémon is called Ninetales. It's a fire-type Pokémon. Xu Xing stroked the Vulpix's head. Early in the morning like this, why are you all alone over here? The little Ninetales rubbed against Xu Xing's palm before darting off without looking back. Xu Xing sighed, deciding not to chase after it. Instead, he summoned EV from his backpack. EV had already transformed into its Vaporeon form. Volcanic ash filled the air, and Vaporeon needed to constantly clean itself to stay pristine. The man and his Pokémon set foot in Little Tima Town. Inside the United States military base. Wells was somewhat surprised. This human isn't afraid of the beasts? Charles sneered. Just some small beasts. If he encounters a large one, he won't even have time to run. He better not run into Sandstorm Godzilla, or this kid will be in real trouble, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Charles couldn't help but shudder, recalling the beast his team had encountered earlier. Emerging from the sandstorm, its entire body covered in green armor, even bullets couldn't pierce that monster's flesh. Xu Xing entered the small town of Temahaha. The town was eerily quiet, yet not entirely deserted. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl hummed a tune as she carried a wooden bucket. Though he followed from a distance, Xu Xing could faintly hear her soft humming. Glitterer, glitterer Jossen Jort. Her surprise at seeing an outsider was palpable. The girl stopped humming and asked, "Are you a tourist?" The girl asked softly. Xu Xing nodded in response. "I'm a traveler. I want to document what it looks like before the volcano erupts." The blonde girl's eyes darted around, clearly surprised that Xu Xing actually understood Mandarin. But she grew impatient with the same tired excuses. Countless people claimed they wanted to document the volcano of the Ice Kingdom before its destruction, yet in the end, they dared only to watch from afar. They were nothing but clowns chasing fleeting fame. The drone girl beside Xu Xing, certain this person was no different, remarked. You lot should just head back. Don't risk your lives for a little attention. Xu Xing replied non sequitur. I really am a streamer. I'm live on the platform. You can come see for yourself. The girl replied, I don't have a phone. No wonder she was so relaxed here during the volcanic eruption. Turns out she was completely cut off from information and had no idea the volcano was about to erupt. Xu Xing shouted, the volcano's about to erupt. Run for your life. The girl looked at him as if he were an idiot. Lord Kiraki is with us. Then she walked away serenely. Xu Xing's heart jolted violently. Gyarados? That's a Pokémon. And not just any Pokémon. It's a legendary Pokémon. Why would this girl know about Kyurem? Xu Xing asked. Excuse me, what does Gyarados mean? The girl ignored Xu Xing's question, leaving only her retreating figure. Xu Xing was utterly stunned. He never imagined the Groudon incident would also involve Kyurem. Meanwhile, the vibe in the livestream chat was completely different. Though they couldn't understand Icelandic, the platform had specially adapted and optimized Xu Xing's stream, automatically translating everyone's speech. This level of treatment was exclusive to Xu Xing streams, so the viewer's attention was now firmly fixed on the girl. Holy crap! Xu! This girl is way too beautiful. She looks like a fairy. Yeah. Sapphire-like eyes. She really looks like a fairy. Her skin is flawless, so smooth and soft, it looks like it could glow. Yeah. Xu, go chat with her. She's gorgeous like a fairy. Xu Xing was a bit speechless. He really wanted to approach that goddess and ask about Kiraki. But her aloof, unapproachable demeanor made him hesitate to intrude. Xu Xing took a brief stroll around the town, which was eerily quiet with only a handful of people around. They didn't seem surprised by his arrival, simply going about their business. Xu Xing admired their composure. Even with a volcanic eruption imminent, they remained remarkably unflappable. Moreover, they didn't even seem surprised to see him accompanied by Ev. Xu Xing circled around several times, using his psychic powers to sense the area, but found not a single trace beyond the crimson orb. With that, Xu Xing decided it was time to see Groudon's true form. Xu Xing looked up. In the distance, the volcano continued to spew black smoke, rumbling and gurgling as if ready to erupt at any moment. Xu Xing said. Friends, next we'll take a closer look at the Pokémon dwelling within the magma. Chapter 108, The Crimson Orb Revealed. Sharik muttered. What the heck is this guy up to? Well sighed in exasperation. Is there really no one else in China? Sending this useless guy to face the beasts? Indeed, Xu Xing's performance thus far had been mediocre at best. Without exaggeration, any random soldier would have demonstrated 100 times more competence than this youth. After all this time, they still hadn't even seen the beast itself. But they didn't know Xu Xing's true intentions. Without the Crimson Orb, his plan against Groudon could very well fail at the last moment. That's why he slowed his pace when passing through the small town, using his psychic energy to sense its essence. Unfortunately, the outcome wasn't what he'd hoped for. After searching for ages, he still came up empty-handed. This led numerous other nations to conclude Xu Xing was incompetent. The nations grew increasingly disheartened, mentally sentencing Xu Xing to failure. The closer one approached the volcanic eruption site, the more pronounced the scent of volcanic ash became in the air. It stood in stark contrast to the lush green grasslands. Xu Xing waved his hand to disperse the surrounding odor. He dared not imagine how suffocating the smell would be at the crater's edge. They were about to formally enter the volcano's territory. But just then, a youth's voice rang out. Red Gorilla. Intruders. Attack. Attack. A crimson ape swung its massive fist towards Xu Xing. This ape had an extremely peculiar appearance, its mouth stretched wide open, revealing an incredibly radiant smile. Its eyebrows, however, seemed to be ablaze, forming a perfect V shape. It was actually a Daruma baboon. Xu Xing was somewhat surprised. Now, with flames licking at its hands, the Daruma baboon charged straight at Xu Xing. However, such an abrupt and haphazard attack clearly posed no threat to Xu Xing. Xu Xing leapt lightly, stepping back a pace, and the baboon's punch missed its mark. Xu Xing looked up, but not at the Daruma baboon. He had clearly heard someone commanding it to attack. The next moment, a young boy's head peeked out from behind the small hill. His eyes brimmed with excitement, but his expression darkened upon seeing Xu Xing unharmed. The live stream exploded. For the first time, viewers other than Xu Xing witnessed someone controlling a Pokémon in battle. Holy crap! This kid has Pokémon too. Brother Xu finally has a rival. Yeah. Brother Xu used to only battle wild Pokémon, but now he can battle a real person. Is that Pokémon called a red ape? What a terrible name. Compared to the viewer's surprise, Xu Xing remained remarkably calm. The boy in front of him didn't even know his Pokémon's name, let alone how to use its moves. If nothing went wrong, it was likely due to the government's inaction that the villagers remained unaware of Pokémon's true nature, avoiding major conflicts with them. External information never reached the village, leading to this Darumaka becoming partners with the boy through a series of coincidences. However, the term intruder was worth pondering. The attitude of the military high command, on the other hand, was completely opposite. Inside the US military base, Snorlax snorted coldly. We've actually encountered a 3-star red fire gorilla Pokemon. We're done for. Each nation defines Pokemon ratings differently. The United States categorizes Pokemon danger levels into 5 tiers. From 1 to 5 stars, the danger level increases progressively. The Groudon involved in this incident was designated as Magma Titan, carrying a 5-star threat rating. 5-star monsters are considered capable of wiping out entire nations in the eyes of the United States. The Diancie before them, dubbed the Red Fire Gorilla, carries only a 3-star threat rating. But for ordinary people encountering it, survival is a long shot. Given its danger level, a monster of this caliber requires military suppression. Xu Xing, facing this beast alone, was almost certainly doomed. Well sighed. This livestream is ending so abruptly. Was it really that boring? He stood up to leave, but the scene before him shattered his worldview completely. Hey, kid, what's your name? The boy had blonde hair and blue eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to the girl he'd encountered earlier that morning. The boy seemed genuinely surprised to see Xu Xing. Get away from Mount Elphala, or I'll have Red Gorilla beat you up. Xu Xing chuckled in disbelief. Beat me? With this thing? At these words, not only the youth but even the nearby Damo baboon couldn't help but bristle with anger. Just how powerful was this guy? To speak so arrogantly. Xu Xing asked, "What's your name?" The blonde youth snapped, "Red Ape." Beat him. Dharma Baboon had been itching for a fight and was just waiting for that command. Without any communication or direction on techniques, the Dharma Baboon could only rely on experience to judge the appropriate move. Flames gathered in its hands, unleashing another fiery punch. Dharma Baboon was close to Xu Xing, making this strike impossible for Xu Xing to dodge. Yet Xu Xing wore a smile. Just as the Daruma Baboon lunged toward him, a water dragon suddenly plunged from the sky. It completely engulfed the Damo Baboon. The strike was precise and devastating. Unable to withstand the damage, the Daruma Baboon transformed into Daruma mode. It transformed into a small, stone-like creature sitting motionless in place. Xu Xing planted his foot squarely on the Daruma Baboon and demanded, "Is this the thing we're supposed to beat up?" It turned out Xu Xing had already communicated with Water EV using his overpowering force, allowing him to instantly unleash the bubble attack that crippled the Dratini. The blonde youth froze in shock before roaring. "What did you do?" He scrambled out from behind the mountain and charged towards Xu Xing. Suddenly, Water EV appeared and blocked his path. Facing this Pokemon capable of instantly defeating a Dratini, the blonde youth lost all trace of his earlier arrogance. "What's your name?" "Burke. My name is Xu Xing. The Pokemon beneath my feet is called a Dratini. This form is known as the Dratini stage. When threatened, Dratini automatically transforms into this form." With that, Xu Xing gave Darumaka a gentle kick. The round Pokemon rolled to Burke's feet. Burke bent down. Seeing the threat gone, the Dratini immediately shed its Dratini form. "Dharma! Dharma!" Burke's eyes lit up as he asked, "How do you know all this?" Xu Xing pulled his cap rim down low. "Because I'm a Pokemon trainer." "Wow, that's amazing." Burke's eyes brimmed with admiration. Xu brother, what brings you here?" "The volcano is about to erupt. No one can enter." "Me and Red." "Oh, I mean, Dratini are guarding this place." Xu Xing nodded slightly. "I'm an explorer. Since I can't enter the volcano, may I visit your home instead?" Xu Xing's question came out of nowhere, leaving not only Burke but even the livestream viewers scratching their heads. They were about to reach the volcano. What was this all about? Meanwhile, Xu Xing's heart raced with excitement. Through the power of the wave conductor, he had already seen the crimson pearl on this young man's person. Chapter 109, The Visit. Inside the US military base. At that moment, the military base was deathly quiet. Everyone fell silent, and that silence was deafening. No one could believe that Xu Xing possessed the ability to control magical beasts. Moreover, he seemed to possess profound knowledge of these creatures. He spoke with such authority, and most crucially, that 3-star demon beast had truly been defeated by a single individual. Such a monumental feat was unparalleled within the entire military base. Gradually, the group's perception of Xu Xing began to shift. Well said. Could it be, this youth possesses the power to control beasts? Charles roared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Control beasts? Give me a break. How could such a thing ever be possible? Just moments ago, everyone clearly witnessed the fish-like beast called EV protecting its master. With a single move, it rendered the Daruma Baboon completely immobilized. Only then did the crowd grasp the gravity of the situation. The venue gradually fell silent compared to earlier. Inside the Huaxia military base. Good. Well done, Brother Xu. He Chang Jun waved his hand in approval. As fellow military personnel, how could they not understand what other nations were thinking? They must think Huaxia has gone mad, sending such a figure to handle a nation-ending disaster. But after this little farce, Xu Xing's approval ratings among other nations would skyrocket exponentially. A faint smile touched Lin Guobiao's lips. The real show is yet to come. Lin Guobiao pulled a thick manual from his desk drawer. Stamped prominently across its cover were the words, United States Monster Rating System. This book cataloged every Pokémon released by the United States and assigned them hazard ratings. Lin Guobiao flipped to page 77 before handing it to He Qingjun. He Qingjun took the manual with slightly trembling hands and froze. Monster name, Sandstorm Godzilla. Danger rating, 4.5 stars. Damage record, single-handedly destroyed 5 tanks, inflicting severe damage on our forces and crippling ground troops. To date, no successful expulsion has been recorded. Encounter guidelines, to avoid unnecessary casualties, missions may be abandoned upon encountering sudden sandstorms. He Qingjun swallowed hard. This wasn't some sandstorm Godzilla, it was clearly Xu Xing's beloved Bankiras. He couldn't even imagine what it would look like if someone saw Xu Xing riding Banajiras. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream chat were seething with frustration. They were all set to witness the Pokémon poised to destroy the nation, only to have it suddenly go visit someone else's place. It felt like a cruel tease. Brother Xu. That's just not cool. We've been waiting forever, and you go visit someone else's place instead? Yeah. You know exactly what we want to see. How could you? You're so mean. Complaint. Brother Xu, I'm filing a complaint against you. Xu good, don't rush off to visit him. At least show us that nation-destroying Pokémon first. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. He simply couldn't grant the audience's demands. After all, the boy possessed the Crimson Orb. Without exaggeration, this orb directly determined the success or failure of this entire operation. Now that Xu Xing had encountered it, there was absolutely no reason to let it slip away. At the same time, Xu Xing began to press the boy in front of him. Burke, what do you mean by intruder? Xu Xing's tone seemed casual, yet he voiced the question burning in his mind. Burke's eyes darted around. The volcano is sacred and inviolable. When Brother Xu suddenly ran over earlier, I thought he was here to cause trouble. Bull. Complete and utter bull. This set of excuses is so illogical it might fool a 3-year-old, but fool him? Not a chance. Xu Xing nodded knowingly. As they passed a certain spot, Xu Xing suddenly noticed the buildings there were severely damaged. Large sections of the buildings looked as if they'd been ravaged by locusts, reduced to tattered ruins with only a few fragments barely holding up. Every surface bore bite marks of varying severity. Clearly, this couldn't be the work of humans. This area lay in the northern part of the town, and Xu Xing hadn't noticed it during his previous inspection. Staring at the shocking scene, Xu Xing asked. This is the work of Pokémon, right? Burke clearly wasn't quite used to the term Pokémon yet, but he nodded anyway. Yeah, for the past 3 months, some vicious wolves have been attacking the village out of nowhere. The houses up north are already uninhabitable. Wolves? Based on Burke's description, the intruders might be a pack of large wolfhounds. Perhaps after arriving on Blue Star, these large wolfhounds mistook humans for enemies invading their territory, thus launching their retaliation. What about the government? Haven't they sent anyone? The government? Poof. Burke's eyes grew icy. They'd rather these vicious wolves destroy the town already, so they can keep building their tourist project. Xu Xing suddenly understood what Hyaming had meant. The government's inaction had caused the people's morale to crumble. So when the nation stood on the brink of ruin, those who had utterly lost faith in it felt not sorrow, but a sense of relief. A quiet fire ignited in Burke's eyes as he declared. Most of the townspeople have already fled. Once the northern houses are destroyed, the wolves will attack the prayer temple next. We're severely understaffed now, but I will not let those beasts lay a single finger on the prayer temple. Burke's voice was low but charged with emotion. Xu Xing opened his mouth to ask what the temple of prayer was, but a shout from afar suddenly interrupted them. Burke. Looking ahead, the voice belonged to none other than the blonde girl they had encountered earlier. Fate truly is an inescapable reign. Burke led Xu Xing to the doorway. Sis, this is a traveler. His name is... I know, Gianna suddenly interrupted Burke. Jaina extended her hand. Hello, nice to meet you properly. I'm Jaina. Xu Xing extended her hand to meet the girl's pale, delicate one. My name is Xu Xing. This scene left the brothers in the livestream room green with envy. Xu. Let go of that girl. Let me have a turn. Gianna, even her name sounds like a fairy tale. Wow. This is fate. I actually ran into this goddess again. Hey, guys, how come Gianna's personality is so different from before? No clue. Maybe she's on a buff from her gamer boyfriend? Though the viewers in the livestream chat were clueless, Xu Xing had a pretty good idea. Clearly, many had come under the guise of documenting to piggyback on the livestream's buzz. Most dared only to film from afar, but Xu Xing was different. He actually ventured deep into the volcano's interior. To outsiders, this was a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The sheer courage it took to enter it showed how different Xu Xing was from everyone else. As for how Gianna knew Xu Xing dared to trespass into the volcano? Simple because of his brother. Xu Xing had this figured out when Gianna let him into the house. P.S. Writing is no easy feat, rushing to finish drafts in the morning and delivering takeout at night. I'm truly begging for your votes, everyone. Please help me. I'm aiming for the gold vote rankings. An extra chapter tomorrow. More chapters upon reaching 350 gold votes. Chapter 110, The Wolf's Invasion. Burke? Why are you back so early today? Burke's mother's voice echoed from inside the house. There's still time before lunch. Burke's mother peeked out and spotted Xu Xing. A flicker of excitement crossed her eyes, but worry dominated her expression. A guest? Mrs. Burke immediately invited Xu Xing inside. The house wasn't large, but it felt warm and lived in. Not far away, at the kitchen table, Mr. Burke's father sipped tea while reading the newspaper. The atmosphere was relaxed, as if it were just another ordinary Saturday. Seeing the visitor, Uncle Xu greeted him with a smile and poured him a cup of tea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The gurgling sound of hot water pouring into the cup eased Xu Xing's tense expression a little. Uncle patted the wooden chair beside him. This chair didn't look like a mass-produced, poorly made factory product. It was solid, handcrafted work. Sit down, sit down. His aunt shot her husband a disapproving glare. He's clearly a handsome Chinese guy. How could he possibly understand ice language? Uncle scratched his head awkwardly while Auntie stepped forward and addressed Xu Xing in broken Chinese. And I how? Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. Auntie, I speak ice language. Xu Xing's perfectly pure ice language suddenly surfaced, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. After all, ice language was reputed to be one of the world's most difficult languages. Who would have thought this youngster could speak it so flawlessly? Seeing this, the uncle said, well now. Truly, the Chinese are well versed in many things. Sit down, sit down. Xu Xing accepted without further refusal and sat beside his uncle. Meanwhile, the sister and brother studied the EV with curious eyes. They showed no fear of the Pokémon whatsoever. Burke even reached out to pet it. The scene was incredibly heartwarming, mother preparing lunch while father chatted with their guest. The two children played alongside the Pokémon. Yet, in the near future, magma would erupt. Such scenes would vanish into the river of memory along with the lava. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but marvel at the warmth of this scene. Xu Xing returned to the topic at hand and asked, Uncle, with the volcano about to erupt, why won't you all leave? After a moment's thought, the uncle replied, because Jirachi. Lord Jirachi is with us. Xu Xing's heart jolted violently. Keldeo again. May I ask, what exactly is Jirachi? What was Jirachi? Xu Xing knew perfectly well, but why were the people here also murmuring about Jirachi? Pokemon had only arrived 3 months ago, yet judging by the locals' reverence, Kyurem seemed like a deity that had existed for millennia. His uncle then began recounting an ancient legend. Several hundred years ago, our ancestors migrated to this land, but the environment here was truly harsh. The plants withered, the mountains were barren, and the waters were foul. Yet our ancestors were starving, too weak to journey elsewhere. Then, spirits suddenly appeared in the sky. Our ancestors prayed to them ceaselessly. And the spirits seemed to hear their pleas. Soon, with the spirits' aid, this land began to flourish. From that day forward, our ancestors settled here, generation after generation. And that spirit, Lord Karaki, was enshrined as a deity by the village of Tima. Xu Xing snorted. Hundreds of years ago. Kyurem had already appeared. But Pokemon only arrived 3 months ago? The more he thought about it, the more off it felt, so he asked. Why did they name that spirit Kyurem? His uncle pondered for a moment before saying. That very night, the villagers saw stars in the sky that resembled ice crystals. And when pieced together, it forms the 3 characters for Karaki, so our ancestors used this name to refer to the spirits. Uncle was beaming with joy, completely immersed in the legend of Karaki. Before Xu Xing could ponder further, an alarm suddenly sounded outside. Beep, beep, beep. Xu Xing jumped at the sound, and the expressions of everyone in the room changed. His uncle's usually kind face instantly turned alert. He reassured Xu Xing. Damn it! The evil wolves have invaded. Stay right here and don't wander off. With that, Uncle rose and fetched a silver axe from the storage room. He burst out the door, with Burke and Damo the baboon close behind. Only Xu Xing and the 2 vulnerable women remained inside. Xu Xing asked. Wicked wolves? Could it be those wild beasts are attacking the town again? Gianna's worry was impossible to hide as she nodded repeatedly. Ever since most residents left, our numbers have dwindled, yet those vicious wolves grow ever more ferocious. They're about to tear the Temple of Wishes to shreds. The Temple of Wishes. Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Is it Karaki who's enshrined inside the Temple of Wishes? Gianna nodded. Hearing this, Xu Xing could no longer sit idly by. He desperately wanted to know if the Kirari these people spoke of was the same one he knew. Just as Xu Xing was about to leave, Gianna suddenly stopped him. A guest is a guest, how could she let him face danger? There are many vicious wolves outside. Don't go. Xu Xing chuckled. Don't worry, I'm strong. The viewers in the livestream had grown impatient after listening to the story for so long. To them, these tales were nothing but fictional myths. They were no different from the tall tales the village elders liked to spin. So they paid no attention to tales of mythical creatures. Instead, the news of a vicious wolf attacking the village got everyone fired up. Go go go, let's head out. Is Brother Xu going to save the town? Haha, Brother Xu can handle a dozen wolves with ease. After leaving his house, Xu Xing hurried toward the scene. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Dozens of large wolfhounds were locked in combat with the residents of Little Tima town. But what truly stunned Xu Xing wasn't these wolves, it was what lay behind them. From the distance, another 30 or 40 large wolfhounds charged down the mountain ridge, rushing toward this location. Clearly, the wolves intended to settle the score with Taimaha town once and for all today. But how could humans possibly stand a chance against vicious wolves? The residents of Little Maha town were few to begin with. They could be counted on one hand, and even the dozen or so wolves before them were overwhelming. Much less the pack closing in behind them. Among the group, Burke possessed the most formidable combat prowess. Burke controlled the Demo baboon, maintaining a fragile balance on the battlefield. But Xu Xing knew that once the rear pack arrived, this fragile equilibrium would be shattered completely. The viewers in the livestream naturally spotted the vast pack of wolves gathering on the ridge. The viewers in the livestream chat grew panicked. Xu! I take back what I said earlier, forget it. Just run. Yeah, drop the hero complex. Respect other people's fates. No way. How many wolves are there? It's a sea of wolves. Wait, these must be Pokémon. They're way bigger than regular wolves. Chapter 111, Stand Down, I'll handle this battlefield. U.S. military base. Holy crap, there must be 50 vicious wolves here. In the United States, they call large wolfhounds feral wolves. Wells sighed softly. His unit had faced this pack before. A single wolf like this posed little threat. But vicious wolves typically hunt in packs of over a dozen. That changed the threat level entirely. Wells had only once encountered a pack of over 20 vicious wolves. Even fully armed, they had barely managed to drive them off. But now there were 50 right before him. The danger level far exceeded anything he'd faced before. Wells asked himself if he stood a chance against 50 vicious wolves. The answer was undeniable: he would be driven into a chaotic retreat by these beasts. These wolves were unlike ordinary beasts. Not only were they more intelligent, but their physical stats were also incredibly exaggerated. And Xu Xing was facing a full 50 of them. Charek remarked. Such a massive pack of vicious wolves. Oompha, blame your own bad luck. You're going to die without even seeing the lava colossus. On the battlefield, the people struggling against the giant wolfhounds before them hadn't yet noticed another pack of giant wolfhounds approaching from beneath the distant ridge. Xu Xing advanced slowly. The villagers were all wounded to varying degrees. Yet not a single one retreated. After all, with the volcano about to erupt, death was inevitable either way. Dying defending the prayer temple was far more honorable than perishing in the molten rock. Swish! 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 Eevee had transformed into its ice form. Countless icicles rose from its sides, striking the giant wolfhounds. The residents, who had been locked in a stalemate, instantly gained the upper hand with the aid of the ice spikes. Xu Xing spoke slowly. I'm here to help you. Burke laughed heartily. You're something else, Brother Xu. We were about to. Burke's words abruptly halted as he trembled, pointing forward. A vast, dark tide of giant wolfhounds surged toward them like a black tidal wave, crushing everything in its path. All the residents froze in shock, then erupted in a howl that sounded like a mournful cry. The beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Damn it. The beasts are launching their final assault. Let's fight them to the death. Burke stared in disbelief at the sea of wolves before him, his hand slipping unnoticed into his pocket. Xu Xing slowly stepped forward before the crowd. Everyone step back. I'll take over the battlefield from here. He extended his hand and tossed out Pokeballs. 3 Pokemon instantly materialized before Xu Xing. With Eevee included, that made 4 Pokemon in total. Before Xu Xing stood a dozen great wolves, battle-scarred from fierce combat. Behind them surged a tidal wave of Houndoom. Behind Xu Xing stood the last remaining residents of Little Tima town. With a resolve to fight to the death, he stood guard before the Temple of Wishes. Facing these swarming packs of Houndoom, Xu Xing held nothing back. Bankaras. Mega Evolve. Xu Xing extended his middle finger, the ring on it seemingly containing boundless power. And this energy surged directly toward Banette. Banky. Bankaras let out a roar to the heavens. Its form slowly began to change. Within a few breaths, Banagyrus completed its metamorphosis. At that moment, Super Banette seemed utterly thrilled by this power. Gyarados and Sandile were both stunned. Super Banette waved at the 3 Pokemon. The meaning was simple enough, 3 words summed it up: I'm going first. The live stream viewers exploded. Holy crap! It evolved! A powerful Pokemon like Banette can actually evolve. This is way too cool. Holy crap! I'm raising the flag for Bennett. This is insane. A mere great wolf dog? I bet Bankaras can take it down in one hit. Blastoise. Use Hyper Beam. Venusaur let out a low growl, then fired a devastatingly powerful beam straight ahead with pinpoint accuracy. Yet after this strike, not a single casualty appeared on the field. Instead, it halted the entire pack of great wolves in their tracks. The Hyper Beam blasted a massive chasm right in front of the pack. The chasm was utterly monstrous, the entire terrain twisted beyond recognition. Yet for the great wolves, it proved insufficient to directly hinder their advance. What was astonishing was that not a single great wolfhound dared to make a move. This chasm, easily leaped over with a single bound, now stood like an impassable barrier, barring the great wolfhounds from crossing. Any keen observer could tell this destruction beam had been deliberately aimed off target. Had the beam been directed just a fraction higher, the entire pack would have been annihilated. Thus, the great wolfhounds were thrown into complete panic. Even the dozen or so super-powered Bagon in front of them, capable of unleashing such terrifying power, couldn't help but retreat, until they finally fled in complete disarray. Xu Xing had resolved this conflict without shedding a single drop of blood. The livestream exploded with viewers marveling at the Super Bennett's overwhelming strength. Ordinary citizens encountering Pokémon for the first time were utterly stunned. But compared to the public's astonishment, the US military was now completely unable to sit still. US military base. What? Sandstorm Godzilla? This man, he can actually control Sandstorm Godzilla? Chalak's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He wasn't alone, the entire American High Command was stunned. After all, Sandstorm Godzilla was the most dangerously rated monster beast, second only to the most mysterious few. And now, this man could actually command Sandstorm Godzilla to his will? That's over 50 vicious wolves. Even an army would have to carefully strategize how to handle such a monster. And this man before them had driven them off without shedding a drop of blood? Charles roared. Isn't Sandstorm Godzilla notoriously vicious? Why? Why can the Chinese control it? Wells stared blankly at the screen. On the screen, Xu Xing was rubbing Super Bennett. Super Banakaras wore an expression of pure pride, one he'd never seen before. The US military had engaged Sandstorm Godzilla multiple times, each battle ending with devastating losses. Yet this man before him could actually harness such a ferocious beast for his own purposes. This was more than just talent, this was a treasure. Wells declared. The youth before us, I demand his entire dossier. To control a demon beast. If one could achieve that, they would undoubtedly become the ruler of the world. Suddenly, the entire military of the United States comprehended why this youth had been sent to resolve the matter. This youth, his potential is beyond measure. Wells continued. At any cost we must recruit this talent to our beautiful country. It was the least I could do, the least I could do. Xu Xing recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, responding only with a faint smile to the residents' flattery. Looking at the undamaged Wish Temple behind him, Xu Xing asked, "May I go inside and take a look?" Facing the hero who had saved their town, the crowd showed him no lack of respect. Xu Xing stepped inside the prayer temple, and the scene before him left him startled once more. Chapter 112, Jirachi. The prayer temple wasn't large. It was smaller than half a classroom. And inside, only 2 Pokémon were enshrined. Yes, just 2. Before Xu Xing stood 2 stone sculptures of Pokémon. One was the very Karaki everyone spoke of, while the other was Shirabi. The 2 little creatures on the altar held hands, looking incredibly gentle and kind. At that moment, Xu Xing finally understood why the people here knew of Jirachi's existence. Though there were 2 Pokémon, the people had given only one name. Xu Xing had his own theory about this. It was likely that after Karaki and Shirabi arrived together on Blue Star, they couldn't believe they had entered another world. The 2 Pokémon had traveled through time, returning hundreds of years ago, and accidentally encountered the ancestors of the residents of Little Tima Town. The 2 creatures then effortlessly restored vitality to the land. The people here have revered and worshipped the 2 Pokémon ever since. Of course, this was merely Xu Xing's conjecture. After piecing everything together, Xu Xing stepped out of the prayer temple. His uncle looked at Xu Xing and said, "Out already, Brother Xu? Come on, let's head to my place and sit down for a proper chat." With the matter of Jirachi resolved, Xu Xing had no further reason to linger in the town. He replied, "I plan to document the landscape before the volcanic eruption. I won't be joining you." Uncle pondered for a moment. "All right. Time is life. Who knows when this volcano might erupt?" Xu Xing nodded, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "The volcano is about to erupt. Why aren't you leaving?" His uncle's gaze grew distant. "We won't leave. My ancestors are buried here. Let my soul remain with this land forever. As for you, Brother Xu, the situation is critical. You should go and return quickly." Viewers in the livestream chat were baffled by this exchange. What? Why would anyone choose to die here when they could clearly save themselves? What a waste. Yeah, they had plans to go to other countries. Why not go? Sigh, the person above just doesn't get it. There's a saying, to put down roots. Maybe it's about faith? Everyone's beliefs are different. Xu Xing remained silent, then nodded and asked. Burke, would you like to come with me? Burke seemed taken aback by Xu Xing's sudden invitation. He pondered for a moment. After all, Xu Xing was just an outsider unfamiliar with the volcano. If he could assist him, Xu Xing's documentation of the volcano would surely progress much faster. With that thought, Burke nodded. Sure. But Xu Xing had entirely different thoughts in mind. His words seemed like a question, but they were actually a declaration. If Burke didn't agree, Xu Xing would kidnap the boy by force if necessary. He sensed the situation was growing increasingly unsettling. Uncle looked at the two of them without much thought and simply said, Go early and return soon. Lunch is waiting for you at home. Burke waved goodbye and followed Xu Xing toward the volcano. The viewers in the livestream chat perked up again. Hadn't they been waiting for this very moment? What kind of creature could be a nation-destroying Pokémon, or one that could bathe in magma? Along the way, Burke kept explaining the most efficient route to the lava to Xu Xing. He tried every trick to get Xu Xing to finish the filming mission faster. Burke spoke as they walked. Brother Xu, let's hurry. The sooner we get there and back, the better. This area isn't exactly safe. That volcano could erupt at any moment. Once you're done with this, leave immediately. Otherwise, you might not make it out in time if the volcano erupts. Xu Xing replied non sequitur. The 5 major nations are about to send Pokémon to suppress the beasts inside. Don't worry, Burke. You don't have to leave. None of us need to leave. What? Burke was clearly taken aback. Is that true? Why? Why would they bother controlling the fate of our tiny island nation? There are so many monsters ravaging the world right now. Why would these nations spare any effort for us? They don't even care about their own countries. Why? Burke suddenly fell silent, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. As for Xu Xing, he narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Burke pressed further. Do those nations truly have the means to subdue this magical beast? Xu Xing nodded. They can. The news has already spread like wildfire. The 5 major nations will employ the most advanced methods to suppress this Pokémon at any cost. The live stream viewers were baffled. What kind of cutting-edge methods to subdue a Pokémon? Why were the viewers in the livestream completely unaware of this? Not just the millions of viewers in the livestream, even the 5 great nations, monitoring Xu Xing's broadcast in real time from afar, were utterly baffled. When had they announced an official crackdown on this magma beast? With their own nations barely holding together, how could they spare the resources to meddle in another country's affairs? For the Ice Block nation's catastrophic downfall, they'd only ever sent one person. And the one person who held the only hope of saving the Ice Nation was now vividly describing to Burke just how terrifying the 5 nations' ultimate weapon was. According to Xu Xing's account, it seemed like pressing a single button would completely seal away this demonic beast. And Burke, after all, was just a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He believed it. Burke committed every word Xu Xing spoke to memory, word for word. He never could have imagined that other nations already possessed such capabilities. Burke quickened his pace. Hurry up, Brother Xu. Let's hurry. Xu Xing deliberately slowed his pace. It's fine, no rush. This Pokémon will be sealed soon. We can take our time. Burke grew impatient at this sight. The volcano could erupt at any moment. If we don't hurry, you'll be buried with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the volcano suddenly rumbled with a loud rumble. Clearly, this massive volcano could erupt at any moment. Once it erupted, the entire nation would be devastated. And most crucially, Groudon had awakened. When this god of the earth awakens, it won't just be the Ice Block nation. Countless nations would tremble before this colossal beast, making it one of the most terrifying catastrophes in human history. Therefore, both in principle and in practice, Xu Xing could not possibly let Groudon go unpunished. Yet the viewers in the livestream were abuzz with excitement, seemingly lacking any concrete understanding of this Pokémon. This god of the earth. Whoa! Did that volcano just erupt? That power is terrifying. Yeah, ha ha ha. Just mentioned the volcano, and boom, it erupted out of nowhere. Exactly. This kid's amazing, he speaks with such eloquence. Poof. There was no such thing as speaking with eloquent fluency. Xu Xing, who wielded the power of the wave conduit, saw it all clearly. It was clearly Zhu Hong's jewel that erupted violently in response to Burke's actions, causing the volcano to roar. In other words, the one who ever wanted to destroy this country was never anyone else. It was the very person standing before them, a mere 13-year-old child. Chapter 113, Carbon Servant. Inside the beautiful country's military base. Charles asked in confusion. Why would this boy fabricate such an utterly impossible lie? The lie Charles referred to was Xu Xing's claim that the 5 major nations would send forces to suppress the demon beasts. Not only were the 5 major nations incapable of joining forces to suppress the beasts, but several of them were already struggling to protect themselves. Such a lie would be impossible to believe for anyone who occasionally browsed short video trends. Yet in the small, isolated town of Tima Village, Burke had swallowed the story hook, line, and sinker. Wells shook his head. I don't know either. That kid is just too mysterious. Wells studied the documents in his hands, every piece of information he just had his people gather on Xu Xing. Of course, all of it had been tampered with by Lin Guobiao. While Xu Xing's personal records showed nothing unusual, that was hardly justification for sharing them with other nations. So Lin Guobiao had crafted an entirely fabricated background story for Xu Xing. Everyone stared at the screen. The young man before them had already demonstrated immense value. Not only the United States, but even Russia and Japan were already preparing to extend olive branches to this young man. The scent of volcanic ash in the air grew increasingly heavy. Xu Xing's breathing grew heavy. Eevee beside him had already transformed into its water form. Seeing its master troubled by the ash, the water Eevee stepped forward to clear the path. Wherever water Eevee passed, the air was purified completely. As for Burke, the closer he got to the magma vent, the more excited he became. As for the volcanic ash in the air, judging by Burke's state, it seemed as though he couldn't feel it at all. As they drew nearer to the volcano, the air grew increasingly hotter. Naturally, the closer they got to the volcano, the more Pokémon they encountered, those rare species that dwelled exclusively in volcanic regions. Compared to earlier, Xu Xing now radiated complete relaxation. Seeing Xu Xing like this, he seemed completely unhurried. This stood in stark contrast to his earlier frantic demeanor. Of course, Xu Xing had his own reasons for acting this way. Xu Xing seemed to have switched back into his educational mode. Embracing the might-as-well philosophy, Xu Xing planned to educate the Pokémon along the way. Coal! As Xu Xing walked, a sudden cry erupted from beneath his feet. Immediately afterward, a Pokémon poked its head out from the rocks beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a rock at all, clearly the shell of a koala toad. The coal turtle, having been stepped on, was thoroughly annoyed and began scolding Xu Xing. Coal! 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 Its shell continued to spew steam as it ranted. Though Xu Xing couldn't understand the words, he could sense the coal turtle's tone was far from friendly. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. At the same time, Xu Xing crouched down close to the coal turtle and explained. This Pokémon is called Coal Turtle, a fire-type Pokémon. You can gauge its health by the flames billowing from its shell. The viewers in the livestream chat were a bit exasperated. Xu, you know what we really want to see? Yeah. Who cares about this stinky turtle? We want to see Pokémon that can destroy countries. Hey, chill out. Learning more about Pokémon is a good thing. Exactly. Who knows when Brother Xu will be back next time? Xu Xing nodded. Since I'm already here, and you won't find this shop in any other village, of course I'll share more knowledge. Meanwhile, Burke turned around and saw Xu Xing talking to a turtle, clearly displeased. Xu! Can you hurry up? Xu Xing sighed, muttered a few more words, then stood up. But he soon spotted a Pokémon that excited him even more. A bright red Pokémon, resembling a tiny doll, was staring straight at Xu Xing. This was truly a gift from nature. The crimson doll-like Pokémon before him was none other than Charizard. Ever since that battle ended, Xu Xing had been unable to stop thinking about Flareon. He never imagined he'd encounter Charizard here. Eevee. Don't let it escape. Water Eevee instantly understood its master's intent and raised a mist. A few minutes later, Xu Xing emerged from the mist, holding a dazed Charizard. What Xu Xing hadn't anticipated was that this Charizard turned out to be even trickier than he'd imagined. Viewers in the livestream were intrigued by the little creature, finding it strangely familiar. Yet they couldn't quite place where they'd seen it before. So tiny, kinda cute. Looks just like my stuffed toy. So tiny, it looks kinda weak. Bro Xu must be desperate even going for this weakling Pokémon. I bet this Pokémon is fire-type. Xu Ge, what's this Pokémon's name? It looks so familiar. Familiar? Of course it would be familiar. Xu Xing slowly explained. This Pokémon is called Charizard, a fire-type Pokémon. Its evolutions are Blaziken and Flareon. Hearing Xu Xing's explanation, the viewers in the livestream chat suddenly understood. Crimson Flame's performance in the previous battle was undeniable. It single-handedly defeated two Pokémon. Its prowess was undeniable. Xu Xing continued. At this point, some sharp viewers might ask, Xu Ge, what exactly is a Blaziken? The chat promptly flooded with. Bro Xu, what Pokémon is the Crimson Armor Knight? Carbonite has two evolutionary paths, one becomes Flame Blade Ghost, the other becomes Crimson Armor Knight. As for the difference between the two, one is a warrior, the other is a mage. That's the difference. Xu Xing explained it clearly, and the stream viewers got curious. Bro, which one should this one evolve into, Blaze Blade Ghost or Crimson Lotus Armor Knight? Yeah, Blaziken sounds so cool. Xu Xing simply replied, I'll let this Carbon Servant choose for itself. In the earlier footage of Water Eevee hunting Carbon Servant, this little guy had taken quite a beating. Xu Xing extended his hand, and a streak of green light drifted onto the Carbon Servant. This was the power of Eternal, capable of restoring Pokémon's stamina. Xu Xing channeled only a small amount of the eternal power, so the viewers in the livestream couldn't see anything. Once the creature had recovered, Xu Xing spoke. Hi there, Carbonite. This Charizard wasn't low level, but it hadn't evolved for a long time because it hadn't touched its armor. Xu Xing asked again. Would you like to join me on my adventures? Carbon. Carbon. From Xu Xing's expression, it was clear what 3 words were written across Carbon's servant's face. No. This Carbon servant didn't feel the slightest bit inferior to that water EV. It was just because it hadn't evolved yet. Beating a water EV would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Xu Xing didn't press the issue, setting the little creature down on the ground. At that moment, Burke ahead couldn't help but urge again. Hurry up, Brother Xu. Xu Xing nodded. Hey. You should slow down. Why? Burke glared at Xu Xing, his face flushed with anger. Xu Xing pointed upward. 3 centipedes, each with a full 10 segments, slowly crawled out from behind the ridge. Their mouths hissed as they fixed their gaze on the group. Meanwhile, just as Tan Xiaoshi tried to retreat, 3 smaller centipedes happened to collide with him from behind. Chapter 114, Absolute Strength. Clearly, Xu Xing and his group were surrounded. The centipede before them was monstrously large, stretching nearly 3 meters. The ones behind them were much smaller, barely reaching a meter in length. But for Carbon Servant, who hadn't yet evolved, this was already a life or death situation. Burke watched the giant centipede before him, retreating step by step. Xu Xing slowly explained. The centipede before us, measuring a full 3 meters in length, is called the Flame Centipede. This Pokemon is extremely aggressive. If you encounter one in the wild, keep your distance. The Pokemon Carbonite encountered is called the Fire Crab, the unevolved form of the Blaze Centipede. Xu Xing's calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other person and their Pokemon. Burke frantically directed his Dratini to confront the burning centipede. But even facing a single Blaziken, Darumaka seemed overwhelmed, let alone 2 opponents. As for Charizard, it was utterly helpless against the 3 fire-eating centipedes facing it. Seeing Xu Xing so calm and composed, Burke couldn't help but exclaim. Quick, help me. Brother Xu. Xu Xing chuckled. I've got 3 more to deal with here. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. The 3 fire centipedes before Xu Xing combined weren't as long as a single burning centipede. Everyone knew the situation over there was urgent, yet Xu Xing seemed completely oblivious. The viewers in the livestream were baffled. What's up, Xing? Why are you treating Burke like he's Japanese? Yeah. If Brother Xu doesn't help him soon, Burke might actually get wiped out. That centipede is a full 3 meters long. That's insane. Its combat power must be off the charts. Forget Burke. Brother Xu, Carbon Servant, is about to get killed. At this moment, 3 fire centipedes had completely surrounded little Carbon. The poor little guy could only muster his strength to fight back against the fire centipedes' bullying. But each attack was easily dodged by the fire centipedes. With Carbon Little Servant's abilities, facing even 1 fire centipede was a life or death situation, let alone 3. It was less a battle and more the fire centipedes toying with Carbon Little Servant. Meanwhile, Dratini was gradually struggling to keep up. Seeing the moment was ripe, Xu Xing tossed out his Pokeball. Bankaris, it's time to show what you're made of. Banky burst out of its Pokeball and let out an excited roar. Banky. Then, spotting the Charizard standing before him, Banchila strode forward 2 steps and kicked the 3 Charizard servants flying. Seeing the firebugs taken out in one move, the Carbon servant's eyes went wide with disbelief. Those 3 firebugs, so formidable moments ago, were just instantly defeated like that? This big guy is way too fierce. Even more astonishing, after dispatching the 3 fire centipedes, Banji immediately charged at the flame centipede. He drove away the Darumia, leaving himself to face the 2 flame beetles alone. Against sheer power, any technique was futile. The 2 flame beetles looked like toys before Banjura. Banjura grabbed one in each hand, slammed them together twice, then flung them high into the air. One of the volcano's most fearsome predators was tossed aside as if it were a toy. After finishing, Banette seemed far from satisfied. Without a doubt, Ban possessed the greatest raw power among all of Xu Xing's Pokemon. Xu Xing might be able to defeat it with proper coordination, but relying solely on its own strength, Banjura undoubtedly stood head and shoulders above the rest. Xu Xing chuckled. Come back first, Banette. Something big is waiting for you later. Turning to Carbonite, Xu Xing declared. Carbonite, if you follow me, I promise you'll become as strong as him. No one in this volcano, no, in this entire world will ever bully you again. Tan Xiaoshi's eyes gradually gleamed with determination. Xu Xing's promise sounded too good to be true. Carbon. Tan Xiaoshi stepped before Xu Xing, who retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack. He tossed it gently. Carbon Servant was successfully captured. Xu Xing released Carbon Servant. Its small size made it suitable to keep close by. Burke, however, looked curiously and asked. What's that red thing? Xu Xing tossed a Pokeball to Burke. A Pokeball. It stores Pokemon inside. Only Pokemon captured by your Pokeball truly belong to you. Go ahead, try it on the Dratini. Darmapig still wore that big smile on its face. Dumbo. Dumbo. Clearly, Darumaka wasn't opposed to becoming Burke's Pokémon. On the contrary, it seemed quite eager. Burke felt a flutter in his heart. He raised his hand to throw it, but suddenly lowered it again. Never mind. Saying this, Burke was about to return the Pokeball to Xu Xing. Xu Xing shook his head, thinking it might come in handy. Pokeballs weren't exactly unfamiliar to the viewers in Xu Xing's livestream. But for all of China, this was a brand new gadget. And what shocked the American high-level officials even more was inside a high-level military base in the United States. The entire livestream is available for replay. At that moment, all the high-ranking officials within the American military base were intently watching the replay screen. As the nation's top scientist, Charek was carefully examining that bright red Pokeball. According to Xu Xing's explanation, possessing a Pokeball meant they could capture Pokemon. This meant they could follow the example of the youth on screen, capturing those creatures and harnessing their power for their own purposes. Wells, having witnessed Xu Xing effortlessly command the power of Banacaras, was already filled with envy. If they could mass acquire this Pokemon power for military use, the United States' military capabilities would surge dramatically. So that's how it is. Charek's expression gradually regained its usual confidence. So it's only with these Pokeballs that one can tame monsters. Without them, these creatures wouldn't amount to a damn thing. Charek felt a wave of relief, reassured that the Chinese weren't so formidable after all. He tried to reassure himself that the boy before him had only captured Sandstorm Godzilla because of the Pokeball. Without the Pokeball, the boy would have been smashed to bits by Sandstorm Godzilla long ago. He desperately soothed his fragile psyche. But Wells cut straight to the heart of it. Maybe the Pokemon you want to catch with a Pokeball needs to consent too. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Charlie absolutely refused to believe that their great United States could be inferior to China. And he certainly refused to believe that this kid could gain NTI's approval. That Banette was a monster capable of destroying military tanks with a single swipe. Wells' attitude was entirely different from Charek's. His perspective on these wondrous creatures was already shifting. On the large screen, after a long trek on foot, the two had now reached the edge of the volcano. Just a few more steps forward, and the Pokemon capable of destroying a nation would reveal itself to the world. It would also become the first nation-destroying Pokemon ever witnessed by humanity. Thank you all for your support, dear readers. Your kindness means the world. I'm working hard to finish the draft, striving to make the volcano arc truly spectacular. So please, dear readers, reward me with your gold tickets. With your gold tickets, I'll work even harder. I beg you. This is truly important to me. Chapter 115, God of the Earth. A scorching heat washed over them. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle. The bubbling sound of boiling magma was now close at hand. The air's temperature visibly soared. Simply standing there was enough to make one sweat profusely. Yet Burke's pace didn't slow at all. On the contrary, the closer he got to the magma, the closer he got to the Earth God, the more excited he became. From Xu Xing's perspective, the edges of the lava were already faintly visible. Xu Xing strode forward with his final few steps. The entire expanse of lava now lay fully exposed before Xu Xing and millions of viewers. And of course, the colossal creature within it. It was a Pokemon covered entirely in red, scaly skin. Its body was a pale gray, with large, sharp, white spikes protruding from its head, torso, and tail. Its tail, resembling the tines of a bulldozer, was slightly upturned. Most of its body was submerged in the magma, its form appearing and disappearing intermittently as the molten rock churned. Even from a distance, one could sense this Pokemon's terrifying power. The livestream erupted the moment this Pokemon was finally captured. Is this the legendary Earth God? It feels terrifying. Holy crap. It's actually submerged in lava. What kind of monster is this? I'm freaking out. Sugu, can you really handle this kind of creature? Holy crap. Sugu, this thing looks untouchable. What are you gonna use to fight it? Never imagined it would look like this, just its appearance alone feels terrifyingly powerful. Burke stared at the colossal beast in the lava with pure excitement. His gaze seemed to fixate not on a monster but on some kind of savior. Xu Xing slowly explained. This Pokemon is called Groudon. It's a ground-type Pokemon and a legendary Pokemon, revered as the god of Earth. Whenever it awakens, it begins to shape the land. With Groudon submerged in magma, its awakening would unleash colossal energy fluctuations, certainly triggering a full-scale volcanic eruption. Xu Xing spoke slowly. Burke. You asked me before when the one who could handle Groudon would arrive, right? Burke was thrilled to finally learn the real name of the massive creature before him. Yeah, Brother Sue. When are those people coming? Burke wanted to take a few more looks at this Groudon before him. Despite the overwhelming presence of this colossal Groudon, Burke felt not a shred of fear. But Xu Xing, unsurprised, slowly delivered news that sent a chill down Burke's spine. They're already here. I am the one who will deal with Groudon. Burke's excited expression froze instantly. The sheer weight of that statement crashed into his mind. Burke could scarcely believe it. You are. Xu Xing extended his hand. Hand it over. Burke's expression changed dramatically. As the instigator of everything, he knew exactly what Xu Xing wanted. Burke asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were collectively baffled. "Xu, what the hell are you babbling about? Yeah? What are you giving him? Is Burke just a kid?" Bro Xu finally admitted it. "You're the hero who came to save them. Seriously? What kind of story twist is this? What's going on? I'm kinda lost here." Xu Xing's series of actions left not only the livestream viewers. Even high-ranking military officials worldwide were utterly baffled. Even Wang Tianyang, far away, couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is Brother Xu implying with this?" Of course, if Wang Tianyang didn't understand, the others certainly wouldn't either. Only then did Xu Xing begin to slowly explain the entire situation. Government corruption, official embezzlement, external threats tearing down and rebuilding tourist attractions outside Xiaotima town, internal troubles with great wolfdog invasions poised to destroy the temple. It can be said that without this volcanic eruption, Little Maha Town would surely become a speck of dust in the river of history. But then, you found the Vermilion Orb. You discovered it could control Groudon's awakening. Rather than letting Xiaotima Town perish in demolition, it was better to have Groudon summon magma to freeze everything in place forever. Xu Xing explained the entire sequence of events in the simplest terms. Instantly, everyone watching the livestream was utterly stunned. Holy crap! What kind of plot twist is this? Burke is the big boss? Why? Not why Burke would do this, but why? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Burke, are you out of your mind? This isn't just about Ice Block Nation, the whole world could suffer because of this. Military leaders worldwide were collectively dumbfounded. This catastrophe capable of wiping out nations was actually caused by this child standing before them. This information was simply too explosive. Had it not been broadcast live, it would undoubtedly have been classified and permanently hidden. Yet now, this explosive revelation had been broadcast globally, making it crystal clear to every single viewer watching the live feed. Burke's face darkened to an extreme degree. You lied to me. After all the trust one placed in you. If it weren't for you. Burke struggled to finish the sentence. Xu Xing slowly finished his sentence. If it weren't for me, you would have awakened Groudon already, right? Burke remained silent. In his eyes, Xu Xing was the hero who had protected the Temple of Wishes. Burke's devotion to the Temple of Wishes was something no one else could truly grasp. That's why Burke had always been grateful to Xu Xing for protecting the Temple of Wishes during that battle with the Great Wolfhound. That's why he'd always hoped Xu Xing would leave quickly. As soon as Xu Xing was out of danger, he'd immediately awaken Groudon. But now, everything had flipped. Burke stared at Xu Xing with a dark, sullen expression. The once great hero had now become nothing more than a cunning pawn. Burke pointed at Xu Xing. Why did you do this? I only wanted to protect Little Tima Town. That's all. Xu Xing shook his head. Burke, you can still back out now. It's not too late. But Burke was now consumed by rage. It's too late. What have we done wrong? Why won't you just leave us alone? All I want is Tima Town. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly, a rock plummeted into the molten lava, instantly reduced to ash. Xu Xing said. One person's suffering is no suffering when measured against the suffering of all under heaven. The hatred between Little Tima and the Ice Kingdom, when placed against the world, ceases to be hatred. Burke drew a vermilion gem from his robe and held it high. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes, watching him intently, but made no move. The next moment, the orb in Burke's hand glowed ever brighter. O Earth God! Bring down your punishment upon these greedy mortals. With that, Xu Xing roared. Stop this at once. But it was all too late. The Earth God Groudon had awakened. Chapter 116, we're out of here, folks. Boom! The lava pit before them erupted violently. Waves of molten lava were sent skyward by the massive shockwave, seeping back into the Earth's surface. The scene the entire nation the entire world desperately hoped to avoid had finally unfolded. EV. Xu Xing called out softly. In the next instant, EV snatched the crimson orb from Burke's hand. Groudon had been awakened, and it would not easily return to slumber. The gloomy sky suddenly burst with sunlight. This sunlight was utterly bizarre. It radiated a heat unnatural for this region. Giratina's roars echoed relentlessly from the magma pit. The colossal creature seemed to be suffering from morning grogginess. Groudon! With a furious roar, the magma pit erupted violently once more. More waves of lava were sent flying, the entire pit now in a state of complete turmoil. The live stream viewers panicked. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no! We've finally awakened this monster. This is terrifying. Sugu! You gotta take it down. Hold on, forget about catching it. This behemoth clearly isn't something ordinary Pokemon can handle. Great, now people worldwide won't have a moment's peace with this monster roaming free. Xu, maybe you should just run for it. There's no way we stand a chance against this behemoth. At that moment, the Huaxia military base fell into complete silence. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Xu Xing hadn't stopped the magma eruption. Lin Guobiao spoke slowly. At any cost. Protect Brother Su's life. Meanwhile, atop Mount Tima, Xu Xing slipped the vermilion gem into his pocket, and Burke finally felt completely at ease. It's all over now, Brother Su. You must leave immediately. With that, Burke nudged Damo the baboon. You are Daruma baboon. Go now. Damo the baboon shook his head gently, seemingly reluctant to leave his master. Leave? Ha! Xu Xing tossed a popeball, and Bennett appeared on the battlefield. Banikoras. There's a huge beast lurking in the magma pit. At those words, Banagiras's massive frame trembled. He then violently ripped up a section of the floor, hoisting an absurdly huge stone slab and smashing it into the magma pit. Then, he plunged into the pit alongside the slab. The live stream viewers were stunned. Hey! Banagiras, that Pokemon in front of you is a legendary. You just dove right in like that? All I can say is 2 words, damn impressive. Blastoise is a legend, there's no foe he won't fight. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers caught a glimpse of the scene inside the magma pit through the drone. There stood Ban, standing on a slab of rock, relentlessly attacking the Golbat before him. Groudon, just waking up, was immediately met with a brutal beating from Bennett. The live stream audience was stunned. This was a legendary Pokemon. A legendary capable of destroying an entire nation. Wasn't Bennett being a bit disrespectful? Flying right into its territory to beat it up. But Xu Xing knew that in terms of raw power, Angelos might not be much weaker than the Groudon before him. In fact, on a level playing field, Mega Bennett might very well be a match for this Groudon. But right now, Groudon held the home field advantage. Beating it would be incredibly difficult. Xu Xing summoned Shaman again. Snorlax, protect Brock. EV. Support Bagon. After issuing these commands, Xu Xing controlled the drone to monitor the situation in real time while he summoned Gyarados. Gyarados. Let's go. The volcano of Shao Timaha was surrounded by the ocean. Following this ocean for thousands of kilometers led to the Bermuda Triangle. This was Xu Xing's intended destination. Gyarados picked Xu Xing up in its jaws and plunged toward the ocean. He pulled out his phone and entered the livestream, determined to summon Giratina before Bennett collapsed. But the sight of Xu Xing riding the Gyarados away caused quite a misunderstanding among many. High-level military base in the United States. Charles roared angrily. Damn it! Those Chinese really did leave a mess behind and run. Watching Xu Xing's escape route, Charik immediately suspected he'd fled in defeat after failing the mission. Compared to him, Wells seemed much calmer. Perhaps the boy has other means? Charles sneered. What other way? He's already at the end of his rope. Using the beasts as sacrificial lambs while he runs off. Charik was eager to prove that the Huasha man couldn't accomplish this nearly impossible task. So his pitiful pride could find solace. But how could someone like him possibly understand the bond between Xu Xing and his Pokemon? At that moment, Xu Xing had already submerged completely beneath the water. Empowered by his innate diving ability, Xu Xing moved through the water as if on land. Meanwhile, Gyarados accelerated at full throttle through the water, racing toward the center of the Bermuda Triangle. Simultaneously, Xu Xing weighed the situation in his mind. This location was guarded by American military personnel. The presence of guards meant this spot was undoubtedly discoverable. With that thought, Xu Xing had Gyarados surface and began moving at top speed. Xu Xing pulled out his phone to check the live stream feed. Groudon had fully awakened and was now locked in combat with Bennett. Xu Xing knew every second counted. He pulled out his prepared item and threw it. Gyarados, Mega Evolve. Gyarados transformed into its Mega form. In this form, Gyarados gained a massive boost in speed. Super Gyarados slowly rose to the surface, gliding low over the water. Its speed not only held steady but actually increased. Gyarados glides across the water at incredible speed, even surpassing the speed of sound. In its normal form, reaching this point would take half a day, but now, with the speed boost from Mega, the time required is drastically reduced. While gliding, Gyarados even pulled out its phone to watch the livestream. At that moment, the livestream showed Groudon and Bennett locked in an intense battle. Despite Water EV's assistance, Bennett still bore visible wounds. Yet its fighting spirit remained undiminished. If anything, it grew more fierce with every blow. It refused to submit to the legendary Pokemon before it. Yet it was precisely Bagon's near-frenzied battle that suppressed the magma, preventing its eruption. And Groudon, empowered by the field advantage, proved truly formidable. Even facing 2 opponents, it held its own without faltering. Viewers in the livestream chat grew anxious at this sight. Where's Sue? Sue, come out and give some commands? Without Brother Sue's guidance, the Pokemon's power is drastically reduced. Brother Sue, please come help. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Brother Sue hasn't shown up for so long, could he have bailed? No way. Brother Sue would never abandon Pokemon to sneak off. Running away is totally understandable. This Pokemon could destroy a country. Would you stay here and wait to die? Xu Xing was speechless. Did he look like the type to abandon his comrades? He was preparing a surprise for Groudon, or rather, for the entire world. As for that surprise, Xu Xing could already see a patrol ship approaching and flying the flag of the United States. The implications of stationing a patrol ship in this location were self-evident. Xu Xing murmured softly, "Gyarados! Submerge!" Chapter 117, God of the Sea. Bao Li Long, accelerate! Xu Xing had already spotted at least 3 patrol vessels in the waters. It wouldn't be long before he encountered the big one. Sure enough, after drifting in the water for a while, Xu Xing spotted an enormous warship in the distance. Unlike the patrol ships, this vessel was not only equipped with weaponry but also maintained impeccable order among its crew. However, perhaps due to prolonged absence from enemy contact, the soldiers aboard the warship appeared somewhat lax. This warship must be breached, there was no other option. After pondering for a moment, Xu Xing devised a plan in his mind and shared it with the Gyarados. Then Xu Xing leaped off the body of the Gyarados. The Gyarados charged straight at the warship and slammed into it with all its might. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the warship. The numerous soldiers aboard the warship were thrown into panic. An attack of this magnitude clearly couldn't be caused by humans, especially since the warship was positioned at the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, a location virtually no one would dare approach. In an instant, the warriors on the warship swarmed toward the point of impact. Xu Xing, bolstered by the full enhancement buff, leapt onto the deck. The Hattori is with me. Xu Xing closed his eyes slightly and unleashed the power of the wave conductor. The power of the wave guide swiftly enveloped the entire warship. Within moments, Xu Xing pinpointed the location. He charged straight toward a warrior's quarters. Facing the locked door, he used the last of his buff's duration to kick it violently open. An incredibly luxurious room appeared before Xu Xing. The most striking features in the room, aside from the extravagantly large bed, were the exquisitely crafted wooden box on the table, a piece of art in itself. Xu Xing hurried to the table and opened the wooden box. A delicate indigo blue gem appeared before her. Xu Xing stored the gem within his spirit ring, and immediately after, boom! A deafening explosion. The warship was struck by another violent impact. Xu Xing used his overcome power to notify the rampaging carp dragon. He rushed outside without delay, but as luck would have it, he encountered a handsome American soldier who was looking for a crew member. Xu Xing's mind flickered, and his mouth uttered flawless Japanese. Baka! Then, empowered by the waveguide force, he knocked the soldier out with a single punch. Upon reaching the deck, Xu Xing leapt into the air, and Super Gyarados caught him securely. Submerge! The Gyarados descended, carrying both of them deeper into the depths. With the indigo orb secured, Xu Xing's plan was halfway accomplished. Any items a Pokémon carries upon its arrival will descend alongside it. The vermilion orb Burke had found was the best proof of this. When Groudon descended upon Mount Tima, the orb landed in the nearby town. Similarly, when Kyogre descended upon the center of the Bermuda Triangle, this indigo orb must have appeared nearby. Fortunately, a contingent of US military personnel was stationed here, enabling them to discover the orb. In that case, Xu Xing should be grateful to this group. If the indigo orb had been submerged, who knows how long it would have taken to find it. With this thought, Xu Xing glanced back. The underside of that warship had been torn to shreds. Consider it Xu Xing's parting gift. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the super brawly dragon. After sailing a short while further toward the center, a massive cavern appeared before Xu Xing. Xu Xing's heart sank. Could Kyogre be hiding inside this cavern? But right now, Xu Xing had only one Pokémon. Facing the cave, it wasn't even about whether he could win, time simply wouldn't allow it. But having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. After the Gyarados swam a little further, Xu Xing eagerly activated his inside eye. Underwater cavern. A cave where the power of a legendary Pokémon is sealed. Xu Xing exhaled, his heart instantly settling. Xu Xing rode Gyarados to the cave's entrance. A chill swept over him as the cave's air currents enveloped his body. Xu Xing drew in a breath and produced the vermilion orb. The crimson orb unleashed its full aura, radiating terrifying energy. The two energies clashed violently, constantly rubbing and colliding in the air. Braving this immense force, Xu Xing successfully entered the heart of the cave. The entire cavern was enveloped in white mist. Xu Xing took only 2 steps with the Gyarados when the seawater abruptly ceased. Further ahead, it seemed no longer to be seawater. Xu Xing dismounted from the Gyarados. Good work, Gyarados. Take a rest for now. Faced with the utterly pristine white cavern, Xu Xing momentarily lost his bearings. He could only proceed cautiously, relying on instinct. Xu Xing practically looked back with every step, fearing some terrifying creature might appear. But after a brief exploration, Xu Xing realized this cave seemed devoid of Pokémon, and his courage gradually grew. He began to run swiftly. After circling the cavern several times, Xu Xing finally came upon a lake once more. No, it was less a lake and more a small, carved-out pool. And in the center of this water, Xu Xing finally saw that figure. Amidst the white mist above the sea, a deep blue figure floated heavily upon the water's surface. This figure radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Though slumbering, its regal presence remained undiminished. It was Kyogre. It was clear that after Groudon's awakening, the Gyarados before him also began to show signs of stirring. Its aura was chaotic, constantly emitting terrifying currents of energy. Yet it seemed to be just one final push away from full awakening. Seeing this, Xu Xing reached for the crimson orb in his hand. In the next instant, the crimson orb's crimson light illuminated the entire cavern. Gyarados. Giratina was fully awakened. Upon awakening, it sensed the presence of that old friend. Without a moment's hesitation, it rose to seek out Groudon for a proper reunion. Xu Xing seized the moment to leap onto Giratina's back. Giratina smashed through the cave and soared toward Mount Tima. Thankfully, we never pinned our hopes on that kid from the start. Inside the US military base, Charlie looked relaxed as he waved his hand again. Tell that bastard Sulu to activate our protective system. With this system in place, even a lava colossus won't stand a chance of getting in. Wells felt a hint of regret. Xu Xing's performance had been commendable. Too bad he was facing a Pokemon powerful enough to destroy a nation. Otherwise, Wells genuinely didn't believe Xu Xing would lose to such a Pokemon. On the large screen, Banette was gradually losing ground. Once Banette fell, the volcano would erupt completely, engulfing the entire Ice Kingdom. Wells felt a pang of helplessness. More than raw power, he valued a person's character above all else. Judging by their previous interactions, Xu Xing and Pokemon like Banette and Eevee should have been friends, partners. Yet faced with this life or death crisis, Xu Xing had resolutely abandoned his companions. It was deeply disappointing. Just then, a soldier in the ranks suddenly pointed toward a corner and asked, "What? What is that?" Everyone's gaze was drawn to the vivid blue figure in the corner. The figure soared through the sky, slowly entering view until it grew larger and larger. And the person within that figure was none other than Xu Xing. Chapter 118, The Collapse of Heaven and Earth. Hey! Is that Brother Xu? Has Brother Xu returned? Finally back, Brother Xu. Turn this situation around. What kind of Pokemon is Brother Xu riding? Is it that handsome? This Pokemon can actually fly. So impressive. The livestream viewers were wildly excited upon seeing Xu Xing. Banette was already at a disadvantage in the battle. If Xu Xing didn't return soon, Groudon would completely knock Blastoise to the ground in no time. Blastoise! You did great. Come back. Seeing Xu Xing return, Banette stopped struggling and leaped out of the lava pit. Giratina offered no resistance, knowing it now faced a far greater adversary. Xu Xing leapt from Giratina's back and Banagirus caught him securely. Xu Xing stroked Banacoras as he unleashed the eternal power. Viewers in the livestream chat know, not just the chat. Everyone watching this livestream was stunned. The already chaotic battlefield had gained yet another participant. The viewers didn't know what this Pokemon was, but governments around the world certainly did. This was the legendary sea monster known as the Kuan, a nation-devouring beast. When this beast first arrived in the human world, it unleashed torrential rains that lasted over 10 days. The downpour only ceased after the beast fell into slumber. Ever since, the United States had kept it under strict surveillance as a dangerous creature. So why has it suddenly appeared in a place like this? Inside the US military base. What the hell is going on? Wasn't the sea dragon under constant surveillance? How did it suddenly break free? Charek roared, barking orders at his men. Contact the Bermuda Triangle guards immediately? How were they supposed to handle this? One nation-devouring beast was chaos enough. Now there are two? But Wells merely smiled. You never disappoint me, Brother Xu. Charek roared. Our defensive beasts can handle one nation-destroying beast, but two? We're completely outmatched. Wells waved dismissively. There's nothing we can do in this situation. We should pray that Brother Xu can handle everything. Sharek's eyes blazed crimson. You mean we should pray that some kid barely out of his teens, still wet behind the ears, will handle two nation-destroying beasts? Wells sighed in exasperation. Do you have any other choice? Charek fell silent, and the scene on the screen once again shattered his worldview. On the screen, Gauka roared as it charged into the lava, colliding with Groudon. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. A torrential downpour began to pour down with insane fury. The live stream viewers were stunned. What the hell is going on? How did this downpour just appear out of nowhere? Yeah. 1 second it was clear skies, the next it's pouring buckets. Is this blue thing responsible for this? Splash. Splash. Torrential rain poured down, churning the once calm waters at sea level. Xu Xing exclaimed loudly. This Pokemon is called Kyogre. It's the sea god, and it's Groudon's arch-rival. When one awakens, the other follows. The two Pokemon then engage in a deadly battle. I tried to stop Kyogre's awakening just now. But I failed. As he spoke, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. The sun burst forth. Dazzling sunlight swept across the entire land. After the downpour came the blazing sun, and the foul smell of water vapor in the air made Xu Xing feel faintly nauseous. Before he could adjust, the sun vanished abruptly, and torrential rain poured down once more. The live stream viewers were stunned. Is this the legendary battle between Pokémon? They can even manipulate the natural environment. This is terrifying. 1 minute torrential rain, the next blazing sunshine. This is pure disaster. A natural catastrophe. Absolutely a natural catastrophe. Thank goodness. At least none of this is affecting us. Xu Xing chuckled. It might affect you soon enough. Within the magma vent, the two Pokémon refused to yield to each other. When Groudon gained the upper hand, the sky cleared completely. When Groudon gained the upper hand, torrential rain poured down from the sky. Upon closer inspection, half of the magma vent had been completely overtaken by Kyogre. That area was no longer seething lava. It was now azure seawater. What terrifying power! To transform magma into seawater. Bert now kneels on the ground, gazing up at the sky. The situation far exceeded his imagination. He never expected another Pokémon to emerge. Judging by this situation, it wasn't just the Ice Kingdom that would suffer. Innocent people everywhere might be swept into this catastrophe. Xu Xing stroked Banette. After being healed by the evergreen power, the giant Pokémon had fully recovered. Xu Xing knew it was time to bring this battle to its climax. EV. Sandile, Banette, and Charizard. All return now. Xu Xing called softly, and all the Pokémon returned to their Pokeballs. Viewers in the livestream chat felt a chill run down their spines. Was Xu Xing about to abandon ship? After all, the current situation clearly wasn't something humans could handle. Indeed, humans were powerless. Xu Xing retrieved 2 orbs from his spirit ring. Crimson Orb, Indigo Orb. Xu Xing tossed the orbs with both hands, returning them to their rightful place. The next moment, countless natural forces began surging into the magma vent. A scene beyond belief unfolded before everyone's eyes. Boom! A thunderous roar split the sky. Immediately after, the seawater churning on the ground began to slowly drift into the magma vent. The seawater began to flow back in. The downpour that started in the sky was several times heavier than before. The Pokémon across the entire Mount Timahaha were suffering terribly. This rain could pierce even tender leaves. And Groudon's unleashed power was no less formidable than Kyogre's. Boom! An explosive roar erupted from the magma vent. Massive lava spewed forth from the vent. It began relentlessly eroding the earth. And in the sky, the sun reappeared. This sun shone brighter than any before. Then, a scene unprecedented in human history unfolded. The sun shone upon the earth. Rain washed over the oceans. These two utterly opposing natural elements now collided violently. It seemed as though they were battling for supremacy. Neither would yield. Worse still, this event affected far more than just the Ice Kingdom. Soon, viewers in the livestream chat began reporting. Wait, what? What's going on? Why is it raining sunshine here too? Ha! Same here. But there's no sun where I am. Crazy. My sky just cleared up. The gloomy clouds vanished and a huge sun appeared. Meanwhile, the two Pokémon completed their metamorphosis right there. Now cloaked in an even more majestic aura. Groudon and Kyogre returned to their primordial forms. Xu Xing took a shallow breath. This catastrophe had now become humanity's disaster. Now everyone in the world should finally understand the true terror of Pokémon. As this thought crossed his mind, a badge suddenly appeared in Xu Xing's hand. Everything must come to an end. P.S. Updates around 9 a.m. daily. Please vote, everyone. This is incredibly important to me. Please spare a vote. Help me reach chapter 700. I'm begging you. Chapter 119, The Arrival. Inside the U.S. military base. What's happening? What's happening? Charles bellowed. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted over the previously clear skies of the beautiful country military base. Military base locations in most countries are chosen with extreme rigor. They specifically choose areas less prone to heavy rain and intense sunlight. After all, military bases house many of the nation's most advanced combat equipment. Prolonged exposure to rain could cause unforeseeable damage. Yet now, a torrential downpour was pouring down on this military base, which had never seen rain in all its years. This situation was unprecedented. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. The soldiers sent to investigate outside now wore a look of sheer panic. This is bad. It's not just a downpour. There's intense sunlight outside at the same time. A downpour and a solar flare. Could these two phenomena truly coexist? At that moment, everyone's faces darkened. This situation was truly dire. But facing these two nation-destroying Pokémon, the entire military base couldn't even defend itself, let alone defeat them. Inside the Huaxia Nation military base, Lin Guobiao let out a sharp gasp. Clearly, the situation was far from ideal. Even Huaxia seemed momentarily at a loss. He Changjun asked. Should we activate protective alert? Wang Tianyang shook his head. Even if we did, at this rate, it wouldn't hold for long. Our top priority is getting Brother Xu back. Wang Hai nodded in rare agreement. Let's bring Xu Xing back first. We'll figure out the rest later. At this moment, the group truly had no other options. The situation had unfolded far beyond anyone's expectations. The power displayed by those two Pokémon was simply terrifying. Yu Hu declared. Prepare to launch the most advanced unmanned aircraft. The situation was critical. If even Xu Xing couldn't be rescued, the losses would be maximized. No one wanted to see that outcome. Lin Guobiao remained silent for a moment before saying, I'll coordinate with Brother Xu. Prepare the aircraft. A deathly silence fell over the base, broken only by the steady patter of the downpour outside. This mission had failed. Failed spectacularly. The entire nation had witnessed a colossal embarrassment. Hengjiang High School. Senior Class 2. At this moment, Xu Xing's livestream was playing in the classroom. Outside the windows, torrential rain poured down, yet the land stretched barren for miles. Per higher-up directives, Hengjiang No, the entire nation was now watching Xu Xing's livestream. Fang Xiaomei was no longer the homeroom teacher, but merely a substitute instructor. Everyone's expression was grave. Because everyone knew this was no ordinary livestream. This was clearly a life-or-death battle. Fang Xiaomei's expression was particularly grim. After being dismissed from her position, she had been utterly baffled, even storming into the principal's office several times to protest. After all, she had merely exchanged a few harsh words with Xu Xing on the street. The rest had nothing to do with her. She hadn't realized her mistake at all, but now she was utterly dumbfounded. The student she had mocked and looked down upon was now risking his life to confront this terrifying creature. Regardless of whether he succeeded, such courage alone was truly admirable. The entire class had long since lost hope. They clearly saw Xu Xing had recalled all his Pokémon. In this situation, it seemed truly beyond saving. But the next scene left everyone utterly bewildered. Mount Tima. The two legendary Pokémon were still locked in a frenzied battle. Completely oblivious to the fate of this world. Moreover, with each collision, each clash, the torrential rain in the sky grew more intense. The sunlight grew more blinding. Burke knelt on the ground, unable to believe things had come to this. Xu Xing, meanwhile, drew forth his summoning badge, his thoughts slowly beginning to flow. In his mind, Xu Xing continuously sketched the form of the divine beast, the only one capable of saving this disaster. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were left speechless by Xu Xing's desperate, almost prayer-like demeanor. Xu! What are you doing, Xu? Begging the heavens won't help now. Xu! Please! My family's in the countryside. All the wheat's soaked now. I don't want to end up in rural court. Looks like there's no other way. Even Brother Xu is resorting to divine pleas now. I don't want to die. These Pokémon are terrifying. Xu Xing paid them no mind, his focus entirely on the badge in his hand. The next moment, the summoning badge began to glow softly. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream also noticed the badge in Xu Xing's hand. But then, something utterly baffling happened. Snap! With a sharp crack, the summoning badge shattered. Xu Xing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The viewers in the livestream chat were utterly speechless. What kind of crappy badge is this? Return it! Return it! I thought something big was coming. Turns out it was just a big letdown. No way. Xu Xing stared at the badge shattered into two pieces before him, momentarily dumbfounded. The quality is seriously questionable. But the next moment, Xu Xing's flustered expression gradually returned to normal. He exhaled a long breath and continued slowly. It's not over yet. As the drone camera slowly panned upward, everyone suddenly realized a massive crater had appeared in the sky. This colossal void was utterly commanding. It pushed aside all the surrounding clouds and mist. Like a deep, dark tunnel leading into the heavens. The next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the abyss in the sky. The figure resembled the dragons of Chinese folklore, yet appeared more gaunt. Its entire body was almost entirely green. Its scales looked incredibly sharp. Despite the relentless downpour and sunlight expanding around it, this Pokémon showed no fear whatsoever. It charged straight toward the two Pokémon. The aura it carried was utterly terrifying. As if it were about to swallow the heavens. The live stream exploded with reactions. Holy! Another one? What the hell is this thing? Xu! I see it. You must have summoned this one, right? Is the battlefield not chaotic enough for you? Oh no, oh no. Those two Pokémon are already going to destroy the Earth. And this one looks just as strong as them. Is this Pokémon a dragon? Is it a dragon? It's so freaking awesome. A wolfish wildness stirred within Xu Xing's heart. He pulled up the system panel. At this moment, he had only just over 90 million science points. Xu Xing began his explanation. This Pokémon is called Rayquaza. It's also one of the legendary Pokémon. When Ho-Oh and Kyogre clash, it emerges to resolve the conflict. With this wave of knowledge sharing, his tech points reached exactly 10 million. Xu Xing chuckled. Exchange successful. Hearing Xu Xing's explanation, the others finally understood. We're good. We're good. This is our savior. Finally. Come save our planet. Zygarde is way too powerful. It actually calmed down two Pokemon's rage. Please, Arceus. Humanity is counting on you. Zeraora flew straight into the magma vent while Groudon and Kyogre, who had been locked in fierce combat just moments before, suddenly seemed to change their minds. Seeing Aura Sphere, the two joined forces for a single strike. And the Sky Splitter was sent flying several meters by this unexpected strike. Chapter 120, Tall Air Current. Put. Watching this absurd scene unfold before him, Xu Xing couldn't help but laugh out loud. The livestream viewers collectively froze in shock. Wait. He got knocked flying with one punch? From Su's description, I was expecting some epic boss fight? And this is it? That's it? Shu Weiling got knocked flying with one punch? That's lame. Weren't these two guys beating each other up just now? Why did they suddenly team up? The livestream viewers were all baffled. This turnaround was way too fast. Xu Xing said calmly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The faint spark of excitement among the viewers instantly vanished. But Xu Xing knew the real show was about to begin. Shatter Sky, knocked flying, growled low and rose back to his feet. Gradually, a green glow began to envelop its body. This green light was overpowering and ferocious. Empowered by this force, Skarmory charged fiercely toward the magma vent. Boom! Rolling smoke and dust erupted from the magma vent. Immediately, a fierce force radiated outward from the magma vent. Wherever this force touched, the heavy rain instantly ceased. The sun returned to calm. Delta airflow. Mega evolved Rayquaza. Here it comes. As the dust gradually dispersed, a Scarius even more imposing than before appeared above the lava. Now resembling a true dragon, it gazed steadily at the two Pokemon. And the sky had already, unnoticed, returned to complete calm. The sky cleared. The rain stopped. Holy crap. For real. The rain stopped here too. Me too. Me too. What just happened? It stopped just like that. Did this Rayquaza evolve? It looks so cool now. After Mega Evolution, Palkia's power skyrocketed. Groudon and Kyogre, observing the suddenly calm weather, realized something is amiss. The two immediately joined forces to attack the Mega Rayquaza in the sky. Countless pale green beams erupt from Primordial Kyogre, surging toward Mega Rayquaza. Primordial Groudon isn't to be outdone either. He smashes the ground. In the next instant, the earth transformed into a blade, slashing toward Mega Rayquaza. Xu Xing chuckled. These two Pokemon truly held nothing back. Origin Pulse and Cliff Edge Sword unleashed immediately. But Latios' agile form spun several times, evading the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Xing immediately took sides. Zekrom. I'm here to help you. With that, Xu Xing hurled his Pokeball. The net roared as it leapt out of the Pokeball. Blastoise. Mega Evolve. The net had been seething with frustration from being beaten by Groudon. Now was the time for revenge. And so, the battlefield shifted completely to a 2-on-2 confrontation. But even combined, Groudon and Kyogre might not stand a chance against Rayquaza alone. Facing two Pokemon now significantly reduced their chances of victory. Mega Rayquaza unleashed its full power, delivering a brutal beating to both Pokemon. It was a masterclass in dominance. The live stream viewers were stunned. Two Pokemon capable of destroying the world were now being beaten so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. Wait, what? This Zekrom is way too strong? Overpowered. Totally overpowered. 666. This is Gue. Total domination. Is this the gap? Go Aegislash. This Latios is insane? Who saw that coming? I bet this Zekrom is their leader. That power is insane. And soon, the battle reached its conclusion. Mega Zeraora utterly crushed both Pokemon with its overwhelming power. This battle was utterly absurd, arguably the most terrifying Pokemon duel in human history. After completely defeating both Pokemon, Xerneas slowly soared into the sky, gazing down at them. Then, Rayquaza began to mediate. After a low growl from Ether, Groudon and Kyogre seemed to realize their mistakes. This farce was finally drawing to a close. Groudon and Kyogre both reverted from their primordial forms. The Crimson Orb and Indigo Orb returned to Xu Xing's hands. After being calmed by its elder brother, Kyogre soared into the sky. It prepared to return to the ocean depths, seeking a new habitat. Giratina, meanwhile, submerged its body into the magma, preparing to begin a new cycle of dormancy. At that moment, even the most clueless viewers in the livestream understood that this chapter had come to a close. Groudon and Kyogre had both departed silently, leaving only the elder brother, Rayquaza. Everything was over. Groudon slowly sank into the magma, and the ceaselessly boiling lava finally settled. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, Xu Xing exhaled a long breath and announced, "It's over." Hearing Xu Xing's words, the live chat exploded. Holy crap! Xu Xing! You're insane! You actually saved the Ice Block Kingdom. Did Brother Xu summon that Rayquaza? He can even call upon such a powerful legendary Pokémon. Groudon's power is terrifying. Its aftershocks alone bathed the entire world in sunlight. Giratina too. That sudden downpour earlier scared the crap out of me. Finally over. These legendary beasts are way too powerful. Humans should just avoid conflicts with Pokémon like this. Exactly. The gap between humans and Pokémon is just too vast. We should follow Xu Xing's example and become friends with Pokémon. Watching the stream of amazed comments, Xu Xing nodded slightly. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Xu Xing had long observed that it was Pokémon who actively sought friendship with humans. Even if some were willing, the majority still couldn't accept Pokémon. And that was his plan. To make humanity understand just how formidable Pokémon truly were, and what the consequences would be if they dared to wage war against these creatures. Now, the entire world had witnessed the sheer terror of Pokémon. Faced with such terrifying creatures, humanity had no choice but to become their friends. If war were truly waged, would humanity stand a chance against Pokémon? The answer was undeniable, especially after today's events. Humanity's fear of Pokémon would only grow more immense. Driven by this fear, humans will dare not offend Pokémon, they will even begin to curry favor with them. Humans must understand, our relationship with Pokémon leaves us no choice, there is no alternative but to become partners. Of course, this situation will inevitably make some people afraid of these adorable creatures. But Xu Xing understood, while these people might be afraid, what about their children? What about his grandchildren? Through deeper interaction with Pokémon, humanity is destined to understand. These little creatures aren't nearly as terrifying as imagined, they will become humanity's true partners. And after this incident, the little town of Timaha will become famous. Regardless of the reason, the government of the Ice Nation is unlikely to take any further action against this small town. Seeing everything concluded, the figure before him rose to depart. But Xu Xing wasn't about to let him have his way. A Master Ball suddenly appeared in Xu Xing's hand. He threw it at Latios. Chapter 121, Capturing the Legendary Pokémon. As the Master Ball swayed 3 times, Latios was captured. The live stream viewers were stunned. Wait, what? Xu Xing? Is this real? That's a legendary Pokémon. A legendary Pokémon. Xu, you just captured Skarmory? Holy crap! Awesome! Capturing a legendary Pokémon. Brother Xu can walk all over the place now. So legendary beasts can be captured too? Holy crap! That's some serious skill. But it wasn't just the viewers who were stunned, military leaders from various nations were in shock too. Remember, this is a legendary Pokémon. He single-handedly subdued 2 nation-destroying Pokémon. His power speaks for itself. And now, such a Pokémon has been captured. This means Xu Xing's combat power is now incredibly inflated. Not only does he possess Banette, capable of leveling cities and villages, but also the nation-destroying tier Arceus. China's international standing would skyrocket overnight, instantly becoming number 1. Undisputed number 1. Of course, if anyone dared to question it, those mutewos in his hands would quickly silence them. Inside the American military base, Charles stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That kid. He actually subdued that Skybreaker. That's. Wells's expression was equally grim. The usually carefree man now felt pressure heavier than ever before. Wells declared. We have to act. Sharik demanded. Are you out of your mind? He's got a divine beast in his hands. At that moment, the military base fell into an eerie silence. Everyone understood what that meant, a divine beast. Wells declared, precisely because he has the divine beast is why we must act. Sharik laughed bitterly in anger. Take action, with what? He's someone who can tame Pokémon. Wells chuckled. Who said we're fighting him? Show our sincerity. Let this young man join the United States. At those words, Sharik felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. All right. Xu Xing tossed the Master Ball, and Rayquaza reappeared. Xu Xing chuckled. Arceus, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Groudon glanced at Xu Xing, then soared skyward without another thought. The live stream viewers instantly panicked. This was a legendary Pokémon. How could he let it slip away like a pigeon? Xu Xing chuckled and raised his Master Ball. Latios was recaptured. Xu Xing tossed it out once more. Groudon turned away from Xu Xing and soared skyward once more, this time unleashing its full power. But Xu Xing merely raised his hand and reclaimed the creature once more. Releasing Zekrom for the 3rd time, Xu Xing declared. Arceus, if you wish to journey through the cosmos, I won't stand in your way. But now, you are my Pokémon. Lugia stared at Xu Xing and nodded. That much was true, Lugia had indeed become his Pokémon. Xu Xing continued. Therefore, I hope you will come to my aid when I face danger. In exchange, I will destroy this Master Ball. Even Arceus was taken aback by this declaration. This Master Ball had actually captured Arceus. Whether it would obey or not was another matter, but it had been captured for real. Why would he let such a prize slip through his fingers? But Xu Xing had his own strategy. He knew well that with Zeraora's temperament it would be extremely difficult to make it submit to anyone. Rather than waste time on a stalemate with Skarmory, this approach offered a way out. It offered a dignified way out for both parties. Sylphia remained silent. Once the Master Ball was destroyed, she believed Sylphia would be free. What Xu Xing did next left everyone utterly stunned. Slowly raising his hand, Xu Xing gently tossed the Master Ball toward the lava vent. The Master Ball, which had successfully captured Latios in perfect condition, was reduced to ashes. Less than 10 minutes after its capture, Latios reverted to its wild state. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in fury, berating Xu Xing for his foolishness. This was a legendary Pokémon. With it, wouldn't he be able to run rampant across the continent? Seeing Xu Xing's boldness, Latios didn't hesitate to act. It approached Xu Xing and left a scale in its mouth. Staring at the scale before him, Xu Xing knew he'd made the right bet. Xu Xing tucked the scale away. Had Skycracker simply flown off just now, he would have lost 1,000,000 science points outright. Fortunately, effort and reward were proportional. The viewers in the livestream, however, remained unaware of the scale's significance. After completing all this, Skarmory slowly soared into space until it vanished completely. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Burke, let's go." Xu Xing's expression remained unchanged, his eyes showing no trace of blame. Burke murmured. "I just nearly destroyed the world." Xu Xing chuckled. "But now the world is safe and sound." After being cleansed by heavy rain and sunlight, the sky appeared renewed. The heavy volcanic clouds had largely dissipated, revealing a deep blue sky radiating boundless vitality. Dharma the baboon stood beside Burke, still beaming with a bright smile. Xu Xing leaned closer to Burke and ruffled his hair. "No one will target this little town anymore. That Pokeball, you'll need it now." Burke pulled the brand new Pokeball from his pocket and nodded. "Yeah." Burke tossed the Pokeball toward Darumia. "Become my Pokemon." Xu Xing exhaled slowly. It was all over. Burke added, "Brother Xu, could you become my mentor? I want to be just like you. To protect everyone in the town." These words had been on Burke's mind for a long time. But before, his sole focus had been on awakening Groudon and putting Tima Town into a permanent slumber. But now things were different. Tiama Town would not vanish. And Burke could finally live alongside the Pokemon he cherished forever and ever. Xu Xing pondered for a moment. "Be your mentor? What's in it for me?" Burke gritted his teeth. "I'll give you all my allowance for this year." Xu Xing chuckled. "Deal." The viewers in the livestream were stunned. "Not just Brother Xu. I want to be his apprentice too. I want to catch Pokemon too. Yeah. I want a cute, fluffy little Eevee too. Bro X. I'll pay 1,000,000. Be my mentor." Xu Xing chuckled. He'd been through so much lately. He wasn't Superman, he got tired too. Xu Xing decided to stay in this small town for a few days. Xu Xing said, "Burke, if it's convenient, could I stay at your place for a few days?" Burke was overjoyed at the suggestion. "Absolutely. That'd be wonderful. My dad will be thrilled to hear this." Then, the two turned to head back to Little Tima Town. But then, something unexpected happened. Before them, the once peaceful and undisturbed Little Tima Town now lay in utter ruin. Lava remnants smeared the earth, while the town's houses lay shattered into pieces by the earthquake. The entire village lay utterly devastated. This sudden catastrophe left both of them momentarily stunned. But the reality was staring them in the face. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to accept it. Chapter 122, Home Invasion. Holy? What the hell is going on here? Damn it! Our base got stolen. We were so caught up in the fight we completely forgot about this. Damn it, Gianna. My Gianna, are you okay? If anything happened to Gianna, I wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire Ice Kingdom with my own hands. These two Pokemon's battle is just too terrifying. The surrounding towns are getting wrecked. Truly a battle of gods, with mortals suffering the consequences. Surveying the devastated town before him, Xu Xing roared. Blastoise! Xu Xing bellowed, leaping onto Banette's back. He then grabbed Brock, who was nearby. Bankaris, hurry! Bankaris understood the gravity of the situation. Xu Xing clung tightly to its body. Then, Bankira's massive body began charging downwards at breakneck speed. Burke's emotions were incredibly complex at that moment. Just as a new life was about to begin, he never imagined something like this would happen. Burke, clinging to Banakaris, felt increasingly guilty. His voice began to choke up. It's all my fault. Xu Xing could only offer quiet reassurance. That battle had been far too intense. So intense that none of them had noticed the destruction in the town. But now, with no other options, he could only rush to the village to assess the situation. U.S. military base. What is this? Shalek stared blankly at the scene before him. Wells also stood up. Unbelievable. Both men couldn't help but marvel at the scene before them. Of course, their astonishment wasn't directed at the town itself. He felt no sympathy for the town, which had been nearly destroyed. It was merely a small town. What truly astonished them was that Xu Xing was riding a bankilas. After all, this monster had single-handedly destroyed 5 armored vehicles in the United States. And now, it was humbling itself beneath Xu Xing's control. This scene was nothing short of absurd. The crowd's gaze toward Xu Xing grew increasingly bizarre. This guy must have a knack for taming and training Pokémon. To tame such a terrifying creature into a mount. The acrid scent of molten air mingled with the putrid stench of the tide. The stench was unbearable. The two had now reached the small town. Not a single building in the entire town remained intact. The ground was littered with jagged rock fragments and molten lava, making it impossible to find solid footing. Xu and Xing dismounted from Banchilas and hurried straight to Burke's home. Now, Brock's cozy cottage lay utterly reduced to ruins. Burke stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, utterly incredulous. Almost instantly, his eyes turned bloodshot. No. No. Burke rushed toward the house like a madman and began digging. Xu Xing raised a hand, and together with Banchilas, they began to help. At that moment, Xu Xing watched the scene unfold before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Even he felt fate had dealt a cruel hand. What should have been a story of reunion had instead unfolded like this. Burke's fair hands were soon stained crimson, yet he dug unnumbly. Burke dug deeper and deeper, sinking into despair. Endless regret began to flood his heart. He did not fear death, but he absolutely refused to accept this outcome. Either live together, or die together. Everything had finally turned out well, yet fate chose to mock him. Burke collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. He understood. This was punishment. A punishment meant for him alone. Burke lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, as if his soul had been torn from him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he roared. Dad! Dad! Mom! Mom! Hey! A clear cry suddenly rang out from the distance. Looking up, it was none other than Auntie. Burke rose weakly to his feet, murmuring. Brother Xu. My parents have come to pick me up. I have to go now. At that moment, Burke's eyes showed no trace of joy at seeing his parents. They seemed utterly devoid of soul. Xu Xing silently smacked Burke on the head. It's not an illusion. It's real. Ha! Burke rubbed his eyes. Standing before him were truly his father and mother. And behind them stood the entire village. Burke gasped and sprinted toward his mother. Xu Xing exhaled deeply, unable to stop scolding himself for his carelessness. The earlier scene had been so tense that Xu Xing had completely forgotten about the superconducting power. Only now, upon using it, did Xu Xing realize the entire village had taken refuge in the prayer temple. It was bizarre indeed. The entire village lay in ruins, yet the prayer temple stood untouched. Watching this scene unfold, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but marvel. Fate is so unpredictable. Fate is so unpredictable. Who would have thought there'd be a twist? Exactly. This ending makes sense. This is the conclusion we wanted. Thank goodness, thank goodness. A home can be rebuilt, but a life lost is truly gone forever. Exactly. There's still time to fix everything. Brother Xu, come help us rebuild Little Tima Town. Xu Xing nodded helplessly. I'll help, of course. Xu Xing stretched lazily. He thought he could rest for 2 days, but unexpectedly ran into this mess. In that moment, Xu Xing even suspected he'd been set up. Jaina now stood amidst the collapsed ruins. Her face showed no sorrow, instead, it still bore that sweet smile. Xu Xing approached the ruins. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Gianna rummaged through the debris. A bucket. Lord Karaki is getting a bit parched. Oh, leave it to me. As she spoke, the water EV suddenly leapt out. The water spirit approached Gianna. Plop. Gianna curiously leaned closer to the water EV. The next moment, streams of water began spurting from its mouth. The uncontrolled jets of water splashed onto Gianna's cheeks. But instead of getting angry at this sudden attack, Gianna was thrilled. Wow! You're amazing! Gianna scooped up the water EV. Would you mind coming along with me? I'd be delighted. It must be said, Gianna's beauty was absolutely top tier. Her cheeks had just been thoroughly cleaned by EV. But now, her complexion looked even more radiant. Not only Xu Xing, but the viewers in the livestream were utterly mesmerized. Her golden hair paired with that exquisite face, she looked like an elf. Xu Xing nodded in silent agreement with the viewers' comments. Seeing Gianna like this, Xu Xing suddenly remembered something. John, were you watering Jirachi the very first time I saw you? John retorted with a sigh. That's called bathing. Xu Xing laughed heartily. Gradually, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Wish Temple. Gianna began humming as they walked. Glitterer, glitterer Jossen Jort. This was the song Gianna had hummed when Xu Xing first arrived in the town. Its meaning roughly translates to shine, shine, bright star. If translated into Chinese, it would be twinkle, twinkle, little star. Just as Gianna finished humming the last syllable. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. A perfect, golden 5-pointed star suddenly shot into the sky with a whoosh. And this 5-pointed star began to slowly turn. It was Kiraki. P.S. The volcano arc is almost over. My deepest gratitude to everyone who's read this far. Could you please reward me with gold tickets? The continuation of this book depends entirely on gold tickets. If we hit 1,000 gold tickets today, I'll immediately switch to a no-holds-barred mode and write 10,000 words a day. Chapter 123, Jirachi. What kind of Pokemon is this? A star Pokemon? So cute. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. Streamer, catch it right now. Such an adorable Pokemon, just like a little star. The viewers in the livestream clearly couldn't recall this Pokemon's true identity. But Xu Xing knew full well this was no ordinary Pokemon. This was the legendary phantom Pokemon, Jirachi. The two stared blankly at the Kyurem before them. Gianna was so startled she could barely hold onto her EV. Residents nearby gradually began to notice the commotion, all holding their breath as they stared at the Pokemon before them. Unbelievable. Kira. Curlia stretched lazily, curiously observing the crowd before it. The surrounding residents were utterly dumbfounded. In their minds, Gyarados was a symbol of legend. Its sudden appearance before them was somewhat shocking. Only Xu Xing managed to maintain his composure. Kiraki spun lightly in the air, turning just in time to catch sight of the divine statue within the temple. Kira? Kiraki stared at the statue, identical to himself, looking utterly surprised. Xu Xing spoke slowly. Lord Kira, the people here have always held you in deep reverence. Hearing this, Kiraki turned to gaze upon the faces of the villagers. Every single resident's eyes were filled with reverence. Witnessing this scene, Kiraki couldn't help but blush. Lord Jirachi, might you please restore the town to its former state? The residents of Little Tima were utterly taken aback by this request. In their eyes, Kiraki had long since become a supreme being. How could they possibly make such a request so casually? But only Xu Xing knew Kiraki's true identity. Seeing this, Jirachi didn't stand on ceremony with Xu Xing. It slowly flew before Xu Xing, then tore a wish note from its head and handed it to him. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present toward Xu Xing shifted. This was an item personally bestowed by Lord Jirachi. Xu Xing, however, pulled out a brush pen from his backpack and began to write. The crowd was once again taken aback by this action. How could he defile an item bestowed by Lord Kiraki like this? The crowd watched in bewilderment, yet Xu Xing remained utterly unfazed. It seemed like nothing more than the simplest of tasks. After finishing, Xu Xing stuck the wish note back onto Kiraki's head. Feeling the wish, Giratina slowly opened the third eye of truth on its belly. Kiraki rose into the air, eyes tightly shut, beginning to fulfill Xu Xing's wish. The entire town was enveloped in Kiraki's miracle. Gradually, restoration began. The cracked earth, collapsed houses, and trees split in two were gradually restored under Kiliaki's power. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but be stunned. For this was utterly defying all laws of nature. The houses seemed to have gained a soul, beginning to rebuild themselves. Xu Xing slowly explained about Jirachi. Jirachi is a legendary Pokemon. Legend says it awakens every 1,000 years through Son. When you write your wish on a wish card, Jirachi will grant it. And the wish I just wrote was to ask Jirachi to restore this town. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream were taken aback. Only then did everyone truly grasp the breadth of Xu Xing's generosity. That was a Pokemon capable of granting any wish. Yet Xu Xing's wish was simply to restore a small town. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but exclaim. Xu! Is this Jirachi some kind of magic lamp? Any wish at all? Is this real or fake? That's insane. I want one too. Wah! Any wish can come true. Wouldn't that person instantly become the world's richest person? Xu Xing gave a helpless smile. Rumor had it that any wish could be granted, but Xu Xing didn't know the limits of such wishes. So he didn't make the wish for humans and Pokemon to live in peace. Such a grand wish, if it backfired, it wouldn't be worth the risk. As time ticked by, under Jirachi's guidance, the town of Timahaha gradually returned to its former state. The town had returned to its most beautiful state, even the gnaw marks left by the giant wolf had completely vanished. Gazing at the restored town, Xu Xing murmured softly. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Kyurem. Gyarados, seemingly exhausted, descended from the sky and burrowed into Xu Xing's embrace. Inside the military base of the United States. At that moment, Kiraki's photo had been projected onto the large screen. Chalik declared. We have two primary objectives moving forward. First, secure Xu Xing's allegiance. Second, capture Gyarados. Achieve either one, and the world will be pacified. Unbeknownst to anyone, the others had long since come to believe Xu Xing's words without question. Thus, they coveted this Aladdin's lamp capable of granting wishes with unparalleled desire. Wells chuckled. With this, we could wish for Brother Xu to join the United States. This thought filled Wells with renewed vigor. At this moment, the United States still held jurisdiction over the national magical beasts. He immediately issued orders. Zack's team. Take your men to the Yasun rainforest. Xiaofu team. Take your men to the Shaha desert. Rudy's team. Take your people to the Sacred Relic Fortress. The Yasun rainforest, the Shaha desert, and the Sacred Relic Fortress, these were all locations where nation-destroying Pokémon had appeared, places where legendary Pokémon were said to dwell. Wells knew full well that national jurisdiction over magical beasts would soon fall to the Huaxia nation. To resist this, they must successfully capture a nation-destroying Pokémon. With this in mind, Wells added, all personnel are authorized to use anti-magic bullets. Hearing this, everyone understood that Wells was truly going all out this time. Charrick was somewhat surprised. You're finally willing to use them now? The anti-magic bullets were precisely Charles's research. However, due to the weapon's overwhelming lethality, Wells had strictly prohibited its use. But now, he couldn't afford to care about such things. Humanitarian concerns meant nothing in the face of international justice. The anti-magic bullet was the latest technological weapon developed by the United States. Their purpose was to combat Pokémon. This weapon consumed vast resources from the United States. But for the sake of solidifying its international standing, everything was worth it to the United States. But now, with the sudden emergence of a monster like Xu Xing, the United States' international standing is bound to plummet. Therefore, the United States urgently needs to demonstrate its formidable international standing. Little Tima Town had returned to normal. Xu Xing decided to rest here for a few days. He intends to properly adjust his state of mind while also mentoring Burke as his master. Kiraki still lay curled up on Xu Xing's chest. Its eyes were half closed, breathing evenly. It seemed to have fallen asleep. And so, Xu Xing's 2-day vacation officially began. Chapter 124, Burke's Past. Dawn broke, sunlight caressing the morning. Perhaps because of yesterday's downpour, today's weather seemed exceptionally fine. Xu Xing had been staying here for 2 days now. These 2 days were arguably the most carefree he'd experienced since his journey to this world. No pressure whatsoever, nothing but play. At this moment, Xu Xing sat at the Burke residence's entrance, watching Burke train his demo baboon. Meanwhile, Kiraki seemed to have taken to treating Xu Xing like a servant, perched on his head and staring intently at the scene before them. Suddenly, Xu Xing remembered something and asked, Burke, how did you find the Crimson Orb? Hearing this, Burke chuckled and began recounting the entire story from start to finish. The wolves are coming. The wolves are coming. The townspeople's shouts echoed throughout the entire settlement. All the residents grabbed weapons and rushed out spontaneously. Auntie looked troubled. What on earth is going on? Why would a pack of such wolves suddenly appear near the town? Uncle pulled a brand new iron axe from the house and shook his head. I don't know. I'll be back soon. Burke saw his father leave and immediately stood up to follow. Dad, wait for me. His mother called out. Hey! Burke! It's dangerous out there. Come back. But Burke dashed out swiftly, quickly catching up to his father at the sight of the wolf invasion. The town's 70 or 80 residents, every able-bodied man from each household, had come out to confront the wolf pack. A mere dozen or so wolves were manageable. Yet these wolves seemed to need no rest at all, attacking the town every other day. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the town was worn down. Watching the residents fighting fiercely ahead, Burke felt a wave of worry wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Burke hurried home and grabbed the newspaper. The paper featured a government candidate's beaming smile, beneath which a stark message read. If you encounter any difficulties in Iceblock Nation, call this hotline 190XXX024. Burke dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call connected. Burke was overjoyed and immediately asked. This is Z from Little Tima Town. Our town is under attack by vicious wolves. We need. Before he could finish, a furious roar erupted from the other end. Get the hell out of here. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. I told you that godforsaken town of yours should have been torn down ages ago. We can't handle this. If you dare make one more call to this number, I'll make your little town disappear tomorrow. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly cut off, leaving Burke frozen in place, utterly bewildered. It turned out someone had already reported this incident. But judging by the outcome, it seemed to have made no difference whatsoever. The sound of the door opening signaled Uncle Burke's return. Burke looked up and said, Dad, you're back? My uncle's clothes were still stained with the blood of the vicious wolf. His face was etched with anguish. I can't hold them back. The wolves' assault is growing fiercer. The town won't last much longer. Hearing this, everyone felt deeply uneasy. But then Uncle delivered even more devastating news. Sulu went to lead people to resist the demolition and was crushed to death by an excavator. This demolition crew had recently arrived in Little Tima Town. Under the guise of building new homes, their methods were utterly despicable. Hearing this, Auntie covered her mouth in disbelief. Uncle Burke abruptly stood up. Uncle Sulu. This uncle was the father of Burke's best friend. Burke asked in disbelief. Then, what about Susie? Uncle shook his head. Her mother took sushi to cause trouble. Now they've been taken away by the authorities. Their whereabouts are unknown. The news exploded like a bomb inside Burke's heart. Burke, who had been naive for 12 years, finally grasped the world's cruelty under the weight of multiple blows. His uncle's axe still dripped with blood. Within, vicious wolves attacked the village. Without, demolition crews pressed closer. The century-old heritage of Little Tama village seemed destined to perish within this generation. Burke asked, "Father, what shall we do?" His uncle's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Burke. Better to die than surrender. Burke felt utterly disheartened at that moment. He came to the prayer temple and knelt before the statue of Karaki. Burke prayed earnestly, "Lord Karaki, please save our little town of Timaha." After a long while, Burke rose and left the prayer temple, only to trip over a stone. That stone, no, perhaps it should be called a jewel glowed in intense crimson. It seemed to contain boundless energy. As Burke picked it up, it swelled with his intent. Boom! Within the mountains, a volcano erupted violently. The magma, dormant for a full century, erupted violently at Burke's mere thought. Startled, Burke's hand slipped, and the jewel clattered to the ground. As the orb hit the ground, the lava returned to stillness. Burke picked up the jewel in disbelief and once again summoned his inner will. Boom! The magma erupted with a deafening roar. Burke gasped for breath as he stared at Mount Tima, then broke into a frantic sprint. Timaha Volcano was a renowned sacred mountain, drawing countless tourists each year eager to witness its majesty. The government, eager to capitalize on its fame, planned to completely demolish the small town of Tima and rebuild it into a major tourist destination. Burke sprinted toward the volcano with all his might. But halfway there, two massive boulders began rolling down the mountainside. Burke deftly dodged them. These obstacles were no match for his determination. After running a little further, Burke came to a complete halt. Before him lay a centipede over 2 meters long, its body a striking blend of rose pink and black, blocking the only path to the summit. 2.5 meters. That was taller than 2 Burkes combined. The centipede before him exuded an intimidating presence, constantly surveying its surroundings. Burke hesitated. The summit was just a few steps away. But a 12-year-old boy had never seen such a monstrous creature. To retreat now would mean all their efforts would be for naught. Burke hesitated, then took a step forward. Yet the Centipede King seemed to regard Burke as an invading enemy. With astonishing agility, it lunged toward Burke. About to strike. But at that critical moment, a bright red ape with a radiant smile suddenly blocked Burke's path. It blocked the blow for Burke. The red ape's fist blazed with fire as he punched the Centipede King, sending it flying. After doing all this, Damo the baboon extended his hand to Burke. Burke repeatedly said, "Thank you, thank you." Then, Burke set off once more toward the mountain peaks, and unbeknownst to him, Dharma the baboon followed in his footsteps. Upon reaching the summit, Burke witnessed the most spectacular sight of his life. Vivid red magma churned ceaselessly, within which lay an immense creature. That creature seemed to possess an invincible physique, remaining utterly still despite the lava's violent churning. Burke drew forth the vermilion orb and focused his intent. The next moment, the magma surged with even greater ferocity. His breathing grew heavy. Gazing at the vermilion orb in his hand, Burke understood his mission. "Lord Karaki, I will fulfill the mission you have entrusted to me." Chapter 125, Stealing People? Stealing people. That's how it is. That's it? After hearing the entire story, Xu Xing finally remarked. "Not bad." Burke chuckled. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat room listened to the whole story and commented. Who knew Burke was so bold for his age? Ha ha ha, yeah. He's got some guts. If it weren't for Brother Su, Burke's plan would have actually succeeded. Well, thanks to our Su Ge, we avoided major casualties. Xu Xing stood up. The story's over, and we've played for 2 days. It's about time to leave. Xu Xing stretched lazily, while Burke looked utterly reluctant. So soon, Brother Su? We've only been playing for 2 more days. Xu Xing shook his head. I've rested for far too long. He grabbed the karaki off his head. Alright, Karari-sama can't follow me forever. I need to leave this place. Jira. Garridos looked a bit downcast. For the past 2 days, it had been practically inseparable from Xu Xing. Eating, sleeping, even going to the bathroom had clung to him the entire time. EV had protested vehemently about this. But ultimately, Garridos would only remain awake for 7 days. In a few more days, it would likely fall back into slumber. Xu Xing pushed open the door and bowed to his uncle and aunt. Thank you both for taking care of me these past 2 days. I'll be leaving today. Uncle immediately helped Xu Xing to his feet. No, young man, we couldn't possibly accept that. Xu Xing shook his head slightly. You've been so kind these past couple of days. Uncle tried to persuade him further, but Xu Xing's mind was made up. His uncle understood that a talent like Xu Xing was destined for great things, so he let it go. Gianna watched Xu Xing from afar, her feelings complex. Burke then addressed Gianna in the corner. Farewell, Miss Gianna. Until we meet again. Gianna felt deeply conflicted about Xu Xing. He was an exceptionally outstanding young man. Gentle and kind to others, handsome in appearance, she knew such outstanding young men were rare even in the entire Ice Block Kingdom. Therefore, she felt deeply reluctant to see Xu Xing leave. Yet, as her father had said, a man like him was destined to go out and make his mark on the world. Just then, Burke burst into the room, shouting, "Brother Xu! Please don't leave. I'll have my sister marry you." The room fell silent at this declaration, followed by the hearty laughter of uncle and auntie. "Ha ha ha ha." Xu Xing chuckled and patted Burke on the head. "How could you sell your sister like that?" Boku chuckled and glanced toward his sister in the corner. Gianna's face was flushed crimson, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with comments. "No way. Xu Xing, let go of that girl. Let me handle it. Holy crap. Brother Xu, what are you thinking? You're turning down a golden opportunity like this? Gotta admire Brother Xu's iron willpower. If it were me, I'd give in. From today on, Burke is my brother-in-law. None of you better try to steal him from me." Xu Xing chuckled and bid farewell to the crowd before leaving. Accompanying him was still that EV. But as luck would have it, the town's alarm suddenly blared at that very moment. The pack of great wolves was approaching. The viewers in the live stream panicked. "Xu! The wolves are here! Help! Help! Man! These wolves really haven't learned their lesson. Brother Xu, go teach them a lesson, or rather, teach them how to be wolves." But Xu remained unfazed, knowing Burke was now capable of handling things on his own. As for John, she approached her parents with hesitant steps. For the first time in 18 years of being the dutiful daughter, she took the initiative to make a request. "Mom, I want a smartphone." This time, with no one to drive him, Xu Xing had to walk to the airport. But before he could take a few steps, a familiar old car pulled up beside him. Before it drew near, Xu Xing heard the pulsing DJ beats. The car executed a stylish drift before coming to a smooth stop in front of her. "Hey, I sense you need some help." Heh, old man Hyaming seemed to perk up a bit. Xu Xing climbed into the car and Hyaming said, "The entire airport is broadcasting your live stream. You're making quite an impression." "Really?" Xu Xing settled into a comfortable position in the car. Meanwhile, Evie snuggled up in Xu Xing's lap, finally getting to monopolize his owner. Hyaming continued, "Head to the airport when the time comes. Something even more impressive awaits you there." Xu Xing felt a bit helpless, assuming it must be some kind of farewell ceremony organized by the people of Ice Block Nation. Throughout the journey, Hyaming had become several times more talkative than usual, tirelessly recounting the people's adoration for Xu Xing. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xu Xing felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. After a short drive, the car arrived at the international airport. Xu Xing stepped out of the vehicle and bid farewell to the enthusiastic white-bearded gentleman. "May Lord Kiraki bless you." To his surprise, the entire airport was unusually quiet. Quiet to the point of feeling eerie. Xu Xing stepped inside the terminal, finding it still utterly deserted. Suddenly, an employee appeared. Seeing Xu Xing, her voice trembled slightly. "Mr. Xu? This way, please." Following her lead, Xu Xing made his way to the parking area. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Residents of the Ice Kingdom lined both sides, waving flags and cheering. From the most sincere voices came gratitude for the hero who had saved their nation. And in the distance, 10 aircraft were parked in a grand formation. Each aircraft bore a distinct design, making it clear to any observer that they hailed from different nations. The live stream viewers were stunned. "What's going on here? So many planes. Yeah. It looks so spectacular. So many planes. Holy crap. Isn't that Brown Bear Nation's newest military transport plane? Why are they even bringing out this kind of aircraft? Look at the one from the land of cherry blossoms. I remember they never revealed any details about that aircraft and now it's here too? But the Pretty Countries is the most outrageous. That size. It could fit 2 Sakura country planes inside." Before him, the array of aircraft was dazzling. Xu Xing felt a bit dazed. He looked around but didn't see any bigwigs. "Stop looking around, Mr. Xu. We're here for you." A predator with a stern, resolute face spoke up. He extended his hand warmly toward Xu Xing. "My name is Wells." Out of courtesy, Xu Xing replied. "Xu Xing, pleased to meet you." A flawlessly pure and beautiful Mandarin flowed from Xu Xing's lips. To the viewers in the livestream chat, this was nothing new. When it came to Brother Xu, even if he suddenly conjured a real energy blast with his hands, the viewers wouldn't bat an eye. After all, this man truly seemed capable of anything. Wells chuckled. "Your Mandarin is beautiful. Thanks." Behind Wells, a large group of people slowly approached. Judging by the insignia on their chests, each one was a big shot among big shots. And the reason these big shots had gathered together could only be one thing: to snatch people. Chapter 126, Pokémon Jurisdiction. Leaders from numerous nations gathered under one roof. Their sole purpose? To snatch people. A dozen nations competing for one person. Such a scenario had never been seen anywhere in the world. Xu Xing is now a highly sought-after figure. Seriously, which country wouldn't want such a big shot? Among these nations, the first to make their move was the Korean peninsula. A slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward and inquired. Our nation can provide you with the most advanced weaponry, ensuring you face no fear when encountering beasts. Moreover, the middle-aged man droned on about the advantages of coming to Korea. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but mock. Not afraid of the Warcraft guy. This dude really underestimates Brother Xu. Exactly. With that attitude, he still dares to ask for people? Next. Xu Xing silently agreed with the viewers' comments, then politely declined Korea's request. Next up was Sakura country, represented by a diminutive negotiator. The man wore a lecherous expression and spoke with a thick major accent. We, the land of cherry blossoms, can provide you with endless riches. Beautiful women, money, luxury cars. Whatever you desire, we can deliver. Seeing this man speak, the chat exploded with another wave of scathing comments. Damn! Brother Xu hasn't even made a move on goddess-level girls like Gianna. And this little punk actually thinks our Xu would be interested in their peanuts? Exactly. They're seriously underestimating our Xu. It's downright insulting. Xu Xing chuckled and politely declined these offers. Truthfully, they knew their own standing was far below Xu Xing's standards. Still, they'd come to try their luck. Maybe Xu Xing harbored special feelings for that particular country. Alas, he didn't. In the distance, He Chang-jun grew impatient. Captain Lin, shouldn't we go up and meet Brother Xu? Lin Guobiao crossed his arms and shook his head gently. Wang Tianyang added calmly. Brother Xu absolutely isn't that kind of person. He Chang-jun felt utterly ashamed at that moment. Every other country had brought lavish gifts in an attempt to recruit Xu Xing. Yet the mighty great China had come empty-handed. He Chang-jun couldn't understand it. If Xu Xing were truly poached by another country, it would be a huge loss. Alas! The blame lay squarely with He Chang-jun, who hadn't anticipated other nations would resort to such methods to poach talent. Otherwise, he would have at least brought some gifts to save face. Just then, Wells from the United States approached Xu Xing. Wells grabbed Xu Xing's hand. With all committee members present, the United States unanimously decides to grant Xu Xing national jurisdiction over magical beasts. Gaining this authority meant Xu Xing would now face no international obstacles whatsoever. The live stream viewers erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Is the United States really this generous? Just handing it over like that? Who would have thought? The United States just handed the authority straight to Brother Xu. Great. Could it be they're trying to curry favor with Brother Xu this way? Holy crap, what's up with the US? When did they become so generous? Xu Xing withdrew his hand, reading the comments in the chat stream and thinking they were all so naive. Given Xu Xing's current standing, the US has no choice but to hand over international Warcraft jurisdiction whether they want to or not. Since it was going to be granted anyway, they might as well use Xu Xing's livestream to showcase their noble gesture. And clearly, this marketing ploy had succeeded. But the people present were all seasoned veterans. They had no interest in playing games with Wells. One by one, they stared at Wells in speechless disbelief. But Wells, thick-skinned as ever, pressed on. Seizing this golden opportunity, I invite Mr. Xu on behalf of the United States to join our great American empire. Once again, no one but Wells managed to smile. This sly fox had finally shown his true colors. Everyone was deeply concerned. After all, the United States truly possessed the capability to absorb Xu Xing. If Xu Xing were truly absorbed into the United States, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to other nations. Before Xu Xing could speak, Wells offered an enticing proposal. Should Brother Xu join our nation, he shall immediately gain military command authority equal to my own. The room fell silent at these words. Military command authority equal to Wells's. Remember, Wells is a 5-star general. The rank of 5-star general is only conferred during wartime and represents the highest military rank in the United States. It signifies a theater commander and the rank of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Throughout history, only a handful have attained the rank of 5-star general, each a figure renowned across the world. For example, McAuliffe and others. Moreover, Wells' 5-star rank is no ordinary one. He was promoted exceptionally during peacetime, with unanimous approval from the entire organization during the promotion process. The significance of this promotion speaks for itself. In comparison, the previous beauties and money seem utterly insignificant. The United States truly spared no expense. At this point, the decision-makers from other nations fell silent. Because Xu Xing had fallen silent. These terms of alliance were tempting. Truly tempting. Even Xu Xing hesitated at this moment, but his hesitation wasn't born of disloyalty. Rather, a circuitous strategy for national salvation flashed through his mind. Yet it was ultimately not a long-term solution. With this realization, Xu Xing shook his head regretfully, about to refuse the offer. Suddenly, Lin Guobiao's voice echoed from the distance. Heh, quite impressive stealing my man in broad daylight. Wells and Lin Guobiao were old rivals. Wells chuckled. How can you say that? You must know some birds are simply meant to fly free. Lin Guobiao chuckled. But that doesn't mean your crappy cage gets to hold them. Compared to other nations, China was entirely different. Over a dozen high-ranking officials had arrived in full force to welcome Xu Xing. Each of them had watched Xu Xing's livestream grow from nothing into something significant. Bringing out just one of them would be enough to command the entire scene. Yet now, they'd mobilized their entire force for Xu Xing. Because they were different. Other nations both feared Xu Xing and coveted him. They saw him merely as a valuable commodity. The people of Huaxia, however, genuinely regarded Xu Xing as one of their own. Lin Guobiao said. Let's go home. Xu Xing nodded. Yes, home. Wells admired Xu Xing in his heart, but as a soldier who had dedicated himself to his nation, he would never spare an enemy on the battlefield simply out of respect. Hold on. All eyes instantly turned to Wells. Now that Huaxia holds international jurisdiction over the beasts, surely they should contribute to our efforts against them? The moment these words left his mouth, other nations chimed in agreement. Xu Xing smiled at the suggestion. Excellent. With that, Xu Xing waved his hand. Here are the blueprints for the Pokeballs. They're yours. Pointing at the assembled crowd, he declared. Since I now hold the International Magical Beast Jurisdiction, I hereby declare that from this day forward, the International Magical Beast Jurisdiction shall be renamed the International Pokémon Jurisdiction. With that, Xu Xing turned and left, leaving the others scrambling to grab the blueprints scattered on the ground. Wells chuckled, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glint of cunning. Snap! Amid the gathered crowd, gunfire suddenly erupted. And the target was Xu Xing. Chapter 127, An Assassin. Almost the instant the gunshot rang out, Lin Guobiao and the other high-ranking officials rushed toward Xu Xing. Assassin alert! Protect Brother Xu! Protect Brother Xu! Bang! 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 Amidst the crowd, the masked man fired 3 more shots at Xu Xing. But all 3 shots, along with the previous one, were blocked one by EV. The moment the shots rang out, Ibu activated his hot water barrier, which solidified into a thick wall. It kept all the bullets at bay. Water EV kept a watchful eye on its surroundings. The next moment, the hot water coalesced into a circular barrier, completely enveloping the area. The live stream viewers went absolutely wild. This was a live stream with thousands of viewers watching. To actually fire a gun in such a situation, attempting murder. It was sheer audacity. If not for Water EV's quick reflexes, who knows how many casualties there would have been. Holy? This is a law-abiding society, right? Who dares pull this? Dude, you've been sleeping through history? Who's talking about rule of law? This isn't China, it's the Ice Block Nation. Holy crap. Thank goodness for Water EV, or we'd be screwed. As expected. Pokemon still hold too much authority, even bullets couldn't pierce through Water EV's thick armor. Just then, bang. Another gunshot rang out, but this time it wasn't Xu Xing. A soldier slowly emerged from the crowd, one hand gripping his service pistol, the other holding the killer's body. Realizing the danger had passed, Lin Guobiao shot Wells a furious glare. Without capturing a live suspect, it would be impossible to uncover the truth behind this sudden terrorist attack. The American soldier clearly had the ability to capture the killer alive but deliberately shot him dead. It was clearly deliberate. But it remained unclear how many assassins were still lurking within the crowd. At that moment, the entire airport fell into an eerie silence. So bodyguards were protecting their respective countries' leaders. Compounding matters, the Huaxia delegation had arrived with minimal armed personnel. Lin Guobiao pointed at Wells and declared, I'll settle this with you later. Wells maintained his smug expression, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Though it was impossible to definitively determine which nation was truly responsible for this mess. But looking at it from another angle, whose interests would Xu Xing's death serve best? The answer to that question became clear. But that was all for later. The immediate priority was to get Xu Xing safely back to his country. Under IB's cover, the group boarded the plane. The main players of this drama had departed. The rest naturally had no reason to linger. Besides, with countless assassins still lurking among the crowd, the throng quickly dispersed like scattered birds. Back on the plane, Xu Xing felt immense relief. Damn it, he never expected to be set up like this. If it weren't for Water EV just now, he might have lost an arm. She was incredibly grateful she'd fed that berry to Water EV earlier. Otherwise, ordinary water might not have been enough to stop the bullets. After bidding farewell to his viewers, Xu Xing wisely shut down the livestream. The reason was simple, this plane was full of big shots. The conversation that followed would undoubtedly be highly sensitive. Therefore, regardless of the reason, continuing the stream would clearly be inappropriate. On the plane, after the stream ended, Lin Guobiao was the first to offer congratulations. First off, congratulations to Brother Xu on successfully completing this mission. His words were met with a thunderous round of applause throughout the cabin. All members shared the same sentiment regarding this matter. After all, Xu Xing represented China, and every action he took was China's action. Following this incident, China's standing on the international stage would skyrocket. Moreover, with national Pokemon jurisdiction now secured, China could truly be called the undisputed leader in the global Pokemon sphere. As agreed, any other nation worldwide must truthfully report any Pokemon intelligence they obtain to China. Of course, in return, China would compile and share this intelligence after a designated period. Xu Xing suddenly remembered something and handed the Pokeball blueprints to Dr. Wang. Pokeballs and the Pokemon decks could now begin mass production. All eyes turned to Xu Xing. Following this incident, the attitude of the entire nation toward Pokemon had undergone a dramatic shift. Everyone now understood that fighting against these creatures would inevitably lead to tragedy. Therefore, whether willing or not, they must become friends with Pokemon. As for why Pokemon hadn't truly integrated into society yet, there was only one reason. That reason was Wang Hai. Rather than him blocking Pokemon from gaining popularity, it's more accurate to say Wang Hai is trying to save his younger brother. Given Pokemon's current popularity, it should have exploded internationally long ago. Yet it never took off because Wang Hai deliberately cut off that connection. Call him devious if you will. Accuse him of abusing his authority. As long as it saves his brother, nothing else matters. Xu Xing spoke up. Next, please take me to see the warrior's injuries. Hearing this, everyone understood Xu Xing's meaning. Wang Hai, who had been listening silently all along, abruptly stood up. He knew this youth before him might be the only person in the world who could save his brother. Wang Hai looked at Xu Xing, 1,000 words gathering at his lips. In the end, he could only choke out, "Thank you." Xu Xing shook his head. He's a soldier protecting our country. This is what I should do. Though no one mentioned the shooting that had just occurred. The moment the gunshot rang out, Xu Xing clearly saw that Wang Hai was the first to rush toward the danger. Whether it was exploitation or genuine assistance, Xu Xing had witnessed this man's unwavering resolve to save his younger brother. Meanwhile, Lin Guobiao slowly shared information about this Pokemon with Xu Xing. We've named this Pokemon the Blood Bat. It possesses enormous wings and a pair of massive wings. Its entire body is a vivid crimson. Before we could even act, this bat unleashed a beam of light. Xiao Yang was struck by that light beam while protecting us and was subsequently petrified. Hearing this, Xu Xing could almost certainly identify which Pokemon it was. Lin Guobiao continued. This bat is currently classified internationally as a nation extinction level Pokemon, meaning its power could be terrifying. As for its location, it's in the forest called the Yasun Rainforest, situated at the border between our country and the Fraud Nation. Fraud Nation is a notoriously infamous country. When people hear its name, they don't think of local delicacies or anything like that. Instead, they only think of kidney snatching and electric baton treatment. Xu Xing nodded slightly and asked, "Were there any other Pokemon around at the time?" Lin Guobiao shook his head helplessly. "The situation was urgent, I didn't even notice. But there were some warriors accompanying us." Wang Hai suddenly chimed in. There were 3 Pokemon in total. The first was a creature resembling an orange-yellow dinosaur with flames shooting from its tail. The second was a small orange-red chick. And there was a kitten hiding in the grass. Worth noting, this kitten had a gold coin on its head. Wang Hai reported all the Pokemon details with such certainty. Undoubtedly, he had conducted thorough background checks on everyone involved in that incident. Xu Xing nodded slightly. This information wasn't particularly useful. But at least he now had a direction. Next, he needed to check on the warrior's condition. End of chapter 5. Deeply grateful for everyone's support. Still begging for gold tickets? Please donate your free gold tickets reach 1,500 and I'll deliver another 10,000 word chapter tomorrow. Chapter 128, The Spirit Ring. The aircraft came to a gradual halt and touched down. Sunlight streamed directly through the cabin door. He Chengjun was the first to step out, followed by the others who slowly disembarked. So many people had embarked on this journey solely to retrieve one person. Such an occurrence had never happened before at this military base. Xu Xing was also visiting a Huaxia military base for the first time. Most officers remained at their posts, bidding Xu Xing farewell one by one after disembarking. Xu Xing followed Lin Guobiao, Wang Tianyang, He Changjun, and Wang Hai to the medical department. It must be said that this military base truly lived up to its reputation as China's premier facility. Not only were the facilities and equipment entirely unfamiliar to Xu Xing. Moreover, every medical staff member demonstrated exceptional professionalism. Everyone greeted Lin Guobiao proactively upon seeing him. Of course, this was largely due to Lin Guobiao's consistent care for everyone. Though Lin Guobiao held the highest authority in the entire base, he never carried himself with the air of a superior. Even the lowest-ranking personnel in the military base treated him with equal respect. Thus, everyone held this leader in the highest regard. Seeing Xu Xing, however, clearly caught everyone off guard. After all, he was a big shot. Thanks to him, many were getting paid to slack off. For this alone, they were immensely grateful. Upon entering the medical department, Xu Xing halted abruptly after taking just a few steps. Behind the door, a Pokémon was receiving treatment. And that Pokémon was none other than the extremely rare Lucario. Xu Xing froze for a moment, then asked, "What is this?" Lin Guobiao saw this, pushed open the door, and began explaining Lucario's origin. It turned out this Lucario was the very one that had been trapped in the iron cage earlier. After experiencing a series of events, everyone's perspective on Pokémon had shifted. Lucario had finally received the treatment it deserved. Unfortunately, despite the prolonged treatment, the results remained minimal. After listening to Lin Guobiao's explanation about Lucario, Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He approached Lucario and asked, "Lucario, you must have endured so much suffering." Lucario could sense the psychic energy emanating from Xu Xing. He looked at Xu Xing with unusual excitement, while Xu Xing silently placed his hand on Lucario's body. The scars on Lucario's body, which had long refused to heal, miraculously began to mend under Xu Xing's guidance. In mere moments, Lucario's wounds were completely healed. He stood up and stretched his limbs, leaving Lin Guobiao utterly thrilled. Though he was advanced in years, his heart remained that of a youth. How could he not envy the pure bond between Xu Xing and the Pokémon? It wasn't just Lin Guobiao, everyone present yearned for a Pokémon of their own. Lin Guobiao leaned close to Lucario. "Lucario, are you feeling better?" Lucario nodded excitedly, looking at Xu Xing gratefully. "Lucario." Xu Xing replied. "No problem." After this brief interlude, the group continued toward Wang Hai's location. Worth noting, however, was that their group now included an additional Lucario. Following the group's footsteps and passing through layer upon layer of security, they finally arrived before a pristine white room. It was immediately apparent that this room differed significantly from the others. Wang Hai had leveraged his position to secure the finest medical equipment for his younger brother. Wang Hai addressed the group. "I won't be going in." He simply couldn't bear to see his brother in that state. After a moment's thought, Xu Xingxi replied, "I can go alone." Respecting Xu Xing's wishes, the others opened the door and left only Shui Ibu to accompany him. The entire room was filled with the most advanced medical equipment. Yet faced with this petrified stone figure, they were utterly helpless. They were truly helpless. Xu Xing approached the petrified Wang Yang, whose face still bore an expression of utter shock. Xu Xing gently touched Wang Yang. The petrified body was not as fragile as he had imagined. On the contrary, the petrified state seemed incredibly solid. There wasn't much research value to be found here. To save him, they had to find Xerneas. It was the only way. But getting Xerneas to come here was clearly out of the question. Xu Xing pushed open the door and said, "I have something to discuss. Boss Lin, Dr. Wang, and Brother Wang, please come in." He Cheng-jun looked at the group and asked, "What about me?" Wang Tianyang patted He Cheng-jun on the shoulder. "Little he, just keep working hard." As the group followed Xu Xing into the room, He Cheng-jun consoled himself. "It's an honor just to guard the doors for these big shots, and I even get a Lucario to keep me company." Just then, the door swung open again. Xu Xing poked his head through the doorway, his gaze fixed on He Cheng-jun. Could it be? The next moment, Xu Xing's gaze shifted to Lucario. "Lucario, you come in too." Silence reigned like the Cambridge of tonight. Lucario patted He Cheng-jun on the shoulder and stepped inside. Xu Xing spoke slowly. In the world of legendary Pokémon, many Pokémon have corresponding counterparts. Take Groudon and Kyogre, for instance. They are mirror Pokémon, while Rayquaza exists as the balancing force between them. Hearing these words, Professor Wang's mouth opened slightly. Everything in the universe is balanced. Xu Xing continued. "Your guesses are correct. The Pokémon that harmed the Wang brothers is indeed a legendary Pokémon. Its name is Yveltal. It represents death, and conversely, the Pokémon corresponding to Yveltal is Zeraora, which embodies rebirth. Therefore, there is only one way to save Wang Yang. Find it." At this, everyone's expressions changed. They knew where Yveltal dwelled, but Zeraora? They'd never even heard of it. Xu Xingdan said, "Do you have a map of the Yesun rainforest?" "Yes." Wang Hai pulled out a paper map from his backpack. With just a glance, Xu Xing confirmed it. "Rest assured, Xerneas will be in this forest too." Wang Tianyang's expression of admiration was almost overflowing at that moment. Xu Xing could determine the presence of divine beasts with just a glance. What an extraordinary level of skill! But Xu Xing hadn't given it much thought at all. Generally speaking, the distance separating Iperthar and Xerneas wasn't particularly great. And this forest was vast enough for both Pokémon to dwell within it. Xu Xing continued. "But do you really think it's possible for a legendary Pokémon to come to the military base?" At this, everyone imagined the scene of Groudon arriving at the military base and shook their heads repeatedly. Xu Xing said, "That's why I must take Wang Yang away." The vast room fell silent. Setting aside security concerns, how on earth was he supposed to take away someone that big, especially a petrified version? Xu Xing spoke slowly. "Truth be told, I possess a spirit ring." Chapter 129, The Elf Realm. The next moment, a stack of heavy supplies materialized out of thin air on the ground. Everyone froze in shock. What kind of superpower was this? But soon enough, they accepted this reality. After all, since Pokemon descended upon Blue Star, this Blue Star was no longer the same Blue Star. Xu Xing explained. This ring holds a full 20 cubic meters of space, enough to contain Wang Hai. Xu Xing spoke calmly. At that moment, Lin Guobiao and Wang Tianyang remained silent. The choice lay entirely with Wang Hai. Without hesitation, Wang Hai grasped Xu Xing's hand and knelt down. I entrust my brother to you, Brother Xu. Xu Xing hurriedly helped him up. Brother Wang. Wang Hai is also a warrior who has sacrificed for our country. I will do everything in my power. Wang Hai knew Xu Xing had already gone to great lengths for his brother. Facing nation-destroying Pokemon was a suicide mission. Giratina and Kyogre had proven that beyond doubt. Moreover, the Yesin rainforest lay along the border, teeming with smugglers from neighboring nations. This mission would likely be even more perilous. Xu Xing could easily have found an excuse to decline this mission. And under public pressure, the Pokemon ban couldn't be sustained much longer anyway. In other words, even if Xu Xing did nothing, Pokemon becoming mainstream was only a matter of time. But he didn't. He even went so far as to publicly reveal the secret treasure in his possession. This clearly showed that Xu Xing genuinely wanted to save Wang Yang. Xu Xing declared. Since Brother Wang trusts me so much, I won't let anyone down. With that, Xu Xing approached the petrified Wang Yang. Take one last look. Everyone understood there were only two possible outcomes this time. Either Xu Xing would perish in the forest, remaining there with Wang Yang, or Xu Xing would return triumphant, bringing back a revived Wang Yang. Wang Hai embraced Wang Yang gently. Then, with a slight shift of his intent, Xu Xing used his spirit ring to seal the petrified Wang Yang within it. Xu Xing looked at the others. Regarding the spirit ring, I ask that you keep this matter confidential. The others nodded discreetly. Xu Xing was actually quite conflicted about this matter. After all, the existence of the spirit ring transcended not only Earth, but also transcended the Pokemon world. After handling everything, Xu Xing said, Lucario, this adventure will be perilous. Are you willing to help me? Lucario had been waiting for those words. Both possessing aura power, Lucario had no reason to refuse Xu Xing. It extended its fist, and Xu Xing gently touched it. Xu Xing pulled out his Pokeball, suddenly noticing something off about Lin Guobiao's expression nearby. What's wrong, Lin? Lin Guobiao hesitated for a moment before deciding the greater good came first. And nothing. But the next moment, a bright red Pokeball was tossed before it. How could Xu Xing not see the disappointment in Lin Guobiao's eyes? Xu Xing said. Here's your chance. Lin Guobiao instantly understood what Xu Xing meant. He approached Lucario and asked. Lucario, would you be willing to become my Pokemon? Their bond needed no words. Lucario nodded, responding, Lucario. Lucario. Lin Guobiao turned to Xu Xing and asked. What does that mean? Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. Moments like this always made him long for Xiao Lu's presence. But Xiao Lu wasn't there, so Water EV reluctantly stepped in as translator. Though abstract, he eventually grasped the meaning. Lucario says he's willing to become your Pokemon, but this time he wants to accompany Xu Xing to the Yashuan rainforest. As for the reason, Xu Xing shook his head, clearly unaware of the specifics. Lin Guobiao nodded in agreement, all right. With that, he gently tapped Lucario's head with the Pokeball. In the next instant, Lucario was fully inside the Pokeball. After Lucario entered the Pokeball, Lin Guobiao handed it to Xu Xing. Wang Tianyang, watching from the side, sighed, you're taking advantage of my old age. You young folks get to have it, but I can't. Despite his age, Wang Tianyang acted like a child. His tone dripped with envy. Xu Xing replied. If I encounter a suitable Pokemon, I'll keep an eye out for Dr. Wang. Hearing this, Wang Tianyang chuckled. Great. Great. How's that million you spent earlier, Brother Xu? Need me to send you some more? Xu Xing waved his hand. Please arrange transportation for me first thing tomorrow morning, Boss Lin. With that, Xu Xing left the room. U.S. military base. Zach's team. How's the setup coming along? 3 video feeds played on the screen. Each showed different personnel leading groups of well-trained elites infiltrating various terrains. Wells issued a special command, Zach team, swiftly bribed the scam nation and its surrounding small states. Money talks. I refuse to believe we can't eliminate a mere Chinese individual. Here it is. I made it. Charlie burst through the door laughing, holding a Pokeball in his hand. As a top-tier scientist, he may not be the most ethical person, but his technical skills are absolutely top-notch. Wells chuckled. Excellent. Team Zach, take note, the first batch of Pokeballs will be delivered to you in a few days. Use them to capture powerful Pokemon to take on that boy. Wells held great admiration for this youth. But he would eliminate anyone who dared to obstruct the progress of the International without hesitation. Even if that person was himself. My heart and actions shine like a mirror, all my deeds are for justice. Xu Xing lay on the bare bed in the dormitory as the sky gradually darkened. Suibu was already softly humming a lullaby by his ear. 10 minutes earlier, the official announcement had been made regarding the location of the next livestream. Without national promotion, viewership for this event would likely be significantly lower. Still, the numbers were respectable. Xu Xing checked his science points. After exchanging for the Master Ball, he was left penniless. Yet he callously tossed that Master Ball into the lava. Fortunately, he later earned more points by learning about other things, boosting his total. Xu Xing opened the system interface. His knowledge points now stood at over 2 million. He opened the shop and browsed through the items, eventually spotting something worthwhile. Exchange successful. Spirit Space. Your Pokemon will construct a brand new space within their Pokeballs, where they can live together. While asleep, your spirit can enter this Pokemon space for up to 3 hours. Just then, Shanyu suddenly emerged from the Pokeball. Her beautiful face was filled with surprise. Shauna. It seemed the spirit space had activated. Xu Xing awkwardly asked. What's wrong, Shaman? Don't you like it? Shauna shook her head. Perhaps it wasn't dislike, she just startled the little one by appearing so suddenly. Though Shanedo had reached her final evolved form, her strength was far from sufficient. There was no helping it, this was the consequence of forced evolution. But it didn't matter. With the Pokemon space, Xu Xing now had time every night to train Shanedo. Seeing Shanade still reluctant to return to her Pokeball, Xu Xing lifted the blanket. Want to join me? Shanedo nodded and burrowed into the bedding, nestling into Xu Xing's embrace. Chapter 130, Yasin Rainforest. Sleepiness gradually washed over Xu Xing as he held Shanedo and drifted into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Though small, this space contained a sea, rocks, forests, and a series of geological features. This must be the spirit realm. A small space created to suit all Pokemon, allowing them to live here. Xu Xing called out. Blastoise? Hearing the call, Ben leapt down from the high ground. Seeing Xu Xing here seemed to surprise it greatly. Lucario and Gyarados also approached Xu Xing upon hearing the call. Xu Xing nodded and explained the situation to the Pokemon. Snorlax and Eevee weren't present in the small space since they were sleeping outside. With this small space now available, both his relationship with the Pokemon and their training would become much more convenient. Xu Xing declared. Since you're here anyway, Gyarados, let's start your special training. Tonight, I'll take you to take down Banette. Banette scratched his head awkwardly. Since he'd made a promise with Xu Xing. So even without special training, Magikarp could easily defeat Banette. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Before opening his eyes, Xing could already catch the faint scent of Shanedo's perfume. Time to wake up, Shanedo. Hearing her master's voice, Shanedo nodded slightly, yet her body shifted closer, unwilling to stay still. Xu Xing gently pushed Shanedo aside and stood up. This mission would undoubtedly be even more perilous. The vast Yashuan rainforest concealed within held countless threats, both human and Pokemon, that could only multiply. After a quick wash and change of clothes, Xu Xing stored the two still sleeping Pokemon into their Pokeballs and stepped outside. Outside the door, He Changjun was already fully prepared and ready to go. He Changjun. Good morning, Brother Xu. Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. He Changjun was clearly a few years older than him, yet he had to address him as brother. He Changjun continued. Let's go. I'll take you to see the boss. Following He Changjun's lead, they arrived at the cafeteria. Though it was still early, the place was already bustling with people. Lin Guobiao, seeing Xu Xing arrive, stopped mid-bite and hurriedly said. Sit down, sit down. Brother Xu, you're up so early. Xu Xing nodded and sat down across from Lin Guobiao without hesitation. Before long, He Changjun arrived carrying breakfast and placed it before Xu Xing. Meanwhile, Lin Guobiao began chattering away about the Yaoshuan rainforest. The Yasun rainforest is a border forest shared by our country and several neighboring nations. Those countries have different security situations than ours, mostly known for their black and gray industries. Moreover, the mastermind behind the Iceland shooting incident will undoubtedly be highly focused on your arrival in the Yaoshuan rainforest. This operation is likely to be extremely dangerous. Xu Xing nodded. This mission was unlike any before. Previously, he only needed to focus on battling Pokemon. But now, it was different. Inside, there were Pokemon to contend with. Outside, there were human threats. Lin Guobiao asked again. Do you need me to pull some personnel to assist you? Xu Xing shook his head slightly. Lin Guobiao muttered, true enough. After all, given human capabilities, it would be good enough if they didn't slow Xu Xing down, let alone talk about helping. Xu Xing picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. No time to waste, Boss Lin. Send someone to escort me out. Inside the beautiful country's military base. At this moment, all soldiers previously stationed in the Sahara Desert and the sacred ruins had been redeployed to the Yasin rainforest. This unit was designated by the United States as the Falcon Special Forces. The unit comprised 3 teams, each consisting of 10 members. Each soldier was equipped with anti-monster bullets and 5 pokeballs. And every member was elite among the elite. Their sole mission, to assassinate Xu Xing. Xu Xing's existence had significantly elevated China's standing on the international stage. To preserve this national prestige, the government had no choice but to resort to this extreme measure. Throughout the entire history of the United States, there has never been a case where 3 super elite teams were deployed to hunt down a single individual. This alone speaks to the gravity of the threat Xu Xing poses. Charles asked. It would be a real shame to kill that kid. Wells nodded. But the youth is utterly loyal to the state. Betrayal is virtually impossible. If we're forced to, we'll have to eliminate him. He continued. I've dispatched a search team to find Jirachi. The implication was clear, but how could Jirachi possibly be easy to find? Countless nations worldwide covet this Pokemon, capable of granting any wish. It's no exaggeration to say that whoever secures Xing will control the world. And the simplest, perhaps the only way to gain Xing's favor is by leveraging Kiraki's ability to grant any wish. The United States is currently pursuing 3 fronts simultaneously, one targeting the assassination of Xu Xing, another focused on locating Jirachi, and the third dedicated to Pokemon research. The United States, confident that Xu Xing would propel China to the pinnacle of global power, is certain that this nation will soon fall from its lofty perch. Xu Xing sat on the bus heading toward the border. Fresh off the plane, he boarded the bus without pause. The scenery around him gradually shifted from prosperity to decay. After several more hours on the bus, it was now afternoon. Xu Xing had now reached the border. Beyond the border lay a small stretch of plains, and beyond the plains lay the Yasun rainforest. The Yashuan rainforest completely severed Huaxia from countless smaller nations. Most of these nations were plagued by abysmal law and order. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, and fraud were rampant. This rainforest had also witnessed countless horrific incidents. As Xu Xing approached the border, 2 rifle-wielding soldiers immediately issued a warning upon seeing him. Step back. Xu Xing produced the pass issued by Lin Guobiao. The soldiers immediately lowered their weapons and saluted him. Access to the Yashuan rainforest could be gained through several neighboring countries, with China offering the most convenient route. Consequently, many nations frequently chose this route when seeking access to the Yashuan rainforest. Consequently, the soldiers here were exceptionally vigilant toward outsiders. Xu Xing stepped before them and simply said, "You've worked hard." Then he formally stepped into the foreign territory. Simultaneously, Xu Xing launched his livestream. The Yashuan rainforest exploration officially began. Viewers had already been waiting at the designated time slot. The moment the stream went live, millions of viewers flooded in. Here it comes. Brother Xu. Finally here. I'm first. Front row seat. Yashuan rainforest? Sounds intriguing. Heard it's super dangerous in there. I bet Yashuan rainforest leads straight to Fraud Nation? Heard there's tons of kidney snatching going on in there. Brother Xu picked a tough nut to crack for this expedition. Xu Xing chuckled. Tough nut? I thrive on cracking tough nuts. Though still on the plains, Xu Xing could already see the vast expanse of the rainforest in the distance. And within that rainforest, countless pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Xu Xing. Chapter 131, Hammer Mercenaries. The grassland was eerily quiet, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Yet Pokemon were almost nowhere to be seen across the entire expanse. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but wonder. Xu, are Pokemon really this scarce around here? Yeah. What's going on? Not a single Pokemon in sight on this vast grassland? Probably because this is the Yashuan rainforest? Too many bad guys lurking around. People? You mean Pokemon are afraid of humans? Xu Xing surveyed the vast grassland and sensed something was off. Though this grassland couldn't really be called vast, it was impossible for not a single Pokemon to be here. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. But Xu Xing didn't point it out openly. It is unusual for such a large grassland to lack Pokemon, but these things aren't absolute. Perhaps this grassland is special. Xu Xing didn't directly mention the strange aspects of this grassland, instead walking straight toward the Yasun rainforest. Meanwhile, deep within the rainforest, a man clad in body armor, perched atop a tree, spoke slowly. Boss. He's here. He's here. Just one person. Though there's something dog-like following him. Hammer chuckled, who cares if it's a cat or a dog? Kill them both. That kid's head is worth the bounty. All eyes turned to Hammer as he held up 5 fingers. A mercenary exclaimed excitedly. 500? Hammer shook his head. Take a wild guess. 50,000? Hammer shook his head again. The mercenary nearly gasped. 50 million? 500 million. The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding mercenaries erupted in an uproar. A full 500 million. A bounty for a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet, venturing into the forest without even bringing a bodyguard? This job was worth every penny. Besides, as mercenaries, they wouldn't get the entire reward. That meant the kid's head was worth far more than 500 million. Hearts began racing among the crowd. They had endured countless hardships to reach this place. Several brothers had already lost their lives to beasts along the way. Their entire mission was to catch Xu Xing off guard and take his head. Hammer added. Those who must die shall not live. Understood. Xu Xing formally entered the forest, where the canopy of trees blocked out the sky. The blazing sun that had shone directly overhead just moments before vanished completely. Xu Xing looked ahead. How could he have been so reckless as to venture in without caution? The wave guide is with me. Xu Xing murmured softly. In the next instant, a blue ring materialized beneath his feet. The ring expanded steadily until the area directly ahead of Xu Xing became completely illuminated. Staring at the view before him, Xu Xing froze in shock. His vision revealed a completely transparent path ahead, revealing over a dozen mercenaries concealed within the forest. Each of them held a rifle, their sights locked on Xu Xing's position. Their eyes, fixed intently on Xu Xing, gleamed with predatory intensity. In their eyes, Xu Xing seemed nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. At the center of the mercenaries stood the most seasoned-looking one. Crouching low, he had already positioned his hands. All it would take was his command for those dozen black muzzles to instantly engulf Xu Xing. Xu Xing let out a hollow chuckle as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. If he had entered the forest completely unprepared, he might truly have been riddled with bullets. Simultaneously, he used his transcendent power to relay the situation to EV. But this scene was misinterpreted by the viewers in the livestream chat. Seeing Xu Xing frozen in place, countless viewers in the livestream chat flooded the screen with question marks. Soon, the screen was flooded with questions. Xu, what's going on? Why aren't you moving? Yeah. Why did Xu Xing suddenly freeze? Is there some danger in the forest? Come on. Can't you see? How could there be danger in such a vast forest? It's perfectly fine, isn't it? What's Brother Xu doing just standing there? Surely he's not too scared to go in? No, I was just thinking things through. I've got it figured out now. With that, Xu Xing strode boldly into the forest. Inside the US military base. Xu Xing's livestream was currently playing on the screens. As the instigators of this entire affair, they knew full well that a group of mercenaries would soon launch an assault on Xu Xing. Seeing Xu Xing go in alone, Charek couldn't help but chuckle. The kid's got nerves of steel. I doubt we'll need our own people, these mercenaries alone could take him out. Wells watched the scene unfold before him with a grave expression. Hard to say. While these mercenaries possess skilled hunter techniques, they know nothing about Pokemon. Charek retorted. So what? We've got over a dozen rifles here. No carbon-based lifeform could withstand that. Besides, these mercenaries are the strongest Zack personally handpicked. Taking down a kid like that should be a piece of cake. From Charek's perspective, victory was assured. Xu Xing was broadcasting the entire operation live. Without exaggeration, every one of his movements was being monitored in real time. Moreover, they held the advantage of visibility, firepower, and numbers. Charlie could scarcely imagine a reason to lose. But then Wells chimed in at the worst possible moment. You must know that even bullets can't pierce Iblis's water shield. Charlie shot Wells a displeased glance. That's because the firepower wasn't strong enough. If one shot can't break it, I'll have them fire 100. If they can't penetrate him from the front, I'll have them attack from all sides. I refuse to believe this kid can survive. From Charles's expression, he was already certain of victory. Little did he know, the roles of mercenary and Xu Xing had long since reversed. Now, they were the prey, and Xu Xing was the hunter. Xu Xing stepped lightly into the dense forest. He was now less than 10 meters from the enemy's effective firing range. But Xu Xing suddenly halted his steps. There, beside him, lay a Pokemon egg. Xu Xing excitedly ran over and picked up the Pokemon egg. This thing is called a Pokemon egg. Inside, all sorts of Pokemon will hatch. Xu Xing was deeply surprised. He hadn't expected such a windfall so soon after entering the forest. Viewers in the livestream chat began asking what kind of egg it was. Xu Xing patiently began explaining. Not for any other reason, but simply to tease these people. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were stunned. Xu Xing was clearly about to enter their firing range. Hammer was ready to tear the kid apart, but he suddenly stopped. Instead, he began explaining the science of an egg with genuine interest. Hammer's face turned ashen. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. After finishing his explanation, Xu Xing placed the egg into his backpack and continued forward. Every mercenary's heart was now in their throats. Watching Xu Xing draw ever closer. Within effective firing range 5 meters. Hammer swallowed hard. 3 meters within effective firing range. Wells, far off in the distance, sat up straight. Within effective firing range, 1 meter. Xu Xing gave a signal to the water EV. Entered effective firing range. Hammer pointed at Xu Xing and roared. Fire. Chapter 132, Under Absolute Power. In an instant, a dense barrage of fire erupted from the dense forest. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Almost instantly, the once dim forest was bathed in a blinding crimson glow from the intense flames. The thick scent of gunpowder filled the entire forest, flooding straight into Xu Xing's nostrils. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The mercenaries were firing like madmen, bullets flying as if they were worthless from the very start. Thick layers of smoke billowed around Xu Xing. Undeterred by the choking haze, the mercenaries kept firing relentlessly into its heart. It looked as if they harbored some deep, personal grudge. After a long while, with the final shell casing hitting the ground, the mercenaries' frenzied firing finally ceased. Hammer gasped for breath, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Damn, this money comes easy. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and now his brothers could finally relax. One mercenary pointed toward the thick smoke billowing from the bullet-riddled spot. Forget humans, we'd probably blow an elephant to bits. The remark instantly eased the tension within the mercenary group. The tension that had gripped everyone began to unwind with those words. Xiangzi, get ready to take pictures. Xiangzi pulled out his camera and asked. Should we handle the body? Hammer shook his head. No need. The higher-ups just want confirmation he's dead. We'll leave the evidence behind and withdraw. Just as all the mercenaries believed Xu Xing was surely dead, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. There stood Xu Xing, unscathed, surrounded by a shield formed from a thick wall of water. This shield enveloped Xu Xing completely, while the bullets now drifted aimlessly within the water barrier. The viewers in the livestream were all law-abiding citizens. The most explosive scene they'd ever witnessed was Groudon vs. Kyogre. But those were Pokemon creatures that defied the laws of nature. In other words, before any real-world encounter, people could easily treat it all as just another TV drama. But this time was different. These were firearms. A single one is enough to take a life, a deadly weapon. And just now, countless such weapons were aimed at Xu Xing. This was a genuine terrorist attack, and what was even more astonishing was that the target remained completely unscathed. The live stream chat exploded instantly. WTF? What the hell is going on? They're just pulling out weapons? What the hell does this mean? A full-on terror attack? Is this even right? No wonder people call it the scam nation. Just stepping into the forest and you're already getting shot at by all these rifles. Holy! Is the guy above an idiot? This is clearly targeting Brother Xu. Damn, guess I'm in this with Brother Xu till the end. Brother Xu didn't even get a scratch. He's not human. The water shield still protected Xu Xing. Uncertain how many bullets the enemy had left, he remained constantly vigilant. Hammer gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. After all, Hammer had practically emptied his entire arsenal for this fight. Yet now, with his ammunition completely depleted, the man before him seemed utterly unscathed. Hammer slowly took a step back, but the thought of Xu Xing's tempting bounty made his retreating foot freeze in place. With only a handful of bullets left among their dozen or so brothers, retreating now and hoping for a comeback was nearly impossible. Besides, if bullets couldn't pierce him, they'd slash with blades and bite with teeth. Can't a dozen men take down one man? With that thought, Hammer forced himself to muster confidence. Brothers, fear not. We outnumber him by more than 10 to 1. Grab your weapons and fight him. The men were now brimming with fighting spirit. The fallen man was just an ordinary human being. A man who bled and wept. How could he possibly be untouchable? Hammer drew the dagger from his waist and charged forward, bellowing. Charge! Kill him! Once we finish this job, we're free! Xu Xing lowered his hat brim. Banajiras. In the next instant, the net burst violently from its pokeball. Xu Xing pointed at the numerous mercenaries ahead and said calmly, take them alive. Bankaras gave a slight nod, then began slowly gathering its destructive beam. Seeing this, Xu Xing wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Don't use that move. After unleashing that attack, forget about sparing anyone. There wouldn't even be ashes left. Bankaras nodded, then plunged his hand into the ground. The next moment, the earth began to tremble slowly. The mercenaries froze in place. Under this terrifying shaking, the dozen or so mercenaries couldn't even think about fighting. Even approaching Xu Xing was now a distant dream. The mercenary named Xiangzi's hands trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with terror. The creature before him had utterly transcended all understanding. Was this creature truly still from Blue Star? Terror compelled him to draw his pistol and fire multiple shots at Banakaras. Bang! 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 But the bullet struck Banakaras like hitting a boulder, bouncing off without leaving a single mark. Spotting the spent casings on the ground, Banjira picked one up and curiously popped it into its mouth. It chewed for a moment, then wrinkled its brow and spat the bullet out. At that moment, the mercenaries were utterly dumbfounded. A monster impervious to bullets, was there even a point in fighting it? Seeing their blank stares, Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. Clearly, these men had never watched Xu Xing's livestreams. After all, their daily work involved walking on the edge of a knife. Naturally, they had no interest in paying attention to such external matters. Meanwhile, Banchilas began to walk toward these mercenaries. Wells sighed, not feeling particularly regretful. After all, this was to be expected. If a mere mercenary could take down Xu Xing, then his own reputation would be utterly worthless. Charek, however, was seething with rage beside him. Damn it! What the hell is that thing? It actually formed a shield using water currents. Water's density differs from air, drastically slowing bullets as they pass through. Ordinary ammunition posed no threat to Xu Xing. Not to mention, the water Ibis demonstrated wasn't ordinary water, it was scalding hot. At the same time, Charek found this kid increasingly troublesome. Though he was just an ordinary human, every single one of his Pokémon possessed extraordinary abilities. Wells suddenly asked, Dr. Char, do you think your anti-magic bullets could pierce a water shield? Hearing this, Charek chuckled, you really underestimate it. Ha 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 ha. That's the attitude I like. Wells continued. Switching perspectives, let's see how the Falcon Special Forces elf capture operation is progressing. The so-called Falcon Special Forces were the 3 teams the United States had deployed to assassinate Xu Xing. Under the U.S. military's directive, the 3 squads were officially designated as Falcon Special Forces. Each of these squads was further divided into 3 smaller teams. Yet at this moment, these 3 elite squads had all stumbled over the same obstacle. P.S. If you've read this far, join the update request group 105-356-1973. P.S. Today's daily update is done. Huge thanks to everyone who voted for me. The pressure after daily updates is real now. But as long as the gold tickets keep coming, I'll keep cranking it out. Please use your free gold tickets. Hit 2,500 today and I'll keep daily updates going tomorrow. Grateful. Chapter 133, the order is? Watch a live stream? Come on, give me a smile. Xu Xing held his phone up to the mercenaries on the ground. Snap. As the photo appeared on the screen, Xu Xing declared with satisfaction. All set. At that moment, over a dozen mercenaries were bound and restrained. To be honest, he wasn't sure how to handle these people. This wasn't within China's territory, so technically, it wasn't under Chinese jurisdiction. After much deliberation, Xu Xing decided to leave them be for now. He planned to report them to the police of the country where the fraud originated when a suitable opportunity arose. With that thought, Xu Xing added, EV, give them a little push. Water EV nodded and instantly transformed into Ice EV. She exhaled softly, and the biting cold wind instantly immobilized the mercenaries who were still trying to struggle. After completing this, Xu Xing murmured softly, Let's go. Viewers in the livestream cheered at the spectacle unfolding before them. The mercenaries' notoriety was well known to all. They were known for murder and robbery, and had even scammed and defrauded Chinese people in their daily lives. Now that Xu Xing had captured them, how could they not be thrilled? Xu, you're my hero. This is so badass. Yeah. Did you see the look in that mercenary's eyes? Holy crap, it looked like his soul was about to fly out. These mercenaries deserve to rot in hell. For all the evil they've done, today they finally met their match in Brother Xu. Exactly. Who knows how many Chinese people these scum have hurt behind the scenes. So satisfying. Brother Xu has earned another good deed. Brother Xu, why not hand them over to the Chinese police? Because I'm no longer on Chinese soil. These matters naturally fall outside China's jurisdiction. Xu Xing abruptly stopped speaking, prompting a flurry of questions from viewers in the livestream chat. Xu Xing suddenly pulled the egg from his treasure and declared, This egg is about to hatch. Within the Yashuan forest. Get in here. Captain Xiaofu of Falcon Special Forces Squad 2 roared, violently hurling the pokeball in his hand. The woodpecker ahead merely gave the pokeball a light kick, sending it flying aside. The entire squad now stood in utter embarrassment. 30 fully armed individuals. They were the cream of the crop, yet now they couldn't even handle a tiny green lizard. Watching their teammates struggle made the others itch with frustration. Xiaofu exclaimed, Good heavens! Can this ball-like thing really capture magical beasts? That old fool Charek must be pulling our leg. Rudy scoffed dismissively. Second in command, if you're not up to the task, don't blame the path for being rough. Xiaofu was furious. He thrust the pokeball forward. Come on, you take it. Rudy waved his hand dismissively, his face brimming with disdain. I'm not interested in these common lizards. If I'm going to hunt, it has to be powerful magical beasts, that's what befits my status. The distant gecko seemed to understand his words. It leapt upward, lifting the fallen leaves beside it. Mid-air, the gecko delivered 2 fierce kicks to the fallen leaves. In the next instant, the leaves hurtled toward Rudy like pebbles. The Falcon Special Forces unit was completely relaxed at that moment, utterly unprepared for combat. Faced with this sudden assault, Rudy could only frantically block with his arms. Thud. The fallen leaves struck Rudy's arms with a dull thud. The force far exceeded everyone's expectations. Their uniforms had been rigorously selected, yet that seemingly simple strike had torn right through the sleeve. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, except for Xiaofu, who couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Where's that cocky attitude of yours now? 3 entire squads, 30 men. How could Rudy, as their leader, possibly save face now? He drew his pistol and picked up the rifle from the ground. I'll blow this bastard's brains out right now. Zack, who had been silently observing the entire time, finally spoke up. Stop. Zack commanded absolute authority among the group. At Zack's command, Rudy abruptly dropped the weapon and shouted. Then he reached out to Xiaofu. Give me the ball. Xiaofu chuckled and handed over the pokeball. Rudy's eyes blazed with fury, determined to redeem himself. Holding the pokeball, he stared at the Charmander. One man, one Pokemon. The battle began. Rudy seized his chance and suddenly tossed the ball. The Drowsy leapt to dodge. But upon closer inspection, the ball hadn't been thrown at all. It was still firmly in Rudy's hand. It turned out Rudy had used a feint to deceive the Trico before him. Though his heart burned with rage, his mind remained razor-sharp. Seizing this opening, Rudy fiercely hurled the pokeball. The next moment, the pokeball struck the woodpecker, successfully capturing the little Pokemon. Rudy chuckled. That wasn't so hard. This scene caused the members of the Falcon Special Forces to straighten up. Rudy, who seemed easily swayed by emotion, was actually remarkably composed. A tiger in the heart, yet gentle enough to smell the roses. That was him. Everyone watched the pokeball, which trembled slightly on the ground. Snap! The pokeball shattered violently, and the Charmander leaped out. This scene left everyone present utterly baffled. Hadn't it been captured? How did it suddenly reappear? Rudy cursed under his breath. That old bastard Charizard must be playing tricks on us. Meanwhile, at a military base far away in the United States, two images played on the screen, one showing Xu Xing, the other their Falcon Special Forces unit. Wells stared coldly at Charek. Clearly demanding an explanation, Charek remained unflappable. My invention couldn't possibly be flawed. Either the blueprints the Chinese gave me were faulty, or this bunch of clowns just didn't know how to use it properly. Wells nodded indifferently. In his view, Xu Xing wasn't the type to resort to such cheap tricks. So it must be that these soldiers hadn't mastered the proper technique. Wells was slightly speechless. 30 men, they could conquer mountains or climb volcanoes without issue. Yet now they couldn't even catch a single Pokemon. Just then, Xu Xing moved on the other side of the camera. And as luck would have it, Xu Xing was holding a Pokeball. Next, I'll demonstrate how to catch Pokemon. Hearing this, Wells gave a faint smile and immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie. Teams 1, 2, and 3, listen up. Everyone take out your phones and watch Xu Xing's livestream. In the Yashuan forest. The three team leaders froze in shock. Watch who? Xu Xing? Wasn't he the assassination target? They had researched Xu Xing before the assassination. He was, after all, merely a human who could tame magical beasts. He was just some kid barely out of his teens, while each of them was a renowned figure in the military world. And now they were being ordered to watch this kid's livestream? Though 1,000 objections raged within them, they clicked on Xu Xing's stream and obediently began watching. And so, 30 soldiers sat deep in the forest, watching a livestream. Chapter 134, Poketaro. Next, I'll demonstrate some techniques for catching Pokemon. 30 Special Forces members sat upright in the dense forest, watching teacher Xu Xing's demonstration. On the screen, Xu Xing took out a Pokeball and gently tossed it toward the egg-like creature. The little creature didn't even try to dodge, allowing itself to be captured by the Pokeball. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. What technique did Xu Xing use? None of them could discern what technique Xu Xing had employed. Rudy glanced around at the other warriors, each wearing a different expression. Rudy suddenly looked enlightened. So that's how it was. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Admiration filled the air. Captain Rudy truly lived up to his reputation. Even his own team members couldn't help but stand a little straighter. Xiaofu inwardly sighed, trouble. As fellow captains, Rudy had spotted the technique while he hadn't. This situation was extremely unfavorable. Realizing this, Xiaofu said, I see it too. Instantly, a small stir rippled through the dense grove. Truly worthy of a captain effortlessly accomplishing what others couldn't. Rudy offered outward praise, but inwardly, he was stunned beyond words. Holy crap, bro, you're good. Before anyone could react, the chat flooded the screen. Ha? Sugu. What trick did you use? Why can't we figure it out? Yeah. It's just a simple toss. Can't figure it out. Brother Su's Pokemon capture technique is too powerful, totally baffling. Yeah. Can't tell how this is any different from just tossing a Pokeball. Did anyone save the replay? I need to analyze every frame. Bro Su is the real deal. He effortlessly pulled off something others couldn't even attempt. On screen, Xu Xing looked utterly speechless as he slowly said, I haven't even started teaching yet. What technique are you talking about? The moment he spoke, the forest fell deathly silent. Only Xiaofu and Rudy silently vowed that when they saw Xu Xing, they would cut him into 8 pieces to vent their pent-up hatred. Two paths diverged, each blossoming in its own way. Xu Xing's side was a completely different scene. Xu Xing raised his hand and released the Pokemon he had just caught. This tiny Pokemon was incredibly petite, looking utterly endearing. But Xu Xing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Compared to the cute Pokemon in the anime, this one seemed rather intimidating. Without further ado, Xu Xing began explaining. This Pokemon is called Piku, a fairy-type Pokemon. Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu chirped cheerfully at Xu Xing, who felt a cold sweat trickle down his temple. It was said that this Pokemon brought good fortune, yet this one seemed so aggressive. But then he remembered that after this incident, Pokemon would truly enter the human world. Pokeballs would inevitably become one of the hottest selling items. So it was still necessary to properly educate everyone on how to catch Pokemon. Xu Xing stood up. Alright, back to business. Next, I'll explain some methods for catching Pokemon. First off, you can't catch other people's Pokemon. Xu Xing emphasized this crucial point first, to prevent the emergence of organizations like Team Rocket in the future. The viewers in the livestream chat understood this stealing others' Pokemon was an utterly insane act that simply couldn't be done. Next, when encountering Pokemon in the wild, the success rate of catching them by simply throwing a Pokeball is extremely low. In such situations, you need to weaken the Pokemon's condition either by battling it or catching it when it's distracted or asleep. Of course, Pokemon may escape, be stolen, or accidentally lost, returning to the wild. In such cases, they could be captured by other trainers. After explaining all this, Xu Xing let out a long sigh. Catching Pokemon isn't exactly difficult, but it's not simple either. It tests both luck and skill. But one question resolved often gave rise to new ones. Soon, the live stream viewers began to wonder. So how did you catch that Pokemon in one go, Xu? Yeah, was it just because it was newly hatched? And also, how did you manage to catch Groudon with just one Pokeball? Xu Xing chuckled and replied. Because this Pokédex entry was an egg, I'm essentially its dad. Naturally, it had no guard up around me. No sooner had he spoken than the Pokédex's brow furrowed. It leapt high into the air, aiming a flying kick at Xu Xing. But the little guy was too slow. Xu Xing dodged the kick with ease. Xu Xing grabbed the Pokeball mid-air. Alright, no more mischief, okay? Poke. Poke. Pokebee struggled wildly in Xu Xing's grasp, looking anything but cute. Even the viewers in the livestream chat started commenting. This Pokebee looks harmless enough. Who knew it could be so violent? Yeah, and I was just thinking it was cute a second ago. Yeah. Xu, this little guy is way too aggressive. Exactly. If it were up to me, I'd never want to catch this vicious Pokemon. Recording. Piku, a Pokemon that doesn't quite follow orders. Its appearance is deceptive. It looks utterly adorable, but behind the scenes, it's like this. Xu Xing felt rather helpless. He never imagined this Piku would turn out to be such a Pokemon behind the scenes. Shouldn't this little guy be perfectly well behaved? But the Piku before him showed not a shred of obedience. But now that things had come to this, abandoning it was absolutely out of the question. Inside the US military base. This kid really is something else. Wells murmured to himself, while Charek added. I told you my stuff was flawless, but you wouldn't believe me. Wells sighed quietly. It was a pity that a talent like Xu Xing would ultimately meet his end. Charek seemed to sense Wells's preoccupation. He too genuinely believed this kid was extraordinary, and said, Is there truly no way? Must this boy die? Wells nodded. He has to die. As long as he has a single breath left, the Chinese Empire will find a way to get him back. Therefore, he must die live on broadcast. Charlik frowned with worry. What about other countries? Other countries? Poof. They'd be thrilled if we killed the kid off quickly. Though they hadn't said it outright, Wells knew exactly what they meant. Ultimately, it all came down to the immense benefits Xu Xing had brought to China. So substantial that it posed a threat to every other nation. So when Xu Xing dies, other nations will undoubtedly align with the United States immediately. After all, without Xu Xing, the Chinese Empire posed no real threat. Chapter 135, Piglets. In the Yashuan Forest. At this moment, the Falcon Special Forces had completed Xu Xing's training. Alright, let me demonstrate. Rudy stood up, seemingly determined to redeem himself, drawing everyone's gaze. Little did he know, the gecko had already made its escape. Rudy scanned the area left and right but couldn't spot the little creature anywhere. He sighed regretfully. Guess it got lucky. Zack stood up. Now that they understood how to capture the magical beasts, how could they not make use of them? Everyone split into groups of 3. Go capture the beasts. Assembled back here tonight. This mission was of utmost importance to Zack, who had been stuck at the rank of Major General for years. He was just one step away from becoming a general. Success in this mission would guarantee his promotion to Admiral. Therefore, for him, this mission was one where he could only win, not lose. With that, the Falcon Special Forces team dispersed. Finally, after exhausting every ounce of strength, Xu Xing managed to capture the little creature into a Pokeball. This Pokebee was even more mischievous than he'd imagined. No, rather than mischievous, it seemed this Pokédex had some super aggressive genes. Born less than an hour ago, this little creature already possessed a fiery temper. Xu Xing sighed softly. Judging by this, the days ahead were going to be tough. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were utterly fascinated by this Pokédex entry. Its constant mischief and pranks had just given Xu Xing quite the runaround. Streamer, this Piku was way too much to handle. Yeah. Is this little guy always this mischievous? Xu Xing shook her head gently. No, on the contrary, Piku is an extremely docile Pokemon. Its evolved form is also extremely rare. Legend has it that it only appears in peaceful times to bring good fortune. Given that Yashuan Forest is filled with the smell of gunpowder and constant battles, it hardly seems connected to peace at all. Perhaps that's why this Piku was acting so agitated. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It was nothing short of a miracle that Piku had appeared in this forest at all. Xu Xing walked through the forest, which was vast beyond measure. Finding Iperthar here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At this rate, who knew how long it would take? Just then, Xu Xing suddenly caught a faint sound. Squeak, squeak, whimper, whimper. Xu Xing's divine heart grew alert and he murmured softly. The wave conductor is with me. The power of the wave guide began to slowly spread. Using its penetrating vision, Xu Xing clearly saw 3 people bound and gagged behind the tree. This was utterly bizarre. 3 people bound for no apparent reason. From the outside, the individuals appeared ragged and gray-faced. Ragged cloth was stuffed into their mouths. Judging by their appearance, they were likely Chinese. At this point, it was safe to assume they weren't criminals. Xu Xing took a shortcut to reach the tree, then parted the leaves covering it. There, 3 Chinese men lay bound together, their eyes bloodshot. Their eyes widened at Xu Xing's approach, and they began to whimper incessantly. The live stream viewers instantly exploded. What the hell is going on here? Someone's been tied up? And judging by their faces, they're Chinese. Our brothers. Brother Xu, you're truly one of us. These guys must have been scammed here. Yeah. Brother Xu, please save them. Xu Xing tore the cloth from their mouths. What's going on here? Before he could finish, the man's shrieks burst from his throat. Help! Help us! Hammer and his crew are in the forest. Get us out of here. Please. Yeah. Run. Hurry. If they spot us, we're done for. Please. I'm Chinese too. For the sake of our fellow countrymen. The 3 men each shouted their own pleas, plunging the scene into chaos. Xu Xing was at his wit's end. He reached out and delivered a hard slap to the man's face. Smack! The sharp crack echoed through the forest, and the intense pain brought the 3 men back to their senses. Xu Xing said calmly. Slow down. The man nodded decisively and began to speak slowly. My name is Pei Qian. We 3 are piglets. We finally managed to escape from that compound, but today, of all days, the Hammer Gang happened to be out. So, even though we should have gotten out smoothly, they caught us. Xu Xing gave a slight nod. Piglets was the collective term for those lured into scams targeting their fellow countrymen. Typically, victims in pig butchering scams are referred to as piglets. Just as Xu Xing was about to press further, Pei Qian blurted out. Brother! Big brother! Young man! Hero! Could you take us away first? Hammer's crew is roaming the forest. If they find us, we're done for. Xu Xing pressed, who is Hammer? A flicker of fear crossed Pei Qian's eyes, as if recalling a terrible memory. In P Park, there are many mercenary gangs. They take money to do jobs killing and such. The Hammer Gang is the most terrifyingly powerful among them. Mercenaries? Xu Xing had actually encountered a group today. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were eagerly devouring the drama. The moment they heard the word mercenaries, the chat exploded. Su Gu. Quick, show them those photos. Yeah. Didn't you take pictures of those mercenaries? Right. Reminded by the chat, Xu Xing pulled out his phone. He showed the photos to Pei Qian. Recognize them? Pei Qian stared at the photos, dumbfounded. His mouth fell slightly open as if he'd witnessed a scene he'd never dared imagine in his wildest dreams. Seeing Pei Qian's reaction, the other 2 companions crowded around the phone. Whoa. No way. Holy crap. In the photo, the Hammer team lay bound and gagged on the ground. Their leader, Hammer, bore none of his usual imposing demeanor. He looked utterly miserable. This was the Hammer Mercenary Corps. They held absolute sway in P Park. Without exaggeration, P-Zone was the most terrifying zone in the entire Yusun Forest. And Hammer was the sharpest sword in the P-Zone boss's arsenal. Though their relationship was merely a partnership, years of collaboration had cemented the Hammer Mercenary Corps' ties with the P-Zone's leader. And now, that man who was usually so arrogant was kneeling on the ground with a deathly pallor. A faint, almost imperceptible smile seemed to linger on his lips. Pei Qian's breathing grew heavy, and the admiration in his eyes toward Xu Xing deepened. She couldn't fathom what this man before her was truly capable of. He had taken down the Hammer Corps. Worst of all, based on the information Pei Qian currently possessed, Xu Xing appeared to be acting alone. Pei Qian's voice dropped a notch in humility. Brother, this man is the leader of the Hammer Mercenary Group. Xu Xing nodded and began escorting the 3 of them. At that moment, the 3 felt as if heaven itself had blessed them. To encounter such a benevolent soul as Xu Xing. Pei Qian fumbled his pockets, not a single coin. Nothing of value on his entire person. Stealing his resolve, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Thank you, Brother Xu. Seeing this, the other two immediately knelt down to express their gratitude to Xu Xing. Xu Xing frowned slightly and said, "Stand up. No kneeling." Chapter 136, Yashuan Ecological Symbiosis Circle. Xu Xing hurriedly helped them up. It was nothing more than a simple favor. "Brothers, I still have some matters I wish to inquire about with you." With Xu Xing's support, Pei Qian and the others rose to their feet. Go ahead. Go ahead. What exactly is P Park? A cold sweat broke out on Pei Qian and the others, as if recalling some deeply unpleasant memory. Seeing this, Xu Xing was about to drop the subject, but Pei Qian spoke up. P Park? Its full name is the Yashuan Gongrong Ecosystem. They claim it promotes cultural exchange between nations, but it's actually a scam park. And they're scamming Chinese people. There are still many Chinese brothers getting beaten up inside right now. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lucario burst out of its pokeball. Like Xu Xing, Lucario possessed psychic energy, and Xu Xing could sense its rage. It seemed Lucario had some history with this park. The half-human, half-dog creature startled all three of them. Xu Xing stroked Lucario's head. Don't worry, it means no harm. Go on. Hearing this, the others finally continued. The Yashuan Glorious Ecosystem, also known as P Park, is run by a man named Ma Gu. He's ruthless and cunning. As for us three, we stumbled upon a secret passageway. It was extremely well hidden, and we used it to escape. Little did we know we'd run into Hammer's crew. With the full picture now clear, Xu Xing nodded slightly. Keep moving forward. The border of the Huaxia Empire is just ahead. Pei Qian and the others nodded. Xu Xing pulled out some food from his backpack. No need to see us off. The trio nodded, their faces filled with gratitude toward Xu Xing. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat had completely shifted their focus to the Yashuan Glory Circle. Damn it! They're arresting our people at our border. Are these people out of their minds? Bro X. Just execute them in the name of justice. They'll definitely be brought to justice. Exactly. There must be countless more of our people inside being abused by others. Support. Brother Xu, go wipe them all out. Those little punks. Agreed. Sanction them. After some thought, Xu Xing agreed the livestream viewers had a point. First off, the odds of finding either Xerneas or Ipertle in this vast forest were slim. That area was densely populated, maybe they could actually get some leads out of people there. Secondly, there are compatriots inside suffering persecution at the hands of foreigners. As a Chinese person, Xu Xing doesn't want to see this happen. Therefore, both reason and compassion call for a trip over there. And Lucario seemed to have something to say. Lucario. Lucario. Xu Xing suddenly snapped to attention. Both possessed psychic energy, enabling direct telepathic communication. With that thought, Xu Xing closed his eyes and placed his hand before Lucario. Lucario slowly responded to Xu Xing. After hearing Lucario recount the events and grievances between himself and the Axan Symbiosis Circle. After learning everything, Xu Xing nodded firmly and declared. Alright. Let's go live. Take down the Yashuan Glorious Ecosphere. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream instantly erupted into a small wave of cheers. Xu Xing followed Lucario's lead and headed toward the Yashuan Prosperity Circle. At the high command of the Huaxia military base, Lin Guobiao stared silently at Yu-Hu. Yu-Hu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Boss, this dog has been hiding way too well. It turned out that during their previous expulsion of beasts from the Yashuan forest, they had discovered a notorious facility. They had promptly eliminated this facility, with Yu-Hu serving as the primary handler. Little did they know that, judging by the current situation, the P-complex they had destroyed was nothing but an empty shell. Clearly, they'd been played. If Xu Xing hadn't exposed this today, who knew how long they'd have been kept in the dark? Lin Guobiao shook his head. Well, it's done now. Brother Xu is handling it. Yu-Hu laughed heartily. Perfect timing. With Brother Xu's capabilities, taking down a small fraud operation should be a piece of cake. Lin Guobiao shook his head again. I just fear Brother Xu might be outnumbered. Yu-Hu sucked in a sharp breath. If anything happened to Brother Xu, he, Yu-Hu, would be a criminal in the eyes of the entire nation. But now, Xu Xing had already announced the matter live. Run? There was no escaping it. He was already roasted over an open flame. It could be said that this battle Xu Xing had to fight it, whether he wanted to or not. Yashuan Ecosystem Co-Prosperity Circle. Ma Wen sat with his legs crossed, staring at his phone. The screen displayed Xu Xing's livestream. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kid, you really think bringing these beasts will make a difference? Ma Wen was utterly confident. He was certain and absolutely sure that this streamer named Xu Xing would die here tonight. The reason was simple, he had already colluded with the United States. Xu Xing's livestream ultimately placed him at a disadvantage. This arrangement had effectively pinned him down, allowing the enemy to track his location at all times. And the pretty country had exploited this very fact to collude with Manhwa. Once Manhwa eliminated Xu Xing, the beautiful country promised to retrieve his daughter from the kindergarten within the compound. The relationships within the beautiful country's compound were intricate. Those at the very top to firmly control those below them, by holding their family members hostage under the guise of care. Therefore, for his daughter's sake, Manhwa must ensure Xu Xing is completely eliminated within the compound. Only then could he truly wash his hands of the past and start a new life with his daughter. To Manhwa, the Xu Xing standing before him was nothing short of a savior. Manhwa had already made contact with the Falcon Special Forces squad and was preparing to act according to Xu Xing's livestream. Suddenly, the door burst open. A bald man rushed into the room. "Brother Ma, you called for me?" Manhwa nodded. "Today, bring out those big guns?" The bald man looked confused. "What's up, Brother Ma? We're in for a tough fight today." Manhwa nodded. "One person. Only one target. But we must give it our all. Notify all team leaders. Prepare for a meeting." Deep in the forest, Xu Xing, Lucario, and Eevee had barely taken a few steps when Pei Qian's wails of terror suddenly pierced the air from behind. Help! Brother Xu! Brother Xu!" Pei Qian's figure grew closer. Xu Xing turned to see her running toward him, her face contorted like a mask of agony. Xu Xing frowned. He remembered clearly that Hammer and his gang had been tightly bound. But the next moment, Pei Qian screamed. "It's possessed! It's possessed! Damn it! The horse is possessed! Oh, so it's Pokémon." Xu Xing's guarded heart relaxed once more. A horse turned into a spirit, Xu Xing pondered. If he encountered a horse at this moment, it would likely be a Ponyta. A Charmander was also possible, but the probability of encountering a Raichu was quite high. But as the figure drew nearer, Xu Xing's expression suddenly changed. "Wait, what the hell is Keldeo? P.S. Deepest gratitude to all readers for sticking with me this far. I'm currently juggling work and writing, so time is extremely tight. Please, big shots, throw some gold coins my way. Give me some motivation. Begging you all. 2,500 gold coins gets 4 updates tomorrow, 3,000 gold coins gets 10,000 words. There's a group below for updates. I'll be popping in constantly, so feel free to keep me on track." Chapter 137, Keldeo. "Hey! Don't run!" Celeste bellowed, while Pei Qian's face froze in utter shock. His expression was like he'd seen a ghost. As an ordinary human, he couldn't even begin to process a horse speaking human language. He hadn't even grasped what Pokémon were yet. Pei Qian was utterly thrilled to see Xu Xing. He rushed up to him, repeatedly calling out, "Brother Xu! Brother Xu!" Xu Xing knew Pei Qian couldn't handle this situation. He reached out, shielding him behind him. "Leave it to me." Celestio, seeing another human approach, grew highly alert. Meanwhile, Xu Xing was also sizing up Keldeo, the phantom Pokémon and one of the Sword Saints. He never expected to encounter him here. The livestream viewers erupted in a small wave of excitement. "This little foal looks pretty cool. Xu, what kind of Pokémon is this? So colorful, totally maxed out on the looks department. Why does it look kind of fierce?" Xu Xing spoke calmly. "We mean no harm." Cresselia glared at Xu Xing before him. "Oomph. You forest intruders. Today, I'll punish you on behalf of the forest." Though Keldeo didn't open its mouth, a voice entered Xu Xing's mind. This was a skill akin to telepathy though, of course, the viewers in the livestream couldn't hear it. Xu Xing pressed further. "Got any proof? Why jump straight to calling me an invader?" Xu Xing silently retorted to himself, "I should be the one calling you invaders invading the borders of my great China." Keldeo seemed enraged by this remark. "Damn it! Can't you hear the earth weeping?" As he spoke, Keldeo slowly assumed a battle stance. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath. "So that's how it is. Water Eevee, prepare." Before he could finish speaking, Pokédex suddenly leaped out of its Pokeball. "Hey, Pokédex?" Pokebee's eyes blazed with fearlessness as it charged forward, seemingly intent on taking on Keldeo. Viewers in the livestream chat were left dumbfounded by the scene. Everyone could tell the little foal before them was no pushover. And Pokebee, a Pokemon that had hatched from its egg just hours ago, was actually going to battle it? Viewers in the livestream chat erupted. Could this Pico be a hidden powerhouse? Seriously? This little thing looks tiny, but could it be incredibly powerful? Who knows? That aggressive vibe kinda reminds me of Banette. Could it be stronger than Banette? "Hey, Poke, come back quick, or you'll get beaten to a pulp." Hearing this, Keldeo growled. "Don't underestimate me. You think this little thing can take me down?" Xu Xing rolled his eyes inwardly. What a stubborn horse. Clearly, Keldeo had completely misinterpreted Xu Xing's meaning. Poke charged at Keldeo with a roar. That little body looked like a tiny chick. Xu Xing pleaded. "Easy there." But this plea was also misinterpreted by Keldeo. The aura emanating from Keldeo grew even more terrifying than before. "Oomph. If you think you can beat me, then go ahead and try." With that, Keldeo collided head-on with Piku. But that tiny Piku was no match for Keldeo. After just one move, Piku was completely knocked down. Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu lay on the ground whimpering, unable to rise. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded with comments. Wait, this script is all wrong. I thought Pokebee was supposed to be strong. Ha, never expected him to get one shot like that. Was Popey here just for comic relief? Brave, but his skills are terrible. Xu Xing was speechless as he retrieved Pokédex with a Pokeball. Celestine laughed dryly. This is the very purpose of my training. Xu Xing was speechless. What exactly was there to be proud of after defeating a Piku? He raised his hand. Blastoise, come out. In the next instant, a colossal beast erupted from the ground, towering like a mountain. Banette roared, its massive shockwave causing even the distant Keldeo to pause in surprise. Celestia took half a step back, inwardly gasping, this Banette is incredibly powerful. Its aura is almost as formidable as Master Delagen's. Xu Xing spoke up. I have no desire to clash with you. If possible, I'd prefer to sit down and talk this through. Celestia roared back. Don't look down on me. Even if it's a Banette, I'm not afraid. I am a sacred swordsman. The viewers in the livestream couldn't hear Keldeo's words, only witnessing Xu Xing communicating with the Pokemon as if out of thin air. Xu Xing slowly introduced the Pokemon before him to the viewers. Celestio, the Phantom Pokemon, one of the sacred swordsman Pokemon. At this revelation, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Another mythical Pokemon. Many viewers suddenly felt that this mythical Pokemon wasn't as rare as Xu Xing made it sound. Little did they know that many people might never encounter a mythical Pokemon in their entire lives. Meanwhile, another group of viewers on the stream were equally curious. Holy Swordsman? What does that even mean? Sugu. Feels super high tier. Another mythical Pokemon. How many has Brother Xu seen? No wonder this Pokemon looks different from the others. It's a mythical Pokemon. Sugu, Sugu. How many sacred swordsmen are there? Are they all mythical Pokemon? Just take down this mythical Pokemon. Looks like it's getting pretty cocky. Xu Xing didn't directly reply to the viewers' questions. Since he'd already encountered Keldeo, it was only a matter of time before he met the other three. Xu Xing turned and asked, where are the other two? Pei Qian cried out, they've vanished somewhere. Xu Xing sighed softly. They were already so close to the border of China. But then this unexpected complication arose. Now those two were scattered in the Yashuan forest, and who knew what they might encounter? Xu Xing knew he couldn't delay any longer. Keldeo, I'm not a bad person. I must find my friends in the forest now. If you insist on blocking my path, don't blame me for being forceful. Curlia eyed the Banette before her with some apprehension, but forced herself to respond. Oomph. Then come and try. Seeing this, Xu Xing finally stopped talking. Banette. Mega Evolve. A strange light emanated from the ring on Xu Xing's hand, connecting with Banette. A powerful aura began radiating from Banette. Celestial was forced back half a step by the terrifying pressure. It never imagined this Banette could Mega Evolve. What followed left him utterly stunned. Xu Xing tossed a Pokeball. Gyarados and Snorlax appeared in the forest. Xu Xing gave a gentle wave, and Eevee and Lucario also approached it. A full 5 Pokemon now stood before it, their imposing presence staring it down. This wasn't a fair battle. Xu Xing wasn't about to stick to any 1v1 rules. Everyone, attack together. Make it quick. Chapter 138, The Sacred Swordsman. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Halt! Do not harm my disciples. Instantly, a slash of air sliced toward the Pokemon. Facing this sword-like assault, Banette simply raised its hand and caught the attack. Celestia was slightly surprised that Banette had blocked the move so effortlessly. Xu Xing watched the scene unfold and raised his hand slightly. Several Pokemon halted their preparations to attack. Then, 3 Pokemon appeared before Keldeo. Leading the group was a sheep-like creature covered in sea blue feathers, its expression solemn and dignified, adorned with lightning-like horns. This was Garchomp. Beside it stood a green Pokemon resembling an antelope, with a pair of blunt, curled horns on either side of its head. This was Garchomp. The third was a bovine quadruped with a broad forehead and 2 thick, curved horns that curved sharply forward. Delphion. Xu Xing whispered. These 3 Pokemon before us are legendary Pokemon, the Sacred Swordsman. They are the blue Garchomp, the green Blissey, and the earth-brown Delibird. The viewers in the livestream were somewhat surprised. In their collective imagination, legendary Pokemon should resemble Giratina or Kyogre. Beings capable of destroying the world, yet these Pokemon before them clearly lack that same overwhelming presence. For a moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Seriously? Why do these 3 legendary Pokemon feel kinda weak? Yeah, it doesn't have that imposing presence like Groudon or Kyogre. The names are so tongue-twisting, I can't take it. I can't even remember them. Aren't legendary Pokemon supposed to be beings capable of destroying the world? Xu Xing began to explain, it's not like that. Even among the legendary Pokémon, there are different tiers. I'll explain each one to you later. Suddenly, the live chat erupted with comments. Yeah, why does that beef-like Pokémon have a bullet hole on it? Seriously? Is that a bullet hole? The wound looks pretty bad, doesn't it? Prompted by the viewers' comments, Xu Xing noticed the wound. A crimson pool spread beside Delakian, a sight that was truly heart-wrenching. Delia's face turned pale, clearly in distress. Seeing this, Xu Xing spoke up. I have no intention of fighting you, but I must go into the forest to find my companions. Goparian stared at Xu Xing. This human was different from the ones they'd encountered before. The humans they'd encountered before treated Pokémon violently, wore military uniforms, and clearly came to the forest to cause trouble. But this youth before him was beloved by so many Pokémon. Clearly, he was entirely different. Moreover, even if it came to a fight, their 4 Pokémon might not stand a chance against him. Realizing this, Guparuang said. Humans? We encountered 2 humans on our way here. They're both unconscious in the woods now. Xu Xing and Pei Qian exchanged glances. Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Once reassured their companion was safe, Xu Xing continued. That's my friend. I didn't come to this forest to cause trouble. I need to find Zeraora. Gopparun pondered, about to speak, when suddenly Giblian interjected. Don't trust him. Didn't you see Delakian's wound? Those cunning humans did this. Hearing this, Keldeo immediately turned to look and discovered a wound on Delakian's body. The wound was gruesome beyond description. Though Xu Xing was too far to see clearly, Keldeo could distinctly see the flesh torn open. Kalo Dio exclaimed. Who did this? Master? Master. Delakian shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. I was careless. They weren't strangers to intruders before. Human bullets felt like mere tickles when they struck their bodies. Today was different. A single bullet had nearly pierced his body. Those people were definitely prepared. At that moment, Xu Xing slowly stepped forward. The Holy Sword Knights immediately shouted. Back off! Back off! But Xu Xing not only didn't retreat, he quickened his pace. He knew these 4 Pokémon must have been attacked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reacting so intensely to humans. And he couldn't now talk 4 mouths at once. He could only break the deadlock by taking the initiative. Xu Xing strode forward. The tension on the field grew increasingly palpable until Xu Xing stood before Delia. I can heal you. Speaking, Xu Xing gently placed his hand on Delakian under the gaze of all the Pokémon. In the next moment, green energy slowly flowed from Xu Xing's hand into Delakian's body. Simultaneously, Xu Xing spoke, I'm just a traveler named Xu Xing. Those people you mentioned have nothing to do with me. I only want my friends to leave this place safely. Moments later, the crimson wound began to heal. This was the power of the evergreen. Seeing that Xu Xing truly held no hostility, the sacred swordsmen ceased their obstruction. Goparian spoke up. Thank you for your healing. I never expected you to wield the power of Changpan. Xu Xing shook his head. It was nothing. Truly nothing. Seeing Xu Xing's genuine gentleness, Beligion also spoke up. I'm sorry, but the Yashuan forest is truly too dangerous right now. Xu Xing promptly recalled all his Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Understood. Better safe than sorry. Even Keldeo apologized. Xu Xing understood its intentions weren't malicious, so he said no more. Seeing that Delphini's wounds had healed, Garchomp volunteered. I'll take you to find your 2 companions. Xu Xing nodded. To ensure absolute safety, he decided to personally escort all 3 back into Chinese territory this time. At this moment, all of Xu Xing's Pokémon had returned to the spirit realm. Only the water EV remained. Xu Xing waved his hand, signaling Pei Qian to come over. Though Pei Qian feared these strange creatures, he now had no one else to rely on besides Xu Xing. He quickened his pace to keep up with Xu Xing. The viewers in the livestream were bewildered. The situation had shifted too rapidly for anyone to process it yet. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the battle stop again? I had my popcorn ready, and this is what I get. Bummer. I was really looking forward to seeing Banette battle one of those legendary Pokémon. Hey, chill out up there. This is a legendary Pokémon, after all. Who knows what would have happened if they actually fought? Exactly. You people love a good spectacle. Xu Xing voiced his own confusion. Mr. Delakian, how did you sustain these injuries? Delakian replied slowly. Human bullets. Chapter 139, live broadcast interrupted. Xu Xing froze. You mean this wound was inflicted by humans? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted. Holy crap? Seriously? Humans can inflict actual damage on legendary Pokémon? Did I hear that wrong? Human bullets actually pierced a Pokémon? I thought it looked like a bullet hole earlier, but I never imagined it actually was. Holy crap? Seriously? It was actually injured by humans. No way. How could human bullets possibly hurt these creatures? Impossible, impossible. It must be fake. If humans could actually hurt Pokemon, how could we have ended up in this mess? The viewers in the livestream are right, it's precisely because humans are powerless against Pokemon. That's exactly why the world has ended up like this. Nations are forced to cower in cities, cornered by Pokemon. If bullets could truly suppress Pokemon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the world's Pokemon would be slaughtered to extinction in no time. Delakian seemed to notice the astonishment in Xu Xing's eyes. He spoke up. Truthfully, I was quite surprised myself. I was fully armored at the time and expected the bullet to be blocked like previous attacks. But this time, it actually pierced right through my armor. Xu Xing nodded slightly. The current situation seemed off. Clearly, they'd encountered a tough opponent. Inside a high-level military base in the United States. Charles watched the scene unfold before him with smug satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Just a bunch of beasts. And they actually think they can stand up to human technology. Wells glanced at Charek. Don't draw too much attention to yourself. Charek snorted coldly. Though these bullets possessed immense power, they came with significant drawbacks. As for the bullets themselves, they could only be fired from pistols. They couldn't be fired in bursts, and the pistol required a specially modified frame and magazine. Every member of the Falcon Special Forces squad carried custom-made weapons. The cost of the weapons alone was substantial. The cost of the bullets is even more staggering, with each member equipped with 10 rounds. Each bullet costs a staggering 500,000 pretty dollars. With 300 rounds here, the total cost soars to 150 million pretty dollars. Combined with the cost of the specialized weapons, the price tag for this operation is staggering. And just now, that single shot costing $500,000 pretty dollars hadn't even killed the Pokemon. Wells felt a pang of regret, but more importantly, Xu Xing now knew about this. Xu Xing would certainly be on high alert now. Watching the footage on the screen, Wells' expression grew increasingly grave. That's how it was. Delakian slowly finished explaining the peculiar aspects of that battle. Xu Xing nodded slightly, finding it somewhat unbelievable, yet simultaneously heightening his vigilance to the utmost. He had encountered that mercenary just as he entered the forest. According to the mercenary, someone had put a bounty on his head. Now, bullets capable of harming Pokemon had appeared. This didn't bode well. Though Xu Xing was on high alert, he was also acutely aware that countless eyes were watching him right now. He deliberately adopted a relaxed demeanor. No worries, no worries. How could mere human bullets possibly pierce Pokemon? The Pokemon fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, but none said anything further. Soon, Xu Xing followed Gupalua to where the two men lay unconscious. There, amidst the tangled weeds, two pale-faced figures lay unconscious on the ground. Xu Xing was speechless. He and Pei Qian each helped one person to their feet. He then addressed the sacred swordsman. Thank you all. I'll take them this far. I'll manage the rest of the way on my own. The holy swordsman nodded in understanding. They knew that given the state these two were in, they might faint again upon waking. Gopal I, the leader, spoke up. Until we meet again. Xu Xing nodded. Xu Xing and Pei Qian supported the two as they slowly made their way toward the borders of Huaxia. Pei Qian looked at Xu Xing and asked. Xu Xing, you're so incredibly skilled. You can actually communicate with beasts and even command them to serve you. Xu Xing nodded. It's nothing special. Pei Qian wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone command beasts to obey. But he knew just how absurdly powerful this ability was. Suddenly, Pei Qian froze. He turned to Xu Xing, his tone resolute. Brother Xu, rest assured I swear I won't tell a soul. I stake my honor on it. Xu Xing paused for a moment before nodding. Thanks. Pei Qian stood tall with righteous indignation, unaware that the entire scene had been captured by millions of viewers in the livestream chat. The chat exploded with laughter. Yeah. Guys, I'll be honest, this dude's got it. Yeah. This is hilarious. He's so genuine. I'd love to see this guy's reaction when he watches the livestream. Bro, my Sugo is a talent that several countries are scrambling to recruit. After trekking a short distance, the group finally reached the border. Xu Xing announced, this involves important national matters. Everyone in the livestream, please wait a few minutes. With that, Xu Xing shut down the livestream, leaving the viewers in the chat room completely baffled. But it didn't take long for them to stop complaining and start chatting among themselves. Man, Xu Xing is being way too formal, he didn't even bring us along. Exactly. We followed Brother Xu through thick and thin. Brother Xu is being so stingy. How annoying. Enough already, guys. Let's play cards. 1-3. Beat that. I'll go with a 2. Alright, how do we play? I want the royal flush. Meanwhile, Xu Xing had arrived at the border patrol office. The patrol officer he'd met earlier was now giving the three who'd snuck off a verbal warning. Pointing at them with undisguised anger, he scolded. How many times has the government warned you? Beware of scams. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why won't you listen? The trio hung their heads in shame, not daring to utter a word in response. What infuriated the patrol officer even more was that they had delayed Xu Xing's business. After all, Xu Xing's time was extremely precious. Little did they know, this very incident would plant a major plot point for Xu Xing. After completing the registration formalities, another patrol officer addressed Xu Xing. Alright, thanks for your help, Brother Xu. We still need to complete a registration here. Oh, sure. Xu Xing put down his phone, stepped forward, and began filling out the forms. Soon, the paperwork was completed. The patrol officer said, "Thanks for your help. We're done here and are now contacting the family." Xu Xing nodded slightly and asked, "Is there a restroom?" Chapter 140, Prosper first, then lead others to prosperity. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Just had to use the restroom. After a brief pause, the livestream feed came back online. The stream finally resumed. Viewers had waited over 10 minutes for Xu Xing's belated return. The viewers were clearly dissatisfied. The chat quickly filled with complaints and frustration. "Hey, Xu, you took way too long in the bathroom." Yeah. I could have handled it in 3 minutes. Gotta say, Brother Xu's got real character actually escorting them all the way here. Bro, what happened to them in the end? Yeah, how did you handle it in the end? Xu Xing spoke up. Sorry, everyone, for wasting your time. The viewers didn't hold it against him. The exploration within Xu Xing's livestream was about to begin anew. Xu Xing contemplated his next move. Launching an attack on Yashuan's glorious ecosystem at this stage would be far too bold. After some deliberation, Xu Xing announced, "Everyone, we can't rush the assault on Yashuan's shared prosperity zone, that is, P-Park. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Moreover, based on current intelligence, the enemy has even acquired weapons capable of harming Pokémon. However, our current intelligence does not provide details on the specifics of this enemy situation. Therefore, if possible, it would be best to uncover the enemy's true nature before launching an assault on the Axian Prosperity Circle." As Xu Xing pondered this while walking through the forest, the sacred swordsman suddenly emerged from the woods. Surprised by the scene before him, Xu Xing was addressed by the leader, Gupa Luong. "Traveler, have you come to this forest seeking Zeraora?" Xu Xing nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely why I came." Gopaluan continued. "I can provide you with information about it." Hearing this, Xu Xing didn't react with the excitement one might expect. Instead, he asked calmly, "Speak. What do you want in return?" Xu Xing's standing in Gopaluan's estimation rose slightly. This youth before him surpassed ordinary people in both temperament and courage. At the same time, it reaffirmed its choice was correct. The Holy Sword Knights exchanged glances before slowly stating, "Drive out the intruders." Intruders? Xu Xing pondered these 3 words. Could they be referring to the Yashuan Co-Prosperity Sphere? But judging by the 3 statements, the Yashuan Ecological Co-Prosperity Circle had existed for a very, very long time. If anyone could be called invaders, it would be the Holy Swordsmen themselves. Xu Xing asked, "What invaders?" Gopaluan replied, "They're a group of meticulously prepared individuals, fully armed with advanced weaponry. There are 3 batches in total. One arrived slightly earlier, while the other 2 arrived yesterday. Though they possess Pokeballs, they bear no resemblance to trainers. Their treatment of Pokemon is extremely crude." Xu Xing translated Gopaluan's words for the livestream audience. The sacred swordsman before him detected nothing unusual, only noticing Xu Xing muttering to himself as he pondered the situation. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers were absolutely blown away. People with Pokeballs in full gear in the forest. They were clearly targeting Pokemon. If left unchecked, who knows what kind of havoc they might wreak in the forest. Viewers flooded the chat, urging Xu Xing to get up and deal with this group. At that moment, after a flurry of thoughts, Xu Xing had figured everything out. Their arrival coincided with the day Xu Xing officially announced the forest, and they possessed Pokeballs that hadn't been publicly released for long. There was no doubt this group was after him too. The weapons capable of harming Pokemon must be on their persons. Moreover, Gupa Lu's suggestion was a 2-for-1 solution. Not only could it eliminate these individuals harboring unwarranted intentions toward him, but also provide clues about Zeraora. Xu Xing immediately agreed. "Alright, I agree." With his mind made up, Xu Xing addressed the Holy Sword Knights. Not only that special forces unit that suddenly appeared in the forest to wreak havoc, but also the entire facility hidden within this Yashuan forest. I intend to clean up every last bit of it. Xu Xing's words carried the air of an incorruptible inspector, as if he were about to overhaul the entire forest. The live stream viewers were fired up. Holy crap! Only Brother Xu could pull this off. What a righteous move! Bro Xu is coming to clean up the Yashuan forest. Trouble's brewing for whoever's hiding in there. Only Brother Xu could pull this off, taking down the forest itself. Exactly. This is when we need Brother Xu. Hey, what's this Xerneas thing? They mentioned it earlier. Yeah. What the heck is this Xerneas? Not another mythical beast, is it? Xu Xing sighed softly. Nothing more than a single thought to save all living beings. Yet the holy swordsman looked utterly bewildered. The Yashuan Forest Symbiosis Circle? What's that? Clearly, this touched upon a blind spot in the holy swordsman's knowledge. Xu Xing began explaining the Yashuan Co-Prosperity Ecological Circle in detail. After relaying Pei Qian's words verbatim, the Pokémon pondered for a moment before replying. We have seen some mercenary-like groups before, but they always vanish quickly, leaving only fleeting traces. So this Yashuan Symbiosis Circle is the first we've heard of. Still, if such an organization exists within the forest, we can't just ignore it. Let's eliminate them together. Xu Xing chuckled. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Xu Xing was secretly delighted, not merely because the addition of the Holy Swordsman had significantly boosted their combat strength. More importantly, the Holy Swordsman's arrival had profoundly refined his entire plan. Xu Xing said. To be honest, I already have a plan. Go Paluang paused slightly. Oh? The traveler might share it. Delakian suggested. Why not head straight to our training grounds? Let's study it thoroughly. Xu Xing nodded in agreement, following the Pokémon toward the Holy Swordsman's base. Yashuan Ecological Symbiosis Zone. Remember our mission? There's only one. Kill him. Mawen bellowed, his voice echoing over Xu Xing's photo displayed on the large screen behind him. In the small meeting room, aside from Mawen's furious roar, only the echoing sounds from Xu Xing's livestream filled the space. The others looked at Xu Xing with utter contempt. After all, Xu Xing was just an ordinary person, yet he dared to declare he would reform the Yashuan Ecological Co-Prosperity Circle. They wondered what gave him the confidence. Was it just because he had a few beasts? The members of the Yashuan Ecological Symbiosis Circle felt no fear toward these beasts. They had clashed with the beasts several times before, and while casualties were indeed high, but they had also slain numerous beasts. Besides, with the support of the pretty country's special forces, ordinary people are nothing to be concerned about. Ma Wen continued. In our Yashuan Ecological Co-Prosperity Circle, we believe in collective prosperity, first enriching ourselves to lift others up. Rest assured. I won't shortchange a single soul. P.S. Dear patrons, I'm forever grateful for your support. I've been writing non-stop these past few days. Please spare me a little pity and toss some gold tickets my way. 3,000 gold tickets means extra chapters tomorrow. Join our update request group below. All patrons welcome. Chapter 141, Soaring to New Heights. In the conference room, the other cadres paid no attention to Xu Xing. Just some nobody trying to stir up trouble? Ma Wen roared at the crowd's apathy. Snap out of it, you lot. The Hammer Regiment was wiped out because of that brat. His words finally roused a faint flicker of alertness among the officers. But the majority remained cynical and sarcastic. The Hammer Mercenary Corps, with their privileged status, had often looked down on others in Sector P. Seeing the mercenary group wiped out today, the crowd was actually gloating. Seeing their lax attitudes, Ma Wen delivered one final shot of motivation. Whoever takes this man down, I'll step down the very next day and hand over the zone chief position to you. The statement sent shockwaves through the cadre ranks. Luo Hua stood up, his face frozen in disbelief. Boss, have you lost your mind? Ma Wen replied calmly, no. Whoever takes him out becomes the boss. Smack. Wang Onlu slammed his fist on the table. Why the hell should I? Wang Onlu was a burly man. His combat skills were average, but he had always excelled at managing the park. He had been the most likely candidate to inherit the facility, but now, with this sudden incident, his position was instantly jeopardized. But Ma Wen couldn't afford to dwell on that now. As long as Xu Xing died, he could take his daughter and leave this hellhole for good. As long as Xu Xing died, he'd be free. He wanted to escape. He needed to escape. Ma Wen pointed at him. The past is the past, and the present is the present. My rules are my rules. After uttering these words, Ma Wen roared angrily. Dismissed. Keep a close eye on Xu Xing's livestream. Luo Hua patted Wang Onlu on the shoulder, not to console him, but to say, bro, you're done for. Normally, Wang Onlu relied on his technical skills and strong management abilities. And being favored by the boss, who believed he was a shoe-in for the P-Park director position. This arrogance had earned him numerous enemies. He had essentially alienated all four top cadres. With this new rule in place, his competitiveness was now the weakest. Whoever took the park director position next would undoubtedly target him first. Wang Onlu's voice trembled. Brother Luo, Brother Luo. Luo Hua patted Wang Onlu's shoulder with a sarcastic tone. Hey, don't call me Brother Luo. Just call me Little Luo. At that moment, Wang Onlu's heart sank completely. Meanwhile, Xu Xing had become the coveted prize everyone in the park wanted to get their hands on. Within the Holy Swordsman's stronghold. Deep within the Yasen rainforest lay a highly concealed stronghold. This was the stronghold of the Holy Swordsman. The four Holy Swordsmen lived here daily, and Keldeo also trained relentlessly under his master's guidance within these walls. Xu Xing sat down on a stone slab as Bai Lijian offered several fruits before him. Faced with their hospitality, Xu Xing didn't hesitate and was about to take a bite. Suddenly, Pokémon leapt out of its Pokeball. Poke! Pikachu's voice remained as defiant as ever. It charged toward the berries on the ground and immediately began devouring them with gusto. Xu Xing gently tapped Pokebee on the head. Sorry, this little one was just born. The other Pokemon chuckled. A newborn Pokemon this bold? This was indeed rare. Xu Xing took the opportunity to release Charizard as well. Both Pokemon were in their juvenile forms, so at least they'd have company. Gulbit then spoke up. Xu Xing, about your plan I'd like to hear the details. Xu Xing nodded. I know the location of the Axon Ecological Symbiosis Circle. Once night falls, we'll launch a surprise attack while the enemy isn't prepared. Garapulong nodded. That's it? Xu Xing replied. That's it. They're just humans. At most, they have rifles. Those weapons are nothing to Pokemon. The sacred swordsmen exchanged glances. The plan sounded far more slapdash than they'd imagined. Xu Xing continued. To be honest, I know a secret passage. At these words, all the Pokemon's gazes instantly converged on Xu Xing. It all began with Lucario. Lucario had once lived in the Yashuan forest alongside a young Leafeon. One day, the two Pokemon discovered their home had been taken over by mercenaries. They plundered all of Lucario and Leafeon's food supplies. They also completely destroyed the cozy nest where the two lived. Lucario wanted to let it go, but the little Leafeon couldn't swallow his pride. One night, while Lucario slept, the young Leafeon secretly ventured out to seek revenge on those humans. Using its keen sense of smell, Newtwo found the Yashuan Gongrong Ecological Park. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, he dug a hole and entered the park. This very tunnel was the one Pei Qian and the others had discovered as an escape route from the facility. But how could an immature, weak Pokemon possibly stand a chance against humans? Soon, after several twists and turns, little Leafeon found itself at the mercy of its enemies. The next morning, Lucario awoke to find little Leafeon missing. Immediately, he followed the scent to the P Park area. At that moment, Lucario knew the young Leafeon inside the facility was likely in grave danger. Just as Lucario prepared to seek justice for little Leafeon, an army suddenly arrived. This well-trained military unit operated with professional precision. Without hesitation, they wiped out the entire facility. Though it appeared the entire facility had been taken over, Lucario, possessing the power of superconductivity, understood. This was merely a diversion by the park's inhabitants. Fully aware of the situation, Lucario chose to approach the humans proactively. He intended to relay this information, but unexpectedly, the military unit encountered a devastating tragedy. Several of the commander's men had perished at the hands of Pokemon. Consumed by rage, he captured Lucario. That commander was none other than Linguabiao. And that is the entire story of Lucario. Inside the Huaxia military base. After hearing the full account, everyone felt it was all fate. But Linguabiao was now consumed by self-reproach. He spoke slowly. If only I had listened to Lucario back then, we might have wiped out this entire facility in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Yuhu felt even more embarrassed. After all, it was his carelessness that had caused the entire situation. Wang Tianyang offered comfort. No one is perfect. Besides, Lucario hasn't held it against you. Don't dwell on it. Lin Guobiao nodded. As the head of a nation's military, the thought that his dereliction of duty had forced an entire facility into committing such atrocities filled him with profound guilt. But thankfully, Xu Xing was here now. Simultaneously, doubts began to surface in Lin Guobiao's mind. With the situation being live-streamed, those enemies were undoubtedly watching his broadcast as well. Which meant everything about Xu Xing might already be known to the enemy. Yet Xu Xing on the screen seemed completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Seeing this, Lin Guobiao took out his phone and sent Xu Xing a message, a rare move for him. Chapter 142, Kiggled. Brother Xu, your livestream is likely being monitored by the enemy at every moment. Better to be cautious. Lin Guobiao said only these two sentences, yet Xu Xing on the screen continued chatting with the Holy Sword Knights. He paid no attention to Lin Guobiao's message. Lin Guobiao didn't press further. If Xu Xing was that confident, he must have his own plan. Within the Yashuan forest, Lucario had already leaped out of its Pokeball, and the Holy Swordsmen were now fully aware of what had happened to it. The Holy Swordsman deeply sympathized with Lucario's ordeal. Viewers in the livestream chat expressed deep regret, though to them, this dog had only recently joined the team. But since it had been chosen by Xu Xing, it was naturally family now. Wah! Lucario's suffering is just too brutal. These humans are utterly depraved. They deserve to be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning. Yeah. Lucario. Trust us. We're good people. Not all humans are bad. Exactly. Everyone here is a good person. Only those people are the bad ones. Is that Leafeon Lucario's pre-evolution form? Cobalian's voice trembled as he added. Brother Lucario. We will avenge you. Turning to the others, it declared, there's no time to waste. Let's go. Clearly, Keldeo was utterly outraged by the situation. Garchomp spoke calmly. Hold your horses. Here's Xu Xing's plan first. Xu Xing nodded slightly and continued. In that case, we can split into two groups. As he spoke, Xu Xing used a twig to sketch a diagram on the ground. Go Palwan leads the sacred swordsman to strike from the rear, while I take the Pokemon to invade from the front. We'll form a pincer movement, overwhelming the enemy in one decisive push. Garupa nodded steadily. This plan seemed sound. At the same time, he slowly spoke up. Xu Xing, I believe we should act swiftly on this plan. We can't let them continue destroying the ecology of the Yashuan forest. Xu Xing nodded slightly. Spotting a flicker of concern in Gopalu Wang's eyes, he volunteered. Tonight? At this, the holy swordsman stirred. Agreed. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing said. We'll reconnect tonight. I'll send the signal precisely at 11. The moment it appears, launch the lightning strike on the compound. With Xu Xing's assurance, the holy swordsman said no more. Xu Xing rose to take his leave, unwilling to waste a single moment. Securing intelligence on enemy weaponry before the nighttime operation would be invaluable for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. But Xu Xing didn't reach for it, pretending nothing had happened. He continued walking through the woods. Before he could take 2 steps, a green, worm-like creature suddenly appeared before him. Xu Xing's pupils dilated sharply. What luck! He had actually encountered Kiggled. No mistake. The Pokemon before him was none other than Kiggled. Xu Xing took 2 steps closer, leaving his livestream viewers utterly bewildered. Up until now, every Pokemon he'd encountered at least resembled something like a cow or a snake. But this little creature before him was practically a single-celled organism. Yet the look in Xu Xing's eyes suggested he'd struck gold. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream chat started asking. Xu, what kind of Pokemon is this? Yeah. Look at that gleam in your eyes, you're practically drooling. Xu Xing took 2 steps closer, his full attention now fixed on the Kiggled. But something seemed off with Gigarimo this time. As Xu Xing moved closer, Kiggled suddenly spoke up. Don't! At that moment, tens of millions of viewers in the livestream were stunned. Immediately, a tidal wave of comments flooded the chat. Huh? Did I just hear that wrong? Did he actually speak? I think I heard a Pokemon speak too. This can't be real. It has to be fake. Damn, I must be half asleep. How could this be? Pokemon can't possibly talk. Holy. It's possessed. It can talk. This is way too freaky. A single-celled organism just spoke. This is ing wrong. Not just the livestream viewers, military high command across nations were all frozen in shock. But Xu Xing remained calm as he slowly explained. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. The Pokemon before us is named Giratina, it's also a legendary Pokemon. Xu Xing even felt a bit embarrassed to mention it was a legendary Pokemon. After all, since arriving in the Yashuan forest, he'd encountered 6 Pokemon, 5 of them legendary. Xu Xing gently approached Gigarimo, only then noticing a deep crimson wound on the little creature's abdomen. Xu Xing channeled the power of the evergreen to begin healing the little creature. He kept reassuring it. It's okay. Don't be afraid. As Xu Xing treated Garchomp, a new question surfaced in his mind. This is Z-God. The legendary Z-God. How could he sustain such an injury? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Xu Xing quickly added. In the Pokemon world, there are indeed some Pokemon that can speak. It's rare, but not impossible. Take the sacred swordsman we encountered earlier, they could all speak. They can actually speak, but it's more like a form of telepathic communication. That's why most people can't hear them, so don't be too shocked. At this moment, some viewers in the livestream chat no longer cared whether he could speak. Instead, they began questioning the Pokemon's behavior. This is a legendary? So Sugu means this tiny thing that looks like a bug and is smaller than my palm is a legendary? LOL, this thing is a legendary? Then my Banette must be the legendary of legends. Exactly. What a load of bull. If this is a legendary, then what am I, an EV? Let's be real, this little thing probably can't even beat a Piku. Exactly. A puny little thing claiming to be a legendary? I can only say it's utterly worthless. Honestly, I remember the previous sacred swordsmen were already pretty underwhelming as legendary Pokemon, but who knew there could be something even more underwhelming? Not a single viewer in the livestream gave this little guy any respect. Little did they know that when it unleashed its fury, even Xu Xing would have no choice but to run for his life. But what puzzled Xu Xing was why this little creature bore such severe wounds. Upon closer inspection, the creature's belly was actually pink. Meaning this Kiggled was a Z1. But what about Z2? Before Xu Xing could ponder further, a deafening roar erupted from the surrounding area. Xu Xing froze momentarily before springing into alertness. This commotion was far beyond what ordinary Pokemon could produce. Chapter 143, Surrounded. From the surrounding bushes came a faint rustling sound. Soon after, the earth itself began to rumble faintly, as if the entire ground was trembling. Hey, this isn't right. Xu Xing sensed trouble and scooped up Gigarimo, ready to make a quick escape. Clearly, this commotion wasn't caused by ordinary Pokémon.
The moment Xu Xing stood up, he found himself surrounded by countless people and Pokémon. The livestream viewers were thrown into chaos, stunned by this sudden turn of events.
What the hell? What's going on? I feel like a million eyes are staring at us. My spine just went cold. Are we surrounded? Relax, Xu has a legendary Pokémon, right? What other Pokémon could possibly harm a legendary? True, everyone just relax. Relax, relax. Yeah. Forget about Pokémon. The stream chat suddenly fell silent. Slowly drifting out of the forest was a dark blue Pokémon. This Pokémon was entirely dark blue, covered in black fur, but the most striking feature was undoubtedly its 3 heads. His heads were positioned in the center and on either side of his hands, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. It was a 3-headed dragon. The viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned by this bizarre creature. Holy, what the hell is this thing? Is this even a Pokémon? This doesn't look like a Pokémon at all. 3 heads? WTF. My sanity's plummeting watching this. This is way too bizarre. Streamer, this damn thing is way too bizarre. I can't handle this first time seeing such a bizarre Pokémon. Turns out, the Pokémon world isn't just weird, it's beyond weird. Now we have 3-headed creatures. Will we ever see a 10-headed Pokémon? But Xu Xing was already bracing for battle. This 3-headed dragon clearly wasn't going to be easy to handle. Moreover, it was clear this wasn't the only Pokémon lurking nearby. The next moment, countless Skarmory emerged from the thick grass. These Houndoom sported thick, curved horns, mouths that seemed to be perpetually pouting, and tails that whipped back and forth like whips. The Heracross herd appeared incredibly lean and muscular even from a distance. Their well-defined muscles were clearly visible. At that moment, the surrounding area was swarming with over a dozen Skarmory. The pack of Riperers, led by the 3-headed dragon, now stared intently at Xu Xing. No, to be precise, they were staring intently at the Kiggled in Xu Xing's hand. Xu Xing looked down and asked, "Are they here for you?" Kiggled immediately defended himself. These guys clearly stole other Pokemon's food first. Xu Xing nodded. Since Kiggled wasn't at fault, it was best to help him out now. Alright, get into my backpack. Though he wasn't sure if Kiggled was telling the truth. But Xu Xing knew that if he left this little guy here now, his fate would be grim. Viewers in the livestream were stunned to see Kiggled being placed into Xu Xing's backpack first. Holy crap? What's going on, Xu? You have a legendary Pokemon but you're not using it? You're just letting it hide in your backpack? Those big black dogs right in front of us don't look like ordinary Pokemon. Bro, this doesn't seem right. Yeah, even if you took them on one by one, you couldn't handle this many Pokemon. Bro, of all the strategies, running is the best. Don't overthink it, just make your escape. Run? How the hell do we run in this situation? We're surrounded by black dogs. At that moment, Xu Xing's mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. Surveying his surroundings, countless Rhyperior had already surrounded Xu Xing. He could escape by abandoning his backpack, but doing so would surely mean a grim fate for Kiggled. Xu's heart tightened. Forget it. Bankaras. With a furious roar, Banakoras burst forth from its pokeball. Its aura radiated overwhelming power as it glared with savage ferocity. Banette slowly surveyed its surroundings, only to find countless Houndoom glaring at it with predatory eyes. These Darkrai were equally hot-tempered, showing no fear even when facing Banette. The 3-headed dragon even advanced a few steps in excitement. It seemed they already considered Banette as their prize. Facing this scene, Banagiras felt nothing but exhilaration. He, Bagon, had chosen the right side. This was the life he craved. What fun was beating up an Alakazam day in and day out? He, Banette, intended to battle every Pokemon under the sun. Meanwhile, Xu Xing merely cautioned. Bankaras, are you sure you can handle this? Banky. Xu Xing hesitated no longer, leaping onto Bagon's back. Water EV followed suit immediately. Run. Bankaras nodded without hesitation. He knew he might be fine facing such a large number of Dark Lugias. But as an ordinary human, Xu Xing was another matter entirely. Bankaras let out a roar, and then a phantom seemed to materialize from his body. That phantom form resembled a massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, now snarling relentlessly at the front. With that gaping maw of razor-sharp teeth, it forged a bloody path through the swarm of Darkrai. Witnessing this spectacle, the 3-headed dragon showed no mercy. All 3 massive heads charged their power simultaneously, then unleashed flames from every mouth. Transforming into ferocious fire dragons, they charged towards Xu Xing. Count on you, Water EV. Water EV unleashed a water dragon in defiance. It met the triple-headed dragon's fiery breath head-on. The collision of water and fire produced an intense cloud of steam. In an instant, the surrounding grove was enveloped in a white haze, forming a natural protective barrier. Meanwhile, Banette relied on sheer brute strength to break through the Haruga horde. The live stream viewers erupted in cheers. Watching the fleeing Black Lugia players, they gloated. Oh dear, looks like this isn't working either. Whatever. With so many of them, I thought they'd be tougher.
It's not about numbers, but quality.
That saying is embodied right here. You gotta admit, Banette really gives off that rock-solid sense of security. Exactly. I'm definitely catching a Banette as my Pokemon someday.
Xu Xing secretly rejoiced at his narrow escape.
He had to admit, the sense of security Bancaras provided was truly unmatched. Its immense physique paired with an incredibly bold personality. In adverse situations, this Banette is the one to rely on. But if faced with an absolute crisis, then it's the EV in his hands that he'll rely on. Xu Xing patted Bancaras on the head. Well done, Banagiras. Then he gave his water EV a pat. You too, truly outstanding. Just then, Jengar suddenly poked its head out of the backpack, watching Xu Xing as he sank into thought. P.S. Thanks for your support, everyone. I'm cranking out chapters daily. If we hit 3,300 gold tickets tomorrow, I'll add an extra update. Join the update request group 105-356-1973. Chapter 144, The Forest Destroyer. Looking at Kigold's little head, Xu Xing couldn't help but ask. What happened? How did you end up with so many black Lugias chasing you? Kigold's gaze drifted. Just a little misunderstanding. Anyway, let's go check out the Pokemon over there, shall we? Over there? Kigold crawled out of Xu Xing's backpack and jumped onto Banagras's head. Left turn, left turn. Banette gave the little Gigot a sideways glance and ignored it.
In Bagon's eyes, only Xu Xing's words commanded obedience. No one else stood a chance, let alone a Pokemon.
The viewers in the livestream chat were also quite dissatisfied. He's a legendary Pokemon. He hid perfectly during the earlier battle. Now that the battle's over, he's already giving orders. Holy crap, Xu, you just saved some random dude? Yeah. Seriously, is this little guy really a legendary? Doesn't feel divine at all. The person above is talking nonsense. If it can talk, doesn't that mean it has psychic powers? This is a talking Pokemon, after all. True, cells that can speak would be a monumental discovery in biology. I could take on 100 of these legendaries. Seeing the situation, Xu Xing patted Banette's head. Let's listen to it.
Upon hearing Xu Xing's words, Banette slowly turned its head. Seeing Banacaras gradually shift direction, Kigold wore a smug look.
Xu Xing sighed inwardly. At this rate, he'd saved the very ancestor of this creature. But with things having come to this, he could only follow the little creature's lead and ask what exactly was going on. Inside the US military base, Wells sat with his legs crossed, watching the footage on the screen. Earlier, he had already briefed everyone on Xu Xing's operational plan. All they needed to do was wait until nightfall to execute the plan. What pleased Wells even more than Xu Xing's plan being exposed. What mattered more was Xu Xing's reaction when confronted by the Pokemon horde. Xu Xing had not chosen to fight but had fled directly. This clearly demonstrated that even Xu Xing would be unable to withstand overwhelming firepower. He had already struggled against dozens of Pokemon earlier. And now the Falcon Special Forces had nearly one Pokemon per person. Some even had two, meaning at least 40 Pokemon would be pursuing Xu Xing shortly. Moreover, the objective now was not to capture him alive, but to kill Xu Xing. Killing and capturing alive were entirely different concepts. 40 Pokemon, 30 elite soldiers armed with anti-magic bullets, and the full firepower support of the entire P-Zone. Wells chuckled softly. Xu Xing, still wandering on the screen, had no idea what kind of storm was about to hit him. Just then, an event notification popped up on the screen. Wells raised his hand, signaling for the display to zoom in immediately. The screen showed Rudy and two other team members encountering a Pokemon. Rudy, meticulous yet bold, kept venturing deeper into the dense forest. He'd seen every kind of small Pokemon imaginable, even encountering several snakes that were absurdly large. Yet he had yet to encounter a Pokemon truly worthy of his admiration. The Pokemon before him, however, left him somewhat astonished. As the air grew colder in the deep forest, a Pokemon stood upright on two legs, emerging from the grass. Its body was predominantly black, with a tail split into two segments of vivid red. Instead of 5 fingers, its hands were silver white claws. Though not particularly tall, it radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. This Pokemon was none other than Tyranitar. Rudy placed his hands behind his back and took a half step backward. A teammate nearby visibly grew impatient. Boss, we finally. Shut up. Rudy growled softly, and the teammate instantly fell silent. Rudy knew he couldn't afford to panic when facing a Pokemon. Stepping back, he asked, would you like to become my Pokemon? Nidoking stared warily ahead, hesitant to make any sudden moves. Rudy continued to reassure it. I mean you no harm. I'm just here in the forest to find a Pokemon that belongs to me. You're the most beautiful Pokemon I've ever seen. What's your name? Rest assured, we won't harm you. Under Rudy's persistent reassurances, Nira gradually relaxed, miraculously beginning to inch closer to him. But what Rudy didn't know was that his hands, tucked behind his back, weren't idle. He was loading his pistol. Rudy continued. I have plenty of food here. If you're willing to become my Pokemon, all this food is yours. Would you like to become my Pokémon?
As he spoke, Rudy drew his pistol and aimed it at the Nidoking before him.
Facing the dark muzzle, Nira instantly realized the threat and tried to flee.
But Rudy wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away.
He didn't fire immediately.
Instead, he paused for a second to confirm Nira's jumping direction before pulling the trigger.
Bang!
A bullet worth a staggering 500,000 pretty coins shot out at breakneck speed.
It struck Nira squarely in the calf.
Nira, who had just leaped high into the air, was knocked straight down by the impact.
Reload. Move.
Rudy immediately ordered his two teammates to reload, then the trio closed in while keeping their sights fixed on Nira.
With its leg wounded, Nira helplessly knelt to the ground.
Rudy whispered,
"Resist, and I'll break your arms too."
With that, he pulled out a pokeball and tossed it toward Nira. The pokeball struck Nira squarely, yet its stubborn will refused to yield.
In an instant, it exploded from the pokeball.
The pokeball itself was rendered useless.
Rudy's expression darkened.
He knew they were each equipped with only 5 pokeballs. Each one used meant one less, and now this Nira dared to defy them. Fury surged through him, and he stomped down hard on Nira's injured leg.
Nidoking. The intense pain made Nira roar in agony. Rudy continued. "Follow me, or die." The second pokeball was thrown.
This time, without incident, Nira was captured after a few shakes. Seeing this, the others finally lowered their weapons.
Rudy picked up the pokeball and sneered. "Oomph, that wasn't so hard."
Meanwhile, everything unfolding in this small forest was observed by a green, cell-like creature. Suddenly, a team member in the distance seemed to notice this detail.
He approached slowly, studying the detail for a moment.
Then he raised the butt of his rifle high and struck the cell with a fierce blow.
In the next instant, the cell shattered into pieces and dissipated into the woods. Watching the entire scene unfold, Charek was overjoyed.
"Ah, that's the Special Forces squad for you. They really know how to handle things." But Wells beside him wore no smile. His meticulous mind furrowed at Rudy's approach. Before long, the screen cut to another location. His direct disciple, Zack, had also encountered a Pokémon.
And not just one Pokémon too.
These two Pokémon didn't look like creatures to be trifled with.
Chapter 145, Weasel Slash. Zack and his two teammates were currently lying in wait within the grass.
All 3 eyes were fixed on the scene ahead, not daring to make a sound.
Before them, 2 Pokémon were locked in a battle.
One resembled a mongoose, entirely snow-white with crimson markings. Its forepaws were also covered in vivid red, giving it an intimidating presence. At that moment, the mongoose's fur stood on end, its body poised for battle as it stared intently at its opponent.
Opposite it stood a colossal serpent nearly 3 meters long.
Yet this serpent was clearly no ordinary creature. Its razor-sharp fangs were grotesquely exaggerated, and its tail was as sharp as a blade.
This Pokémon was none other than the spoon snake. These two Pokémon belonged to a family feud, with friction arising between their ancestors for generations. Without exaggeration, the moment your ferret hawk catches the scent of a rice spoon snake in the air, it will instantly go into combat mode. The two Pokémon stood locked in tense standoff, neither daring to make a move. Far away, Wells, unaware of these two Pokémon, waved his fingers and summoned 100 sports cars for Xu Xing, bombarding him with questions. Unfortunately, Xu Xing seemed to have missed it and didn't respond. Wells sighed softly. Without intelligence, Zack would simply have to leave it to fate. Deep within the jungle, Zack narrowed his eyes, observing the scene before him. What were these two Pokémon up to? Were they about to battle? The air hung heavy with silence. The next moment, the snow-white weasel leap lunged toward the spoon snake. Facing the weasel's attack, the snake seemed to show no mercy either, opening its gaping maw to strike back. Watching the two Pokémon battle, a team member beside him said, "Boss, we should get out of here fast. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire of these Pokémon." Another teammate immediately chimed in. "Yeah, boss. These two Pokémon look pretty tough." Zack sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes gleaming. Shut up. He knew this was a golden opportunity. Seize the moment, Zack assessed the situation. Given the current state of the battle, Weezing clearly held the upper hand. But Zack didn't rush to act, he kept observing. Soon, as the battle intensified, the momentum shifted. The once dominant Weasel gradually fell behind, firmly suppressed by the spoon snake. Moreover, the rice spoon snake had already coiled tightly around Cat Weasel. Judging by the situation, Cat Weasel had almost no chance of turning the tide. Seeing this, Zack finally acted without hesitation. He drew his pistol and loaded it with anti-beast bullets. His two teammates couldn't help but gasp. But Zack simply ordered, "Stay put." With that, he charged out of the forest, pistol in hand. The rice spoon snake was visibly startled by this sudden human intrusion. But the battle-hardened creature, seeing the pistol in Zack's hand, immediately raised its tail high. The rat snake's tail was like a blade, bullets couldn't pierce it. Zack smiled faintly and pulled the trigger. The magic beast bullet roared toward the rice spoon snake. The spoon snake's supremely confident tail shattered instantly. The bullet pierced straight through the tail and into the snake's body. The overwhelming shock and agony instantly drained the spoonbill snake of its strength. But the mongoose didn't show mercy just because the spoon snake was in pain. Its claws gathered power with a fierce thrust. Then it carved 5 more vividly crimson wounds into the spoon snake. Seeing the dire situation, the rice spoon snake immediately fled. Watching the fleeing rat snake, the mongoose did not pursue. Instead, it turned its gaze toward its savior. Zack had already sheathed his weapon. "Are you okay?" The mongoose nodded slightly. Had Zack not intervened just now, he likely would have suffocated to death. Zack stepped forward boldly. "Will you become my Pokémon? I won't let anyone bully you again." The weasel cat hesitated only briefly before accepting. Zack produced a Pokeball and the weasel gently touched it, entering the sphere. The 2 teammates immediately emerged from the grass. "Awesome, boss. You actually caught a Pokémon." The other team member also flattered him. Yeah. With this Pokémon, that Xu Xing is nothing." Zack nodded slightly, reaching for his walkie-talkie to speak when suddenly his eyes lit up. He walked over to a tree and saw a green, cell-like object hanging from its branches. Realizing it wasn't a Pokémon, he felt a slight pang of disappointment before carefully placing the green cell-like object on the ground. Zack picked up his walkie-talkie and continued. "Everyone, report your Pokémon capture status." Within the Yashuan forest, Xu Xing sat atop a net, following Gigarimo's commands as they roamed the forest. Suddenly, 100 sports cars appeared in the livestream feed, sending a cold sweat down Xu Xing's back. Earlier, he had typed a few words on the chat screen. "Charity stream. No gifts, please." He'd even specifically instructed Xiao He not to accept gifts, but he couldn't stop the enthusiastic viewers from occasionally sending some. But seeing 100 sports cars appear at once was a first. Immediately after, the user inquired. "Hey Sue. I just encountered 2 Pokémon battling. One's white with a mongoose-like body and red fur. The other looks snake-like but has a tail sharp as a blade." After a moment's thought, Xu Xing replied. "Sorry, I missed your comment earlier. You've encountered 2 Pokémon, Sandile and Snivy. These 2 are sworn enemies. They'll start fighting the moment they meet." Xu Xing actually didn't want to reply to this comment, given the huge secret he was carrying. But if someone got hurt because of Pokémon, the consequences could be severe. After much deliberation, he replied to the comment. The viewers in the livestream chat erupted in confusion. Long-standing rivals? What does that even mean? Do Pokémon have enemies? Love-hate relationships between Pokémon? How fascinating. Long-standing feud? That means this hatred has been going on for ages, right? But Pokémon have only been around for a few months. Ah, you just don't get it. Some creatures only live for days. Maybe this Pokémon is like that. Sounds so mysterious. Can the person above post a photo? Exactly. Pokémon content is getting more open now. Photos can even be posted on Douyin. Generational feud, got it. Geodude and Golem must be like that too. No matter what the commenter said, the person who posted that comment never spoke again. But his top spot on the livestream's online leaderboard proved he was still there. Before Xu Xing could think further, he heard Gigarimo suddenly shout. "Stop! Stop! We're here!" Chapter 146, The Little White-Eyed Wolf. Bankaras came to an abrupt halt. Kiggled suddenly yelled to stop. Xu Xing slowly looked around. Where is this? All around them, weeds grew thick and wild, as if overrun by Pokémon. Kiggled leaped off Banajiras and led Xu Xing down a narrow, secluded path. The path was so narrow that even Xu Xing had to stoop to walk through it, let alone Banchuras. If Banette wanted to follow, it had to push aside the surrounding branches and leaves. While this did allow passage, the environmental damage caused was undeniable. Unable to bear it, Xu Xing recalled Banchilas back into its Pokeball. Gerald urged impatiently from ahead. Hurry up! Hurry up! Xu Xing nodded in agreement and sped forward with EV. Observing this Jengar, Xu Xing couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Man, I really saved some old geezer. Kiggled beamed with pride. Oomph, oomph. After following this little darling for a while, the path ahead soon opened up. The cramped space suddenly felt spacious. Yet before Xu Xing's eyes, a scene of utter desolation quickly unfolded. Within a small Pokemon camp, as if struck by some catastrophe, every little creature on the floor bore injuries of varying severity. The once familiar camp was now barely recognizable. The ground was pitted with craters of all shapes and sizes. Branches and leaves lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. The inhabitants here were mostly weak Pokemon Charmander, Drowsy, and even a Pinsir. Yet every single one bore the marks of battle. The sight of Xu Xing's arrival caught the Pokemon completely off guard. Yet their expressions quickly changed upon seeing Xu Xing. These vulnerable Pokemon instantly became on high alert upon seeing Xu Xing approach. Each stared intently at Xu Xing. A few of the little ones had even assumed battle stances. This scene made Xu Xing feel both amused and heartbroken. Despite their visible injuries, these Pokemon remained intensely wary of anyone approaching them like an intruder.
The viewers in the livestream were laughing their heads off. Forget their injuries, just seeing these tiny creatures strike such poses was laughable enough. Ha ha ha. How dare these little punks. They actually dare to pull this move on Brother Su. Even if they did, their combined weaknesses probably wouldn't stand a chance against Brother Su. Love what Brother Su said, brave, but their skills are trash. Hey, could you guys stop laughing? These little guys must have suffered some kind of catastrophic disaster. Exactly. People have no sympathy at all. And seeing how terrified these little ones are of Brother Su, I bet the disasters were caused by humans. Indeed, humans are powerless against large Pokémon. But when facing Pokémon that haven't fully evolved yet, their strength is significantly diminished. But even with explanations, the chat couldn't be silenced. Honestly, I bet these little things combined aren't even as big as a Banette's palm. Some viewers' mouths just can't be shut, though they'll never know. Banette started out as just such a tiny Pokémon. Xu Xing, however, had shed his usual smile. Looking at these little creatures, he said. I mean no harm. These little creatures seem to have developed a distrust of humans. No matter how Xu Xing tried to explain, several Pokémon kept their guard up the entire time, never relaxing their vigilance. Xu Xing sighed softly. Hey, Kiggled, you help me out here and say something nice, will you? Kiggled, however, paid him no mind whatsoever, continuing on his way without a second glance. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. What a thankless little savior. Meanwhile, Eevee noticed that these Pokémon didn't seem too thrilled to see Xu Xing or himself. It asked softly, Buru? Xu Xing understood Eevee's meaning. The water Eevee was asking if Xu Xing should leave after all. The others didn't exactly look like they were ready to welcome guests. Xu Xing sighed and shook his head. No. These little ones are all injured. If I leave them like this, they might really. Xu Xing didn't finish his sentence, and Eevee simply nodded obediently. Palu. Xu Xing pondered. Earlier, Kiggled had mentioned a conflict with the Black Lugia. But looking at the wary glances these creatures exchanged, it hardly seemed like they'd clashed with the Black Lugias. But Xu Xing had no time to ponder the truth behind Kiggled's words. The immediate priority was mending relations between the two sides. With that thought, Xu Xing raised his hand, releasing Lucario, Banette, Charizard, Piku, and Snorlax. The sudden appearance of several Pokémon sent the little creatures before him into a state of high alert. Every one of these Pokémon except for Charizard and Piku could easily take down these little creatures. And there were 6 of them. The little creatures across from him instinctively took half a step back. Their momentum visibly weakened. The viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. Whoa! Sugu! You're not going to wipe them all out, are you? Calm down, Su. Stay cool. You can't do that. Yeah, even if you did, these little guys are defenseless. One skill from you would wipe them out instantly. Exactly. Brother Su, even if they don't like you, you can't just wipe them out. Looking at the timid little creatures before him, Xu Xing immediately assigned tasks. Lucario and Banette, go find fresh branches and leaves to build houses for these little ones. Snorlax and Eevee, help clear away the dead branches and leaves on the ground. As for Charizard and Piku, go mingle with those little creatures. Upon hearing this, each Pokémon began fulfilling their duties. Pikachu excitedly patted Cacnea. It turned out their bond had already solidified in the spirit realm. At this moment, Piku was undeniably Charizard's big brother. As for Xu Xing, he joined Shandora and the others in tidying up the fallen branches and leaves scattered across the ground. Gigalith kindly cautioned. Hey, you could have just left. Kiggled's implied meaning was clear. Xu Xing picked up a branch and replied. I just love meddling in other people's business. At the same time, Xu Xing added. You should be able to feel it, right? Kiggled nodded. As a Z-god, how could it not recognize the power of the Eternal? Xu Xing said. If you can sense it, then why not let you heal this little one? Xu Xing was right, each of these little ones bore injuries of varying severity. Pushing through like this was clearly unsustainable. But Kiggled countered. You should focus on finishing what you're doing first. Chapter 147, King Pokebi. Wait, is this Pokebi? Holy crap! Pokebi actually has this kind of talent. Alright, his combat power might be 0, but his command skills are maxed out. He just became the boss. Is Pokemon a gang? So authoritative. 666, no acting required, just straight to boss status. Viewers in the livestream chat gasped at the scene unfolding before them. No, it wasn't just the viewers, even Xu Xing stared at the scene in utter bewilderment. Amidst the small cluster of Pokemon, Pico sat firmly in the center. Charmander massaged its back, while Trico fanned it with a leaf. Chikorita chattered away beside them, seemingly telling a story. At that moment, Piku was nothing short of royalty. Carbide stared blankly at the scene. Noticing that his good friend from the Zhang family was being left out, Piku immediately waved its hand. Charmander hopped over to Carbon's servant and invited him over. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted with comments. Holy crap! This kibble is on point. Feasting on goodies and bringing along Charizard as a sidekick. Never forgetting where he came from. At this moment, Xu Xing had restored the Pokémon arena to its original state. You could even say it had been completely renovated. Pokébee, sitting firmly in the center, raised an eyebrow at Xu Xing. Xu Xing sighed in exasperation. Hurry up and send your minions over one by one. Upon hearing its master's command, Piku wasted no time, dispatching its minions one by one to stand beside Xu Xing. Despite Xu Xing and his team refurbishing this small Pokémon camp, these little creatures still harbored deep-seated resistance toward humans. Under Pokébee's command, however, the Pokémon all came forward one by one to stand before Xu Xing. Facing these injured little ones, Xu Xing used the power of the evergreen to heal them one by one. After receiving Xu Xing's treatment, the Pokémon gradually let down their guard toward him. Xu Xing glanced at the Piku and sighed softly. This Piku was nothing like the cute, gentle creature he'd imagined. It was practically an evil Piku. Xu Xing was speechless. Even the nearby Jengar chimed in. Hey, does this Piku have an evil personality? Xu Xing waved his hand helplessly. Just then, the Popeball suddenly called out to Gigerl twice. Poke! Poke! Kiggle's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You want me to massage your feet? Xu Xing chuckled without responding. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in comments. Yeah. That's Pokébee for you. Turning the world upside down. Awesome. Pokémon commanding a legendary, turns out it's the hidden boss. Man, all I can say is this divine beast has zero class. Pikachu actually dares to push its luck. Pokébee was utterly unrestrained right now, truly embodying the saying, a young bull fears no tiger. Xu Xing inquired. Hey, Kiggled, you said Black Lugia stole your food. You're pulling my leg, right? Kiggled clearly froze for a moment before immediately retorting. No way. How could that be? Why would I lie to you? What would I gain from lying? Seeing Kiggle's flustered state, Xu Xing was at a loss for words. His panic had completely given him away. Xu Xing said slowly, so why did you lie to me? Kiggled only replied. If I hadn't lied to you back then, wouldn't I have been killed by the Hyla family? Xu Xing was speechless. Seriously, dude, you're a legendary Pokémon. Getting killed by a bunch of Black Lugias? That's ridiculous. But Xu Xing didn't press the issue. Instead, she asked, why are they hunting you down? Kiggled blushed and admitted. I stole their food. And the food? I didn't get any, Kiggled admitted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xu Xing was utterly speechless. A first-tier god actually resorting to theft? And worst of all, he hadn't even succeeded. Xu Xing cut straight to the point. Kiggled, you owe me a life. Why should I? Because you did something wrong, and I saved your ass. Fine. Kiggled was rendered speechless. Xu Xing pressed on, then what about this Pokémon territory? Kiggled nodded. That's right. You humans are behind it. A thread of caution immediately formed in Xu Xing's mind. The reason was simple, if humans were responsible for the small territory's destruction, then Kiggled should despise humans. Even if Kiggled had been cornered and sought refuge with Xu Xing at the time, he certainly shouldn't bring Xu Xing back to this den. How was that any different from inviting wolves into the house? Though Xu Xing pondered this question in his mind, he couldn't make sense of why, so he stopped thinking about it. Instead, Xu Xing spoke up. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of humans. But you must understand that in this world, there are good Pokémon and bad Pokémon, just like humans there are good people and bad people. As he spoke, Xu Xing pulled out a pile of berries from his backpack. Upon seeing the berries, Charmander hopped over, picked one up. It then hurried back to Piku and offered the berry. Watching this scene, Xu Xing was utterly speechless. Big brother. What about your 13 slots? You weren't like this in the game. Xu Xing sighed helplessly before addressing the gathered Pokémon. As for those who come to invade you, I will avenge you. Gigalith froze slightly. What do you mean? Xu Xing declared. I'm going to root out those human hideouts right here in this forest. Kiggled was thrilled upon hearing this. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. I can protect you. Consider it repayment for saving your life. Xu Xing sighed in exasperation. No. You'd be useless. A hint of anger crept into Kiggled's tone. Put. Try fighting me in my 100% form if you dare. 100% form? Go tell that to my Mega Rayquaza. But the viewers in the livestream were buzzing with excitement. Judging by his current expression, Kiggled's strength simply doesn't live up to the title of Divine Beast. The Holy Swordsman already held a low standing in the viewers' hearts. But who knew there could be one this week by comparison? 100%? Do you really think you can turn things around now, little guy? Yeah. Does he seriously think his 100% form can turn into a Gundam or something? Seriously. Xu Xing nearly replied. You can't even handle a swarm of Ruga, and you want to join me in taking on human hideouts? Kiggled protested urgently. I was ambushed. Watching Geiger's expression, Xu Xing mimicked him perfectly. I was just ambushed. Kiggled stared at Xu Xing, speechless. You despicable humans. If I ever encounter those black luogas again, I'll wipe them all out single-handedly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Xu Xing recognized those footsteps instantly. It was He Lu Jia. Xu Xing sighed deeply. The Black Lugar Horde. Xu Xing added. Go ahead, Lord Kiggled. P.S. Another quadruple update today, everyone. I'm writing non-stop from the moment I wake up. Please, patrons, reward me with some gold tickets. I can't keep this up. If we hit 3,900, I'll do another quadruple update tomorrow. My deepest gratitude to all of you. There's a group below where you can join to request updates. Chapter 148. There's an old saying in China. Kiggled glanced at Xu Xing. Fine, I'll go. Just as Kiggled was about to head outside, Xu Xing suddenly stopped him. Alright, old man, step back with the child. Leave this to the adults. The viewers in the livestream were thoroughly disappointed upon hearing this. They had been eagerly anticipating seeing this Kiggled's true strength. To the viewers, legendary Pokemon were supposed to be at least as powerful as Groudon and Kyogre. Capable of unleashing world-ending devastation. Not something that looks like a single cell. Xu, drop the hero complex. Respect its destiny. Exactly. It's grown up now, let it go wherever it wants. The person above said it perfectly. It's definitely not because we want to see this Pokemon's strength. Even the weakest legendary would face life or death battles against wild Pokemon. But Xu Xing had his own reasons for acting this way. Mainly, he wasn't sure how strong this Gigaremo really was. After all, it's a legendary Pokemon. Any mishap would be a huge headache. After all, a legendary Pokemon like Kyurem is different from the Sacred Swordsman. Even if one of the Sacred Swordsmen were to disappear, nature would still function normally. But if the forest lost Kiggled, who knew what might happen? Moreover, Xu Xing now had no room to retreat. If those Dark Lurgias breached the defenses here, these weaker Pokemon would have nowhere to flee. Though he deeply resisted the idea, Xu Xing had no choice but to mobilize every available force. Mega Snorlax, Mega Gyarados, Mega Banette, Mega Lucario. And the three forms of EV. Xu Xing sighed deeply. This is what I get for doing the right thing. Indeed, thanks to items exchanged from the system store, Xu Xing could now summon 4 Pokemon in their Mega forms at once during battle. He had intended to keep these abilities in reserve, but now there was clearly no way to avoid using them. He had no choice but to unleash them all. Just as Xu Xing and his EV were about to cross the path, the footsteps suddenly began to fade into the distance. Wells frowned deeply, the temperature in the conference room visibly dropping. No one dared speak until Charik, unable to stomach Wells's sour expression, finally piped up. Hey! What's with that expression? We've already got the upper hand. Wells shook his head. Didn't you hear? That legendary Pokemon has agreed to join Xu Xing's team. Charik rolled his eyes. Those 4 sheep up front said they'd join Xu Xing too, and I didn't see you freaking out like this. Seeing Charik still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation, Wells slowly explained. How can you compare? Those sacred swordsmen aim to destroy the Axiom ecosystem. Charik's face still bore a look of confusion. Wells sighed and continued. If Xu Xing dies, but P-Park gets destroyed, could you accept that? Of course. They're just a fraud ring. Losing a few thousand wouldn't matter. Then what if Xu Xing dies, but the cost is the complete annihilation of the Falcon Special Forces squad? Could you accept that? Whoa. Charik hesitated. Every member of the Falcon Special Forces had been painstakingly trained at immense national expense. This mission's investment was the largest in the history of the United States. If the entire unit were wiped out, the losses would be catastrophic. It wouldn't just be the loss of countless soldiers, morale would collapse along with them. The Falcon Special Forces Squadron represented the pinnacle of elite military units, a squadron so rare it could be counted on one hand across the entire United States. The entire nation could count the number of such units on one hand. Moreover, even among elite units, the Falcon Special Forces stood among the very best. But if the cost is Xu Xing's death, it might not be entirely unacceptable. It pains me, but it's acceptable. Wells said. If sacrificing the entire Falcon Special Forces unit could spare Xu Xing's life, that person would agree without hesitation. And our sole purpose here is one thing. Kill him. The Holy Sword Knights aim to drive out the invaders. Our goal is to eliminate Xu Xing. Thus, the Holy Swordsman's objectives do not conflict with ours. Charik drew a sharp breath, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. But Kiggled was different. He insisted on accompanying Xu Xing, claiming it was to repay a debt by protecting him. This meant the Divine Beast would protect Xu Xing. Xu Xing's difficulty level had just skyrocketed. After a moment's thought, Charik added. But this mythical Pokemon, the legendary, I recall its abilities aren't particularly strong. At least not on the level of Groudon or Kyogre. This was precisely Wells's concern. Currently, Giratina certainly didn't give off a powerful vibe. But what if it unleashed its full power? Who could truly gauge its real strength? Then Charik suddenly seemed to grasp something and said. Don't worry.
It won't be that formidable. Wells asked. What do you mean by that? Sharik wore a smug expression. If Groudon and Kyogre were that powerful, would they be able to speak human language? Wells shook his head. Charizard clapped his hands. Exactly. There must be something special about becoming a legendary Pokémon. Like immense power or the ability to speak human language. So I'll boldly predict that this Gigarimo isn't as powerful as we imagined. It's just a Pokémon that can talk. Sharik's theory drew nods of agreement from several people in the conference room. After all, the threat level of a creature possessing world-ending power and one capable of human speech is essentially equal. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that the ability to speak human language might even be more alarming. But at this point, Wells could say nothing more. All he could do was silently pray within his heart. Within the Yashuan forest, 3 squads had already arrived at the rendezvous point. Each team was led by one of the 3 captains. Seeing second squad leader Xiaofu arrive, Rudy chuckled. Xiaofu, what kind of monster did you catch? Hearing Rudy's provocation, Xiaofu promptly summoned his Pokémon. Immediately, a badly scarred stun pro appeared before everyone. Rudy asked, "What's this one called?" Xiaofu shook his head. "I don't know. It took a long time to get it into the Pokeball." Rudy asked again, "Is it obedient?" Xiaofu raised his hand. "Hey! Attack! Attack him!" Charging Bear struggled to stand, but the overwhelming pain surged through his body, making it impossible for him to rise properly. Rudy chuckled. "No way!" Rudy tossed out a Pokeball, and Nira appeared in the dense forest. "Attack!" Rudy roared, and Nira trembled. Though its body was already covered in wounds, it forced itself forward, using its claws to attack. Xiaofu and the other members nearby were all taken aback. They marveled at the creature's obedience and inquired who had trained it. Rudy merely chuckled in response. Simple. Ever heard the old Chinese saying? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Zack tossed out his Pokeball, showing his trust. The others scoffed. Chapter 149, Rudy. Zack looked at the group and shook his head slightly. These people's Pokemon clearly showed no trust in their trainers. Zack tossed his Pokeball lightly, releasing Weezing. The Weezing was clearly different from the Pokemon in the others' hands. It still carried an air of primal wildness. Staring at the imposing Weezing, Rudy couldn't help but ask. Captain, is this beast you've tamed obedient? Compared to everyone else's Pokemon, this Sandshrew seemed exceptionally wild. Koji chimed in, if you don't establish your authority, it'll probably run off after taking down half the monsters. Zack ignored the murmurs. Instead, he let his actions speak for themselves. He shouted, Mongoose Slash. Charge. As he spoke, several phantom blades seemed to appear on the Weasel Slash. The Weasel Slash danced gracefully along with these phantom blades. The crowd watched this scene in bewilderment. Zack scanned the area, then pointed at the thickest tree. Mongoose Slash. Attack. At Zack's command, the mongoose leaped into the air, charging toward the thickest giant tree in the forest. Everyone remembered this tree. It had been chosen as their meeting point precisely because of its imposing, conspicuous stature. As Catweaver Slash leapt before the giant tree, its claws transformed into steel, slashing the trunk 3 times. The immense, majestic tree was left with 3 hideously deep claw marks. The group could even glimpse the pale, exposed inner wood within the trunk. The sheer power of this strike was brutal. Everyone was stunned into silence. There was no doubt that if the Weasel Slash wished, it could sever this massive tree from its roots in just a few strikes. What a terrifying ability. The crowd looked from Catweasel Slash to the beasts in their own hands. Comparing people to people is like comparing the living to the dead. Rudy cursed under his breath. Why is mine so weak when it's the same magical beast? With that thought, Rudy kicked Nira hard. Come on then. Come on then. Unable to endure the beating, Nira struggled to his feet and made his way to the giant tree. The steel claw used in the Weasel Slash, a move Nira also knew. Nira's claws hardened into steel, and the air on the field grew still for a moment. But before Nira could unleash the attack, the excruciating pain coursing through his body forced him to cancel the skill. Zack narrowed his eyes as he watched the scene unfold. All eyes turned to Rudy. Rudy felt utterly humiliated by this Pokemon. He recalled Nira and declared, "This Pokemon is too weak. I'm going to catch a stronger one." He felt the Pokeballs in his pocket. Only one remained. After checking with the other team members who had arrived here, he found they had all used up their Pokeballs as well. To take it down with one ball, the opposing Pokemon had to be sufficiently vulnerable. After pondering for a moment, he said, Ko, lend me your gun. Kiyo remained silent. He removed the bullets and handed over the weapon. After completing these actions, Rudy vanished alone into the forest. Meanwhile, high up in that giant tree, unnoticed by everyone, a green, cell-like creature watched them silently. Within the Yashuan forest, Xu Xing cautiously poked his head out, finally confirming that the black Ruga pack had moved far away. Seeing this, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to stand up to the black Lugias.
Rather, Xu Xing simply didn't want to reveal his trump card just yet.
Kiggled remarked. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have charged in and wiped them all out just now. Xu Xing ignored him. Kiggled volunteered again. I can truly protect you. Just take me with you. Human. Xu Xing sighed in exasperation.
Your primary goal is to protect the little creatures here.
Pokebee waved his hand and then pointed confidently at himself. Meaning, I've got this covered. Xu Xing sighed in resignation. Pokebee was undoubtedly the weakest Pokemon here.
Who knows where it got the nerve to say something like that? This Pokemon sanctuary was utterly serene, its canopy of leaves so dense that the group could scarcely tell the time. Earlier, when Xu Xing had left the path to check the time, he'd noticed the sun had already set in the west.
At this hour, attempting to search for the enemy's trail would likely be futile. Besides, it might give away his plans.
With that thought, Xu Xing decided to just stay put.
The Holy Swordsman's stronghold. A stream flowed nearby, its depth barely covering Keldeo's hooves.
At that moment, the three holy swordsmen formed a triangular formation surrounding Keldeo. Celeste surveyed his surroundings, needing the watchful gazes of his three masters. Uncertain where the next attack would come from, it relentlessly searched for openings. Gulbot suddenly shifted, and Keldeo instantly turned to face it. The next instant, an immense pressure surged from Delakian. Celadon spun in panic, only to see several shards of rock hurtling straight toward it. Kairayuo barely parried with its blades, but the sudden impact nearly knocked the little creature off its feet.
Delakian roared, "Never take your eyes off your enemy." Celadon shouted, "Yes, master." Delphion declared, "Now it's my turn." Several magical blades transformed into hurricane-like blades.
They charged toward Keldeo. Keldeo took half a step back, his eyes filled with deep fear.
Bailijin's strike was light, fierce, and swift.
It was utterly overwhelming, instantly stirring a desire to flee within Keldeo's heart.
At this, Bailijin roared. "Overcome your fear." Keludio whispered. "I understand, master." As he spoke, his sharp horns transformed into blades, parrying Biljin's attack. A small cloud of mist swirled up. After withstanding 2 attacks, Keldeo's stamina was severely depleted. But to train Keldeo into a true sacred swordsman, the Pokemon couldn't afford to show any mercy. Gulbot called out. "Celestia! Over here!" Garchomp unleashed 2 blindingly swift air slashes. The air blades sliced through the air, hurtling toward Keldeo. Celeste swallowed hard. This move again. This move had defeated Keldeo countless times before. Its heart sank. Perhaps this time would end the same way. But Gupa Luong roared. "Learn from your defeats." Keldeo pondered this, yet remained helpless against the swift air blade. The air blade struck it with brutal force, splashing up a huge wave of water. The holy swordsman immediately sprang forward. "Kairyu, are you all right?" Kairyu, lying in the river, shook his head. "Masters. I'm perfectly fine. Please continue." Everything unfolding in this stream was meticulously observed by Rudy, who watched from the sidelines. The beasts before him looked decidedly unusual. The aura emanating from them was unlike anything possessed by ordinary beasts. A thought flashed through Rudy's mind: if he could capture such beasts. As a professional special forces soldier, he immediately began assessing the terrain. After roughly mapping out a route and setting traps, he pinpointed the path these beasts must take. Rudy then concealed himself atop a tree. He waited for the Holy Sword Knights to walk right into his trap. Meanwhile, the Holy Swordsmen were still training in peace, unaware that danger was closing in. As time passed, the Holy Swordsmen completed their training. The prolonged exertion and constant tension left them utterly exhausted. Biljin had to return with the others that evening, or else there would be no food. Rudy watched as another beast fell, his heart filled with delight. One less monster meant one less threat. And now, the Holy Swordsmen were approaching. Chapter 150, Shattered Path. The 2 Holy Swordsmen returned to the camp with Keldeo. Kairayuo was in a foul mood. After enduring such prolonged training and so much hardship, he still felt distant from becoming a true Holy Swordsman. And with the great battle looming tonight, what if he ended up holding them back? Kairudio's gloom was palpable, and both Guparawan and Delakian sensed it. Delakian offered gentle reassurance. "Kairyu, don't lose heart. You'll master the Sword of Awakening in time." Kairyu nodded slightly, though the deep disappointment radiating from him was impossible to conceal. After deep contemplation, Guparawan spoke. "Kairyu, you won't be joining tonight's operation." At these words, Keldeo froze instantly. This was his best and most crucial chance to prove himself. Yet Gopalwang had just ordered him out of the mission. Keldio's mind went blank. He stammered. "Master, I can do it. I can." Gopalwang merely shook his head. With Keldeo's current strength, participating would be hopeless. After all, they didn't even know the enemy's numbers or any other crucial details. Given Keldeo's current strength and temperament, rushing in recklessly could lead to disaster. Keludio turned to Delachion with a pleading look. Delakian shook his head slightly. "This is for your own good.
It turned out the holy swordsman had already discussed this beforehand.
Kyria hung his head, saying nothing more.
The double blow left him momentarily unable to walk straight. The two masters watched with hearts aching. But it was all for the child's own good.
And right then,
a sharp crack of gunfire suddenly echoed through the air. At that very moment, a bullet erupted from high above. Its target was straight at Gopalyuong.
The incident unfolded too abruptly for anyone to react.
The bullet pierced through Gopalyuong's body with deadly precision. The combination of prolonged training and the sudden attack caused Gopalyuong to collapse to the ground.
Immediately following was a Pokeball equipped with a device. The Pokeball hurtled toward Gopalyuong, capturing the Pokemon instantly.
Rudy chuckled. Success! Just as Rudy prepared to use the device to retrieve the Pokeball that had captured this legendary Pokemon, the Pokeball shattered into pieces.
Indeed, how could such a small Pokeball possibly capture a legendary Pokemon?
In an instant, Garchomp exploded out of the Pokeball. Rudy sensed trouble and sucked in a sharp breath. He then drew his pistol and fired several shots into the surrounding trees.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After 3 gunshots, the hollowed-out trees, deprived of their support, began crashing down with a thunderous roar. A massive wave of trees crashed toward the sacred swordsman's position.
Delakian immediately mobilized all his strength to counter the sudden onslaught of falling giants.
Rudy scrambled to his feet and fled.
Keldeo let out a shrill cry. Damn it! Don't run!
Celestia rose to give chase, but Gopalyuong shouted.
Don't chase him!
The enemy might have set some kind of trap, and with a major battle imminent, this could very well be their scheme. Even if we don't know, we might alert the enemy and expose Brother Su's plan here. Kelodio hesitated for a moment, but the thought that he currently lacked even the qualifications to participate in this mission spurred him into action once more. He glanced back at his master.
I'll prove myself. I'll prove I'm no worse than anyone else.
With that, it sprinted toward Rudy, who was already running ahead. Rudy, having already mapped out the terrain of this area, began sprinting at top speed.
But no matter how fast he ran, how could he possibly outpace Keldeo? Gradually, after a long, grueling chase, Rudy's stamina began to fail him. Kyria shouted, "Hey! Stand still!"
Suddenly, Rudy stopped. Keldeo chuckled, his heart surging with excitement. Step by step, Keldeo closed in on Rudy, who was now severely drained from the prolonged chase.
He could run no further.
Panting heavily, Rudy slowly turned around. Seeing only one Pokemon approaching, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Keldeo was completely intoxicated by the taste of victory.
I did it, Master!
I took down the bad guy.
I did it! I can defeat the bad guys too. I can join you in fighting those invaders.
One person and one Pokemon faced off. Rudy stared intently at Keldeo, his gaze seemingly intent on devouring it. Celtic, however, remained unfazed. Steadily advancing, he was solely focused on swiftly taking down this intruder. It knew the man before him was utterly helpless. Ordinary bullets were useless against it. And the powerful bullets had long since been exhausted, leaving him with no escape but death. Celestia felt a surge of secret delight. Finally, he could prove himself before his master. Images of its master's approving gazes flashed repeatedly through its mind. Those looks. They were exactly what it had always strived for. It could finally prove itself. Soon, it would use its proudest weapon, its razor-sharp horns, to drive this intruder away completely. At this thought, Keldeo's voice trembled slightly. You have nowhere left to run, intruder. Prepare.
The next moment. In an instant. In that split second, Rudy produced another gun from who knows where. After a long moment of aiming, he hesitated not a second. He immediately pulled the trigger at Keldeo. Another bullet roared out. This was the true capability of a Special Forces operative. Even in such dire circumstances, he could remain unflappable and calmly take aim. At that moment, Keldeo completely panicked. Remember, these bullets are weapons capable of piercing through Delakian and Gooperian. Even powerhouses of their caliber were no match for such bullets, let alone him. Terror gripped Keldeo. Though the bullet was no bigger than a peanut, it now seemed like a ferocious beast lunging to kill. The bullet was heading straight for Keldeo's head. It was about to pierce right through his skull. But instinctive fear made Keldeo duck his head. And in that split second, the bullet grazed his head, shattering his horn clean off. Fate loved to toy with people. The coward, terrified of death, had narrowly escaped disaster. The price? The shattering of his most prized, razor-sharp horn. Curlia stood frozen in place, unable and too weak to move. Rudy reached for his Pokeballs only to realize they were all gone. He sighed regretfully, then wasted no time and immediately began running. By the time Goopa and Delakian arrived, only Keldeo remained, standing alone and dazed. Galbut, relieved to see Keldeo unharmed, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Celestio! You're okay." His words trailed off abruptly. Keldeo stood frozen, its horn shattered atop its head. His eyes brimmed with tears that seemed impossible to shed. "Huge thanks to all the patrons. I'm begging for gold tickets here. Writing daily isn't easy, please toss in some free gold tickets. 10,000 gold tickets means an extra chapter tomorrow. Join the below. Chapter 151, The Knight and the Sword.
As the moments slowly passed, the sky finally darkened completely. Xu Xing returned from the path and nodded slightly.
It's about time. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement at the words. Is the final battle finally beginning? It's finally here. I've been dying to see this. The final battle begins? Finally, we get to see Pokemon battle again.
All I can say is, just sweep the battlefield with Banette.
Exactly.
Brother Xu really doesn't care about our feelings at all.
You're absolutely right. He always goes out alone and never brings us along.
Viewers in the livestream chatter away, venting their frustrations about Xu Xing. Because during this time, Xu Xing repeatedly left the trail to check the situation outside.
Not a single drone was taken along. This was simply outrageous. The viewers couldn't help but complain, but Xu Xing remained unconcerned.
Now that night had fully fallen, it meant the plan would officially begin.
Xu Xing spoke up. Pokebee, can you and Carbon Servant handle protecting the other Pokemon here? Poke nodded. Pikachu. Pikachu.
Xu Xing responded softly. By now, all the Pokemon except Eevee had been returned to their Pokeballs. As Xu Xing stood to leave, Kiggled called out.
Hey, hey, hey. Me. Xu Xing asked. Seriously? Kiggled nodded.
Seeing how stubborn the guy was, Xu Xing had no choice but to stow him in his backpack. He then hurried to the Holy Sword Knight's camp to join them. Xu Xing spurred his horse onward, while on the other side, seeing Xu Xing had already set off, they naturally couldn't fall behind.
Yashuan Ecological Grand Prosperity Circle. Hello.
Manhwa steadied himself as he took Zack's hands.
At this moment, Zack had led everyone into the P-zone.
From the outside, this park appeared to be an abandoned territory, yet within lay a hidden world. Operating within its walls was an incredibly mature, meticulously refined, and complete fraud industry chain. The vast majority of these people were victims lured here from China. Manhwa's heart surged with emotion as he surveyed this army. He knew that his chance to turn his life around and rescue his daughter from those old monsters depended entirely on these soldiers. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous, which even surprised several team leaders. After all, they had never seen their leader display such deference before.
But outwardly, these soldiers certainly didn't look like ordinary men.
They radiated an imposing presence, their formation and discipline impeccable.
Zack cut straight to the point.
Park director, bring your team leaders to the conference room.
We need to discuss today's plan. Manhwa nodded.
The team leader will follow me to the conference room.
Zack added. Xiaofu, Ludi, follow me. Everyone else, stand by here. Upon entering the conference room, Zack efficiently had everyone give brief self-introductions. After the introductions, Zack opened the livestream and announced. Watch the livestream. Everyone froze in confusion. Watch the livestream? Shouldn't they be diving into intense tactical planning right now? Why start by watching a livestream? This abrupt shift left everyone present somewhat bewildered. But Zack knew clearly, to defeat the enemy, you must first understand them. And as luck would have it, the livestream was currently showing Xu Xing arriving at the Holy Sword Knight's position to discuss countermeasures. Holy Swordmen Camp.
Xu Xing hurried to the location.
But the atmosphere on site was somewhat peculiar.
No, it was downright oppressive. Even the viewers in the livestream chat could sense something was off just by watching the broadcast.
Hey, Xu, something feels off about this vibe. Yeah, I feel so cold. It's so oppressive. What's going on?
At that moment, the Holy Swordsman also noticed Xu Xing. Goperwoon, the leader, recognized the newcomer as Xu Xing and shifted his mood.
You're here, Xu Xing. Xu Xing gave a slight nod and got straight to the point. What's going on? The atmosphere on the scene was so tense even a fool could sense something was wrong. Go Palawang didn't hesitate to spill everything that had happened that afternoon. After hearing everything, Xu Xing nodded.
Though the Holy Swordsmen suffered heavy losses in this battle, they weren't without gains. By reverse engineering the situation, it appeared the enemy was currently engaged in large-scale Pokemon capture operations.
The reason remained unclear for now, perhaps for combat? Or maybe for some other purpose.
After all, Pokemon are creatures whose every part holds value. Through Keldio's description, Xu Xing had also formed a rough understanding of the enemy's weaponry. These weapons possess high destructive power but are relatively incapable of sustained firepower output.
Moreover, all the weapons encountered so far have been relatively small in size.
While these observations hold significant value, Xu Xing refuses to treat them as the sole possibility.
Because the upcoming battle would no longer be about fairness. Both sides had only one goal: to kill the other.
In such circumstances, information asymmetry becomes the most critical factor in combat. Therefore, Xu Xing would be even more cautious about information gaps at this juncture. It would be no exaggeration to say he was calculating 3 moves ahead with every step.
Xu Xing stepped forward and said, "Let me heal you first."
As a legendary Pokémon, Koopa Luon possessed certain restorative abilities, but they undoubtedly fell short of Xu Xing's constant power. Xu Xing drew near to Garchomp, gently placing his hand upon it. Soon, an intensely warm sensation flowed into Garchomp's body. Xu Xing said, "While these bullets are hard for you to withstand, healing isn't particularly difficult for me." Golbat nodded slightly. Yes, this ability is indeed quite convenient. In mere moments, Go Palyawan's scarred wounds were fully restored to normal under Xu Xing's healing. Fresh flesh and blood regenerated. After completing the treatment, Xu Xing said, "Kyria, let me examine your injuries." Hearing this, Keldeo remained frozen in place. Bylidjan and Delacqui gently nudged the little creature. Caldeon then slowly approached Xu Xing. But outwardly, Caldeon showed almost no visible wounds. Except for that shattered horn. Xu Xing approached, extending his hand to gently press against Keldeo's body. He then channeled the power of the Eternal Tree, yet the shattered horn remained unrepaired. This scene caused the other Holy Swordsmen to pause in surprise. If the Holy Swordsmen lost their horns, it would be like a knight without a sword or a musketeer without a flintlock. Yet Keldeo's expression remained utterly unruffled. Xu Xing slowly addressed the assembled Holy Swordsmen. What shattered within Keldeo was not his horn, but his resolve. A knight's broken sword could be reforged and soon become as good as new. A musketeer's barrel can be repaired and restored to its former glory in no time. But if a knight loses his resolve to protect the princess, or a musketeer loses his will to aim, then even wielding the sharpest sword in the world or the most powerful musket, their fate would be no different from that of a street beggar. Chapter 152, Setting the Trap. Upon hearing this reason, the crowd was momentarily at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow. If Xu Xing's words held any truth, there might still be hope. Yet seeing Keldeo's current state, they simply couldn't muster any excitement. Xu Xing's confidence stemmed from a simple fact: possessing the power of transcendence, he could communicate directly with Pokémon. Among all the Pokémon he had encountered thus far, only a handful remained beyond his ability to perceive their inner thoughts. The original Keldeo could see and even effortlessly glimpse the inner thoughts of this Pokémon. But now, all he saw was utter stillness. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness seeing this foal stripped of its former spirit. The original Keldeo, though a bit clumsy and single-minded, radiated an undeniable youthful energy. Now, when viewers see Keldeo, they feel as though it has aged a decade or more. Wah! Guys, seeing this spirited little horse turn into this makes my heart ache. Yeah. He was the most passionate one, and now look at him. Ah, life's unpredictable. One day you're on top, the next you're down. Is this what fate looks like? Xu Xing, please save him. Yeah. This little pony is practically oozing emo vibes. The Holy Swordsmen were deeply troubled by the situation, yet felt utterly helpless. They just stared at each other blankly, having tried every comforting word imaginable. Yet none had the slightest effect on Keldeo. Xu Xing stared at the shattered horn for a long time before slowly saying, "Your useless horn has finally shattered." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The live chat exploded. WDF? Xu, are you even aware of what you're saying? Yeah. The little foal is already heartbroken over this. And you're rubbing salt in the wound. Yeah. Brother Xu, don't you dare kill this little pony. Huh? What is this, reverse psychology? Brother Xu, this move of yours? I'm speechless. Brother Xu, you really know how to rub salt in the wound. Even the Holy Sword Knight stared at Xu Xing in bewilderment. Apparently caught off guard by his words, Xu Xing could distinctly feel Kiggle's shoulder bump against his back. His expression seemed to convey displeasure. But soon, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Keldeo, who had kept his head down all along, unexpectedly lifted his head. Though its gaze remained utterly devoid of light, utterly blank. Xu Xing continued. Keldeo, what is the most essential quality for a holy swordsman? At the mention of holy swordsman, Keldeo miraculously regained a trace of its former expression. Its voice trembled as it replied. A sword capable of severing all things. As the words left its lips, its heart felt as though it were being torn apart. It had lost its sword. In truth, after returning to the battlefield, Keldeo had made several attempts to restore it. Yet it could not restore it to its former state. Without a sword, it could never become a holy swordsman. Xu Xing spoke slowly. What a great knight truly needs is never a sword, but a righteous heart daring to defy authority. Keldeo, you must prove that even without that sword capable of cleaving through anything, you can still become a great holy swordsman. After hearing Xu Xing's words, Keldeo's eyes slowly regained their light. Seizing the moment, Xu Xing pressed on. Join us. We desperately need you for tonight's mission. Need me? Yes, we need you. Can't you manage without me? We absolutely can't do without you. Caldeon regained its former composure and asked itself. Without that sword, am I truly incapable of becoming a holy swordsman? Xu Xing stood up. No. You will become the most unique holy swordsman. Kairuto's breathing grew heavy.
The most unique. Holy swordsman. It bowed deeply to Xu Xing. Thank you. I understand. Xu Xing let out a long sigh. Only one thought occupied his mind, finally got this kid to calm down. But the viewers in the livestream chat weren't nearly as calm. They had watched Xu Xing every step of the way. They'd witnessed every nudge, every example he'd used, and somehow, he'd actually talked away the autism of this autistic little pony. This was simply, utterly unbelievable. The chat exploded with comments. Holy crap? Is this real? Xu Xing can actually cure Pokemon with claustrophobia? Awesome. All I can say is Brother Xu is just too authoritative. Guys, I'm seriously starting to wonder if Brother Xu has some kind of system. Exactly. Brother Xu's abilities are beyond what ordinary people possess. Please take me as your disciple, Brother Xu. I've been a psychologist for 3 years, and after hearing your words, I've finally understood. It wasn't just the viewers in the livestream chat. Even the holy swordsman stared in disbelief at the restored Keldeo. Keldeo, too, realized his mistake. Despite Kuparawan explicitly telling him not to pursue, Keldeo arrogantly charged after it. Not only did he fail to get that last bit of good juice, but he also made the holy swordsman run around for him. Celestine approached the holy swordsman and spoke honestly. I'm sorry. Master. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Goparawan hesitated for a moment before nodding. It's fine. As long as you're safe. The holy swordsman watched Xu Xing with complex expressions. They knew they owed Xu Xing another favor. But Xu Xing shrugged it off and spoke. Keldeo, try to see if you can restore your horns. Keldeo gathered its strength slightly. Immediately, a faint white glow began to emanate from the edge of the broken horn. Unfortunately, what everyone had hoped for did not occur. Kairayuo said awkwardly. Sorry. I guess I let you all down. Xu Xing shook his head. No, not at all, Keldeo. You need to prove to us that even without that sword, you can still become a great sacred swordsman. After saying all this, Xu Xing listened to the gradually rising chirping of insects and knew it was time to make a plan. Xu Xing pulled an alarm clock from his backpack. It was already set. 30 minutes. Xu Xing handed the alarm clock to Keldeo and continued. Once we reach the park, start the alarm's countdown. The moment it ends, we move. Flank them from both sides. Catch them off guard. The sacred swordsman nodded in agreement. Under cover of night, the group began their operation. Lucario leaped out of its pokeball and led the way. Xu Xing rode on Delia's back as they hurried along. Before long, the group arrived outside Park P. Xu Xing and the holy swordsman would part ways once more. Their next meeting would be within the park itself. Xu Xing said, "Press it." Celestila nodded and pressed the alarm. The countdown changed from 30 to 29. Xu Xing led EV toward the front of the park to take up their ambush positions. In his hand, an alarm clock had appeared at some point. But the time displayed wasn't 30 minutes. It read 50 minutes. Chapter 153, Selling Out a Teammate. The moment the alarm goes off, we move. After uttering these words, Xu Xing tapped the alarm clock. The time jumped from 50 to 49. The viewers in the livestream were baffled by this alarm clock. Xu Xing's alarm was a full 20 minutes ahead of the holy swordsman's. This meant that when the holy swordsman's alarm went off, Xu Xing's alarm would still have a full 20 minutes left. Everyone was baffled by Xu Xing's reasoning, and viewers in the livestream chat immediately began asking. Xu Xing. You set your alarm wrong. It's 20 minutes off. Yeah. Brother Xu. Check your alarm. You set it wrong. Ugh. This is killing me. Feels like Xu Xing hasn't been checking the chat much since he restarted streaming. Damn it, don't tell me he's forgotten his roots. That's too much. Way too much. Seriously, I'm speechless. If the holy swordsmen go first like this, they'll be outnumbered. Viewers flooded the chat with messages, but Xu Xing seemed oblivious, already lying in wait among the grass, observing the front lines. Within the Yashuan Ecological Co-Prosperity Circle. In the conference room. Xu Xing's livestream was currently displayed on the screen. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Everyone was pondering the meaning of the alarm clock. Xu Xing had set the alarm for the Holy Sword Knights to go off in 30 minutes, meaning the operation would commence in 30 minutes. Yet the one he had set himself was 50 minutes, meaning they would not move until 50 minutes had passed. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, Zack spoke slowly. Could it be, this guy is planning to sell out his teammates? Zack voiced the question, but he wasn't alone. Everyone was wondering if he intended to betray the Holy Sword Knights. After all, the Holy Swordsmen were ultimately just magical beasts, while they themselves were high-ranking humans. In the end, it all came down to the same goal. Abandoning him at this moment could be considered somewhat understandable. But none had expected this from Xu Xing, who had built his reputation alongside Pokemon, would choose to sell out his own teammate. But with events unfolding as they had, the others had no choice but to accept it. Rudy looked unconcerned. Isn't selling these beasts perfectly normal? They're beasts, after all.
If they die as long as I survive, that's all that matters.
Everyone silently agreed with Rudy's reasoning, though none voiced it aloud.
Because, despite their different species, their hearts were one and the same. They were all partners in this endeavor, much like police officers and their service dogs.
Would any officer willingly send their dog into harm's way?
It must be said that, based on his current performance, Xu Xing was utterly unfit as a teammate. But as an adversary, such a person was utterly terrifying. He was utterly cold and ruthless, willing to sacrifice anything for personal gain.
Rudy continued.
This guy's plan is simple: lure our firepower with those horses so he can sneak in.
Well, we won't let him have his way. We'll reinforce the defenses at the main gate. Dean Mawen inquired. What about the rear battlefield? Rudy held up one hand. 2 units.
No, just my second squad, combined with your first squad's firepower, will be enough to take it.
Hearing this, everyone looked skeptical.
Luo Hua, the top combat specialist in the compound, blurted out.
Where does this confidence come from? What makes you think we can easily take down 4 of their beasts? Where did that confidence come from? Rudy chuckled. Remember that broken corner on the colt's head? That broken horn was etched into everyone's memory.
It was no exaggeration to say that the most conspicuous feature on that beast was precisely that broken horn.
Rudy then stated, word by word. That broken horn? I chipped it off. Inside. I wounded 3 out of these 4 Pokémon all by myself.
The statement sent a wave of silence rippling through the crowd once more.
Mawen's heart leapt with delight.
He'd long heard that the beautiful nation possessed a batch of weapons specifically designed to combat beasts. It seemed these weapons had already been deployed to the Falcon Special Forces. At this rate, the success rate of tonight's plan to hunt Xu Xing would skyrocket.
Rudy asked again. Who among you is willing to follow me and slaughter these 4 beasts?
Instantly, the field fell silent.
All 4 team leaders from Sector P had gone completely silent. Though following Rudy would undoubtedly be safer, no one dared to prioritize that security. Because everyone wanted Xu Xing's head. Killing him would secure their position as the undisputed leader of the Yashuan Ecological Co-Prosperity Circle. Thus, even at the risk of death, they preferred to fight head-on in the main battlefield, gambling on that one sliver of chance to strike Xu Xing. Rudy was speechless, unable to comprehend this group. They had an easy job to do but refused it, choosing instead to seek trouble on the front lines. He was the smart one. Mawen watched the 4 of them in utter disbelief.
Luo Hua, being the strongest fighter among the 4, was naturally indispensable.
And the weakest link among them was. Ma Wen's gaze settled on Wang Anlu. Wang Anlu's heart jolted. No way. Boss. I absolutely have to go kill that Xu Xing.
But Ma Wen wasn't in the mood for such pleas.
He only wanted Xu Xing dead. He cared about no one's feelings.
Once Xu Xing was dead, his new life would begin.
You're the one, Wang Anlu. Wang Anlu's heart sank completely, but Ma Wen declared. Equip your men with the finest weapons. Assist Captain Rudy well.
Ma Wen did this not to compensate Wang Anlu, but out of fear that something might go wrong with Rudy. After all, if the rear battlefield were breached, they'd find themselves caught in a pincer attack.
After completing the basic personnel assignments, Zack proceeded to outline the tactical plan.
Arranged thus, the front line will be coordinated by Squad 1, Squad 2, and the 3 team leaders.
The hidden rear passage will be handled by Squad 2 with Wang Anlu.
The brothers on the front lines must hold the position.
No matter what happens behind us, do not leave.
Remember, our objective is to kill Xu Xing.
Everyone, execute these orders immediately.
With that, the group dispersed. Those watching the live feed could follow the situation in real time. 20 minutes remained until the Divine Swordsmen launched their final assault, while Xu Xing was still a full 40 minutes away.
Everyone returned to formation as Zack loudly rallied their morale.
He then revealed the plan, and the men dispersed under their respective squad leaders.
Wang Anlu led his men to the heavy weapons armory and bellowed. Load me up with the best weapons. Don't worry about the others.
At his command, the men present immediately scrambled for the weapons.
The entire armory's top-tier weapons were swept clean by Wang Anlu. After gathering the weapons, Wang Anlu began leading his team out.
But one member grew increasingly uneasy.
Captain, aren't we heading to the rear battlefield? Did we take a wrong turn? Wang Anlu snorted coldly. Think I'd ever submit to someone else's command? Not a chance. With that thought, he slowly declared. Everyone, follow me and lie in ambush. Grab your best weapons and wait for that kid to come out. We'll catch him off guard. The others couldn't help but panic. Is that right? That's not what the director planned. But Wang Anlu couldn't care less about that now. Kill Xu Xing. Promote to Deputy Director. Chapter 154, Operation commences.
Inside the Huaxia military base, everyone's faces were frozen stiff. Given the current situation, Xu Xing's tactics seemed poised to truly sacrifice the Holy Sword Knights.
If the current plan proceeded steadily, the Holy Swordsman would have to hold out for a full 20 minutes before Xu Xing joined the fray. By then, the Holy Swordsman would likely be overwhelmed by the enemy.
He Cheng Yuan's face was etched with anxiety.
He never imagined Xu Xing would choose to abandon his teammates at such a critical moment.
Watching this unfold, Wang Tianyang felt uneasy, yet he still tried to defend Xu Xing.
Well, sacrificing a few Pokémon to save millions of Chinese children, that's understandable, I suppose. With those words spoken, everyone could only accept this interpretation.
They convinced themselves Xu Xing had acted for the sake of those imprisoned Chinese people.
But ultimately, without the Holy Swordsman drawing fire, would they truly be no match for the enemy? Couldn't Xu Xing have charged into Area P single-handedly and fairly? This act of kicking someone when they're down was truly repulsive. As a soldier, not abandoning comrades is the absolute baseline, yet Xu Xing openly betrayed that principle at this very moment. If he were alone, it might be one thing, but right now, there are a full million viewers watching the livestream. Remember, this broadcast isn't just being watched by Chinese viewers, countries around the world are watching too. Xu Xing represents not just himself, but the entire face of China. Undoubtedly, such behavior would inevitably tarnish China's international reputation. But since Xu Xing had chosen this path, the others could hardly say anything more. Yet while everyone else was preoccupied, Lin Guobiao was consumed by a different worry. Xu Xing still hadn't acknowledged his message. Earlier, Lin Guobiao had warned Xu Xing to stay vigilant, as his livestream was being watched by various international high-ranking officials. Therefore, it was highly probable, indeed certain, that his every move was exposed to the enemy's surveillance. The enemy would undoubtedly formulate countermeasures based on Xu Xing's movements. As the head of China's military operations, how could Lin Guobiao not understand Well's thinking? He understood perfectly well that it didn't matter how many people China had rescued or how many of his own troops had been lost in the process. The only thing that mattered was Xu Xing's death. Therefore, if anyone knew Xu Xing would charge head-on, it would likely be the enemy's meticulously laid trap. Lin Guobiao drew a sharp breath. The current situation was extremely unfavorable.
If Xu Xing truly attacked head-on, he would face not only concentrated enemy fire. He'd also face the backlash of millions of online commentators.
Xu Xing would end up losing more than he gained by betraying his teammates.
Sigh, Lin Guobiao let out a long, weary sigh, a wave of helplessness washing over him like a painful ache.
What should I do? Only heaven knows. Some rejoice, others grieve.
At this moment, the atmosphere within the pretty country military base had never been so jubilant. With 10 minutes left until the appointed time, the Holy Sword Knights were about to set out. But seeing Xu Xing's countdown still showing a full 30 minutes, everyone knew this teammate was definitely screwed. Charles chuckled.
The net is cast.
Now we just wait for the kid to walk right into it. On the screen, Zack had already positioned all his forces into formation. All that remained was to wait for Xu Xing's attack. Xu Xing could never have imagined that while he expected the Holy Swordsman to draw fire, allowing him to slip through the main gate unchallenged. Little did he know the firepower deployed along the front line was several times greater than that of the road.
Charek remarked. Who would have thought?
That kid is just too naive. At the end of the day, he's still just a little brat. Wells nodded slightly, though deep down he still found it hard to believe. Xu Xing had actually made such a foolish mistake this time. In all previous plans, the youth had always exuded an air of remarkable composure. Yet now, he'd chosen to abandon his comrades, sacrificing them to draw the enemy's fire. Wells took the microphone and instructed. No matter what happens on the rear battlefield, no matter what happens, don't interfere.
Your objective is simply to wait. Wait for Xu Xing to arrive. On the screen, Zack took out his walkie-talkie and replied. Roger that.
With only 2 patrolling soldiers on the front lines, this arrangement gave the impression that the main battlefield's firepower was weak, yet it didn't feel completely unguarded.
This added considerable credibility.
Meanwhile, the real troops had already chambered rounds in their weapons, waiting for Xu Xing to appear so they could riddle him with bullets. At Zone P, the individuals who normally carried out phone scams and operated bots had all been locked in the basement. The entire basement was a cacophony of noise, with everyone staring at each other in confusion, unsure of what was about to happen. But seeing the park's personnel making such a grand show, something major was bound to happen.
After a long while of chattering, the group still couldn't come to any conclusion.
Meanwhile, Wan Nanlu was hiding with his fighters in a small room. The moment a gunshot rang out from outside, he would immediately lead his men out to seize the opportunity. Though everyone knew this violated military orders, the allure of promotion silenced them all. Meanwhile, at the rear battlefield, Rudy had already surrounded this small entrance with his troops. 3 squads of Rudy's men were now positioned in the mess hall, but the entire space lay empty except for the Special Forces soldiers, their eyes fixed intently on the narrow opening. The opening was extremely narrow, barely large enough for smaller individuals to pass through. It wouldn't be long before the Holy Swordsman breached through this gap.
Rudy, seeing Wan Nanlu hadn't arrived, didn't think it mattered.
After all, his only task was to defend this narrow passage.
Moreover, he was facing only 4 Holy Swordsmen, 3 of whom were wounded. The fight would be a breeze.
Moreover, his side had overwhelming numbers and top-tier weaponry.
He didn't believe he couldn't handle a few wounded foes. Rudy glanced at his watch. 3 minutes remained before the Holy Swordsman's assault.
Focus.
Focus. 3 minutes left. Everyone, focus. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a muffled boom erupted from the small opening. In the next instant, the tiny exit was blown to pieces. A gaping hole was blasted open. Instantly, smoke and dust filled the air. 3 horse-like silhouettes slowly emerged from the haze. The Special Forces soldiers reacted with lightning speed. Everyone immediately donned their goggles. Then the frontline soldiers began suppressing fire with their firearms. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 5 soldiers in the rear row also instantly fired their beast-slaying bullets. But the moment the shots were fired, the 3 figures vanished instantly. With lightning speed, they collided with the front row soldiers. And those 5 shots, all 5 beast-slaying bullets were wasted. The front row warriors were all knocked down. Once the frontline warriors lost their combat capability, it meant the remaining 5 magic beast bullets would never be fired. But Rudy smirked. He had already completed his tactical arrangements. The next instant, the rear-line warriors drew another standard anti-magical beast weapon from their waists. Chapter 155, Pressure. The next instant, bullets fired in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The holy swordsman hadn't anticipated these cunning humans would centralize their weaponry. And at such close range, professionally trained warriors could not possibly miss. 5 bullets struck the holy swordsman evenly. 2 holy swordsmen had their front legs shattered. The remaining holy swordsman was struck in the abdomen. It all happened too fast. With their strength severely diminished by the injuries, the previously suppressed Special Forces members immediately counterattacked and subdued the holy swordsman. Meanwhile, the rear-line warriors began reloading their weapons immediately. Preparing for the second wave of assault, the current developments had surpassed every holy swordsman's expectations. But in the next instant, the battlefield erupted once more. Kairuto roared as it charged into the fray from the doorway. Its hooves, thick with water elemental energy, propelled it forward as it leaped toward the Special Forces team members restraining the Holy Sword Knights. In the next instant, the Special Forces who had been firmly restraining the Holy Swordsman were sent flying by the immense impact. Celeste roared at the enemies before it. Intruders! Rudy, abruptly interrupted, froze for a moment. But upon recognizing this old acquaintance, his face instantly broke into a broad smile. So it's you, little fool. Glancing at the battered horn, Rudy couldn't help but ask. Doesn't that broken horn need fixing? Keldeo snorted coldly and charged at Rudy. Facing the charging Keldeo, Rudy chose to meet the challenge head-on. He plunged both hands into his pockets, and when he pulled them out again, they had transformed into a trap covered in sharp spikes. Pokémon are living creatures too, made of flesh and blood. Getting hit by such a trap would be absolutely brutal. Especially since Keldeo stood a mere 1.5 meters tall, a mere speck compared to the towering Rudy. But Keldeo didn't flinch. Man and horse began a battle with no rules. A fight where only one could survive. It must be said, these demon beast bullets possessed something extraordinary. Holy knights struck by ordinary bullets could recover quickly thanks to their formidable physiques. But the agony from these bullets felt like knives grinding and tearing through their very bones. Even if the holy swordsmen wanted to activate their skills now, they were powerless to do so. Had they known those warriors concealed a second gun, they would never have acted so recklessly. But there was no room for regrets. Meanwhile, Keldeo was still locked in combat with Rudy. Under the overwhelming pressure of pure combat skill, Keldeo gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Keldeo unleashed a powerful kick. The sheer force of the blow sent Rudy flying several meters away. Celadon stared at its own legs in surprise. It hadn't exerted much force at all. Why had Rudy been knocked back so far? Staggering Rudy was helped up by the warriors. Rudy chuckled. Little one, the game's over. With that, Rudy charged forward once more, rising to his feet and advancing toward Keldeo. Meanwhile, Keldeo, buoyed by immense confidence after that last strike, it charged headlong toward its foe. Suddenly, at that very moment, Rudy drew a gun. A standard issue pistol for fighting magical beasts. Bang! Inside the American military base. Wells watched the screen and remarked. These holy sword knights are departing a few minutes ahead of schedule. Charek wore a look of triumph. The greatest credit for these holy swordsmen's current state goes to the weapons he created. These anti-beast weapons had played a crucial role in this operation. Charek clearly remembered how those old fools had doubted him. With this operation under his belt, his authority to craft anti-magic beast weapons would undoubtedly rise like water following a rising tide. Wells watched the live stream feed of Xu Xing on his screen. Xu Xing lay concealed in the grass, with a full 18 minutes remaining on the timer. He glanced again at the scene where the holy sword knights had nearly all fallen. There was no doubt about it, Xu Xing had truly sold out those holy swordsmen. Wells sighed, unsure whether it was regret or pity. What a pity! Xu Xing, who chose to abandon his allies at such a moment, probably never imagined. A trap woven exclusively for him lay ahead. At that moment, the battlefield ahead came into view. Everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to the rear.
Scattered sounds of combat began to drift from the rear. Clearly, the holy swordsmen had already commenced their assault. Yet Xu Xing remained nowhere to be seen on the front lines. If everything proceeded according to the original plan, Xu Xing should arrive in about 10 minutes. Everyone held their breath in tense anticipation. Suddenly, Zack shouted, "Focus! Focus! Focus!" Their attention snapped back to the front lines. Their objective wasn't to battle Pokémon, it was to eliminate Xu Xing. That was the primary and only objective of this mission. Therefore, they needn't worry about what lies behind them. They only need to focus on what lies ahead. It wouldn't be long before Xu Xing walked straight into their trap. On the rear battlefield, the situation had become crystal clear. The bullet had just grazed Keldio's side. Kairu Dio collapsed face down onto the ground, crimson blood flowing steadily from his side. Soon, the floor was stained with small patches of crimson. Rudy stomped on Keldio's head. "Kid, this is the cruelty of humanity." Caught in the iron grip of the man above him, Keldeo could utter not a single word. "Damn it!" Keldeo growled. Rudy spoke slowly. "That Xu Xing of yours has already abandoned you. Remember that alarm clock? Xu Xing's was set 20 minutes later than yours." Rudy's stance was clear, he intended to utterly destroy this Keldeo. This was the cruelty of humanity. Upon hearing these words, Keldeo seemed to be struck by some stimulus. Suddenly, he tensed every muscle and violently broke free from Rudy's grasp. Scanning the room, he lunged at a Special Forces soldier. The soldier reacted with lightning speed. But the recorder around his neck was still bitten off. Meanwhile, at the distant American military base, a large screen suddenly went black. Wells shook his head. "It doesn't matter. It won't make much of a splash over here anyway." As he spoke, Wells instructed his men to adjust the screens. Soon, only 2 screens remained visible. One showed Xu Xing lying low in the grass, while the other revealed Zack and his team concealed near the entrance. Rudy stared at the group of Keldeo inside. At this point, what's there left to hold on to? Keldeo's lips curved into a smile. "Humans aren't all bad, you know." Rudy didn't grasp the meaning. The next moment, a device was tossed in from the entrance outside. Everyone stared at the device in confusion. Before anyone could react, a clear voice slowly announced, "It's not over yet." Chapter 156, Turn the Tide. A figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. And that figure was none other than Xu Xing. Xu Xing emerged slowly from the dark room, accompanied by numerous Pokémon. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone." In that instant, Rudy felt his brain freeze. Why was Xu Xing, who should have been on the front lines, suddenly appearing here? The warriors, trained for years, immediately began loading their magic beast weapons the moment they spotted Xu Xing. But how could Xu Xing give them that chance? With a mere wave of his hand, Sanai unleashed a powerful psychic blast, instantly immobilizing every warrior. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Humans were still too insignificant when facing Pokémon. While monster weapons could certainly inflict damage on Pokémon, whether they could actually hit them was another matter entirely. Beyond the information gap, such attacks were fraught with uncertainty. Accuracy, reload speed, and other factors were major issues. And humans are utterly defenseless against Pokémon. Thus, in the blink of an eye, all these warriors were stripped of their strength. Xu Xing gazed at the scene before him with a hollow expression. "Well?" Rudy's breath caught in disbelief. His hands trembled as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Request." Before he could finish, he realized the walkie-talkie was now emitting a crackling static. It was clearly beyond repair. Only then did Rudy realize what Xu Xing had thrown. His hands trembling, he pulled out his phone only to witness an even more astonishing scene. In the livestream, Xu Xing remained crouched in the grass. If Xu Xing was clearly in the livestream, then who was this person in front of him? Xu Xing asked slowly. "It's all me." Xu Xing approached the Holy Sword Knights and began healing them. In this battle, Xu Xing had achieved a decisive victory. Rudy had no chance of turning the tide. Once a magic-based weapon lost its element of surprise and information advantage, its deterrent power was severely diminished. And now, under the overwhelming pressure of numerous Pokémon, Rudy clearly had no chance of turning the tide. While using the power of Tokiwa to heal the Holy Swordsman, Xu Xing spoke slowly. "The livestream you're watching has been manipulated by me. It's delayed by 20 minutes. So the footage on your phones is actually from 20 minutes ago. To be precise, the livestream has been delayed by 20 minutes ever since I re-entered the forest." Xu Xing calmly explained, while Rudy now felt utterly despondent. Both devices capable of transmitting intelligence had been completely destroyed. The wireless communication device was rendered inoperable by Xu Xing's device. The ultra-high-definition recording camera had been destroyed by Keldeo. Moments later, all wounds on the Holy Swordsman vanished. Gopher Wound said with a hint of regret. "Sorry, I couldn't even last 10 minutes. Xu Xing shook his head gently. He knew that if the Holy Swordsman didn't take those bullets, someone else would have to. Next, Xu Xing approached Keldeo to tend to his wounds. Though countless enemies surrounded them, not a single shot was fired. It should have been otherwise, but the sheer oppressive presence of the spirits surrounding Xu Xing was simply too overwhelming. As he healed, Xu Xing said, "Kyria, you did an absolutely incredible job. Thank goodness for you. I owe it all to you." Blood still oozed from Keldio's wounds, but he forced a smile. "I didn't hold us back, right?" Xu Xing nodded. "You were a huge help." At that very moment, on the battlefield ahead, everyone crouched low, watching intently. Xu Xing's livestream was set to begin its assault in just 10 minutes. Xiao Fu spoke with a lively expression. "Boss, from the sounds coming from Rudy, it seems like he's won a major victory." Zack replied. "Reinforcements should arrive soon enough. For now, let's focus on facing Xu Xing's imminent arrival." The frontline troops were still staring blankly at Xu Xing on their phone screens. Little did they know that the real Xu Xing had already wiped out all the special forces on the rear battlefield. Only Rudy remained. Xu Xing asked, "You go first, or should I?" Rudy was speechless. He had intended to handle this with dignity, but suddenly felt the Pokeball in his pocket. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "I challenge you to a Pokemon battle." Xu Xing froze. "Me?" Rudy pulled the Pokeball from his pocket. "Yes. You." Xu Xing laughed bitterly in anger. "You? What gives you the right?" Rudy replied, "Because my Pokemon is strong." With that, he tossed the Pokeball. A battered Nidoking appeared before them. Everyone was stunned into silence. Both humans and Pokemon stood speechless. Kiggled also sensed the eerie stillness around him. Driven by curiosity, it poked its head forward. The scene before it made Z1 Kiggled understand Z2's words for the first time. Human malice is boundless. Nira stood trembling in place, her gaze darting nervously around the area. Her eyes brimmed with fear, and her body was covered in countless red marks. Hardly a single patch of skin remained untouched. Naira stood frozen, not even daring to breathe, staring blankly at the surroundings. Rudy declared, "Battle! Prepare for battle!" Nira looked at Xu Xing before him. Perhaps beaten into submission. Facing Xu Xing, Neela showed no hesitation whatsoever. He charged straight at her. Xu Xing intercepted the other Pokemon and caught the charging Nira in his arms. "Nira must be hurting." As he spoke, Xu Xing extended his hand to begin healing the little creature. The holy swordsman watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Guparong roared angrily. "What a beast!" Delakian couldn't help but add, "But this Nira is just a baby." Celestio couldn't hold back either, lunging toward Rudy. But Lucario suddenly stopped him. It turned out that Lucario, possessing aura power, had seen every detail of the earlier battle between Rudy and Keldeo. Therefore, Lucario now sought justice for Keldeo and demanded an explanation for this tiny Nidoran. Lucario turned to Xu Xing and explained his thoughts. At that moment, Xu Xing was seething with rage. Though it was an incomprehensible beast, it was still a living creature. To witness such vicious cruelty inflicted upon a living being was utterly unforgivable. Xu Xing agreed to Lucario's request. Suppressing his rage, he addressed Rudy before him. "Next, I'll give you one chance." The words left everyone stunned. Kiggled asked in disbelief, "You're giving this scum a chance?" Rudy's face lit up with joy, his breathing deepening unconsciously. Xu Xing continued, "Pick up your trap and fight Lucario. I'll let your entire team go. If you lose, kneel down and apologize to little Nidoking." Kiggled relaxed. "Oh, so you were planning to torture him to death?" Rudy stood up. "Fine. After all, Lucario was just a dog that stood upright. He was only a little over a meter tall." Rudy asked himself, if a dog just over a meter tall stood up and fought him, what were his chances? Without a doubt, 100%. Chapter 157, One Punch. The Special Forces members exchanged glances, their eyes betraying unmistakable excitement. After all, Rudy's combat skills were among the best in the entire military camp. Even Zack might not be his match. Even 5-star General Wells had praised Rudy's skills. In the barracks, when it came to pure fighting prowess, he recognized no superior except Wells himself. Rudy stepped before Lucario, and the Special Forces soldiers were now utterly exhilarated. If they could defeat this man-dog, they would regain their freedom. No one doubted Xu Xing would break his promise. They were certain their freedom was imminent. Man and Pokemon locked eyes. Rudy stood over 6 feet tall, and his sheer presence alone had already completely intimidated Lucario. In an instant, Rudy moved. He unleashed a swift punch toward Lucario. But Lucario dodged the blow with ease. Next, Rudy's fists began raining down like a storm. While swinging his fists, he shouted like Rudy. "Ola ola ola ola." Keldeo took half a step back. It seemed their earlier battle had been nothing but a mock fight. The current speed and frequency of these punches were incomparable to before. Rudy's punches were lightning fast. They almost left after images. Even Xu Xing couldn't help but inwardly marvel at this guy's terrifying strength. But strangely, every punch, every attack, was effortlessly dodged by Lucario. Seizing the moment, Lucario launched a punch at the man before him. Thud! A thunderous impact reverberated from the man's midsection. The next moment, the man clutched his stomach and slowly knelt to the ground.
That single punch contained Lucario's boundless rage and psychic energy.
Under this ferocious blow, Rudy was unable to rise again.
It all happened far too quickly.
The Special Forces soldiers never could have imagined that this human-dog hybrid, barely over a meter tall, could unleash such terrifying power. Rudy lay twitching on the ground, white foam continuously bubbling from the corners of his mouth. In this state, forget apologizing, just surviving would be a miracle. Xu Xing addressed Nera, "You're free.
Go now."
With that, he led his Pokémon forward. Midway, Xu Xing glanced at his phone. The Xu Xing in the livestream still had 3 minutes before his move. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield,
everyone was on edge. Xu Xing's deployment was just 3 minutes away. Zack barked, "Everyone, keep your eyes fixed on the front."
Everyone's expressions were tense beyond belief. Xu Xing was about to arrive.
Xiaofu couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn! Is he finally coming?" Everyone stared at their phones. The time until Xu Xing's move was dwindling. The moment Xu Xing moved would be their moment to strike. Their breathing grew heavy and tense. But in the very next moment,
suddenly, the entire floor began to shake violently.
Dust and smoke began to fill the air. Is Xu Xing coming? That was the only question on everyone's mind. The pressure from the tremors kept building. Many warriors were already losing their footing. Zack shouted, "Earthquakes here?"
Ma Wen shook his head firmly.
"The first time. This is the first time."
Zack instantly realized there was no such thing as a first time. This was clearly Xu Xing's doing.
Though unsure of what was happening, Zack immediately ordered, "Fire ahead."
The men weren't sure what lay ahead, but opening fire might be the only way to resolve their immediate uncertainty.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Machine guns spat fire. They began advancing relentlessly straight ahead. Only this action seemed to barely quell their fear.
Wang Anlu's team, sheltering inside the room, naturally felt the powerful tremors.
He was stunned. This tremor was far too violent.
Wang Anlu stammered in confusion. Has the battle begun? Though unsure of the situation, Wang Anlu refused to let others snatch the kill from under his nose. He shouted, "Guys! Follow me!"
With that, he kicked the door open with a mighty stomp. Outside the door, Xu Xing, who was slowly approaching the main entrance, locked eyes with him.
Wang Anlu's eyes widened with shock and fear as he cried out, "Su! Su!"
Before he could finish, Lucario beside him instantly restrained Wang Anlu. As for the henchmen behind him, armed with guns, they too were subdued by Goparoang moments later. Xu Xing dragged Wang Anlu's body slowly toward the main entrance.
Wang Anlu now lay limp as a dead pig, helpless and defenseless.
He strained to make a sound, but a white cloth stuffed in his mouth prevented even a single word from escaping. The tremors seemed to possess a will of their own, sparing only the area around Xu Xing while devastating everything else.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xu Xing could now see the figures firing weapons before him. Despite the tremors, they kept firing relentlessly forward. Just then, Wang Anlu finally managed to spit out the paper ball in his mouth. He shouted, "Help!" Many people whipped their heads around.
Amidst the swirling dust, a clean figure was slowly dragging one lifeless, pig-like object after another toward the group. Beside him were several Pokémon. As the dust gradually cleared, Xu Xing looked at the gathered crowd and spoke slowly.
"Sorry to keep you waiting." Zack's heart lurched violently.
Though he didn't know why Xu Xing had suddenly appeared from behind, he knew this man before him had to die. Without another thought, he raised his hand to command the special forces to act. But in the next instant, under the assault of Shanedo's powerful psychic force, every single person wielding anti-magic standard-issue weapons was affected without exception. Under the overwhelming psychic assault, the special forces members wielding anti-magic standard weapons collapsed unconscious almost instantly. Zack stared in disbelief at the fallen special forces soldiers surrounding him, his face etched with utter shock. The greatest weakness of the anti-magic standard pistol was information asymmetry. Without that information gap, the weapon's threat level plummeted exponentially. Yes, Pokémon feared anti-magic bullets, but hitting a Pokémon with a bullet was difficult enough, let alone with a pistol. Although all enemy pistols had been disarmed, Shaman remained intensely focused, scanning the surroundings, fearing any potential slip-ups. Seeing this, Ma Wen immediately roared, "Fire!" The members who had been firing ahead instantly swung their guns towards Xu Xing. A hail of bullets surged towards Xu Xing, but without magic-resistant ammunition, they posed no threat. Water-type EV unleashed a wall of water before Xu Xing. Every single attack was effortlessly blocked. So effortlessly that those watching couldn't quite believe their eyes. It seemed that these bullets, which humans feared so intensely, were nothing more than simple toys before Xu Xing. The speed at which the crowd cocked their weapons slowed down, slower and slower, until it came to a complete halt. Seeing them halt, Xu Xing continued walking forward. Only at this moment did these special forces operatives, these park personnel, realize. Killing Xu Xing, what an utterly preposterous notion.
Chapter 158, Mass Brawl. Inside the pretty country military base.
At that moment, the entire American military base fell silent. A deathly quiet had descended upon the base. Not a single soul dared utter a word. On the screen, Xu Xing stood with an air of calm detachment. The more composed and unruffled he appeared, the more ridiculous their earlier plans seemed. Charlie's lips trembled in disbelief they had been outmaneuvered so easily. On the screen, two separate displays now appeared. On one screen, Xu Xing led his Pokémon through the rear to rescue the sacred swordsman. On the other screen, Xu Xing stood alone, facing over 100 armed personnel. Wells's heart was filled with complex emotions: admiration for the boy's intelligence, yet regret that he hadn't succeeded in eliminating him within the compound. Well's face was as cold as frost, and not a single soul in the entire base dared utter a word. Only Charek spoke slowly.
Retreat. We can't risk further losses.
Wells froze.
Retreat? Do you think we can still escape?
Charek's face was equally grim. The weapons they carry were forged at enormous cost.
If we lose them all here, it might.
Wells sighed softly before pulling out his walkie-talkie and ordered full retreat. Inside the Huaxia military base. In stark contrast to the eerily beautiful military base, the atmosphere within the Huaxia military base was remarkably harmonious. Soldiers chatted and laughed together.
He Chang-jun chuckled. Brother Xu, you never cease to amaze me. Yeah. For a moment there, I really thought you were going to sell out your teammates.
At this moment, everyone could only see the scene of Xu Xing arriving at the rear to rescue the Holy Sword Knights. They were still unaware of the delay. But on the front lines, things were different.
Full retreat. Wells' command crackled through the walkie-talkie, echoing across the vast, empty hall.
The hall was now utterly silent, and the order was heard loud and clear by everyone present.
Xu Xing asked slowly. Do you really think you can escape? Hearing this, Manhwa knew the game was up. His face turned ashen as he thought of his daughter and the painstakingly built Yashuan ecosystem of shared prosperity. He pulled out his phone, staring at it repeatedly before finally speaking with bitter resentment and fury. Why?
Meanwhile, Xu Xing glanced at the chat stream from the live viewers.
Holy crap! Brother Xu truly hasn't abandoned the Holy Sword Knights. Man! Brother Xu is so loyal. He's a stand-up guy. Honestly, I'm still a bit confused. Why did Brother Xu delay by 20 minutes? Yeah, a 20-minute delay means the Holy Sword Knights won't.
Suddenly, the stream's comments came to an abrupt halt.
Manhwa stared at his phone in utter disbelief. The footage on his screen was rapidly accelerating.
The live stream feed sped up at an eerily rapid pace, the entire scene practically jumping frame by frame. Moments later, the scene shifted to the present. The viewers in the live stream chat were momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Soon, question marks and confusion flooded the entire screen.
Did we just transcend time? Wait, what the hell is going on here? What the hell? The chat room was filled with baffled viewers.
Off-screen, Xu Xing watched the chaos unfold and began to explain slowly.
Have you ever heard of something called a streaming delay?
Typically, PvP streamers set up a delay when broadcasting games to avoid being caught off guard by fans, but the trade-off is that the bullet comments on screen will be delayed. After sending those three away and restarting the stream, Xu Xing had set this delay to a full 20 minutes. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream gradually pieced together the situation.
Recalling Xu Xing's previous actions, they suddenly realized. Holy crap! So that's what it was?
No wonder Xu Xing hasn't responded to any live comments since restarting the stream.
That explains it. So this whole thing was set up by Brother Xu? I'm blown away. Hold up, guys, what's going on? Why haven't I caught on yet? My mind is blown. We've all been set up by Brother Xu. There were clues all along. Did anyone notice Brother Xu never once pulled out his phone after the relaunch?
Yes, if Xu Xing had taken out his phone, the viewers in the livestream would have definitely seen it. And the viewers would have immediately realized this livestream had a full 20-minute delay. And it wasn't just the phone. Xu Xing deliberately kept viewers away from anything time-related. For example, when they were at the Pokémon camp, Xu Xing only dared to go outside alone to check the sky.
He only dared to bring the viewers out after it was completely dark.
Xu Xing let out a long sigh of relief.
As clever as he was, how could he not have anticipated the enemy watching the livestream? But all of Xu Xing's actions were merely playing along with their plan.
Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia military base, the expressions on everyone's faces had shifted from earlier joy to utter shock.
What had just unfolded was utterly unbelievable. No one could have imagined Xu Xing would pull off such a move.
Lin Guobiao finally understood why Xu Xing's phone had only vibrated so long after he'd sent the message.
He Chang-jun exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Xu, what a clever chain of tricks. Wang Tianyan's face was equally agape with astonishment. Who would have thought Brother Xu could pull off such a simple trick and have them running around in circles?
Lin Guobiao, meanwhile, let out a long sigh of relief.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. His furrowed brow finally relaxed. Yu Hu patted Lin Guobiao on the shoulder. See?
I told you Brother Xu was reliable.
I said we shouldn't meddle in Brother Xu's affairs anymore.
When it comes to Pokemon, who could possibly outmaneuver him?
Lin Guobiao nodded in agreement.
It turned out Xu Xing had already calculated everything down to the last detail. As the person who understood Pokemon best indeed, the only one who truly understood them, he naturally handled matters with greater discretion than anyone else. Meanwhile, inside the park, Xu Xing surveyed his surroundings.
Not a single face among the crowd showed any sign of sudden realization.
Only an indescribable expression lingered, one that made the earlier talk of eliminating Xu Xing in this area seem utterly ridiculous. Now, the idea that killing Xu Xing would lead to promotions and higher positions seemed utterly ridiculous. Now, facing the overwhelming pressure emanating from these Pokemon, there was nowhere left to run.
Just as everyone was resigning themselves to their fate,
Xiaofu suddenly steeled his resolve and bellowed.
Everyone! Bring out your Pokemon and fight!
The Special Forces team members suddenly understood upon hearing this.
Everyone had caught Pokemon, some 1 or 2, others 3 or 4.
Upon hearing this, they all reached for their Pokeballs. They released their Pokemon. In an instant, Pokemon swarmed the plaza in droves. But Xu Xing's heart clenched painfully at the sight of these Pokemon.
Chapter 159, 100% Gengar. Damn! Are these people even human? Pokemon are living creatures too.
How could they bring themselves to do such cruel things to these little creatures?
Damn it! My fists are too hard. This is ing despicable. Is this really something humans would do? They're not human. I'm so ing furious. These people are utterly despicable. The chat stream was flooded with furious comments directed at Tianing. Xu Xing's clenched fists trembled uncontrollably.
The scene before him was utterly heartbreaking. In the vast space, only a dozen or so Pokemon stood scattered about. Each Pokemon was covered in wounds.
A Sableye had its front leg broken and was whimpering softly.
In the corner, a Charmander's tail flame flickered so faintly it was nearly invisible. Nearly every Pokemon present had been beaten. These people possessed not a shred of empathy for Pokemon, no, for any living creature. They believed that violent suppression would make the Pokemon obedient. At that moment, Xu Xing suddenly regretted releasing the Pokeball blueprint. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. There were simply too many people in this world who held life in such contempt.
Gigalith in Xu Xing's backpack trembled violently at the sight. Celestia gritted its teeth and roared. You humans, truly, truly. Celestio, unable to contain its rage, lunged forward.
But suddenly, a mushroom covered in scars blocked its path.
Kyurem stared in disbelief and demanded. You. Gradually, more and more Pokemon stepped in front of it.
Yet the more Pokemon did this, the more he felt these creatures deserved to die.
Dalbut coldly declared. We can't let this man just escape.
Delacron and Billigron nodded, both preparing to unleash their power to block his path. But then, something astonishing happened.
Suddenly, Giggard poked his head out of the backpack.
Its voice was utterly solemn. Kiggled is coming. Xu Xing froze upon hearing this.
What does that mean?
Green cellular bodies suddenly appeared where those people had fled. It looked exactly like the Kiggled in Xu Xing's backpack, except for the color of its abdomen. The Special Forces members who had abandoned the elves and were sprinting away, along with the P-Park organization members, suddenly froze in their tracks. A green cell suddenly blocked their retreat.
I told you so. Humans are utterly filthy creatures.
The green cell suddenly spoke in human language, causing the fleeing crowd to shudder involuntarily.
Zack immediately recognized this cell.
It was the legendary Pokemon that had accompanied Xu Xing to this location.
Was it called Gengar?
In his memory, this Gengar didn't seem particularly combat capable.
With that thought, Zack shouted. Don't be afraid. This Pokemon before us merely speaks human language. There's nothing to fear.
Hearing Zack's words, the others lost their timidity.
They began striding forward.
Suddenly, the Kiggled in Xu Xing's backpack shouted.
Kiggled! Hey, don't be impulsive.
The moment he said that, the viewers in the livestream chat were all baffled.
What the heck? There are 2 Kiggles? Yeah. Brother Xu has one in his backpack, but why's there another one up ahead? Are legendary Pokemon free or something? Hey, look closely, the one up front seems to have a pink belly? Yeah. It is a bit different, but just that one thing. Man, this Gengar is so unpredictable. How dare he block all these people by himself? Yeah.
With this many people, they could probably crush him with one stomp.
Xu Xing watched the scene unfold, a cold sweat trickling down his temple.
This was also a Kiggled, and judging by its belly color, it was likely a Z2. The others didn't know, but Xu Xing understood that Kiggled had 2 cores.
One represented emotion Z1, and the Z2 representing absolute rationality.
Given the current situation, the Kiggled on Xu Xing's body was Z1, while the one blocking those attempting to flee was Z2. The crowd was clamoring, seemingly about to trample right over this Kiggled. But at that very moment, emerald green light suddenly flared up from the previously pitch-black forest in the distance. The green lights seemed to nod like stars in the night sky. They continuously gathered toward the Kiggled's body. First one, then two, then three, soon countless emerald sparks flew toward the Kiggled. In just a few breaths, that minuscule figure surged to an exaggerated size. Soon, a towering figure clad in battle armor, several meters tall, appeared before everyone. It resembled a giant from Norse mythology, its aura overwhelming all else. In his fully manifested form, Kiggled stood tall and imposing, possessing power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Faced with this colossus, even those fleeing instinctively halted their retreat. Kiggled spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any unnecessary emotion. "Intruders, die!" With that, Kiggled smashed his fist into the floor. The solid floor instantly erupted with countless jagged, rock-like spikes. These spikes brutally blocked those attempting to flee. But the numbers were too great, several had already slipped through the cracks and escaped to the sides. Enraged, Kiggled soared high into the air, looking down upon the insects below. His chest suddenly split open, revealing a monstrous, gaping maw. In an instant, an endless stream of energy surged toward Kiggled's core. Moments later, as the energy coalesced, a roaring torrent of immense power erupted from his chest. All those attempting to flee were forced back by the sheer terror of this overwhelming force. Soon, a clear, unmistakable Z was carved into the ground before them by the immense shockwave. Core Punisher. Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Without exaggeration, the current situation had far exceeded his plans. The viewers in the livestream were equally stunned. This can't be right? How did that tiny cell transform into such a terrifying monster? The livestream instantly erupted in a tidal wave of shock. Wait, what? Did I see that right? That thing went from being so tiny to this huge? No way, dude. It really turned into a giant? Is this right? Holy crap? What kind of monster is this? It's practically a Gundam. I'm freaking out, guys. I take back what I said earlier. Yeah, who could have guessed? A tiny cell turned into a giant. Xu Xing, sensing something was off, began backing away slowly. Xu Xing whispered, "Let's get out of here." With that, he recalled his Pokémon and prepared to leave first. But in the distance, Gigarimo seemed to have noticed Xu Xing. He slammed his fist down once more, pinning those attempting to flee to the spot. Then he soared into the air, pursuing Xu Xing. Chapter 160, How Dare You? Hey! Gigarimo! This man is different. Z1's voice echoed from the backpack, but high above, Z2 seemed utterly unwilling to listen to Z1's sophistry. Different? Even if he won't harm Pokémon now, what about later? A person's thoughts change daily. Trusting humans is the most foolish thing in the world. The fully evolved Kiggled shouted while gathering power mid-air. These detestable creatures called humans must be eradicated completely. Only then will the Pokémon's ecosystem cease to be threatened. With that, bursts of green light erupted from Gigarimo's chest, shooting skyward. Moments later, a torrent of green arrows rained down from the sky. Xu Xing's heart sank, 1,000 arrows fired at once. The only water EV not recalled by Xu Xing reacted with lightning speed. It leapt into the air. EV enveloped itself in water currents, deflecting each incoming arrow one by one. But Kyogre's attack was swift and deadly. Relying solely on one Pokémon EV was simply too much to handle. Just as an arrow was about to strike Xu Xing, Keldeo suddenly charged forward, using its legs to kick the green arrow away. A flicker of confusion crossed Kiggled's eyes. Being in the forest, he naturally understood the daily duties of the sacred swordsman. Their duty was to maintain the ecological balance and expel anyone harmful to the forest. Yet now, Keldeo, a trainee sacred swordsman, not only refused to aid him, but instead intervened to save this outsider? Kiggled asked coldly. Keldeo, have you lost your mind? Caldeum stood resolutely by Xu Xing's side. Lord Kiggled, brother Xu Xing, he's not a bad person. Xu Xing turned and nodded vigorously, you're absolutely right. At the same time, he didn't forget to urge Gigard in his backpack, hey! Hurry up and say something nice for me. Inside the backpack, Z1 sighed helplessly. No way. He's completely unresponsive. Xu Xing realized running faster wasn't the solution and gradually slowed down. But Keldeo, seeing this, panicked. He immediately urged, Brother Xu, run. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. Forget running. What's the point? How could he run? How could a human possibly outpace a divine beast? That was sheer madness. Remember, even at just 10% of its full form, Kiggled's speed already reached 100 km per hour. In this state, he'd only be faster. More ferocious. Xu Xing mentally ran through his options. Mega Sableye, Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario, Mega Banette. Plus a 3-form EV. Logically speaking, he shouldn't lose. Besides, Xu Xing still held this final trump card. Thinking this, Xu Xing raised his head. Yet, gazing upon the terrifyingly massive figure before him, his heart still sank. No matter how he looked at it, this opponent didn't seem like an easy one to deal with. But he had no way out now. But at this point, it was time to fight. From within his backpack, Z1 spoke again.
Xu Xing, I hope you don't fight it. Xu Xing retorted. Are you out of your mind? If I don't fight him, he'll kill me. Z1 replied from within the backpack. If this fight continues, his misunderstanding of humanity will only deepen. Z1 was right, continuing this fight would only reinforce Kiggled's stereotypical view of humanity. Xu Xing took a slight breath. All right. Seeing Xu Xing agree, Kiggled in the backpack let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. But Xu Xing shifted her tone and spoke slowly. I won't fight him, but I need you to transform into your 10% form and get me out of here. Xu Xing spoke with such seriousness that it didn't sound like a joke. None of the Pokemon on his team excelled at high-speed movement. Facing a 100% form Garchomp, if they didn't run their hardest, they'd likely be caught before long. Z1 fell silent for a moment. A level 1 deity like him was being forced to submit to someone else's control. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. But he had no choice now. He'd consider it a sacrifice for Pokemon-human coexistence. With that thought, Gengar leapt from Xu Xing's backpack onto the ground. Moments later, he transformed into his 10% form. His form shifted from a dot-like cell into an incredibly handsome Doberman. Xu Xing wasted no time, recalling his water EV into its Pokeball before stepping onto Kiggled. He knew that as a fellow Pokemon, Gigarimo wouldn't harm Keldeo. Watching Xu Xing escape atop Gigarimo, Keldeo finally felt his heart ease. Kirlia roared. The duty of a sacred swordsman is to protect the forest. To maintain its ecosystem. And you, Keldeo, you dared to consort with outsiders. Celestia replied. Brother Xu Xing is no outsider. He possesses a pure love for Pokemon. Oomph. He's merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might. With that, Kiggle charged at Keldeo once more. Keldeon still used every ounce of strength to block Gigarudo. Gigalith stared at the broken horn on Keldeo's head and declared. Can't you see the truth? Humans are despicable creatures. Look at your sharp horns. Without them, you'll never become a sacred swordsman. Celestia spoke. So what? I'll prove I can become a sacred swordsman without horns. Keldeon struggled to maintain his stance as he faced off against Kiggled. Goparian, Delarian, and Bylegen all froze in place. Z-God Kiggled was the undisputed ruler of this forest. Facing the forest's true boss, these holy swordsmen dared not speak out. Even if the subject was Xu Xing, who once received a divine blessing. Even though it was his own apprentice now in peril. Celestia raised both hooves to brace against Gilded's arms, trembling slightly. Kiggled murmured. You cannot withstand the storm. Celestide roared. I am the storm. As he spoke, Keldeo's shattered horns began to slowly regenerate. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Not only Keldeon's horns, but every strand of fur across his body grew more vivid. The power slumbering within his body crystallized into an unshakable resolve, enveloping Keldeo's sharp horns. The sharp horn on his forehead grew immense, transforming into a blade capable of tearing through anything. Kiggled couldn't believe his eyes. You actually. Kirlia did not take advantage of Kiggled's momentary lapse to launch a surprise attack. He simply stood before Gilder, unwavering. Kirlia leapt back and forth before Giggard with blinding speed. Trails of afterimages blurred in his wake. The holy swordsmen exchanged glances. Their apprentice had fully awakened today. Only those who find their conviction could master the mystical sword. The holy swordsmen finally ceased their hesitation. Understanding Keldeo's conviction, they slowly stepped beside him. But Keldeo, seeing his masters approaching, shook his head. Masters, you need not interfere. Kiggled chuckled. Well, well. Chapter 161, Escape. Xu Xing rode Kiggled at full speed, while questions from the livestream viewers never ceased. Ha? How come this Kiggled keeps switching between a Cell, a Gundam, and a Doberman? What the heck is this, Xu? Is it evolving? Did Kiggled evolve? Why? Is this the gap between enemy units and our allies? Both are small creatures, yet the enemy turns into a Gundam wreaking havoc, while we just become a dog running away? This matchmaking system, Suga, I'm impressed and not in a good way. No, Xu, how about we take him down? There's strength in numbers. Xu Xing knew this wasn't about doing it or not. The most crucial thing was to resolve the misunderstanding between humans and Pokemon. Xu Xing was utterly speechless. In the end, he was the one getting hurt. Those nations, driven by so-called interests, were eager to eliminate Xu Xing completely. But they didn't understand. Without a peacemaker between Pokemon and humans, without someone building a bridge for communication, both sides would ultimately suffer. Xu Xing explained as he raced through the night. Hold on, everyone. Why would Gengar see humans as a plague? After pondering, the netizens immediately replied. Because humans took over their main habitats? Because humans seized the places Pokemon should have lived? Because humans invaded the forests? Xu Xing spoke slowly. It's long since been about mere forest encroachment. Let me ask you this, if a gang of bandits suddenly barged into your home, demanding to seize your territory without explanation, would you just accept it, painfully relinquishing your land, thinking the matter was settled? But these bandits aren't satisfied. Not only do they wreck your home, they capture your loved ones, your brothers and sisters, and beat them. What would you do? And you possess the power to utterly destroy these bandits. What would you do then? Hearing this, viewers in the livestream chat erupted in anger. Damn it! Brother Sue! My fists are itching. No way! Do they even think I'm human? Damn it! Is this even human behavior? This is way too much. If I had the power, I'd wipe these thugs off the face of the earth. This is such a lack of respect. Exactly. Stealing territory is one thing, but daring to lay a finger on me? You'd be lucky if you didn't end up eaten to a pulp. Xu Xing nodded slightly. And that's exactly the situation now. We humans are the bandits, forcibly breaking through the last line of defense. The moment these words were spoken, the viewers in the livestream chat understood. So in this conflict, we humans are the evil ones. But many viewers still asked. Then let's just give this land to the Pokémon. Let them live freely. Even if we do, Pokémon deserve human rights too. Well said. I support this. Hand over this forest to the Pokémon. Xu Xing shook his head again. That won't work. Setting aside whether we can control other countries from coming here at all. Consider this, we all live on the same planet, in the same vacuum. Even if our generation never meets them, what about our children? Our grandchildren? Are we really going to make this place a human-free zone forever? Moonlight spilled across Xu Xing's face. Humans and Pokémon aren't inherently incompatible. What I want to do is mend the relationship between us. With those words, the online community finally understood. Yes, Xu Xing carried an immense burden. The entire relationship between humans and Pokémon across all of China, no, across the entire world, rested on Xu Xing's shoulders. Xu Xing knew that confrontations with these terrifying legendary creatures would occur countless times in the future. And all he could do was keep moving forward, carrying that weight. At this thought, Xu Xing sighed deeply, never mind the past. What should he do right now? He was still being pursued by this Garchomp. Boom! A sudden, thunderous crash erupted behind Xu Xing, likely the Kiggle breaking through the enclosure and charging toward him. Xu Xing patted the Kiggle beneath him. Run faster! Run faster! Beneath him, Z1 grumbled. Stop nagging. I'm trying my best. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zack was panting heavily. Earlier, he had successfully led several team members to break through the encirclement. Wells had already ordered a full retreat. But Zack refused to accept it. He had never, ever been this close to a promotion. All he needed to do was take out a few ordinary people. A team member, still bearing a bruise on his face, spoke up. Boss, the Admiral said. Zack ignored him and snatched the walkie-talkie. Before anyone could react, he slammed the radio to the ground, shattering it. The Special Forces operative responsible for transmitting the footage now lay unconscious in the compound. The walkie-talkie was now completely destroyed. This meant that whatever the group did now, with their communication severed, no one would ever know. Expressions flickered across their faces. Zack swept his gaze over them, his voice thick with menace. I won't leave until this mission is completed. Zack's tone was icy cold, as if he had already made up his mind, determined to go down fighting with Xu Xing. His stance sent a chill through the surviving Special Forces members. Zack scanned their faces and asked, how many anti-magic service pistols are left now? Everyone held out their hands. Including Zack, only 5 had escaped. Yet among the 5, only 2 anti-magic pistols remained. Zack gathered the weapons and asked, are you going back, or are you coming with me to take down Xu Xing? The others exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Zack raised a pistol. If you choose to return, this gun is yours. I'll let you go. After a long pause, still no one spoke. A 30-man squad was whittled down to just 5 men. Such a debacle would be laughable if word got out, let alone anything else. Moreover, this mission was crucial. Success would bring far more than just a promotion. So now, seeing Zack's sheer grit, the others resolved to fight one last time. Zack looked at the group and said, good. Truthfully, Zack already had a plan. If anyone had actually tried to turn back just now, he would have killed them without hesitation. After all, if word got out about someone sabotaging the walkie-talkie, the consequences would be unpredictable. But if it was just a death, that wouldn't matter. After all, in this forest, death was hardly an unusual occurrence. Just then, a teammate asked, Boss, what should we do now? Zack thought for a moment and replied, first, find a secure spot to set up camp. Then pull out our phones to watch Xu Xing's livestream and keep a close eye on that kid's every move. The plan was set, but suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the surrounding trees. Zack, normally bold as brass, steeled his nerves and pushed aside the undergrowth only to turn ashen in the next instant. Chapter 162, Ypres. Ha, ha. Zack and his crew were now panting heavily.
None of them had anticipated the situation turning out this way. Just ahead, as Zack parted the grass, an extremely bizarre Pokémon suddenly leaped out. Its appearance bore no resemblance to anything living in the wild. With their ranks depleted, the group could only flee in panic. After running for a full 20 minutes, everyone was utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to them, the Special Forces squad had arrived at a cave. Zack looked around at his teammates, their spirits crushed. Their already small numbers had been decimated once more during the recent dash. Only 3 remained. Their already slim chances of turning the tide now seemed even more remote. Zack's furious shout echoed through the small cavern, reverberating off the walls. Everyone was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly cramped cavern held unexpected depth. The 3 exchanged glances. There was no retreat now. Without the support of their weapons, surviving in this forest as a team was nearly impossible. So venturing outside was certain death, while this cave truly seemed extraordinary. Zack steeled his resolve and said, "Let's go. Let's explore deeper inside." The other 2 nodded in agreement. After all, they were already facing certain death either way. And so, trembling slightly, the 3 of them stepped into the cave. They switched on their flashlights, the only source of light in the cold, damp cavern. They moved cautiously, trembling slightly despite being battle-hardened warriors. Even they couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The terror of this Yashuan forest far exceeded their wildest imaginings. And now they were in this state, short on supplies, weak in numbers, and without any weapons. If they encountered even a slightly aggressive Pokémon, it could easily become a life or death situation. The only silver lining was that Zack still had a Pokémon. When the others had sent out their Pokémon earlier, all of them were weaker than Xu Xing's. Zack had been reluctant to unleash his mongoose Pokémon immediately. Thus, it became Zack's sole combat asset. In the pitch-black cavern, the echoes of footsteps were almost audible. Flashlight beams darted wildly around the space. Suddenly, the light stopped. One team member gasped, his voice trembling slightly. "Damn, what is that?" Hearing this, everyone shifted their flashlights to illuminate the area. Under the light, a dark red, heart-shaped object hung motionless in midair. Dark red ripples constantly drifted within this core, causing the team members to gasp. Zack exclaimed in disbelief. "What the hell is this thing?" Everyone froze in place. This red heart-like object seemed to possess life. At that moment, the heart continued to contract and beat. The sight terrified them all. Such a bizarre life form, they hadn't just seen it. They'd never even heard of such a thing. All eyes turned to Zack. Facing this creature, a chill ran down everyone's spine. "Should we continue?" Zack steeled himself and said, "Let's go." But another commando voiced his discontent. "No, I don't think we can go on. Who knows what else might be in there?" Zack asked. "Do we even have a way out?" The commando replied. "I don't care if there's a way out or not. All I know is that if we keep going, it'll definitely be a dead end." He held out his hand. "Give me my gun. I'll walk myself." Zack narrowed his eyes. "Give you the gun?" Zack drew the pistol from his waist and aimed it at the Special Forces soldier. "You're going to." Before the words were out, Zack pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack echoed through the cavern as the commando was instantly blown apart. Zack had completely lost his mind. He knew that if word got out about 30 men going out and only 3 returning, his career and any chance of promotion would be over. With promotion just a step away, he couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. Seeing the situation turn sour, another member immediately lunged to seize the gun. He launched a surprise attack on Zack, the immense force sending the pistol flying several meters away. The 2 locked eyes, both knowing victory hinged on that gun. The Special Forces operative lunged to retrieve the weapon, but Zack's calm voice cut him off. "Don't move." Turning around, they saw Zack holding the standard-issue anti-beast pistol, his gaze cold and fixed on the team member. The commando steeled himself. "I'll fight you to the death." He charged at Zack, who seemed taken aback by the soldier's reckless boldness. Zack pulled the trigger, but at the last moment, the soldier wrenched his arm away. The bullet pierced through the commando's ear and struck the red, heart-like object behind him. Or rather, the living thing. That single shot had struck the red heart perfectly. The red heart, sensing the offense, began to tremble violently, and crimson ripples began to reverberate rapidly. A piercing, indescribable sound erupted within the cavern. Both men were frozen in terror by the horrifying scene. They had faced every horror imaginable, yet this still left them utterly shaken. They halted their exchange of punches and kicks, staring dumbstruck at the spectacle before them. At this moment, the enormous heart is changing at a visible pace. It contracted, expanded, contracted, expanded. Moments later, this heart-like creature began to crack in concentric rings. Only then did the crowd realize this wasn't a heart at all, it was clearly a cocoon. The cocoon shattered completely. And the Pokémon within awoke fully. The 2 men's eyes held no trace of fighting spirit, only sheer terror at the sight of this colossal creature. This Pokémon radiated a deep crimson glow. It resembled a blood-red bat. Viewed from a distance, the Pokémon resembled an enormous Y-shaped form. Zack and his team caught their breath, but before they could process it, the next moment, white-type Pokemon Iperthar let out a sudden roar. Immediately after, under their gaze, the pistol lying on the ground began to petrify visibly. They sucked in their breaths as if an invisible force emanated from the ground. And now, that force was slowly creeping toward them. In the next instant, that force enveloped the fallen teammate. The corpse of the teammate, still warm and with blood not yet fully drained, instantly transformed into a stone statue. The two instantly realized something was terribly wrong and began to sprint away. But before they could take even half a step, the force engulfed their backs. They let out a howl, their expressions twisting into savage grimaces. Thus, the last two distorted faces remained in the world. They were then completely petrified by a Purcell. The newly awakened Ipertle radiated an unmistakable aura of savage fury. It lifted its wings, fluttering them slightly as it slowly flew toward the cave's exit. Chapter 163, Complete Defeat. Xu Xing still rode the 10% form of Kiggled, racing relentlessly through the forest. The fully evolved Kiggled chasing behind showed no intention of letting Xu Xing escape. In the pitch-black forest, two figures pursued each other relentlessly. Z2 couldn't fathom what method Xu Xing had employed to compel both Keldeo and Z1 to intervene. It was clear that if these humans were allowed to remain in the forest, they would bring countless disasters upon it. The perfect form Kiggled roared from behind. "Hey! Don't run!" Cold sweat trickled down Xu Xing's temple. Was he the fool, or was Xu Xing? Running now was the only way to avoid a fate too grim to contemplate. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but react to this thrilling chase. "Holy, Xu, this is insane." Yeah. "Brother Xu, slow down or you'll get swallowed." "Seriously, this is insane. My heart's pounding like crazy." Turns out, only the legendary Pokemon can make our Xu GE look this flustered. "Xu, run faster. Just a little quicker. That giant one behind you is catching up. Hey! Look at that red thing in the back. What is it?" Yeah. "Is it a fire? A forest fire? That would be disastrous." With no delay in the livestream, Xu Xing could see the viewers' comments in real time. Xu Xing turned his head and saw a patch of land glowing red behind the Gigarimo. From a distance, it did look like a fire, but Xu Xing quickly realized something was off. If it were a fire, the color seemed too dull and muted. Rather than a fire, it resembled a colossal dark red gemstone glowing in the darkness. But that couldn't be right. Xu Xing shouted. "Hey! Kiggled! What's that behind you?" Kiggled was currently focused entirely on chasing Xu Xing, but upon hearing the question, he instinctively turned his head. The sight of that dark crimson glow made him freeze in place. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately turned and flew off into the distance. This scene stunned not only the viewers in the livestream chat but even Xu Xing himself. Viewers flooded the chat with questions. "Wait, isn't that Brother Xu? What's going on here? Did Kiggled suddenly fall for someone else? Holy crap! Just up and left like that? So decisive? I'm confused, why did he suddenly leave? Did he spot another treasure?" Seeing Z2 turn and leave, Xu Xing immediately shouted. "Kiggled, we gotta catch up." Beneath him, Kiggled was speechless. "He's not even chasing after them, and you're rushing to deliver something to him?" Xu Xing retorted irritably. "You don't know what you're talking about. Just do as I say." Kiggled was thoroughly exasperated, but he obeyed Xu Xing's orders. He turned around and started moving. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but shout. "Wait, what? Xu, you're out of your mind. She's been chasing you like crazy, and now you're going back to her? Even if. How could he be so reckless? Hey, everyone, stop speculating. Our Xu must have his reasons." "Exactly. Brother Xu's always been super reliable. I get all that, but how is this any different from walking into a trap?" Xu Xing, of course, had his own reasons. He knew that endless running wouldn't solve anything. Yet now, something unexpected had emerged that made Kiggled abandon his pursuit of Xu Xing. Regardless, Xu Xing was utterly intrigued by this thing. Therefore, both logically and emotionally, Xu Xing wanted to follow and investigate. Moreover, in this dark forest, something capable of emitting such an exaggerated red glow. It must belong to a Pokemon of considerable power. Cold sweat broke out on Xu Xing's brow. Yet a faint suspicion was already forming in his mind. Xu Xing spurred his horse onward, urging aloud. Hurry up, hurry up! His Jengar beneath him seemed slightly impatient, but there was little else it could do besides pick up the pace. High command of the beautiful country's military base. The military base fell completely silent. Officers stared at each other, unable to utter a word. According to the intelligence currently available, all 30 Special Forces personnel dispatched had lost contact. Most were trapped there due to Kiggled's situation, while the few who managed to escape had also vanished completely. The faces of the soldiers were grim. 30 Special Forces operatives. Not a single one had survived. Even more devastating, all the weapons designed to combat the beasts had been destroyed. 30 weapons and 300 rounds of ammunition, the investment far outweighed the gains.
It would not be an exaggeration to call this the most devastating loss in the organization's history. After a moment of silence, Charek spoke up. I don't think we can just give up like this. Wells shot him a disbelieving look. Who said we were giving up? Charek replied, slightly embarrassed. I was referring to the standard issue anti-beast weapons. As the inventor of the anti-magic standard weapons, he understood better than anyone the immense manpower and resources required to produce them. He had believed this mission would succeed, and then the development of their standard anti-magical beast weapons would take off. But as things stand now, it's absolutely terrible. The operation failed utterly, yet Charek believed this had nothing to do with the standard issue weapons against the beasts. The primary cause of failure lay with the Special Forces team. Had the Beastman weaponsmith's sudden appearance caught Xu Xing off guard, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. This thought filled Charek with regret, such formidable weapons, yet deployed so ineptly. After pondering for a moment, Wells slowly inquired. Dr. Charek, if I asked you to forge a set of close combat anti-magical weapons, would you be confident in your ability to do so? Charek furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Wells explained. A set of close-range anti-magic weapons, knives, protective gear. Charek drew in a sharp breath, his excitement visibly rising. After all, developing an anti-magic pistol had been a compromise choice. Melee weapons might not be as convenient as ranged ones, but they were durable. The problem was, when facing beasts with melee weapons, you had to finish them in one strike. Otherwise, you risked being killed in return. This was one reason Charek chose to craft a pistol that offered reliability. After pondering, Charek voiced his concern. Agreed, but melee weapons carry high risks. Unless the user possesses exceptional combat skills, wielding one might just be a waste. Wells nodded. Understood. Charek pressed further. Since you understand, is there still a need to proceed? Who are you planning to send on the mission? If it fails, there's only one consequence. Wells hummed in acknowledgement before replying slowly. I will. Chapter 164, Personal Presence. The entire American military base fell silent at his words. Eyes widened in disbelief, as if they hadn't quite heard correctly. Or rather, they couldn't believe Wells had actually said such a thing. The scene fell silent, not a word spoken except by Charek. Even the seasoned veteran Chalak found it hard to believe at that moment. His lips trembled as he finally asked slowly. You're going personally? Wells nodded. Yes. I personally led the team to make sure that Kid was completely eliminated. Everyone was stunned. Wells personally taking charge. What sheer audacity. Given his current status and position, he could have retired in comfort. Why risk himself for such a task? But Xu Xing's revealed capabilities had already far surpassed everyone's expectations. Subduing a nation-destroying class demon beast who among those present possessed the capability, let alone the confidence, to achieve such a feat? Moreover, even if Wells wanted to go, the old guard at the top might not approve. After all, without him steering the ship, wouldn't the entire pretty country military base eventually descend into utter chaos? Charek spoke slowly. You going, that doesn't seem right. Wells replied indifferently. I've already sought approval. Perhaps no one else can take down this kid. Chalak paused briefly before nodding. All right. What gear do you need? Though Charles and Wells bickered constantly, they were still old comrades in arms who'd fought side by side for years. If Wells truly went to hunt Xu Xing, the outcome would likely be a suicide mission. Even Charlotte couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at that moment. Wells pulled out a sheet of paper and a pencil. He then carefully wrote down the items he needed on the paper. The entire American military base was eerily quiet. Only the soft scratching sound of the pencil against the paper could be heard. After finishing, Wells handed the paper over. Charek gave it a quick glance. These devices required 4 to 5 times the materials of previous versions. Clearly, Wells was preparing for a tough fight. Wells continued. I've made the arrangements. Go ahead and do what needs to be done. Charek gave a slight nod, no longer interested in the rest of the scene. He turned and left to begin manufacturing this batch of Pokémon devices. Meanwhile, in the night, Xu Xing was still sprinting. The Z2 in its 100% form had also detected Xu Xing. But it paid him no mind. Clearly, a massive creature ahead had captured Z2's full attention. Xu Xing asked. Hey, Kiggled, what's he looking for? Kiggled, in his Doberman form, sighed helplessly. I can't sense anything in my 10% form. The more Xu Xing couldn't see what was happening, the more anxious he grew. The red glow emanating from the area carried an unsettling, ominous feeling. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes. He noticed the red glow seemed to be steadily approaching P-Zone. Viewers in the livestream chat seemed to catch on too. Wait, what's going on? Why is it coming back? Yeah. Xu Xing, you're having an easy time, but have you considered the Kiggled under your crotch? So after all that circling around, it's back to square one? No, Xing, is this even right? What was the point of running all that way then? Xu Xing could only sigh helplessly to the viewers. Guess that's just how fate works. After a long journey, Xu Xing finally returned to the back of P Park.
But now, cries and screams filled the air.
Xu Xing's heart tightened as he left Kiggled.
Kiggled transformed into his cellular form, but this time he didn't return to the backpack. Instead, he leapt onto Xu Xing's shoulder. Before they could even approach the compound, 2 Chinese men suddenly burst out, wailing and crying. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces gaunt and emaciated. Their bodies were covered in bruises, their clothes in tatters, making them look no different from the beggars on the street. But Xu Xing's heart suddenly tightened.
Chinese people? What was going on? Why would Chinese people suddenly be running out of the compound? Chaotic clamor never ceased within the compound.
As these people sprinted toward the entrance, Xu Xing wasted no time, immediately stepping in to block their path.
He called out, "Hey! What's going on here?"
The 2 Chinese men looked utterly terrified, as if they'd witnessed something horrifying. One of them mouthed frantically, his lips trembling uncontrollably.
Inside! Inside! There's a monster! There's a monster!"
The other Chinese man immediately chimed in.
"A talking horse! A giant humanoid, and bats that turn people to stone."
Both men were nearly delirious, their words a chaotic jumble. Xu Xing managed to grasp the gist of their incoherent ramblings. After briefly piecing together the information in his hand, he instantly understood what the 2 Chinese men were talking about.
But the viewers in the livestream chat weren't quite as quick on the uptake.
This warlike scene was something they'd never witnessed before.
Viewers in the livestream chat started asking, "Sue, what's going on in there?" "Yeah, exactly. It feels like something really serious just happened." "Yeah, this feels like a war zone. Honestly, Sue, just get out of there. Who cares about anything else? That humanoid Gundam inside is out to kill you." Yeah, just get out of there first." But how could Xu Xing possibly run now? For every 2 fellow countrymen, there could be hundreds more inside.
Xu Xing immediately calmed them down.
"Find a place to hide.
If you encounter unfamiliar creatures, cover your heads.
Come back here after dawn, the country will handle it." For the first time, color returned to their eyes.
Without a shred of doubt, Xu Xing was their only hope now.
They nodded vigorously. Yes.
With that, they vanished into the forest. Although Xu Xing knew Lingua Biao and the others were watching the livestream, he took precautions just in case.
Xu Xing pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lingua Biao.
"There are a large number of compatriots within this compound.
I require a helicopter to evacuate everyone."
Xu Xing hit send, and almost instantly, Lingua Biao replied,
"On the way. Expected to arrive at daybreak." Xu Xing nodded.
Logistics were taken care of. Now it was time to get down to business inside.
Water EV had already leaped to Xu Xing's side.
After a moment's thought, Lucario was also released. After all, their smaller size made maneuvering much easier.
With both Pokémon by his side, Xu Xing stepped back into the park.
Chaos reigned within the grounds, as if an incredibly fierce battle had just erupted. People were fleeing in all directions as far as the eye could see, but Xu Xing had no time to spare. He had to eliminate the source. Xu Xing spoke up, Kiggled, for their safety.
Kiggled understood immediately and replied, "I understand."
Xu Xing followed the sound to the source of the disturbance. A massive, blood-red bat, imposing and Y-shaped, was locked in fierce combat with Kiggled.
Beside this bat lay countless Pokémon and humans, all petrified. Chapter 165, Merging as One. Xu Xing's lips trembled slightly. Iperthar. The viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned.
Certain creatures in the Pokémon world possessed appearances that astonished everyone.
Just like the Iperthar before them.
Blood-red wings, enormous feathers flapping ceaselessly.
It seemed as though a single flap could unleash a colossal tornado. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted. "Holy crap, what the heck is this thing, Sue? This feels so freaky. Don't tell me it's another legendary Pokémon."
"It looks terrifying, definitely not someone you'd want to mess with."
"What are those stone statues on the ground? Why are these 2 Pokémon fighting?" "Bro Sue, explain. Even though Gigarimo is so powerful, it's actually getting dominated." "Gigalith is being dominated?"
No, Xu Xing narrowed his eyes and immediately spotted the clue. As he moved toward the front lines, he explained, "This Pokémon is called Yveltal.
As many of you guessed, it represents death.
You can call Iperthar Y God, while the Gigarimo battling it is Z God." One question answered, and the live chat exploded with a barrage of new inquiries.
The most pressing concern among them, could it be that Gigarimo was actually no match for Ipertal?
Given the current situation, Gigarimo was being completely dominated by Iperthar.
But Xu Xing knew the truth wasn't so simple.
First, Kiggled was currently operating solely in his rational state, significantly weaker than his full-powered form. Moreover, he had just fought a battle before this, and immediately afterward began a long-distance run without rest. Thus, his stamina is far from peak condition.
Second, and most crucially, this region is teeming with Pokémon petrified by Ipertal.
If Kiggled made a single misstep or his attacks went awry, the consequences would be dire.
This is why Kiggled was unable to defeat Ipertal.
But Xu Xing, who knew the reason, chose not to intervene. For now, the situation might only require the Pokémon to carry away the petrified creatures lying on the ground. The rest of the battle would surely see a reversal of fortunes. But Xu Xing knew that if Hippotalta were defeated like this, his plan would surely fail. With this in mind, Xu Xing summoned Shaman and Banette, immediately assigning tasks.
Snorlax, you will protect these petrified Pokémon on the ground. Hearing this, the Z1 on his shoulder couldn't help but stir with excitement. You're going to help Gigarimo take on Iperthar?
Xu Xing chuckled without reply, then the two Pokémon engaged in aerial combat. Xu Xing lightly straddled Banette. Pointing at Garchomp high above, he shouted.
Water EV. Use hot water. Aim for Kiggled. Water EV hesitated not a moment.
She gathered in her mouth, and moments later, a torrent of scalding water erupted from her snout.
It coalesced into a water dragon that struck Gigarimo. Completely unprepared, Giratina took the full brunt of the scalding water. The Z1 on his shoulder gasped. What are you doing, Xu Xing? Did you target the wrong one? It wasn't just Z1 who was stunned, even the viewers in the livestream chat were baffled. Though the audience didn't know the relationship between the two Pokémon.
It was clear the petrified remains on the ground were caused by Iperthar.
And it was obvious to anyone watching that Garchomp was currently fighting against Iperthar
to stop this giant from causing further destruction.
But what difference is Xu Xing's move from aiding and abetting the enemy? Xu, did you target the wrong one? Isn't the enemy that red bat over there? Exactly. No matter how you look at it, that red bat is the real culprit.
Oh no, Brother Xu really is losing his touch.
Hold on, Brother Xu didn't do anything wrong. That Kiggle tried to take Brother Xu's life earlier, now Brother Xu's just returning the favor.
Even if that's true, Brother Xu doesn't bully others, nor does he let others bully him. All the viewers could see Kiggled's true intentions.
While he's fiercely hostile toward outsiders, he holds an extraordinary love for Pokémon.
Therefore, Kiggled was fighting purely to protect the Pokémon. Consequently, the chat room viewers split into two camps. One side acknowledged that while Kiggled had previously hunted Xu Xing, his true motive was for the Pokémon. The other side argued that since Brother Xu was being bullied by others, he couldn't just let it happen. They cheered for Xu Xing's skill.
But Xu Xing's thoughts were entirely different from any of the viewers in the livestream.
Xu Xing naturally had his own thoughts. After being hit by this scalding water, the fully transformed Kiggled looked utterly furious. In his eyes, Xu Xing had become nothing more than a petty villain. A coward who only dared to strike when others were vulnerable. At that moment, Z1 beside his shoulder kept pleading.
Xu Xing, what are you doing? Ippeltal is destroying the Pokémon ecosystem. Xu Xing replied calmly. Cut the nonsense. I have my own plans. With that, Xu Xing commanded. Blastoise. Ban violently uprooted a section of flooring, an enormous slab. It towered over Banchila's itself, yet in his grasp it seemed like nothing more than a toy.
He gathered his strength and hurled it toward Kiggled. After this strike, Gigareed had no strength left to sustain his aerial combat.
Cunning human. With that, Kiggled resolved to eliminate Xu Xing as well.
High above, Kiggled transformed into a green bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Xu Xing. But Xu Xing stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unmoved. Just as Kiggled was about to collide with him, Banchila suddenly blocked the oncoming Kiggled. A whirlwind of sand and stones erupted across the battlefield. Those who had been fleeing and scattering around gradually slowed their pace. Spectating is in every Chinese person's nature, even when a battle might pose a life-threatening danger. These people slowly halted their steps, finding a safe spot to watch the battle unfold before them. Everyone wondered, after that vicious strike, what would become of the youth riding the beast. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from Kiggled was truly terrifying. As the dust slowly cleared, Xu Xing remained standing calmly in place. Before him, Mega Banette stood firm, holding off Kiggled's assault. Mega Banette's eyes held not a trace of fear toward the legendary Pokémon. Only the thrill of challenging a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Iperthar in the air paid no heed.
It gathered its strength, seemingly preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Giratina. Gigalith now found itself in grave danger. A wolf ahead, a tiger behind. His own stamina was rapidly dwindling. He shouted. Got it? Kiggled. Quick! Get in here! On his shoulder, Z1 hesitated. But as an integral part of him, how could he possibly stand by while Z2 was bullied like this? Xu Xing's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Hey! But Z1, heedless of the consequences, leapt toward Kiggled. Chapter 166, Game Over. Reason and emotion fused into one core at that moment.
Xu Xing took a half step back as Kiggled's aura surged at a visible rate.
Was this the true, complete form of Kiggled?
Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine as his nearly successful plan was suddenly thrown into disarray.
The viewers in the livestream chat were left dumbfounded.
But one thing was clear to everyone, this Kiggled was about to become formidable, incredibly formidable. And Xu Xing, who had been antagonizing Kiggled at every turn, even resorting to dirty tricks and ambushes, was likely headed for a grim fate. The viewers in the livestream were ultimately on Xu Xing's side.
Seeing Kiggled suddenly become this powerful, they couldn't help but gasp. Oh no, Xingy. What are we gonna do now? This Kog'Maw is terrifyingly strong. Yeah.
He shouldn't have provoked him earlier.
Serves him right. Oh no, Brother Su.
This is karma coming back to bite him.
Exactly.
We should have teamed up with Kiggle to take down Aipom earlier.
Xu Xing felt utterly helpless at the fickle reactions of the viewers in the livestream chat.
Even if Xu Xing had teamed up with Kiggle against Aipom earlier, Kiggle might not have spared him anyway. Xu Xing said nothing more. It was pointless now. Only fighting remained.
The surrounding onlookers were beginning to lose their panic, even if they couldn't understand the battle.
But they could read the situation. Xu Xing was clearly at a disadvantage. Just then, Aipom's shadow ball was fully charged.
He hurled it from high above. Its target was Kiggled. The fully evolved Kiggled didn't dodge or flinch in the face of this attack. He didn't even turn his head. Relying solely on instinct, he caught the flying disaster with perfect stability. Powerful. Too powerful. This is the true, complete form of Kiggled. Sweeping away all potential threats to the environment with sheer, absolute power. Even Banakoras, who had previously managed to block Kiggled's attacks, could no longer hold his ground. Xu Xing abruptly stepped back and commanded. Lucario. Use Aura Sphere. Lucario charged up in its hands. Then a wave missile erupted with tremendous force. But for Giratina, it was utterly insignificant. Giratina in its complete form was simply too terrifyingly powerful. Xu Xing dared not hesitate any longer and immediately played his final card. Lucario. Mega Evolve. Zeraora. Mega Evolve. Come forth, Gyarados. Mega Evolve. For Mega Pokemon erupted onto the field in an instant.
Xu Xing finally felt a glimmer of confidence, but he knew he couldn't afford to underestimate this fully evolved Garchomp. Kiggled was startled to see Xu Xing summon so many Mega Pokemon at once. But his surprise lasted only a moment before he soared skyward once more.
A massive maw opened on its chest.
Instantly, millions of green arrows rained down like a torrential downpour.
Xu Xing's heart clenched in sudden tension. He nearly roared. Protect the others immediately. The arrow storm covered an immense area, its destructive power absurdly high. It sliced through iron like mud and mud like water. Even Pokemon would struggle to withstand this attack. Let alone ordinary people.
The Mega Pokemon scattered to shield the surrounding regular Pokemon, forced to absorb a wave of damage head-on.
Xu Xing's expression didn't look good.
The odds of winning this battle were shifting in Gigalitha's favor. Without exaggeration, even if Xu Xing's entire Pokemon team joined forces with Iprithar and Xergnias, they might not stand a chance against this Pokemon.
This was Giratina. Xu Xing took a light breath.
This was troublesome. Under Eevee's protection, Xu Xing hadn't suffered excessive damage.
But after the barrage of arrows ended, the Pokemon present were all in rough shape.
Xu Xing gritted his teeth. Just then, Keldeo and the Sacred Swordsman arrived.
All four Pokemon bore injuries of varying severity.
Yet they still forced stiff smiles onto their faces.
Seeing Keldeo's horns restored, Xu Xing was taken aback. Your horn. Celadon nodded. Shame on me. Even with the Mystic Sword, I still couldn't defeat Lord Kiggled. Xu Xing nodded slightly.
If he could defeat him, that would be turning the heavens upside down.
The four Sacred Swordsmen took their positions. Go Palawang declared. Xu Xing, let us all aid you together. Xu Xing's expression turned slightly peculiar. You're helping me? That doesn't seem right.
The Holy Swordsman shared the same duty as Kiggled, protecting the forest ecosystem. Yet now they were joining Xu Xing against Kiggled, clearly improper. The Holy Swordsman exchanged bitter glances before turning their gaze around.
Though we don't know why you've turned against Lord Kiggled, surely you have things you must protect too. Watching the scattered Chinese citizens flee in all directions, Xu Xing made up his mind.
The Holy Swordsman said no more and slowly stepped before Xu Xing. The Mega Pokemon also slowly approached, positioning themselves in front of Xu Xing.
For Holy Swordsman, for Mega Pokemon, 1 EV, and 1 Evolute.
These were all the opponents Kiggled would have to face.
1 versus 10.
But Kiggled's expression remained stern, his eyes showing no trace of fear.
The viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with excitement. 1 versus 10. How could he possibly lose? Exactly. Give me a reason why he could lose. Sugu is just too fierce. He summoned a full 10 Pokemon to fight back. Even Giratina probably can't stop this.
The livestream viewers seemed highly optimistic about this battle, but Xu Xing's face was ashen. While the odds looked favorable, not a single one of Xu Xing's 10 Pokemon was at peak condition. To protect the bystanders, Garchomp had wiped out most of their stats with just one arrow rain. As for the Sacred Swordsman, their battered condition suggested they'd just finished a fierce battle with Gigareed. As for Gigareed, having just fully recovered, he was now at the peak of his power.
If they actually went ahead with the battle, the odds were stacked against them. Xu Xing's face darkened with grim determination, and Gigard had already made his move.
He showed no mercy toward the Pokemon lying on the ground. He opened his hand and slammed it into the ground. In the next instant, green ripples surged from the floor. The ripples spread relentlessly, surging in all directions. Even Banette let out a wail of terror at the sight of these terrifying ripples. The other Pokémon fared no better. After just one move, many Pokémon could no longer endure. Seeing his injured companions, Xu Xing's face darkened. Unable to bear seeing his Pokémon suffer further, Xu Xing retrieved them all with his Pokeballs. After all, they would still be needed later. If they were all wiped out here, then there would truly be no hope left. The battlefield, just moments ago teeming with Pokémon, was suddenly empty. Kiggled, now embodying both reason and emotion, asked slowly. Xu Xing, why did you help Aipom? Xu Xing shook his head gently, now standing alone. Amidst the surging waves of chaos, the holy swordsman was forced back. Only Xu Xing and Kiggled remained facing each other, while Aipom watched coldly from the sky. Out of nowhere, a green scale appeared in Xu Xing's hand. I'm helping humanity. Chapter 167, The Sky Splitter. Xu Xing slowly scanned the empty space beside him. As expected, I'm still too weak. The viewers in the livestream were left breathless. This was an absolute stalemate. None of Xu Xing's Pokémon could withstand even 2 moves from Gigarimo. The sheer power of this legendary Pokémon far exceeded expectations. Even the usually boisterous viewers fell completely silent. Xu Xing, it's over. What are we gonna do now? It's a dead end, a complete dead end. Brother Xu has no more cards up his sleeve. Bro, maybe if you go down on your knees and apologize, he might spare your life. I'm completely done for. Never imagined so many Pokémon couldn't defeat a single Giratina. That power is terrifying. It wasn't just the viewers in the livestream chat, the crowd at the venue felt utterly hopeless too. Everyone knew the battle was lost and gave up struggling. Run? There was no point in fleeing from a monster like this. If Jengar wanted to, it could level this entire park in an instant. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia military base, a deafening silence hung in the air, broken only by the endless stillness. Xu Xing had played all his cards. Facing Kiggled, he had no more options left. Perhaps death was truly the only thing awaiting him now. But at that very moment, Xu Xing suddenly spoke through the screen. Kiggled, stop. There's still time. Kiggled's expression twisted in confusion. He couldn't fathom what gave Xu Xing the right to say such a thing. Xu Xing spoke slowly. I don't want to keep fighting. Kiggled demanded. What gives you the right to say that? Xu Xing produced the pale green scale. I'm sorry. Xu Xing said no more, lowering his head slightly. The pale green scale glowed faintly, echoing his resolve. The livestream audience had no idea what Xu Xing was up to. Kiggled, standing motionless, grew curious. He wanted to see what Xu Xing could possibly pull off. Silence hung heavy in the air. Moments passed, yet the atmosphere remained utterly still. Kiggled stared intently at Xu Xing. After another brief interval, the tension eased slightly, yet nothing had changed. But Kiggled remained utterly vigilant. Another half-minute passed. The surroundings had completely shaken off the eerie atmosphere Xu Xing had brought earlier. With the surroundings unchanged, Kiggled was now certain Xu Xing had been bluffing. He snorted coldly, preparing to act. No! Suddenly, a terrifying aura rapidly approached this location. And this terrifying aura was growing exponentially. The holy swordsman felt nothing of this pressure. Across the entire battlefield, only Kiggled possessed the power to sense this force. Kiggled slowly raised his head. What kind of monster was approaching? This threat had started out no bigger than a pea, yet in mere moments, its intensity had grown so formidable that even Kiggled felt threatened. Could it be summoned by Xu Xing? The thought slowly formed in his mind. If this terrifying power truly originated from Xu Xing, it would pose an immense threat. At that moment, everyone was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Kiggled was doing. But Xu Xing, seeing Kiggled's expression, instantly understood. Shatter Sky. It's here. This is my final trump card. With that thought, Xu Xing said. Kiggled, I don't want to go to war with you. All I want is a peltle. At these words, everyone on the battlefield couldn't help but admire Xu Xing's composure. How dare he utter such words when death was staring him in the face? Viewers in the livestream chat urged Xu Xing to keep quiet, fearing Kiggled might turn around and punch him to smithereens. But Kiggled had no interest in Xu Xing now. He coldly sensed the power, ready to respond at any moment. Meanwhile, Aipom wore utter contempt on his face. With his entire team wiped out, what right did Xu Xing have to speak like this? Aipom thought, preparing to eliminate Xu Xing first. Aipom began gathering power in his mouth, a shadow sphere poised to erupt. But in the very next instant, a figure, swift and brutal beyond measure, plunged straight from the sky toward Aipom. Boom! This sudden attack left everyone present utterly bewildered. Everyone was utterly bewildered. How had another Pokémon suddenly joined the battle? As the smoke slowly dissipated, a green figure appeared in the sky. It was mangarecaps. Meanwhile, Iperthar had been knocked into a corner and couldn't get back up. Mega Rayquaza hovered in the air, gazing indifferently at Giratina. Its overwhelming aura seemed capable of swallowing the heavens themselves. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Celeste trembled, her lips quivering. This is Rayquaza? The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Why would Mega Rayquaza leave its comfortable perch in the sky to come here? But when they saw the fragment in Xu Xing's hand almost identical to the one on Aether's body, it all clicked. So Xu Xing was behind all this. The sacred swordsman's gazes toward Xu Xing grew increasingly reverent. Just how many hidden cards did this guy have up his sleeve? Meanwhile, the live stream viewers erupted in excitement. The long-suppressed tension finally eased the moment Skylight appeared. He's here. He's here. Brother Su's real big brother has finally arrived. I knew it. That's Su for you. He actually summoned Zeraora. That earlier part was terrifying. Seeing so many Pokemon unable to defeat a single Garchomp. Damn, guys, who do you think stronger, Arceus or Giratina? Hard to say. These two are easily the strongest Pokemon Brother Su has ever faced. Ah, we'll find out once they start battling. Zeraora looked at Xu Xing, as if asking a question. Xu Xing pointed at Giratina. That one. Hearing this, Zeraora charged at Garchomp without hesitation. As the undisputed ruler of this forest, Giratina showed no fear. Facing the attack, Giratina immediately retaliated. The battlefield between the two Pokemon instantly shifted from the ground back into the air. Boom! 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 The two Pokemon unleashed a barrage of aerial explosions. Seizing the moment, Xu Xing shouted to the people inside. All fellow countrymen. This is dangerous. Take cover immediately. Wait until dawn to gather here. With that, the onlookers who had been gawking scattered like a swarm of bees. The vast arena was now empty except for Xu Xing, Iperthar, and the Holy Swordsman. Xu Xing summoned Banette, who was in decent condition. When he sensed danger earlier, Xu Xing had immediately stowed away the massive creature. Xu Xing took a deep breath. It was time to get down to business. Banagiras. Use Crunch on Ipertle. Chapter 168, Turning the Tide. A phantom giant jaw suddenly appeared on Bankila's body. It lunged toward the distant Ipertle. Ipertle, who had been feigning death, instantly snapped awake. It flapped its massive blood-red wings, preparing to take flight, but Bankiras wasn't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. He slammed his massive jaws down, biting hard onto Iperthar's tail. The damage was significant, and the humiliation was immense. Iperthar furiously shook Bankiras off. Seeing this, Xu Xing immediately summoned his Water EV. EV. Use Ice Shard. The Water EV transformed into an Ice EV. 3 icicles appeared beside it, hurtling toward Iperthar floating high in the sky. Viewers in the livestream chat were puzzled. Su, what's the deal here? You weren't attacking before, but now you are? Yeah, exactly. Why attack this one moment and that one the next? Yeah. Weren't you teaming up with this Iperthar earlier? Why suddenly attacking him now? Exactly. If you'd focused fire on Ipertle earlier, he'd have been taken down instantly. Exactly. Even without coordinated fire, Kiggled alone could probably take him down. The viewers in the livestream made some sharp points. If Xu Xing hadn't intervened, Ipertle would have been instantly killed. That was precisely the outcome Xu Xing wanted to avoid. He didn't want Ipertle to be easily taken down by Kiggled. What he wanted was to make the Iperthar go berserk. The angrier it got, the more it played into Xu Xing's hands. At this moment, Xu Xing was like an annoying fly to Iperthar. It couldn't kill him, yet he kept harassing it relentlessly. From the floor, Xu Xing silently watched the Ipertle weaving and dodging through the air. After darting wildly through the air, it finally couldn't stand Xu Xing's harassment any longer and flew out the door. Xu Xing chuckled, knowing the first step was complete. He leapt onto Banikora's back. Let's chase it. Chasing a legendary Pokemon, such a scene was truly rare. In the sky, Mega Diancie and Garchomp were locked in a fierce battle. Even if Giratina noticed this side, it was powerless to intervene. Mega's obstruction prevented it from crossing even half a step. Earlier, Iperthar had sustained significant damage in battle. Its condition had deteriorated significantly. Seizing the opportunity to press the attack, it seemed intent on fully enraging this colossal beast. Throughout the chase, Ice EV relentlessly attacked with ice shards. The chase between one person and one Pokemon began anew. Within the Huashan Nation's military base, He Chang-jun spoke up. Dr. Wang, what do you think Brother Su is trying to accomplish this time? Wang Tianyang shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that we should trust Xu Xing's words unconditionally. He Chang-jun gave an awkward smile. The Dr. Wang of the past had been an expert who dared to question authority. But today, he had become utterly convinced by Xu Xing, trusting him completely. Wang Tianyang had already completed the Pokeballs and Pokédex. Mass production had begun, awaiting only Xu Xing's command to start sales. To Wang Tianyang's surprise, the production costs for these seemingly magical items were significantly lower than anticipated. However, the pricing for the Pokeballs and Pokédex still needed to be discussed. Even with all the bigwigs from across China present, no one dared to hastily set a price without Xu Xing's input. It could even be said that the current relationship between humans and Pokemon is defined by Xu Xing. For instance, what constitutes appropriate ownership levels for Pokemon in human hands? None dared to make rash judgments on these matters. They all awaited Xu Xing's stance. He Chang-jun suddenly asked, Dr. Wang, how should we price Pokeballs and Pokédexes? What should be the ownership rate for ordinary citizens regarding Pokemon? Even the ever-erudite Wang Tianyang seemed at a loss for words at this moment. Scratching his head, Wang Tianyang replied, that's a tough one. I can't answer that either. He Chang-jun smiled helplessly, realizing such questions were best left to the experts. But Wang Tianyang quickly changed the subject. Still, I can offer some personal insights. He Chang-jun chuckled. He knew Wang Tianyang well. He had unique perspectives on everything, even if they might be completely wrong. But that didn't stop him from making bold guesses. He Chang-jun replied, Dr. Wang, I'm all ears. Wang Tianyang replied slowly. I believe every household has at least one Pokemon. He Chang-jun gasped in surprise. Every single household? Isn't that ownership rate a bit too high? Wang Tianyang replied. True, it's a very risky approach, but I believe this is the only way to strengthen the bond between humans and Pokemon. Outsiders might not grasp the implications, but He Chang-jun understood all too well. This meant Pokemon would instantly transform from scarce resources into commonplace assets. This development is simply unbelievable. It's like high-end items such as smartphones. Typically, the elite enjoy them first before they gradually become mainstream. But according to Wang Tianyang, Pokemon are to be popularized directly. He Chang-jun couldn't quite believe it. Is this for real? Wang Tianyang spoke slowly. These are merely my speculations, but this remains the best approach to bridge the gap between humans and Pokemon. What about you, Xiaohe? Have you considered your own ideas? After a moment's hesitation, He Chang-jun replied. One per entire family. Wang Tianyang nodded. Honestly, considering the previous support allocations, Xiaohe's idea was already pretty out there. But Wang Tianyang's proposal was so explosive that He Chang-jun's idea seemed downright frugal by comparison. Unable to reach a conclusion, they simply said flatly, let's leave it to Xu Xing to handle. Meanwhile, deep within the Yasen rainforest. In the darkness, a crimson-hued figure darted and weaved through the shadows. Following this figure was a Pokemon smaller in stature but radiating an overwhelming aura. It was madly pursuing the figure, with Iperthar cursing as it flew. It couldn't fathom what possible grievance it had with Xu Xing that warranted such relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Xu Xing continued his pursuit, spewing threats as he went. Hey! Iperthar! Aren't you supposed to be tough? Come on, beat me up. Iperthar! Hit me! Hearing these blatantly provocative words, Ipersal fell silent. Never in its life had it heard such a despicable demand. But helplessly, it was truly powerless against Xu Xing at this moment. The prolonged chase dragged on, yet Xu Xing showed no signs of letting up. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Ipertle was caught. Meanwhile, Xu Xing behind him continued to taunt relentlessly. You call yourself a divine beast? Come on. Hit me. Iperthar had to endure Xu Xing's verbal taunts while constantly fending off the ice spikes from the ICV. It drew a cold breath. After all, it was a legendary Pokemon. How was he supposed to survive in the forest after this commotion? With that thought, Iperthar turned, fixing Xu Xing with a cold stare. Chapter 169, The Final Explosion. Iperthar suddenly whipped its head around, fixing Xu Xing with an intense stare. Its imposing aura loomed in the night, its crimson wings seeming capable of sweeping everything away. Xu Xing took 2 shallow breaths, realizing Ipertle had finally lost its temper. Surveying his surroundings, Xu Xing realized that he and his Pokemon had miraculously circled back to the perimeter of the park. In the sky, Giratina and Mangarecaps stared each other down, neither willing to back down. Viewers in the livestream chat grew uneasy as they watched the suddenly halted Yveltal. After all, this was a legendary Pokemon. Who knew what kind of counterattack it might unleash in the end? Viewers flooded the chat, urging Xu Xing to be cautious. But Xu Xing remained silent, his gaze fixed on the colossal beast. Unable to contain itself, Yveltal launched an instant attack. A beam of light erupted from its mouth, hurtling straight toward Xu Xing. Yet this was merely a dying gasp. The prolonged chase and earlier battle had already drained the strength from this Pokemon, a symbol of death. Xu Xing continued his taunts. Ipertar, is this all a legendary Pokemon can do? The comments sent the online community into an uproar. Xu! How dare you say something like that at a time like this? Exactly. What if it suddenly unleashes its full power and wipes out the other side? Kiggled, you didn't sound like this earlier. Why does Brother Xu keep mocking this legendary Pokemon? The viewers in the livestream were baffled, but Xu Xing didn't answer them. He just kept mocking relentlessly. Facing this mockery, Iperthar felt annoyed. It was still tolerable. His emotional fluctuations weren't strong enough to make him want to fight Xu Xing to the death. But in the next instant, a red and white Pokeball suddenly appeared in Xu Xing's hand. Holding the Pokeball, Xu Xing shouted at it. "Hey, Iperthar! How about you become my Pokemon instead?" Iperthar's eyes widened in disbelief. The net glanced back at its owner. This idea was utterly insane. When had Iperthar ever been subjected to such humiliation? It let out a snarl, ready to lash out, but Xu Xing had already tossed the Pokeball. Swish! Iperthar was captured inside the Pokeball. But in an instant, it burst free, roaring in fury. A warrior may be slain, but never disgraced. After all, it was a legendary Pokemon. The pinnacle of prestige in the Pokemon world. And Xu Xing dared to try capturing it with a mere ordinary Pokeball? Iperthar couldn't take it anymore and was about to explode when Xu Xing suddenly appeared with a mournful expression. "You'll have to compensate me for this Pokeball." The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Iperthar could no longer contain his rage. Xu Xing was practically here to humiliate him. Yapita's aura surged violently. It was expanding at a visible, frenzied pace. Xu Xing's expression instantly turned grave. He knew what Iperthar's final counterattack was coming. Xu Xing steadied his breath as he stared intently at the Iperthar before him. A terrifying aura surged from the sky above, its immense pressure compelling Xu Xing to recall his Pokemon. Xu Xing understood that Iperthar was now fighting with all its might. This terrifying aura instantly drew Kiggled's attention from the sky. Kiggled roared, attempting to intervene. He knew full well the devastation Yveltal would unleash upon the forest if it unleashed its full power. But Zekrom would never allow such a thing to happen. Gigalith could only watch helplessly, while the onlookers, unable to bear the heart-wrenching agony. They rushed out to witness this grand spectacle. Though not present on the battlefield, the viewers in the livestream could clearly sense the divine beast's overwhelming pressure. Holy crap! What's going on here? Is Ipertle losing his temper? Oh no, oh no. Brother Su's really pissed off now. Bro, no risk, no reward. I have a feeling something terrifying is about to happen. Xu Xing chuckled. The viewers were absolutely right. What followed would indeed be terrifying, and Xu Xing's approach was tantamount to dancing on the edge of a knife. But Xu Xing knew deep down that only this way could he secure a sliver of hope for humanity's future. In the darkness, the crimson glow of Ipental grew ever more vivid. Every object near it, whether towering forest trees or onlooker Pokemon, was petrified. Iperthar indiscriminately attacked the surrounding Pokemon. Friend or foe, anyone it spotted was turned to stone. And naturally, its target was Xu Xing. It continuously unleashed beams of light at Xu Xing. These beams appeared light and ethereal, yet upon impact, they instantly petrified any object they struck. At this moment, everything around Iperthar had been completely petrified. Every tree and creature within its rage had been transformed into soulless, lifeless stone. And its objective was clear: to make that arrogant, overconfident Xu Xing taste its true power. This scene sent shivers down the spines of many viewers in the livestream chat. What the hell is this? Holy crap? Medusa? It's way beyond Medusa. This attack's atmosphere is insane. Yeah. Everywhere it goes, petrification follows. This. Xu Xing, run. We're screwed. I swear Xu Xing really messed with the wrong Pokemon. The viewers in the livestream were all terrified by Iperthar's terrifying appearance. Wherever this Pokemon went, everything turned to stone. Xu Xing dared not delay and immediately got up to flee. He knew that while this power was terrifying, every second it was active caused immense strain on its body. It seemed Iperthar had only just awakened, and this state wouldn't last long before it fell back into slumber. And before that happened, it intended to make Xu Xing pay dearly for his actions. Xu Xing immediately activated the system's exchange ability. After a full enhancement, he broke into a frantic sprint. The positions of both man and Pokemon shifted once more as Iperthar launched its pursuit of Xu Xing. This night was not one of Xu Xing hunting other Pokemon, nor other Pokemon hunting Xu Xing. But this time was different. Wherever Iperthar passed, everything in its vicinity, Pokemon or otherwise, was turned to stone. High above, Gigareed watched this scene unfold, his heart aching with every sight. Yet at this moment, he was utterly powerless to intervene. Xu Xing continued his frantic escape, while Ipertle sensed its own life force steadily draining away, spurring it to accelerate. It knew clearly that delay was no longer an option, while Xu Xing continued to flee desperately through the park. This tug of war didn't last long. Iperthar's terrifying roar echoed relentlessly through the forest. Moments later, the sound behind him grew fainter and fainter. Xu Xing turned his head to see Ipertle standing motionless in the same spot. Its eyes burned with bitter resentment as it cast one final, despairing glance at Xu Xing. That gaze was filled with resentment, and then it let out a wretched scream. A terrifying explosion erupted. Hey everyone, 4th update done. Still aiming for 3rd place in the new book rankings, counting on all of you. Hit 6,000 gold tickets today for 5 updates tomorrow. Deeply grateful. Join the update request group below. Guest appearances and reminders welcome. Chapter 170, No More Fighting. Xu Xing scrambled backward, rolling and crawling.
Ipeltal's explosion was no small affair.
Everything within a radius of over 10 meters from the epicenter was engulfed. Yet the bodies of the creatures caught in the blast remained intact. Instead, the vitality of these trees and Pokémon had been completely drained. A complete zone of death stretched several meters in every direction from the epicenter. Everything around him lay utterly ruined. Xu Xing now lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the dead zone mere inches from his toes, feeling a sense of relief.
Iperthar had finally fallen back into slumber.
It had once again transformed into the shape of a crimson heart.
But upon closer inspection, it resembled an immense cocoon.
The viewers in the livestream had no idea what was happening. They only sensed Ipeltal gathering power, preparing to unleash a devastating attack.
Sugu? What's going on here? Yeah. How did such a huge Iperthar turn into a cocoon? Scary. Is it charging up a big move? Yeah. That's definitely it. It's about to unleash its ultimate move. Run, Sugu. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be any life force around this cocoon.
Watching the panicked viewers, Xu Xing slowly explained.
Everyone, the danger has passed.
Ipertal has fallen into a deep slumber.
Hearing this, the viewers finally relaxed.
The explosion was no small matter. Kiggled and Skycracker in the sky naturally noticed it too. Xu Xing shouted up at the sky.
Stop fighting.
Ipertal is asleep. Hearing this, Skarmory gradually retracted its attack. Giratina, having no desire to engage in a prolonged battle, ceased its assault upon seeing Skarmory stop. Kiggled walked toward Xu Xing from the high school, with Rhyperior following closely behind him, ready for any contingency.
Standing beside Xu Xing, Jiggard gazed deeply at Ipertal. It truly has fallen asleep.
Anger flared in Kiggled's voice as he pointed at the land.
Look at this land. Does it even resemble a place fit for humans anymore?
Kiggled's face was etched with fury and profound anguish. His usually composed nature gave way to raw emotion, his entire being consumed by an uncontrollable rage. Xu Xing understood Kiggled. He too glanced gently at the land. Wherever his gaze fell, all vegetation lay dead. And wherever Kiggled had passed, the ground had turned to stone. The entire land was scarred and ravaged, and Xu Xing was the sole culprit behind it all.
Kiggled roared. If only I'd been sent. I could have handled him easily. I could have minimized the destruction.
Xu Xing remained silent, like a child who had done something wrong.
Kiggled continued venting his fury.
You humans are so selfish, you never consider the forest's feelings.
This forest is crying. I could have handled it easily. Why?
After a long pause, Xu Xing suddenly spoke.
I'm sorry. Silence. Only silence remained in the arena.
The Skycracker froze, the millions of viewers in the livestream froze, and even Kiggled froze.
What the hell was this sudden apology about?
The viewers in the livestream were baffled, completely unable to make sense of the situation.
If Xu Xing's goal was merely to subdue the Iperthar, Kiggled could have handled it. Why did he have to intervene personally and make such a mess? The destruction could have been contained, yet because of Xu Xing, the entire land was swept away. So what exactly was Xu Xing's objective? Kiggled had no intention of overthinking it and was about to launch into another tirade against Xu Xing. Xu Xing spoke first.
Since things have come to this, we'll have to repair the damage. For the first time, Kiggled uttered a hum.
Xu Xing pressed on. So what should we do?
Kiggled gazed at the withered trees, the petrified earth, and the Pokémon before him.
We have no choice but to find Zeraora.
At these words, Xu Xing's eyes visibly brightened. His expression became intensely excited, though he still struggled to suppress his emotions.
Xu Xing feigned a naive and innocent expression as he asked. Zerogia's? Where should I go to find it?
Kiggled stared at Xu Xing, momentarily speechless, unsure whether he could entrust this matter to him.
After a long silence, he replied. The Millennium Tree. In the darkness, Xu Xing walked through the forest, his flashlight illuminating the path. During the new moon phase, the moon's light was dim.
Xu Xing searched for Xerneas in the direction of Kiggled. As for Kiggled, he escorted Ipertal to a safe location. After confirming all was well, the Skybreaker silently returned to space. Looking back, that deal had been well worth it. Otherwise, this night might well have been their end. At this moment, only EV remained by Xu Xing's side. EV had transformed into its lunar EV form, its luminous glow making Xu Xing's surroundings appear exceptionally bright. The flashlight in his hand allowed him to see the distance scene more clearly. Viewers in the livestream chat were now engaged in heated discussions about what kind of Pokémon that Zerubius might be.
Zerogia. Just the name sounds so noble.
The previous ones were Z God and Y God. What kind of god should this one be?
F. According to Sugu, these legendary Pokémon have corresponding themes. This Zeraora must represent death. So this one must symbolize life? Can't wait to see it. So curious.
Xu Xing, having some free time, decided to educate his fellow netizens.
Xerneas, you can call it the X-God or X-Deer. Its appearance is profoundly divine, resembling a majestic ancient tree.
In contrast to Iperthar, it symbolizes rebirth.
After just a few simple sentences, everyone's anticipation for this Pokemon instantly skyrocketed.
Walking through the forest, Xu Xing could distinctly feel the temperature dropping beside him. The terrain gradually flattened out. Xu Xing looked around and saw numerous Pokemon resting against the giant trees, fast asleep. After walking a few more steps, the sparse trees vanished entirely. In their place stood towering giants reaching toward the heavens.
We're almost there, the Millennium Tree.
Viewers in the livestream chat marveled that the Yashuan rainforest could harbor such a place. But Xu Xing explained. This situation clearly doesn't seem like something this forest would possess.
I think it's more like a descent phenomenon.
The viewers in the livestream chat agreed with this interpretation. Such a spectacle was rare indeed, towering colossal trees rising from the earth. After walking a short while longer, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in Xu Xing's mind.
Intruder? What brings you here?
Xu Xing slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Xerneas.
Chapter 171, Farewell, God of Sweet Dreams. In the darkness, a divine stag utterly sacred and colossal now gazed silently at Xu Xing. Its form resembled a deer, yet 8 antlers like tree branches sprouted from its head. Each antler branched into 2 more, the antlers themselves a creamy white, while the branches shimmered in hues of red, orange, blue, and purple. Its appearance was utterly magnificent. Xernea's upper body was pale blue, while its lower half was black, radiating an ethereal nobility like a spirit of the night. Viewers in the livestream were instantly captivated by this magnificent divine beast, flooding the chat with waves of praise. Seriously, this is way too beautiful. It feels so majestic. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. This Pokemon is stunning. It's the complete opposite of EV. Sugu. This one. I want this one. Xu Xing's breathing started to quicken uncontrollably. He never imagined encountering this Zeraora so soon. Before Xu Xing could speak, he activated his inside eye. Zerogias. Attribute, Fairy. Traits, Fairy Aura. Status effect, Insomnia. Xu Xing's brow furrowed. Insomnia?
Surprise welled up inside him.
This Xerneas was actually suffering from insomnia? Yet Xu Xing spoke. Esteemed Lord Xerneas, I humbly request your assistance. Xerneas inquired. Is it concerning Iperthar?
As the god of life, he could naturally detect information concerning the god of death with ease. Yet at this moment, he was truly powerless to help.
Xu Xing nodded without hesitation, showing no intention of concealing his purpose.
Xerneas looked at the youth before him and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot do that at present. Xu Xing's brow furrowed slightly.
Logically, these legendary Pokemon should balance each other out.
Take Groudon and Kyogre, Reshiram and Zekrom.
They complement and counterbalance each other.
So if Yveltal caused trouble, and Yveltal had come out to wreak havoc,
Zerubiel should have emerged to counterbalance it. Yet at this moment, Zeraora decisively refused Xu Xing. This left Xu Xing utterly perplexed. He asked slowly. May I ask why?
After a moment's thought, Xerneas laid out the entire situation. It turned out that while bringing life, Xerneas also consumed enormous amounts of energy. This energy required replenishment during sleep, but since the temporal rift several months prior, Xerneas often suffered from insomnia, which significantly slowed his energy recovery. If it intervened this time, who knows how long it would take to recover afterward. Therefore, Xerneas refused to assist until the root cause of its insomnia was identified. Xu Xing clapped his hands and said, So if I solve your insomnia problem, will you, Xerneas, come help me? Xerneas nodded readily. Xu Xing clapped his hands.
Deal. No backing out now. The viewers in the livestream couldn't hear Xerneas speak, leaving them utterly baffled.
Xu Xing turned away from the camera and walked toward the exit while explaining Xerneas' situation to the many viewers. The viewers were utterly surprised by this turn of events. It wasn't because a Pokemon could speak, but because they never imagined this Pokemon, which looked incredibly noble and
seemingly divine Pokemon, could actually suffer from insomnia. Instantly, the viewers began empathizing. See? Insomnia is the greatest enemy of the entire ecosystem.
Who knew even such a noble legendary creature shares my same struggle?
This is interesting. Guess why I'm watching this stream instead of sleeping. However, some skepticism emerged. Sugu, how do we fix this? Exactly. If even Xerneas can't handle it, how could you? Exactly.
Brother Su, better not get involved in this mess, it doesn't look like a simple matter.
Xu Xing nodded slightly. You guys in the livestream are right, I really can't solve this.
Xu Xing stated the facts plainly. After all, this issue had plagued Xerneas for months without uncovering its source.
As for him, Xu Xing? Suddenly, not only could he not solve it, but even figuring out what was going on would take considerable effort. Yes, he couldn't solve it. But that didn't mean others couldn't.
No, rather than others, it was more likely other Pokemon.
Xu Xing walked to where the moonlight shone brightly. The giant trees here were in much better condition than elsewhere. The faint moonlight barely penetrated the canopy.
Xu Xing gazed at the crescent moon and murmured slowly. Celestia. Celestia. Viewers in the livestream chat were utterly baffled by this scene. They couldn't help but think Xu Xing had lost his mind. Viewers started joking. Su bro? What the heck are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Exactly. Bro, you're not seriously calling out Cressilia's name. Suddenly, the chat fell silent. Everyone froze in shock as a Pokémon resembling a fairy slowly drifted toward Xu Xing from high above. And that Pokémon was none other than Cressilia. The viewers' eyes widened in disbelief. Really? It actually came? It came just because Xu Xing called out twice? Is that even right? The viewers' eyes widened in disbelief, their gazes toward Xu Xing shifting noticeably. Words become law, Brother Xu. This is just too incredible. It really came? Brother Xu. Do you have some kind of system? This is insane. Is this even real? Say it and it happens. Xu Xing ignored the streamer's astonished reactions. This was something Xu Xing and Cressilia had agreed upon back in the grassland. Since the viewers couldn't understand Pokemon language, they naturally had no idea about their deal. So when Celestia appeared, they were utterly shocked. Compared to them, Xu Xing remained remarkably composed. Celestia approached Xu Xing like a fairy descending from the heavens. Xu Xing spoke slowly. Long time no see, Lady Cressilia. How have you been lately? Celestia nodded and murmured softly. Xu Xing continued. I've come seeking your assistance. Since the temporal rift, Lord Zeraora has been suffering from insomnia. Might you have a solution? Cressilia immediately understood Xu Xing's purpose. With a slight shift of her thoughts, a feather floated down from her body and landed in Xu Xing's hand. Xu Xing nodded. Thank you. Cressilia tilted her head slightly, then drifted toward the crescent moon once she saw there was nothing more to be done. Xu Xing drew a quiet breath. The feather was pale pink, its surface still glistening with a faint glow. The online viewers were puzzled about its purpose, so Xu Xing explained slowly. Cressilia is also known as the goddess of sweet dreams. Holding her feather while sleeping ensures you'll have a good dream. Indeed, if the root cause of sleep issues couldn't be resolved, why not try a different approach? Chapter 172, Dawn. The viewers in the livestream finally understood. But some netizens remained deeply skeptical. Holding a feather to have sweet dreams? Could such a magical thing truly exist in this world? Seriously, Sugu? You're not pulling our leg, right? Exactly. Where's the proof that a feather can grant sweet dreams? Bro, aren't you scared Xerneas will beat you up if you take that feather? Xu Xing was speechless. Beat him up? Xerneas would be grateful just to see the feather. Seizing the last glimmer of moonlight, Xu Xing returned to Xerneas' side. Seeing Xu Xing, Xerneas seemed a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to return so quickly. A hint of confusion colored Xerneas' tone. You're back already? Xu Xing gave a slight nod. Yes. Xerneas pressed on. Problem solved? Xu Xing shook his head. No. The confusion in Xerneas' eyes deepened. If it's not resolved, why did you come back? Xu Xing chuckled and produced the Cressilia's feather. Xerneas visibly froze for a moment. As if unable to believe it, he asked. This is? Cressilia's feather. Xu Xing chuckled. Exactly. I have a bit of a connection with Cressilia, so I managed to obtain this feather. With it, you might finally get some restful sleep. Xerneas' eyes lit up, his voice rising in excitement. This is perfect. This is perfect. Xu Xing offered the feather with a faint smile. Just as Xerneas reached out to take it, Xu Xing abruptly snatched his hand back. Xerneas froze in surprise. What's this? Xu Xing smiled faintly. Lord Xerneas, I wish to first see if you possess the strength for this. Xerneas inquired. What does that mean? With that, Xu Xing turned off the live stream camera. The viewers, who had been engrossed in the stream, were instantly baffled by this turn of events. The live stream was going perfectly fine. Why did it suddenly disappear? Soon, the chat screen was flooded with question marks. Wait, what? Where's the live stream? It just vanished all of a sudden. Yeah. Why did Brother Xu suddenly go offline? Did something dangerous happen? Protect him. Protect him. Why did Brother Xu suddenly shut down the stream? Did something happen? Could Brother Xu be in danger? Could this Xerneas be a bad guy? Is Brother Xu in danger? Damn it, can someone come out and explain this? I really don't get it. The viewers were collectively baffled, but with no one offering an explanation, the millions of viewers could only stare blankly at the pitch-black live stream room in confusion. Moments later, the live stream feed returned. In the frame, Xu Xing was deep within a dense forest, with Xerneas following behind. The two appeared perfectly harmonious, as if nothing had happened. Addressing the viewers' questions, Xu Xing simply said, Sorry, everyone, the stream had some signal issues just now. Most viewers accepted this explanation without much fuss. But a small fraction remained utterly skeptical. After all, Xu Xing had been through fire and water for his live streams.
So far, there hadn't been anything he couldn't handle. How could it possibly be a signal issue?
Seeing Xu Xing say no more, the viewers in the livestream chat also stopped asking questions.
Xerneas followed Xu Xing into the Yashuan ecological symbiosis zone. Surveying the devastated landscape, Xerneas couldn't help but voice his bewilderment.
This situation is just too extreme. Just as Xu Xing was about to speak, Kiggled suddenly appeared from the horizon.
Oomph. All thanks to Xu Xing's handiwork. Xu Xing chuckled. Now that Aipom lay dormant. If he were to attack Xu Xing, he would summon the Skybreaker.
But that wouldn't lead to any resolution, so Kiggled simply refrained from attacking Xu Xing. But verbally, Kiggled had no intention of letting him off the hook.
Xu Xing gave an awkward smile, knowing better than to say much. Kiggled continued. I've already placed Aipom in the sleeping cavern.
At this point, Aipom seemed to suddenly recall something.
He produced 2 petrified human specimens. Kiggled said. I found these in the cavern.
Presumably, these 2 are the ones who awakened Aipom. Xu Xing couldn't recognize their faces, but their uniforms clearly marked them as members of the Falcon Special Forces squad. Xu Xing was quite surprised. He hadn't expected these very individuals to be the ones who ultimately awakened Aipom.
Xerneas also looked slightly taken aback. Humans were actually petrified by Aipom? I just saved one for this boy.
Kiggled frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Xu Xing interrupted.
Just call me Xu Xing, Lord Xerneas. We'll need your assistance from here on out.
There are still many Pokemon in the park that require your help. Xerneas gave a slight nod, and the antlers on his head began to glow. The antlers began to grow wildly, and then Xerneas gently touched the 2 petrified people. In the next instant, the petrified areas on both of their bodies began to slowly recover. Viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned by the scene. The 2 petrified humans were actually slowly recovering. Seeing them gradually regain consciousness, Xu Xing showed no mercy whatsoever. The instant their bodies regained function, Xu Xing seized the weapons from their grasp. Then, with one foot planted firmly on both of them, she declared.
Spill everything you know. The 2 Falcon Special Forces members, recognizing Xu Xing, wasted no time and truthfully disclosed all information. Yet they steadfastly refused to reveal their nationality. Every soldier is loyal to their nation.
Unable to extract any useful information, Xu Xing produced a rope one that was clearly used.
Its current length was barely enough to bind the 2 men. After tying them up and tossing them aside, Xerneas resumed purifying the area. Its hooves emitted faint blue light waves. Wherever they touched, the areas devastated by Aipom began to radiate renewed vitality. Xerneas circled the path, and all the utterly devastated areas were reawakened with life. Seeing this, Xu Xing finally let out a long sigh of relief. What a struggle. Once the entire forest had been restored, Xu Xing continued. There are still some Pokemon within the park that were accidentally harmed. The glow on Zeraora's horns dimmed noticeably. Kiggled, aware of the issue troubling Zeraora, asked with concern. Your body. Xerneas shook its head gently. Thanks to Xu Xing, it's no longer an issue.
Kiggled turned to look at Xu Xing, his eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. Xu Xing gazed up at the sky. The sliver of moon had vanished without a trace. This night had been nothing short of tumultuous for everyone.
But thankfully, dawn was finally breaking. Chapter 173, The End of Everything. Within P Park. With Xerneas' aid, all the Pokemon had recovered.
Yet the members of the park organization and the Falcon Special Forces squad were nowhere to be found. Xu Xing was at a loss. Since arriving at the park, he had barely paid attention to their fate. Had it not been for the viewers in the livestream reminding him, he might have completely forgotten about this matter.
The viewers chimed in again. Brother Xu, those villains tried to assassinate you and abused Pokemon. You absolutely can't let them off the hook. Exactly. Letting scum like that get away would be an outrage. Xu, where did those people go? You didn't actually let them escape, did you? If we let them get away, who knows what other evil deeds they'll commit? Yeah.
Who knows how many more Pokemon would suffer at their hands? Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. He'd miscalculated this move, but then again, even if they escaped, it was like the monk running away but not the temple. It wouldn't take long to recapture them all within this forest. As he pondered this, Keldeo and the Sacred Swordsman suddenly emerged from a corner. Celestio, seeing Xu Xing completely unharmed, was visibly thrilled.
Great! Brother Xu! You're unharmed. Celeste sprinted toward Xu Xing, who chuckled. Thanks to Lord Gigareed showing mercy.
The Holy Swordsman also approached the 2 legendary Pokemon to greet them.
Kiggled snorted, clearly still harboring resentment over the earlier incident. But what could he do?
For the most part, it was these Sacred Swordsmen who maintained the ecological balance of this forest. This time, Gigareed simply chalked it up to these fellows acting on impulse.
Xu Xing suddenly asked. By the way, did any of you notice where those villains fled to?
Upon hearing this, Keldeo immediately replied. Brother Xu, we've already captured all the bad guys. As he spoke, Keldeo excitedly pointed toward the corner. Goperwon added slowly. There's an underground cell down here. Worried they might escape, we took matters into our own hands and locked them all up. Hearing this, Xu Xing finally exhaled in relief. That's good. The holy swordsmen are still dependable when it comes to getting things done. Xu Xing spoke up. In that case, everything is settled. Xu Xing looked around at the surrounding Pokémon. You've all worked hard these past few days. Xu Xing exhaled a long, slow breath. Zeraora nodded, his complexion noticeably paler than when they'd begun. Seeing that everything was concluded, he spoke slowly. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, everyone exchanged brief farewells with Zeraora. Kiggled also shed his 100% form, reverting to his cellular state. Of course, the cores remained distinctly different in color. The Holy Sword Knights then inquired about the disposition of the villains. Xu Xing replied indifferently, I will send all of them out of this forest. Hearing this, Z2's face finally managed a faint smile. You know your place. Xu Xing chuckled and said no more. Z2 didn't care for humans. It turned and walked away, adding over its shoulder. Best get all these humans out of the forest today. Xu Xing nodded. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Z1 Kiggled leapt back onto Xu Xing's back. He still had many questions about Xu Xing, but those weren't the pressing concerns now. Hearing Xu Xing promise to send them away, the Holy Sword Knights finally breathed a sigh of relief. These villains who had rampaged through the forest would finally leave these woods. Seeing the matter resolved, the Holy Swordsmen once again expressed their gratitude to Xu Xing. Keldeo then asked. Brother Xu, where will you go after all this is settled? Xu Xing pondered for a moment, back to the city. Come visit sometime. Celeste frowned. Lord Goperwon said the city is especially dangerous. Though Keldeo voiced this concern, the excitement in its eyes had already given it away. Xu Xing chuckled. Come back in a while. The city won't be dangerous anymore. Kyria nodded, then suddenly drew closer to Xu Xing. It took a soft sniff, which made Xu Xing feel a bit embarrassed. Moments later, Keldeo withdrew its head. Brother Xu, I've memorized your scent. I'll come find you in the city. With that, Keldeo hopped along, keeping pace with the departing masters. Xu Xing felt a bit awkward and then asked the Gigarimo on his shoulder. What about you? Will you come to the city with me? Kiggled stuck out his tongue. No way. Xu Xing chuckled softly when suddenly a message popped up on his phone. Brother Xu. We've run out of open landing zones here. The message was from Wang Hai. Xu Xing raised his hand and typed, got it. He knew this mission was finally over. He bid farewell to his livestream viewers. Folks, this livestream comes to an end here. Thank you to all the viewers who supported me. The viewers understood the villains were caught, the mythical beast was defeated, and the Pokémon were saved. It was time to draw a line under this journey. Amidst the farewells, Xu Xing ended the stream. Looking around, the space beside him was now empty, save for the Jengar perched on his shoulder. And the water EV at his feet. Xu Xing said. Let's go, EV. We're heading to the airport. Pa. As Xu Xing stepped out of the park, a humming sound drifted down from the sky. Xu Xing looked up to see a large helicopter circling in the air, facing the rising sun. Xu Xing looked around but couldn't find a single spot suitable for landing the aircraft. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing had no choice but to send out Banette. Banette approached the main gate of the park, where a jumble of miscellaneous items was scattered about. If everything were cleared away, the space would be just the right size. Xu Xing pointed at the area and said, Banigras, you've done well. Banikaras nodded and slammed its hand onto the ground. In the next instant, everything on the floor was swept clean. And the aircraft finally had a place to land. Buzz buzz. The whirring grew louder and louder, the powerful whirlwind blowing Xu Xing's hair high into the air. The next moment, the helicopter came to a slow halt before the group. Before it had even come to a complete stop, the door swung open. Wang Hai rushed toward Xu Xing in 3 strides. Brother Xu. Mission successful? Xu Xing nodded. Very smoothly. Then you who led his team out. Brother Xu. You've worked hard. Watching Xu Xing, Yu Hu felt a bit awkward. After all, this matter could be seen as Xu Xing cleaning up his mess. Xu Xing nodded. You guys too. After that, Xu Xing briefly briefed Yu Hu on the situation. Yu Hu nodded in understanding, then led the entire squad into the park to begin the final cleanup. Meanwhile, Xu Xing took Wang Hai to the Millennium Forest. All the way there, Wang Hai chattered incessantly, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Xu Xing grew annoyed by the chatter and quickened his pace. Finally, the two arrived once more at the place where Xerneas lay dormant. Wang Hai looked around nervously while Xu Xing slowly backed away. Suddenly, a clear voice rang through the forest. Brother! Chapter 174, A Promise. Before Xerneas, now transformed into a tree, the brothers Wang Hai and Wang Yang embraced and wept. Xu Xing watched the scene silently from a distance. He knew this moment was best left to the two brothers. Leaning against the forest, Xu Xing's heart churned violently. The era of Pokémon was finally upon them. Suddenly, Kiggled climbed onto Xu Xing's shoulder. At this moment, Bligger had assumed its rational form. Watching the scene unfold before him, it was filled with confusion.
Xu Xing, why haven't I seen this person before?
Kiggled vaguely recalled Xerxes mentioning another petrified human earlier. Judging by the current situation, the other petrified human was clearly the fellow standing before them.
Xu Xing smiled faintly. There are plenty of people you haven't met.
Xu Xing tried to change the subject with a smile, but Kiggled clearly wasn't going to let it drop. Since Xu Xing had nothing better to do and his livestream wasn't active anyway, he decided to just chat aimlessly with Kiggled. It turned out that Xu Xing had shut down the livestream earlier precisely to allow Xerxes to treat Wang Yang. Xu Xing actually harbored his own ulterior motives. He was determined that no matter what happened, Wang Yang must be saved.
Even if the forest couldn't be restored immediately, Wang Yang had to be revived.
Only then could the development of your Pokémon continue. When Zeraora finally revived the ocean, Xu Xing offered only a few brief instructions.
He then released Lucario to guard him here.
Regarding the ocean, Xu Xing briefly selected key points to relay to Kiggled. Kiggled wasn't stupid, he'd pieced together the details of the entire affair through his own deductions.
He clicked his tongue twice. Clearly, Xu Xing's actions were far beyond what it had anticipated.
It turned out Xu Xing had deliberately provoked Aipom into a rage. Only when Aipom was sufficiently enraged, and the resulting harm was sufficiently great, only then would Xerxes reveal himself. Therefore, Kiggled absolutely must not be allowed to instantly kill Aipom. If Aipom were defeated before unleashing his full power, then there would be no need for Xerxes to intervene.
Therefore, Xu Xing must ensure Aipom becomes sufficiently enraged and inflicts sufficiently catastrophic destruction.
Kiggled, who understood everything, complained.
Then why didn't you just tell me properly?
Kiggled stopped mid-sentence. The truth was, even if Xu Xing had explained properly, Z2 would never have believed him under those circumstances.
Xu Xing chuckled, unwilling to elaborate further. It was over now.
There was no point in dwelling on it. Kiggled suddenly remarked.
I never would have guessed you had such connections. Even the Skybreaker was willing to help you. Xu Xing smiled faintly. My connections just got a bit stronger. Kiggled responded with surprise. Huh? Seriously? Xu Xingdan replied. Of course it's true. Don't you still owe me a life? Even if it was all an act, the promise was real. Kiggled erupted in anger. How can that count?
Before he could finish, he snapped back to his senses, his words stumbling out.
You? How did you know?
Xu Xing laughed heartily, just as I thought. It turned out that Z2, representing reason, had long been unable to tolerate the humans committing atrocities in the forest. It wanted to eliminate them all, but Z1, representing emotion, refused. Thus, the two Pokémon Z1 and Z2 made a pact. Z2 would observe humanity's evil, while Z1 would document humanity's kindness. Thus, every instance of the Falcon Special Forces beating Pokémon had been witnessed by Z2. Meanwhile, Z1 staged a scenario where it was pursued by a Dark Lugia, only to encounter Xu Xing.
Xu Xing first discovered the truth when he entered that Pokémon camp.
According to Kiggled, these camps were clearly the work of Darkrai. Yet the Pokémon were utterly terrified of Xu Xing.
If this camp truly belonged to Zeraora, the Pokémon should have feared the vicious Zeraora. Not him.
This clearly contradicted Kiggled's account.
Later events, though only scattered clues. Xu Xingmin had keenly picked up on every single one of them.
Now, everything made sense. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow at Kiggled, who felt thoroughly unsettled by being seen through.
Xu Xing continued. So, you owe me a life. Kiggled let out a heavy sigh. Though it's not pleasant, it seems the truth is indeed that. With that, Kiggled shifted his thoughts slightly, sending a small fragment of his cells to Xu Xing. If you ever need my help, just let me know through this cell.
Xu Xing promptly stored the fragment in his spirit ring.
Thanks. Kiggled turned away in a huff. Who asked me to be such a good guy?
But in truth, Kiggled's willingness to aid Xu Xing stemmed not from any inherent goodness. Rather, it was because Xu Xing's actions earned the approval of the Z-God itself. After all, Xu Xing's intentions weren't inherently bad, his actions were for the sake of Pokémon and humanity. The mere fact that he dared to brave the pressure and come to the forest searching for Zeraora earned Kiggled's respect. Moments later, the Wang brothers had finished reminiscing.
With Duan's sparse footsteps, the two approached Xu Xing.
Accompanying them was Lucario, who had remained silently by their side the entire time. Xu Xing silently stroked Lucario's head. You've worked hard.
Wang Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at the Pokémon. He inquired. Xu. Brother Xu, my brother told me about you. Thank you so much. Xu Xing responded simply, it's nothing. Then Wang Yang continued.
I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should.
Xu Xing waved him off. Go ahead.
Wang Yang glanced around before saying. These monsters, no, these Pokémon seem to be able to be captured.
I want Lucario to become my Pokémon. Is that okay?
The room fell silent at his words.
It seemed Wang Yang was a righteous soul, but this Lucario already had an owner. Wang Hai tapped his younger brother on the head. You need a good scolding. This Lucario already has an owner. Wang Yang chuckled. Is it Brother Su? Wang Hai replied. No, it's your boss. Later on, all the fraudsters in P-Zone were taken back to their home countries for trial. The rescued Chinese nationals were also repatriated. Everyone found their own mother, everyone returned to their own home. Of course, those who had committed illegal acts could not escape legal punishment. Subsequently, all members of the Falcon Special Forces squad were brought back to China for trial. It is worth noting that one member of the Falcon Special Forces met a tragic death while incarcerated. The exact cause remains to be determined through interrogation. On the plane, Xu Xing gazed at the gradually shrinking Yashuan forest, his heart filled with countless emotions. Suddenly, Wang Hai sat down beside Xu Xing. Fed up with the old man, Xu Xing simply said. If you have something to say, just get to the point. Wang Hai rubbed his hands together, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his weathered face. Yeah, Brother Su, that Lucario, could you try to get another one? Guys, I'm begging for gold tickets. Let's push it. 7,000 more and I'll add another chapter. Just reward me for all my hard work, okay? Chapter 175, Pokémon Capture Plan. Hengjiang City. 3 full days and nights had passed since the incident in Yashuan Forest. According to Lin Guobiao, this period was set aside for kickoff meetings. A meeting to set the pricing for Pokeballs. However, with so much going on concerning those individuals these past days, they were completely overwhelmed. Compounded by the absence of various key figures, the meeting had been repeatedly postponed. Xu Xing, bored with the wait, decided to return to Hengjiang. During the subsequent search of Yaksa Forest, a barely alive little Leafeon was discovered. After confirmation, it was identified as Lucario's apprentice and is now officially being raised by Wang Yang. Meanwhile, all Pokemon-related video fan creations were fully opened up. Online Pokemon videos are now sprouting like bamboo shoots after spring rain, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Moreover, Xu Xing has announced that Pokeballs will soon be officially unveiled to the public. This has propelled Pokemon's popularity to unprecedented heights once again. Watching the dazzling array of Pokemon fan-made videos on his phone, Xu Xing felt a mix of emotions. All the effort has been worth it. Moreover, judging by the current situation, things were unlikely to change anytime soon. This period marked the golden age of Pokemon's development. Xu Xing opened the platform. The top 3 trending topics were firmly dominated by Pokemon. 1. Pokemon Fully Unleashed. Videos can be reviewed instantly. 2. Pokeballs coming soon. Pricing to be announced. 3. Science Corner with Xu Xing, hilarious livestream moments roundup. Intrigued by these trending topics, Xu Xing clicked on the second one. The post primarily discussed the pricing of Pokeballs. After all, when it comes to capturing Pokemon, no matter how you look at it, the price probably won't be low. Xu Xing skimmed the comments. Everyone, let's just move on. This kind of thing is definitely a rich person's toy. We shouldn't even think about it. Yeah, us broke folks should just stick to watching live streams. Yeah, but I really want my own Pokemon too. Wah! After a moment's thought, Xu Xing posted a comment. The Pokeballs won't be expensive. Everyone will definitely be able to catch Pokemon. This app isn't Douyin, so Xu Xing's name and profile picture were both default. Given that this post was trending, it only took seconds for numerous replies to flood in under Xu Xing's comment. And those replies were nothing short of appalling. Bro, did you hallucinate after eating instant noodles? Can poor folks like us even afford this stuff? Bro, let me be blunt, you're stuck watching streams for life. Get real about the gap, got it? Let me tell you, you broke folks dreaming of catching Pokemon? Forget it. I alone need to buy 10,000 Pokeballs. Reading these replies, Xu Xing felt utterly speechless. At the same time, he silently resolved to make Pokemon catching accessible to everyone. Everyone should be able to have their own Pokemon. That became Xu Xing's unwavering goal. Inside the Huaxia military base, the entire base was in a state of utter chaos. With Pokemon now fully integrated, countless minor yet essential tasks had emerged. Yet these matters were inextricably linked to the Pokemon's fundamental relationship with humanity. Therefore, they had to be addressed diligently. Simultaneously, the first draft of Pokemon legal regulations was being urgently compiled. Beyond the foundational rules, a significant portion required Xu Xing's involvement. The remaining portion would be finalized during Xu Xing's meeting to determine the Pokeballs. He Cheng-Jun grumbled while inspecting the tools in his hands. Aren't we here to battle? Why are we looking at these regulations? Wang Yang chimed in from the side. It can't be helped. Look at these rules. Captured Pokemon are private property. When encountering wild Pokemon in the field, life-threatening situations may arise. Using another person's Pokemon requires their explicit consent. He Cheng-Jun couldn't help but grumble. You're risking your life and still need someone else's permission? Wang Yang replied. That's precisely why we need to thoroughly review this draft.
He Chang-jun nodded slightly and made a note of it.
Seeing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but ask. Junzi, what do you mean by that? He Chang-jun replied, just making a note. We'll ask Brother Su about it later. Brother Su. Wang Hai pondered these 3 words and nodded. Brother Su is truly a good man. Wang Yang and Chang Jun were similar in age and rank, making them natural comrades in the military. Wang Yang's return made He Chang Jun incredibly happy.
He Chang-jun suddenly asked. By the way, have you heard about the Liaoru being treated in the army? Xu Xing had only mentioned this to Wang Hai, who in turn had only shared it with Lin Guobiao and Wang Yang. Thus, very few people knew the truth about this Liaoru. Seeing He Chang-jun bring it up, Wang Yang chuckled and said. That lure, it's a gift from Brother Su. At this, He Chang-jun fell silent. He asked slowly. That Lilio was a gift from Brother Su? Exactly. He Chang-jun sucked in a breath, a surge of resentment welling up inside him. Pulling out his phone, Wang Yang asked. What are you doing? He Chang-jun gritted his teeth and said, get me one from Brother Su too. Wang Yang smiled faintly. Brother Su is so busy you think he'd go out of his way to get you Pokemon? I say we just ask Dr. Wang for a few Pokeballs and catch them ourselves. He Chang-jun nodded. That actually makes sense. Access to most forests has been gradually opening up lately. The two agreed instantly, deciding to launch a special Pokemon capture operation that very night. Soon, after a busy day, night fell once more. Most soldiers had already tidied up and begun resting. But He Chang-jun and Wang Yang were brimming with excitement. Tap tap tap. A crisp knock sounded at the door. Wang Tianyang's voice came from inside. Come in. With that, He Chang-jun and Wang Yang walked into Wang Tianyang's room with mischievous grins on their faces. Wang Tianyang looked at their malicious grins and said. Spit it out. The two rubbed their hands together and laid out their entire plan. After all, without Wang Tianyang's full support, pulling this off would be nearly impossible. Wang Tianyang listened to their plan and then nodded. Seeing this, both men believed success was imminent. Little did they know, Wang Tianyang immediately declared. No. Hearing this response, they felt a slight disappointment, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, it was something they had anticipated and found reasonable. After all, this prop was currently a crucial item, it couldn't just be handed out to anyone. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Tianyang added. Aren't you going to ask why? He Chang-jun turned to ask, but Wang Yang interjected, Hey, Junzi, Dr. Wang's just messing with us. Let's go. But the next moment, Wang Tianyang's calm voice drifted over. The reason is you didn't bring me along. Hearing this, the two turned back and looked at Wang Tianyang in confusion. What do you mean? I'm coming too. Chapter 176, A Chance Encounter with Pikachu? The two initially refused Wang Tianyang's proposal. Though the offer was incredibly tempting, Wang Tianyang was, after all, quite old. If anything went wrong, they couldn't bear the consequences. But Wang Tianyang wasn't about to let these two kids change his mind. He stated plainly. If you won't accompany me, then I'll go alone. The words sent a chill down both their spines. They began to hesitate. If Wang Tianyang went alone, the danger would surely be greater. Seeing their expressions, Wang Tianyang resorted to threats and promises. Finally, they relented. They had come to ask Wang Tianyang to accompany them into the forest, yet now they found themselves being threatened instead. The feeling was truly unpleasant. The trio set off together, leaving the military camp behind. Military bases like this were typically built deep within the forest's secluded areas, so there were many large and small woodlands nearby. However, without the protection of the military camp, their safety was significantly compromised. Wang Yang drove in silence, muttering under his breath. If we get caught, we're dead meat. Wang Tianyang waved his hand dismissively. No way. He Chang-jun was speechless. Of course not, sir. But now they were in too deep to back out, and deep down, they were drawn to the Pokemon. Their excitement began to bubble up despite themselves. Wang Yang asked. Junzi, you said you had a trump card. What is it? This was something He Chang-jun had told Wang Yang long ago. He Chang-jun grinned as he pulled out his phone and waved it at Wang Yang. Wang Yang frowned slightly. What's this supposed to mean? He Chang-jun continued. The trump card is Brother Su. Hearing this, Wang Yang couldn't help but look puzzled. Are you serious? I know Brother Su is pretty formidable, but we're soldiers, after all. He Chang-jun simply said. Cut the chatter. I'm sending Brother Su a message right now. Over the past few days, Wang Yang had heard countless praises about Xu Xing. These praises had long since elevated Xu Xing to the heavens. So Wang Yang couldn't help but feel curious about this man. To Wang Yang, Xu Xing was a benefactor, but his demeanor and actions didn't exactly scream super powerful. Now, the trio was teaming up to catch Pokemon and actually needed his help. This left Wang Yang feeling somewhat surprised. A soldier's spirit burned within him. Wang Yang wanted to prove he wasn't any less capable than this Su guy. He glanced at Wang Tianyang in the rearview mirror, expecting the arrogant doctor to speak up and stop him. But Wang Tianyang said,
Alright, go ahead and video call Brother Xu. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in ages either. Wang Yang sucked in a sharp breath. Was this right? In his memory, Wang Tianyang was someone who never bowed to anyone. Even old Lin and his own brother Wang Tianyang might not get special treatment from him. Yet here he was, showing this Xu brother remarkable respect. At the same time, witnessing this scene only fueled Wang Yang's competitive spirit even more. He Changjun suddenly smiled. Great. Brother Xu said he has time. Just as He Changjun was about to initiate the video call, Wang Yang suddenly interjected. Junzi, hold on. I think we should try solving this ourselves first. If we really can't manage, then we can seek Brother Xu's help. He Changjun pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Tianyang, clearly seeking his opinion. Wang Tianyang pondered for a moment. Alright. We've watched the livestream for so long it's time to see what we've learned. As they spoke, the group slowly made their way into the nearby woods. The three of them couldn't scrape together even half a gun between them. All they had were the 5 Pokeballs each carried and some berries Pokemon liked. They exchanged nervous glances. After all, live streams were one thing, but reality was another. They repeated the slogan Xu Xing had given them. When you meet a Pokemon, show a friendly face, feed it something tasty, toss the ball, and follow me. This was the mantra Xu Xing had given them when He Changjun had asked how to catch Pokemon. Stealing their nerves, they stepped into the woods. Before they had taken 2 steps, they heard the wail of an infant. Wang Yang shuddered. Whoa, what's that sound? It's so creepy. There can't be a baby in this forest, right? But Wang Tianyang and He Changjun remained unusually calm. Wang Tianyang was quite surprised. Who would have thought this forest would have something like this? He Changjun nodded in agreement. Right. Given that, we'd better not go that way. Better safe than sorry. The two remained unnervingly calm, leaving Wang Yang incredulous as he asked. Didn't you hear it? He Changjun nodded. Heard it. It was just a baby crying, right? Why are you getting so worked up? Wang Yang frowned. How is anyone supposed to stay calm about something like this? He Changjun waved his hand dismissively. Ah, don't worry. It's just a little cutie playing tricks on us. Wang Tianyang nodded in agreement. Exactly. You should have watched Brother Xu's livestream replay. Only then did Wang Yang finally realize that Xu Xing had already experienced this bizarre phenomenon in his livestream. The trio changed direction and walked on. Sure enough, before long, the sounds faded away. The pitch-black forest was now only illuminated by the constant flickering of their flashlights. After leaving that area, the forest fell into an eerie silence. The pitch-black undergrowth seemed ready to spit out a vicious wolf at any moment. The flashlights of the three suddenly illuminated a small black tail. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately followed it forward. Around a corner, they found a Pokemon with a translucent blue body resembling jelly, staring at them in terror. It covered its eyes, seemingly terrified by the sudden burst of light. It is! It really is! Wang Yang and He Changjun were puzzled, yet their hearts raced with excitement. After all, this Pokemon had never appeared in Xu Xing's livestream. To the three of them, it was a completely unfamiliar Pokemon they'd never seen before. Wang Yang took out a berry and slowly approached with his flashlight, seemingly getting closer to the little creature. But sure enough, the Pokemon met Wang Yang's berry with a forceful swat. It fiercely rejected Wang Yang's gesture of goodwill. This commotion left Wang Yang feeling awkward. He took a light breath. What should we do now? All three stood frozen. This Pokemon's stance made it clear it didn't want anyone near it. If they couldn't even get close, establishing a bond was out of the question. Wang Tianyang recalled Xu Xing's words echoing in his mind, observed the Pokemon's habits. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. You two, turn off your flashlights immediately. With that, Wang Tianyang led by example, switching off his own flashlight. The other two didn't hesitate, turning theirs off immediately. Sure enough, once the flashlights were off, Wabuffet lowered its arms, which had been held high. Wang Tianyang approached with the berry in hand, and this time, the Wabuffet did not refuse. Moreover, it seemed that due to Wang Tianyang's recent assistance, the Wabuffet had developed a significantly stronger fondness for him. At this rate, Wang Tianyang seemed poised to gain his own Pokemon. He Changjun watched with a tinge of envy. He too yearned intensely to possess a Pokemon of his own. In the darkness, a flash of yellow suddenly darted past. That figure was none other than Pikachu. Chapter 177, Remote Command. He Changjun vanished in a flash. Wang Yang immediately shouted, "Hey!" But He Changjun's figure had already vanished into the forest. The dense, dark forest seemed to have swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyang was still dealing with Guoduan. Wang Yang called out softly twice. Wang Tianyang had just spotted a tiny figure. Now, Wang Tianyang's eyes were fixed only on this adorable little creature. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Pikachu is a very docile Pokemon. You might as well go with him." Wang Yang took a deep breath, feeling torn. But judging by Wang Tianyang's demeanor, this exchange wouldn't end anytime soon. With that thought, Wang Yang decided to quickly run toward He Chengjun in the distance.
Fortunately, He Chengjun hadn't gone far, and Wang Yang quickly caught up to him. He Chengjun was calmly staring at the Pikachu before him. He'd heard about this Pokemon before, supposedly a cute little creature.
But this one before him? Cute? Not even close. Though yellow in appearance, this little creature looked downright bizarre. It looked less like a Pokemon and more like a tattered rag. Wang Yang asked in disbelief. Is this thing really Pikachu?
He Chengjun felt a chill run down his spine, but experience told him this was the very same Pikachu Xu Xing had encountered during his livestream.
He Chengjun called out. Hey, Pikachu.
Hearing this, the little creature that had been fleeing suddenly stopped. Pikachu halted abruptly and slowly turned its head.
The tattered, old rags flapped and creaked in the wind, and the smile on its face seemed eerily unsettling in the darkness. Is this really Pikachu? Wang Yang called out again.
This was nothing like the Pikachu he knew. He Chengjun gathered his courage and said, Yes, this is Pikachu. At the mention of Pikachu, the creature before him seemed to be electrocuted.
Its gaze grew even colder. Then, in the next instant, the Pikachu's head suddenly tilted.
Its entire head snapped off and its upper body completely collapsed. The scene was like watching a living person's head suddenly snap off. The sheer force of the impact was beyond description. Both men were stunned by the sight. At that moment, He Chengjun finally confirmed it. This little creature before him was definitely no Pikachu. Its gaze was cold as ice, as if it had devoured something.
He Chengjun trembled as he opened his phone. Beep beep. Beep beep.
The ticking sound echoed through the cramped rental room. Xu Xing, who had been half asleep with his phone in hand, was suddenly jolted awake by the sound. Xu Xing frowned slightly, but upon seeing the video call was from He Chengjun, she didn't dare delay and answered immediately.
Once the call connected, the screen showed a tiny Q character glaring intently at the phone in front of it. Soon, He Chengjun's panicked voice came through the video. Sue. What should I do? This Pikachu. Before he could finish, Xu Xing cut him off. Don't say Pikachu. It's called Mini Q. The Pokemon it hates most is Pikachu. Xu Xing continued. If you don't want to get beaten up, listen to my instructions.
He Chengjun's voice trembled. Understood.
Xu Xing said, flatter it. Ha?
He Chengjun and the other asked in unison.
Xu Xing continued. Mini Q? Are you Mini Q? I finally get to meet you. You're so adorable. Wang Yang froze. What was this guy talking about?
But He Chengjun, already catching on, immediately chimed in.
Mini Q? Are you Mini Q? Finally meeting you. You're so adorable.
He Chengjun repeated Xu Xing's script word for word.
Wang Yang's face screamed disbelief. What good could this childish flattery possibly do? At a loss, Wang Yang grabbed He Chengjun's arm.
Given the situation, running away seemed like the best option. But in the next instant, something miraculous happened. The Mini Q, which had been incredibly aggressive moments before, visibly calmed down after He Chengjun's words.
Xu Xing gave a slight nod. This Mini Q despised Pikachu above all other Pokemon.
Moreover, despite its eerie, terrifying appearance, this little creature was actually extremely sensitive and timid inside.
Its immediate reaction to Pikachu's name was an emergency response. It wouldn't normally behave like this. Xu Xing continued to guide it. Mini Q, do you ever feel lonely living all alone in this forest?
He Chengjun chimed in with perfect imitation.
Mini Q, do you ever feel lonely living all alone in this forest? At these words, Mini Q seemed electrified. Its previously fierce gaze finally shifted completely. His gaze softened like water, filled with a look of deep hurt. Wang Yang was utterly stunned.
He truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Every word Xu Xing spoke seemed to strike precisely at the soft underbelly of the Pokemon before him.
The Pokemon's tough facade was being stripped away layer by layer.
He Chengjun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. After all, the current situation looked incredibly promising. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before this little guy would be completely charmed by He Chengjun's sweet talk. Xu Xing, on the other side of the screen, was equally surprised.
He hadn't expected them to be so lucky as to encounter a Mini Q.
But truthfully, without Xu Xing's assistance, the group likely wouldn't have been able to capture this little one so easily. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Xu Xing continued.
Mini Q, would you like to become my Pokemon? I've always wanted a Mini Q. He Chengjun chimed in. Mini Q, would you like to become my Pokemon? I've always wanted a Mini Q.
With that, Mini Q was utterly won over, stumbling toward He Chengjun. Though the scene looked a bit creepy, you could feel the little guy's excitement.
Mini Q stared at He Chengjun, its eyes seeming to ask. Really? Xu Xing continued. I think Mini Q is cuter than Pikachu and more suited to be a Pokemon.
It must be said, Xu Xing was going all out, directly employing the tactic of praising one while putting down another.
He Chengjun nodded.
Mini Q was already highly excited. Perhaps it only needed this final push to seal the deal.
Just as He Qingjun was about to speak, Wang Tianyan's voice suddenly interrupted them from afar. Hey! Xiao He! What are you guys doing? Did you catch Pikachu?
The group stiffened, but Wang Tianyang, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued.
Hey! Xiao He, is this little thing in front of you Pikachu? I don't think it's as cute as Pikachu.
Xu Xing slapped his forehead.
We're done for.
He Changjun and Wang Yang were speechless. Miniq's mood, which had only just lifted, plummeted back to rock bottom.
Xu Xing immediately barked orders to everyone. Run! Chapter 178, Potaro.
Seeing Xu Xing give the order, the others were at a loss.
They immediately rose to flee. But just then, Wang Tianyang flashed a confident smile. Hold on. Confused, they watched as Wang Tianyang released a Pokeball. Sure enough, a Wobbuffet popped out.
Seeing this, He Changjun and Wang Yang both looked excited.
Dr. Wang, you actually caught a Pokemon?
Even Xu Xing on the other end of the screen couldn't quite believe it.
Who would have thought this professor would catch a Pokemon so quickly? Wang Tianyang chuckled and mimicked Xu Xing's battle stance with perfect imitation. Go! Gengar! I choose you!
Xu Xing narrowed his eyes.
How did Wang Tianyang know this little guy's name?
But there was no time to ponder that now. The furious Miniq had already charged toward them. A shadow ball materialized above its head, hurtling toward Wobbuffet.
Wang Tianyang chuckled. Don't be afraid. Block this attack. Indeed. Guiran not only didn't retreat but advanced, catching the shadow ball.
He Changjun and the others looked puzzled, unsure what trick Wang Tianyang was playing. Xu Xing, however, had already figured it out.
He remarked calmly, Dr. Wang is about to use double payback. The next moment, Wang Tianyang bellowed. Guoran! Use double payback. Those terrifying attacks were now being drawn out of Kogain in a different form.
A sphere of energy several times larger than before slowly gathered in Guanyang's hand. The sheer momentum of this strike was terrifying enough, the consequences of it hitting Miniq were unimaginable.
He Changjun suddenly shouted. Hold your fire. Wang Tianyang's expression changed and he immediately tried to stop Guan Wang.
But the speed was too fast. Before he could react, Guan Yuan had already hurled the energy sphere toward Miniq in the distance. As if drawn by some unknown force, He Changjun suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. He charged toward Miniq and, at the last possible moment, managed to safely carry the little creature away.
Wang Tianyang immediately shouted, Guoranwang. Stop fighting.
This Guanwang clearly obeyed Wang Tianyang's command, making a hand gesture, indeed. After tumbling several times, He Changjun finally managed to protect the little creature. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was time for He Changjun's verbal gymnastics.
Xu Xing wasn't interested in this.
He shouted twice, and Wang Yang picked up his phone from the ground.
Unlike his earlier attitude, Wang Yang was now completely subdued.
Xu Xing truly had something special about him. Had Wang Tianyan not interrupted earlier, Miniq would likely have been tamed already. But Xu Xing paid no mind to this, simply stating,
quickly hand the phone to the doctor. Wang Yang, who had been about to speak, nodded repeatedly and handed over the phone. Wang Tianyang chuckled. Brother Xu, my tactics worked out pretty well, huh? Xu Xing nodded. Not bad, but I have a question. What is it? How did you know this Pokemon's name and moves? Wang Tianyang pulled out the Pokédex.
This was the one Xu Xing had previously entrusted him to create. Wang Tianyang explained, when I captured this Pokemon, the Pokédex unlocked all its information.
I see, Xu Xing nodded.
Dr. Wang continued, but this information isn't shared.
It seems only the Pokédex I'm linked to displays it, unlike yours.
Xu Xing understood exactly what this meant. Whenever Xu Xing completed the research on a Pokemon, his Pokédex would update and add that Pokemon. But for others, it only appeared after they successfully caught it. Just as Xu Xing thought he could relax, the pressure surged back.
On screen, Miniq successfully joined He Changjuan's Pokeball.
Seeing this, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we've caught the Pokemon, let's head back early.
Just as he was about to end the call, Wang Yang suddenly shouted, Xu! Xu! What about me?
Xu Xing was speechless and hung up immediately. He had already arranged a Leafeon for him, what else could he possibly want? After hanging up, Xu Xing rolled over. The clock had slowly ticked past 11. Xu Xing yawned widely, ready to drift back to sleep, when a message suddenly popped up. Dear Mr. Xu Xing, we've long admired your reputation. Congratulations on flawlessly completing this mission.
Our company sincerely appreciates your contributions to humanity and Pokemon. We cordially invite you to join us for lunch tomorrow at noon at our headquarters to discuss the future of Pokemon and humanity. Location, Hunter Grand Hotel, private room 6666.
Reading the message, Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Though it appeared to congratulate him, the message was thick with veiled threats. The reason was simple, Hunter Grand Hotel. This was a nationally renowned hotel, ranking among the very best even in Longchang.
And what kind of prestige did Private Room 6666 carry?
Xu Xing dared not imagine the immense power behind this message.
At the very least, it's certain that Xu Xing is someone you absolutely don't want to mess with.
Fortunately, while Xu Xing himself was untouchable, the forces behind him might be worth testing. Xu Xing understood that individuals of this caliber rarely resort to violent means. Instead, they shift tactics. And if they dared invite Xu Xing, they must have prepared thoroughly. Xu Xing sighed softly, trouble.
This was undoubtedly another trap, and one he couldn't afford to ignore.
Though Xu Xing stood alone, if he didn't intervene at this stage, the consequences would inevitably fall upon the Pokémon. Thus, whether he wanted to or not, Xu Xing had no choice but to attend this treacherous banquet. Xu Xing sighed softly, never imagining he'd be the one facing threats one day. Just in case, Xu Xing pulled out his phone and gave Lin Guobiao a quick call.
Only after finishing did Xu Xing lie back down on the bed.
Deeply frustrated, he muttered to himself.
Ah, fame brings trouble.
With that, he slowly drifted back into a deep sleep. In his dream, Xu Xing found himself in the spirit realm. Having resided in the city for so long, Xu Xing hadn't had many chances to release his Pokémon. The only chance he had to interact with them was within the spirit realm. Every night when Xu Xing entered the spirit realm, Carbon Servant was always the first to bounce out. This little fellow harbored ambitions as grand as a swan's. It constantly strives to become stronger, dreaming of evolving into a Blaziken or a Charizard. The laziest of them all, however, was its big brother, Pokébee.
Every time someone calls for Pokébee to train, it just hides away.
At times like these, only Shanedo's beauty ploy can coax this little fellow into obedience.
Yes, Shandara uses her charm. Xu Xing couldn't help but sigh in exasperation, thinking this Piku doesn't even act like a Pokémon. If anything, it was more human-like than Pokémon.
Lecherous, lazy, bullying the weak while fearing the strong, forming cliques. It could pull off all sorts of mischief with ease. Thinking of this, Xu Xing redeemed a pack of cigarettes from the system.
He then called out to the Piku.
He pulled out a cigarette and tossed it. Instead of being scared, Pokébee became wildly excited. The cigarette seemed like a long-lost friend.
Pokébee picked it up in its mouth and called over Tan Xiaoshi to light it. Tancher obediently complied, lighting the cigarette in Pokébee's mouth. Pikachu took a deep drag. Then slowly exhaled. Its face radiated pure bliss. Poke. Guys. 4th update done. Please send some free gold tickets. Truly grateful. Currently reading and writing at the same time. Your gold tickets are my biggest motivation. Chapter 179, Small Talk. The night's training concluded swiftly.
Under the cigarette's mix of threats and bribes, Pokébee finally agreed to train obediently. Whether it was for better or worse, at least the guy was now training willingly.
Opening his eyes, Xu Xing, living in this dilapidated room, couldn't tell morning from night. He could only check the time on his phone.
Xu Xing had considered moving elsewhere. But after living here for so long, he had grown somewhat attached to the place. After a quick wash, Xu Xing began making videos. The Pokeballs were about to hit the market, and to prevent fellow netizens from getting them and not knowing how to use them, Xu Xing decided to thoughtfully create a Pokemon capture tutorial. This would ensure his viewers could reliably capture Pokemon. After some time, the video was completed. After recording, Xu Xing didn't rush to publish it. Instead, he decided to release it alongside the official launch of the Pokeballs. Xu Xing had a clear vision: Pokeballs must reach every household.
The era Xu Xing envisioned was one where everyone could catch Pokemon.
This thought filled Xu Xing with excitement. Following the Pokeballs' official release, Xu Xing also planned to host a small Pokemon tournament.
He wanted these new Pokemon trainers to experience their very first Pokemon battle.
His primary goal was to help the public understand and recognize the future development framework for Pokemon. As for the leagues, Pokemon centers, and temples, those would require careful long-term planning. Embracing new things takes time, it can't be rushed. As the saying goes, victory is already assured, why rush for quick gains? After a quick tidy-up, Xu Xing left the room and headed for the Hunter Grand Hotel.
At noon, the sunlight was perfect.
The sun hung high in the sky, banishing all traces of darkness. The Hunter Grand Hotel was quite a distance from Xu Xing's rented room. After all, it was one of the top hotels in the entire country. How could someone like Xu Xing, living on the outskirts, even think of trying to scam his way in? In the car, Lin Guobiao made it clear to Xu Xing that although they didn't have time to come over, Xu Xing's stance was their stance. Whatever Xu Xing did or said represented their stance. This effectively elevated Xu Xing standing to a level entirely different from before. Soon after, Xu Xing arrived at the entrance of the Hunter Hotel. The surrounding neighborhoods had flourished thanks to this hotel. It was no exaggeration to say this hotel drove the majority of Hangzhou's downtown economy. As Xu Xing approached the entrance, two staff members swiftly opened the doors before he could push them.
Xu Xing glanced around.
The opulent splendor inside needed no further description. Everyone inside was dressed in formal attire. It was no exaggeration to say that even the staff were more formally dressed than Xu Xing. Xu Xing smacked his lips and approached the front desk.
The two front desk staff appeared very friendly.
Without further ado, Xu Xing showed them the message.
Staff then took Xu Xing's ID for registration, after which another staff member arrived to escort him.
This was the service of a grand hotel, truly top-notch. But as Xu Xing walked away, the two front desk staff whispered behind his back.
"Hey, that guy looks so cheap and tacky. How could he afford to come to a place like this?"
The other staff member, clearly more seasoned, countered.
"The more like that, the more likely he is a big shot."
Xu Xing pushed open the private room door to find 4 people already seated inside.
"My apologies for being late."
The 4 stood up in unison to greet him. Xu Xing waved them off, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Every dish on the table looked incredibly fancy, no need to guess they were pricey. But Xu Xing hadn't come here to dine.
He asked, "What's the occasion for such a grand gathering?" The man seated farthest to the left stood up.
Though his hair was black, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his age.
"Allow me to introduce ourselves. We're from Tianhai Group."
From left to right, Zhang Yicheng, Zhou Chengtao, Songya, and myself, Zhang Yi.
Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Tianhai Group? One of the largest conglomerates in all of China. It was no exaggeration to say they had a stake in virtually every enterprise you'd ever see on the market. Money? They had it. Power? They wielded it. If this conglomerate were to withdraw its holdings, the entire Chinese economic system would face a devastating blow. Xu Xing's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. What could people like this possibly want with him?
They were a corporation, while Xu Xing focused on Pokémon. They were worlds apart.
Zhang He cleared his throat. "Xu, you're a smart guy. We won't beat around the bush."
Xu Xing forced himself to steady his nerves. "Go ahead."
Zhang He looked at Xu Xing and said slowly, "We want to make Pokémon exclusive to the aristocracy." "What do you mean?"
Zhang He began to explain slowly.
"Once Pokeballs hit the market, we'll inflate their prices so ordinary families can't afford them, only the wealthy will be able to buy them." Zhang He's meaning was crystal clear. Xu Xing stated bluntly, "I disagree." Xu Xing's stance was equally clear. Zhang He chuckled, "Just hear me out first." He continued, "Raise the Pokeball price. Once the wealthy have Pokemon, we'll bring the less fortunate along. When people need Pokemon, they can rent them from the wealthy.
This way, everyone gets Pokemon. It's called prosperity leading prosperity. We plan to establish a company dedicated to Pokemon rentals. Users can lease Pokemon according to their needs, making the dream of Pokemon everywhere a reality." Xu Xing pursed his lips.
Zhang Yi's approach would undoubtedly eliminate any chance for ordinary people to obtain a Pokemon. Cruel. Absolutely cruel. He wasn't willing to give even the slightest chance.
Xu Xing thought of the viewers in his livestream. They all yearned for a Pokemon of their own.
What would they do now?
Zhang He observed Xu Xing's silence and assumed he was deep in thought. Convinced he had figured out Xu Xing's intentions, he continued.
"Of course, as a key figure in Pokemon, you won't be left out.
Once the company is established, you'll directly hold 50% of the shares. We'll also give you 1% of Tianhai Group's shares. From now on, we're all family."
Xu Xing's heart raced. These people were truly generous. Tianhai Group was a $1 trillion conglomerate. Forget 1%.
Even a mere 0.01% would be enough to last Xu Xing several lifetimes.
These terms truly demonstrated genuine sincerity.
Xu Xing drew a shallow breath.
The Hunter Hotel was so opulent that even sunlight couldn't penetrate its walls.
Whenever Xu Xing looked up, 3 men and 1 woman, 3 elders and 1 youth were all quietly watching him. Awaiting his next move, Xu Xing slowly inquired.
"How exactly does your company operate?" Chapter 180, Haunted.
Seeing Xu Xing speak thus, Zhang Yi smiled faintly and continued. "We can categorize the business.
If someone needs a Pokemon for travel, they can rent one for the journey.
If workers need Pokemon, they can rent strong Pokemon to help with labor.
This way, workers can handle more tasks and produce greater value, right? This solves the problem of workers having too little to do while ensuring Pokemon are utilized in every household. What's not to like?" Xu Xing pressed further. "So you mean workers should pay to rent a Pokemon to do their jobs?" Zhang He immediately waved his hands in protest. No, it's not about workers paying for Pokemon to do their jobs. It's about workers paying to hire Pokemon to work alongside them." Xu Xing nearly laughed in exasperation. "No way." Zhang Yi frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I said no.
Pokeballs must be affordable, not expensive. Pokemon must reach every household, everyone must have one." The sudden reversal caught Zhang Yi off guard.
"Why not? What use would Pokemon be to those poor people, those workers? Aren't they just lowly laborers?" The atmosphere instantly turned frosty.
The 4 men stared coldly at Xu Xing, not uttering another word. But Xu Xing showed no fear. Slamming his fist on the table, he shouted.
"I said no means no.
The foundation of Pokeballs is built by these very workers.
What they create should flow back to them.
The people's Pokemon should be in their own hands.
Xu Xing's stance was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang He pressed on, "What do you mean by this? We're offering you shares in the company. Are you betraying us?"
Xu Xing pointed at the four men before him.
"It is you who are betraying the people. This dinner meeting was pointless."
Xu Xing stood up to leave. At the doorway, he suddenly turned back and declared,
"As long as I'm still here, Pokemon will never become private property.
If anyone dares to push that nonsense, I, Xu Xing, will hang them in the sun. And if I, Xu Xing, ever try to pull that stunt, I'll be the one hanged in the sun by the people." With that, the room fell silent. Zhang Yi's face flushed crimson, and he scrambled to confront Xu Xing, but age had slowed his movements. Xu Xing, agile on his feet, pushed open the door and walked out without looking back. Xu Xing walked out of the hotel with his head held high, feeling as though the sun itself was smiling down on him. The dinner had lasted only a few minutes, but the trouble it would bring afterward was likely to be nothing but trouble. Xu Xing's mind was in turmoil, but for now, he didn't want to dwell on it. His immediate priority was to satisfy his famished stomach. Xu Xing found a bustling noodle shop.
His current appearance was completely different from his live streaming persona.
Unless one looked closely, he was virtually unrecognizable. The noodle shop was bustling, and while waiting for his order, Xu Xing overheard many people discussing Pokemon. The chatter was everywhere. Pokemon had truly become a rising star. They were rising steadily across this land. Just then, Xu Xing caught a glimpse of a boy across the table who seemed to be watching a livestream, one with a style similar to his own. Xu Xing couldn't resist opening Douyin and searching for Pokemon Exploration. The search quickly turned up the livestream.
Curiosity piqued, Xu Xing clicked into the livestream room.
Whoa! After watching for only a few minutes, Xu Xing furrowed his brow, not because this person was imitating him. It was because he spotted a familiar face in the livestream.
It was none other than Yi Chumu, the daughter of his classmate Yi Tianjiao.
Xu Xing exited and confirmed the livestream was originating from a location just over 10 kilometers away from his current position.
That meant this group was right here in Hangzhou City.
Xu Xing frowned slightly.
The livestream featured 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The setup featured 2 men and 2 women appearing on camera. Another male participant was recording the entire scene with his phone. Though Xu Xing couldn't recall their names, the faces were vaguely familiar, likely classmates as well.
The group was currently in an old Western-style house. The background looked eerie, but the 3 guys didn't seem the least bit scared.
Yi Chumu, however, looked distinctly uneasy.
Her small face was flushed crimson, her expression thick with anxiety.
Her best friend Luo Hui grabbed her hand with a bold smile. "Don't be scared, Chumu. I've got your back."
In the frame, the 3 boys strode straight into the mansion, completely oblivious to the fear of the 2 girls trailing behind. The mansion wasn't far from the school, and all sorts of rumors had long spread throughout their class. Yi Chumu had fed stray cats in the neighborhood before, but she'd never dared to approach the mansion itself.
Yi Chumu grew anxious. "Wang Jia, maybe we should just skip this."
Wang Jia turned back, unconcerned. "What's there to be scared of?
If that kid Xu Xing can become a streamer, we can too. Come on, let's go."
Xu Xing, who was nowhere to be seen, got dragged into this mess for no apparent reason.
The livestream had a decent audience, hundreds of viewers.
When they heard Wang Jia, that young punk, dissing Xu Xing like that, they didn't hold back.
"Damn, you little punk, you're criticizing Brother Xu now? Exactly. How clueless can you be?
You guys are doing Pokemon education, but Brother Xu is the founding patriarch of the whole movement."
Exactly. Learn some humility. No matter how you look at it, Brother Xu is your senior. Exactly. Kids these days, they're getting more and more disrespectful.
Wang Jia was startled by the flood of comments in the livestream chat. He grabbed his phone to look closely and realized they were all attacking him. Just as he was about to snap back in anger, a man named Zhou Yong interjected.
"To be perfectly honest, Xu Xing and I were actually high school classmates."
This revelation sent a ripple of shock through the livestream.
The viewers clearly hadn't expected this, so Zhou Yong turned to Yi Chumu and Luo Hui. "Ladies, isn't that right?" Yi Chumu remained silent, but Luo Hui nodded first, her face brimming with displeasure.
"So what if it is? What does that have to do with the livestream?" Seeing that neither of the 2 pretty girls objected, the viewers in the livestream chat began to gradually believe it.
Zhou Yong seized the opportunity to continue. "To be perfectly honest, Xu Xing was just a low-achieving nobody in our class, a total nobody. If even someone like him can make it in streaming, we definitely can too." Whether Zhou Yong was telling the truth or not, the livestream's heat was undeniably rising.
Xu Xing clicked his tongue.
Fame brings trouble.
These people couldn't even name him, yet they were willing to trample him just for the buzz. Xu Xing felt slightly speechless, yet continued watching. The 4 had officially entered the mansion. At first glance, it actually looked quite convincing. An old, dilapidated house, a few students exploring. Finally, viewers in the livestream chat asked, "What are you 4 doing here instead of studying?" "Yeah, kids should be studying instead of hanging out here." At that moment, Zhou Yong slowly revealed their purpose. "To be perfectly honest, this room is haunted.
Or rather, it's haunted by terrifying Pokémon. Chapter 181, The White-Clothed Ghost. But the livestream reaction wasn't what Zhou Yong had anticipated.
In Zhou Yong's mind, everyone should have been shocked, then watched him debunk the hoax step by step. But in reality, most of the viewers in the livestream were Xu Xing's fans. They'd weathered far worse storms. What was a little ghostly activity now? Seeing the lack of enthusiasm, Zhou Yong immediately began to exaggerate. Word is, several neighbors have already reported this mansion.
There's definitely something sinister inside. Rumor has it that terrifying sounds come from inside every midnight.
They say several people who visited this house ended up in the hospital. Zhou Yong rattled off a string of claims, but the live chat remained unresponsive.
Instead, Yi Chumu was scared out of her wits.
Yi Chumu's face turned pale with fright.
I'm not coming. I'm not coming. We agreed to go to tutoring together. Why did we have to come to a place like this? Zhou Yong sighed in exasperation.
He had his own reasons, of course. Xu Xing's livestream offered both technical skill and good looks. While he, Zhou Yong, might not possess Xu Xing's looks, his technical skills were just as impressive. As for looks, he needed to find someone like the stunning Yi Chumu to fill that gap. Besides, he couldn't help but harbor a little crush on such a beauty. Seeing the chat audience's lack of enthusiasm, Zhou Yong suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
Without further ado, he declared. Truth be told, Xu Xing actually came here to explore once. But even he couldn't crack the mystery of the ghosts inside.
Xu Xing, who was eating noodles, got caught in the crossfire again. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to spread rumors with just a few words. The cost of spreading rumors was ridiculously low. It was practically effortless. But the payoff was undeniably successful. The livestream's heat kept rising, and the bullet comments started pouring in. Seeing the momentum, Zhou Yong waved his hand.
Fatso, keep going.
After a moment's thought, Luo Hui led Yi Chumu along with the others deeper inside.
The mansion was enormous, reminiscent of 19th century architecture, elegant and opulent. So now, even if the two wanted to leave, it wouldn't be so easy.
They could only follow Zhou Yong further inside. At least there was strength in numbers.
Not long after setting off, a thunderous crash erupted from the rooftop.
Thud.
The sound startled everyone unexpectedly.
It clearly sounded like something had been knocked off and crashed onto the floor.
The dilapidated mansion had long been abandoned, its dim interior lit only by a few flickering flashlights.
The vast mansion echoed with the sound, and Luo Hui nervously asked,
"Could there really be something dirty in here?"
Wang Jia waves dismissively.
"No way. Probably just some Pokemon playing tricks."
Zhou Yong nodded in agreement. Exactly.
It's definitely just Pokemon. No need to make a big deal out of it.
The group reassured themselves as they continued exploring, and the livestream's viewership began to slowly climb. They quickly searched every corner of the mansion's small hall, finding nothing.
But Yi Chumu couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. Goosebumps covered his skin the entire time.
As they reached the staircase entrance, ready to ascend, they saw a creature standing above them. It had a deep purple body, short stubby legs, and a terrifying grin, gazing down at them from above. The air around them grew deathly quiet.
"Aya!"
The next moment, Yi Chumu's scream echoed throughout the entire mansion.
His reaction was so intense that the deep purple Pokemon was startled and vanished without a trace.
The group exchanged bewildered glances.
Zhou Yong slowly asked, "You all saw that, right?"
Yi Chumu's scream was undeniably the best confirmation this mansion truly housed Pokemon. Though its appearance was somewhat intimidating, the fact that it had been scared off by Yi Chumu's single shout clearly indicated it wasn't particularly bold. Zhou Yong steeled his nerves.
"Come on, let's go upstairs."
Wang Jia felt a chill run down his spine.
"Are you serious?"
What had happened before could be considered minor skirmishes, but this was clearly different.
This was a real Pokemon.
While most Pokemon were gentle, it couldn't be denied that some had fiercely temperamental natures. Seeing Wang Jia hesitate, Zhou Yong wasted no time and handed over his phone. The livestream's viewership had already surged to several thousand.
Watching the steadily rising view count, Wang Jia's waning resolve reignited. "Go!"
Off-screen, Xu Xing slurped his noodles, thinking to himself that one Jengar probably wouldn't cause much trouble. Meanwhile, in the villa, Yi Chumu and Luo Hui flatly refused to go upstairs when they saw everyone else heading up.
Yi Chumu just wanted to focus on her studies. She had no desire to become some internet celebrity. Seeing Yi Chumu was already terrified, Luo Hui said, "You guys carry on. Luo Hui and I are leaving."
Zhou Yong hesitated, but the livestream's viewership had already picked up.
Losing Yi Chumu wouldn't be a major setback. Besides, that Jengar was on the second floor. Logically, it shouldn't affect the people below. Though reluctant, Zhou Yong said, "Take the same path back." With that, the 5-day squad parted ways. Zhou Yong dared not delay. He grabbed Wang Jia and another boy nicknamed Fatso and raced upstairs.
Mid-run, Fatty's hand trembled and the flashlight clattered down the stairs. Seeing the two sprinting upward, he didn't pause to retrieve it, simply abandoning the blackened flashlight. The live stream audience gradually became engrossed. "Holy crap! This is getting interesting."
This Pokemon hasn't appeared in Xu Ge's livestream before.
Yeah. And this streamer's got some serious guts.
Reminds me of Xu Ge back in the day.
Streamer, stay safe.
Some Pokemon can be dangerous. Better be careful.
Seeing these heartwarming comments, Zhou Yang chuckled softly.
This really seemed promising. The trio searched above for traces of the deep purple Pokemon.
Moments later, they made a new discovery. 2 rows of clean footprints appeared on the dusty ground. The prints looked fresh, clearly left by someone who had just passed through, and the trio were the first visitors here.
The group quickly sensed something was off. Zhou Yang compared his own foot to the footprints.
His own feet were significantly larger than the prints. Clearly, these belonged to a young girl. Zhou Yang slowly voiced his suspicion to the others.
Instantly, the others realized something was amiss.
Such clear footprints were obviously fresh. And they belonged to a little girl.
But why would a little girl be in a place like this?
The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became.
Just as they began to consider retreating, viewers in the livestream chat started showering gifts. Damn it, let's go for it!
Zhou Yang shouted at the two, then led the group toward the end of the trail.
Zhou Yang's back was utterly resolute.
Soon, the group reached the end of the footprint trail. On the other side of the lens was a tightly sealed door. The 3 exchanged glances. With things having come to this, there was no turning back.
Creak!
A crisp sound echoed as the door swung open.
There sat a young girl in white, eating chocolate on the floor.
She ate with no regard for manners, behaving more like a kitten than a human.
Chapter 182, The Tailed Human.
The little girl lifted her head and locked eyes with everyone. Instantly, the hair on her head stood on end like it had been electrocuted.
She immediately charged at the 3.
Before they could react, the little girl darted between their legs, chocolate still clutched in her mouth, vanishing into the darkness. The 3 exchanged glances. This was serious trouble.
This wasn't just about Pokemon anymore, it involved humans.
A child that young living alone in a place like this was bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Wang Jia pulled out his phone to call the police, but Zhou Yang stopped him.
Wang Jia looked up and demanded, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yang's pupils dilated as he spoke slowly, enunciating each word.
"I think I just saw that little girl, with a tail?" Wang Jia wasn't buying it, suspecting Zhou Yang was just trying to drum up more buzz for his livestream.
Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were buzzing with excitement.
Viewer count had already surpassed 10,000, and comments began flying wildly.
Holy crap! Why would there be a little girl in this haunted house? Call the cops. Quick, call the cops. Yeah. What are you waiting for? Everyone saw it just now, right? Hey! Did that little girl really have a tail? Or was I seeing things? Stop overthinking it. Call the cops now. If we don't report this immediately, it'll be too late. The livestream chat descended into chaos.
Wang Jia made up his mind he had to call the police. Just as he was about to dial the number, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from downstairs.
Aya!
The sheer terror in that scream was palpable.
The 3 exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Could they really be in trouble?
There was no time to call the police. They immediately prepared to rush downstairs. They practically scrambled down the stairs. Luo Hui stood there, her face frozen in terror as she scanned the surroundings. Realizing something was terribly wrong, they cried out in unison.
Where's Yi Chumu? Luo Hui's features twisted into an agonized grimace.
She shook her head frantically in terror. I don't know.
I don't know. Zhou Yang steadied Luo Hui's body. Calm down. Calm down. Tell us what just happened. Luo Hui took a shallow breath.
The flashlight slipped out of my hand and rolled into a room. When I came back out after picking it up, Chumu was gone. The 3 of them drew in sharp breaths. Clearly, the situation had spiraled far beyond their expectations.
One incident hadn't even concluded before another immediately erupted.
Viewers in the livestream chat began urging them to call the police immediately. After all, this situation was clearly no longer a minor incident.
Zhou Yang nodded helplessly. Call the police. Quickly, call the police. Wang Jia's trembling hand pulled out his phone.
His fingers shook as he dialed 110. Just as he was about to dial, a sudden, frantic pounding echoed beside his ear.
Zhou Yang looked up to see a monster staring straight at them.
The creature was wrapped in white ribbons, its stout, compact form belied by its imposing presence. A single, blood-red eye peered through the bandages, scrutinizing everyone. A massive hand flailed toward them, seemingly intent on grabbing all 4 intruders. Upon closer inspection, black residue smeared the creature's mouth.
The sight left the 4 feeling suffocated.
Zhou Yang felt his heart skip a beat. Luo Hui and the others couldn't bear the horrifying sight, and a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the entire mansion. This sudden turn of events terrified not just the 4 of them, but even the viewers in the livestream chat.
Holy! What the hell is that thing? Ghost! There really is a ghost. Run! Run! Call the cops! Call the cops! There really is a ghost. Could this thing be a Pokemon? There's no way any creature in this world is this freaking bizarre.
The chat erupted with chaos, while Luo Hui, unable to bear the horrifying sight any longer, turned and fled.
She sprinted through the mansion, shouting Ichomu's name.
The other three scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing from the live stream camera's view.
Xu Xing swallowed hard, finished the last bite of noodles, then scrambled out onto the street.
Given the current situation, this mansion seemed far more complex than anyone could have imagined. Jengar, the white-clad little girl, the wandering night spirit. 3 entities capable of threatening ordinary people had already appeared within this small house.
More importantly, what the hell was that little girl in white?
And with the situation growing urgent, Ichomu seemed to have vanished. Xu Xing reached the street just as a man on a motorcycle stopped right in front of him.
Xu Xing leaped forward and snatched the motorcycle. Seconds after he rode off, another man seized the bike. The leather jacket man stared at Xu Xing in utter bewilderment.
Xu Xing, too preoccupied to feel awkward, simply said,
"Hey, buddy. Sorry about that. Meet me at the city police station in a bit." The man's expression instantly shifted from confusion to relief. "Damn, this is crazy. You called me brother, what else is there to say? Ride on, ride on."
Xu Xing nodded and gave one last reminder before accelerating away, disappearing from sight.
Meanwhile, inside the villa. A few minutes earlier.
Ichomu and Luo Hui were dragging their feet, preparing to leave this eerie house. Luo Hui grumbled as they walked, "These guys are so unreliable. They used studying as an excuse to bring us to a place like this."
Ichomu responded softly.
At that moment, she dared not think about anything else. All she wanted was to get out of this haunted place as quickly as possible.
Luo Hui tried to lighten the mood to ease Ichomu's fear. "Hey, Chomu, relax." Ichomu's voice was stiff. "I am relaxed." Luo Hui gave an awkward smile.
Her hand was almost red from Ichomu's grip.
This hardly looked like relaxation.
They only had one flashlight, which swayed constantly in the pitch-black mansion. Luo Hui constantly felt like some terrifying creature might jump out beside her, so she never stopped moving the flashlight up and down. But it was precisely this constant swaying that led to Luo Hui suddenly losing her grip.
The silver flashlight clattered to the floor. Its cylindrical design meant it would keep rolling once it hit the floor.
Luo Hui bent down to retrieve it, but the flashlight rolled farther and farther away. Luo Hui grew anxious, releasing her grip to chase after it.
Ichomu watched Luo Hui's figure recede into the distance, a flicker of anxiety crossing his mind.
Just as he was about to call out her name, Luo Hui suddenly appeared beside him.
"Ah!" Ichomu startled.
Luo Hui waved the flashlight in her hand, signaling to keep walking. Ichomu nodded and followed her again, but this time, something felt off. Luo Hui spoke very little. They hadn't gone far when a loud shout suddenly came from behind them. Just as Ichomu turned to look, Luo Hui steadied her, urging her to keep moving forward.
Ichomu's unease deepened with every step.
Suddenly, Luo Hui's voice echoed from behind them. The voice was filled with panic.
"Chumu! Chumu! Where are you? Ichomu!" Ichomu was absolutely certain this was Luo Hui's voice. Then who was this Luo Hui beside him? Who exactly was this silent, unresponsive person?
Just then, Ichomu suddenly noticed that the flashlight in Luo Hui's hand had turned black. But in his memory, Luo Hui's flashlight was clearly silver white.
Ichomu's voice trembled. Who are you?" Chapter 183, The Faceless Woman.
Luo Hui's head slowly turned toward Ichomu. It was an utterly hollow, lifeless face. Her eyes held no color whatsoever, only an endless void. Ichomu stumbled back half a step, terror instantly gripping her mind as countless thoughts raced through her head.
And in that very instant, bang! The villa's front door was kicked open, revealing Xu Xing standing in the doorway. Sunlight cast a blurred silhouette across Xu Xing's back. The turbulent emotions churning within Ichomu's long fear-ridden heart finally settled into calm the instant Xu Xing appeared, bathed in sunlight. Without a second thought, Ichomu broke into a sprint, racing toward Xu Xing. Xu Xing strode purposefully toward the villa. Water Evie stood beside Xu Xing, nervously watching the Luo Hui before them. Xu Xing sensed something amiss too. Facing Ichomu as she approached, he reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm here."
Xu Xing had already spotted something peculiar about this Luo Hui.
This wasn't some ghostly demon, it was clearly a Pokémon.
Realizing everything, Xu Xing whispered softly to Ichomu in his arms.
"You go ahead." Hearing Xu Xing's warm voice, Ichomu lifted his head.
Behind Luo Hui's rear end, a small tail was sprouting.
The tail was dark and bushy, resembling that of a fox.
Ichomu was startled once more, but Xu Xing reassured him.
"Don't be afraid. It's not a ghost or a spirit, it's a Pokémon."
Ichomu's voice trembled slightly. How could a Pokémon look exactly like a human?
Xu Xing was slightly speechless. "Sableye, come back." Having been exposed, Zoroark gave up pretending and reverted to its true form. A dark, fox-like creature appeared before the two of them. Xu Xing nodded slightly. Just as he'd suspected, no ghosts or spirits at all. This whole thing was Sableye's doing. Xu Xing continued his explanation. This Pokémon can transform into other Pokémon or even take on human forms.
It's a truly remarkable and rare little creature. With Sableye now in this form, Ichumu could finally accept it. It slowly approached the two of them as Xu Xing continued. This Sableye likely intended to help you. The path it led you along was entirely correct. Hearing this, Ichumu suddenly realized it was true. They were just a few steps away from the exit. Yet Ichumu still felt a lingering doubt. She had never seen such a creature before. Why would this creature help her out of nowhere? Just then, the solo shot transformed, shifting into a silver-white kitten. In that instant, Ichumu finally understood. This kitten occasionally visited the school's backyard, and Ichumu often spent her pocket money feeding the little creature. Xu Xing observed Saro's appearance and remarked, "This little guy seems to really like you." Ichumu couldn't believe it and muttered, "No way." Xu Xing handed Ichumu a pokeball. "Why don't you try it and see?" Beads of sweat formed on Ichumu's palms as he slowly extended the pokeball. Sableye bumped its head against the ball and was successfully captured. Ichumu stared at the pokeball in his hand in disbelief. Xu Xing chuckled and released Shaman. "Shanadu, please stay here and protect her." Ichumu knew Xu Xing intended to venture deeper inside. After a long moment of thought, she said, "Stay safe." Xu Xing nodded. The entire mansion was shrouded in darkness. Xu Xing summoned Carbon. "Charizard, please illuminate the entire mansion." Tan Xiaoshur nodded, and in the next moment, flames erupted from its body. The entire mansion instantly became much brighter. Xu Xing ventured deeper into the house, calling out as he went. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" After only 2 calls, a pitiful cry suddenly echoed from nearby. Xu Xing turned to see an overweight man wearing glasses huddled in a corner. His voice trembled as Xu Xing walked over and pulled him to his feet. The man's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Xu Xing, filled with disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Xing recognized the man. He was likely the photographer. Without further ado, Xu Xing took the phone and pointed toward the door. "The exit is over there." The man was in no state to care about such details. He nodded repeatedly, then scrambled to his feet and dashed off. Xu Xing glanced at the phone. The live stream, which had been a blank, gray screen, finally came back to life. And this time, right in the center of the frame was Xu Xing. The viewers in the livestream chat could scarcely believe their eyes, but the comments exploded instantly. "Holy crap? Is this real? Did you summon a god or something? Sugu? How'd you get here? This is insane. They actually summoned Su to save the day. Holy crap. Guys, Brother Su's taking over the battlefield. Everyone, flood the chat with 660 CXS. Am I hallucinating? Why is Brother Su on my screen? Because Brother Su and the stream viewers are in the same city." Watching the viewers' astonishment, Xu Xing calmly stated, "Time to work overtime." Xu Xing walked calmly into the mansion, his posture straight and tall, his eyes showing not a trace of fear toward the ghosts. This stark contrast to the others who had gone ahead only emphasized how terrified those 3 must have been. Xu Xing was that composed. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but marvel. It was as if they'd invited a max-level expert to take over the account. Meanwhile, Xu Xing's mind was busy deducing. He suspected there were 2 Sableye inside. One had been lurking in the shadows, constantly watching Ichumu. The other was the little girl in white. She had been so startled earlier that she transformed into a wandering night spirit to frighten everyone. She tried to drive everyone out of the haunted house, but it backfired. Instead of fleeing, they scattered throughout the haunted house. Xu Xing pondered. Logically, since those people had vanished into the mansion, Solaria should be driving them out by now. After pondering for a moment, Xu Xing had already searched the entire first floor of the mansion. What had taken the previous group over 10 minutes to cover, Xu Xing managed to search thoroughly in just 5 minutes. Yet not a single person was to be found anywhere on the entire first floor. Just then, comments from viewers in the livestream caught Xu Xing's attention. Su! Look at the corner. Is someone hiding there? Yeah. Someone looks like they're hiding over there. Xu Xing looked in the direction indicated by the comments. Sure enough, someone was huddled in the corner, shivering. He crouched in the corner, seemingly blending into the wall. Xu Xing slowly approached, and the trembling figure grew increasingly exaggerated. Listening closely, he seemed to be muttering something, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Xu Xing drew near the figure and yanked him out. Wang Jia's face was deathly pale as he stared at Xu Xing. Wang Jia could scarcely believe it. Xu Xing? Xu Xing didn't waste words. "Where are the other 2? Wang Jia pointed toward the stairs. Xu Xing nodded. "Carbon servant, take this man out." 2 found, 2 left. At that moment, Xu Xing felt like he was playing hide and seek. Once upstairs, he could pinpoint their location just by following the footprints. Following the footprints, Xu Xing hurried over to find Zhou Yong and Luo Hui huddled tightly together. The wandering night spirit reached out, seemingly poised to devour them both. Chapter 184, Hardcore Exorcism. At that moment, the wandering night spirit fixed its gaze intently on the 2 figures before it. But this wandering night spirit was merely a transformation of Solrock. It possessed none of the true wandering night spirit's abilities. Xu Xing aimed his camera at the wandering night spirit transformed by sorrow. Viewers in the livestream who saw its face clearly again were stunned. The visual impact was overwhelming. Forget Pokemon, it wouldn't look out of place in a haunted house. Xu Xing spoke slowly, everyone, don't be afraid. It's really just a Pokemon. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded him with pleas. Su Ge, send out our invincible King Banette. Yeah. This is the rhythm. Feels like the opponent's no pushover. Exactly. Besides the boss, I can't think of anyone who could face such a terrifying Pokemon. This Pokemon. It's making my sanity plummet. It's the scariest Pokemon ever. No contest. Su fortunately ignored the fans' suggestions. If he'd sent out Banette now, forget about saving anyone. The entire house would likely be destroyed. Xu Xing didn't release any Pokemon. Instead, he walked alone toward the small house ahead. Xu Xing knew its intent was merely to scare them off, but little did he know that Luo Hui and Zhou Yong were already trembling so badly they couldn't take another step. Viewers in the livestream chat could scarcely believe their eyes. He didn't even summon any Pokemon. He was approaching alone? What's the difference between this and wielding top-tier ranged weapons yet insisting on dueling with cold steel? Outside the villa, the crowd watched the livestream. Wang Jia and the fat guy had recovered from their initial terror. But seeing that terrifying wandering night spirit still sent shivers down his spine. Seeing Xu Xing approach empty-handed, he couldn't help but feel like complaining. After a moment of silence, the fat man spoke. Not bringing anything? How confident is this guy? Everyone had watched Xu Xing's live streams on Banji and knew he possessed a wide variety of spirits. Wang Jia chimed in. Isn't he being a bit overconfident? The opponent is still a Pokemon, after all. Yi Chumu muttered irritably from the side. You two shut up. Xu Xing saved your asses. The others fell silent, but couldn't help adding, I'd like to see how he handles this. Tap, tap. A crisp, light sound suddenly echoed beside Zhou Yong and Luo Jia. The sound of shoes on freshly laid wooden planks. All eyes turned to see Xu Xing slowly approaching them. Moreover, Xu Xing appeared utterly composed, showing not the slightest sign of regarding this wandering night spirit as a threat. Luo Hui grew anxious. This monster is terrifying. Xu Xing continued forward with unwavering composure. The wandering night spirit, observing his resolute stride, momentarily lost its focus. But only for a moment. The wandering night spirit roared. Wandering. The terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire mansion. In an instant, Luo Hui's face turned deathly pale as she clamped her hands over her ears. Zhou Yong, who had been so arrogant moments before, quickly crouched down, hugging himself tightly. Xu Xing, however, remained steady in his stride. He walked up behind Fang Huang Yiling and called out to the others in the distance, "Hey!" The group's gaze converged on Xu Xing. Xu Xing tossed his phone, and the two instinctively caught it. The next scene showed Xu Xing dragging the night spirit by one arm into a room. With a loud slam, the door was shut, leaving behind two bewildered individuals and tens of thousands of livestream viewers. The chat exploded. What kind of hardcore exorcism is this? Holy crap! The streamer earlier said Brother Su got screwed here? Why did I never buy that? Suga, the badass of society, few words, but deadly. Zhou Yong was utterly in awe of this man at that moment. Not only did he show no fear toward this creature, but he even picked it up bare-handed. Moments later, the room door opened. Xu Xing addressed the two in the corner. Let's get out of here. Inside the room, Solaria, thoroughly chastised, had become completely docile. On the floor lay the food Xu Xing had left for the little creature. Not much, but enough to sustain him for over half a year. The Pokemon era was about to begin, and with Sablei's popularity, it wouldn't be long before he was snapped up. May this little one find a good home in the end. Once everything was settled, Xu Xing led everyone out of the mansion. This little drama finally concluded in this manner. The livestream's viewership had long since surged past the 100,000 mark. Though Zhou Yong felt reluctant to leave, he couldn't bear to continue riding Xu Xing's coattails after seeing how hard Xu Xing had worked for everyone. Finally, Zhou Yong ended the livestream. The group returned to the front of the mansion. Luo Hui stepped outside and saw Yi Chumo standing there unscathed. She couldn't have been happier. A faint blush touched Yi Chumu's cheeks. Thanks to Xu Xing. The other boys reluctantly acknowledged the truth. Without Xu Xing, they would have been wiped out in the haunted house. Wang Jia and the fat guy thanked Xu Xing. Zhou Yong fell silent for a moment. Though they were all 18-year-old students, he felt the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Zhou Yong remained silent, then finally spoke slowly. Thanks, Xu Xing. Xu Xing waved it off. No big deal. Even though I don't know you guys, since you're friends with Chumu, I had to help out. Hearing this, everyone froze in surprise. Unfamiliar? They'd been classmates and companions for years. How could Xu Xing not recognize them? Only then did they realize how ridiculous their assumptions had been. They'd always seen Xu Xing as a nobody, but in truth, he'd never even given them a proper glance. His words were half truth, half joke after all. Without this incident, he wouldn't even remember their names. Which was essentially the same as not knowing them. Xu Xing approached the motorcycle. After all, this car was borrowed from a stranger, so it definitely needs to be returned now. Since he was heading to the police station anyway, he might as well give Yi Chumu a ride there. With that thought, Xu Xing swung one leg over the motorcycle. Chumu, hop on. Luo Hui's wide eyes screamed something's off, but she still nudged Yi Chumu. Hurry up, go already. Yi Chumu slowly approached the bike and climbed aboard. Vroom. The engine roared to life. The motorcycle vanished in a flash from everyone's sight, leaving only a few people staring at each other in disbelief. Wang Jie sighed, guys, we'd better focus on our studies. Zhou Yong, unusually, didn't argue. What they'd just witnessed was simply too shocking. Grasping a ghost creature barehanded and dragging it into a room, how many people could possibly accomplish such a feat? On the motorcycle, Yi Chumu clutched Xu Xing tightly and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To find your dad." Yi Chumu scanned the surrounding route. "This isn't the way to my dad." Xu Xing chuckled dryly, "What, afraid I'll sell you out?" Yi Chumu found herself unable to nod or shake her head. Xu Xing said indifferently, "I'll go refuel the vehicle." Chapter 185, the highest level meeting of Huaxia Nation. Hengjiang City, outside the police station. Yi Tianjiao, on duty, frowned deeply. He never imagined he'd encounter such an absurd situation. Yi Tianjiao's tone betrayed his disbelief. "You mean someone just snatched your car on the street and told you to come pick it up at the police station later?" The man nodded, then immediately shook his head. "No, not snatched, borrowed." Yi Tianjiao was nearly laughing in exasperation. Why did he have to run into such a bizarre situation? His tone was resigned. "They probably want you to come to the police station to file a report." "What's the name?" "Jiang Wei." Yi Tianji nodded. "Come on in." As Jiang Wei prepared to follow Yi Tianjiao into the station. But just then, the rumble of a motorcycle slowly drifted in from the distance. Jiang Wei turned his head, and Yi Tianjiao slowly turned his as well. Both froze. Jiang Wei was stunned by the sheer coolness of the man's posture. Yi Tianjiao's reason was entirely different, because he thought he saw his precious daughter on that motorcycle. What father could possibly accept his precious daughter, still in her senior year of high school, clinging tightly to some wild young guy riding a ghostfire motorcycle? Yi Tianjiao's face drained of color, while Jiang Wei beside him felt an intense surge of excitement at the scene unfolding before them. "Holy! Bro! You look so cool! Go faster! Keep going!" Yi Tianjiao yelled, "Slow the hell down! Drive slower, damn it!" Xu Xing twisted the throttle, and Yi Chumu tightened her grip. After a smooth drift, Xu Xing came to a stop right in front of the crowd. Jiang Wei's eyes nearly lit up. "Holy crap, bro! That was awesome!" Xu Xing pulled out the keys and tossed them. "Thanks, bro, tank's full." Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. "You're the man, bro." Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. "Well, you called me brother, so what else is there to say?" Meanwhile, Yi Tianjiao stood beside them, staring blankly. Though somewhat incredulous, he still asked, "This, you too, what is this?" Xu Xing took Yi Chumu's small hand and helped him out of the car. Yi Tianjiao's face turned ashen. Xu Xing glanced at Yi Tianjiao's expression and offered an awkward smile. "Officer Yi, let Chumu explain it to you." With that, Xu Xing turned to leave. Jiang Wei also sensed something was off. He hopped on his bike and said, "Thanks, officer. I'll be off then." Xu Xing hailed a passing car and vanished from sight. It wasn't because he felt guilty, but because Xu Xing had just received a notification. The first draft of the Pokemon bill had been finalized. Now, everyone was just waiting for Xu Xing to convene a meeting to finalize the pricing for Pokemon Pokeballs. Xu Xing hailed a cab straight to the airport and booked the earliest flight. Throughout the entire journey, Xu Xing's mind raced with countless thoughts, the most troubling of which was the matter involving Tianhai Group. If that conglomerate, with its shadowy influence, truly decided to intervene, the consequences were anyone's guess. During the journey, he pondered at length, thinking of the countless residents whose lives had been transformed by Pokemon. Were these Pokemon, which had altered their lives, destined to remain beyond their reach? He thought of the vast numbers of workers and farmers. What would become of them? He refused to accept this fate. Xu Xing silently made a decision in his heart. Even if he shattered himself to pieces, even if the outcome was failure, he would not fear it. For the sun had taught him that a single spark could ignite a prairie fire. Before long, Xu Xing arrived at the military base. Unlike previous visits, there was no grand reception for Xu Xing this time. Only one staff member escorted Xu Xing to the conference room. The military base was eerily quiet at that moment, almost deathly still. A deathly silence permeated the vast military base. Xu Xing followed the staff member toward the conference room. His mood was heavy as he prepared to take up arms and forge his own path. Before long, Xu Xing followed the staff member in front of him into the conference room. The entire conference room was packed, the vast space filled to capacity. Only one seat remained vacant. The staff member gestured toward it with a nod.
Mr. Xu, that is your seat. Xu Xing gave a slight nod and stepped into the conference room. Instantly, all eyes turned to him.
A variety of gazes scrutinized him. There were 5 rooms in the center, and the main seat in the very center was currently vacant.
To the left of the central position were seats facing Ling Guobiao and Wan Hai. Their status was indeed exceptional.
Ling Guobiao was now offering Xu Xing a warm smile. Wang Hai also gave a nod of acknowledgement, easing the oppressive atmosphere somewhat. To the right sat 2 entirely unfamiliar faces, their weary appearance clearly indicating they had traveled specifically for this meeting. Under the collective gaze, Xu Xing slowly took his seat at the center. His posture was upright, showing not a trace of nervousness. A teenager of 18 or 19 faced this group of heavyweights with an aura that belied his age. The entire stage exuded strict discipline, though discontent nearly overflowed from many eyes. Not a single word escaped their lips. Xu Xing had barely settled into the center seat when a spotlight suddenly illuminated the front. A tall, poised female parliamentarian, likely the chairperson of this meeting, cleared her throat. She cleared her throat and announced, "The first National Pokémon Conference of Huaxia officially begins. First, allow me to introduce the key attendees of this conference, as well as the great and distinguished Pokémon." Through the introductions, Xu Xing recognized the 2 individuals with the displeased expressions. Their backgrounds were truly extraordinary, and their goals were completely at odds with what Xu Xing sought to achieve. Xu Xing sighed softly. It seemed he was about to offend quite a few people. But he was already prepared, ready to fall to pieces.
The female counselor spoke slowly. "First, we will present the Pokémon draft to Mr. Xu for his revisions." Moments later, the female legislator handed over a thick stack of Pokémon drafts.
The next moment, Xu Xing's draft appeared on the large screen. Xu Xing began flipping through the pages one by one, pulling out watercolor pens to make corrections. In the vast hall, everyone watched in silence as Xu Xing revised the draft. Under normal circumstances, such legal documents would be revised by a team of over a dozen lawyers. But in this case, Xu Xing was handling it entirely alone.
This was unprecedented.
Xu Xing made revisions based on the laws he remembered from the Pokémon world. These issues were indeed peculiar, yet they demanded meticulous attention. After all, they formed the very foundation of the Pokémon world.
If the foundation isn't solid, the skyscrapers built upon it will inevitably collapse.
Many raised objections during the process, but Xu Xing silenced them all with just a few words. By the time all the documents were approved, considerable time had passed.
Yet every person present was energized and alert. The female counselor took the documents and said, "The draft has been finalized. Does anyone have any further objections?"
The room fell silent.
The female counselor continued, "Very well. We will now proceed to discuss the appraisal of Pokeballs and Pokemon cards." Chapter 186, Each Stands Their Ground.
In an instant, Xu Xing felt the room's temperature drop several degrees. The pricing of Pokeballs and Pokédexes was the main event of this meeting.
Xu Xing scanned the room.
The politicians, who had been zoning out moments ago, now sat with tense expressions. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath, his own nerves taut. Laws and rules could be broken. But once the Pokeball price was set, it would shape the entire trajectory of Huaxia Nation moving forward.
The female counselor continued,
"The pricing of Pokeballs concerns the future landscape for both the people and Pokemon.
This is a matter of great importance. Please deliberate carefully and offer your opinions. We will now begin the discussion. Representatives, please speak in an orderly manner."
No sooner had she spoken than a delegate below the podium raised his hand. The man, wearing glasses and looking meticulous, spoke slowly.
"I believe rarity drives value.
To cultivate Pokemon as scarce commodities, we should restrict Pokeball distribution. I propose setting the price at 100,000 yuan per unit." Few objected to this proposal. These politicians were hardly short on funds. The purpose of such a move was clear: to monopolize. To lock Pokemon entirely within the hands of the wealthy.
The man continued before finishing his thought.
"I don't consider 100,000 yuan per Pokeball excessive.
Just like cars, every household has one, so 100,000 yuan should be the equivalent cost for obtaining a Pokemon.
Therefore, I propose the first Pokeball should cost 100,000 yuan. If the first attempt fails to capture the Pokemon, a second Pokeball can be purchased at half price. If the capture succeeds, the price of the second Pokeball doubles, and so on."
After this explanation, the atmosphere in the room visibly improved.
Clearly, everyone present agreed with this proposal.
Xu Xing glanced around.
Ling Guobiao's brow was furrowed, and Wang Hai wore a stern expression.
Though these men usually addressed Xu Xing as a brotherly comrade, he couldn't be certain they wouldn't go easy on him at this critical moment. Judging by their expressions, however, they appeared to be allies on the same side.
Meanwhile, the 2 unfamiliar faces remained impassive, revealing no trace of emotion.
After the bespectacled politician finished speaking, the female assemblywoman asked, "Does anyone else hold a differing opinion?"
A heavy-set man in the corner raised his hand. Despite his greasy appearance, his words were surprisingly sharp. Representative Xu Xing once mentioned Pokemon centers, Pokemon stores, and a series of related services. I propose incorporating all these professions into the civil service, allowing Pokémon to be passed down through hereditary succession. This would prevent Pokémon from falling into the hands of those useless to society and maximize their potential.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
The previous proposal from the bespectacled man at least allowed ordinary people to strive for owning their own Pokémon.
But this guy's plan leaves absolutely no room for survival. It essentially eliminated any chance for ordinary people to obtain Pokémon. Yet surprisingly, his proposal garnered more support.
Staring at these ugly faces, Xu Xing felt momentarily dazed.
Was this the kind of country our forebears had fought and bled for?
Xu Xing refused to accept it.
The female assembly member pressed on. Does anyone else hold a different opinion?
I do. A rough voice suddenly rang out. Turning toward the sound, Xu Xing saw Wang Tianyang had risen to his feet. Watching Wang Tianyang rise to his feet, Xu Xing could clearly sense the two men beside him grow visibly colder. Clearly, they had long regarded Wang Tianyang as a thorn in their side. Wang Tianyang spoke slowly. I propose setting the price of Pokeballs at 5,000 yuan each. This way, everyone can afford them.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Wang Tianyang. I think you've lost your mind. Instantly, several politician representatives stood up to rebuke Wang Tianyang.
At least 90% of the people present scoffed at this suggestion. In their view, they clearly possess the means and ability to monopolize Pokemon.
Why should they willingly relinquish ownership of Pokemon?
This was nothing short of a betrayal of their class.
The crowd berated Wang Tianyang, 5,000 yuan per Pokemon. What's the difference between that and giving them away for free?
In the corner, He Changjun and Wang Yang stared at Wang Tianyang with admiration. They never imagined he'd actually dare to say such a thing in this setting. A chorus of disapproving voices erupted. Even the two beside Xu Xing couldn't help but speak up.
This price is a betrayal of the market. I don't think it's right. Exactly. If everyone can get Pokemon like this, what advantage do those of us who worked hard for them have? Hard work? Humph, what hard work? Xu Xing couldn't help but curse inwardly. Under the barrage of questions, Wang Tianyang's resolve began to waver. Xu Xing sighed deeply. Dr. Wang, your fist isn't hard enough. Leave it to me from here on out.
Xu Xing rose slowly from his seat.
In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent.
Then, allow me to say a few words. No, make that deliver a few announcements. Xu Xing's voice carried an air of authority that brooked no argument, and the expressions on the faces of those present shifted. Xu Xing looked at the group and spoke slowly.
The Pokeball is priced at 100 yuan each. On the day of its release, every household will be entitled to 10 free Pokeballs. Dead silence. The entire room fell completely silent. You're ing out of your mind.
The bespectacled man, abandoning all decorum, leapt to his feet and pointed an accusing finger at Xu Xing's nose, unleashing a torrent of abuse.
The fat man was equally unforgiving. Free distribution. Do you think we're running a charity? The entire conference room erupted in chaos. Everyone had expected Xu Xing to set the Pokeball price low. But no one expected 100 yuan per ball. And worst of all, they were giving them away for free. What? That would mean anyone in the world could own their own Pokemon. Then their power as high-ranking officials would vanish completely. Such a thing was absolutely forbidden. Absolutely forbidden.
Beside him, the unfamiliar face turned grim.
Do you really think streaming live makes you qualified to meddle in this? This isn't something someone like you should be involved in. Another politician chimed in. Who do you think you are? Some great hero? A savior of the people? What an air of officialdom. A few live streams and some empty formalities and you think you're someone? Who gave you the nerve? Xu Xing replied calmly.
I said this is a notification, not a discussion.
The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. What does this mean? Xu Xing was challenging the dignity of everyone present. Every single person in the room was a prominent figure. Who among them wasn't a dragon among men? And Xu Xing, an 18-year-old who was unknown just a month ago, dared to provoke over 100 people here? What an audacious display of authority. Young man. Who gave you the nerve to speak to us like this?
Beside him, a hand slowly rested on Xu Xing's shoulder.
He applied slight pressure, seemingly trying to force Xu Xing back into his seat.
But Xu Xing showed not a shred of fear toward the crowd.
He violently shook off the man's hand. Who gave me the nerve?
Xu Xing slammed his fist on the table. The next moment, Banji Loss made a thunderous entrance.
Dear readers, I'm working hard every day to write this. Please support me with gold coins. It's incredibly important to me. If we hit 8,000 views today, I'll add an extra chapter. Chapter 187, Severing Heads. Banji. Banjiro roared with fury. The terrifying pressure made the dust on the ceiling tremble. Everyone was terrified by this monstrous creature. This was a creature capable of obliterating an entire mountain with a single blow. You. Are you ing rebelling? Xu Xing looked at the crowd. Now you know who gives me my confidence. The entire crowd fell silent.
Xu Xing chuckled, then grabbed the collar of the man beside him.
Answer me. Do you know who gives me the guts now? What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your ing mind? Let go. Let go, damn it. Do you know who he is? Countless voices shouted anxiously from below.
Xu Xing ignored them all, his eyes burning with an unmistakable murderous intent.
I asked you, do you know who gave me the courage?
The politician's breathing grew heavy as he forced out the words, I
know.
Xu Xing released his grip. By now, several armed personnel had guns trained on him.
The feeling of missing his target was utterly humiliating. Water EV leapt onto the table, surveying the room. The aura emanating from it sent a chill down everyone's spine.
The armed men could barely steady their guns.
Xu Xing said calmly, guns are useless against me.
Let me repeat, I'm notifying you all that Pokémon will be distributed to every citizen.
Anyone who dares to monopolize them will be eliminated. Of course, I, Xu Xing, always value fairness. You're welcome to find a way to kill me.
If you succeed, you might just monopolize Pokémon provided you have the strength to back it up. Xu Xing knew these council members had long harbored dissatisfaction toward him. Many things had already happened, beyond his control. All he could do now was ensure Pokémon truly entered every household. At that moment, not a single voice dared to speak.
Xu Xing continued.
If you insist on turning Pokémon into toys only the wealthy can afford, I won't hesitate to go to war with you.
I wonder if my capabilities could shake this capital city.
Xu Xing's words were calm, yet no one dared to challenge him. Because judging by this man's current actions, he might very well be capable of waging war against the entire empire.
But Xu Xing's true purpose was never about conflict.
He simply wanted to place Pokémon where they truly belonged. Xu Xing rose and slowly exited the conference room.
The mighty fortress stands as solid as iron.
As Xu Xing's figure grew smaller in the distance, a few people in the conference room finally dared to speak. They murmured complaints, venting their frustration at Xu Xing's actions. They called him utterly reckless, a lawless man who treated everyone with utter disregard. But when the counselor inquired about the price of Pokeballs, the politicians who had been ready to curse Xu Xing's ancestors to the nth degree just moments before suddenly fell silent. Exchanging bewildered glances, they couldn't come up with a solution and ultimately had no choice but to abandon their objections and follow Xu Xing's proposed plan.
Pokeballs. Free of charge. Xu Xing completed this task in a manner bordering on the twisted.
Many criticized him, but Xu Xing didn't care.
His sole concern was whether every person could obtain a Pokémon.
He knew that after his death, those who resented him would relentlessly slander him behind his back. Soon after his death, he would be completely discredited by these enemies' slander. But he didn't care. His teacher had once told him,
a single spark can start a prairie fire.
In the conference room, Lin Guobiao announced slowly. Proceed with Xu Xing's plan. Price the Pokeballs at 100 yuan each and deliver 10 to every household.
No one objected.
Everyone knew that to oppose this would mean making Xu Xing their adversary.
Crossing someone like him would undoubtedly lead to a miserable end. Seeing no further objections, Lin Guobiao issued his final directive. Begin implementation immediately. With that, he rose and left the room, leaving only the meeting attendees behind. In the corner, Wang Yang's face radiated admiration. Brother Xu is just too awesome. Exactly. Only Brother Xu could pull this off. The admiration for Xu Xing was unmistakable in their voices. To push a single matter to such extremes truly unmatched. People slowly filed out of the conference room. At least 90% of the crowd in the vast venue looked utterly grim. Lin Guobiao pulled out his phone and briefed Xu Xing on the situation. According to the plan, the pricing for the Pokeballs would be announced today, with implementation set for 3 days later. Once the bulk shipment of Pokeballs and Pokédexes was fully delivered, preparations for the official plan could commence. Xu Xing, now alone, boarded the flight back to Hangzhou. Now that the Pokemon issue was resolved, the next step was to address the most immediate medical concerns. Xu Xing exchanged his remaining science points for the blueprints of the Pokemon treatment device. He then handed the blueprints to Wang Tianyang. After Xu Xing's earlier speech, Wang Tianyang had become a complete and utter fanboy of Xu Xing. He couldn't fathom how one person could possess such unwavering integrity. He was nothing short of a true hero. Xu Xing's requirements for Pokemon centers were modest. Given the current situation, installing 1 unit at each city center hospital would suffice. At the very least, this would ensure no Pokemon would suffer injuries without access to medical care in any city. After clarifying the objectives, Wang Tianyang began working on them with great fanfare. During this time, quite a few people tried to get involved in Pokemon treatment. Attempted to reduce treatment opportunities, but Wang Tianyang silenced them all with a single statement. Everything was directed by Xu Xing, he was merely the executor. Any objection should be directed to Xu Xing. If Xu Xing ordered him to stop, Wang Tianyang wouldn't hesitate for a second. With that statement, the others fell silent. That night back in Hangzhou, Xu Xing lay in his dilapidated rental room.
Suddenly, a piece of news shot up the trending charts at lightning speed. Straight to the top. Xu Xing opened the trending list. 1. Pokemon Pokeball pricing confirmed. The era of all Pokemon is about to begin. The article briefly explained the matter, and the comments section below exploded. Holy crap? $666 for this price. They finally got their act together. Wait, is this real? And they're giving away 10 for free? This is insane. Unbelievable. Who pulled this off? They should be exposed. Then they'd go down in history. Exactly. Let's name the person who proposed this. They deserve a place in the Hall of Fame. Seeing all these celebratory comments, Xu Xing felt genuinely happy. But he didn't take credit for it. It doesn't matter who he was, just remember he was here. Xu Xing took a screenshot and later released a video. The content was simple, yet it would send shockwaves through the human world. Pokeball prices set. I, Xu Xing, will personally fund a Pokemon tournament in Hangzhou City 7 days from now. Specific rules will be released shortly. Interested parties are welcome to register. Chapter 188, Hangzhou Pokemon Tournament. 3 days later. Hangzhou City, bathed in bright sunshine. Xu Xing climbed out of bed, the air sweet and invigorating. Just yesterday, Pokeballs had officially begun distribution across all regional governments. Everyone could claim 10 Pokeballs by presenting their ID. Converted to monetary value, it was like the state giving each person 1,000 yuan. Such generosity was unprecedented. Simultaneously, the Pokemon Act had been enacted. The law explicitly prohibits the trading of Pokemon. Xu Xing knew such activities were inevitable after all, where there's no fish, there's no need for a net. So regarding Pokemon trading, his stance was essentially to turn a blind eye. But right now, the entire Pokemon world has only one explosive, attention-grabbing event. That was Xu Xing's inaugural Pokemon tournament in Hangzhou City. Xu Xing had already finalized the complete tournament rules. He had also released several educational videos on Pokemon battles. At least for now, most netizens had already grasped the basics. Moreover, after Xu Xing's tutorials, most people no longer feel as intimidated by Pokemon as they once did. Armed with the right approach, many are now ready to officially start catching Pokemon. Xu Xing pulled out his phone. His Douyin feed had been buzzing these past 2 days. He swiped his finger and opened the comments section. Kola Zhangfei, Brother Xu. Check out the Pokemon I caught. This one looks like a baby Snorlax. Attached was a photo of a cute, dopey little Snorlax. Revive the Han Dynasty, wow. This Charmander is so adorable. It even breathes fire. Attached was a picture of a little Charizard breathing fire at the camera. Ji Xianliu, Brother Xu, what is this? Can I take this little guy to the competition? Image shows a Jengar. Wait. What? Kiggled? Xu Xing stared at the image. It was undeniably a Kiggled core. Forget the competition. With this Pokemon, he could just come beat up Xu Xing. Suddenly, Xu Xing's gaze flickered toward the user's ID, Ji Xianliu. It instantly clicked in his mind. The blue bird bears no message beyond the clouds, the lilac blooms in vain, weeping in the rain. Turning to gaze at the green waves at dusk in the 3 Chu regions, Ji Xianliu. Thankfully, Xu Xing had some cultural knowledge, otherwise, he would have been fooled. This person was none other than Yi Chumu, and the figure in the picture wasn't some Kiggled, it was clearly Saloya. Xu Xing chuckled softly, clearly getting along quite well with this youngster. It's worth noting that this Hangzhou City match turned out to be far more intense than anyone had imagined. Xu Xing was somewhat surprised by this turn of events. He'd expected a decent turnout, but never this many. Given the current situation, it was impossible to accommodate everyone. So Xu Xing devised another solution. First, he divided the eligible contestants into 32 groups, each containing a full 100 participants. Then he would initiate a Pokemon Chaos battle, where they would compete for the top spot. The winner would advance to the round of 32, progressing step by step from there. However, not just anyone could enter the Pokemon free-for-all. Participants first had to pass Xu Xing's test. The test involved defeating either Piku or Torchic from Xu Xing's team. In other words, these two little creatures would each have to fight an average of 1,600 battles in just 4 days. Watching the sun climb steadily toward noon, Xu Xing dared not linger in bed any longer. He hurriedly changed into a set of clothes and rushed outside. The news of the Pokemon tournament had already reached Wang Tianyang and his group. They wholeheartedly supported the idea, offering Xu Xing considerable networking assistance. Hangzhou City was now actively constructing Pokemon battle arenas. The specifications were, of course, strictly adhering to Xu Xing's requirements. Hangzhou City, situated along the coast, was divided into inner and outer islands. The coastal areas of Hangzhou City enjoy the most prosperous economy, while the inland regions are slightly less developed. The 3 small islands isolated in the sea are primarily developed as tourist attractions. Their economic development remains modest, with large swathes of vegetation left untouched. With Wang Tianyang's full support, Xu Xing successfully secured ownership of one of these islands. Now it's time to get serious about development. This island has great potential.
It already featured hotels and a food street. Next, they only needed to complete the arena. Once the offshore high-speed rail link was operational, it would swiftly become a dazzling tourist destination. Xu Xing has now officially become the island's owner. This meant he now oversaw everything on the island, though Xu Xing paid little attention to the economic aspects. His only demand was that prices must remain below the average for comparable tourist attractions. Second, he renamed the island. Naming 3 islands was straightforward: first island, second island, third island. Now that Xu Xing had taken over second island, he naturally needed to rename it. As for the name, he called it the Battle Frontier. The cruise ship reached the island in less than half an hour. These passenger ferries were also added during this period. With these passenger ships in operation, there was no longer any need to worry about transportation to the Battle Frontier. Upon Xu Xing's arrival, Chenwan, the staff member who had been waiting for him, immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Island Master Xu." Xu Xing waved his hand. "Just call me Brother Xu." Xu Xing then inquired, "How's the project progressing?" Chenwan continued his report. "The 100-player arena is scheduled for completion today. Only the final installation of the massive LCD display remains." Xu Xing nodded. "Go ahead. Money's no object." Chenwan nodded and continued. "The one-on-one arena project is also more than halfway done. As per your request, we've created 5 completely distinct ecological scenarios for the arenas." Xu Xing nodded again. "Go ahead. Don't hold back. Money is no object." Xu Xing added, "Chenwan." Chenwan wore a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves, her thighs encased in alluring black stockings. At those words, Chenwan swallowed hard. Xu Xing had arrived on this island 3 days prior, suddenly becoming its ruler. At first, Xu Xing didn't make a good impression, young and reckless with money. But gradually, the islanders' opinions began to shift. The simplest example was that within days of arriving, Xu Xing had raised everyone's wages. Moreover, he eliminated the monthly day off and instituted a 2-day weekend instead. He also changed the 9-hour workday to a 5-hour workday. This was practically a dream come true. Although there were no holidays this week, Xu Xing promised the island's employees a 7-day paid vacation immediately after the competition concluded. Seriously, who wouldn't love a boss like that? Chenwan, who had served as the island's secretary for years, felt it most keenly. Officials worked much harder now, and there was virtually no slacking off. Chenwan watched the young, handsome boss before him flick his hair. He asked softly, "What is it, boss?" Xu Xingdan said, "No, just don't wear that outfit next time. It looks pretty hot." Chapter 189, Crimson and Emerald. He really is a considerate boss. For some reason, a faint pang of dissatisfaction stirred in Chenwan's heart. Previous bosses had only ever stared at her with lecherous eyes, but this one was completely different. It felt almost like her looks had been rejected. Before Chenwan could dwell on it, 2 young voices suddenly called out from behind her. "Hey! Hey there! Busy! Busy!" 2 youthful voices rang out from behind Xu Xing. Xu Xing turned his head to see the 2 boys panting as they ran toward him. Xu Xing replied indifferently, "Kids, there's no playground around here." Chenwan also stepped in front of Xu Xing. This was one of the few decent bosses in the world. Even if it meant risking her own life, she would protect him. "Which one?" the 2 boys blurted out in surprise. One wore a red cap, the other had hair like spikes. Simultaneously, they pulled out Pokeballs and declared to Xu Xing, "We want to join the Pokemon tournament." Xu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh?" The one in the red cap spoke first. "My name is Akatsuki. I want to become a Pokemon trainer just like you." The other spiky-haired boy blurted out impatiently, "That's supposed to be my line." As he spoke, he pulled out his Pokeball. "My name is Green. I'm going to become a Pokemon trainer even better than Scarlet." Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Scarlet. Green. Looking closely, their features did indeed bear a resemblance to those 2, though their faces hadn't fully matured yet. Their faces still bore the innocence unique to their age. Chenwan snapped, "Hey! You 2 brats, this isn't a place for you to be fooling around." Red and Green exchanged a glance. "Wah! Evil old hag." "What? You called me an old hag? You too?" Seeing this, Xu Xing hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Hold on. Hearing Xu Xing speak, Chenwan instantly calmed down. Xu Xing looked at the 2 kids, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, and asked, "May I see your little creatures?" The 2 nodded, and a little fire dragon and a Squirtle appeared in the clearing. Xu Xing felt a bit surprised. This must be fate. Even their Pokemon were identical. Xu Xing felt his interest piqued. "Alright, beat my Pokemon and I'll give you that chance." Xu Xing summoned his Pokemon, Charizard and Piku, from their Pokeballs. Carbon's servant was incredibly excited for this first battle. Xu Xing had dangled a carrot in front of the little guy. After these battles, he would let Carbonite evolve. And Carbonite could choose its own evolutionary path. As for Piku, it remained as listless as ever, showing zero interest in the upcoming match. Xu Xing had a solution for that. Pokebee, if you win, you get to smoke some weed. If you lose, you're stuck with just 8 wolves. Instantly, the previously lifeless Pokebee was filled with determination. Xu Xing didn't participate in the battle, letting the 2 Pokemon fight it out on their own. Soon, the battle concluded. The difference between Pokemon with and without a trainer's guidance was starkly evident. Moreover, these 2 young men possessed undeniable talent. Xu Xing produced a Rattata from somewhere and tossed it out. Try harder next time. Pikachu stared at the cigarette but in its hand, feeling utterly insulted. It was an affront to the very soul of a Pikachu. It slammed the cigarette butt onto the floor. But moments later, as it lay on the ground, it reluctantly picked the cigarette butt back up, looking dejected. Carbon, defeated in battle, was also feeling a bit down. Xu Xing offered a few soft words of comfort, and Carbon quickly regained its spirits. The 2 little ones stared excitedly at Xu Xing, their faces beaming with pride. Xu Xing took 2 badges from his mouth and tossed them out. Congratulations to both of you, you've earned your spot in the preliminary tournament. The 2 little ones caught the badges mid-air. Their eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement as they exchanged glances. This is awesome. Xu Xing looked at the 2 vibrant young people and said, I look forward to your performance. They nodded, their eyes burning with youthful determination. And so, the top 2 spots for the 3,200th place in Hengjiang City's Pokemon tournament were secured. Suddenly, Shenwan's phone rang. The person on the other end seemed to be discussing something serious. Shenwan's brow furrowed deeply before he simply handed the phone to Xu Xing. Xu Xing took the phone and said, What's going on? You can report directly to me. The background noise on the other end was chaotic, and the staff member's tone was heavy. Island Master. This can't be explained in a few words. You really need to come see for yourself. Faced with this situation, Shenwan was momentarily flustered and awkwardly replied. This kind of situation has never happened before. Xu Xing nodded slightly. Perhaps something had gone wrong during this construction phase. As they walked, Xu Xing inquired. Shenwan, before I arrived on this island, had anything strange ever happened here? Shenwan's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Before Xu Xing arrived, this island had been known as an ill-omened place. Around the time the Pokemon arrived, the 3 islands began experiencing sporadic lightning strikes. Without warning, this caused the island's economy to plummet. No one ever discovered the cause, nor did they understand why. Since Xu Xing took over the islands, not a single instance of lightning has occurred. Of course, it might just be a coincidence that it hasn't happened. After all, the longest stretch without lightning had only lasted a week at most. Shenwan shared this information with Xu Xing. She emphasized the recent calm and the lightning activity, hoping Xu Xing wouldn't worry too much. She was terrified that if Xu Xing became dissatisfied, he might withdraw his investment and leave, and then they, the workers, would be in real trouble. Unexplained lightning? Xu Xing muttered, feeling puzzled himself, but decided to head toward the arena first. The island itself wasn't particularly large, yet it contained everything necessary. Currently, only the arena needed further refinement to be essentially complete. It was worth noting that even after completing the arena, at least 50% of the island remained undeveloped. In other words, a substantial portion of wilderness remained untouched. Xu Xing would need to find time to inspect that area, lest it harbor any dangerous Pokemon. But the immediate priority was to head to the standard arena. Arriving at the entrance of the standard arena, all the workers were crowded together. Their expressions were somewhat awkward. Everyone knows the island owner has spent a fortune and gone to great lengths for this project. Yet now, with the project racing against time, not a single worker from the large crew was on the job. Worker Zhou Mo rubbed his hands together as he approached Xu Xing. Mr. Xu, it's not that we don't want to work, it's the situation inside, really. Xu Xing waved him off. No need for excuses. Take me inside to see for myself. Zhou Mo nodded and led Xu Xing and Chen Wan into the arena. The interior of the arena was essentially complete, with only the finishing touches remaining. Only the central area remained empty. As Xu Xing approached, a tingling sensation washed over him. His gaze locked onto a Kapu Mingming perched steadily at the center. Chapter 190, The Boss Battle. Whoa! Xu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't expected this roadblock to be a Kapu Mim. At that moment, the Kapu Mumu was curiously surveying its surroundings, while the lightning swirling around its body continued to threaten everyone nearby. Xu Xing inquired, Shenwan, did the previous island lords all fear the lightning, which is why they dared not build anything on the islands? Shenwan nodded. After the Pokemon arrived, the 3 islands essentially halted all new construction. Even tourist visits dropped significantly until you came. Xu Xing gave a slight nod, understanding the situation. This Kapu Mingming likely regarded the island as its own. When the rift appeared, Carapian arrived on this island and immediately assumed the role of its master. And now, the construction crew brought by Xu Xing had become the intruders. Island Guardian, indeed. Xu Xing sighed softly. This island was already his. No guardian spirit was needed, and Xu Xing had no intention of wasting words.
Either they coexisted on this island, or Xu Xing would give Kapu Ming a thorough beating and then kick it off the island. Besides, as the island's master, Xu Xing was technically caught Su Mingming's superior by virtue of their relationship. In short, nothing could stop Xu Xing from continuing to develop the island. Xu Xing's confidence stemmed from a simple fact: he now possessed the strength to challenge legendary Pokémon. Xu Xing slowly approached Carablast and spoke. Karpag looked at this uninvited guest before him, his expression stern. Xu Xing wasted no words. Karpagot, I am the master of this island. The moment these words left his mouth, Carablast's aura surged several degrees higher. The crackling of thunder could almost be heard. It must be noted that the island guardian is also known as the island sovereign. And from Kapu Mimori's perspective, it had always been the master of this island. Now, some upstart dared to challenge its position, utterly disrespectful. Xu Xing spoke up. I give you two choices: 1, get off my island; 2, submit to me. Kazu Mingming erupted in fury. It couldn't fathom how this insignificant creature, who was merely acting boldly, dared utter such words. Think about it this way: you've been living comfortably in your own home all along, when suddenly someone starts renovating it and declares it their own. This wasn't just insulting, it was a matter of dignity. Suddenly, Xu Xing extended a hand, or we can fight it out. Whoever wins gets to be the boss. Kapeo. Kapu roared in agreement, exactly what it wanted. Xu Xing nodded. Let's go. It's the perfect chance to test my new arena. Xu Xing turned and headed outside. Kapu, honoring the warrior's code, obediently followed him out. Zhou Mo and Shan Wan could hardly believe their eyes. Xu Xing approached them. Is the 100-player arena ready for use? Shan Wan nodded. It is ready. Xu Xing nodded. Continue construction. Shan Wan, come with me. Shan Wan nodded, glancing at the Pokemon behind him, that golden creature radiating lightning bolts. Even the most obtuse person would grasp what those bolts signified. And Xu Xing's stance seemed to suggest he intended to battle this Pokemon? That would be utterly insane. As the island's manager, Shenwan knew the terror of that lightning all too well. It was the very same frenzy thunder that had sent countless business owners fleeing and kept tourists far away. Its power could engulf the entire island. Shenwan had studied Pokemon guides. Most Pokemon were quite ordinary, and those capable of triggering earthquakes were already terrifying enough. But this rooster-like creature before him could unleash lightning powerful enough to blanket the entire island. Fighting this thing? That's just crazy. At that moment, Xu Xing and Shenwan walked side by side, while Kapu Mumu trailed behind them. Shenwan whispered a warning. Island Master Xu, this Pokemon feels exceptionally unusual. Are we really going to battle it? Xu Xing nodded. Technically, as the island master, it's the guardian spirit of this island. If we fight, it would be considered insubordination. Don't worry. Shenwan nodded, resigned to the situation. After walking for a while, they arrived at the 100-person arena. The 100-person arena had a peculiar layout. A circular enclosure surrounded the center, serving as the contestants' seating area. Above the contestants, elevated platforms housed the various officials. Kapeo Mingming stepped into the center of the arena, terrifying thunder rippling around his body. Kapu Mingming roared defiantly. In the next instant, a swirling thunderstorm erupted from the ground. Shenwan tentatively stepped onto the ground, only to yank his foot back like lightning. Shenwan exclaimed in disbelief, the floor is covered in lightning. Kapu Mingming roared, and the surrounding thunder surged even higher. Shenwan watched the scene, his legs growing weak. Xu Xing, however, showed no fear and chuckled. Bankaris, everyone, come out and take him down. Banette roared as it burst out of its Pokeball. This Pokemon always relished challenging the strongest opponents, and now, facing this legendary Pokemon, it was visibly thrilled. Banky! Blastoise roared. The next moment, its ability activated. Without warning, sand and stones began whipping through the air. Lightning bolts on the ground were instantly obscured. But Carapian didn't lose heart. Karpagot stared intently at its opponent, clearly sensing this foe was no pushover. In fact, it was incredibly powerful. Acknowledge understood the gap in their standing and immediately used charge. Instantly, a surge of energy began flooding into its body. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, use rock slide. Ban roared, and the earth shattered violently, forming rows of rock spikes. Charging toward Kapu Mumu. After all this time training, Bankaira's was no longer the same. The speed of these rock spikes far exceeded expectations. In an instant, they reached Carablast. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Carablast had no time to react. It took the full brunt of the attack. Seizing the momentum, Xu Ying ordered, use Crunch. Batagiris charged toward Kakuo Mingming. The moment he was struck, Kakuo Mingming hadn't even had time to react. It was struck again by Ban's massive, blood-red maw. In just 2 moves, the two Pokemon had already established a massive gap in strength. Shenwan couldn't believe it. Was this giant bird all bark and no bite? But she quickly realized her foolishness. After being hit twice, Carablast was utterly enraged. Its body surged with thunder, and in the next instant, that lightning became wildly violent. Crackle! Crackle! The crackling thunder rumbled, threatening to obliterate the entire arena. The terrifying pressure of the thunder reflected on both their faces. The entire island was drawn to the sound. The sheer power. Truly terrifying. Xu Xing knew full well that Kapu Mingming was about to unleash his ultimate move. Divine Bird Charge. And at this moment, Xu Xing could not possibly back down. Bankaras. Let's go all out. Hey, everyone. 4th update done. Please send some gold tickets. I'm on my knees thanking you all. Writing every day isn't easy, so consider it a reward for me. More gold tickets mean faster updates. Feel free to join the reader group to chat and discuss. Chapter 191, The Little Brother. Kapu Mimikyu unleashed its divine punishment. It seemed determined to fight Banette to the death. Facing Kapu Mimikyu's assault, Bankaras showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it roared excitedly. Its stance clearly signaled it would brace its body to endure this attack head-on. Shinju took half a step back. If hit by this strike, he'd be dead for sure. But before he could think further, Kapu Mumu descended from the sky, charging toward Banette. Massive thunderbolts kicked up terrifying dust storms. Vast swaths of land were nearly uprooted. Kapu! Karpamim roared, seemingly pouring all its energy into the attack. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke and dust completely engulfed the entire battlefield. Cough! Cough cough cough. Chen coughed loudly. He looked utterly miserable. Xu Xing frowned deeply, yet a glimmer of confidence still flickered within him. Blastoise hadn't taken any damage earlier, so a single divine bird charge should be manageable. Moments later, the dust gradually cleared, revealing utter devastation across the battlefield. Large patches of earth were torn apart, mud kicked up into the air. Bankaras stood covered in dust, yet still standing tall on the battlefield. Although Kapu Mumu wasn't in the best condition, it clearly wasn't ready to concede defeat just yet. Xu Xing took a light breath. Well done, Bankilas. Bankaras nodded, its gaze unwavering. Blastoise. Mega Evolve. The ring in Xu Xing's hand glowed, connecting to Banagira's. Carper took a half step back, unable to believe the scene before him. Bankaras's previously faint aura surged several times over. Its appearance transformed completely, leaving Kakuo utterly dumbfounded. A battle that might have been winnable just moments ago now seemed utterly hopeless to Carablast. Xu Xing looked at Kakapmingming. HM? Still want to fight? Kakupmingming felt as if his heart had plummeted into an ice cave. All his previous efforts suddenly seemed like a joke. From start to finish, Xu Xing hadn't even shown his true strength. Xu Xing grabbed the railing with one hand and then lightly let to stand before Kot Xiaomingming. Chen hesitated for a moment before quickly following suit. Xu Xing murmured softly. Karpamiming, you've lost. Kapu Mingming nodded slightly, rising to leave the arena. Xu Xing called out, wait. Kapu Mingming turned back as Xu Xing spoke. If you choose to submit to me, I can grant you supreme authority over this island. Become its guardian. Second to none. Above all others. Kakapmingming stared at Xu Xing. Xu Xing's words were sincere, though at this moment, he was merely testing the waters. If he could secure Kazeomingming's guardianship over this island, it would undoubtedly bring significant benefits later on. Of course, if it refused, there was nothing to be done. Carper Mingming pondered. After all, it was a legendary Pokémon. To now submit to a human? If word got out, wouldn't other Pokémon laugh it to death? As Kapu Mumu rose to leave, Xu Xing suddenly spoke. I'll build a statue of you. Everyone who comes to the island will see you. Look up to you. It's a privilege even I don't have. Chen was slightly startled, unsure what Xu Xing was up to. What was the point of keeping such a nuisance around? And what was the real meaning behind building a statue anyway? But unexpectedly, just then, Casper Mingming halted. It let out a low, muffled sound. Kapu? It seemed to be questioning Xu Xing about the truth of his words. Xu Xing nodded. It's true. Of course it's true. But only if you promise to listen to me. Carpagot slowly flew back to Xu Xing's side. No legendary Pokémon could ever refuse another's offerings. At least that's how Carapian thought. Xu Xing said. So what about you? What's your deal? Carpagot nodded. Xu Xing chuckled. All right. My rules are simple, protect this island's safety while I'm away. From a developmental perspective, having a guardian spirit for an island was indeed essential. With Kapu Mumu's strength, it could handle at least 90% of any threats. Moreover, an island with a guardian deity could foster the development of both Pokémon and humans. Kakuming nodded. This seemed no different from its previous duties. Except now it had a boss. Xu Xing nodded. Kakuna, I'll assign you a subordinate. A subordinate? Chen tilted his head. Who on earth would be fit to serve as this creature's subordinate? Besides, this creature's temperament seemed wildly unpredictable. Serving as a subordinate to someone like this would surely be a living hell. But the next moment, Xu Xing spoke slowly. Little Chen, when I'm not around, I won't be able to assist Kapu Mingming anymore.
Ha! Chen Wan froze. Boss, this doesn't seem right.
Moments later, under Xu Xing's financial persuasion, Chen Wan accepted the job with tears in his eyes. Xu Xing sighed in relief and instructed Chen Wan to take Kapu Mingming to forge the sculpture. Meanwhile, he prepared to head out to that wilderness area for a thorough investigation. But considering it was only this morning, the gains were already quite substantial. He never imagined he'd acquire a legendary Pokémon companion so quickly.
While Arceus and Kyurem could be considered as well, those legendary Pokémon still held uncertain factors.
Carpagoth, however, was already completely obedient to Xu Xing. Arriving at the wilderness forest, he found the area largely undeveloped.
Yet faint traces of human civilization lingered on the ground. Xu Xing had once asked Chen Wan about it.
She mentioned that events like the Dare Challenge had been held here before. But after the Pokémon descended, it had been completely abandoned.
Xu Xing's purpose for coming was straightforward, to handle any Pokémon that might pose a threat to humans.
After all, countless trainers would soon arrive on this island, and the forest would inevitably become a training ground for them. Therefore, to ensure safety, it was essential to first remove any Pokémon that might pose a threat to humans. After walking just a few steps, a familiar scene suddenly appeared before Xu Xing. Xu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter a cave here.
Before him, an immense cavern stood upright amidst the forest wilderness.
It stood there quietly, seemingly detached from the world. Upon reflection, Xu Xing had not seen a cave since the green grass plains. Xu Xing stirred his thoughts, summoning that eye of insight.
Grass Leaf Cavern.
A cavern born from the nourishment of the forest, imbued with its power.
Attribute, Grass. Level, Boss. It's actually a boss-level enemy. Xu Xing felt slightly disappointed.
With his current strength, a boss-level cave was no match for him. Xu Xing stepped inside the cave. 10 minutes later, Xu Xing emerged from the cave. The grass leaf cave was successfully cleared, leaving Xu Xing spotless. At most, the hem of his clothes was slightly soiled. After being conquered, the cave gradually collapsed, becoming nutrients for the trees.
With the cave successfully conquered, a secret treasure naturally appeared.
With a slight shift of his thoughts, the secret treasure obtained from the cave suddenly appeared before him.
Chapter 192, The Sacred Pillar King.
This cave, conquered by Xu Xing in mere minutes, was of average strength, and its contents were equally ordinary. After a quick inspection, Xu Xing felt slightly disappointed.
Escape card. When used, causes ordinary Pokémon to cease hostility toward you. At his current level, could any ordinary Pokémon truly pose a threat?
That said, he casually stored everything in his spirit ring. After doing this, Xu Xing circled the forest for inspection, encountering virtually no Pokémon that posed a threat to humans.
Suddenly, Xu Xing wondered if this island had a guardian like Carapal, might other islands have their own guardian deities?
With this thought, Xu Xing summoned Gyarados. Riding Gyarados, Xu Xing sped toward the third island. As Xu Xing had anticipated, this island resembled the second island. It had once been a tourist destination, but after the Pokémon arrived, it gradually fell into disuse.
Now, the vast island felt even more desolate against the backdrop of Xu Xing's battle frontier. A few scattered tourists wandered aimlessly across this nearly lifeless island. The once beloved amusement facilities lay abandoned.
Xu Xing showed no interest in these sights, instead heading straight for the forest.
That area is wild territory, teeming with Pokémon.
Perhaps he could find clues about the guardian deities of other islands.
Similar to Nijima, this forest was home mostly to common Pokémon.
Of course, inevitably, there was also a cave.
Coincidentally, it was identical to the one on Nino Island, and Xu Xing conquered it effortlessly. But this time, the item was different. Wish Star.
Upon use, grants one wish to a common Pokémon. It was useful, but not particularly valuable.
Xu Xing's current strength was more than enough to win over others through virtue. Why would he need to politely make a wish to an ordinary Pokémon? After wandering the forest for quite some time, he even encountered two Minior, yet still hadn't come across any legendary Pokémon. Though slightly disappointed, Xu Xing didn't dwell on it.
He headed straight for one island. The three islands weren't far apart, and within 10 minutes, Xu Xing arrived on the island.
This island felt even more desolate than the third island. Not a single human soul was visible across its vast expanse.
Earlier, Xu Xing had spotted several guards stationed at the entrance from afar.
But since Xu Xing had taken a detour, he naturally went unnoticed. Upon reaching the shore, Xu Xing felt a surge of curiosity. Judging by the current situation, even if the islands were worse off, they were at least open. But this island was completely sealed off.
No, not quite, not even close.
Xu Xing caught the scent of legendary Pokémon. This island had lain abandoned for ages, its forests utterly devoured by the forces of nature. A few short months felt like 10,000 years had passed. The traces of human presence had been completely eroded by the ages. With every step Xu Xing took, the floor crunched beneath his feet. After traversing the dense forest, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. There, a steel giant lay sprawled across the forest floor.
Weeds sprawled all around the colossus, nearly concealing it entirely. Its body was almost entirely covered in dust. Though it was the legendary giant, it now lay in the grass like scrap metal. This was Regigigas, the divine Pillar King. Xu Xing's eyes widened. He scanned the surroundings, clear signs that someone had been in this forest. Yet Regigigas bore not a single mark. Xu Xing instantly understood why this island had been sealed off. Yet Xu Xing dared not act rashly. While he was confident Banette could defeat a Kapu Mumu, but facing a legendary Pokémon of this caliber, even Xu Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Yet, Regigigas' current state was peculiar. Though it was a legendary Pokémon, it now resembled scrap metal. It felt as though it was being suppressed. Suddenly, the EV that had been following closely beside Xu Xing let out a cry. Polo! Polo! Xu Xing looked at the water EV and asked softly. What's wrong, little EV? The water EV didn't look at its owner but instead called out several more times in the same direction. Xu Xing and EV shared such a deep understanding that he instantly grasped what EV was thinking. Xu Xing followed the direction of EV's cries. There, abruptly appearing in the forest, stood a massive boulder encased in frost. Xu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. An ice block? His mind immediately jumped to Regice, but this ice block bore no resemblance to the legendary Pokémon. Xu Xing gently touched it with a finger. The texture was unmistakably ice. Moreover, within the ice, an energy seemed to be churning and swirling. Xu Xing frowned deeply. Then EV barked again in another direction. Xu Xing immediately ran toward the direction of EV's call. This time, a massive brownish-yellow stone appeared before him. It sat firmly anchored in the ground, its surface already covered in a messy layer of fallen leaves. Xu Xing gently swept away the fallen leaves. The boulder reminded him of Regirock. Yet outwardly, it seemed indistinguishable from an ordinary rock. Xu Xing placed his hand on it. This time, the energy within felt slightly calmer. At least, without careful attention, it was hard to tell it apart from an ordinary rock. Suddenly, Xu Xing seemed to grasp something with startling clarity. He stood up and began running toward the others. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon another stone resembling Regirock. Xu Xing was overjoyed, as if he had discovered a pattern. Following the pattern he discovered, he ran onward. Sure enough, not long after, he found Regilian and Regidorag stones. Looking back toward the Divine Pillar King's position, these 5 stones now encircled it perfectly. In other words, the 5 sacred pillars were suppressing the Divine Pillar King. No, rather than suppressing it, it seemed more accurate to say they were restraining the Divine Pillar King's power. Xu Xing was somewhat surprised, but at least he finally understood the situation on the field. Regigigas, the legendary giant. Perhaps this Pokémon is often mocked in the Pokémon series. But in the true lore, this Pokémon's prestige is as high as it gets. Legend has it that the land was once connected, and Regigigas used a rope to pull it apart. Moreover, it possesses the same power as Arceus to create Pokémon. The 5 sacred kings stand as the ultimate proof of this. Xu Xing's breathing grew heavy. In other words, if the 5 sacred kings hadn't been awakened, then Regicade would awaken completely. What calamity would befall Hengjiang City if Regigigas were to awaken? Xu Xing felt a vague unease. He knew Pokémon were no longer confined like before, they were now fully accessible. Who knows? Some people might just stumble upon legendary Pokémon by sheer luck. If they accidentally awaken all the sacred Pillar Kings, Hengjiang City would face a fully evolved Regigigas. No wonder Ikejima Island had to be sealed off. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath and made a decision. He rose and walked to the shore, summoning Gyarados. He then hurried toward the battle frontier. Already aboard Gyarados, Xu Xing couldn't wait to pull out his phone and dial Chenwan. Island Master Xu? What's the matter? Chenwan, could you connect me with the leader of Yazido? Certainly. May I ask what's happened? I want to buy one island. Chapter 193, Buying an Island. Back at the battle frontier. Preparations for the Kapu Mumu stone sculpture were already in full swing. Chenwan hurried over to Xu Xing's side. She couldn't believe what this boss was thinking. With the matters of second island still unresolved, he was already planning to buy first island? What was the point? Chenwan sucked in a sharp breath. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary island. It was one island, the very island that had remained closed to the public ever since Pokémon first appeared there, for reasons unknown. It was obvious something fishy was hidden inside. Buying this island was like jumping into a pit of fire. Chenwan clicked his tongue. Mr. Xu, buying one island isn't worth it. If you want to expand further, I'd recommend 3 island instead. Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. My mind is made up. Do as I say. After all, Chenwan was just an employee. He naturally had no say in his boss's decisions. Understood. I've already arranged a meeting. The other party is available this afternoon. Xu Xing nodded. Book the appointment for me. I need to meet him this afternoon. I'm heading out now. Send the exact address to my phone when it's ready. Chenwan nodded. Xu Xing headed back to Hengjiang City.
At that moment, an extremely bold idea surfaced in his mind once more. He took out his phone and recorded a video on the ferry. The message was simple: anyone encountering unusual Pokémon in the wild could photograph them, submit the location, and send it to Xu Xing. If the Pokémon was confirmed to be truly extraordinary, the submitter could receive a reward of up to 100,000 yuan. This was the simplest way to encounter legendary Pokémon. After all, many hands make light work. Xu Xing also published reference criteria for what constituted an extraordinary Pokémon. For instance, if a strange phenomenon occurs that shouldn't exist on Blue Star, or if you can distinctly sense a different aura upon approaching it, or if its appearance is significantly different from ordinary Pokémon, or it appears in an unusual location. These are merely the most basic indicators. The real fun comes from seeing what bizarre submissions these netizens send in. Xu Xing's current popularity and influence are unquestionably the highest in China. Within minutes of posting a video, and comments start pouring in immediately. Invincible Piggy Hero, Brother Xu. I encountered a yellow Pokémon earlier. It looks like a duck, seems normal on the outside, but its behavior is seriously off. Xu Xing chuckled. Pidgeot's behavior was indeed peculiar. Favorite new Leaf Mew, Brother Xu, I encountered a Pokémon with snow-white fur and crescent-shaped bangs. I've seen it multiple times while searching for new Leaf Mew in the forest, and every time it appears, I get hit with some kind of misfortune. This Pokémon must be special, right? Xu Xing sighed inwardly. This wasn't bringing bad luck, it was pure misplaced kindness. Xu Xing skimmed through the comments. People in this world really knew next to nothing about Pokémon. Confusion was inevitable. Xu Xing had no choice but to later contact Linguabiao to bring a nation-destroying Pokémon for reference. Soon, the cruise ship arrived at Hangzhou, and Shenwan sent Xu Xing the designated location. To avoid running out of funds, Xu Xing made a point of calling Wang Tianyang first. Wang Tianyang had sent Xu Xing a considerable sum earlier, but now they needed to purchase an entire island. Xu Xing couldn't help but worry about insufficient funds. If that really happened, it would be quite laughable. Hello? Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang was clearly occupied on the other end, and it was indeed Old Man who answered. Guoran. Guoran. Xu Xing felt a bit speechless. Guoran, hand the phone to Dr. Wang. No need. Suddenly, the sound of mechanical whirring began to emanate from the other end of the line, sending a chill through Xu Xing's heart. Dr. Wang has created. Xu Xing couldn't wait any longer. I said give it to me. Shouted at by Xu Xing, Guoguan immediately handed over the phone. Soon, Wang Tianyang's reassuring voice came through the phone. It's okay, it's okay. I'll refine this device for you later. Xu Xing was speechless, but Wang Tianyang immediately began introducing the device. What do you think, Brother Xu? How's this device? Making Pokémon speak human language? No, it's a Chinese character keypad hung around the Pokémon's neck. They can assemble the characters themselves to produce mechanical speech. Xu Xing was speechless. How utterly useless. He continued. Dr. Wang, give me some more money. Wang Tianyang drew in a sharp breath, slightly displeased. It wasn't that Xu Xing was asking him for money, it was that their friendship didn't require him to call and ask. A simple text would suffice. Wait, no. Wang Tianyang seemed to realize something. What do you need the money for? Xu Xing replied slowly. To buy the island. Wang Tianyang pondered for a moment. He had naturally considered all possibilities when purchasing islands before. But the situation on Ikejima was dire. From what he understood, the island had never reopened to the public after Pokémon appeared there. Buying this island would undoubtedly be a money-losing venture not worth it. Wang Tianyang asked. What's the purpose of buying this island? Xu Xing chuckled. He saw no need to hide anything from Wang Tianyang, a seasoned veteran. He told Wang Tianyang about his stowaway journey. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyang roared in fury. How could you do this? His tone was so furious that even Xu Xing was taken aback. What did I do? You did something this reckless and didn't even bring me along. Xu Xing was momentarily speechless. Cut the crap. Once I buy the island, you can tour it anytime you want. Wang Tianyang asked again. Is that so-called Divine Pillar King a terrifying Pokémon? Xu Xing nodded. It's on par with Lugia and Kyogre. The problem is, we don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Wang Tianyang nodded slightly, now understanding why Xu Xing was so anxious. Wang Tianyang said. I'll look into the data on those sacred pillars for you. The money will be transferred to you in 5 minutes. Why 5 minutes? Because I need to have Guoguan handle the transaction. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. Regardless of other matters, Wang Tianyang truly doted on Guoguan. Xu Xing grabbed a quick bite at a roadside stall before rushing straight to the Hunter Grand Hotel. After all, the owner of this entire island must be a prominent figure. It made sense to conduct business in such a place. Dressed casually, Xu Xing presented his credentials and was shown to the private room. He arrived slightly early and had to wait a moment. During the downtime, Xu Xing pulled out his email and opened it.
Though he didn't spot any legendary Pokémon, he did see plenty of interesting little creatures. Like Sludge, submitted for being too disgusting looking. Or the slimy fish submitted for being too ugly. Xu Xing discreetly noted the location of the Grimer. He still harbored a certain fondness for it. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a hat pushed open the door and entered.
Xu Xing sat up straight. Hello, my name is Xu Xing. Chapter 194, The Final Month. Xu Xing, I've heard a lot about you.
Xu Xing gave a slight nod, his eyes showing no trace of nervousness.
Hello.
The man nodded and sat directly across from Xu Xing.
Just call me Long Yuan.
Xu Xing replied softly.
Then, Mr. Long, I won't beat around the bush. May I ask about that island?
Long Yuan turned his head slightly, deep in thought. He was a seasoned businessman.
As an ordinary person, he might not have noticed anything unusual about that island.
But the man before him, Xu Xing, was an undisputed heavyweight in the Pokémon world. An island that could attract such a powerhouse to want to purchase it must surely hide some secret. Long Yuan had attempted to explore that island time and again, but reality proved harsh. 3 months had passed since Pokémon arrived, yet Long Yuan had made no progress whatsoever regarding that island. Reason told him the island held no value for him and he should sell it promptly. Yet a stubborn streak clung to his heart, refusing to relinquish the island. At their level, big shots like them were rarely short on money. Selling it outright for a lump sum seemed like the most foolish plan imaginable. Long Yuan pondered, while Xu Xing seemed to notice the anxiety in his eyes. Xu Xing spoke slowly.
Mr. Long, if you still feel reluctant to part with this island, I'm in no hurry. My primary purpose in coming here today is to make my position clear. This island holds immense significance, at least to me. Long Yuan remained silent. Xu Xing continued. Consider it a favor to me. Should anything arise in the future, I will certainly assist you.
The moment those words left his mouth, their weight shifted dramatically. It elevated the offer by several tiers.
Xu Xing's current standing was virtually unrivaled across all of China.
This offer made Long Yuan take notice, yet simultaneously, his curiosity about the Code of Ikejima grew even stronger. What on earth could be so valuable that Xu Xing would stop at nothing to obtain it?
Long Yuan looked up.
Xu Xing still wore a smile as he gazed at him.
Well, Mr. Long? Xu Xing's offer was undeniably tempting, yet the more alluring the terms, the more Long Yuan wondered what secrets that island truly concealed. In the end, Long Yuan wavered. 1 month. Give me 1 final month. I'll explore the Dechino island once more. If I come up empty-handed, I'll hand over the island to you for free. Xu Xing nodded slightly, showing no sign of delight at the word free. Free? Free? How could it possibly be free?
The adult world revolved around interests.
Xu Xing continued. All right.
If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out.
Whatever I can do, I'll do without hesitation.
After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Long Yuan and Xu Xing parted ways. Moments later, Long Yuan received a call and hurriedly departed.
Xu Xing pondered. 1 month.
A mere month, it probably wouldn't stir up much of a storm. With that thought, Xu Xing stopped worrying and left the hotel, preparing once more to head back to the battle frontier. Xu Xing was in such a hurry for a simple reason. Many people had already arrived at the battle frontier and were now urging Xu Xing to hurry up and get ready.
The fervor for Pokémon battles far exceeded his expectations.
He decided to change his strategy.
He would directly assign all his Pokémon. Advancement wouldn't necessarily require defeating Xu Xing's Pokémon.
It was enough to demonstrate sufficient strength and gain recognition. The rules were now finalized. At that moment, Xu Xing suddenly realized that his actions had begun to take on the rudimentary form of Pokémon battles. The Hangzhou City Pokémon Tournament was essentially a Pokémon championship.
To participate in the tournament, one must first earn qualification that must be obtained from Xu Xing's Pokémon. Its status was similar to that of a gym.
Xu Xing drew a slight breath, his heart racing with excitement.
The development of Pokémon in humanity was finally beginning to take shape step by step. Though the current reality still fell far short of the imagined Pokémon world.
Xu Xing envisioned that through his own efforts and the collective work of so many in the Pokémon world,
the relationship between Pokémon and humans would one day become a reality.
Arriving at the battle frontier, the island was already bustling with tourists. Compared to the 2 neighboring islands, it was like a whole different league. Xu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the scene he had longed to witness. What surprised him even more was how quickly these people were catching Pokémon. Within just a few days, so many people had already obtained their very own Pokémon. Xu Xing made his way to the 100-person arena and took his seat at its center. He then instructed Chen Wan to begin admitting trainers for challenges and to send over additional personnel. Xu Xing's current Pokémon roster included Eevee, Snorlax, Gyarados, Banette, Charizard, and Piku. Exactly 6 Pokémon, no more, no less. Each Pokémon had its own evaluation criteria. Challengers only needed to gain the approval of 1 Pokémon or defeat them to successfully qualify for the 100-person battle. Xu Xing sat centrally, keeping a close watch on the crowd.
Shenwan and the others carried tablets daily, distributing exclusive badges to qualified contestants and recording their details. Now, the contestants were in position, the Pokémon were in position, and the referees were in position. Xu Xing swept his arm dramatically. I hereby declare the Hangzhou City Pokémon Qualifying Tournament open. With that, the already tense arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and shouts filled the air. Come on, Rattata. Use Scratch. Don't be afraid. Go, Psyduck. Even if your opponent is a Bulbasaur. Don't give up, Caterpie. Scattered among the stands were quite a few spectators. Some were trainers scouting their upcoming opponents, while others were simply curious onlookers drawn by rumors of an event taking place here. Xu Xing sat upright in the center, facing a scene unimaginable to those who came before. Teenagers of 17 or 18, men in their prime at 22 or 23, or even slightly portly uncles in their 50s. Each now commanded their own Pokémon in battle. Those monsters that had once seemed terrifying and bizarre to previous generations. Now they obeyed commands like well-behaved children. To those who had long advocated that beasts were harmful, this scene was utterly unimaginable. It turns out Pokémon and humans can truly coexist peacefully. Xu Xing's heart was filled with profound melancholy. Everything had finally found meaning. After so much effort and sacrifice, a world where Pokémon and humans could coexist peacefully was finally unfolding. Though Xu Xing was overjoyed inside, he knew this was merely the beginning. Though relations between Pokémon and humans had eased, they remained tense. If any news emerged now of Pokémon harming people or causing destruction, and if those incidents were sensationalized by those with ulterior motives, the fragile peace between humans and Pokémon would inevitably plummet back to the depths of the abyss. A chasm far deeper than the one they had just climbed out of. 1,000 thoughts raced through Xu Xing's mind when a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, ahead, EV having just defeated its opponent did not continue fighting. Instead, it was catching up with Amaril. Chapter 195, Old Friend. Xu Xing stood up. It was a Moltres. Water EV recognized this old friend. Boo-roo! Boo-roo! At the same time, the Water EV turned its head, seemingly wanting to share this news with its owner. Xu Xing could hardly believe it. He stood up and ran toward the Water EV. Behind Morabiko stood a young girl, dressed in purple with a hat, looking about 7 or 8 years old, watching Xu Xing intently. A childish voice emerged from beneath the hat. Ah ha ha ha. I hear there's some kind of Pokémon tournament going on here. Sorry about that. I'm taking the championship. Xu Xing felt slightly speechless and raised his hand. Fletchling understood immediately and shot out a stream of water. The stream struck the girl's hood squarely. The hood flew off. A childish face appeared before them. It was Xiao Lu. Xu Xing was quite surprised. What brings you here? Xiao Lu chuckled. Big brother said you're organizing a Pokémon tournament. I figured this event wouldn't be complete without me, so I came. Xu Xing nodded. Where's Buran? Xiao Lu shook his head. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. So you snuck out here behind your family's back, huh? Xiao Lu chuckled and quickly explained, well, sort of. I did tell my parents. Xu Xing chuckled. How's the spirit realm holding up? Xiao Lu nodded, which was rare. Thanks to you, things are going very smoothly now. Xu Xing chuckled. That's good. That's good. Xiao Lu said earnestly. Alright, brother Xu, enough chit-chat. I'm here to compete this time. You? Xiao Lu declared proudly, just me. Xu Xing chuckled and stepped back, clearing the stage. Xiao Lu wasted no time. Brother Xu. Watch the bond between me and Morabiko. Xiao Lu bellowed as little Morabiko charged into battle, tangling with the Water EV. Facing Morabiko, EV instantly transformed into its ice form, while Xu Xing watched silently from the sidelines. He had no intention of issuing any commands. Xu Xing had assumed Xiao Lu was just here to make a cameo appearance. But unexpectedly, Xiao Lu's command of Pokémon actually showed some skill. His maturity far surpassed that of other trainers. Xu Xing didn't hold back his praise. Not bad, kid. Xiao Lu chuckled. The best is yet to come. It was clear Xiao Lu had put in serious effort for this battle. Unfortunately, against Ice EV, the poor little guy still had no chance of winning. Soon enough, he was defeated by Ice EV. While this outcome was to be expected, Ice EV's acknowledgement of Moryub. This meant Xiao Lu had successfully advanced. Xiao Lu chuckled, this is merely the first step on my path to becoming the champion. The young girl appeared composed, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her excitement. Each of the 6 Pokémon on the field had different evaluation criteria. For Water EV, any opponent that allowed her to experience the sensation of battle would be considered a pass. For Sandile, the opponent only needed to withstand 10 seconds of psychic pressure to advance. Gyarados standard required opponents to make him feel their unyielding resolve. As for Banette, Xu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. She approached the recorder standing beside Banette. The vast sheet of paper displayed not a single name marked as advanced. Xu Xing was somewhat speechless.
The competition had been underway for some time, and many had already advanced, yet not a single name appeared under Banachira's column. The recorder gave an awkward chuckle. No matter who he faces, it seems like no one is good enough for this guy. Xu Xing looked at Banchilas with a hint of resignation. At that moment, Banchiras was battling a Doduo. Facing the weak Doduo, Banchiras showed not a shred of mercy in his eyes. He unleashed Crunch, opening a gaping maw large enough to swallow the Doduo whole. After using Crunch, Ben seemed to fear the little creature might still have some life left, preparing to follow up with a rock slide attack. It was like a tiger pouncing on its prey with full force. Xu Xing couldn't help but shout at Banchiras. "Hey! Bei Gan! To test your mettle, I'm adding a rule. From now on, you can only use one hand in battle." Hearing this, Banjira perked up with excitement. To him, this was a new path to becoming stronger. Xu Xing then addressed the recorder. "If any Pokemon forces this guy to use a move or his other hand, it counts as advancing." The recorder nodded. Xu Xing continued scanning the surroundings. Carbon Servant's criteria were simple, he only needed to be defeated by an opponent. Typically, Carbon Servant wouldn't seek Xu Xing's healing unless the injuries reached a certain severity. As for Pokébee, like Carbon Servant, he only needed. Just as he spoke, Xu Xing's mouth suddenly twitched. Before him, Pokébee, who should have been engaged in battle, was now secretly conducting a transaction with a trainer. Its eyes darted warily around the area, while in its paws lay a full pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. A closer look revealed several packs already piled at Pocky's spot. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Pokébee promptly granted the person before him the necessary credentials. Perfect. The bribe had reached Xu Xing's hands. Xu Xing strode forward and grabbed Pokébee by the collar. Caught red-handed, Pokébee immediately tried to explain. Xu Xing remained firm. "Back where you came from." Pokébee reluctantly agreed, his face twisted in a mournful expression. During the process of returning the cigarettes, Xu Xing also spotted several familiar faces. Among them was Zhou Yong, whom he'd met just days earlier. Xu Xing slammed the cigarette into his hand. "Don't let me catch you doing this again." Zhou Yong assured him, I won't. Xu Xing was quite surprised even Zhou Yong had come. "Then what about Yi Chomu?" Xu Xing scanned the area and sure enough, spotted Yi Chomu. At that moment, Yi Chomu was chatting with Xiao Lu. Watching this scene, Xu Xing felt like he was in a dream. It was like a dream crossover. Xiao Lu was quite intrigued by this beautiful older sister. Yi Chomu, too, was quite fond of this little guy who had once adventured alongside Xu Xing. Surprised, Xu Xing pulled out his phone. He clearly remembered that the college entrance exams were approaching. Why did they have time to be here on a Monday? Xu Xing hurried over to the pair. Yi Chomu's face flushed instantly upon seeing Xu Xing. "Long time no see." Xu Xing nodded. "Long time no see, Chomu. Isn't today Monday? Why are you here?" Yi Chomu explained slowly. "The school launched Pokemon Day. Every Monday after that, students will be scheduled to participate in Pokemon activities. Is that even a thing?" Xu Xing was quite surprised. Yi Chomu continued. "Not only that, the school is now urgently preparing Pokemon courses." Xu Xing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah." Yi Chomu and Xiao Lu looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Xu Xing slapped his forehead. He'd been so busy lately that he'd completely forgotten about this. Matter. Just a few days ago, Wang Hai had specifically instructed Xu Xing to visit the school in Hangjiang City to discuss the Pokemon lesson plan when he arrived. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing decided to postpone the matter until tomorrow. Just then, two familiar faces suddenly entered the arena. P.S. End of Chapter 5. Deepest gratitude to all readers who made it this far. Your votes are my greatest motivation. Chapter 196, Long Outyan. Before Xu Xing could react, the surrounding crowd swarmed around him. The Chinese man had thick eyebrows and large eyes, his jet black hair gleaming with health. The Americans, however, were entirely different, most notably distinguished by their golden locks. Entering the arena were two blonde-haired figures, Burke and Gianna. Burke was the quintessential European-American boy, blonde hair, blue eyes, and perfectly proportioned features. But Gianna was something else entirely. She was breathtakingly beautiful, tall and slender, with a perfectly developed figure, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth. Already a stunning beauty, the added allure of her Western features instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Many people gathered around them, trying to take photos together. The pair were clearly startled by the scene. Muttering something under their breath, Xu Xing hurried forward. The two seemed to have spotted their savior. Brother Xu! Burke's perfectly pure Icelandic burst from his lips. Xu Xing responded in kind. Bork! Gianna! Xu Xing pulled them out of the crowd. Seeing the main man himself arrive, the surrounding onlookers quieted down. Burke gave an awkward smile. People in China are truly passionate. Xu Xing chuckled. Long time no see. What's the story? How did you end up in China? Burke chuckled. Brother Xu, I'm here to participate in the Pokemon tournament. Xu Xing tilted his head slightly. What do you mean?
This tournament is just a small-scale event. How did you even hear about it? Burke's face lit up with excitement. Brother Su, you have no idea. You've become a total hero here in Ice Block Kingdom. We broadcast your entire livestream from the Yashuan Forest. You're so cool. Xu Xing pondered for a moment. He had essentially saved Ice Block Kingdom, so it made sense that the people there would regard him as a hero. Burke raised his Pokeball with excitement. This time I'm here to battle. With my Dratini. Burke held up his Pokeball, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Xu Xing was quite surprised. While many trainers had entered this tournament, most only possessed basic Pokemon. Like Rattata, Pidgey, or Caterpie. Those with slightly stronger Pokemon might have Charmander or Squirtle or even Bulbasaur. But if Burke's Dratini made an appearance, it would be a game changer. Without a doubt, he would become a formidable contender in this tournament. Xu Xing watched the boy with surprise. It would be utterly unthinkable for a foreigner to win the championship in the inaugural Hangzhou City tournament. Xu Xing ruffled Burke's hair. You're here to steal my thunder, aren't you? Burke chuckled and continued. Not just me, my sister's here too. Gianna was competing too? Xu Xing turned his head to see Gianna holding a Pokeball. Gianna looked at Xu Xing and slowly said, "Long time no see." Xu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Gianna wasn't speaking Icelandic, it was impeccably authentic Chinese. Burke added, "Sis spent a lot of time studying this while you weren't streaming." Xu Xing chuckled in surprise, not expecting Gianna to take an interest in Chinese. Xu Xing asked again, "What about Gianna? What Pokemon do you have?" Gianna pulled out a Pokeball. Seeing this, Xu Xing was certain that Iceland had also lifted its restrictions on Pokemon. After obtaining the Pokeball blueprints, each country's stance toward Pokemon varied drastically. It felt much like how each country regulated firearms. Some nations feared firearms and imposed strict controls, while others allowed nearly every household to possess them. Pokeballs currently found themselves in a similar situation. Gianna tossed it lightly, and in the next instant, a Ninetales appeared before everyone. Its big, watery eyes scanned the surroundings before slowly approaching, as if recognizing Xu Xing. Xu Xing ruffled the little creature's head. "Looks like this little guy really likes me," Burke said. "Of course. Big Brother Su's voice echoes through my sister's room every day. Six Tails must be used to it by now." Jaina flushed crimson. "Hey!" Xu Xing looked at the two of them and said, "Who'd have thought? Another opponent like you suddenly appears out of nowhere. Looks like you're going to make things a lot tougher for everyone else." Burke wore a look of pride. After all, Pokeballs hadn't been around long, and he was already a seasoned veteran. He felt utterly confident facing these newcomers. Xu Xing asked, "Burke, decided who you're challenging yet?" Burke chuckled. "Brother Su. My opponent is." As he spoke, Burke's finger drifted over the 6 Pokemon. The next moment, Darumaka suddenly appeared, pulling Burke's finger toward Banette. Clearly, Dratini wanted revenge for that past grudge. Xu Xing was quite surprised he hadn't expected Burke to choose Banette as his opponent. After all, Banette's strength was no longer what it once was. Still, with Burke's skill, securing a spot in the next round should be a breeze. Xu Xing patted his shoulder. "Go for it, kid." Meanwhile, Gianna had chosen Shaman as her opponent. Both went to line up beside their chosen Pokemon to prepare for battle, and Xu Xing didn't linger, returning to his original spot. Just then, another teenager entered through the doorway. Accompanied by 2 security guards in black, he looked like he meant business. He surveyed the surroundings with a look of contempt. A mere Pokemon battle? This lord here could win it effortlessly. The youth strode up to Xu Xing. "I'm entering the Pokemon tournament." Xu Xing patiently replied. "If you wish to enter the Pokemon tournament, you must first qualify." The boy snorted coldly. "I'm the strongest. I don't need any qualifications." His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many people. "What a bold claim," Xu Xing asked. "What's your name?" "Long Outyen." "Long Outyen." In Hangzhou City, the Long family, this flashy teenager who always had bodyguards in tow, was already recognized by many nearby. Indeed, he was none other than Long Yuan's son, Long Outyen. Long Outyen couldn't care less about this competition. If not for his father's strict orders, he wouldn't have bothered showing up at all. Long Outyen asked, "Which Pokemon is the strongest?" Xu Xing pointed to Banette. Long Outyen snorted coldly. "That's it? And you call that the strongest?" Long Outyen's tone was brash. Even Xu Xing couldn't help but wonder what kind of trump card this youth possessed. With a flick of his wrist, Long Outyen tossed the Pokeball. Instantly, a Dragonite materialized on the arena. A single roar from the Dragonite seemed to still the very air around it. Long Outyen sneered coldly. "This is my Pokemon. Aerodactyl." Its crimson wings spread like a canopy, and its thunderous roar sent even Banette's heart racing. Xu Xing truly hadn't expected this kid's Pokemon to be a Dragonite. Rich kids really are something else. Chapter 197, Burke vs Long Outyen.
The Dragonite's imposing aura instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Without a doubt, this was a terrifying display of power that neither the crowd nor Xu Xing had ever witnessed in this arena. Though Xu Xing didn't know the origin of this Dragonite, its obedient nature meant it was clearly eligible to compete. Xu Xing looked at Long Outyen and remarked, "Not bad at all." Long Outyen snorted coldly. "I'm the strongest. Stronger than any of you. This championship is mine and only mine." To this, Xu Xing merely replied calmly, "I look forward to your performance." Long Outyen said no more, stepping before Bankaras. "You're the strongest, right?" Banjira glanced at Long Outyen before lifting his gaze to the fierce dragon standing behind him. Then, pointing at himself with eyes brimming with confidence, Bankaras declared, "Banji." Though spoken in Pokemon language, everyone could clearly understand Banjira's words. "It's me, Big Shot." Long Outyen chuckled. "Very good." With that, Long Outyen waved his hand at Burke without further ado. "Move it. Move it." Burke looked utterly unconvinced. "Why should I?" Burke spoke in Icelandic, a language only Xu Xing understood among those present. But to everyone's surprise, Long Outyen suddenly spoke fluent Icelandic. "You're just here to make a cameo appearance anyway. Get lost." Burke was only slightly startled by Long Outyen's fluent Icelandic, but he refused to back down. "First come, first served." Poof. Long Outyen snorted coldly, raising his hand as the violent flying dragon slowly approached, its terrifying aura bearing down on him. Yet Burke showed no fear in the face of this ferocious dragon-type overlord. The Dharma baboon stepped forward, its presence matching the fierce dragon's intensity. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly yet made no move. Initially, Xu Xing had assumed Long Outyen was merely a spoiled rich kid with no real talent. But the fluency with which he spoke Icelandic proved he was far from the typical playboy heir. After all, Icelandic is widely regarded as one of the world's most difficult languages to master. Achieving such proficiency undoubtedly required considerable effort. And Long Outyen probably hadn't come to this competition empty-handed either. Seeing the tension between the two escalate, Xu Xing stepped in to defuse the situation. "Gentlemen, I have a proposal." Both men turned their gaze towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing spoke slowly. "Why don't you two settle this with a fight?" The two exchanged glances, clearly satisfied with this decision. Bankaras had no objections either. After all, both the Dratini and the Dragonite before him were still too weak for his standards. After all, Banajira's raw power made him the undisputed strongest here. These days, the only Pokemon capable of going toe-to-toe with Banette would likely be legendary Pokemon or Ultra Beasts. In any case, ordinary Pokemon simply weren't up to the task. Having these two battle each other was actually perfect. Xu Xing had already made up his mind. Regardless of who emerged victorious, both would earn advancement. Their prowess was undeniable. Both agreed to Xu Xing's proposal. Xu Xing spoke slowly. "Next, Brock and Long Outyen will begin a Pokemon battle." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd and Pokemon all instinctively began to make way. Gianna watched anxiously, for Burke was her younger brother. The thought of him getting into trouble in a foreign land was deeply unsettling. Xu Xing noticed Gianna's anxiety and came to her side. "Don't worry. I won't let Burke get bullied. This is just a friendly sparring match." Xu Xing's words completely put Gianna at ease. In her eyes, Xu Xing was the very symbol of reliability. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu approached with Yi Chumo in tow. Xiao Lu grinned mischievously. "Wow, Brother Xu, you actually dared to hook up with such a gorgeous girl. What about our sister Chumu?" All three eyes instantly turned to Xiao Lu. Realizing what he'd implied, Yi Chumo flushed instantly. Yi Chumo waved her hands frantically. No, that's nonsense. "Xiao Lu. How could you say such things?" Xiao Lu chuckled and continued. "Sis, when we were chatting earlier, 3 out of every 5 things you said had Brother Xu in them. Even a fool could tell, let alone me." Exposed, Yi Chomu's face flushed completely crimson. Seeing this, Xiao Lu decided to press his advantage and fan the flames further, but Xu Xing slapped his hand down. "Where does this little brat get all these silly ideas?" Xiao Lu sighed in frustration. While on the field, both combatants had already released their Pokemon. At last, Xiao Lu spoke sensibly. "Xu big brother, who do you think will win?" Xu Xing shook his head slightly. "Hard to say. We'll see." In the Pokemon world, underdogs defeating favorites was far from uncommon. Just look at Edie's victory in the Cave of the Guardian Deities. Unless the power gap is too great, the outcome of a battle often hinges on the trainer's understanding of their Pokemon. With the recorder's command, the battle between Burke and Long Outyen officially commenced. Though Long Outyen looked like a spoiled rich kid, he was surprisingly meticulous in his actions. "Porygon. Use Fly." Porygon flapped its wings and instantly soared into the sky. Its form gradually shrank until only 2 faint crimson wings remained visible. As the saying goes, attack from above, strike the foolhardy. Long Outyen intended to exploit this advantage, but Burke clearly anticipated his opponent's plan. He addressed Damo Baboon. "Don't panic." The fierce flying dragon leapt high into the air, so high that Long Outyen's voice couldn't even reach it. Just as Xu Xing wondered what Long Outyan would do next, he saw him raise his left hand lightly. In the next instant, the storm dragon plunged down from the sky. Burke immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid. Counter with fire punch." Dharma Baboon roared, his hands engulfed in searing flames. But just as the two Pokémon were about to collide, the Stormwing Dragon abruptly turned its head, soaring back into the sky. Dharma's flamethrower struck nothing but thin air. Yet Long Outyan's expression remained one of expected certainty. It wasn't just Xu Xing who noticed something unusual about Long Outyan. Burke did too. He hadn't given any commands at all. Yet every move Aerodactyl made seemed perfectly aligned with his expectations. After feigning an attack, Tyranitar soared back into the sky. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the battlefield. He saw Long Outyan raise his left hand once more, ever so gently. The fierce flying dragon charged toward the ground-based Dharma Baboon once more. Xiao Lu watched the scene unfold before him, utterly baffled. What's going on? Are they about to fight? Xu Xing shook his head gently. No, this is still a feint. The same move is ineffective against Pokemon trainers. Everyone watched the scene unfold with cold stares. Burke once again commanded Dratini to use Flamethrower in preparation for the counterattack. But this time, the outcome was identical to the last. Indeed, it was yet another feint. Xiao Lu was puzzled. Why does this guy's Dragonite seem to know his thoughts without him even giving commands? Xu Xing watched coldly, his suspicions largely confirmed. Chapter 198, The Battle Ends. Xiao Lu murmured. Could it be that this man possesses psychic powers? Yi Chuma was equally baffled but still said, No. That's impossible. Xu Xing felt awkward and remained silent while the intense battle raged on. The flying dragon soared into the air once more. Cold sweat trickled down Burke's cheek. His opponent's tactics were far too unpredictable. He couldn't find a countermeasure in the moment. Would the next move be a feint or a genuine attack? Burke had no way of knowing. But Long Outyan wasn't about to give this guy much time to think. The fierce dragon had already begun its third dive. Yi Chumu murmured. Third time's the charm. This time, he's going all out. Xiao Lu protested. No, it's definitely a feint. With their differing opinions, they turned their gaze towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing remained silent, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. The dragon rush plunged toward the Damo Baboon like a meteor, when suddenly Long Outyan raised his right hand high. Xu Xing declared with certainty. This time it's not a feint. And this time, the flying dragon truly did not feint. It charged straight at the Damo Baboon. Boom! The fierce flying dragon crashed like a meteor, raising swirling dust across the arena. Burke, having misjudged the situation, had no choice but to face the Blaziken without his flame punch. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. Su! How did you know that? Quick, teach me. In this battle, Burke was completely on the defensive, not because he was weaker than his opponent. Rather, the dynamic combination of the Blazing Dragon and Long Outyan's tactics proved too unpredictable for Burke to counter. Having largely deciphered Long Outyan's technique, Xu Xing slowly explained. Watch Long Outyan's hands closely. Every time the fierce flying dragon feints, Long Outyan raises his left hand. But when he attacks, it's his right hand he raises. Though merely a minor trick, it undeniably caused Burke considerable trouble. Maintaining composure during high-intensity combat is no easy feat. At such moments, an inconspicuous minor movement could drastically alter the course of the match. On the battlefield, Darumia's strength was already inferior to Blaziken's, and losing Flame Punch further weakened its combat effectiveness. The two Pokémon locked in a stalemate for a moment. Seeing that Dragonite was about to gain the upper hand in this clash, Burke was just about to speak when Long Outyan shouted first. Use Psychic Headbutt. The Dragonite suddenly slammed its head into the Dratini. The already exhausted Dratini was dealt a devastating blow. Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. Long Outyan truly was a master of combat. His strategic thinking was unmatched across the entire battlefield. After taking this blow, the Dharma Baboon also transformed into its Dharma form. Long Outyan wore a look of pride. Just as I expected. Burke forced a faint smile, mimicking Xu Xing's manner as he said. It's not over yet. At this moment, Damo's baboon form had shifted into his true Damo form. Transformed into a special attacker, since Burke dared to say such things at this moment. Xu Xing's mind flickered as he summoned Insight's Eye. Dharma Baboon. Types, Fire Psychic. Ability, Dermic Mode. Moveset, Self-Motivation, Fire Punch, Flame Charge, Overheat. In the Pokemon world, each Pokemon can learn several moves. However, to ensure consistency in competitions, all Pokemon are restricted to using only 4 moves. Take Banette, for example. Though it knows nearly every move, it can only use 4 in strict battles. And this Darumia brought Overheat to the battle. Xu Xing drew in a sharp breath. The next move was bound to be fierce. Before him, Long Outyan wore a look of contempt. Use Dragon Claw. Let's end this. Xu Xing sighed softly. Had Long Outyan maintained his composure at this moment, the match would have ended in his decisive victory. Yet, immense power often breeds arrogance.
Bao Feilong charged toward Damo Baboon, preparing to unleash Dragon Claw. But instead of retreating, the Damo Baboon charged straight at the flying dragon.
The surrounding temperature began to rise at a terrifying rate. Many spectators were already sweating from the heat, let alone the raging dragon at the center of it all. Long Outyen sensed something was terribly wrong and roared.
Bao Feilong, run! But escape was clearly impossible now.
The fierce dragon already bore several burns on its chest.
Seeing this, Long Outyen shouted. Bao Feilong, give it everything! Use the Dragon Claw!
The battlefield reached its climax.
Would the Dragon Claw prove superior and end the Dharmapala baboon's reign, or would the blazing dragon succumb to the terrifying heat and be eliminated? Cease fighting!
Xu Xing's voice suddenly echoed from afar, carrying an undeniable authority. Both combatants immediately halted their actions, and their Pokémon each took a step back, ceasing their attacks. Xu Xing knew this battle had lost its purpose. The outcome would inevitably be mutual destruction. In that case, it was better to preserve the suspense and save the outcome for later.
Xu Xing continued. You both performed exceptionally well.
With that, Xu Xing drew the badge from his waist. I hereby declare both of you have advanced. This outcome caught both of them off guard.
Long Outyen, speaking fluent Icelandic, exclaimed. Damn it! If we'd kept going, I would have won for sure. Bork retorted without flinching. Bull! I could smell the scorched dragon flesh, and you're still talking tough?
Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively.
Alright. This is just the qualifiers. With your skills, you'll definitely make it to the championship battle. We can settle this then.
Long Outyen was still about to speak up, but Xu Xing cut him off.
Hurry up and get your Rapidash treated.
The words on Long Outyen's tip of his tongue got stuck, and he finally managed to say,
You better make it to the championship. Burke flipped him off. I'll be waiting.
Though the two were locked in a standoff, Xu Xing didn't see it as a bad thing. After all, this was exactly what he wanted.
The Pokémon world was meant to be like this.
Xu Xing could feel that this world was slowly but surely moving toward the direction he envisioned.
Burke, muttering to himself, approached Xu Xing. I can't stand it. If we just kept fighting, I would have won. Damn it.
Seeing this, Xu Xing offered some consolation.
Alright, save your true strength for later. Burke clenched his fists. If there's a next time, I'll make him pay.
Xu Xing smiled faintly and said.
Since your match is over, I'll wait for your sister. After Gianna's match finishes, I'll take you both on a proper tour of Hengjiang.
After all, Burke and Gianna had traveled all the way to Hengjiang, so Xu Xing naturally intended to extend proper hospitality. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu gaped.
What about me? Fine, you can come too.
Chapter 199, Designing the Pokémon Curriculum.
Under Xu Xing's guidance, both Burke, Gianna and Xiao Lu, both from the spirit realm, got to thoroughly explore Hengjiang.
Yi Chumo had to leave in a hurry for his tutoring class, and Xu Xing then arranged accommodations for the three of them. Gianna and Xiao Lu shared a room, while Burke had his own. Notably, Xiao Lu also spoke Icelandic. Thus, he conveniently served as their interpreter. After settling everything, Xu Xing returned to his rental apartment to rest.
Soon, the night passed swiftly. The next day,
Xu Xing rose early, determined not to forget about his class this time. However, Xu Xing still had to hurry to the battle frontier first. After all, with this setup, countless people came every day, so Xu Xing left most of his Pokémon behind.
He headed to campus with only Eevee in tow.
It was Tuesday, yet even at this early hour, students were already streaming into the campus. Xu Xing blended in with them perfectly. Unless you looked closely, he was indistinguishable from the students in the crowd. The only and most significant difference was that Xu Xing wasn't wearing a school uniform. His attire and appearance differed entirely from his livestream persona. Without careful observation, one would scarcely recognize him as the same individual. As he approached the school gate, Xu Xing was about to enter when a teacher on duty suddenly blocked his path. The teacher began lecturing him in a long-winded tone. We just emphasized wearing uniforms this week. Why won't you listen? Which class are you in? Xu Xing hadn't expected to be stopped for this reason. Xu Xing replied awkwardly. Teacher, I'm not here for class. The teacher seemed to misinterpret Xu Xing's meaning. If you're not here for class, what are you doing on campus? Come on. Go get your homeroom teacher. Xu Xing was at a loss for words. Just then, Fang Xiaomei arrived on campus and noticed the two arguing. By now, a crowd of students had gathered nearby, despite the teacher's attempts to disperse them. But how could they possibly curb the students' curiosity? Fang Xiaomei pushed her way through the crowd and saw clearly it was Xu Xing. Knowing this kid's background, Fang Xiaomei rushed into the crowd. After a brief explanation, the teacher finally agreed to let Xu Xing off. But he clearly didn't buy Fang Xiaomei's explanation. Pushing his glasses up, he gave a cold snort, his eyes brimming with disdain. Fang Xiaomei led Xu Xing into the campus. Her gaze no longer held its usual sharpness. Though dressed identically to before, she seemed to have aged 10 years. Facing Xu Xing, Fang Xiaomei no longer carried herself with haughtiness.
Instead, she asked with a smile. Su, what brings you to campus this time? Though puzzled by Fang Xiaomei's state, Xu Xing said little, only replying, I need to see the principal about something. Fang Xiaomei nodded and led Xu Xing to the principal's office. Inside the principal's office, Fang Xiaomei knocked several times but received no response. Xu Xing simply pushed the door open. The room was empty. Not wanting to delay Fang Xiaomei, Xu Xing said, Teacher, you should go to class first. I can handle this on my own. Fang Xiaomei hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Call me if you need anything. Xu Xing glanced around and, as luck would have it, spotted a phone. It was right in front of the principal's desk. Without a second thought, Xu Xing picked it up and dialed. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Who is this? The call connected quickly. Facing the principal's inquiry, Xu Xing replied, It's me, Xiao Su. A while back, Lin asked me to come discuss the Pokémon curriculum. Oh my. The line suddenly went dead, sounding like the phone had been dropped. Moments later, a voice came through again, but this time it sounded distinctly more obsequious than before. Su. Hold on a moment, I'm notifying the Hangjiang Education Bureau and relevant department teachers right now. Just wait in the conference room. I'll be there as soon as possible. Hangjiang City was renowned throughout the entire province. This was the primary reason Lin Guobiao had chosen to send Xu Xing here. Xu Xing left the office to search for the conference room, even though the original owner of this body was familiar with the campus. Locating the exact meeting room still took considerable effort. If anything, Hangjiang High was formidable. Just locating this conference room took nearly half an hour. Xu Xing pushed open the door to the conference room, which was already filling up with people. Attendees wore varied attire and appeared equally unclear about today's agenda. Whispers and murmurs filled the room. The moment Xu Xing pushed open the door, all eyes naturally turned to him. Among them was the teacher on duty from that morning. The duty teacher waved him off the moment Xu Xing entered. Go, go, go. What are you doing wandering around here during class time? Xu Xing was speechless. Could you even hold this meeting without me? Xu Xing ignored him and walked straight into the conference room. The teacher was clearly annoyed by Xu Xing's disregard. Don't you understand? What business does a student have here? The entire conference room was filled with adults, their faces bearing the weathered look of those who just entered society. Xu Xing clearly stood out. He glanced around the room, which was gradually filling up, with only 2 seats left. Considering his own status wasn't too low, he simply sat down next to one of them. The teacher on duty stood up, his voice rising slightly. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get out of here. None of these people recognized Xu Xing's true identity, mistaking him for a troublemaking kid who'd come to disrupt the meeting. Xu Xing was here on official business and had no interest in arguing. He simply stated, I'm here for a meeting. At this remark, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. A meeting? A kid who hasn't even grown any facial hair yet. In truth, those present knew of a young hero. But none could have imagined that the very boy standing before them was the one representing Pokémon. None of the teachers present believed him, dismissing Xu Xing's words as nothing but a joke. The duty teacher's face flushed crimson. Xu Xing's repeated disregard for him felt like a trampling of his dignity. Seeing Xu Xing show no intention of leaving, the teacher finally lost his temper. Security! Security! Someone is violating campus regulations here. His posture clearly signaled his intent to have Xu Xing taken away immediately. Xu Xing cried out helplessly. I really am here for a meeting about Bao. Before he could finish, the teacher on duty cut him off. Get out now. If you keep causing trouble, it won't be this simple. I'm not calling the police yet. Hearing this, Xu Xing felt utterly helpless. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. As Xu Xing stood up, the teacher finally flashed a triumphant smile. All eyes were fixed on Xu Xing. Everyone had assumed this was nothing more than a minor incident. But just as Xu Xing reached the doorway, the door suddenly swung open. And the one who entered was none other than the principal of Hangjiang High School, the main organizer of this meeting. P.S. Bosses. Please spare a moment to help me boost my free gold tickets. I'm truly begging you all, we must secure 3rd place for the new book. Thank you everyone. Chapter 200, The Pokémon Conference. Su. The meeting's over. What are you doing? Xu Xing gave a wry smile. Seems like someone here isn't too thrilled to see me. As he spoke, rapid footsteps echoed from the distance. The principal peered out to see 2 security guards rushing over. Who's causing a disturbance in the conference room? Xu Xing chuckled. Look, here come my captors. Ha! Just then, the teacher on duty declared. Principal. You're finally here. This kid has disrupted the meeting repeatedly, claiming he's here to attend. The teacher beamed with satisfaction, clearly pleased with his actions. He closed his eyes slightly, waiting for the principal's praise. Xu Xing waved his hand. Right. At that moment, the principal finally understood what was happening. But at this moment, several high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau were present. Losing his temper at such a moment would certainly be inappropriate.
Though a smile played on the principal's face, it looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression. He first waved his hand to dismiss the two security guards, then led Xu Xing into the conference room. As they walked, the principal said, "Director Lin specifically instructed us to maintain strict confidentiality regarding your identity.
That's why many people still don't know who you are. I hope you understand this, Xu.
But your contributions are recognized throughout all of China."
Xu, all of China, confidentiality. Every person present was a seasoned veteran.
From these few words alone, they had distilled the crucial information.
Xu Xing's true identity was becoming increasingly apparent.
"It's true some teachers at our school lack proper conduct and have repeatedly caused you trouble.
We hope you'll bear with them." Xu Xing waved it off, "It's fine."
At that moment, the duty teacher's expression gradually stiffened. The principal led Xu Xing to the main seat.
"Without you, this meeting wouldn't even be possible. This seat must be yours."
Xu Xing accepted without hesitation, calmly taking the seat of honor as his gaze swept slowly across the assembled attendees. The principal then pulled a gleaming gold nameplate from his pocket. He placed it before Xu Xing. Engraved upon it were two characters.
Xu Xing.
The entire room fell silent.
Only then did everyone realize what kind of person they had offended.
The teacher on duty stood frozen in place.
The principal approached him.
"Teacher Lin, as educators, our duty extends beyond imparting knowledge. We must also nurture character.
Your actions are unacceptable."
As he spoke, the principal placed a hand on Teacher Lin's shoulder and gently guided him down.
Xu Xing looked at the crowd and said, "All right then, let's not let our little incident hinder the progress of Pokémon.
Today's meeting will primarily focus on knowledge related to Pokémon.
First, I'd like everyone present to consider this: Pokémon will inevitably enter every household in the future, and their practical applications will surpass all current subjects."
Xu Xing delivered this statement with such matter-of-fact calmness, as if stating an indisputable truth. Yet the attendees were all heavyweights in the education sector, and Xu Xing's bold declaration left them somewhat skeptical.
Yet Xu Xing radiated absolute confidence.
After all, you don't use functions in daily life, let alone classical Chinese. But in the future, once Pokémon permeate every aspect of people's lives, whether it's content related to type advantages and weaknesses,
or content related to Pokémon breeding, would become inseparable from everyone's lives.
This wasn't Xu Xing just talking big, he already had proven success. Seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Xu Xing continued. "I know this seems hard to believe for most of you, but it's only a matter of time before Pokémon fully permeate the Pokémon world." Xu Xing scanned the crowd's faces. Though disbelief lingered on everyone, no one dared to question him.
Xu Xing continued.
"Since no one has any objections, I'll continue. First, the Pokémon curriculum will develop in two directions. One is Pokémon Life, covering how to befriend Pokémon, their habits, reproduction, and a series of foundational knowledge.
Second, Pokémon Battles.
This will involve a comprehensive analysis of Pokémon types, studying their abilities and moves, and delving deeply into battle strategies." The moment these words were spoken, several attendees voiced their dissatisfaction. A dark-haired woman raised her hand and asked,
"Mr. Xu, my name is Xinyan. Regarding your remarks, I have no objections to the first aspect concerning Pokémon Life. I also believe Pokémon will eventually integrate into human life, so mastering foundational Pokémon knowledge is essential. In fact, I think a public access version could be developed to help more residents understand Pokémon theory." Xu Xing nodded slightly. "Good point. That's feasible."
Xinyan suddenly shifted her tone.
"However, humans consider Pokémon battles to be entirely unnecessary. There's absolutely no need to elaborate on this aspect."
This objection was somewhat expected, as many define Pokémon as creatures far more intelligent than pets.
When have cockfighting or bullfighting ever been mainstream?
But Xu Xing understood Pokémon were different from pets. From the moment these creatures came into being, Pokémon battles were destined to exist. Their abilities, base stats, and vast array of move combinations guarantee that these little creatures' battles will be highly entertaining. When it comes to Pokémon battles, Xu Xing isn't just going to do something, he's going all out. After all, it's Olympic level, no, even surpassing the Olympics. But given the current situation, Xu Xing couldn't offer any specifics. So he addressed the crowd.
"I won't elaborate further on Pokémon matters. Soon, I will host a general Pokémon battle tournament. I sincerely invite everyone present to come and witness it." Xu Xing didn't push the issue but quietly announced the tournament to everyone.
Seeing this, the crowd didn't seem too put off and chose to wait until after the match before making any decisions.
Xu Xing then continued. "Next, our primary focus will be on Pokémon Life. Does anyone have any objections?" Xinyan nodded. "I have no objections."
Xinyan sat back down, and the group began creating unique teaching materials for Pokémon, following their established textbook development process. Xu Xing took on the role of content supplementer, allowing the group to outline the general sections and structure. But the specific content and implementation details still required Xu Xing's input. The scale of this textbook development project was unprecedented, encompassing everything from elementary school to high school. Moreover, the importance of Pokemon education would be elevated to the same level as core subjects like language arts and mathematics. It would become a required subject. Fortunately, Xu Xing designed the Pokemon curriculum to be quite straightforward. So simple, in fact, that the others found it hard to believe. After all, this subject was slated to appear on the college entrance exams in the future. It couldn't be too simplistic. Yet Xu Xing had his own calculations. The Pokemon science content would be straightforward. But when it came to Pokemon battles, things wouldn't be so straightforward. Chapter 201, Traces of the Ice Giant. Soon, the day's work came to a hurried end. The principal had designated Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays each week for compiling the Pokemon curriculum. Xu Xing readily agreed. After all, there were no pressing matters at hand, and the Pokemon tournament preliminaries were proceeding smoothly. For the next 3 days, Xu Xing devoted herself entirely to compiling the Pokemon textbooks. While Xu Xing dedicated herself to the Pokemon cause, others were equally busy. In the dead of night, on Ikejima Island. Boss. A man in a black suit and white gloves bowed respectfully toward Long Yuan. His name was Zhang Ping, the primary project lead for the Mechanical Giant Initiative. His expression was tense, as if Long Yuan might devour him at any moment. Several men in black suits stood beside Long Yuan, likely his personal bodyguards. Long Yuan asked slowly. Any progress? Zhang Ping shook his head. I'm sorry, none. Long Yuan sighed softly. These past days, the Dragon Group had poured immense manpower and resources into Ikejima. They wanted to achieve something, but progress was painfully slow, almost non-existent. Take me to see for myself. Zhang Ping nodded and led Long Yuan to scout the route. The path toward the sacred Pillar King was no longer overgrown with weeds. Instead, a meticulously constructed trail had been laid out. The area around the divine Pillar King had been completely cleared, revealing the massive creature's form in full view. An immense, dominant presence radiating an aura of aggression. Long Yuan drew in a sharp breath. This was his first glimpse of the Pokemon's complete form. Staring at the colossal creature before him, Long Yuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Is this thing really a Pokemon? Zhang Ping replied. We can't tell. Its exterior is practically indistinguishable from steel. These past days, we've tried everything: fire attacks, physical damage, firearms, even mobilizing a truck to assault this behemoth. Unfortunately. Long Yuan nodded slightly. Clearly, this creature was far more complex than he'd imagined. But it was precisely this complexity that fascinated Long Yuan. Long Yuan asked again. What about the 5 stones? The 5 stones he referred to were, of course, the 5 peculiar stones encircling Regigigas. Zhang Ping's face twisted with bitterness. No change whatsoever. Ah. Long Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling helpless yet resigned. He could only say, take me to see them. Zhang Ping led the way to the most ordinary stone first. The one that constantly shifted colors like red steel rock still stood there. Long Yuan placed his hand upon it. The warm sensation seemed indistinguishable from that of any ordinary stone, at least in terms of material. At that moment, Long Yuan's heart felt as still as death. Given the current situation, things were extremely dire. While it couldn't be said that Ikejima had made no progress at all, but it might as well be non-existent. Long Yuan gave a bitter smile. Specialization truly made all the difference. His hopes gradually faded away, leaving only a sense of calm. He continued walking toward the ice block, but halfway there, he suddenly froze. In the distance, the ice block that should have been perfectly intact had cracked. Long Yuan hurried toward the ice block, his face etched with disbelief. Zhang Ping also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. First and foremost, it was certain and undeniable that this feat was absolutely not Zhang Ping's doing. Because he had attacked every stone with fierce force, yet only this one had ended up like this. Clearly, this ice stone shattered on its own. So the question arises, how did the ice stone shatter on its own? No matter how you looked at it, this was just too bizarre. Yet upon seeing this shattered ice stone, Long Yuan's form, which had already completely lost all hope, miraculously revived. At this moment, in the far north, Dahan is a seasoned explorer. He rose to internet fame by starting his wilderness challenge with nothing but a pair of shorts. Recently, Pokemon-related commitments had kept him from producing new videos for an extended period. Now, with fewer restrictions and a broader scope, he's finally ready to go all out again. This time, his destination is the far north, reputed to be the coldest place on Earth. Dahan now walks upon an ice-covered rock. As he suspected, this region offers almost no food. Conditions were far harsher than he'd imagined, more than twice as brutal. Drifting aimlessly through the glaciers. He'd seen plenty of Pokemon around, but not a single one suitable for food. Heave-ho! Dahan lightly leaped onto a new floating iceberg. Snow covered the ground beneath his feet, and each light step produced a heavy, crunching sound. Yet, after walking through the snow for some time, Dahan suddenly sensed that this spot felt different from the others. It was a strange sensation, hard to describe. It felt as though he wasn't stepping on solid ground, but on a piece of ice. Dahan slowly swept the snow aside with his foot, revealing a crystal-clear block of ice before him. The ice possessed an unparalleled level of transparency, almost allowing one to see the ocean beneath it. Dahan's breathing grew heavier. Without a doubt, this was not a phenomenon that would occur on Blue Star. But before he could ponder further, the ice giant suddenly moved. Dahan practically crawled backward in his haste. As the ice colossus slowly rose, vast swaths of snow and shards of ice crashed down into the sea. Clack! Clack! Amidst the sound of seawater engulfing the area, the ice giant fully materialized before Dahan. It was a colossus composed entirely of ice. Both its body and feet were made of crystal-clear ice. Dahan had no time for anything else now. In a state of utter disarray, he began to run frantically. Xu Xing stretched lazily. It was Thursday. After a long stretch of textbook compilation, he finally welcomed his first holiday. But having a break didn't mean he could rest. Fortunately, the Pokémon textbooks for grades 1 through 6 were now nearly complete. Everyone was stunned by Xu Xing's speed. Not only was his pace astonishing, but the maturity of his work was off the charts. Xu Xing's pace gave the impression that these textbooks weren't being created for the first time. Rather, they seemed to have existed long before, with Xu Xing merely retelling them. A month's worth of work completed by Xu Xing in just 3 days, truly lightning fast. But everyone was thrilled by this turn of events, as it meant they could wrap up their work ahead of schedule. Still groggy from sleep, Xu Xing habitually opened his email and skimmed through it. This had become one of his daily routines. Utterly hideous. A flame slug with a twisted silhouette. Xu Xing scrolled down to view the image, a lava worm staring blankly at the camera. Xu Xing chuckled inwardly. While it was sufficiently bizarre, it was undeniably too weak. Flame moth. A monster whose appearance radiates sheer menace. Scrolling down, the image revealed, as expected, a fire god moth. This one was rare, but it was still far from being a legendary beast. Ice giant. The email contained only 4 characters. Xu Xing tapped the image and scrolled down. A Regice gazed impassively at the screen. Chapter 202, The Quest for Regice. Xu Xing sat bolt upright almost instantly, staring at Regice on the screen in disbelief. Could it really be a stroke of luck? Xu Xing immediately checked the email's details. Unfortunately, there was no location, no additional information, only a blank image. Xu Xing felt an itch in his heart, an overwhelming urge to know Regice's situation. He was also increasingly curious about the state of Ikejima. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. He scrambled to his feet and rushed straight to the battle frontier. Despite the early hour, the battle frontier was already packed with people. Despite the early hour, quite a few people were already waiting here. Over the past few days, more than 1,000 contestants had already secured their qualifications. Ultimately, only 3,200 contestants would advance to the next round. Out of those 3,200 players, only 32 would advance. Xu Xing hadn't studied them closely, but he remembered a few names that stood out. Su Xuanxing, who possessed a mini dragon, and Wang Yang, who possessed a sharp land shark. Both of these contestants possessed quasi-gods, inevitably drawing attention. Numerous other outstanding competitors were present, but Xu Xing had no heart to observe them now. His sole focus was to hurry and assess the situation on one island. Xu Xing dispatched several of his smaller creatures to handle matters here, while he chose to head to Ikejima Island with his Gyarados to investigate. Though the island was crowded, Xu Xing pushed straight through the throng. The moment he set foot on the island, several individuals approached and blocked his path. Xu Xing chuckled. We're all friends here. What's the point of this? Zhang Ping, who had received the notification, also rushed over immediately. Xu Xing recognized him. Still, he hadn't imagined what could possibly bring Xu Xing here. Despite Xu Xing's formidable reputation, how could anyone dare bully him on his own turf? Gathering his courage, Zhang Ping asked. What brings you here? Xu Xing replied slowly. Something happened, didn't it? Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Ping's forehead. Xu Xing knew about last night's incident first thing this morning. Something was terribly wrong, 9/10 wrong, if not all. Zhang Ping scanned his surroundings warily. Could there be a mole within the organization? But Xu Xing had no idea what the man before him was thinking. He continued. I've figured out the ice stone. Zhang Ping drew in a sharp breath. The kid had actually guessed right. Xu Xing patted him on the shoulder. Alright, guys, it's fine. Let me take a look. The other's eyes turned to Zhang Ping, seeking his opinion. Zhang Ping nodded helplessly. Let him take a look. At this point, Zhang Ping truly had no other choice. After all, aside from the ice-breaking last night, there had been absolutely no progress regarding Ikejima up until now. Continuing to stall was clearly irrational, so Zhang Ping reluctantly agreed to Xu Xing's request to visit. Those around them couldn't believe it, they were actually letting Xu Xing go? But Zhang Ping knew this man before him was unfathomable. With no other options left, he could only let Xu Xing go take a look. Xu Xing waved his hand, breaking free from the crowd holding him back. I told you, it's all good, bro. Everyone followed Xu Xing. He made his way toward the stone belonging to Regice, following the location etched in his memory. Upon closer inspection, the stone that had once been as solid as a rock was now completely shattered. Xu Xing drew a sharp breath. Just as he'd suspected. The corresponding Pokemon's awakening would shatter the stone. Xu Xing turned and headed toward Regigigas's location. As expected, or rather, as anticipated, Regigigas's aura, which had been completely suppressed, now partially radiated outward. But even this partial release was utterly terrifying. This terrifying pressure was already comparable to that of Garrido's. And this was merely the state after breaking one seal. If it were fully unlocked, its power would be unimaginable. Zhang Ping, standing nearby, watched Xu Xing remain frozen in shock for a long moment. His own heart was churning with waves of astonishment. Who was Xu Xing? He was a renowned Pokemon master. Yet now, facing this mechanical colossus, even he was momentarily lost in awe. It seemed this mechanical giant was far more complex than anyone had imagined. Xu Xing pulled out his phone, his heart racing with anxiety. He desperately wanted to know the latest developments regarding the Regice image. Xu Xing opened his email, and just then, a new message popped up. Regice's location is in the far north. An email accompanied by a map marker. Xu Xing was overjoyed. It was like someone handing him a pillow just as he was about to sleep. A thought struck him: could sending Regice back to the ocean depths reseal it? With that thought, Xu Xing immediately began preparations. Bidding farewell to everyone, he rode his Gyarados toward the battle frontier. Before even arriving, he couldn't resist pulling out his phone to record a video. In the video, Xu Xing announced the location for his next livestream. It was the far north. As soon as the announcement went out, Xu Xing began making preparations. He didn't want this expedition to disrupt the Pokemon tournament schedule. After careful consideration, he decided to bring only Eevee as his Pokemon companion. The remaining Pokemon would stay behind to assist with the tournament's participant selection. Xu Xing's journey would likely be brief, allowing him to return soon. Though Eevee's ice type didn't hold an advantage over Regice, the system was there to compensate. As long as Xu Xing exchanged another berry, Eevee could unlock another form. With this thought, he resolved to check on Regis's situation. After all, Regigigas had already unleashed only 1/5 of its power, yet its presence was overwhelming. If the fully awakened Regigigas were to appear, it would spell disaster not just for the entire Hangjiang region, but for the entire Blue Star. Xu Xing arrived at the battle frontier and gave Chen Wan some instructions. With so many Pokemon present and Kapo Mingming guarding the island, things should remain under control. He hoped the tournament participants would be finalized by the time he returned. The video had barely been posted when the overwhelming enthusiasm of netizens nearly drowned Xu Xing. The video's popularity shot straight to the top of Douyin's platform. Fans were thrilled to see a livestream after such a long absence. Xu Xing also commissioned Lin Guobiao to arrange a plane that could immediately head to the far north. Time was of the essence, and he rushed straight to the airport. The pilot was aware Xu Xing had chartered a flight to the far north, but seeing him dressed casually, he couldn't help but feel skeptical. He kindly warned, "The far north is bitterly cold. You'll freeze to death dressed like that." To this, Xu Xing simply replied, don't worry. With that, Xu Xing boarded the plane. The system store offered a vast array of items, and Xu Xing exchanged several for exceptionally warm gear. Though he should have been bundled up like a large bundle, with the aid of the system's gear, he could actually travel light. After a quick tidy up, Xu Xing prepared to complete his final adjustments. He then closed his eyes slightly and began to rest. Awaiting landing in the far north. He was ready to take on Regice. Little did he know, he had already fallen into an immense conspiracy. Chapter 203, Ambush Part 1. The biting wind howled, and frosty snowflakes pelted his face. Each pelting flake carried a wave of bone-chilling cold. The frigid temperatures of the far north were no joke. The long, drawn-out howl of the wind scarcely ceased at his ears. Amidst the swirling snow and vast expanse of white, Xu Xing's figure appeared particularly frail. The livestream had been running for half an hour now. Upon entering the far north, the viewers were abuzz with excitement. Holy crap! This is the far north? This cold looks no joke. Su bro, what are you doing in the far north? Got some secret mission? Wah! Just looking at it makes me shiver. It feels so cold. I doubt there are any Pokemon in a place like this. The environment is way too harsh. Exactly. This kind of harsh environment really isn't suitable for Pokemon to survive. Xu Xing said little. The environment of the far north was indeed extremely harsh. But even on Blue Star, creatures like polar bears live here. That said, compared to other habitats, the number of Pokemon living in the far north is significantly lower. Still, their numbers remain staggering. Bath Emperor sends, Skypiercer X666. Bath Emperor sends, Sports Car X666. Xu Xing was now fully immersed in his Pokemon venture. When it comes to building a business, money is essential. So Xu Xing went ahead and reactivated his live stream donations. And this viewer with the ID Bath Emperor is a newly minted big spender.
He's already climbed into the top 10 of the donation rankings.
As Xu Xing took a few steps, a familiar yet unfamiliar Pokemon suddenly appeared in the distance.
Some viewers in the livestream recognized it immediately. Xu. This Pokemon looks so familiar. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Yeah. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. Yeah, it's like that. Ninetales? Yeah. That's right, it's Vulpix. But this one's color is off, right? Exactly. I remember Vulpix being reddish-brown, but this one is pure white. It actually looks pretty nice. Yeah. It looks way more attractive now.
Xu Xing explains slowly. As the saying goes, an orange tree planted south of the Huai River bears oranges, but north of the Huai, it bears bitter oranges.
Pokemon also undergo environmental adaptations.
Take EV, for instance, in forest volcano regions, it's reddish-brown, but in the far north, it grows pure white fur to withstand the bitter cold.
Xu Xing once again expanded the understanding of Pokemon ecology.
Only now did the viewers realize these little creatures could actually adapt their appearance based on their surroundings.
Viewers in the livestream chat began commenting. Learn something new. Who knew that? Exactly.
Never would have guessed Pokemon could alter their state based on their surroundings.
Knowledge plus one. Xu Xing continued.
And this Ninetales isn't actually called Ninetales, its full name is Alolan Ninetales.
The chat room instantly filled with question marks. Could Alola represent some mysterious code name? Xu Xing chuckled, letting the viewers speculate.
After all, he couldn't very well tell them it was just the name of a region. Xu Xing spared the poor little creature and pressed onward into the depths of the glacier.
The top priority is to locate Regice first. Resealing Regice is the absolute top priority.
Xu Xing explained as they walked, drawing ever closer to the marked location on the map.
Speaking of Regice, Xu Xing actually had some questions. The biggest question mark was the identity of the person who sent the email.
With no traceable information, Xu Xing couldn't even send a reward to the sender. Therefore, Xu Xing could only leave a message asking them to provide a bank account for the reward transfer. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He planned to investigate the matter of the contributor in detail later. He pulled out his phone less than 5 kilometers to the marked location. Inside the Huaxia military base.
At that moment, He Qingjun could only recall everyone acting like NPCs. The moment Xu Xing went live, everyone would immediately drop whatever they were doing.
They stopped working, abandoned sleep, and rushed over to watch the livestream.
Wang Yang's face bore a trace of fatigue and confusion. He asked softly. What's up with Brother Xu? Why would he suddenly head off to a place like the far north?
He Qingjun shook his head gently.
The far north is notorious for its illusions. What's the difference between Xu Xing going there and subjecting himself to suffering?
But he held back the question after all, Xu Xing's affairs weren't their concern.
While the others remained unaware of the underlying reasons, Wang Tianyang knew exactly what was going on.
He chuckled and explained. You all don't know, but Brother Xu went there specifically to find a Pokemon.
Doubt stirred in their hearts. Searching for a Pokemon in the far north? What kind of bizarre reason was that? Searching for a Pokemon in such a harsh environment? Curiosity now gripped the group. What kind of Pokemon would warrant Xu Xing going personally?
Lin Guobiao frowned deeply.
Don't you think Brother Xu's venture is a bit reckless? Wang Hai's expression darkened.
Since Xu Xing decided to head to the far north, he hadn't mentioned it to anyone until arriving here. This whole operation was rushed and hurried, exactly the kind of situation where things could easily go wrong.
Wang Hai said. Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
We'll just have to support him. The concern in everyone's eyes was unmistakable, though it wasn't solely because Xu Xing's actions were growing increasingly bold without notification. After all, they knew Xu Xing's nature reserved, steady, and fiercely loyal. Thus, their genuine concern stemmed from fearing he might face danger. His dedication was evident to all, but as the saying goes, he who walks by the river often gets his shoes wet. On the screen, Xu Xing continued to stroll through the snow.
Xu Xing was well aware that his current actions were indeed ill-considered.
But with the Pokemon tournament approaching, he refused to let other matters distract him from the competition. So, for now, there was no better option than to push forward as quickly as possible. Once this matter was resolved and the Pokemon tournament concluded, he could finally focus on tracking down the 5 sacred pillars.
Xu Xing sighed deeply. Now that he was here, he might as well focus on the task at hand. Glancing at the map, Xu Xing saw that Regis' location was drawing ever closer.
But he didn't know exactly when the landmark in that photo had been taken, so even upon arrival, there was no guarantee Regis wouldn't have moved.
He suddenly regretted not bringing Banette along. If Banette had been here, this hunting expedition might have been considerably easier.
The earlier heavy snowfall had gradually subsided, leaving only scattered flurries now. Xu Xing strolled through the snow, alone in the vast, snow-covered landscape. His only companions were the viewers in his livestream and the little EV that had never left his side. The viewers in the livestream chat were still asking questions left and right. Xu Xing was leisurely replying when suddenly he froze. Amidst the swirling blizzard, a vast, shadowy figure emerged from the swirling snow.
Chapter 204, Ambush Part 2. The chat exploded. Holy crap! Sue! What the hell is that thing up ahead? Yeah. Is that even a Pokemon? This is way too terrifying. This isn't just a Pokemon. It's a gigantic ice monster. Sue! Run! Your trusty sidekick isn't with you. Exactly. Only a Banette could stand up to a monster like that. Run? Xu Xing chuckled. His entire purpose for coming here was precisely for this. How could he possibly run? Though Xu Xing thought this inwardly, he still felt a twinge of unease. Everything seemed to be going far too smoothly. Even Regis' location was remarkably close to its original spot. What adventurer could possibly remain so calm? To encounter a Pokemon of this caliber without flinching and then pinpoint its location with such precision? But right now, Xu Xing couldn't afford to dwell on it. Finish this battle quickly and head home. That was Xu Xing's sole thought at the moment. Along the way, Xu Xing learned about numerous Pokemon and his knowledge points steadily increased. He opened the system panel and saw he still fell short of the EV berry exchange requirement. He decided to start explaining the reg ice ahead. Given the current traffic in Xu Xing's livestream, a single educational segment could easily bring in millions. Because its credibility was nearly 100%. Xu Xing spoke slowly. Everyone, the Pokemon before us is called Regice. It's one of the legendary Pokemon and the primary reason I came here. I'll share more details about this Pokemon later. For now, just know that if it were to exist in the world, it would inevitably bring disaster to China. It has 4 siblings. When all 5 awaken, the world will plunge into chaos. That's why I must defeat it and attempt to seal it away. Xu Xing's words sounded like something you'd tell a 6-year-old, yet not a single viewer in the livestream questioned him. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events. Huh? 1 second we were just humming tunes while shopping, and now suddenly this monster appears? This is serious? No wonder Brother Xu flew over here immediately. Who knew such creatures existed? So the other 4 brothers aren't awake yet? Is Brother Xu saving the world again? That's just like him. But this thing looks like trouble. It's huge. No wonder Brother Xu asked us to collect Pokemon pictures. So that's why. Brother Xu, do we really stand a chance against this monster? If it's just this one monster, my odds are 100%. As he spoke, an EV berry suddenly appeared in Xu Xing's hand. This EV berry had already reached the 4-spirit stage. Xu Xing tossed it lightly, and little EV leapt to catch it. In 2 bites, it devoured the entire fruit. Xu Xing then produced a firestone and tossed it. EV evolved once more. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, a burst of flame suddenly appeared. The surrounding snow melted away completely. EV completed its transformation. Xu Xing silently gazed at the EV, feeling its warmth envelop him. Like a little hand warmer in winter. Good boy. Roar. Xu Xing's knowledge reserves were completely depleted at this moment. He couldn't muster a single bit of knowledge left in him. This fight had to be quick. Finish it fast and get out of here. EV, this is where you come in. Flamethrower shakes its fur, seeming quite eager for the upcoming battle. The viewers in the livestream were utterly charmed by this little guy. Each form of EV is cuter than the last. Viewers started asking questions. Sugu. How many forms does EV have? This is just too adorable. Wow. The flameform EV looks so fluffy. Adorable. Exactly. This fire-type EV looks just like Black Skin Sister. Hey. What are you thinking up there? People shouldn't, or at least shouldn't be allowed to. Love it. I love this EV. In response to the fans' questions, Xu Xing replied mysteriously. How many more forms does EV have? Don't worry, I'll show you all of them in the future. With that, Xu Xing led the fire EV toward Regis' location. Preparing to begin the hunt. Xu Xing took a deep breath. His opponent wouldn't be weak facing such a foe, he could only give it his all. At that moment, his mind began to sketch out the Pokemon battle. Tactics began to form in his mind as Xu Xing focused intently, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The snow-covered landscape lay in profound silence as Regice marched steadily forward. Xu Xing maintained his distance, silently following this monster. His mind was entirely focused on the creature before him, oblivious to everything else around the arena. It was then that Xu Xing suddenly noticed a small, black circular hole in the snow-covered ground. The hole was tiny, barely larger than a bottle cap, pitch black, as if death itself was watching Xu Xing. Xu Xing's mind froze. What was this? Why would such a thing exist in the snow? His mind frantically searched for any memory of this object. It looked like a gun barrel. Yes. That's it. A gun barrel. But why would a gun barrel be in the snow? Suddenly, Xu Xing instantly recognized the thing before him. His expression changed drastically. Just as the words were caught in his throat, a vicious command rang out. Fire! Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless flashes of fire erupted amidst the pristine white snow, immediately followed by the acrid stench of gunpowder. In an instant, thick smoke billowed everywhere. Intense pain shot through his abdomen. Xu Xing touched his stomach. His entire hand was drenched in bright red blood. What the hell is this? I. Before Xu Xing could finish his words, a figure suddenly burst from the snow. The figure was too fast. Xu Xing could barely register its speed before it appeared before him. And in his hand was a gleaming steel blade. Thud. A dull thud echoed within Xu Xing's body. The sound of a standard-issue blade piercing flesh. Xu Xing looked down to see the blade completely through his body, only the half-handle remaining. As for Evie, she unleashed a fierce burst of flame as the bullet struck. But before she could hold them back for even a few seconds, the anti-magic bullets, now modified into rifle rounds, had already pierced through her body. The white-clad man before him delivered a swift kick. Xu Xing was sent crashing to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a pink dagger materialized in his hand. The white-clad man thrust it viciously toward Ibu's position. Fire! Ibu's heart-wrenching scream echoed across the entire snow-covered mountain. The immense cry even caused Regice ahead to turn its head. The atmosphere on the field instantly grew colder, but Regice soon turned its head and continued forward. The man in white prepared to eliminate this threat once and for all. He drew his blade, the pink sword now completely drenched in crimson. This time, he aimed for Evie's head and plunged the blade down with all his might. P.S. 5th update complete. I'm pushing out new chapters daily now. Dear readers, please consider my hard work and cast your gold votes my way. I'd really appreciate it. This means a lot to me. Chapter 205, Ambush Part 2. Just as the blade was about to pierce through Ibu's skull, suddenly, Ibis was retracted. The man in white whipped his head around in disbelief. He never imagined Xu Xing could still move. High above, the drone flickered as it recorded everything unfolding below. The drone trembled intermittently as other attackers below continued their assault. Its condition was already precarious. Xu Xing now lay sprawled in the snow, a steel blade lodged in his chest, his abdomen pierced by bullets. The snow beneath him was completely stained red. At that moment, the livestream chat exploded. No way? What the hell is this? Holy crap? What the hell is going on? What the hell? What just happened? What the hell? Did something? The livestream's comments abruptly stopped. Under the onslaught of the attackers, the drone finally went down. In the snowy landscape, Xu Xing's face was deathly pale as he gasped for breath. Seeing the drone completely destroyed, the man in white finally removed his face mask. Beneath the mask lay a handsome yet stern face. His golden hair stood out starkly against the snowy landscape. Xu Xing's voice was hoarse. I remember you. Vels replied silently. It doesn't matter. Do you want to live? Xu Xing was speechless. Both the steel blade piercing his chest and the bullet lodged in his abdomen served as constant reminders that his life was ticking away. Xu Xing closed his eyes silently, his lips trembling intermittently. Well stated. The livestream is gone now. No one will know your whereabouts. If you want to live, you must obey us. Serve the United States. We'll spare your life. Xu Xing kept his eyes tightly shut. His entire being seemed consumed by terror, his lips trembling uncontrollably. There were 7 or 8 people on the field, each a warrior handpicked by Wells. Even with victory assured, not a single one relaxed. No empty boasts, no gloating over misfortune, no smug satisfaction over their tactical success. It turned out this entire operation was bait set by Wells. The image of Regice had been discovered by an explorer, and Wells, with his keen instincts, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this Pokémon. Thus, he had set this trap. But this scheme wasn't something that could be pulled off overnight. Before this, Wells had never stopped strengthening the team. While Xu Xing was in the haunted house, Wells was rehearsing. While Xu Xing was in meetings, Wells was rehearsing. While Xu Xing was battling in the frontier, Wells was still rehearsing. As for ambush operations, the team had conducted at least 5 separate ambushes in different locations before this one. Whenever he encountered a remarkable Pokémon, Wells would submit it to Xu Xing. He then led ambushes, but all 5 previous attempts had ended in failure. Only this time, Wells succeeded. Taking a light breath, Wells said, Xu Xing, you're strong, but you're not invincible. Your Pokémon are all back home. Even if you try to call for reinforcements, they won't arrive anytime soon. Xu Xing lay on the ground, intense pain still tearing at his wounds. Wells was right, the reality was infinitely more complex than he could have imagined. Had these ambushes occurred earlier, before Xu Xing had evolved EV, he could have used his massive stockpile of knowledge points to exchange for a bunch of insane items and turn the tide. But now, Xu Xing had exhausted every last science point. He was now running on fumes. A dead end? Looking back on his rebirth journey, Xu Xing had always been dancing on the edge of a knife. But being driven into such a complete dead end like today was unprecedented. Was this truly the end? Xu Xing's abdomen and chest still throbbed with pain. His science points were completely depleted. Eevee's life was hanging by a thread, making the idea of summoning Arceus or Giratina utterly preposterous. The situation had completely swung in Vel's favor. But haven't you heard? Heaven never seals off all paths for man. As long as I choose to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. Vels gazed at Xu Xing, who remained utterly unresponsive. Yet his lips trembled incessantly, the trembling seemingly following a pattern. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be numbers. Wells began deciphering them, his lips moving in sync. 5, 4, 3. What was this? Wells pondered, but quickly realized something was terribly wrong. He was about to roar in anger, but luckily, the cooldown had ended. Full enhancement activated. But what good was full enhancement in the blinding white snow? It only bought 30 extra seconds. Yet the next moment, Xu Xing's eyes blazed crimson as he declared, "Fate anchor." Amidst everyone's astonished stares, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking Xu Xing. Xu Xing's eyes blazed crimson as a maniacal grin twisted his lips. "Everyone! We'll meet again, someday." Wells roared, "Attack! Attack! Attack! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat!" Bullets rained down on the light barrier. Yet they had no effect. The next moment, the light barrier vanished. And with it, Xu Xing disappeared too. Inside the Huaxia military base, the usually solemn atmosphere was now an unprecedented chaos. The entire base had descended into utter chaos. Though countless people couldn't believe the scene before them, the facts were undeniable. Xu Xing's death was all but confirmed. He Cheng-jun sat frozen in his chair, as if his soul had been ripped from him, unable to comprehend the horror. Lin Guobiao, his face ashen, commanded the situation. He Cheng-jun, take over Brother Su's combat development zone. His hard work absolutely cannot go to waste. Lin Guobiao understood Xu Xing's aspirations and refused to let his years of hard work go to waste. Wang Hai, you handle the secondary distribution of the Pokeballs. Lin Guobiao knew Xu Xing's death would please many high-ranking officials in China. He even wondered if those people had arranged the hitman. But there was no time for such thoughts now. After all, Xu Xing's death would prompt those old fools to aggressively reclaim the public's right to own Pokémon. Lin Guobiao could only temporarily expand the public's rights to own Pokémon, though this was merely a delaying tactic. It was, however, the only option available to him at the moment. Lin Guobiao's face darkened to an extreme degree. The current situation was utterly dire. "Yoo-hoo! Let's go! Take the men to the far north." Yoo-hoo's expression was equally grim. Though no one spoke, they all understood the situation. Xu Xing was likely facing certain death. He Cheng-jun, upon receiving the order, couldn't believe his ears. "Are you serious? Brother Xu is dead?" Wang Yang tried to comfort He Cheng-jun, though his own heart ached deeply. Everyone knew what kind of person Xu Xing was. As He Cheng-jun put it, if he had Xu Xing's abilities, he'd kick every stray dog he saw on the street. But this hero dead? As for Wang Tianyang, the moment the live feed cut out, he collapsed unconscious and is currently being transported to the medical bay. Chapter 206, The Long and Arduous Pass. Green grass plains. The sunlight awakened the grass's fragrance, filling the vast prairie with stillness and tranquility. But suddenly, a faint scent of blood appeared, followed by a piercing scream. Ugh! Ah! Xu Xing yanked his steel blade free, then used the remaining time of his full enhancement buff to retrieve bandages from his spirit ring and bind the wound. But just as he reached halfway through the bandaging, the total enhancement effect expired. Intense pain instantly surged through his body. Xu Xing's hand trembled, causing the bandage to fall to the ground. To continue bandaging, he would have to wait for the total enhancement cooldown to complete. First things first, to save EV, Xu Xing activated full enhancement to force his body to retrieve the Pokeball. Originally, Xu Xing intended to use the Destiny Anchor to leave immediately, but his scattered consciousness made even this item unusable. He had no choice but to wait for the cooldown. Gazing up at the sky, Xu Xing felt profound melancholy. The constant pain reminded him relentlessly that this was reality. Fate Anchor, who would have thought it would save his life at a moment like this? Originally prepared for his journey to the spirit realm, it had unexpectedly saved him by sheer coincidence. Without exaggeration, had it not been for the Fate Anchor, Xu Xing would have perished in that snowy expanse. Though his situation remained dire, at least he had a fighting chance now. Xu Xing's biggest problem now was that every encounter with a Pokémon was a life or death situation. Fortunately, the heavens showed some mercy. Thus, through relentless agony and struggle, and countless cooldown waits, he finally bandaged his wounds. During this ordeal, Xu Xing had no idea how many times he'd lost consciousness. Once the bandaging was complete, the pain subsided slightly, and drowsiness washed over him. Xu Xing didn't know if he would wake up from this sleep, but he still struggled to crawl into the barn before sinking into a deep slumber. An unknown amount of time passed. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The buzzing of cattle flies pierced the darkness. In his sleep, Xu Xing flew into a rage and swatted wildly. Get lost. But that sudden jolt of pain from the wound snapped Xu Xing wide awake. A tearing sensation radiated from his abdomen. Xu Xing looked down. Sure enough, bright red blood seeped out once more. Outside the barn, the sky was already lightning.
Gritting his teeth, Xu Xing finished bandaging himself.
United States, this is only the beginning. With his wound bandaged, the searing pain had completely driven away any lingering drowsiness.
He stood up and left the barn, feeling around his body. His phone had been completely smashed during the earlier fight. And the fate anchor was located deep within the grasslands. This meant Xu Xing would have to traverse the entire grassland to reach the outskirts for rescue. Although Pokemon had been released, remote areas like the green grassplains were rarely visited by anyone. Xu Xing released the fire EV from its Pokeball. The little creature was frail but clinging to life. Xu Xing's own stamina was too depleted to channel the Toki power, so he could only apply a simple bandage for now.
Ibu, I'm sorry. Just hang in there a little longer. Soon, Fire EV was completely bandaged by Xu Xing. Both human and Pokemon were now swathed in bandages from head to toe. Witnessing this scene, Xu Xing felt both heartache and amusement. EV nuzzled its head against its owner.
Xu Xing murmured softly, "I'm sorry for putting you through this." As the sky began to lighten, Xu Xing decided to press on without delay.
He knew well that countless people were celebrating his death right now. The mountain pass stretches endlessly, as tough as iron.
Too bad he'd have to send those old fools to their deaths again.
He had no intention of dying just yet.
As for the accounts with the United States, Xu Xing had all the time in the world to settle them. At this moment, Xu Xing was under immense pressure, both physically and mentally. This grassland was too vast, he wasn't sure if he could find his way out. Call Kiggled for help?
Unwise. Kiggled's future potential far exceeded what he could offer here. Summoning him now would be a poor trade-off.
Xu Xing resolved to push through, though each step tore at his heart with agonizing pain. Thus, after an unknown duration, his injuries gradually began to heal.
With just a little more rest, he could even use the power of Eternal to heal his EV.
Just when Xu Xing thought the journey would proceed smoothly, his luck seemed to run out.
A Pokemon was slowly approaching Xu Xing from ahead. Xu Xing's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected to encounter that old acquaintance at such a moment. When it rains, it pours. The aluminum steel dragon moved like thunder, each step radiating terrifying pressure. This aluminum steel dragon was none other than the one he had previously battled using Banette. Xu Xing never imagined this Pokemon would pursue him all the way back to the grassland. With Eevee's injuries still unhealed and Xu Xing's own wounds throbbing painfully, escape was clearly impossible. With no escape possible, there was only one option left: fight. Eevee couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed looking at this massive creature before him. In its prime, defeating such a creature would have been no problem.
But things were different now. Eevee's wounds hadn't healed yet. Without the power of Eternal Tree, the threat of monster bullets to Pokemon was simply too great. The bullets still throbbed within his body. Yet judging by Steelix's stance, it clearly had no intention of leaving.
Xu Xing shook his head helplessly. He exchanged a glance with Eevee, who gave a slight nod. Xu Xing took a few steps toward it and roared.
"Steel Dragon, I don't want to be your enemy right now." Steelix narrowed its eyes, its aura growing even more ferocious than before.
Clearly, after being defeated by Banette, he had resumed his rigorous training. He had long since prepared himself to challenge Banette once more. But Xu Xing held no Banette in his hands. All he held was a half-dead little Eevee, just like himself.
Xu Xing roared again. Next time I'll come back and battle you."
Though Xu Xing shouted loudly, his tone was utterly humble.
But the Steelix seemed utterly unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away.
Both old and new grudges were about to be settled at this very moment.
Xu Xing couldn't help but step back.
The aluminum steel dragon was clearly intent on finishing him off.
Xu Xing's face darkened. "You show no mercy. Then don't blame me for being ruthless."
Xu Xing didn't know where he found the courage, but beyond verbal attacks, he had no other recourse.
Fire Eevee couldn't bear to see Xu Xing so humiliated and whispered, "Hulu." Flareon's eyes gleamed with resolve.
Xu Xing tried to bend down to stroke her head. But the searing pain nearly choked him.
"Eevee, are you sure you're okay?" "Phew-roo."
Ibu's voice suddenly rose several notches. With no other options, Xu Xing had no choice but to trust Eevee. Meanwhile, the Steelix had slowly approached. Fire Eevee, refusing to be outdone, stepped forward to confront it. With the Steelix radiating a menacing aura, Xu Xing shouted,
"Spare me a chance."
Earlier, during his battle with the Steelix, Xu Xing had deliberately spared this creature.
But the Steelix didn't see it as mercy. Instead, it felt Xu Xing was humiliating it. The Steelix roared and swung a fist toward Eevee. Chapter 207, Shockwaves.
3 days had passed since Xu Xing went missing. Because Xu Xing had been live streaming at the time, news of his assassination had spread throughout all of China.
Panic gripped the nation, with conspiracy theories and wild speculations running rampant. Naturally, this news did not escape Yi Chumu's ears.
Despite being in the critical final year of high school, Yi Tianjiao still requested a 3-day leave for his daughter. He wanted her to rest and recover. Watching the livestream from the hotel, Burke, Gianna, and Xiaolu were utterly unwilling to accept this outcome.
How could Brother Xu, the man who could defeat even Groudon and Kyogre, simply die like this? Gianna covered her eyes and wept bitterly.
Xiaolu felt her heart wrenching in agony. Images of Xu Xing's figure kept flashing through her mind. It couldn't believe and refused to believe that Xu Xing could actually die.
Its mouth twitched slightly before it suddenly stood up. Burke suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaolu replied, "Revenge." However, the Pokemon tournament did not halt because of Xu Xing's disappearance.
He Changjun now took charge of the tournament. Though communication proved troublesome, he ultimately succeeded in gaining the Pokemon's trust, enabling him to complete Xu Xing's unfinished work. Meanwhile, the high-ranking politicians who sought to privatize Pokemon were now in full swing with their plans. At this moment, the preliminary rounds of the Pokemon tournament had already selected roughly 3,200 contestants. The event would commence shortly, but at this critical juncture, a recall order suddenly reached He Changjun. Pokemon Meritorious Officer Xu Xing has been confirmed deceased. His body was discovered in the far north.
A memorial service will be held this afternoon in his honor. Your punctual attendance is requested. He Changjun's expression darkened. To an outsider, the significance might have been lost. But He Changjun knew this was the old guard's tactic, using Brother Xu's funeral as leverage to gather everyone together. The real show would only begin after the funeral concluded. He Changjun's face turned ashen. If Xu Xing were here, he would definitely tell him not to go. But this was Brother Xu's funeral, he couldn't possibly miss it. He Changjun booked the earliest flight and instructed Banjura and the other Pokemon to rest first. Unfortunately, this Banette didn't seem particularly inclined to heed He Changjun's words. This was hardly surprising, after all, not just anyone could subdue this Pokemon. After giving his instructions, He Changjun hurried off to the military base, preparing to return for the funeral. No sooner had He Changjun departed than Xiaolu arrived at the battle frontier. Burke Gianna followed closely behind, though she didn't know what Xiaolu intended to do. Still, unable to shake their concern, they accompanied Xiaolu. Burke couldn't hide his curiosity. "Xiaolu, what are you up to?" Xiaolu replied quietly, "They're all Brother Xu's Pokemon. They deserve to know." Both Burke and Gianna froze. They were saddened, but these Pokemon were surely just as heartbroken. In fact, these little creatures were likely suffering even more than the humans. After all, they were the companions who had adventured alongside Xu Xing all along. Xiaolu was right, it would be truly cruel if they weren't even granted the right to know. The battle frontier was noticeably quieter than before. Many had heard about the livestream incident, though the official announcement hadn't been made yet. A heavy silence hung over the vast Hangjiang arena as Xiaolu and the others entered the 100-person arena. Several Pokemon gathered in a circle, chatting among themselves. Xiaolu approached the group. Banette, Snorlax, and Gyarados recognized her. They showed little hostility, instead watching the little girl with playful curiosity. But Xiaolu, shedding her usual mischievousness, looked at them with serious eyes. "Brother Xu is dead." She uttered these 5 words with remarkable calmness. As a spirit world messenger, the Pokemon naturally understood her words. The Pokemon hesitated, disbelief evident in their eyes. As if Xiaolu had just pulled off some colossal prank. But this girl, usually all giggles and no seriousness, was utterly earnest. "Banky?" Xiaolu nodded. "You've probably noticed it too, the atmosphere around here lately." The Pokemon nodded slowly. Xiaolu was right, there were far fewer visitors now compared to before. Moreover, the passion seemed to have faded somewhat. He Changjun, the new guy who replaced Brother Xu, had repeatedly lowered the difficulty of the Pokemon auditions. The Pokemon couldn't believe this reality, they never imagined Xu Xing had actually died. Upon confirming this truth, Banagira's roared to the heavens. "Blastoise!" A terrifying aura erupted, causing even the 100-person arena to tremble. Blastoise refused to believe it. Could his master truly be dead? This was the man he, Ban, had personally acknowledged. He couldn't fathom how the enemy's cunning had deceived even Xu Xing. The attackers' stance mirrored Bangi's, they held Xu Xing in the highest regard. They absolutely refused to accept that Xu Xing could die like this. Sinead's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she began to sob softly. Xu Xing's death was too devastating for anyone to bear. As for Carbon, though he hadn't spent much time with Xu Xing, he'd always witnessed the kindness Xu Xing showed him. Little Pokemon stood frozen in disbelief. Xiaolu asked, "Are you willing to join me in seeking revenge?" Behind them, Burke couldn't help but ask, "Hey! You say revenge, but what exactly are you planning to do? Those people haven't left a single trace." Xiaolu replied calmly, "There is. Everything leaves a trail." The others listened as Xiaolu spoke slowly. "Brother Xu is dead, and Ibu will die too. I'll go to the spirit realm to get to the bottom of this. Then we'll take our revenge." Hearing his words, some raised their hands in agreement as the group gathered to discuss. Just like back in the spirit realm, when the Pokemon had debated how to escape, only for Xu Xing to come and save them in the end. Now that Xu Xing was dead, vengeance was their only recourse.
Yet among the many Pokémon, Pocky chose to withdraw, refusing to join the revenge plot. The other Pokémon said nothing more. Pokébee staggered away, its entire body seeming drained of spirit. As for Brock and Gianna, Xiaolu couldn't keep watching over them either. After all, the enemies they would face in their quest for vengeance were bound to be formidable. To ensure the safety of these two, Xiaolu proactively suggested they return home. With Xu Xing dead, the two truly had no desire to remain in China. Moreover, Xu Xing's death would undoubtedly have caused significant upheaval back home. The two prepared to pack their belongings and depart China. Now, to another matter. At a clearing within the China military base, a quiet funeral was being held. The mourning inscription bore several words in bold. Tomb of Xu Xing, father of Pokémon. Chapter 208, the funeral begins. Watching the funeral, Cheng-Jun wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Xu Xing was a pure-hearted red warrior. The death of such a warrior is a tragedy for the nation. In the distance, the coffin lay quietly amidst the white carnations of the floral wreaths. The atmosphere was eerily cold, and the sky hung heavy with mist, as if a downpour were imminent. Cheng-Jun took a step forward and asked Lin Guobiao beside him, his voice trembling. "Brother Lin, can I go take a look?" Lin Guobiao had grown noticeably gaunt these past days, his dark circles under his eyes strikingly pronounced. "Don't go. There's nothing inside." Cheng-Jun's heart lurched violently, and tears began to well up in his eyes. It wasn't because not seeing Xu Xing's body gave him hope she might still be alive. Rather, it was the realization that even in death, Xu Xing couldn't be granted a whole body a truly tragic fate. A man who had devoted his entire life to serving his country and its people, only to have his body denied even the dignity of preservation after death. At the funeral, countless people came and went, placing bouquets on the tombstone while offering heartfelt admiration in their hearts. Every soul who had crossed paths with Xu Xing acknowledged this young man with genuine respect. His life was like fireworks suddenly appearing to surprise everyone, then swiftly fading away. Cheng-Jun placed a white chrysanthemum on the grave and asked, "Where's Dr. Wang? Why haven't I seen him?" Wang Tianyang was nothing short of Xu Xing's biggest fan. Such an important occasion would never see him absent. Lin Guobiao shook his head. After Brother Xu passed away, Dr. Wang fell gravely ill and never recovered. He made his choice while still in his hospital bed. Cheng-Jun nodded, his expression grim. Wang Hai approached the group. Already thin, he looked even more gaunt. His cheeks were sunken. Wang Hai spoke slowly. "I've done everything I possibly could." Lin Guobiao gave a slight nod and patted his shoulder. "You've worked hard." With Xu Xing's death, the Pokemon Democratic faction had effectively lost its backbone. Soon, the Pokemon's power would be seized, and what followed would be something no Pokemon lover wished to see. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived at the funeral, a figure familiar to everyone present. It was the man who had advocated for Pokemon hereditary succession at the previous meeting. The man scanned the crowd, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Poof! He entered the funeral holding a bundle of wild grass, seemingly preparing to offer it as a tribute. Cheng-Jun was furious at the sight. Given their positions, if he dared to strike this man, it would be considered an act of insubordination. But witnessing this, he simply couldn't hold back. Veins bulged on Lin Guobiao's face. But constrained by his position, he couldn't do much. Cheng-Jun glanced at Lin Guobiao. Lin Guobiao's gaze was unmistakable. "You go ahead. I've got your back." At Xu Xing's funeral, no one wanted to make a scene, but how could anyone tolerate such utter humiliation? Cheng-Jun rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but Wang Yang had already kicked out from the front. "Yang Rui, what the hell do you think you're doing? Bringing a bunch of weeds to Brother Su's funeral?" Yang Rui, knocked to the ground, chuckled. He showed no anger, his eyes brimming with mockery. "He's already dead. Does it really matter what you bring? Damn it!" Wang Yang raised his fist to strike again, only to be restrained by Yu Hu beside him. Yang Rui stepped forward and tossed the weeds onto the ground. He worked so hard, fought so fiercely, yet in the end, he still died. Yang Rui's tone dripped with contempt. He couldn't become that kind of person, so he couldn't understand why anyone would be so selfless. Xu Xing. What was the point of such sacrifice? In the end, won't Pokemon just become toys for the rich? Yang Rui's words were loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Yet no one argued back, it was an undeniable truth. With Xu Xing around before, his abilities could suppress all Pokemon. At least during his lifetime, a Pokemon disaster could be guaranteed to never occur. But now that Xu Xing was dead, there was no one left to restrain the Pokemon. Therefore, strict control would inevitably be imposed on all of them. To prevent a Pokemon disaster. Everyone understood this truth, yet no one was willing to voice it. It wasn't so much that they didn't want to say it aloud, but rather that they refused to accept the reality of Xu Xing's death. And it was precisely at this moment that another group of people suddenly entered the funeral hall. Leading the group was the man in his 50s whom Xu Xing had threatened earlier. His name was Wu Yan. Wu Yan led his large group slowly towards Xu Xing and presented the white roses he held in his arms. It appeared as though he had come to pay sincere respects to Xu Xing, but Lin Guobiao knew full well this was nothing more than a weasel paying respects to a chicken. After presenting the white roses, Wu Yan declared loudly, "We deeply regret the death of Xu Xing." No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu Yan shifted his tone. "However, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Since he is gone, I hereby declare that the Pokémon policies he championed during his lifetime are revoked. Pokémon will now enter an era of strict regulation." Lin Guobiao's expression darkened. "Brother Su has only just passed away, not even 7 days have passed and you're already in such a hurry?" Wu Yan's tone turned icy. "I'm doing this for everyone. This is the only way to maintain social stability." Lin Guobiao retorted coldly. "You've got some nerve." Wu Yan snorted. "How dare you? This is your business, but all Pokémon authority will be revoked within a week. Ownership of every Pokémon will be transferred to local governments, then ultimately submitted to us for centralized management." With that, Wu Yan adopted a solemn tone. "Humph. This is a notification, not a discussion." The crowd gritted their teeth in frustration, but if a Pokémon disaster were to occur now, who could possibly shoulder the responsibility? Thus, at this moment, it was undeniably a dead end. Of course, there was one way out if Xu Xing were to come back from the dead. But was that even possible? Meanwhile, at the security gate of the Huaxia military base, a disheveled young man approached the gatehouse. The guard officer instinctively blocked his path. "Military restricted area. How did you get in here?" The onlookers were curious how had this vagrant-like man managed to get here. But the vagrant remained remarkably calm in the face of questioning. "Is a funeral being held inside?" The guard flew into a rage upon hearing this. "So what if it is? What business is it of yours?" Slowly, the vagrant smoothed back his hair, revealing a face all present recognized instantly. Meanwhile, at the funeral, Wu Yan announced several new rules, panting heavily. These rules were far more outrageous than before, seemingly retaliating against the new regulations Xu Xing had issued earlier. They were utterly outrageous. Wu Yan looked at the crowd and slowly stated, "Of course, I, Wu Yan, always value fairness. You may devise ways to eliminate me. Should you succeed, you might genuinely return the Pokémon to the people provided you possess the capability to do so." Ha 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 ha. Everyone present had ties to Xu Xing. Faced with Wu Yan's provocation, they were seething with rage but dared not retort. Suddenly, the iron gate of the funeral hall was kicked open. A deafening clang of steel echoed through the air. Then, a voice all too familiar to the crowd echoed through the funeral hall. "Seems like a few stray dogs got pretty cocky while I was away." Chapter 209, Funeral Cancelled. All eyes shifted toward the iron gate. A disheveled-looking man stood there, staring indifferently at the assembled crowd. Though his appearance was unkempt, his face had clearly been freshly washed, and combined with that familiar voice, there was no doubt about it, the man before them was none other than Xu Xing. At that moment, many present covered their mouths in disbelief. Xu Xing chuckled and continued, "Wu Yan, you've always prided yourself on fairness, haven't you?" His tone was calm, yet the pressure was palpable. "If I take you out, won't that mean no one can stop me anymore?" Wu Yan's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. You. What the hell are you?" Xu Xing slowly approached the tombstone before abruptly crouching down. The portrait photo and Xu Xing's face appeared simultaneously. Xu Xing chuckled. "See how similar they look." He Chung Jun gasped, shouting out what everyone was thinking. Su! Brother Su!" Xu Xing pointed his thumb at himself. "That's right. I crawled out of hell." Wu Yan immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly interjected. Xu Xing? Since you're back, then let's continue implementing your policies. How about it? Everyone, what do you say?" Wu Yan asked the surrounding crowd, his tone submissive. Xu Xing was filthy from head to toe, only his face still somewhat clean. He slowly approached Wu Yan, who looked like a clown. "But I want to eliminate the root of the problem once and for all." Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down Wu Yan's temples. Please don't." Suddenly, a wind-speed dog appeared beside Xu Xing. "Woof!" The wind-speed dog roared furiously. A wave of heat instantly surged forth. It engulfed every person present. Wu Yan plopped down onto the ground, his mouth stuttering uncontrollably. Xu Xing said calmly, "Get lost." Wu Yan scrambled away from the funeral under everyone's gaze. Everyone was in disbelief, and some even began to wonder whether Xu Xing was truly human or some kind of ghost. He had appeared suddenly without a word. The crowd was both shocked and delighted. Xu Xing approached the portrait of the deceased and promptly stomped it to pieces. After doing this, Xu Xing turned and declared, "All right, I declare the funeral cancelled. The protagonist is back." At these words, the crowd finally realized Xu Xing truly was not dead. Lin Guobiao's voice suddenly rose several octaves. "You You. I knew you weren't dead, you little brat. You who was nearly overcome with joy. Wonderful. He Changjun instantly broke down in tears, ready to rush over and give Xu Xing a huge hug. Su Gu. Xu Xing gently sidestepped to avoid He Chengjuan's embrace. He chuckled softly, looking at everyone, then pulled open his tattered clothes. Beneath the tattered fabric, bandages soaked red with blood were exposed. Only then did everyone abruptly realize. Right. Even if Xu Xing survived, being shot and stabbed with a steel blade are all cold, hard realities. Lin Guobiao shouted. Quick! Take Brother Xu to the hospital. Inside the medical ward of Huaxia Nation's military base, Wang Tianyang gazed wistfully at the bedside table where his breakfast and lunch sat untouched. Suddenly, a single raindrop fell before Wang Tianyang, followed by a torrential downpour. The gloomy sky finally gave way, releasing its pent-up fury. Splash! Watching the torrential downpour before him, Wang Tianyang felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Heaven envies talent. Truly, heaven envies talent. Why? Wang Tianyang's voice was filled with anguish. If someone had to die, he wished it were himself. Amidst the pounding rain, the door creaked open. Wang Tianyang tried to struggle to his feet to attend Xu Xing's funeral, but he didn't know the medical staff in front of him weren't looking for him at all. Beside Wang Tianyang, another hospital bed rattled with activity. Another patient was likely receiving emergency treatment. Moreover, judging by the commotion, quite a few people had arrived. Moments later, Lin Guobiao appeared at the bedside. Wang Tianyang exclaimed. Quickly help me up. I must attend Brother Su's funeral. Lin Guobiao wore a wicked grin. The funeral's over. Over? Wang Tianyang felt utterly crushed. In the end, he hadn't even been able to attend Brother Su's funeral. What a terrible friend he had been. Wang Tianyang turned his head away, his heart already as cold as ashes. But then Lin Guobiao suddenly said. It's okay. I brought Xu Xing along. Wang Tianyang froze in surprise. They found Brother Su's body? Lin Guobiao shook his head. Wang Tianyang grew frantic. Are you kidding me? Lin Guobiao continued. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Brother Su's body hasn't been found. Wang Tianyang was about to explode with rage. He was already in a foul mood after Xu Xing's death, and now Lin Guobiao was repeatedly toying with him. But the next moment, Lin Guobiao suddenly yanked the curtain aside. There, on the adjacent hospital bed, Xu Xing, now dressed in a hospital gown, forced a faint smile and said, Oh. Lin Guobiao froze, his mouth agape, speechless for a long moment. The man who had been bedridden from illness seemed to suddenly burst with energy, nearly lunging towards Xu Xing. But the quick-witted Lin Guobiao stopped him. Brother Xu is a patient now and needs rest. Wang Tianyang opened his mouth but no words came out. He tried to speak, but tears streamed down his face instead. Finally, his deep emotions crystallized into a few words. It's such a relief you're not dead. The small medical room was now packed with people. The atmosphere clearly signaled something important was about to be said when suddenly, the door swung open. He Changjun held a brand new phone in his hand. Brother Xu. The phone's fixed. Your data's been fully restored. Xu Xing opened the phone. Sure enough, both his accounts and social media apps had been fully restored. One couldn't help but marvel at the military's cutting-edge technology. All eyes immediately turned to Xu Xing. Xu Xing opened his phone and recorded a video. The message was simple, I'm Xu Xing, and I'm doing just fine. Then, he finally steered the conversation back on track. He began to recount the entire sequence of events. Xu Xing made no secret of Regigigas's existence, only knowing about it. Only then did everyone grasp the urgency of the situation and understand why Xu Xing had rushed to find Regis. After finishing the story of the Sacred Pillar King, Xu Xing began recounting how the entire affair had started. Upon hearing about the email, Dr. Wang immediately jumped up, offering to look into it. But Xu Xing shook his head and said, I already know who those people trying to assassinate me are. Who? 5-star Admiral Wells. Everyone sucked in a breath, none expecting Wells himself to be involved. Simultaneously, they realized that the United States had already begun developing melee weapons capable of harming Pokémon. However, Xu Xing knew he would handle these matters later. Amidst all the commotion, the group's greatest curiosity centered on how Xu Xing had survived after collapsing in such a critical situation. Xu Xing concocted a lie based on the Pokémon universe. End of Chapter 5. Another 10,000-word day. Everyone, please cast your votes now. The month is almost over, and gold votes will reset. Votes needed. Chapter 210, backed into a corner, he finds a way out. Teleportation? Everyone was utterly baffled. Yes. I have a Pokémon that knows the teleport move. It carried me away. The others didn't question this further. Xu Xing continued. After using teleport, I ended up back at the grassland I'd visited before. But I was in such bad shape I barely managed to bandage my wounds and regain my strength before running into a Steelix. Luckily, Evie still had some stamina left. Otherwise, I might have really been done for. Xu Xing lied without batting an eye. In truth, Evie was far from battle ready at that point. First, he defeated the cave to obtain treasures while exploring the battle frontier. The escape card saved Xu Xing's life. Later, while traveling, Xu Xing encountered a Houndoom and used the treasure obtained from Mishima. The Blue Wish Heart allowed Xu Xing to successfully obtain the Houndoom. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he needed to find the right moment to release Pidgeot. At the same time, Xu Xing couldn't help but marvel at Windspeed Dog's incredible speed. A journey that should have taken several days was completed in just half a day. Who could have imagined that just hours ago, Xu Xing was still on the green grasslands? But with the speed of the wind, Xu Xing arrived at the military base in a flash. After hearing all this, Lin Guobiao patted Xu Xing on the shoulder, and 1,000 words boiled down to one. "You've been through a lot." Meanwhile, He Chung Jun couldn't help but voice his concern. "Brother Xu, is it really wise to announce you're alive like this?" Xu Xing nodded. "Don't worry. They probably think I'm still alive and are already gearing up for the next assassination attempt." Lin Guobiao cursed. "Damn it, we've given them too much leeway, yoo-hoo. Let's go, we'll have a little chat with the United States." Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively. "This is my business. Leave it to me." Lin Guobiao wanted to say more, but seeing the resolve in Xu Xing's eyes, he held back. "Fine then. Let me know if you need anything." With the situation largely understood, Zhongren finally agreed to give Xu Xing some peace to rest and recover. As for He Changjun, entrusted by Xu Xing, he prepared to return to Hengjiang to temporarily take over management of the Pokémon tournament. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Xu Xing with a quiet environment. But Wang Tianyang wasn't having it. He kept pestering Xu Xing with endless questions. Only when Xu Xing grew so annoyed he stood up to change rooms did Wang Tianyang reluctantly agree to shut up. Within minutes of Xu Xing posting the video, it shot straight to the top of the trending charts. 1. Popular streamer Xu Xing releases new video after 3 days. Netizens who clicked on the video were genuinely shocked to see Xu Xing was still alive. Rarely did a video receive more comments than likes. "Wah! Big brother Xu. So glad you're not dead. You scared the crap out of me. I thought this was an announcement about brother Xu passing away, but it turns out it's an announcement because brother Xu is safe. Brother Xu is legendary. Surviving that situation? He's practically a superhero. Brother Xu. Who were those assassins? We need answers. Brother Xu is okay. Can the Pokémon tournament proceed as planned now?" Lying in his hospital bed, Xu Xing couldn't see any of the comments flooding the discussion board. Naturally, no one was there to answer them. But none of that mattered. As long as Xu Xing was safe and alive, everyone was satisfied. From his hospital bed, Xu Xing suddenly spoke up. "Oh, right, Dr. Wang." Wang Wangyang jolted awake at the sound of his name. Xu Xing continued. "Could you help me build a drone? Specifically, one like the more powerful model I had before." Wang Tianyang replied slowly. "No problem. Your previous one was indeed quite good, but if I build it, it'll be even better." During the previous ambush, Xu Xing's drone had been shot down, leaving him unable to start a livestream now. He had no choice but to ask Wang Tianyang to build another one. Upon receiving the task, Wang Tianyang immediately perked up and stood up. "Since I've got a job to do now, I'd better get to work." Xu Xing tried to dissuade him with a sigh, but Wang Tianyang only asked, "When will you need it?" Xu Xing pondered for a moment. "When the Hangjiang competition begins, I'll use it for the livestream." Wang Tianyang nodded slightly, understanding Xu Xing's meaning. The matters concerning the United States could be set aside for now. First, they needed to get to the bottom of the Pokémon tournament. At that moment, inside the beautiful country's military base. Within the training camp, all manner of Pokémon were present. These were all the Pokémon the United States had currently captured and controlled. These Pokémon were now confined within iron cages, like prisoners. They were periodically released for combat, with their target opponent being Wells himself. Wells is currently battling a humanoid Pokémon. With 2 precise strikes landing on the Pokémon, the battle concluded. Wells sighed softly. At this level, he was still far too weak to fight Xu Xing. Even as a 5-star general, he found it challenging. More importantly, Xu Xing's current condition was unknown life or death, so Wells dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Just then, Charek burst through the doorway. Panting heavily, he seemed to have something urgent to say. Once he caught his breath, he finally managed to utter, "No! This is bad." Wells turned his head. "What is it?" Xu Xing isn't dead." Wells drew in a sharp breath, his emotions complex. Though he'd braced himself, hearing the news still sent a jolt through him. If Xu Xing survived, it meant this grudge would surely be avenged. Wells could have killed Xu Xing outright back then, but the situation had been too advantageous for his side. Wells couldn't bear to let such talent go to waste. That was why he hadn't resorted to such a drastic measure, never imagining it would leave a lingering threat for the United States. He silently resolved within himself, the next time they met, he would go straight for Xu Xing's head. He would leave him no chance to survive. During the subsequent operation, the United States failed to capture the Pokémon Regice. Instead, they followed its trail. From its current movements, it seemed to be purposefully heading in one direction. Perhaps Regice could serve as the entry point for the next mission. Wells had already sensed the importance this Pokémon held for Xu Xing. And he was right, Xu Xing couldn't spare the time to deal with Wells precisely because of Regice. After all, he had no idea what Regice intended to do next. As for Wells, he simply instructed Charik. Notify the team members to assemble at the training camp. I need to formulate our next plan. The pressure on Wells intensified, and he could only hope Regice would delay Xu Xing's progress. After all, Xu Xing's strength was undeniable. If he truly came looking for trouble with the United States, the American people would certainly suffer. Chapter 211, Gathering of Heroes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of recuperation, Xu Xing's body had nearly fully recovered. At least, engaging in extensive activities was no longer an issue. Meanwhile, He Changjuan's team delivered good news. All 3,200 preliminary contestants had now been selected. All that remained was for Xu Xing to arrive in Hangzhou to commence the next phase, the 100-person tournament. Xu Xing booked the earliest flight to Hangzhou, with Wang Tianyang accompanying him. During the journey, Wang Tianyang handed Xu Xing his latest research project, a self-driving drone. According to Wang Tianyang's description, this drone possessed unparalleled intelligence. Utilizing large-scale AI models, it autonomously captures footage. Additionally, it utilized solar energy storage, eliminating any concerns about battery life. As the plane touched down, Hangzhou City finally came into view. Stepping off the aircraft, the pair noticed Hangzhou Airport was bustling far more than in the past. At least now, there were direct shuttle buses to the Battle Frontier. They hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail station and boarded a direct train to the Battle Frontier. It had rained for several days prior, but the skies appeared even clearer after the rain. The Battle Frontier buzzed with excitement, the entire alleyway filled with laughter and cheer. Street vendors decorated their stalls with festive cheer. It felt like a festival was underway. Moreover, the Battle Frontier had begun selling Pokémon merchandise. The most popular item by far was the Eevee plush toy, which had become a hot seller with demand far outstripping supply. Under Xu Xing's oversight, all vendors offered extremely low prices. Even those who came just for fun, not to watch the Pokémon matches, found it incredibly satisfying. Wang Tianyang's eyes lit up. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. A smile spread across Xu Xing's face. This is just the beginning. In the future, I will transform the entire Hangzhou, no, the whole of China into this very scene. Admiration filled Wang Tianyang's eyes as he looked at Xu Xing. The two entered the 100-man arena. He Changjun and Chen Wan, seeing Xu Xing return, hurried over immediately. Seeing them, Xu Xing spoke. Everything still okay? He Changjun nodded. Brother Xu. I've got this. You can count on me. The next match is about to begin. Xu Xing nodded, while Chen Wan's eyes welled up with tears. As a worker, he cherished a boss like Xu Xing immensely. Bosses like this don't come along every day. To repay Xu Xing, Chen Wan kept the matches running smoothly. She handed over a thick stack of match schedules. Mr. Xu, these are all the players for the upcoming matches. Xu Xing took the schedule. With 10 minutes left before the first match, preparations seemed nearly complete. Without delay, Xu Xing immediately joined the others heading toward the arena's VIP seats. In the VIP seats, Xu Xing's Pokémon had been waiting patiently for quite some time. Surveying the multitude of Pokémon, Xu Xing spoke slowly. Long time no see. The Pokémon, having weathered many ups and downs, rushed toward Xu Xing, embracing him. Xu Xing was overwhelmed by their warmth. It was then that several Pokémon suddenly noticed something. The EV that always stayed by Xu Xing's side had changed forms again. So it had been out all this time just to grow stronger, huh? As for Xiaolu, after claiming he'd gone to the spirit realm to seek Eevee's soul, he hasn't been seen since. As for Brock and Gianna, they had long since flown off to the Ice Kingdom. Whether they'd return for the tournament remained a mystery. Xu Xing pulled out his handbook, which recorded every trainer and Pokémon. Slowly scanning the first match, there were no particularly noteworthy contestants. Yet one competitor caught Xu Xing's attention. Xu Xuanxing, a trainer with a mini dragon. After all, Minior was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, making it somewhat dominant among ordinary Pokémon. The 100-person arena could accommodate nearly 1,000 spectators, and at this moment, the vast arena was packed to capacity. Every seat was occupied, some even by Pokémon themselves. But this was all permitted, perhaps because of Xu Xing. Thus, most trainers preferred to keep their Pokémon by their side, rather than storing them in Pokeballs. Soon, at the referee's command, the 100-person battle commenced. In Xu Xing's view, this unfair battle format emphasized the synergy between Pokémon and their trainers. But a scene Xu Xing hadn't anticipated unfolded. Each participant instinctively sought out nearby opponents and initiated combat. The contestants engaged in one-on-one matches. The chaotic free-for-all he'd imagined never materialized, though Xu Xing couldn't fathom why. But Chen Wan spoke slowly. On the forum, all the preliminary contestants spontaneously established a rule, to abandon the free-for-all and engage in fair duels instead. Xu Xing nodded. It seemed the contestants were fairly rule-abiding after all. Just as Xu Xing was thinking this, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out from the center of the arena. What the hell kind of rules are these? Mini Dragon. Use Tornado. Xu Xing recognized the contestant. It was Xu Shang. He had no intention of obeying the contestants' rules, instead unleashing a tornado that instantly threw the entire battlefield into chaos. Several competitors voiced their displeasure. Damn it! Let's gang up on him. With that, 3 contestants immediately sent their Pokémon charging at Mini Dragon. First to charge was a small Garchomp, but Mini Dragon, agile and swift, eliminated it almost instantly. The second and third Pokémon met the same fate. The surrounding trainers froze in shock, hesitating to advance further. After all, once a Pokémon fell, it meant they were completely disqualified from the match. No one was willing to take that risk. Everyone waited for others to step forward and battle the Mini Dragon, but across the entire battlefield, not a single person dared to advance against it. The trainers resumed their chaotic brawl, while Xu Xing, who had sparked the melee, remained detached from the fray. Soon, the first 100-player battle concluded without any suspense. The first qualifier for the Yokohama Pokémon Tournament had emerged. Watching this unfold, He Chang-jun clicked his tongue in surprise. Who would have thought it'd actually be this guy who won? On the battlefield, other trainers glared at Xu Shang with fierce eyes, but he had already brushed himself off and walked away. You have to admire his strategy, though it drew enmity. It was the most reliable approach. After all, if he had to fight head-on against each opponent one by one, Mini Dragon might not have one. Perhaps it could demonstrate terrifying dominance against the first 3 Pokémon, but as a young Pokémon, facing too many battles would inevitably drain its stamina. This tactic, however, spared the Mini Dragon from excessive combat. Soon, the first group of contestants had all exited the stage, making way for the second set of competitors. According to the schedule, 8 matches would be held in a single day. In the second match, Xu Xing spotted an unexpected figure. Long Outyen. The moment he appeared, the outcome of this match became undeniably certain. Chapter 212, Not a Single One Left Behind. As the fierce flying dragon plummeted from the sky, the second match concluded. A battle with no suspense whatsoever. For a Feraligatr to face this basic Pokémon was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Long Outyen smirked and left the arena. Next up was the final match of the morning. Among the contestants, one stood out, Zhou. This contestant's Pokémon was a Heartscale. True to the name of the 100-player battle, Xu Xing believed it wouldn't be long before he got to see all these pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Soon, under the host's direction, the third battle commenced. The moment the battle commenced, the Heartscale Pokémon's owner found himself under relentless attack. 5 or 6 competitors' Pokémon charged straight at the little creature. The crowd had already realized this Pokémon was distinctly different from the others, possessing extraordinary power. Thus, several players joined forces to attack it. Meanwhile, in the sky, a Munchlax stood out conspicuously among the flying Pokémon. Neither Pidgey nor Pidgeot stood a chance against this Munchlax. While the others were attacking the Heartscale Pokémon, Mook had already dealt with all the other flying-type Pokémon in the sky. Seeing no remaining aerial threats, the Moltres trainer immediately shouted, "Mook! Fly upward!" Xu Xing was quite surprised by this competitor's tactics. He quickly flipped through the tournament bracket and found the competitor's information. The competitor's name was Qingyu, and his Pokémon was indeed Mook. Soon, the Heartscale Pokémon on the ground were all defeated. The remaining Pokémon began a chaotic brawl, while Qingyu and Mook quietly watched from high above. He Chang-jun watched the battle on the ground, rubbing his hands together. The battle down there is way too intense. Both that crab and that tree-like Pokémon are so strong. Brother Su, who do you think will win? Xu Xing shook his head at He Changjuan's favored choices of Crabrawler or Trico, then pointed skyward. Judging by the current situation, the one with the best chance of winning this battle was Munchlax in the air. Sure enough, not long after, the Pokémon on the ground began to fall one by one. Only Trico and Crabhammer remained locked in combat when suddenly Qingyu shouted, "Now! Finish them off, Mook!" Facing 2 Pokémon already at their last gasp, Mewker dispatched them effortlessly. With the battle concluded, the third contestant for the Akagawa Pokémon Tournament emerged. And so, the 3 contestants were confirmed. Xu Xuanxing and his Minior, Long Outyen and his Aerodactyl, and Qingyu and Mewker. He Chang-jun was visibly excited. If I'd known it would be this thrilling, I would have signed up too. Xu Xing sighed helplessly.
You think your mini Q could take on this raging wyvern or that mini dragon? He Chang Jun chuckled. It's all about participating, right? After the battle ended, Xu Xing recalled all his Pokemon into their Pokeballs, only to realize Piku was missing. With plenty of time before the afternoon matches, everyone decided to part ways and return later to continue watching the games. Xu Xing summoned Charizard to ask where Piku was. Carbon Shaman shook its head in response. After spreading rumors of Xu Xing's death, the Pokemon had been plotting their revenge. They genuinely hadn't seen Piku anywhere. Had the little rascal run off? With no other choice, Xu Xing reluctantly led his Pokemon home. Come to think of it, Xu Xing's textbook issue remained unresolved. But with the Pokemon tournament approaching, the immediate matters took precedence. Xu Xing decided to head home first and handwrite several invitations for the teachers to come watch the Pokemon tournament. Compared to other matters, Xu Xing was far more invested in promoting Pokemon. After all, everything he did, every single thing, was aimed at bringing Pokemon into the mainstream. This was the lifelong aspiration he was determined to fulfill. Returning home, Xu Xing felt far bolder than before when he had to sneak around with his Pokemon. EV now followed Xu Xing openly. While passers-by were slightly surprised, the reaction was worlds apart from what it had been before. Times had truly changed. People's attitudes toward Pokemon were nothing like they used to be. Returning to his dilapidated rental apartment, a strong, unfamiliar odor wafted out before he even reached the door. Xu Xing sniffed the air, carefully analyzing the scent. Alcohol. Undoubtedly, it was the smell of liquor. This strong, pungent odor was wafting out from within Xu Xing's room. The smell was intensely pungent, and even the walls of the room couldn't mask the foul odor. But Xu Xing hadn't been home these past few days. So where did this strange alcohol smell come from? Eevee grew alert and leaped onto Xu Xing's head. The man and his Pokemon slowly pushed open the door. Inside, empty beer cans had piled up into a small mountain. Beneath the pile sat Pocky, one hand holding a cigarette, the other clutching a beer can. Xu Xing froze for a second, and Pokebee froze too. Clunk! The can slipped from its hand and hit the floor. Then it shouted abruptly. Pikachu! Pikachu tossed aside the beer can, tears welling in its eyes as it dashed toward Xu Xing. But Xu Xing just stared speechlessly at the messy room, not in the mood for sentimental moments with this little guy. He gently raised his foot to press against Pokebee's head. 30 minutes. I'm giving you exactly 30 minutes. Otherwise, go talk to my Banette. Pokebee nodded, picked up the broom in the corner, and began cleaning. Xu Xing felt utterly helpless. Pokebee was practically his own son. After all, he'd watched it come into the world. But Xu Xing couldn't see a single trace of himself in Pokebee. He was practically a little devil. Xu Xing sighed and helped the little guy tidy up the room. Throughout the process, Pokebee chattered non-stop, but Xu Xing couldn't understand a single word. EV, however, kindly explained the entire situation to the little one. After understanding everything, Pokebee finally nodded. Poke, poke. Xu Xing hummed in acknowledgement before saying, sorry, the days of doing whatever you want are over. After tidying up the room, Xu Xing pulled out the invitation he'd bought from the store. He briefly explained his plan to invite the teachers over to watch the Pokemon tournament. Suddenly, Xu Xing realized something: the college entrance exam was only a week away. He had only taken a leave of absence from school, meaning he still had to take the exams. Xu Xing felt a headache coming on. He knew he was unprepared, yet he still had to take the exam. After pondering for a moment, he decided to just wing it. After all, it was merely a formality for him. He also reconsidered the timing of the tournament, planning to schedule the Pokemon competition after the college entrance exams. That way, the event's popularity would reach unprecedented heights. While Pokemon was family-friendly, its most extensive audience was undoubtedly teenagers. He couldn't even imagine how lively the tournament would be then. With the invitations drafted, Xu Xing took his two little companions out. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to personally deliver the invitations. Chapter 213, Calamity. Alright. Brother Xu. We sincerely hope you'll grace us with your presence. Xu Xing felt a quiet satisfaction as he held the last invitation in his hand. The process had been far smoother than anticipated. Both the Education Bureau staff and the teachers collaborating on the textbooks had been exceptionally friendly. After a short period of adjustment, everyone had grown accustomed to the Pokemon and let go of their initial reservations. Several teachers had even seen Pokemon in their homes, though accepting Pokemon and accepting Pokemon battles were entirely different matters. Xu Xing carried the final invitation to the last household. As luck would have it, this final school happened to be led by Principal Wan Lianshou. Although Principal Manjinshu would undoubtedly agree with Xu Xing's proposal, Xu Xing decided to treat everyone equally and deliver an invitation to each of them. Xu Xing arrived at Principal Wan Nianshou's residence and knocked lightly on the door. Hello? I'm Xu Xing. No response. Xu Xing knocked again, raising his voice slightly. Hello? After all, it was already this late, sleeping in was really not appropriate. Click.
A crisp sound came from the door, followed by a creak as it swung open. Principal Wan Liangshou appeared in his pajamas, his face framed by incredibly dark circles under his eyes. If Xu Xing hadn't known better, he might have thought it was a haunted house prop. Wan Rinshou forced a smile. "Ah, Su. What brings you here?" Instead of mentioning the invitation, Xu Xing asked first. "Principal? What happened to you?" Wan Lianshou considered brushing it off, but remembering Xu Xing's expertise in Pokémon, he decided to come clean. Come. Follow me inside to talk." The principal's home was simple. A few green plants and the pleasant scent of sandalwood sufficed to describe it. Upon entering, a massive ink calligraphy piece on the wall immediately caught Xu Xing's attention. "Heaven rewards diligence." Wan Lianshou seated Xu Xing on a wooden bench before fetching him a cup of tea. After finishing these tasks, Wan Lianshou slowly said, "Su, this whole thing is rather bizarre." Xu Xing waved his hand. "Go ahead." Seeing Xu Xing's response, the principal finally began to ramble on about his troubles. "A couple days ago, I took advantage of the holiday to head to my hometown in Yoshino for a few days of relaxation. But I never expected to encounter such a strange incident. Yoshino is where I grew up. The village I lived in was called Kogeni Village. Nestled between mountains and rivers, it boasts breathtaking scenery. But for some reason, the villagers have recently started having nightmares with alarming frequency. In a village of 50 or 60 people, nearly every night is spent tormented by these nightmares." After hearing the village chief's account, Xu Xing nodded slightly. Judging by this description, it was almost certainly the work of the nightmare god Darkrai. Xu Xing briefly speculated that after Darkrai descended upon Blue Star, it likely mistook the villagers for intruders, causing them to suffer nightmares. Wan Lianshou continued. "And the strangest part is, our nightmares all seem to share some kind of connection." Xu Xing asked calmly, "What?" Wan Lianshou's expression darkened. "Some dreamt that a fire would engulf the village in a few days, consuming the entire settlement in flames. Others dreamt of an earthquake destroying the entire village. And some even dreamt of wolf packs invading the village, devouring the residents to the last one." After hearing these dreams, Xu Xing felt even more certain of his suspicions. He nodded and said, "These dreams all point in one direction." Wan Lianshou asked, "Which direction?" "It wants you to leave the village." Upon hearing this, Wan Lianshou immediately shook his head. The elders in the village have lived there for generations. How could they just leave like that? Xu Xing nodded. "True. Leave this matter to me. A Darkrai problem shouldn't be too much trouble." Xu Xing readily agreed to handle it. Wan Lianshou's expression eased slightly as he continued. "Oh, and there are still some very strange things happening in the village." Xu Xing asked, "What kind of things?" "Disasters. Inside the battle frontier." The sun was shining brightly, and the battle frontier was bustling as ever. The afternoon matches were already underway in full swing. Xu Xing, however, was distracted. His mind was consumed by Wan Nianshou's words, "catastrophe." According to him, the villagers weren't just nightmares, even his real life had started to go terribly wrong. But in his memory, Darkrai never possessed this ability. So why was this happening? "What do you think, Brother Su?" He Chengjuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Xu Xing startled, then replied awkwardly. "What did you say?" He Chengjun sounded slightly annoyed. "I said I met a friend and had several Pokemon battles with him." Xu Xing nodded. "Sounds good." He Chengjun continued, "Yeah. His swallow is seriously no joke. Luckily, I'm a step above him. We agreed to keep going after the tournament." Xu Xing nodded, "Not bad, not bad." His mind, however, was miles away. Seeing Xu Xing's disinterest, He Chengjun turned to watch the match alongside Chen Wan. Lately, the two had been interacting frequently due to work. The match had reached a fever pitch, with only 7 or 8 Pokemon remaining on the field. The standout Pokemon was undoubtedly the Incense King. Even outside its signature terrain, it displayed remarkable prowess. Just as everyone assumed the Smelly had the victory in the bag, a Sharpedo suddenly burst onto the scene. Only then did the crowd realize the Sharpedo's formidable strength. Yet judging by its earlier performance, Sharpedo showed no signs of being able to win. Many even suspected it had reached the final round purely by luck. Little did they know this was all part of Sharpland Shark's strategy to train Wang Yang. His calm demeanor had concealed his true potential throughout the game, finally erupting at the decisive moment. He ultimately clinched the victory. Watching this shocking upset, He Chengjun was utterly surprised. These trainers are truly skilled combatants. Chen Wan nodded in admiration, fully agreeing. Without pause, the next match commenced immediately. This would be the final match of the afternoon. Xu Xing, who had been daydreaming, suddenly spotted a familiar face. That acquaintance's Pokemon was also a Charmander. Xu Xing was quite surprised, but this person's carefree personality made winning in such a competition quite difficult. Xu Xing glanced toward the corner, where the leather-jacketed teenager Jiang Wei was gesturing wildly as he commanded his Charmander. What Xu Xing hadn't expected was that despite the boy's outwardly carefree demeanor, but possessed an incredibly meticulous mind. His coordination with Charmander far surpassed that of other trainers. In the final moments, it came down to a battle between two Charmanders. Ultimately, Jiang Wei, fueled by his bond with Charmander, evolved it into Charizard on the battlefield and won the match. This was the first time a Pokémon had ever evolved on the battlefield. Jiang Wei bounced up and down, shouting, "Awesome, Charmander!" After the match, the crowd prepared to leave the arena. Xu Xing remained distracted for the entire afternoon. Just as Cheng Jun was about to ask, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hey! You're here! What a coincidence!" Chapter 214, Departure Investigating the Bizarre Nightmare Incident. Cheng Jun's eyes lit up instantly, pushing his questions to the back of his mind as he exclaimed excitedly. "Let's go, Sun Xin. Keep it up. I didn't get my fill this morning." The baseball-capped youth named Sun Xin nodded. "Let's go. Who's afraid of who?" The two set off together, their minds so consumed by the events in Xiaojiu village that Xu Xing didn't even notice. Chen Wan, seeing Xu Xing's state, expressed concern. "Mr. Xu, you don't look well." Xu Xing waved it off. He'd made up his mind instead of overthinking it here, he'd go investigate for himself. "Chen Wan, I won't be coming tomorrow. You and Cheng Jun handle things well." Chen Wan nodded, assuming the boss was simply exhausted and needed rest. Little did he know, the moment those words left Xu Xing's mouth, he announced a live stream preview. The content was simple. In 2 hours, Xu Xing would head to a remote town to investigate a collective nightmare incident. The announcement immediately shot to the top of the trending topics. After all, everyone had witnessed the outcome of Xu Xing's last livestream. It was a complete disaster, and now everyone was eagerly anticipating what would happen this time. Xu Xing bought the earliest train ticket and rushed to Yoshino City without any preparation. He aimed to arrive before nightfall, even if it meant sleeping rough on the streets of Koju village, to experience firsthand what a nightmare feels like. Soon, Xu Xing's livestream sent shockwaves through the community. First and foremost, the highest-ranking officials in Huaxia were utterly shocked. Watching the footage, Lin Guobiao grew so anxious he immediately sent Xu Xing a text message. After all, this live stream announcement had come so suddenly he feared they might have fallen into the enemy's trap again. "Brother Xu, do you need backup? Brother Xu, have you made plans yet? Why is Brother Xu going over there?" Lin Guobiao fired off 3 consecutive questions, and Xu Xing patiently explained the entire situation. Only then did Lin Guobiao relax and say, "Go go go. We'll always support you." Xu Xing smiled helplessly. This feeling had a distinct old dad vibe to it. Next was the United States. Since the village was in China, assassination was out of the question. Wells simply gathered everyone to watch the live stream on time. Greybird Town. After a round of adjustments, Xu Xing finally subdued Wang Tianyan's drone. As the streamer's cameras cleared up completely, Xu Xing appeared on everyone's phones. Looking into the camera, Xu Xing chuckled. "Long time no see, everyone." Viewers who saw Xu Xing again were thrilled, and soon the chat flooded the livestream with messages. "Holy crap! Xu! It really is you! You actually survived! Wah! Long time no see! We missed you so much, Brother Xu! Bro X! Did you even let your injuries heal before rushing off on this expedition?" Bath Emperor, sending out sports cars X99. New Leaf Meow the Great, sending out hot air balloons X99. The live stream audience enthusiastically welcomed Xu Xing's return. Of course, some skeptical voices emerged. "What's the rush to come back? Looking to get yourself killed? Yeah. It wouldn't be fun if it turned out like last time, huh?" Every celebrity has their haters and trolls, and Xu Xing was no exception. These people have no real reason, they just vent their anger. As the saying goes, you can't please everyone. Xu Xing couldn't do much about it. Besides, his purpose for streaming wasn't to engage in verbal battles with these haters. Xu Xing explained slowly. "I'm currently in Greybird Town. Taking the bus would get me to my destination, but since I'm live streaming, it's a bit inconvenient." As he spoke, Xu Xing tossed a Pokeball, and a Pidgeotto appeared on the highway. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers froze in surprise. Though everyone knew Pokemon had been released, the rural town's acceptance of novelty was limited, naturally filling them with fear and astonishment. Xu Xing, however, remained calm and composed. This Pidgeot should have long since returned to the grasslands, but after Xu Xing's persistent persuasion, it finally agreed to accompany him on one more journey. Viewers in the livestream chat felt a surge of envy at the sight of this large dog. This Pokemon radiated pure power, its very presence commanding respect. Viewers quickly began commenting on it. "Holy crap! Xu! What kind of Pokemon is this? It's way too cool. Yeah, it looks so mighty. Where'd you catch it? This Pokemon looks just like my coughing. Could it be its evolved form? I bet this Pokemon can run super fast. Xu Xing patted the Porygon's head before hopping onto its back, explaining to the viewers in the livestream.
This Pokemon is called a Houndoom, a fire-type Pokemon.
As he spoke, little Eevee came over and lay down in front of Xu Xing. With a light pat from Xu Xing, Vaporeon immediately began sprinting at full speed. Under the gaze of countless townspeople, Xu Xing and Porygon slowly faded from view. Sparky raced toward the nearby village of Pidgey, sparks flying and lightning crackling in its wake. What would take a bus over half an hour to reach was covered in mere minutes under Porygon's lead. Seeing the sign for Xiaoju Village, Xu Xing dismounted from Speed Dog. "You've worked hard," Xu Xing said before recalling the Wind Speed Dog into its Pokeball and beginning to walk slowly along the road. Before Xu Xing could take 2 steps, Eevee suddenly let out a sharp cry. "Boo-roo!" Xu Xing froze, only then noticing a pile of waste right beneath his feet. He scrambled backward, inwardly exclaiming, "Close call! Close call!" Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but tease him. After all, opportunities to see Xu Xing flustered were few and far between. Xu Xing said, "Thanks, Eevee." Eevee nodded, looking rather helpless. After this incident, Xu Xing began his little shin operation. Xu Xing slowly made his way toward Pidgey Village. Soon, another road sign came into view. "To Todorico Village, please follow this way." The path beside the road wasn't a wide, open lane. Instead, a winding forest path stretched ahead. Xu Xing pulled out the map given to him by Wan Yuanshou and took a deep breath. Who would have thought that even after all this time since the founding of New Xia, such a remote place still exists? Dusk was approaching, and the setting sun filtered through layers of leaves, casting its glow upon Xu Xing's face. In the twilight, the already remote town took on an eerie air. Xu Xing hadn't backed down yet, but even the online friends couldn't take it anymore. Gazing at this eerie little road, the online friends exclaimed, "Xu! Let's just call it quits. Who knows what might jump out at us?" "Exactly. Let's go. Run. What if it's like last time?" Yeah. Let's just come back tomorrow." But one of Xu Xing's purposes for coming this time was to see what kind of dream he'd have. Leave? That was definitely out of the question. Xu Xing said, "Everyone, relax. This is exactly why I came." With that, Xu Xing strode purposefully toward the forest. Before he had taken a few steps, Xu Xing suddenly felt as if he had collided with something. The sensation was odd. Before he could process it, the flapping of wings erupted behind him. Turning his head, he saw swarms of giant hornets charging straight at him. Chapter 215, A Series of Misfortunes. Watching the swarm of giant hornets, the viewers in the livestream chat immediately sensed trouble. After all, even a single sting from these giant hornets could leave you bedridden for 10 days to a fortnight. And now there were nearly a dozen of them. The viewers started shouting, "Xu! Run! What terrible luck today! A swarm of giant needlefish. I saw news about someone trying to catch them, they're still in the hospital." Yeah, I remember Brother Xu running into them during a stream before. Their sheer presence is terrifying. Xu Xing smiled faintly. Despite the chat urging him to flee, he didn't budge. Times had changed. Even facing a swarm of great needlebeaks, Xu Xing felt no fear. He raised his hand and declared, "EV. Use burn." The water EV instantly transformed into a flame EV. Its body temperature rapidly rose until terrifying flames erupted from its body. The flames engulfed the swinub horde. The swarm, which had been arrogantly aggressive just seconds before, instantly wilted. Only scattered broken wings on the ground and the lingering scent of scorched air bore witness to their presence. Otherwise, not a trace of the beedrill remained. Sizzling sparks still danced from some branches and leaves. Xu Xing raised his hand, and EV instantly switched back to its water form, dousing the embers. Facing the same group of great needle peaks, Xu Xing had now wiped them all out with a single move. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Things sure have changed, Xu. Yeah. Brother Xu's got the skills to totally crush these guys. No need to run at all. Xu bro is so awesome. One move and they're done for. 5-pointed star, send Carnival X99. Bath Emperor, send 99 sports cars. Xu Xing merely nodded slightly at the exaggerated praise from the chat room viewers, showing little emotion. The priority now was to keep moving. As night deepened, the forest would grow increasingly dangerous. Of course, the priority was to locate the vicinity of Little Dove Village and set up camp. Xu Xing walked through the woods, each step crunching through the fallen leaves. Suddenly, Xu Xing's eyes lit up. He marveled at his incredible luck. A Pokemon egg lay ahead. Xu Xing quickened his pace, murmuring, "Thank you, Mother Nature." Under the watchful eyes of his viewers, he picked up the egg. But to everyone's surprise, including Xu Xing's, the egg was empty. The shell was dry and shriveled, crumbling at the slightest touch. Clearly, the Pokemon inside had already fled. Xu Xing sighed softly, resigned to his bad luck. Ever since arriving in the forest, whether it was nearly stepping in excrement, provoking a great Spike's pursuit, or now finding an empty Pokemon egg, Everything that had happened seemed to hint that this expedition wouldn't go smoothly. But Xu Xing refused to believe in such superstition, marching straight into the forest. After walking for a while longer, another sign appeared. 300 meters to Pidgey village. Please proceed this way. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xu Xing's forehead. The sign pointed toward a dense, untouched forest. Xu Xing swallowed hard. No matter how he looked at it, the path beside the sign seemed more like a place where people might live. Yet the sign pointed elsewhere. What was this nonsense? Puzzled, Xu Xing crouched down to inspect the sign and discovered it had been tampered with. It now pointed toward the forest, but the marks didn't look like they were made by human hands. Perhaps a Pokémon had accidentally knocked it over while passing by? That seemed too coincidental. Xu Xing straightened the sign. Thankfully he'd been observant, otherwise he'd have had to take a huge detour. The last vestiges of twilight had vanished completely, and time had swiftly slipped into full night. Xu Xing continued along the direction indicated by the sign. After all that had happened earlier, this stretch of the journey finally felt somewhat calmer. But his relief lasted only seconds. Suddenly, Xu Xing felt something beneath his feet. The sensation was strange, furry, like a tail. Shown. Xu Xing looked down to find a stunky glaring at him with wide eyes. The bear cub extended its sharp claws, ready to teach Xu Xing a lesson, but fortunately, Eevee intervened just in time, stopping the bear cub's attack. Xu Xing looked embarrassed as he pulled 2 berries from his backpack. Sorry about that, he said, tossing the berries before getting up and jogging away. As he walked, Xu Xing couldn't help but curse his terrible luck. Ever since arriving in Pidgey village, his luck had been utterly dreadful. First, he nearly stepped in excrement. Then he found a Pokémon egg only to discover it was empty. Next, he accidentally provoked a group of Beedrill. After that, he almost got confused by road signs. And then he stepped on a bear's tail. All this happened within 30 minutes. Even his online friends couldn't resist teasing him. Ha ha ha. Sue. What's up with you? Did you forget to check the almanac before leaving today? Yeah. That's some seriously bad luck. Total unlucky bastard. Bro, I'd advise you not to drink water, you might get single killed by it. Bath Emperor, sending 99 good luck charms. Lucky Carp Possession, gifted Fortune Charm X99. Xu Xing felt utterly helpless. Truth be told, he didn't believe in fate or destiny. But everything that happened today was just too inexplicable. Suddenly, Xu Xing jolted awake, remembering the principal's words. Misfortune. It feels like a wave of misfortune is swirling around the village. Xu Xing's heart skipped a beat. That was spot on. Everything happening now was indeed caused by that ill fortune. Clearly, Darkrai didn't possess this ability, at least not to Xu Xing's knowledge. But why were these events unfolding? It made no sense whatsoever. Xu Xing racked his brain for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. After all, this defied all logic. No matter how he looked at it, it was simply too absurd. Could there truly be Pokémon in this world that influence one's fortune? Influence fate? Xu Xing suddenly had an idea and immediately called out Piku. When it came to influencing fortune, this little guy could indeed make it happen. After all, legend has it that Piku brings good fortune to those around it. But Xu Xing's Piku seemed different from the Pikus out there. Other Pokémon were soft, cuddly, and adorable, while Xu Xing's Pokémon was a complete street thug. Smoking and drinking, it didn't miss a beat. This might have something to do with its upbringing. After all, Popus usually appear in peaceful areas, but this one was born in a region rife with shady dealings. Holding the little creature close, Xu Xing asked, Pikachu, will you bring me good luck? Hearing this, Pokebee nodded confidently, pointing to itself. Xu Xing chuckled, though whether it was mere coincidence or Pokebee truly bringing good fortune. After summoning Pokebee, Xu Xing never encountered another misfortune. Xu Xing finally caught a glimpse of the entire village of Xiaoju. Seeing this, Xu Xing stopped moving and decided to set up camp right there. Viewers in the livestream chat curiously asked what Xu Xing was up to. To this, Xu Xing replied calmly, I'm going live, to sleep. After organizing his belongings and setting up the drone, Xu Xing wasted no time, he actually began snoring away. Chapter 216, Nightmare. After Xu Xing announced his intention to stream himself sleeping, the livestream's popularity surged rather than waned. Given Xu Xing's current popularity, simply going live to sleep was already a level of fame unattainable by other streamers in a lifetime. Unconcerned with the fame and fortune battles raging around him, he drifted off to sleep accompanied by the nighttime chirping of insects. Soon, Xu Xing awoke again. He jolted awake, scanning his surroundings. The nightmare he'd anticipated hadn't materialized. But cold sweat still trickled down his temples. Xu Xing sighed softly. This wasn't how the script went. The sky had already turned completely bright, and the crowing of roosters was almost audible. Xu Xing's location was very close to the village. It would only take a few steps to reach it. Seeing that the nightmare hadn't materialized, he decided to head into the village to see what was going on. Xu Xing quickened his pace toward the small village, with Eevee following slowly behind him. In such a rural village, the residents lived by the rhythm of the day. Life followed a strict rhythm, and by 8 or 9 in the morning, many villagers were already busy with their tasks. The village was well maintained, with most houses recently renovated. It looked quite different from the feudal village he had imagined. In other words, the people of this small village preserved their traditional way of life and daily routines. Yet information flows freely, giving the place an overall modern feel. Xu Xing gradually made his way deeper into the village. Though small, it had everything one needed, with all facilities appearing well equipped. Yet an uncanny sense of strangeness permeated the atmosphere, a peculiar feeling Xu Xing couldn't quite pinpoint. After taking just a few steps, the villagers around him began to gather and crowd in. Facing these villagers who clearly weren't up to any good, Xu Xing took a half step back. Gradually, more villagers gathered around, each pair of eyes wide with shock. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and fear. A village elder pointed at Xu Xing and bellowed. You! What is that thing you're holding? Xu Xing was puzzled. You mean me? The villagers closed in, questioning him as if interrogating a criminal. What the hell is that thing? Xu Xing's body appeared no different from anyone else's, so the one being accused must be the ordinary EV. Though still shaken, Xu Xing replied. It's my Pokémon. It's very gentle. Pokémon. Humph. What kind of monster is this? Yeah. What kind of thing is a Pokémon? Get your monster out of here. Damned outsider. We've never seen such a thing before. Just as Xu Xing was about to argue, he suddenly caught a crucial detail. Never seen before? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anyone living in China, unless they resided in some extremely remote, feudal-like region, would have no excuse for never encountering Pokémon. Forget Xu Xing's nationwide livestream. The dense forests surrounding Xiaoju village meant the Pokémon they encountered would be numerous, not scarce. Besides, this village didn't look feudal at all. The convenience store at the entrance even stocked several delivery services. Claiming to have never seen a Pokémon under these circumstances? Who would believe that? Xu Xing didn't believe it, but the villagers had already slowly gathered around. Their expressions were frenzied, their voices a mix of accusation and anguished cries. Why bring such things into the village? Hurry up! Get it out of here! Or else. We'll call the police! Call the police! We must call the police to arrest this person. Get out of here now! A chorus of discontented complaints erupted. Xu Xing couldn't make sense of the situation. Every villager seemed utterly deranged, bearing no resemblance to normal people. He understood that the wisest course of action now was to protect himself. Leave the village first, then figure things out later. Wait! Xu Xing suddenly realized something. Leave the village. Ha! Suddenly, Xu Xing saw through everything. Under the gaze of the crowd, he pulled a small knife from his spirit ring. Faced with the long-announced Pokémon, the villagers were terrified. Yet when Xu Xing suddenly produced a knife from thin air, their faces turned as pale as water. Xu Xing's resolve solidified. He pressed the blade against his throat. As he applied pressure, the blade sank into his skin, and crimson blood began to flow down the blade. Xu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly before he thrust with all his might. The knife pierced his throat. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! In the darkness, inside the tent, Xu Xing jolted upright. Sure enough, it had all been just a dream. After all, the villagers' intentions were far too obvious. Just as the principal had said, their goal was to drive Xu Xing out of Jiu village. Why? Why drive the people out? What dark conspiracy lurked within this small Jiu village? Inside the tent, Xu Xing was drenched in sweat. Outside, the sky had grown pitch black. Unlike before, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. Now only boundless darkness remained. Xu Xing drank some water, finally soothing his parched throat. Compared to Xu Xing's ghost-stricken expression, the viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with excitement. After all, they had witnessed the entire nightmare unfold. For most of the night, Xu Xing had been writhing in agony, sweat pouring down his face without pause. Now that he'd finally jolted awake, the crowd couldn't resist teasing him. Xu bro, share what you dreamed about. Your face hasn't relaxed all night. Yeah. Haha, who'd have thought the unbeatable Xu Xing in real life would be scared of nightmares? Exactly. Guys, I've already made it into a meme. Come grab it in my video. Bro, what the heck did you dream about? It must have been terrifying. Brother Xu is such a scaredy cat. Getting woken up by a nightmare? Ha 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 ha. Xu Xing felt rather helpless, but since it was still early and he couldn't sleep after that nightmare, he decided to tell everyone about the nightmare that had brought him here in the first place. He took the opportunity to recount the dream in detail to his online friends. The crowd, who had been laughing and joking, thinking Xu Xing had just happened to have a nightmare, instantly fell silent. Xu Xing's current attitude was crystal clear. He was knowingly walking into danger. The more mysterious this village appeared, the more curious Xu Xing became. He wanted to see what kind of Pokémon were hidden within these walls. Chatting away with his viewers, Xu Xing didn't feel lonely at all despite the late hour. It felt as though his viewers were right beside him. Even in the dead of night, he sensed countless eyes fixed upon him. It was undeniably a strange sensation. The night air was stiflingly hot, so Xu Xing pulled open the tent flap to let some air in. But the moment the flap opened, a horrifying face stared back at him. Holy! The sheer shock of encountering such a bone-chilling face in the quiet forest was utterly terrifying. Xu Xing was startled out of his wits, and then this Pokémon suddenly charged toward him. Its target was straight for his head. Chapter 217, Night Raid on the Village. Watching the Pokémon hurtling toward Xu Xing's head, many viewers expected a fierce battle to begin, but to everyone's surprise, the Pokémon's target wasn't Xu Xing's face, but his head. The small gray-purple creature was now relentlessly gnawing at Xu Xing's hair. His already messy bedhead became even more disheveled under the creature's relentless tugging. Xu Xing chuckled helplessly. "Alright, little guy, you've got me scared." Satisfied by the words, the creature released its grip and began drifting gently beside Xu Xing. Occasional sounds of contentment still escaped its little mouth. Xu Xing ruffled the little creature's head and explained. "This little fellow is called a dream demon. Its hobby is scaring people." The dream demon beamed with pride, utterly delighted with its game of surprise. Xu Xing continued. "This little fellow's favorite thing is scaring people everywhere. You could say the meaning of this little fellow's life is to go around startling others." Xu Xing pulled a fruit from his backpack. "Little one, you've done such a splendid job scaring people, here's your reward." The dream demon was quite surprised. It often enjoyed startling the villagers, but they only cursed it in terror after being frightened. The dream demon didn't care much about that, but Xu Xing, who had also been startled, actually gave it a reward. The dream demon eagerly accepted the fruit. More than the fruit itself, it cherished Xu Xing's recognition. Xu Xing glanced around. The sky was pitch black, now perfect time for sleep. Yet several lights remained bright in the distant village, and faint figures could be seen moving about. Xu Xing grew curious. Since there was nothing else to do, he decided to investigate. With that thought, Xu Xing announced to his viewers. "Everyone, that little village up ahead is lit up like a beacon. I've decided to go take a look." Hearing this, the netizens instantly lost their cool. After all, it was 3 in the morning. Who would be awake at this hour? And barging into someone's home in the dead of night, no matter how you look at it, just feels wrong. But Xu Xing still decided to investigate. After a quick tidy up, Xu Xing headed toward Xiaojiu village. He intended to invite Mangyao along, but when he turned around, Mangyao had vanished without a trace. Xu Xing shrugged it off as fate and continued walking toward Xiaojiu village. After taking just a few steps, a sudden roar echoed from the distance. "Dai Lu! Dai Lu!" The voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly fierce. Soon, a Dalubai leapt out from the shadows. Xu Xing never expected to encounter a guard dog in the dead of night. If he were mistaken for an intruder, it would be difficult to explain. Xu Xing frowned, deep in thought about how to respond. Suddenly, a creak sounded from the distant doorway. Immediately after, a girl of about 18 or 19, dressed in pajamas, pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment she saw Xu Xing, she visibly froze, clearly not expecting to see a stranger. She covered her mouth and gasped before darting back inside without looking back. The viewers in the live stream chat gloated. "Ha ha ha ha. Caught sneaking into a young lady's place at night. Call the cops. I'm reporting this streamer. Ha ha ha. Sue, bro, I'd advise you to get out of there fast. Wait till that girl comes out with a knife, then you'll be talking straight." "Exactly. Bro Sue, trespassing is illegal." Xu Xing felt helpless as Dailubi in front of him kept howling with extreme excitement. Just as Xu Xing was at a loss, the wooden door swung wide open. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking utterly exhausted, slowly called out. "Dai Ruby, come back here." At the man's words, Dai Ruby obediently stopped barking. The man looked utterly exhausted, yet he managed to smile for Xu Xing. "You must be Xu Xing? Please come in." Xu Xing nodded, accepting the man's invitation without hesitation. The reason was simple: after so many adventures, Xu Xing's reputation had already spread far and wide. It was only natural that he was recognized, especially since Xiaojiu village was the principal's hometown. They likely knew he was coming and had even made arrangements. Stepping inside the house, Xu Xing felt the stifling heat of the forest outside. But the moment he stepped inside, the air felt noticeably cooler. Led by the man, Xu Xing entered the living room, which was brightly lit despite the late hour. A replay of a Pokémon tournament played on the LCD TV. The man called out. "Xiaofu, pour brother Su a glass of water." The girl named Xiaofu wore a kitten-themed pajama set. Her eyes betrayed exhaustion, and her hand holding the kettle seemed to tremble. Seeing this, Xu Xing quickly took the kettle from her. As the warm water began to pour, the man spoke. "My name is Yiping. This is my daughter, Yifu." Yifu forced a smile at Xu Xing, while Yiping continued. "And that is my wife, Zhoumin." Only then did Xu Xing notice a woman lying on the sofa. Xu Xing was quite surprised. Mrs. Zhou didn't get up to greet them, she seemed to be asleep.
The entire family's state was visibly poor.
There was no trace of the vitality one would expect from living people.
Instead, an oppressive, stifling atmosphere hung over the place. Yipping continued. Principal Wan mentioned you to me.
I didn't expect you to arrive so soon without a word.
That ruby dog is still young, please forgive any offense.
Xu Xing shook his head.
It's nothing.
I came here specifically to resolve this matter for you.
Mr. E, would you mind explaining what happened? Yipping nodded and began recounting the events. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual.
But upon reflection, I realized it coincided with the time Pokémon first appeared.
Our entire village began having nightmares.
It started with the Lan family at the edge of the village, and then the frequency of these nightmares grew increasingly intense.
Gradually, the entire village was engulfed in these nightmares.
Back then, Pokémon weren't widely known, we called them monsters, and villagers wondered if some unclean spirit was at work. So we formed a group to investigate the woods at the village's edge. But before we even reached the forest, a ghost-like Pokémon suddenly blocked our path.
None of us had ever seen such a thing before.
We swung our weapons at it, but its power was terrifying. Before we could even see what happened, we all fell into a deep sleep. The exhaustion in Yipping's eyes was impossible to hide.
After hearing his story, Xu Xing was certain.
There was no doubt about it, Darkrai was behind these nightmares.
But why?
Xu Xing looked at everyone and asked slowly.
None of you had ever seen that Pokémon before this?
Darkrai wasn't known for its temper logically, it wouldn't act out like this without reason. Xu Xing wondered if someone had angered it, prompting its decision to punish these people. Yipping pondered for a moment, but clearly, its current state was far from suitable for deep thought.
Xu Xing said. Never mind, Brother E. Don't dwell on it. I was wondering if there are any notable landmarks or structures near our village? Before Yipping could answer, his daughter piped up. Yes. The Temple of Remembrance. Chapter 218, Too Many Sins to Count. Yifu's eyes instantly lit up.
Her voice brimming with excitement, she began recounting the local legend.
It was around the spring and autumn or warring states period.
Back then, our little dove village lived comfortably nestled between mountains and rivers. But then we caught the attention of a band of bandits. Our village was too far from the government offices, and those villains blocked the only entrance. Soon, Xiaojiao village was trapped like turtles in a jar, left at the mercy of the bandits who plundered everything. The bandits seized our homes, our land, and our livestock. Then, unexpectedly, a civil official happened to arrive to take records. Those bandits feared nothing and immediately tried to kill the official. But with the villagers' help, he slipped away into the deep, ancient forest. The bandits blocked the only exit, and since wild beasts often roamed the old forest, they assumed this weak scholar couldn't cause any trouble and let him go. For the next several months, the villagers lived in utter misery. But what no one expected was that the frail scholar not only survived but hid deep within the distant forest. During those days, he survived on wild fruits and insects, spending his nights in makeshift treehouses he had hastily constructed. His daily task was to record the crimes of those villains on bamboo slips.
After several months, the bandits grew lax in their guard. Under the cover of moonlight, the scholar escaped and reported the crimes. Yet he carried no evidence whatsoever. Only through the scholar's testimony backed by his very life did the authorities finally arrive at Xiaojiao village.
The bandits knew no evidence meant no conviction. When the authorities arrived, their men had already tipped off the villagers, who hid themselves away. Yet the scholar emerged from the old woods bearing stacks upon stacks of bamboo slips. These slips clearly documented the bandits' crimes. The bandits were immediately sentenced to death. To express their gratitude, the villagers turned his dwelling into a temple dedicated to commemorating evil deeds and began to venerate him. After hearing the story, Xu Xing nodded slightly, having grasped the gist of it. Who would have thought Little Dove Village had such a history? Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with discussion. Who knew this little village had such a story? Sounds pretty interesting. Doesn't this story perfectly match that historical phrase? Yeah. It's that too numerous to record thing, right? Sue, should you go check out that temple? Maybe that Pokémon is inside. Amidst the enthusiastic reactions from the livestream audience, Xu Xing remained relatively calm. The words Temple of Evil kept circling in his mind. Having finished her tale, Ifu seemed somewhat excited. She extended a finger with a confident look on her face and declared, I suspect. That ghostly Pokémon lives in that shrine. That's why it stopped us when we went there. Xu Xing didn't immediately agree with Ifu's theory, given the complex situation. Suddenly, a loud clang 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 sounded at the door. Ifu stood up and whispered, We have visitors. With that, Ifu hurried toward the door. Moments later, another visitor entered the room. This guest was slightly older. The only similarity was the exaggerated dark circles under their eyes. Xu Xing gave a faint smile. Your village is pretty unique, huh? Loving to drop by in the middle of the night. Yipping sighed helplessly. No choice. Once we fall asleep, we're met with endless nightmares. The guest seemed slightly excited upon seeing Xu Xing, his eyes widening. Could it be, you're that Xu Xing? That's me. The man pondered and inquired. That kid Wan Jianshou has been singing your praises. Xu Xing merely waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. Xu Xing suddenly noticed the man's hands were wrapped in all sorts of bandages. He inquired. Sir, what happened to your hands? Yipping spoke for the man. This is Uncle Lon from the Lon family at the village's edge. Just call him Uncle Lon. Uncle Lon sighed helplessly. Ever since those little rascals showed up, I swear I've been cursed. Nothing but bad luck keeps happening to me. First, lightning struck down the thatched shed where I kept my chickens. Then, the net I'd set for days to catch big fish got chewed up. Next, someone told me the heirloom passed down in my family was a fake. Uncle Lon grumbled discontentedly, and the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This wasn't just bad luck, it was downright miserable. But then again, what did this have to do with nightmares? At this moment, Xu Xing was almost certain that the secrets hidden within Xiaju village were far more numerous than he had ever imagined. Xu Xing inquired. If I have to go out tomorrow, I'll definitely avoid the evil temple, okay? Uncle Lon immediately waved his hands. No, no, no. The closer you get to that place, the more misfortune you'll attract. If that was the case, then everything that had happened so far must be connected to the temple. Xu Xing steeled his resolve. Fine. Then I'll go see what secrets this cursed temple hides. The moment Xu Xing declared this aloud, a torrential downpour suddenly began to pour down. The already pitch-black sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Splash! 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 A chill seeped through the door cracks into the room. At that very moment, an airy sound echoed from outside the door. Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo! The sound resembled a child's wails, utterly eerie. Inside the room, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Uncle Lon couldn't believe his ears. Did you hear that? He swallowed hard, seemingly unable to trust his own ears. Yipping, an educated man, didn't believe in ghosts. Yet even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise in the face of this scene. As for Rifu, she had already covered her ears. Even the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but start speculating. No way? What the hell is going on here? Yeah. Sugood, did you get noticed for trying to document that haunted temple? Now they're messing with you? Exactly. This is way too weird. How did crying and screaming suddenly appear? Xu Xing felt utterly helpless. Just as he was about to speak, the sounds abruptly ceased. Uncle Lan's face was still covered in beads of sweat. It stopped? But the moment he uttered those words, suddenly, sobbing erupted from within the room. Outside, torrential rain raged relentlessly. Yet inside the room came faint sobs from an unknown source. The two seemingly unrelated sounds combined to create an even more eerie scene. The girlish sobs echoed through the cramped room as Xu Xing slowly asked, Brother E, do you have a daughter or anything like that? Yipping shook his head, no. No. Everyone felt a chill of dread. Uncle Lon even wondered if he was still asleep in a nightmare. But Xu Xing felt rather helpless. He stood up and walked toward the source of the sound under everyone's gaze. Chapter 219, Departure. The campaign against the evil temple. Moments later, Xu Xing emerged from the corner. Outside, torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the corner. Slowly, Xu Xing emerged from the shadows, clutching a dream demon in his hand. The dream demon struggled relentlessly, trying to break free from Xu Xing's grasp, but there was no way Xu Xing would let it escape. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. The earlier commotion and the recent sobbing this little guy was behind it all. The group stared at the dream demon, exchanging bewildered glances. Xu Xing continued addressing the little creature. Alright, you didn't scare me, but you certainly gave everyone else here quite a fright. Hearing this, the dream demon, whose mood had been utterly gloomy, instantly beamed with joy. As the Pokemon that loved scaring people most, it had thought the downpour would be the perfect chance to give everyone a good fright. But to its surprise, Xu Xing wasn't scared at all, he'd actually come looking for it. This left the little dream demon utterly humiliated, which was why it had fought back so fiercely. But hearing Xu Xing's words lifted the little dream demon's spirits considerably. After all, it had managed to scare 3 people in one go. And judging by their expressions, they all seemed to still be trembling with fear. Clearly, this had been an immensely successful scare. As for Xu Xing, he had already suspected the little creature wasn't quite right when the dream demon vanished earlier. Now it seemed confirmed. However, in Xu Xing's memory, the dream demon shouldn't possess the ability to summon rain. Xu Xing shifted his focus, activating the Eye of Insight. Dream Demon. Attribute, Spectre. Traits, Levitation. Known moves, Scary Face, Surprise, Cute Charm. As expected, there was no rain dance. Mastered skills refer to the set of moves a Pokemon has learned. In real life, the skills one can master vary greatly, but in competitive settings like tournaments, only 4 moves can typically be equipped.
Xu Xing pondered, since Mutwo doesn't possess rain dance, that means this downpour isn't its doing. So the real rain just happened to appear? That seems a bit too coincidental, doesn't it?
The crowd sighed in relief upon seeing the troublemaking little creature arrested, grateful it was only a Pokémon. After all, some people had been caught in a relentless nightmare for days on end, unable to tell reality from dreams.
After briefly explaining the Pokémon situation, Xu Xing asked, "What about you all? Do you still need rest after this night?" Everyone shook their heads. Dawn was approaching. They certainly didn't want to continue their nightmares.
Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour down relentlessly.
The small hut seemed to sway precariously in the storm, as if it might collapse at any moment.
Venturing deep into the ancient forest in such weather would be unwise. After a moment's thought, Xu Xing decided to wait until the rain subsided before setting out. As they gathered around the coffee table, Zhou's mother, who had been sound asleep on the sofa, suddenly let out a pained groan. Seeing this, Yifu immediately rushed to his mother's side and gently tapped her awake. Such scenes had long become commonplace for the villagers, and viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but feel heartbroken for them. To be deprived even of the most basic sleep, it was truly pitiful. Xu Xing spoke slowly. "I'll wait until dawn, when the rain eases, then go over there to see what's happening." Hearing Xu Xing's words, everyone simply nodded in agreement, not because they doubted his capabilities. But those haunted by nightmares, unable to catch a decent night's sleep, simply couldn't muster any energy or spirit. The remaining hours passed with only simple conversation among them. Gradually, the first hint of pale white light appeared on the horizon, and the long night finally faded away, replaced by a clear, bright sky.
Day had finally broken, but the torrential rain showed no mercy to Xu Xing.
From the very start until now, it had poured relentlessly without pause.
Yipping remarked, "The village hasn't seen a downpour like this in ages."
Xu Xing was speechless. Torrents of this magnitude were rare in summer.
Usually, these swift and fierce downpours would last only half an hour before subsiding. But this one had truly raged from dusk until dawn.
Listening to the relentless pounding of rain outside, Yipping spoke slowly.
"Maybe we should wait until the rain eases before going out?"
Xu Xing shook his head gently.
"The rain won't let up."
The others were puzzled by this remark.
How could such a thing be possible? Rain that never stops?
At this rate, it might just flood Little Dove Village. But Xu Xing knew this was what they called misfortune. The moment Xu Xing resolved to remember the village of evil, misfortune began to coil around him. Yet it could not halt his advance.
Xu Xing stood up. "Since dawn has broken, I'll be on my way."
Yipping handed him the umbrella and couldn't help but offer several words of caution. To this, Xu Xing simply replied,
"Don't worry." Xu Xing reassured those inside before opening the door. The moment the door swung open, countless raindrops pelted his face.
A chill seeped deep into his body through the rainwater, penetrating his skin.
The sensation was unbearably unpleasant.
Xu Xing had intended to open the umbrella given to him by Brother Yipping. But against this torrential downpour and howling wind, even an umbrella would be useless. So Xu Xing tossed the umbrella aside and stepped out of the room with Eevee. Eevee had already transformed into its Vaporeon form. Though it was a downpour, it posed no threat whatsoever to her.
Amid the downpour, the drowsy dared only to hide inside the small hut. Eevee leapt onto Xu Xing's shoulder, then let out a low growl.
Instantly, an invisible protective barrier seemed to form around his body. It kept the fierce rain at bay. This feat was made possible thanks to the fruit Xu Xing had given to little Eevee earlier. This allowed the little creature to wield the power of water, enabling it to manipulate the rain with such effortless ease. But of course, there was a downside. Eevee had to focus all its energy on controlling the rain, leaving him virtually unable to attend to anything else. Inside the house, seeing Xu Xing take action, everyone obediently turned on the TV to observe.
Following Yipping's directions, Xu Xing made his way toward the village's outskirts.
Without Eevee, this terrifying downpour would have made it nearly impossible for him to walk. Fortunately, with Ibu's assistance, the difficulty of this mission was significantly reduced. In no time, Xu Xing reached the stone steps. Compared to before, this journey was indeed much easier. Circling the steps upward lay the evil shrine. So far, aside from the downpour, nothing had truly hindered Xu Xing. As venerating this temple was a time-honored tradition for Xiaojiu village, the path had been well maintained. Yet, long disused, the steps were now overgrown with weeds. Each step crushed damp, decaying leaves beneath his feet. But that wasn't a big deal, he could handle it. Just as Xu Xing thought the rest of his journey would proceed smoothly, a series of loud noises suddenly echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw logs torn loose by the mountain flood rushing down from high above. P.S. 5th update complete. Fellow readers, the author starts school tomorrow. Posting frequency will decrease, your understanding is appreciated. And now join the group. Join the group. Join the group. Red packet grab event on the 1st. Don't miss out. Finally, a plea for gold tickets. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618 more book recommendations in my moments, plus downloads for Tomato, Toshio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and more.